I had just gotten home late at night when the power went out in the house, leaving everything pitch black and impossible to see. Just as I was panicking, my computer screen suddenly lit up with a bloody red glow, accompanied by loud thudding sounds, as if something was trying to burst out. It scared the hell out of me. I was about to bolt when a woman's voice, claiming to be a court mage, came from the computer, saying something about how it was just junk software from before. As usual, I carried a bucket of delicious instant noodles bought from the supermarket downstairs back to this cheap but somewhat cozy little home. The living room was pitch dark, with the TV and lights off. I fumbled along the wall for the switch, and with a click, the light flickered twice before finally turning on, dispelling the gloom inside. Staring at the empty living room, I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Though I'd long grown accustomed to this kind of loneliness, every time I came back, a hint of solitude still welled up in my heart. The world's entertainment options are pitifully scarce. There isn't even a decent 5v5 competitive game to play. To make matters worse, I keep seeing bizarre things: floating human faces, flesh and blood puppets wielding axes, hanged ostriches. The doctor called them hallucinations and prescribed medication, but it did nothing at all. Left with no choice, I've had to force myself to ignore these eerie sights. By now, I'd like to think my mental resilience has grown strong. But tonight something feels different. I had just sat down when the living room light suddenly began flickering, followed by a clap of thunder that lit up the entire room, and rain began pouring down. Just as the first raindrop hit the window, the living room light went out completely, plunging everything into darkness. I repeatedly tried flipping the switch, but it was useless. Guess I'll have to call someone to fix it again, I clicked my tongue. In the darkness, a faint fishy smell lingered in the air, making me inexplicably uneasy. I quickly turned on my phone's flashlight, walked into the living room, and picked up the TV remote to turn on the television for some light, but the TV remained unresponsive. I frowned and slapped the TV hard, hoping to jolt it awake, but it was still no use. Then I started checking other appliances: the air conditioner, refrigerator, and lights in the bathroom and kitchen. None of them would turn on. Just as I was wondering if there was a power outage, I noticed the old computer in the bedroom could actually boot up. It actually works? I was utterly surprised. But before I could figure out what was going on, the dim screen flickered to life with a sharp snap, revealing a blinding crimson hue before my eyes, as if splattered with thick, sticky blood. Fuck me. I instinctively cursed, abruptly standing up only to collapse back into the chair as my legs gave way. At the same time, a dull thud echoed from inside the computer, and the screen violently shook. Boom. 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 Thud. The sound grew increasingly violent, as if something ominous was about to burst forth. This was entirely different from the eerie phenomena encountered before. Those had merely been frightening to look at, with no real impact on the physical world. But this time, the screen's vibrations and the power outage clearly interfered with reality. Finally regaining my strength, I stood up on trembling legs, my blood surging wildly. The instinct for survival drove me to flee as quickly as possible. Just then, smack! A bloody handprint appeared on the inner side of the screen, followed by a woman's voice filled with surprise. I thought it was some filthy thing. No wonder I couldn't knock it off after trying for so long. It turns out the ketchup was dropped on the top layer. Hey, whoever's outside, you're back? Hold on, let me adjust the layers and clean the screen first. Hearing this fluent Mandarin, my legs froze mid-step. Wait a minute, what the hell? In the dead of night, the computer suddenly spouted absurd words, completely shattering the originally terrifying atmosphere. It took me a while to snap out of it. I turned my stiffened head cautiously toward the screen. In the center of the screen, a delicate hand had smeared away a patch of blood red, revealing a light blue desktop, and standing upon it was a human figure. It was Liya, who introduced herself as a court mage. Delicate in stature with snow-white skin, she wore robes resembling a mage's attire, topped with an exaggerated wizard hat. Her vibrant golden twin tail swayed gently, and her emerald green eyes brimmed with curiosity and anticipation, all rendered in a distinctly anime-esque art style. I stared at Liya on my computer screen, momentarily unsure how to react. Although I had once thought I could handle the appearance of a female ghost, maybe even make a move if she was pretty, when this eerie thing actually happened, I was completely stunned. Hello? Hey, can you hear me? Liya waved her hand. Seeing no response from me, she crouched down and stared at the lower right corner of the screen, her clear eyes filled with confusion. That's weird, I definitely turned on the microphone. Maybe the volume isn't loud enough? Let me try cranking the microphone boost to the max. As she spoke, she reached out and fiddled with something in front of her, then pressed her right index finger against the screen and dragged the slider. Hey! An almost deafening noise erupted from the screen. The massive electronic sound wave startled me so much I shuddered several times, goosebumps rising all over my body. I quickly stopped her. The mic's gonna blow. The mic's gonna blow. I can hear you, turn off that microphone boost now. I scolded. Liya trembled all over, then muttered in a pitifully small voice, if you could hear me, you should have said so earlier. I've been calling you for so long with no response. I thought to myself, with you acting like some eerie apparition in the middle of the night, how could I dare respond directly? Liya fiddled with the settings a bit more and tentatively asked, how about now? Still too loud, turn it down more. Your sound system is ridiculously good. How about now? A bit more, set the volume to 28. That's what I usually use for movies. Oh, okay. Done. How does it feel now? That's about right. Finally, we can have a normal conversation. I let out a relieved sigh, but then something fell off. Here I was, feeling relieved because some possibly cyber ghost girl in my computer had adjusted her microphone properly, and now I was planning to have a normal conversation with her. Had I lost my mind? I scratched my head, took 2 steps back to leave myself room to flee, steadied my nerves, and asked, "So, who exactly are you? Hacker? Sadako?" Liya was visibly taken aback. "First of all, I'm not a hacker. Secondly, how did you even associate me with Sadako? My image is that of a righteous protagonist from the main cast. Don't lump me together with that creepy stuff like Sadako." My lips twitched as I thought, "You're one to talk. You're this anime-style girl who suddenly appears on the computer screen, covered in blood-red paint and dressed like a sorceress, way creepier than Sadako." I politely reminded her, "Could you answer my question first, or at least tell me your name?" Liya blinked, only then remembering she hadn't introduced herself. "My name is Liya," she said, clearing her throat before performing some unfamiliar aristocratic gesture. "As you can see, I'm a court mage who, for certain reasons, has taken on this non-human form and is temporarily residing inside this computer." My lips twitched again, my expression full of disbelief. If she had claimed to be a super hacker, exiled for stealing secrets and seeking help through my computer, I might have believed her. But saying she's a court mage living inside my computer? That's just too absurd. "You don't seem to believe me much, do you?" Liya seemed to have picked up on my thoughts. I quietly retorted, "Generally speaking, isn't it normal not to believe?" As I said this, I paused for a moment, lost in thought. Though I was once a staunch materialist, ever since coming to this world, I've gained eyes that can see bizarre things, and this world indeed harbors phenomena that defy reason. Given that, the girl before me who claims to be a magician might very well be one of them. I stared into her eyes. "It's nothing, I just feel I should adjust my attitude a bit." Liya's eyes lit up. "So you're willing to believe me now?" "At most, I can only half believe you. Besides, a clueless court mage who somehow ended up living in my computer is hundreds of times easier to deal with than an anime-style 2D Sadako, so I'll temporarily assume you're not lying." Liya pouted and shot me a dissatisfied glance. "I wasn't lying to begin with. Let's set that aside for now." I waved my hand and asked, "What was that certain reason you mentioned earlier, the one that led to your current state?" Liya let out a long sigh. "I don't know either. I really don't." She spread her hands, shrugged, and looked utterly helpless. "I have no memory of what exactly happened. I only know that when I came to, I had lost my physical body. It was hard to adjust at first, but over time, I got used to it. At least now I don't have to worry about food, clothing, or shelter, and I can entertain myself online." I remained skeptical. "So you're not a female ghost?" "Of course not." Liya adjusted her wizard hat. "At most, I'm in an electronic state now." Electronic state? How did this turn into sci-fi? I'm not good with science, so I changed the question. "Then why did you specifically come to my computer?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Liya's face as she pulled her wizard hat down, covering half of it, and lowered her head. I sensed there was more to the story, so I stared into her eyes and pressed, "You're not lying to me, are you?" "No." Liya's expression turned odd as she gave me a lingering glance. "It's just kind of embarrassing to say. Do you really want to hear it?" I nodded. Though she didn't seem hostile, the mystery behind this had to be unraveled. Liya fidgeted uneasily, biting her lower lip for a long moment before finally speaking up. "Last night, did you click on a certain link and visit a website?" I raised an eyebrow. "That did happen yesterday. A link shared by a QQ group member led me to a small resource sharing site. The moment I clicked, it automatically downloaded some junk software. I spent ages uninstalling it and even blacklisted the website. But what does this have to do with her? There was such a thing, and then what? Then weren't you forced to install a bunch of junk software?" "Yeah, I uninstalled them all." "You didn't uninstall them all, one was left behind." Liya looked at me silently, with a mix of resentment and guilt. I froze for a few seconds before suddenly realizing the truth, opening my mouth in shock. "So your true form is actually a piece of junk software from Huangwang?"
Chapter 4, Battle Anthem. Rooftop of the skyscraper. Captain Lin, who had been observing the residential building in the distance, suddenly jumped in fright and couldn't help but curse aloud. The short teammate beside him put down the binoculars and slowly turned his head. "What's up, Captain? You're jumpy all of a sudden. Quick, turn on your extra-dimensional indicator. Why bother turning that thing on? Cut the crap and open it now." Hearing Captain Lin's stern and even somewhat urgent urging, the short team member finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He quickly reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a deep blue rectangular mechanical device. When he pressed both red buttons on the device simultaneously, it vibrated violently twice. Then, a string of obscure and complex symbols lit up at the center of the screen, eventually transforming into a strikingly vivid red number. 88. Damn it! This time, even the short teammate couldn't hold back a curse, nearly flinging the equipment out of his hands. Anomaly Index 88. The short team member stood frozen in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Has it reached the level of reality distortion? Captain Lin ignored him, took out his phone, and dialed a number. After a brief beep, a cold, mechanical female voice came from the other end of the line. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Captain Lin knew this was normal. Lowering his voice, he continued, "Changle City, Harmony Homes Building 7, the anomaly index of the surveillance target has surged to 88, meeting the R1 level reality distortion standard. Request immediate reinforcements." The mechanical female voice on the other end of the line paused briefly before responding. "Psych evaluation normal, confirming situation, confirmation successful. Mobile suppression team will be deployed to anomaly site in 2 minutes." Wrong. At that moment, the short teammate beside him gripped the indicator and shouted, "The reading's at 95, 96, 97, still rising. It's broken 100. Captain Lin glanced at the bright red 3-digit number on the indicator and tightly furrowed his brow. He immediately reported the latest situation to the operator on the other end of the line. The anomaly index has exceeded 100, reaching the R2 level reality distortion standard, and the indicator is still rising. The cyborgs from the mobile suppression team alone might not be enough. The operator remained silent for an even longer time this time. After a full 10 seconds, her voice finally spoke again. "Successful contact has been established with anomaly agents Charlotte and Watson. This operation will be a joint effort between the mobile suppression team and the anomaly agents. Additionally, investigation team 9527 is permitted to withdraw from the scene." The moment the words "evacuate the scene" were uttered, Captain Lin and the shorter team member simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. They had no desire to stay in this godforsaken place faced with reality-warping anomalies. Lingering here without some absurd special ability was practically suicidal. Professional troubles should be left to the experts to handle. Fong Joe currently had a massive headache. A physical headache in the literal sense. An indescribable, intense pain surged from the top of his head, as if countless electric drills were relentlessly attacking his skull from all directions. His vision was a blurry, double-imaged space, with faint flickering dots of light against a dim backdrop. From somewhere far away, the mournful howls of wind drifted intermittently, while his surroundings spun and flipped upside down, as though he were trapped in a hallucination. The dizziness from the world spinning wildly was unbearable. Fong Joe instinctively tried to steady himself, only to realize his legs had gone numb as if they had never existed in the first place. Suddenly, a searing pain surged through his head again. He winced and shut his eyes, wanting to clutch his splitting skull, only to realize his hands had gone numb as if he'd been born without arms. Gradually, Fong Joe could no longer feel even his own torso. His consciousness lost its connection to his body, completely detaching and floating independently. Yet faced with such a bizarre situation, Fong Joe had no mind to ponder the reasons behind it. His attention was now entirely consumed by that excruciating, bone-deep pain. "Why does my head hurt so much? Why? Bewilderment and confusion, accompanied by intense pain, surged over him like a tsunami. In the next instant, Fong Joe felt an extraordinary tearing sensation emerge from the base of his neck, as if that were the source of all his suffering. Neck? Suddenly, an image flashed through Fong Joe's mind. In the pitch-black, confined room, before the faintly flickering computer screen, he turned his head upon noticing the eerie turn of events. A massive, pitch-black ghostly figure stood behind him, wielding a blood-stained long knife, and in the instant he turned around, the blade descended. Then blood splattered and pain was born, right? He now understood why his head hurt so much. Because his head had been chopped off, how could that not hurt? But upon comprehending this fact, he felt something deep within him, an indescribable abnormal organ, begin to activate, giving rise to a peculiar sensation entirely separate from the normal five senses. This peculiar sensation filled him with deep suspicion about the fact that his head had been severed. Did I really get beheaded? Something feels off. It doesn't feel right. No, it's not just a feeling. Suspicion rapidly intensified, ultimately giving birth to a thought of denial. I was not beheaded. Thus, in the next instant, a sense of weightlessness swept over him without warning. Fong Joe's consciousness rapidly descended, as if operating with the precision of factory machinery, seamlessly embedding itself into a body perfectly suited to his self-awareness. Blur and chaos completely dissipated. Fong Joe opened his eyes to see clear light and colors emerging before him. In the dimly lit room, the only source of brightness was the computer screen before me. A stylized anime-style magical girl digital ghost lay sideways on her icon bed, her expression radiating pure relaxation. Fong Joe had returned, emerging from that meaningless void back into the familiar confines of his own room. Fong Joe touched his neck and blinked in astonishment. The sudden anomaly occurring on his own body left his head buzzing and somewhat dazed. He felt as if he had experienced an extremely vivid dream, so real that he couldn't tell whether he was still dreaming or had returned to reality. After a period of silence, Fong Joe softly called out to the cyber mage in his computer, "Liya." Liya was lying on her small bed enjoying her new life. Hearing Fong Joe call her, she immediately sat up, her tone cautious. "You're not going to change your mind, are you?" "No." Fong Joe looked at her with a complicated expression and couldn't help but ask, "Did I just die once? Like, getting my head chopped off or something?" "Oh?" Liya immediately wore a confused expression that clearly said she didn't understand what he was talking about, and 3 big question marks practically popped up above her head. "Have you been staying up too late playing video games? Why are you asking such a weird question?" Fong Joe's facial muscles twitched. Liya seemed completely unaware of the matter. In fact, even Fong Joe himself found it utterly baffling. He was clearly still sitting here perfectly fine, yet his memory was flooded with countless scenes that had never actually happened. Strangely enough, these images were so vivid they couldn't possibly be hallucinations born from paranoid delusions. Fong Joe tightly furrowed his brows, pondering for a few seconds, just about to ask Liya if she had any unique insights about this strange sensation. The sound of rain outside the window suddenly stopped. A faint rustling sound arose from behind. The confusion on Liya's face vanished instantly, replaced by horror creeping across her features. "Wait, what is this thing?" A familiar expression, a familiar line. A sense of déjà vu washed over him like a tidal wave. Yet, in Fong Joe's subjective consciousness, he had never experienced any of this before. Yet, as if guided by some special organ beyond logic, consciousness, and the 5 senses, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, like an old movie he had watched years ago and long forgotten, now flickering back onto the screen. Driven by this baseless intuition, Fong Joe suddenly ducked his head. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled past overhead. The blade severed several strands of Fong Joe's hair and slammed heavily into the wall with a thunderous crash. Instantly, a nearly half-meter-long crack split the surface, with more than half the blade embedded in the wall. Broken stones rained down like a storm, clattering onto the floor. Holy sh! Fong Joe turned his head to look at the long sword that had narrowly grazed past the top of his head, his heart pounding wildly. His instincts had been right. If he hadn't ducked his head, he might have been going separate ways by now, and whether it was an illusion or not. Facing the crisis, Fong Joe didn't feel much fear. The nauseating stench of the foul, salty blood on the blade wafted into his nostrils, but instead of repulsing him, it oddly invigorated him. He was actually feeling somewhat excited and thrilled. In contrast, Liya's reaction was much more normal. She watched as Fong Joe miraculously dodged the fatal slash and couldn't help but exclaim, "You scared me! What the hell is going on? Wait, what are you doing?" Before Liya could finish her sentence, Fong Joe grabbed the computer monitor he had only been willing to buy during the Double 11 sale at a steep discount, lifted it with all his strength, and then, without hesitation, swung it like a sledgehammer toward the burly ghostly figure behind him. Thud! Damn it! Liya's exclamation echoed through the room. She was still living inside the computer. Fong Joe had no time to worry about Liya at the moment. The solid impact sent a numbing shock through his arm, but it confirmed that the opponent was a monster with a physical form. The shadowy figure clearly didn't anticipate Fong Joe dodging the initial decapitating strike, much less his swift counterattack. When struck by the computer monitor, the viscous, writhing liquid composing its body visibly shuddered twice. Fong Joe's eyes lit up. It actually worked. After realizing that physical attacks could also inflict damage, Fong Joe was completely fired up, as if he had an endless reserve of strength. He swung the computer monitor and smashed it violently toward the ghostly figure. Fong Joe had no idea what this thing was or what its purpose might be, but since physical attacks were effective, Fong Joe had no choice but to frantically swing and pummel it until it lost the ability to move. Thud. No, Fong Joe, you. Thud. Slow down. I'm dizzy. Thud. 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 Ouch. 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 With every swing Fong Joe took, Liya would be jolted into making some noise. At this moment, Fong Joe remembered Liya's so-called court mage title and immediately shouted, "Stop adding sound effects over there. Hurry up. Help me out. Throw a fireball or something." Liya was also getting frantic now. Right now, I don't have a physical form. How can I help? It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but her current state prevented her from interfering with the world outside the virtual network. If Fong Joe got cursed at, she could at least help curse back a few words, greeting the other person's ancestors 18 generations back. What to do? What to do? Liya didn't want her newly recognized landlord to drop dead on the spot either. She had to do something. If we're really talking about what she can do right now, there's probably only one thing. A few seconds later, a burst of impassioned music suddenly began playing. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky join the Big Dipper. Heh. Look up at the Big Dipper. Fong Joe was startled by the sudden intrusion of the Song of the Brave and gave a violent shudder. What the hell is all this nonsense? His hands froze mid-action before he realized this was Liya's desperate, brain-frying solution to back him up. Blasting battle music. How on earth did she come up with the idea of playing the Song of Heroes in this situation? A stampede of wild horses galloped through Fong Joe's mind, but he didn't dare spare a second to tutal Liya. Instead, he leaned into the rhythm of the Song of Heroes, doubling down on his assault against the clearly dazed ghostly figure ahead. Roar when you see injustice. Boom. Strike when the time is right. Thud. Bold and daring. I'll conquer the 9 provinces. Thud. In the dimly lit room, Fong Joe listened to Lu Huan's Song of the Hero while swinging his crystallization of modern technology at the eerie ghostly figure across from him, employing the most primitive method of physical exorcism. Meanwhile, the computer screen intermittently emitted special attack sound effects from some anime-style electronic ghost mage. For a moment, the chaos in the room escalated to such a degree that even Picasso would have given it a thumbs up, until the very end of the Song of the Brave. With one final swing and smash, the ghostly figure and its long blade burst like a water-filled balloon, shattering into countless tiny droplets that cascaded down, wetting the ground and turning into a puddle of foul-smelling, unidentified black liquid. The puddle visibly dried and solidified, then was swept up by a sudden, inexplicable gust of wind, scattering into countless specks of dust before vanishing without a trace. Now that was truly leaving without hesitation. Only then did Fong Joe finally stop his movements, clutching the screen as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gazing at the dissipating ashes, Fong Joe panted heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief as he muttered, "Holy! That actually worked? I told you so." From the speakers behind came Liya's triumphant voice. "I should have played the Journey to the West theme song earlier. The part that goes just captured a few demons would have been way more effective." Fong Joe. Chapter 5 The Knocking Sound. In the dimly lit room, Fong Joe watched the slowly dissipating ashes, gradually feeling his arms go numb and his head begin to buzz. The temporary surge of adrenaline-fueled strength faded, replaced by an unprecedented exhaustion. Fong Joe sat on the floor, gasping for several breaths. After regaining a bit of strength, he picked up the computer screen and climbed to his feet. He stared at the spot where the ghostly figure had vanished, silent for a few seconds. Is it dead now? Hard to say. Liya silently turned off the stirring background music of Song of the Brave, hesitantly suggesting, "How about playing the Broad and Open Road to Heaven to shake things up? Are you getting addicted to this, or what?" "I figured I ought to help out somehow." Liya chuckled. "But don't worry, For now it's temporarily incapacitated. Probably. Fong Joe's eye twitched twice. Why does your tone sound so unreliable to me? Liya's voice was filled with helplessness. I've only just arrived in this world, so I don't know the characteristics of your local specialties here. Whether it's truly dead or not, I really can't say. Fong Joe thought to himself that the decapitated evil spirit from earlier could hardly be called a local specialty. Then, with a skeptical look, he stared at the computer screen in his arms and asked, "So how did you conclude that it's temporarily incapacitated?" Liya replied matter-of-factly, "Because it didn't instantly resurrect and slash you to death with one strike. That actually makes some sense." Fong Joe's tension was reignited by Liya's words. He nervously stared at the spot where the ghostly figure had dissipated for a full 30 seconds, all the while clutching his cheap 2K monitor tightly, ready to swing the 800 yuan device at the entity's head at any moment. Only when the rain started falling outside again, and the ghostly figure failed to reappear did Fong Joe finally relax with a sigh of relief. It seemed that the facts were exactly as Liya had said. Even if it hadn't been killed by the computer screen, it should have been covering its bruised head and temporarily retreated by now. With his body and mind fully liberated, Fong Joe felt his frantic heartbeat gradually calm down. He then turned around and placed the screen back on the desk. Zzzzz. The screen lit up again. In an instant, countless chaotic snowflakes and lines of color appeared on the screen. The once neat desktop was now covered in disorderly patterns, and a hole had been smashed in the corner, revealing the intricate electronic components inside the screen. Fong Joe immediately felt a pang of distress. He remembered the warranty on this screen had already expired, and he'd have to spend money on a new one later. Given his current financial situation, this was clearly a painful expense. However, Fong Joe soon noticed another issue. Liya was missing. He scanned the patterned surface of the table 2 or 3 times but couldn't find any trace of Liya. "Where are you?" "Over here." With Liya's soft response, the folder in the lower left corner of the screen suddenly twitched. Fong Joe was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why on earth did you run in there? There's nothing inside." Facing Fong Joe's confusion, Liya didn't respond. Instead, she poked her head out from the folder and then reluctantly crawled out. As she left the folder, her body gradually returned to its original size. Her feet stood on the taskbar, but everything above her knees turned into a blurry mosaic of gold, brown, and black, distorted by the chaotic, shattered screen effect. Fong Joe was startled by the writhing, flickering mass of mixed pixels on his desktop. What kind of look is that? Did someone shake you up? Your head's the one that got shaken up. It's the screen that's broken. I'm perfectly fine." After clearing up her image issue, Liya quickly ducked back into the folder, leaving only her little head peeking out like a hamster. "I only crawled in here to make conversation easier with you. Or would you prefer me to turn back into that yellow and black pixelated mess?" "Don't. Let's leave it at that for now." Fong Joe slowly exhaled, sitting back down in front of the computer as his body gradually relaxed. Gazing up at the ceiling, fragments of the earlier events kept replaying in his mind, and a wave of relief washed over him at having narrowly escaped disaster. He's still alive, not decapitated. And he even used the brute force physics method of big bricks fly far to drive away that ghostly figure, at least temporarily. Moreover, just minutes before encountering the ghostly figure, he had run into a cyber ghost, a blonde anime-style magician downloaded from a sketchy royal web bundling software. He even died once during the ordeal. Fong Joe considered himself uncultured, and for the experiences of the past 10 minutes, he could only sum it up with one heartfelt exclamation. Strangely enough, apart from the mixed emotions of, the most intense feeling in Fong Joe's heart at this moment was a curiosity he couldn't even explain himself. Fong Joe fell silent for 2 seconds before lowering his head to look at Liya in the folder. "So, what the hell was that thing just now? Why did it suddenly appear behind me? And it looked pretty intimidating. How could it get shattered by a computer screen? Or was your intervention partly responsible for weakening it temporarily? Also, hold on. Liya quickly interrupted Fong Joe. "Don't bombard me with so many questions at once." Fong Joe was momentarily stunned, then scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that. Got a little too excited." Liya's expression instantly turned peculiar, her complex gaze penetrating through the computer screen as she sized up Fong Joe from head to toe. Fong Joe noticed Liya's subtle reaction, or rather, with the enhancement of the anime-style visuals, he caught every nuance of her expression. He could tell at a glance that the girl was pondering something about him, So he asked, "What are you looking at? I think there's something wrong with you." Liya thought for a moment. Ordinary people wouldn't get excited when encountering something like this. Your reaction is extremely abnormal. Is that so? Fong Joe didn't feel much about it. Then what should a normal reaction be? Liya raised her head and tapped her chin with a finger. Based on my experience, when ordinary people encounter supernatural events, their first reaction is usually to wet their pants while crying and running away. Some might babble nonsense or scream for their mothers in panic. At any rate, none of them would dare to grab a monitor and smash it against a supernatural entity like you did. Aren't there also people who fight back frantically after being scared? Most people would curse while fighting back, their bodies usually trembling with fear. But you're different. I could see you getting more and more excited the more you smashed. At this point, Liya paused. And no normal person could have dodged that knife. I really thought you were done for at the time. Looking back, this was the detail that struck Liya as the most unbelievable. From her perspective, Fong Joe seemed to foresee the future, swiftly lowering his head the moment she screamed, perfectly dodging the initial decapitating strike. Unless he had anticipated it in advance, no normal human's reflexes could possibly achieve such a feat. About this matter, Fong Joe paused briefly to gather his thoughts before roughly explaining the phenomenon of his suspected death regression. In truth, it only took a few sentences. After all, his memory of the death regression was still somewhat hazy, and since it was his first time, he had almost muddledly returned with his memories to the few seconds before the decapitation. After listening, Liya's facial expression became particularly animated. Why does this sound like the time magic from our side? Upon hearing that his experience might be related to magic, Fong Joe immediately pressed further. Is what happened to me connected to time magic? It shouldn't be related. Liya adjusted her mage hat and spoke hesitantly. I've only witnessed proper time magic once. It can indeed reverse the physical state of objects. But even the most advanced time magic in textbooks couldn't possibly bring someone back from the dead. That just doesn't add up. Fong Joe had genuinely died once. If time magic can't revive the dead, then how should the phenomenon that occurred to him be explained? Couldn't possibly be that some witch from another worldview made a contract with him, could it? He hadn't seen any strange white, long-eared creatures that looked like dolls recently. Fong Joe was pondering the ins and outs of the matter when he suddenly heard a familiar ding-dong in his ear. The doorbell rang. Liya was so startled that she trembled, causing the entire folder to shake. Oh my God! Has it come back to kill us? If it really came back to kill, it wouldn't be so polite as to ring the doorbell. Fong Joe glanced at the trembling Liya with a complicated expression. Honestly, I'm not even panicking. How come an electronic ghost like you is more scared than me? Liya shrank her head and muttered quietly. That was just luck. Earlier the blade didn't swing toward the mainframe. If the mainframe got wrecked, I might actually die. Even if I didn't, if I suffered data loss, the best case scenario would still be lower body paralysis. Fong Joe. As a mage, Liya seemed to adapt to modern theories a bit too quickly. Just be careful. Liya offered Fong Joe some half-hearted concern. Remember to bring a weapon, like a kitchen knife. I'd hate to have just found a new home only for the landlord to die on the same day. Fong Joe's lips twitched. Couldn't you at least lend me a hand? You're supposed to be a mage. Don't you have any special abilities at all? Liya's gaze drifted silently toward the sky. The way you put it, isn't that just special abilities? Well, it's not like I don't have any at all. Fong Joe's heart leapt with joy, but he quickly caught himself, his expression turning stern. Except for Hero's Song. Liya fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the sound system automatically started playing a rousing rendition of Loyalty to the Motherland. Fong Joe's expression twisted instantly, his mind winding through several turns as he came up with a few choice curses. But considering this might already be the limit of what Liya could manage, he ultimately swallowed the words that had reached the tip of his tongue. Loyalty to the country it is, then at least it could boost his courage. And so, with a blood-pumping cry of beacon fires rise, gazing north at the rivers and mountains, Fong Joe strode to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, hid it behind his back, and then cautiously approached the front door, staying alert while trying to peer through the peephole. Outside stood 2 somewhat slouching figures, dressed in white shirts and black trousers, wearing ties and leather shoes, with symbolic caps atop their heads. Fong Joe recognized at a glance that these were the uniforms of their residential property management. He took a closer look at the faces beneath the caps and noticed 2 young men in their 20s, one tall, the other short. The taller one had medium-length hair and wore glasses, Though their appearances were quite different, both wore expressions of reluctant disdain, as if they'd rather be anywhere else. Fong Joe breathed a sigh of relief. If they were dragging themselves to work with such sour expressions, they had to be normal people. It was only a mimicry of the bizarre, a pseudo-human, that could bloom with a bright and reckless smile at the workstation. Thinking this, Fong Joe silently returned the kitchen knife to its place, then took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. Chapter 6. Things start to get weird. As the door opened, the light from the stairwell slanted down, landing at Fong Joe's feet. He deliberately didn't push the door open completely, leaving only a narrow gap just wide enough to speak face to face with the person outside, asking warily and somewhat nervously, "Who is it?" "Property management." The tall man with medium-length hair on the left steadied his hat and spoke with a serious expression. "We've received complaints from neighbors about excessive noise coming from your unit. We're here to check what's going on." Fong Joe was momentarily stunned. He had just battled supernatural phenomena through his computer screen for over a dozen rounds, with intermittent wails from Liya mixed in. The commotion had indeed been considerable. Getting a noise complaint was somewhat understandable. It's just that the property management's response was unusually swift. He had barely caught his breath after defeating the shadowy entity. Fong Joe gathered his thoughts and decided to fabricate an excuse to smooth things over first. "I was just gaming and got a little too into it. Sorry about that." "Playing games?" The tall property manager frowned. "Why all the commotion just to play a game?" "Got into an argument with my teammate." Fong Joe gave an awkward smile. "I couldn't control my volume during the argument. Really sorry about that. I'll definitely be more careful next time." The tall property manager fell silent for a few seconds, scrutinizing Fong Joe with a serious gaze. Fong Joe clearly saw suspicion, wariness, and some indescribable emotions in the other's eyes, to the point where he had an illusion that the man wasn't examining a person, but rather a suspicious, peculiar object. Just then, the shorter property manager beside him suddenly spoke up. His attitude was noticeably much gentler than that of the tall one next to him. "Well, we're just doing our job. We need to give the neighbors next door an explanation. Would you mind letting us take a quick look around? Don't worry, we just want to confirm you're not up to anything shady. We'll leave right after, won't take too long." "What shady things could I possibly be doing?" Fong Joe muttered under his breath, then suddenly recalled the events of the past 10 minutes. After a brief silence, he stepped aside. "Fine, come in then. But don't stay too long." "Sure thing." The two property managers exchanged glances before the shorter one entered alone. After putting on shoe covers, he began wandering around the room. Fong Joe merely gave the other man a casual glance before ignoring him entirely. After all, the ghostly figure had already vanished, and Liya was no fool. She would undoubtedly hide herself in some folder, making it practically impossible for the investigator to find any trace of the supernatural. Come to think of it, even if they did find it, a normal person probably wouldn't think in that direction. After all, who could have guessed that Fong Joe had just single-handedly taken down a supernatural entity with the power of the Ballad of the Good Men? After about 3 minutes, the short-statured property manager finished a general inspection of all the rooms and returned to the stairwell. "How's it going?" the tall property manager asked coldly. "No problem." The short man smacked his lips twice, then turned to Fong Joe. "So the computer screen in the bedroom is broken, what's that about?" "I did it." Fong Joe answered casually. "I was trash-talking with my teammates for half an hour, but in the end, I still couldn't protect my family. They even chased me down and insulted my entire family tree. I was so furious that I instinctively punched the computer screen." "One punch?" The short property manager cast a skeptical glance. Fong Joe's mind raced, quickly realizing the damage on the screen couldn't have been caused by a single punch. He hastily corrected himself. "I was too angry at the time. Can't remember exactly how many punches, maybe 5 or 6, or 7 or 8. It's all a blur." The short man's suspicion hadn't fully dissipated yet. "You were trash-talking while listening to Loyalty to the Motherland?" Fong Joe instantly straightened his face. "Playing a battle anthem to boost my morale. That's pretty normal, right?" The short man gasped, pondering for a long while but failing to find any logical flaw in that statement. He could only raise one last doubt. "There's also a half-meter-long crack by the table, and it looks pretty fresh. How did that happen?" Fong Joe paused, then continued exercising his talent for making things up. "Oh, that's just a bad habit of mine. Every time I lose an argument, I take a knife and slash the wall a couple of times. Over time, it ended up like this." After all, I can't actually slash people with a knife, right? Short man, tall man, is this person's resentment too strong? The tall property manager had a complicated expression, holding back for a few seconds before coming up with a comforting remark. Try to control your emotions in the future. Don't let the resentment be so heavy. Fong Joe forced a bitter laugh and responded perfunctorily, "Sure, sure." The two property managers fell into silence, neither speaking another word. Fong Joe, sensing the atmosphere had reached its peak, placed a hand on the doorknob, ready to conclude the conversation. "Nothing else, right? It's fine. Get some rest early, and try not to make such a commotion again. Got it. I'll be more careful next time." Fong Joe breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and slowly closed the front door. Bang! With a dull thud, the door of room 502 closed. The stairwell light cast its glow over the two figures, as two flying insects fluttered their wings around the bulb, circling back and forth. The two exchanged a silent glance, then turned away in unison, walking toward room 501 across from room 502. The door to room 501 was slightly ajar, revealing only a narrow gap. The two stepped inside room 501 and carefully closed the door behind them. The bright light inside illuminated their slightly weary faces. At the same time, chaotic footsteps echoed through the room as figures clad in heavy black armor, their faces obscured by dark helmets, with pistols holstered at their waists, moved hurriedly back and forth across the space. Ignoring these heavily armed giants, the pair instead turned their attention to analyzing the situation in room 502. Old Fu, Watson, disguised as a tall property manager, spoke first. "Didn't you see anything strange inside? First of all, my ing surname is Xia. Secondly, to be honest, there really wasn't anything strange." Charlotte casually tossed her hat aside and ran to the nearby fridge to grab a bottle of iced tea, gulping down 2 refreshing mouthfuls. "But the owner of Unit 502, Fong Joe, was it?" His explanation was a complete mess, obviously made up on the spot. Watson adjusted his glasses. "I also think he was lying, right?" Charlotte spread her hands, her face full of certainty. "Who the hell plays loyalty to the motherland when arguing with someone? You definitely battle against fate." "Watson, ? You've been fussing over that crappy background music all this time." Charlotte was still tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, reminiscing about the past. "Back then, we relied on this song as our battle anthem when trash-talking in internet cafes. Let me tell you, I was a legend in my elementary school. I used to roll into the cafe with a dozen followers, and the owner never charged me for internet. Whatever flavor of instant noodles I wanted, the boss would personally make it for me. Ah, the good old days. Too bad my reign as the king only lasted a year and a half before it ended." Watson glanced at him. "Because your mom showed up?" "Nope," Charlotte replied. "Because my dad's unlicensed internet cafe got busted for letting minors use the computers." "So the internet cafe was actually owned by your dad?" "No wonder." Watson understood everything. "You dragged a dozen elementary school kids to your dad's place every day. No wonder you got caught." "Not all of it was my fault. He should be thanking me for bringing him customers." After finishing her trip down memory lane, Charlotte cleared her throat and got serious. "To be honest, room 502 doesn't have any issues, at least not on the surface." Watson understood Charlotte's implication and quickly glanced at the numbers on his watch with his left hand. The anomaly index has also returned to normal levels. It seems what just happened in this apartment was merely a brief R2-level reality distortion. The real question is, what exactly did this reality distortion distort? Charlotte muttered under her breath. "The timeline? Causality? Spatial vectors?" Watson casually floated a remark. "Maybe it distorted Counter-Strike into loyalty to the motherland." Charlotte's lips twitched as she realized Watson was responding to her teasing with his own brand of humor. She was just about to retort when a member of the mobile suppression team approached them with heavy footsteps. Without hesitation, he delivered a crisp military salute, sternly interrupting the two special agents' playful banter. "Report. Room 501 has been thoroughly searched. One anomalous entity discovered so far, with no other abnormal phenomena detected at this time." Anomalous individual? Both Watson and Charlotte reacted simultaneously. Even Charlotte adopted a serious expression and immediately followed the footsteps of the suppression team member. The two bypassed nearly rotten and foul-smelling desks and chairs, stepping on dust-covered floor tiles, and entered the bedroom of Unit 501 under the watchful gaze of cobwebs in the corner. There, they saw a large, specially made bag from the bureau, containing a headless corpse with 70% of its flesh already skeletonized. Even without the most terrifying skull, just seeing this corpse not yet fully skeletonized below the neck, still clinging to bits of flesh with maggots wriggling through it was enough to unsettle or even nauseate most ordinary people. Not to mention the bedroom was still filled with a physiologically repulsive stench, the smell of rotting human flesh. Staying in this godforsaken place for even 10 seconds without vomiting would require an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Fortunately, neither Watson nor Charlotte were normal people. For heteromorph agents, this kind of scene was utterly child's play. Watson quickly glanced over the headless corpse, his mind brimming with thoughts, but he needed someone to validate his reasoning. He naturally turned to his good partner, Sherlock. "What do you think?" Sherlock stared at the skeletal remains in prolonged silence, repeatedly rubbing his chin, pacing back and forth, sometimes stepping closer and other times retreating. His brows tightly furrowed the entire time. The mobile suppression team members beside her kept a close watch on Charlotte's movements. Though their faces were obscured by pitch-black helmets, hiding their expressions, it was certain that each of them was brimming with curiosity and excitement, eagerly awaiting Charlotte's answer. After all, this was the alternate dimensional counterpart of none other than Sherlock Holmes, an agent whose deductive prowess was legendary. No one could resist the thrill of witnessing a masterful unraveling of mysteries. Finally, Charlotte's footsteps came to a halt. The eyes of the mobile suppression team locked onto her, their breaths catching in unison. In the silent space, Charlotte finally gave her answer. The deceased must have been an extremely introverted person. Watson raised an eyebrow after hearing this. "How did you know?" Charlotte said with a serious face. "Because look, he's too ashamed to show his face." Watson, the mobile suppression team. A few seconds later, Charlotte was kicked out of the bedroom by Watson. After venting his inner rage, Watson coldly clapped his hands, using a loud voice to snap the equally dumbfounded suppression team members back to attention. "Never mind that lunatic for now." Watson took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the headless skeletal corpse ahead. The corpse itself isn't important, what matters is his identity. "Are you certain he's the resident of room 501, Zhou Xiong?" One of the suppression team members replied. "Yes, we've cross-checked the DNA information. It's confirmed to be Zhou Xiong himself." "How long has he been dead?" "Judging by the state of the bones, at least 2 months. That's exactly the problem." Watson stared at the highly skeletal remains before him, his expression unusually grave. "The investigator's report shows Zhou Xiong had just gone to the market to buy groceries at 8 a.m. this morning. And at that time, he was indeed alive." Chapter 7. Now this feels right. A man who had been seen at the vegetable market just that morning had now turned into a headless skeleton. Moreover, according to the investigation, Zhou Xiong had been dead for at least 2 months. In that case, who exactly was the Zhou Xiong they encountered this morning? The paradoxical state of life and death defying reality, the abnormal anomaly index that surged beyond reason before rapidly returning to normal, and the residential building itself classified as level 4 by the Bureau, all these phenomena indicated that the area Watson was standing on was far from safe. Things were getting increasingly bizarre. Watson first furrowed his brow, then relaxed into a carefree expression. That's exactly what's weird about it. Ever since stepping into this residential building, Watson hadn't encountered a single ghost or monster along the way. Before seeing Zhou Xiong's skeletal remains, he thought the situation inside this building was far too normal, which ironically made Watson feel increasingly uneasy. Now, at last, the creepy stuff has finally surfaced. It feels like when you're walking down a dark path in a game, and suddenly, a sharp, eerie horror soundtrack blares in your ears, accompanied by footsteps growing closer and closer. Yet, no matter how frantically you look around, you can't spot any ghostly figure, only left to wait in the unknown for a jump scare that could burst through the screen at any moment. But if you were to bump straight into a female ghost mid-path with a health bar glowing above her head, well, that changes the game entirely. Even though the apartment building's health bar hasn't appeared yet, at least Watson has already brushed against the edge of the abnormal. The rest is much simpler. Take the body back. Watson gave the order. Leave a few people to continue sampling in the room, the rest go to other floors and check if the residents in other rooms are in the same condition as Zhou Xiong. Several riot suppression team members nodded in agreement and began preparing the packaging of the corpse. One of them stepped forward quickly, stopping in front of Watson to stand at attention and salute. Should we breach room 502? Upon hearing these words, Watson's mind conjured up the face of room 502's resident, Fong Joe. After a moment of silence and deliberation, Watson shook his head. First, check the other residents. If they're all alive, then Zhou Xiong in room 501 is the only anomaly. The sudden spike in the dimensional index must be related to him. At this point, Watson paused. If the situation of the other residents is the same as Zhou Xiong's, then the only living owner of Unit 502 is the source of the anomaly. The team member hesitated slightly. Then, should we proceed with directly suppressing room 502 when the time comes? Based on the other residents' situations, I'll make a further judgment. Watson's expression turned stern, his voice grave. Under permissible circumstances, violent suppression is the last method I choose. After all, an R2-level reality distortion occurred here once before. None of us can predict what consequences forced suppression might bring. The mobile suppression team member let out a sigh of relief, straightened his back again, and responded energetically, "Understood." Room 502. Back in his room, Fong Joe returned to his computer and called out for Liya to appear. Soon, a head popped out from the folder in the lower left corner, a golden-haired girl wearing a wizard's pointed hat. Her emerald green eyes wide with curiosity as she peered at the world beyond the screen. "Are they gone? Let's go." Fong Joe let out a long exhale. The conversation with the two property managers just now almost dragged Fong Joe back into that ordinary, unremarkable world filled with a sense of reality. He remembered when he had just moved in. The neighbor surnamed Joe would still nod at him with a smile when they met. The couple upstairs was always arguing, and someone downstairs he wasn't sure which household seemed to be renovating every few days. Life here couldn't exactly be called blissful, but it was the kind of ordinary existence filled with the little things sometimes frustrating, sometimes sweet that everyone experiences in their daily lives. And now, Fong Joe's gaze fell on Liya's face, the self-proclaimed interworld traveler, a mage from another realm who had endured countless hardships to become an electronic entity, now resided in his computer, poking her head out from his newly created folder. The excessively surreal scene once again dragged Fong Joe's consciousness back into the realm of the supernatural. "What are you looking at?" Liya glanced at Fong Joe and suddenly thought of something, excitedly muttering, "Speaking of which, I just browsed through your computer a bit. I noticed it's pretty clean, not much junk. Aside from some videos that most guys normally have, there's surprisingly little malware." Fong Joe's mouth twitched as he feigned ignorance. "What videos? What are you talking about? Come on, we're all adults here. No need to spell it out." Liya shot Fong Joe a knowing look. "Don't worry, I won't judge back where I'm from. I've heard of far scarier things. Compared to those who play with tentacles or bones, your little kink is practically—" Fong Joe interrupted her with a grim expression. "You just enjoy snooping into people's private business, don't you?" Liya shrank her neck and muttered under her breath. "To be precise, this counts as confirming the furniture and decor after moving in." Fong Joe. He found himself feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness toward Liya. Her identity as an electronic ghost turned out to be so convenient at times like this. "Never mind what's in my computer for now." Fong Joe felt he still needed some time to adjust to Liya, so he changed the subject. "The question is, what should we do next?" "What do you mean, what should we do next?" Liya didn't understand at first, but after a few seconds it clicked. "Oh, you're worried that thing might come back for more?" Fong Joe nodded. "Like you said, it's only been temporarily disabled. Temporary means the problem isn't truly solved yet. That shadowy figure wielding a greatsword with two heads hanging from its neck could materialize behind Fong Joe at any moment, ready to perform another amputation below the neck procedure on him." Liya crossed her arms, resting them on the folder, her small mouth twisting slightly as she pondered for a moment. "I think you have two options now. Either go out and find a hotel to stay for the night and see if that thing resurrects and comes after you again. If that thing is something like a bound spirit, only appearing in this house, then as long as you leave here, it won't be able to haunt you anymore." As she spoke, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across Liya's face, likely because she felt it was just her luck to have finally found a suitable home, only for the landlord to bail on her. Still, out of concern for Fong Joe's safety, she went ahead and proposed the plan. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. "On the flip side, if he isn't a bound spirit, he'd just chase me around everywhere?" "Either is possible." Liya smacked her lips twice, her tone tinged with frustration. "That's why I can't decide right now. If I had a physical body, things would be much simpler. Fong Joe thought to himself that he wasn't the great immortal Tai, so there was no way he could craft a lotus root body for Liya. Fong Joe lowered his head, rubbed his chin, and after some contemplation, a rough plan began to form in his mind. He got up from the computer chair, glanced back at the spot where the ghostly figure had disappeared, pushed the chair away, and silently slipped on his slippers. Seeing this, Liya was momentarily stunned. "Are you leaving?" she asked. "I'm going to sit in the living room tonight, no sleep for me." Fong Joe walked to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and stood at the doorway explaining to Liya, "Keep the computer on and watch it closely. If you see even the slightest sign of him reviving, call me immediately." "What if he doesn't revive here?" Liya asked curiously. "Then it means he's latched on to me." Fong Joe raised the kitchen knife in his hand, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "In that case, I'll just find a way to kill him again." Liya widened her eyes, completely unprepared for Fong Joe's boldness. "Honestly, I still think it'd be safer for you to stay somewhere else tonight. It makes no difference." Fong Joe replied casually, "Even if it really is a vengeful spirit bound to this place, I'd still have to find a way to come back and deal with it." Liya asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because I bought this house with a loan." Fong Joe silently tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I took out a full 800,000 loan. There's no way I'll let him drive me out so easily. Compared to malevolent spirits that can be exorcised with physical attacks, the loan information on a bank card is far more terrifying." Fong Joe's reasoning left Liya utterly speechless. Of course, the main reason Fong Joe had the guts to go all out against his opponent was still that strange experience of returning from death. He could now clearly feel the special organ deep within his body still pulsating. It was like Fong Joe's second heart, constantly supplying him with energy, making him certain that even if he were to part ways with his head again, he would undoubtedly return to the moment just before decapitation, erasing the fact of death just like last time. The rule that people die when they are killed didn't seem to apply to him. Fong Joe returned to the living room with the kitchen knife in hand. Since the power had been restored, he skillfully turned on the television, searching for a program to pass the time through the night. In the end, he settled on an episode of Tom and Jerry. As the classic symphony played, the comedic duo gradually appeared on the screen. After just a dozen seconds of watching, Fong Joe relaxed, calming his mind as he slowly waited for dawn. Chapter 8. I'm optimistic. The night passed. The old version of Tom and Jerry on TV was still playing automatically, currently showing the classic episode, The Cat Concerto. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, carrying a faint chill as it seeped into the room. Curled up on the sofa, Fong Joe suddenly shivered from the cold, his drowsy consciousness gradually awakening. After a momentary stiffness, his eyes flew wide open, and he nearly bolted upright from the couch. He had actually fallen asleep. On the night when he should have been most on edge, he actually relaxed both body and mind while watching Tom and Jerry, and ended up falling asleep on the sofa. Fong Joe began to admire himself. Just how big-hearted must he be to sleep soundly on the sofa after having his head chopped off the night before? Coming to his senses, he quickly touched his head, then his neck, confirming that the two were still intact and connected, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Looks like that head-chopping ghost didn't come back last night, he muttered under his breath, turning to look at the television in his home. On TV, the pianist Tom was wrestling with Jerry. Daylight streamed through the forest of skyscrapers outside, casting its glow into the room, while the distant hustle and bustle of traffic flowed ceaselessly. A strong sense of modernity filled the air, and Fong Joe's stomach growled on cue, right on schedule with his biological clock. Fong Joe looked up at the clock on the wall according to his usual routine. He should have been dressed and ready to go out by now, heading to the small street across from his company to buy a jianbing and a cup of soy milk, then rushing to clock in at the very last minute. Gazing at the familiar layout of his home, Fong Joe's mind flashed back to fragments of last night's events, an overwhelming sense of unreality washing over him. But this sense of unreality lasted less than a second. Fong Joe didn't even have time to question whether last night's events were real before a vibrant female voice rang in his ears. "Oh ho, you're finally awake." Fong Joe was stunned for a moment, taking 2 full seconds to process what had just happened. Isn't that Liya's voice? How is her voice so close to me? Liya seemed to sense Fong Joe's thoughts and shouted even louder. "What are you spacing out for? I'm right here. Check your pants pocket." Pocket? Fong Joe frowned, reached into his pocket, and his expression immediately changed. With a complicated look, he pulled out his phone. After turning on the phone, a golden-haired anime-style mage who perfectly filled the entire screen suddenly stood before Fong Joe. Liya crossed her arms and lifted her head triumphantly. "Well, how about that? Isn't your sister Liya amazing?" Fong Joe was startled by the sudden appearance of Liya and instinctively pressed the screen off button. The screen had just gone dark when it suddenly lit up again on its own. "Damn! What do you mean?" Liya crossed her arms and stared at Fong Joe through the screen. "I spent all night trying countless methods to transfer it to your phone, and you won't even praise me a little?" Fong Joe's lips twitched. "You spent the whole night trying to worm your way into my phone? Is she just bored? I call this expanding my abilities." Liya snapped her fingers with a crisp click, effortlessly unlocking Fong Joe's phone screen. With 2 quick flicks of her wrist, she navigated to the settings page, opened the photo gallery, selected an image of a luxurious leather sofa, and under Fong Joe's stunned gaze casually sat down on it. "What the hell, you can even do it like this?" Likely having captured Fong Joe's shocked expression through the front-facing camera, Liya's lips increasingly struggled to suppress a smile, her whole demeanor becoming giddy with delight. "Back at Heedle National Academy, I was the top student known far and wide, ranking first in the entire school for 3 consecutive years. Even the old principal had to treat me with utmost respect. Mastering a brand new skill in an electronic state? Piece of cake for me." Fong Joe stared at Liya on the sofa, remaining silent for a few seconds. "So besides being able to rummage through photos on my phone, have you developed any other abilities?" Liya crossed her slender legs, tucked a golden strand of hair behind her ear, and let out a haughty, icy hum. "No. What the hell are you babbling about?" Fong Joe shot her a glance. "Still just like a damn virtual pet, isn't it? I'll say it again." Liya nearly jumped off the couch in frustration. "I'm not an electronic pet at most. I'm an electronic tenant." Fong Joe sized up Liya with a glance. "A 20 centimeters tall tenant?" Liya's face nearly turned red with anger at this point. "That's because I'm inside your phone. It's at least 40 centimeters back to the computer, you know?" "Oh," Fong Joe said expressionlessly. "Still not as long as my data cable." "Fong Joe, you mother-er." After bantering with Liya for a bit, Fong Joe finally felt more alert and came to the realization that everything that had happened the night before was real, not an illusion. While comforting Liya, he cautiously stepped into the bedroom with his phone in hand, carefully glancing inside. Before his eyes lay a simple, unadorned bed, accompanied by a computer tower that had been running all night and a shattered monitor screen. A startling crack marred the wall. Fortunately, there was no sign of the head-chopping ghost here either. Fong Joe, being an optimistic person, muttered under his breath, "Did I really manage to kill it by capturing it on the screen? I think it's still alive." Liya popped up again, this time answering in a serious tone. "When it disappeared, I didn't see any signs of elemental dispersion on it, though I haven't fully understood its true nature. But since its elemental composition hasn't completely dissipated, it must still be alive." Fong Joe rubbed his chin. "But it didn't attack me all night yesterday. I even fell asleep on the couch." Liya tilted her head and thought for a moment. Maybe it went to harm someone else, or perhaps it only appears once each night, or there could be some other reason. Fong Joe let out a long sigh. Not enough clues, right? After all, this was his first encounter with a physical ghost. Originally, Liya was also a surreal existence. But from what they could see now, Liya, who wasn't very familiar with this world, couldn't provide much information. Fong Joe pondered in his head for a long time but still couldn't come up with a decent conclusion. In the end, he could only say, "Let's just leave it at that for now." Liya didn't understand. "Leave what at that? We'll take it one step at a time," Fong Joe said casually as he walked into the bedroom and started packing his clothes, looking like he was getting ready to go out. He was naturally a highly adaptable person with an optimistic disposition, always inclined to see the bright side of any trouble he encountered. Liya was once again taken aback by Fong Joe's attitude. After holding it in for a long while, she finally managed to utter an observation. "You really are quite easygoing." Fong Joe walked back to the entrance, putting on his shoes as he spoke. "This isn't called being easygoing, it's purely being forced into it. If I had money, I'd have hired a dozen armed bodyguards to surround me all day, plus a few shamans to dance a few circles with me. But now I'm not only broke, I'm also 800,000 in debt. I've got nowhere else to go if I leave this place. So I'm stuck going to that damn job every day just to scrape together enough damn money to barely get by. Now some filthy thing has inexplicably gotten into my home and even wants to kick me out. How could I possibly take this insult? I'm definitely going to blow up at it. Liya. Liya gave him a complicated look. Those two property managers yesterday weren't wrong. Your resentment really is quite strong. Fong Joe thought to himself that having strong resentment was one thing. On the other hand, perhaps it was the confidence gained from that return by death experience, but he genuinely wasn't very afraid of those surreal and eerie entities anymore. So when facing this decapitation ghost, Fong Joe's approach was both simple and straightforward. Go ahead and try to kill me if you can. If you can't kill me, then I'll find a way to kill you instead. After a while, Liya spoke up again, tentatively asking, so what are you going to do now? Work. Day off today. Fong Joe finished putting on his shoes, pushed open the door, made sure he had all his belongings, then glanced at apartment 501 across the hall. I'm going to find someone to look at the computer screen first. If it can be fixed, great. If not, I'll just have to buy a new one. At this point, Fong Joe paused and reminded Liya, who was currently scrolling through snack photos on his phone, oh, and don't make any noise outside. Okay? If someone sees you, I'll have to explain for ages. Oh, I know. Liya waved her hand dismissively and turned back to fiddling with the photos. Fong Joe shook his head, thinking to himself that he'd better keep an eye on Liya to prevent her from doing anything reckless. Then, Fong Joe walked up to the door of room 501 and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Brother Xiong. Fong Joe knocked twice on the door, calling out to the resident of Unit 501. Is Brother Xiong here? It's me, Xiao Fong. After several doorbell rings and knocks, the interior remained silent. Not at home today? Fong Joe frowned and pressed the doorbell twice more, his face filled with confusion. No way. He clearly remembered that Zhou Xiong from Unit 501 wasn't working today. Either the guy should be holed up at home. Just as Fong Joe was wondering where Zhou Xiong had gone, a somewhat lazy and muffled voice finally sounded from behind the door. Coming, what's the rush? The sound of slippers scuffing against the floor grew louder as footsteps approached. Then, with a creak, the old iron door was slowly pushed open from inside. A middle-aged man with unkempt stubble, wearing flip-flops and a white tank top, appeared before Fong Joe. Yawning, he scratched his bird's nest like messy hair and stared at Fong Joe with dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly drained. What's up, Xiao Fong? So early in the morning, Xionggu. Fong Joe smiled sheepishly at Zhou Xiong. My computer screen is broken. Do you have time? Could you come take a look and see if it's fixable? Chapter 9. Making a lot of noise. In Fong Joe's memory, Zhou Xiong was an amiable and good neighbor. He wasn't very knowledgeable about computer components, so from software to hardware, he always relied on Zhou Xiong's help to set up his home computer. Now that the monitor was in such a terrible state, although Fong Joe didn't hold much hope, if it could be repaired, it would still be much cheaper than buying a new one. Zhou Xiong was indeed a straightforward person. After replying with a simple sure, he immediately followed Fong Joe into the house, wearing his flip-flops. When he followed Fong Joe into the bedroom and glanced at the monitor briefly, he quickly shook his head. It's beyond repair. This thing is completely warped, even a miracle worker couldn't fix it. Fong Joe scratched his head, thinking this outcome was expected, and decided to change his approach. He turned to glance at Zhou Xiong and asked, can we trade this in for a new one? If we sell it to someone we know, could we get a discount on a replacement? Zhou Xiong gave a knowing look, patting Fong Joe on the back. Then you've come to the right person. I do know someone, but this isn't a trade-in situation. It's so busted up like this, probably won't fetch much money. Fong Joe straightened his expression. Every penny saved counts. Saving 50 is still saving. Got it. Zhou Xiong pulled out his phone, took multiple angles of the monitor in front of him, then scrolled through his contacts while asking, what's your budget? 1,000 or 2. Fong Joe winced at the painfully high figure and tentatively extended 5 fingers. How about 500? Zhou Xiong took a sharp breath after hearing this, remaining silent for a long moment. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to voice the words that would have been too hurtful, and simply nodded quietly. He also knew Fong Joe was burdened with mortgage payments and struggling financially, so naturally he wouldn't say much about it. After a few minutes, Zhou Xiong received a reply from the other party and relayed it to Fong Joe. He says it's barely worth 200. Take it to his shop, he's got a wide variety of items there, so you can pick something you like. Okay, thanks, Xionggu. "Ah, what's the big deal?" Zhou Xiong chuckled and patted Fong Joe on the shoulder. "Perfect timing, I was just heading out too. I parked my car downstairs. Bring your stuff over, and I'll give you a ride." Fong Joe nodded. "All right. Thanks for your help." After Zhou Xiong left, Fong Joe slowly let out a breath, feeling much more at ease. Even this shoddy monitor could fetch $200, probably a friendly discount given out of respect for Zhou Xiong. No wonder people say Zhou Xiong is a great neighbor. Such heartwarming neighborly bonds are rare these days. Just as Fong Joe was lost in thought, Liya in his phone started throwing a tantrum. "Is 500 too cheap? What if my pixels get all blurry?" Fong Joe took out his phone and found that the girl Liya was still sitting in the photo on the sofa. Unlike before, this time she had a bag of chips in her left hand and 2 oranges, looking just like a kid waiting for the New Year's guests to arrive, stuffing themselves with candied oranges and snacks at home. Speaking of which, can this digital ghost mage actually taste the food in the photos she eats? "Having a place to stay is good enough. I don't have that much money in my pocket." Fong Joe was acutely aware of his financial situation. "Or do you plan to live in my phone forever? A tiny little 20-centimeter thing. It's still more spacious inside the computer." Liya shrunk her head slightly and muttered under her breath. "If only I still had a physical body to use magic. You'd have been turned into a pig the moment you dared speak to me like that." Fong Joe didn't hear Liya's complaint. She had deliberately muted herself when uttering that sentence. After checking his balance, he began pondering his itinerary for the day. Since he was going out anyway, aside from replacing the monitor, he decided to spend a bit more money and buy some proper self-defense items. If that head-chopping ghost showed up again tonight, he didn't want to rely on an unwieldy kitchen knife to fight it. "I need to get something more reliable." Fong Joe muttered softly, picked up the monitor, and walked out the door. Getting into Zhou Xiong's car, the two left the residential area. Along the way, everything in sight was unremarkable ordinary buildings, passers-by going about their usual routines, and a sky as calm as ever. Nothing stood out as anything that could be called abnormal. Zhou Xiong also seemed completely normal. His unkempt appearance and carefree demeanor perfectly matched Fong Joe's impression of Zhou Xiong. From this kind neighbor, Fong Joe couldn't sense anything unreasonable, indicating that Zhou Xiong was also a member of the normal world. Sitting in the passenger seat, buckled up with the seatbelt, watching the clouds on the horizon and the distant mountains gradually recede outside the window, Fong Joe became increasingly aware of one fact. It seemed only he was abnormal. Everyone else and everything else in this world remained as usual. After recognizing this fact, Fong Joe inexplicably felt much more at ease. At least this world hasn't witnessed the arrival of supernatural horrors yet. The only supernatural entity he had encountered was the headhunting ghost. If forced to count, Liya wasn't entirely normal either, but compared to a malicious ghost that suddenly appears behind you at night and decapitates without warning, a harmless electronic ghost mage who can only play BGM in computers to liven things up is far more amiable. Thinking about all these random thoughts in his head, the vehicle gradually pulled over by a deserted roadside. Zhou Xiong and Fong Joe got out of the car and, after walking just a few steps, finally arrived at a computer specialty store. With Zhou Xiong as responsible for docking as a thin and weak, fair-skinned glasses youth, he talked to Zhou Xiong for 2 sentences, let Fong Joe hold the monitor over, confirmed twice and nodded. "Just as promised. Count you 200, the new monitor. You look around yourself." Fong Joe nodded and said, "Okay," turned his head and swept his gaze over the surrounding monitors. In order to avoid a certain electronic ghost at the time to force Lai, Fong Joe, in addition to the naked eye, swept once, but also had to take out a cell phone to take a picture, so that the cell phone in the Liya look at the household type. Liya was still insisting on not squeaking, until she saw an expensive top-of-the-line display. The whole person's excitement came up, subconsciously wailed a voice. "Fong Joe, I want this. 4K 144 super fast response, also with HDR function. It doesn't matter if she doesn't open her mouth. Once she opens her mouth, this voice directly attracts the attention of the boss and Zhou Xiong, who were chatting. Both of them looked at Fong Joe unanimously. Zhou Xiong's expression was even more extraordinarily complicated as he frowned and asked, "Girlfriend?" Fong Joe turned down the volume of the cell phone while explaining, No, it's just a friend who is going to live together in the future." Zhou Xiong was silent for 2 seconds, finally still high emotionally intelligent did not continue to pursue the question. Fong Joe breathed a sigh of relief, then boarded up his face and lectured Liya in the cell phone. "Can you not always be excited?" "I'm excited." Liya knew that this time it was her own fault, and giggled awkwardly for 2 seconds. But I'm telling you, this monitor is definitely strong enough. Why don't you bear the pain and cut the meat? Get down and buy it. Fong Joe glanced at the price tag underneath the monitor, and his face jerked a little bit visible to the naked eye. At this price, it's not too good to bear the pain and cut the meat. At least you have to bear the pain and cut the waste. It's not impossible. Liya's reply stood out a heartless. It's not cutting me anyway. Indeed. Fong Joe's reply also dominated an outlaw. You don't have a waist to cut in this state either. The two of them mouth off to each other 2 more times, with Liya being the first to lose. All right, you're the boss, you take the pick. I won't make a sound is all. Wouldn't it have been over earlier? Fong Joe smiled and finally bought a fairly cheap but passable used monitor based on his current economic state. It wasn't that commercial properties were unaffordable, but second-hand properties were more cost-effective. Liya didn't have a problem with this, it was just a monitor anyway, essentially just an intermediate prop used to display her image, facilitate her conversations with Fong Joe and demonstrate her needs. Of course, if she could buy a good one, Liya's experience of watching videos and fiddling with photos would be better in the future. Only, when Fong Joe had just finished paying and was about to go home with his new monitor, he suddenly noticed a white item in the corner. Fong Joe took a close look at it for a couple of moments and felt that it was a bit strange, so he couldn't help but ask the owner, "Don't you sell computers here? Why are you still selling this?" The boss got up from behind the glass counter and looked at it. "Oh, that one is not for sale. That was sent by someone else. Originally thought it could still be used. But as a result, I tried it and found that it wouldn't start up anyhow. I think it's broken, and I'm planning to throw it away." Fong Joe stared at the white object for a long time, suddenly thought of something, his eyes suddenly bright. He turned his head towards the boss and cast an expectant gaze. "Anyway, it's broken and can't be used. Can I take it back?" The boss looked at Fong Joe strangely. "Yes, you can. But this thing is broken. What are you taking it back for?" "I'll go back and tinker with it." Fong Joe revealed a mysterious smile. "I have a friend who might need this." Half an hour later. Harmony Home Building 7. Interior 502. A pure white sweeping robot slowly moved out from the kitchen room and stopped in front of Fong Joe. The bright red indicator light suddenly lit up, and at the same time, a piercing and scratchy mechanical female voice erupted from the sweeping robot. "Fong Joe, you big man." Chapter 10 Horror movies seriously mislead the audience. Fong Joe didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He thought that Liya was going to mutter about flesh every now and then, so instead of listening to her complaining about this and that every day, he might as well find a way to help her fulfill this dream. Fong Joe didn't have the ability to rub a living person directly from his hands. He also didn't know any alchemy and couldn't fiddle with philology. It just so happened that he saw this sweeping robot in the store that sells monitors, and immediately had a brainstorm. The result actually worked. But Liya herself was obviously not too happy with this brand new body of flesh. In the spacious living room, a white floor sweeping robot was charging towards Fong Joe's toes like a madman. "I blast you apart. I'll blast you apart. Fong Joe." Fong Joe lowered his head and looked at the floor sweeping robot by his feet with an expressionless face, not feeling anything at all at its forceless rushing that. Instead, he wanted to laugh a little. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet." Fong Joe tried his best to hold back his laughter and pretended to speak in a very calm and serious manner. "Think on the bright side. At least you can move and run and turn corners now. It's much better than before, isn't it? I have to explode with you today." Liya didn't care about this and that. Her voice at this moment seemed so broken under the weight of this worn-out machine. "I'm a court magician, the representative of the outstanding graduates of the Sidr National Academy, and you're just going to shove me into a sweeping robot that's also a second-hand product with half of its internal parts broken. I can't afford a first-hand one." Fong Joe spread his hands. "I just checked online, this thing original price of $4,299. In the sweeping robot is also considered a middle-end product. Think on the bright side, at least the household basic disc is quite outstanding. And taking a step back, this is a good start. Think about it, it's only been a few days and you can run and turn corners. That means it's not far from you having normal flesh." Liya listened to these words and thought it made a bit of sense. The motion of bumping Fong Joe's toes slowly stopped. "You really think so? Really? Then pick me up. Elevate me so that my scanner is pointed at your face." Fong Joe didn't know what Liya was planning to do, but for the time being, he listened to her and picked her up, raising her up to a position parallel to his face. The rectangular screen directly in front of the sweeping robot flickered for a moment, and 2 flat red lights lit up that looked like Liya's eyes. At the thought of the girl Liya living in it right now, Fong Joe's face muscles twitched twice before he asked, "What are you doing?" "I just networked and downloaded an expression recognition system, connecting it to the scanner of this machine." Liya spoke in an icy tone. "Now I'll ask again, you really didn't mean to play me?" Fong Joe thought to himself that this could actually be the case. Then he put on a serious expression and asked a rhetorical question. "Can't you see that I'm serious?" Dropping happy 99%. The air suddenly went quiet. A few seconds later, Liya shouted and vibrated wildly, "I'll NG fight you." Seeing that Liya looked like she was about to activate her backup hidden energy to do a magnificent self-explosion, Fong Joe was quick to throw Liya onto the sofa. The fact proved that Liya's luck was really bad. The sweeping robot was coincidentally thrown into the gap in the middle of the sofa and was stuck vertically in it. Liya tried to twist her mechanical body, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out of the gap because of the hardware problem. After several unsuccessful attempts, Liya's movements inexorably slowed down, and her hoarse, icy cries gradually ceased. In the end, she remained motionless, as if resigned to her fate, stuck in the middle of the gap in the sofa, not saying a word. Watching this scene, Fong Joe suddenly felt a little pity for this girl and silently walked over. "Is everything all right?" Liya's voice was breathless. "I'll kill myself and forget about it." "Not so much," Fong Joe persuaded. "If you really don't like it, the big deal is to go back to my phone." "That's the problem." Liya's tone was like she was on the verge of crying out. "I'm not skilled in the application of shuttling electronic information streams, and I just tried several times and failed." Fong Joe froze. "Then you can't go back?" "Back is back." Liya's voice was small and aggravated. "But it will take at least 2 or 3 days, 4 or 5 days if she's unlucky." In other words, she still had to endure the life of a sweeping robot for 2 or 3 days. Fong Joe's mouth opened, ready to say something comforting. But on second thought, he really wasn't a comforting person's material in the past. He had also tried comforting others, using an optimistic and positive attitude to persuade the other party. And as a result, every time, the object being comforted would end up flinging a blank stare at him and finally cry and leave long ago. So this time, Fong Joe chose to shut up and started thinking of other ways to ease the atmosphere. But before that, Liya herself completed a change in her mindset. Forget it. A sweeping robot is fine. It was as if Liya had suddenly accepted reality, and her voice changed back to her previous relaxed and lighthearted voice. "If I can fly a sweeping robot today, there is a possibility that I can fly a blimp in the future. So just think of it all as a novel experience." Fong Joe didn't expect Liya's adjustment to be as fast as it was. "You still say I'm easygoing. I see you're quite optimistic too." "If I wasn't optimistic, I would have cried myself to death in one cut 9.99 the day I was stuffed into the bondage software." Liya grunted. "Let's not get into all that nonsense. Turn it over for me." "Huh? Oh." Fong Joe took out Liya, who was stuck in the crevice of the sofa, flipped it into a flat surface, and put it beside himself. Liya spun around and pointed the scanner in a certain direction. "Let's put my business aside and start with you. You just bought those to deal with that ghost." Fong Joe followed Liya's direction and saw the bag of ghost exorcising props that he had spent a lot of effort to buy and pile up on the ground. 2 mahogany swords, 14 yellow talismans, 2 pieces of frozen dog's blood, a bell-like brass bell, a magic ruler, 3 magic ropes, and a bunch of other oddities. And a bunch of other strange and arcane-looking contraptions. All of them are commonly used ghost exorcising props. Ah, what's wrong with them? Fong Joe turned his head. "These are useless," Liya bluntly denied. "I don't understand your world's means of dealing with those alien elements, but the elemental composition of these things you bought are all too simple and too fragile. It's simply impossible to cause substantial damage to that beheading ghost. But yesterday's computer monitor could? Because that thing is hard enough. Look at these things you bought. In my opinion, it's not as good as just going straight to the chopper." Fong Joe stroked his chin after hearing this and fell into deep thought. He found that whenever he talked about paranormal phenomena, Liya would always emphasize one word: elemental composition. It seemed that, in Liya's worldview, elemental composition was an important indicator for judging the strength of the same thing. Fong Joe thought about it and decided to start with elemental composition. As a mortal or a former mortal, the most reliable weapon he had at hand right now was Liya's stockpile of knowledge. "So, in your opinion, what is the thing with the highest strength of elemental composition in this room?" "Well..." The sweeper turned around on the couch as the scanner quickly swept across the room. Finally, Liya stopped in front of Fong Joe, the two red indicator lights staring straight at him. You, Liya spoke with certainty. The most complex elemental composition in the entire room is you, and your elemental composition seems to be more complex and special than yesterday. Fong Joe blinked. What do you mean? Liya suddenly paused and asked after a few seconds. Do you feel stronger than yesterday? Or anything more special? It was a strange question. At the same time, it was also a question that Fong Joe had not noticed. He suddenly remembered that when he carried the monitor down to the 5th floor today, he was barely out of breath, and there was no feeling of fatigue when he carried a large bag of things just now and carried the floor sweeper robot in his arms even up to the 5th floor. Hearing you say that, I feel as if it's a bit different. Fong Joe slowly stood up from the sofa. He tilted his head up and looked at the high and distant ceiling. An inexplicable impulse quietly blossomed in the bottom of his heart. Just like the teenagers walking together on the way out of school, when they passed a leaf hanging high, they would always jokingly say to each other, "If you can touch it, you're good." At this moment, Fong Joe's heart suddenly gave birth to an unexplained self-confidence. His body muscles instinctively contracted and pressed tightly. His blood raced wildly through his veins in this extremely short moment. He felt that his body's lower body strength was unprecedentedly strong. Bending his knees, sinking his center of gravity, and finally leaping up. Under Fong Joe's unbelieving expression, he jumped higher than any of his previous attempts, the whistling air flying past his side. The ceiling that was originally out of reach infinitely enlarged in front of his eyes. In the end, Fong Joe simply stretched out his hand and easily touched the ceiling of his house. After this, gravity pulled Fong Joe back to the ground. And when he landed on the ground, Fong Joe only slightly bent his knees, as if he had just taken a mere small jump. He actually really touched it. He touched the ceiling of the house. The whole process was very easy, even he felt that he only used 70% of his strength. This was completely impossible for Fong Joe, who once lacked exercise. What was even more bizarre was that only 2 of his legs possessed this extraordinary strength. His upper limbs were still as ordinary as before. It was almost as if only his thighs had been stabbed with 2 reinforcers. Is it the effect of the return of death? Fong Joe had no reason to think of last night's bizarre incident. After all, behind the outrageous things, there is often an outrageous cause, and the only thing that can explain the strength of his legs is last night's incident. But why was it the thighs that were strengthened? What he was clearly chopped off last night was his head. To strengthen it should also strengthen the head, or else strengthen the neck. How could it not be the turn of the thighs? Strange. Fong Joe scratched his head in puzzlement, always feeling that his ability was a bit complicated. Liya, do you think I? Just as Fong Joe was about to ask Liya's opinion, he suddenly felt a vicious chill coming from all over his body. Black wind blew past his ears. He saw countless blacks, extending out from an ink spot on the ceiling, crawling over the walls, the TV and the floor at an extremely fast speed. He heard the harsh, pouring rain whistling in his ears, a violent, messy rain that fell on the stone pavement. A fishy, putrid odor whisked past his nose, and the ghastly wind outside the window whimpered and roared like an evil spirit sobbing. Fong Joe seemed to be pulled back to that deep dark night yesterday. But he clearly remembered that it was daytime now, and it was a bright sunny day. Fong Joe. Just in the moment when Fong Joe was confused and dumbfounded, Liya's voice exploded in his ears. The sharp and distorted mechanical scream revitalized Fong Joe's spirit, and then instinct told him the truth in the back of his mind. That ghost is back. It is right behind you. The long blade tore through the air, wrapped in the scent of blood as it came in from the side. But before the bloody scene of decapitation could be repeated, Fong Joe lowered his head by instinct and thrillingly avoided the sudden blade. After doing this, Fong Joe quickly turned around, roughly swept a glance at the decapitated ghost that suddenly appeared behind him, and lifted his foot to perform a left square stomp. Fong Joe was now very confident in his own foot power, even if the opposite side was a 200-pound strong man. This foot of his at least had to fly out half a meter. However, something strange happened. His left foot actually penetrated the beheader's abdomen completely, and until the end there was no touch, like kicking in a ball of air. Instead of hitting the other party, the powerful stomp failed to hit the other party. But because of the force, Fong Joe's body lost its balance. The moment he was about to fall to the ground, Fong Joe saw the decapitated ghost once again raise his long sword high up and quickly slash down. Finished. There wasn't much fear on his face. There was only surprise and helplessness in accepting reality. Incidentally, there was also a complaint. Who said that ghosts only kill at night? He mentally cursed the director of the horror movie for misleading the audience, and then he felt a coldness in his neck. His head was chopped off for the second time. Chapter 11. Unforgettable. A misty, chaotic blur of a world. Countless heavy shadows covered the front of the site, heavy darkness spreading all around, and as far as the eye could see, it was a cloudy and amorphous block of color. Fong Joe's physical body had already died, but his consciousness was thrown into this place, into this huge dye vat filled with thousands of colors that flowed viscously. He could feel the pale green, wrapping around his wrists like a python, leaving behind a slippery and cool liquid, and he could also feel the blazing red, wrapping around his neck like a thin silk scarf, burning his skin, while the thick, heavy and rough yellow covered his knees and buried his legs. The piercingly sharp blue was like a turbulent rushing current that pounded his chest and stomach. As for his back, it was crawling with countless other colors, which were either cold or hot, and either emitted a fresh fragrance or filled with a foul smell. They rotated, twisted, and crushed, frantically dragging Fong Joe's consciousness into the depths of the dye tank. As if falling from a height of 10,000 meters, a sense of weightlessness swept Fong Joe, and as his consciousness rapidly sank, the colors around him gradually faded, replaced by a deeper and deeper, heavier and heavier black. Finally, Fong Joe's back touched the bottom of the dye tank. For a moment, Fong Joe's consciousness gained a moment of clarity. He felt that he suddenly stood up under the impetus of a mysterious force. However, Fong Joe soon realized that it was not that he had stood up, but that the gravity within the dying tank had rotated 90 degrees and changed direction. After realizing this fact, Fong Joe tried to see the things in front of him, but found that his eyelids seemed to be stuck by glue, so heavy that he could only barely open a thin line. And through this thin line of gaze, Fong Joe finally saw the only thing in this treacherous space that he could barely comprehend. A huge silver-white machine stood in the center of all the chaos. The machine itself was constructed like an old supercomputer, with dozens of gray screens on the front, a large number of complex words and numbers constantly pulsating in the center of the screen, hundreds of cables sticking out of the ground from the left and right sides of the machine, which looked like the roots of a big tree, and tens of thousands of buttons of different functions and shapes quietly placed in front of the machine. The dyed tank was the only thing he could barely comprehend in this treacherous space. The various colors inside the dye tank would not stain the keys themselves when they passed by, but only flowed slowly through the gaps, and there were countless giant pipes extending out from the back of the machine, as if they were breathing, transporting certain things emitting blue light through the pipes to the extremely distant deeper part of the dye tank. Deeper. Fong Joe stood in front of this machine, shocked by its size, confused by its treachery. But before Fong Joe could produce rational thinking and analysis, he saw all the screens instantly go out, and after a short pause, a string of bright red numbers surfaced on each screen again at the same time. 114,514. In the next instant, a cable suddenly rushed towards Fong Joe, penetrating his heart and stirring his consciousness to pieces. The sunlight shone through the window, slanting in, brightening Fong Joe's side face. Warm and cozy touches came from all directions, and Fong Joe's confused consciousness gradually returned and finally came to his senses. Fong Joe was sitting in the sofa. In front of him was the TV that was not turned on. His head was still solidly connected to his neck, and the surrounding was not the confusing colors of psychedelia and reshadows, not to mention the strange computers that he did not know about. There was just the familiar and warm, not yet paid off the loan of his little home. He was back just like last time. What are you gawking at? A subtle touch came. Fong Joe turned his head to find Liya in sweeper robot mode banging her head against his thigh. Are you not listening to me? Liya's tone was tinged with some complaining emotions, but she was still not tired of repeating it. I said, do you feel like you're better than yesterday? The words had not yet fallen. Fong Joe's entire body bounced up from the sofa. Liya looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Fong Joe directly ignored Liya and flew to the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife, then threw aside the useless props like the peachwood sword he bought, took a few wine bottles that were still handy and put them on the coffee table, and incidentally moved the tables, chairs, and benches to the center of the living room. His every move fell into Liya's eyes, making Liya feel puzzled. What are you doing getting these things over here? Fong Joe casually answered Liya while recalling the image of his death just now. These are the mythical tools that might be used later. What mess? Liya stared at those two bright red indicator eyes, first froze for a few seconds. Then her clever little brain turned a corner and her tone became serious all of a sudden. Did you? Just die once. Fong Joe glanced at her. It should be. It's still true. Liya spun around on the sofa, looking a little anxious. Or was it killed by that decapitated ghost? He actually managed to come out in broad daylight? Don't ghosts in your world not kill until night? It's so unprofessional. Don't be so startled. Fong Joe silently gripped the kitchen knife and tensed his nerves while reminding Liya, "Be quiet. It's coming soon." Huh? Oh. As soon as Liya heard this, she immediately moved behind one of the sofa's cushions, hiding her body, only revealing the two red indicator lights, not forgetting to care about Fong Joe. "You be careful, don't die." "Oh, it's okay if you die. Then you die less, after all, beheading feels quite painful." Fong Joe? This unlucky child has no other function besides pushing? But she's just a sweeper robot now. Fong Joe felt that he couldn't ask too much of her. He couldn't let a sweeper robot cast a meteorite spell. Just then, the black wind blew across his cheeks once again. Pouring chills climbed up his spine, and the raucous rain came as expected. It's coming. It's back again. The long blade tore through the air, wrapped in the smell of blood, and attacked from the side. Last time, Fong Joe used the inexplicably improved physical quality and instinct to avoid the initial knife, but somehow failed to hit the other party when counterattacking, resulting in a kick in the air, body imbalance, and finally came to a split action. This time, Fong Joe's preparation was more adequate. He quickly bent his knees and bent down, dodging the initial knife. The blade flew past his head, cutting off several strands of black hair. The rotting, fishy odor came to his nose, but Fong Joe had no time to care about the smell. His right hand gripped the kitchen knife, rotated his body, and slashed horizontally towards the waist and abdomen of the decapitated ghost behind him. With a loud clang, the long knife collided with the kitchen knife, the hiss of metal friction accompanied by sparks bursting in the heavy darkness. Sharp pain and soreness swept through his entire arm. The recoil of the blade made Fong Joe feel as if he had slashed on a stone. He was forced back a few steps, and the cleaver in his hand fell to the ground due to his fingers and wrist being disengaged. An unbelievable expression surfaced on Fong Joe's face, but it wasn't because his counterattack was blocked. It was because through that exchange just now, Fong Joe clearly felt one thing. The beheading ghost's power had gotten stronger. That's right. Although last night's it had come on strong, and its appearance came with its own horror special effects, and the overall look was bluffing, but the fact that the one at that time would actually be smashed to death by Fong Joe, an ordinary person with a computer monitor, showed that his power was at most equal to Fong Joe's. However, from that encounter just now, Fong Joe was 10 or even 9% sure that beheading ghost's power had at least doubled compared to last night. Holy! Fong Joe flung his arms as he backed away, while finally getting a chance to see its full appearance. It was a stocky humanoid creature close to 2 meters tall, with its face splattered with dirty blood, making it impossible to see its features, wearing a dark red chest-bearing coat, with 2 heads that were also stained with blood hanging below the shoulders on both sides, mixed with a few scarlet-colored raindrops dripping down from the corners of the coat. The whole person looked like he had just passed through the rainy alleys to come here, and at this moment, he was clutching the long knife as if it was integrated into the palms of his hands. The long knife that seemed to have fused with the palm of his hand. It took a step forward, its footsteps so heavy that they were like iron blocks, and the fishy salty wind pounced towards Fong Joe. Fong Joe sucked in a mouthful of cool air and quickly copied the wine bottle on the coffee table and threw it towards the ghostly shadow in front of him. The bizarre thing happened again. The wine bottle passed through the decapitated ghost's chest without any obstruction. This scene reminded Fong Joe of the last time he died. His left positive stirrup counter-attack pierced through the beheading ghost's torso without any warning like this. Why was it like this? Fong Joe did not have time to think about these details, and threw out several bottles one after another, all of which failed to injure the beheading ghost in the slightest. When Fong Joe picked up the knife on the ground and threw it out, the decapitated ghost raised its long sword to block it. This scene caused Fong Joe's confused state of mind to shift, and he felt as if he vaguely understood something. Unfortunately, time did not give him more time to think. Fong Joe had already lost all means of resistance and was completely cornered into the room, while the beheading ghost stepped out with heavy footsteps and crushed the floor of the room. A large amount of rainwater dripping down from his ragged clothes. Its ponderous body suddenly rose up, the 2 heads hanging in front of its chest rotated and collided, and the long knife in its hand once again swept towards Fong Joe's neck. There was no doubt that after this knife fell, Fong Joe would split up for the 3rd time. But Fong Joe's face still did not have any waves, because the abnormal organs in his body were still functioning. and even clearer than the previous 2 times. He even felt that this death would not bring punishment, but instead, it would allow him to further see the evil spirit in front of him. Death was not the end, at least not for Fong Joe. Therefore, facing the long knife that cut through the air barrier towards his neck, Fong Joe stubbornly and forcefully raised his middle finger towards the beheading ghost in front of him. This could neither enrage the beheader nor reverse the situation. It was purely because Fong Joe wanted to die with a little bit more courage. However, just as the blade of the long knife was about to slice Fong Joe's neck, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a flash of burning red. Fong Joe's attention was inevitably drawn to it. Immediately afterward, he saw an image that he would never forget in his life. The sweeping robot that was originally hiding in the nooks and crannies of the sofa crawled out at some point. It stepped on the cushions of the sofa to occupy the high ground. Countless electric lights visible to the naked eye crackled and exploded on its body. Complex and messy words flashed on the black screen in front of the body. And then thousands of tiny thread-like substances surged out from the body of the machine and coalesced in front of it. Then thousands of tiny threads of material poured out of the machine, coalesced in front of it, and finally ignited a beam of sparks with a bang. The sparks expanded rapidly and gathered into a fist-sized ball of fire in a high-speed spiral. At the same time, Liya's voice resounded throughout the living room. "Eat me!" Before the words fell, the fireball shot out like a cannonball toward the front, and the gust of wind blown by the reaction force lifted Liya's entire machine out. Fong Joe was dumbfounded. He actually managed to see a second-hand sweeper robot rubbing a fireball spell in his lifetime. She didn't even have a hand. Hey. Chapter 12, Counter Kill. The flying fireball hit the back of the decapitated ghost's head with precision at a crash close to the speed of sound. The sparks and gray smoke from the instant explosion covered its entire head. The violent impact caused its body to shake twice, and the original chopping slash towards Fong Joe's decapitation slash was also skewed as a result, and it darted past Fong Joe's head. Fong Joe had no time to savor the outrageous scene just now, and immediately crouched down and picked up the fruit knife on the ground. Kill it while it's sick. Fong Joe gripped the knife in his hand tightly. His tightly tensed-up legs suddenly gave out, and his entire body fought from the ground to pounce on the beheading ghost in front of him, the tip of the knife stabbing at its heart. Plop! The touch of flesh and blood being torn apart by the blade caused Fong Joe's heart and mind to tremble, but he quickly adjusted and pulled the fruit knife out with force, stabbing furiously towards the beheading ghost's face, neck, waist, abdomen, and other vital positions. Due to the fact that he had already had a single kill experience, and that he might not have such a good chance afterward, Fong Joe almost exerted all his strength, stabbing a dozen knives one after another, and stabbing all of them towards the vitals. However, just as Fong Joe stabbed out the deadly rhythm, the beheaded ghost in front of him suddenly trembled twice, and then Fong Joe felt a harsh wind pressure coming at him. The long knife wrapped in killing intent chopped down towards his face. Fong Joe's hairs stood on end. It actually had the strength to resist. However, what made Fong Joe feel even more incredible was that his gaze was exceptionally clear at this moment. Even in the situation where he was about to be killed, he still clearly captured the trajectory of the blood-stained long knife. Enhanced by the dynamic vision that came from nowhere, Fong Joe retreated half a step at the critical moment, dodging the decapitated ghost's rebellious chop, then gripping the hilt of the blade with both hands, stomping on the ground with his right foot, lunging his body forward, and stabbing at the decapitated ghost's face as hard as he could. The impact of giving up his body knocked the beheading ghost to the ground. Fong Joe took advantage of the situation to press down on it, drew out the knife on its face, and stabbed down again and again. Fong Joe's actions at this moment were both full of violence and without hesitation. Firstly, because the one being stabbed was not a living person at all, but a ghost, and Fong Joe had no psychological burden or legal constraints at all. Secondly, because after all, he had been beheaded twice, it was impossible to say that there was no resentment in this knife technique. After stabbing a dozen knives in a row, Fong Joe gasped for breath, and the fruit knife that was raised high finally hovered in mid-air. Not because Fong Joe was tired, but because there was no need to stab anymore. Just like before, its body shattered into a large number of black water droplets, and in a breeze from nowhere, it turned into dust and dissipated into thin air. It was dead, just like last night. Fong Joe accomplished the feat of single kill for the second time, and froze in place for a while before slowly standing up. He first looked at the fading traces on the ground, and then looked at the fruit knife in his hand. The knife was similarly stained with a small amount of gray dust, and the weird thing was that even without deliberately fiddling with them, they would dissipate like bubbles over time. But in just a few seconds, The fruit knife became clean again, with only the crooked and deformed blade and broken edge to prove that it had been roughly used. How evil! The corners of Fong Joe's eyes twitched twice. Then he felt his taut nerves loosen up as fatigue and pain erupted on this little exercised flesh. He threw the fruit knife aside, grimaced and sat down on the sofa, then began to check up on his body's injuries. First of all, there was a cut of about 5 centimeters on his arm. It should have been from that close and dangerous dodge earlier, where he couldn't quite avoid the beheader's counterattack. But luckily it was only a superficial wound. There is also his waist is more sore than expected, presumably because he accidentally flashed it when he stabbed out the fatal rhythm. Other places are some small bumps and scrapes, not at all critical. Fong Joe also did not put on the heart. Just at this moment, an electronic shrill suddenly came out from the corner of the living room. Hashtag at %holy. Fong Joe was shocked. What the B movement? Without waiting for Fong Joe to react, a floor-sweeping robot darted out from the corner, instantly bursting into action and finally crashing into Fong Joe's feet before stopping. Seeing this sweeping robots but began to smoke, Fong Joe, heart cold, looked at it in horror. You will not malfunction seem right? I never thought that. When Liya heard this, her snow-white and clean body shook 3 times on the spot, and her female voice with electric current sound floated out. Old lady, didn't die. Fong Joe was stunned. Why are you still stuttering up? That is me. Kaka. Save. Fong Joe's reaction was that fast, and immediately judged that Liya was stuck because of a mechanical failure. The problem is that he is not a professional, do not know how to repair the faulty machine. Simply, regardless of the 3-7, always first use the ancestral method, pick up and knock the corner of the table twice. Fong Joe, you. Liya was just about to break out and curse Fong Joe for this act of damaging the life of the machinery. A thunderous act of murder, but as a result, after the 2 bangs passed, the sweeping robots but suddenly stopped smoking, and the indicator lights on the scanner panel in front of it also returned to normal. Fong Joe asked, "Is it better now?" "It's really better, hey." Liya's voice changed back to normal all of a sudden. That is, her tone was a bit odd. "You really reset my parts by this violent means. How did you do it?" "Ancestral method. Just learn it. I have a feeling you just hit the jackpot." Liya muttered disbelievingly, then switched to a delighted little look. "Then again, you're still alive, aren't you? So you won the fight." Fong Joe looked at her in confusion. "Didn't you see it just now?" "Nope." Liya had just repaired her fuselage. Her decibels were louder than usual, and she sounded staggered. "I was lifted out of the air, and I just rolled over." "No wonder you malfunctioned." Fong Joe remembered the fireball with great reaction force just now, nodded. "Sort of won the fight. Put me in a daze. The amount of exercise in these 2 days is worth half a year of my—" After saying that, Fong Joe seemed to think of something and hurriedly inquired towards Liya about the situation. "Did it die this time?" "Ah? Oh, let me see, haha." Liya turned around at the edge of the living room, seemingly to confirm the life and death of the beheading ghost through the elemental composition of her mouth. After about 10 seconds or so, Liya returned to Fong Joe and was silent for a moment, her voice somewhat complicated. "Well, although I know you're trying quite hard, but it's still alive, right?" Fong Joe knew what Liya wanted to say and slowly exhaled a breath. "I feel the same. Looking at it that way, just like yesterday, it means that it still hasn't been completely killed. It would still come back. There was no telling when the next meeting would be. It could be in the midday of a bright sun, or in the dusk of a red sunset, or even more likely in the silence and bleakness of a dark night. But what is certain is that it will come back with a cold, biting wind and the sound of rustling rain, raise the long decapitating knife in the heavy dark night, and once again cut the flesh and spine of Fong Joe's neck, sending Fong Joe on his way. Perhaps it was because Fong Joe had already died twice, and gradually understood somewhat what real death was like, that he was able to judge that the decapitated ghost had not really embraced death yet. It had only briefly disappeared and left this heaven and earth, and when the right time came, it would surely come back as expected. It will always keep haunting Fong Joe, 10 days, 10 months, 10 years, until one party dies completely. "You shouldn't be too lost," Liya said in a comforting tone. "If you can kill it twice, you can definitely kill it a 3rd time. What's that saying? Again and again? Things don't happen 3 times? Plum blossom 3 times. Fong Joe could see that Liya was trying to put herself in a better mood, but her level of proverbial application was so poor that it was a little hard to strain. "I'm optimistic as hell." Fong Joe glanced at Liya and revealed a heartfelt smile. You don't need to worry about my mental problems. Really? Liya wasn't sure if Fong Joe was being brave. Of course it's true. It's true, then it's best. Liya mumbled in a small voice. I've seen several people who lost their minds after being haunted by evil spirits in the past. They were dying all day long and often went crazy. I'm just afraid that you'll turn out like that too. After all, it's not easy for me to have a companion that I can talk to. I don't want to listen to your ghostly cries all day long. It's hard to say how it will be in the future. Fong Joe leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling while stretching his body. But at least right now I feel that this kind of thing is kind of fresh, and it's very stress-relieving. Liya froze. Unstressing? Yeah. Fong Joe looked at his hands, recalling the feeling of his hands just now. A wave of relief ran over his face. Usually, when you suffer so much anger and have nowhere to use it, you can only be alone in the middle of the night and be so angry that you can't sleep. So how suffocating is that? Now there is a ghost that doesn't break the law no matter what it does to it. Isn't that quite a relief? Liya. The sweeper took a silent half-step back. She now felt that Fong Joe was even creepier than that decapitated ghost. There's something really off about this person's thought process. Fong Joe saw Liya's reaction but just smiled. Although what he had just said had an element of snark, most of it was still from his heart. After adapting and accepting the existence of a series of supernatural things such as the beheading ghosts and Liya, Fong Joe did not have any thoughts of fear or staying away within his heart. Might as well say the complete opposite. He really enjoyed dealing with these thieving, unreliable, and quaint things. Of course, the most important thing was that he wouldn't die easily and had a near infinite margin of error when it came to contacting anomalies. Or that, if you can't kill me, I'll find a way to kill you. Let's not talk about me for now. Fong Joe turned his head and looked at Liya curiously. How the hell did you do that just now? Me? Liya was stunned, then responded, Oh, you mean that magic? Yes. Fong Joe stared at Liya seriously. You can release magic now? But he remembered that Liya had recited the matter of being able to release magic with a body several times. The question was whether it was outrageous that a body like a sweeper robot could also release magic. How was magic squeezed out of wire parts and gears? I don't know, I just tried it in a hurry. Liya recalled the process of casting the spell just now and patiently explained. At that time, I saw that you seemed to be dying, so I wanted to try to see if I could give you a hand. I adjusted the physical structure inside the machine, and chose a piece from it that was the most suitable to act as a magic array. Fong Joe's eyes glistened as he listened. He had spent time with Liya up until now, and he had finally heard something with a sense of magic. And then what? And then it's simple. I used Parma's third magic circuit theorem to temporarily build a hexagonal grid, then deconstructed and collapsed the electrical energy into base elements through magical stress, then reconstructed the magic corridor based on Lydia's elemental morphology, and finally... Stop, stop, stop. Fong Joe hurriedly called out to Liya, full of confusion. What's all this? The theory and practical science of the magic school. Liya said rightfully. This is a mandatory course for every magician in school. If you want to graduate from the status of a magical apprentice, you need to integrate this knowledge to be able to do so. When I first took this course. Fong Joe interrupted Liya. Let's change the topic. He didn't want Liya to continue destroying the beautiful and mysterious magical worldview in his fantasy. Huh? Oh, then you say. Still, let's go back to the matter of that ghost. Fong Joe looked down at his hands, the images from the close combat still fresh in his mind. What confused Fong Joe the most was the penetration phenomenon that happened more than once during the fight. He still couldn't understand why certain attacks would directly pass through the body of the beheader. Whether it was Liya's fireball or the final fruit knife, all of them actually caused damage to it. There should be some sort of logic hidden in this. Just now, Fong Joe was so busy fighting for his life and death that he didn't have time to think about these questions. But now that the situation had become safe, these doubts came up one after another like rain. Fong Joe wanted to ask Liya, a bystander, for her opinion. Do you think it will be? Before the words were finished, Fong Joe sensed that something was wrong. The indicator light in front of Liya went out, there was nothing on the dark screen, and the body that was originally wandering around stopped. The slightly dim sunlight outside the window spilled onto Liya, and at this moment, it was as if Liya had disappeared, leaving behind only a cold, lifeless, second-hand robot. Liya. Fong Joe tried calling her name again, but still failed to get a response. Is it malfunctioning? Or did the ancestor's method just now only temporarily fix Liya, but caused more damage? What would happen to Liya if the machine was completely damaged and her consciousness was still inside? Although this girl, Liya, was usually unreliable and liked to push, she had at least saved his life at the critical moment, even though it was fine if he died at that time, and after getting along with her for a day and a night, Fong Joe was actually quite fond of Liya. Liya! Fong Joe quickly picked up the sweeping robot on the ground, flipping back and forth to look for malfunctions, while worrying about Liya's survival. However, Fong Joe soon stopped worrying about Liya, because he realized that the girl just ran out of power and automatically shut down. Chapter 13 Duty. The faint afternoon sunlight flowed like water over the residential buildings, and the leaves rustled as the skillful wind blew through the greenery of the neighborhood. He stared out the window at the natural scene for a moment, then came back to reality, his eyes sweeping over the broken pieces of glass and kitchen knives on the floor, sighing helplessly as he sat down and slowly cleaned up the mess. You see, this is what superhero movies won't tell you. After every big battle, there always have to be those few bitter bastards who do the cleaning up while cursing. In the meantime, Fong Joe incidentally lifted the sweeping robot into a corner and plugged it in to charge. While waiting for Liya to finish charging, Fong Joe began to re-examine himself. There was actually one thing that he had forgotten to tell Liya. That was that from the time he returned from the second death, he vaguely felt something strange. His body had changed. Just like after what Liya had warned earlier, he realized that the strength of his legs had increased dramatically. During the fight with the beheading ghost, Fong Joe realized that his vision had become exceptionally clear. The myopia and astigmatism previously caused by overusing his eyes no longer existed, and in its place was an ultra-high-definition native high-resolution picture several times clearer than when he wore glasses. No, it wasn't just as simple as seeing more clearly. His gaze drifted to the distant coffee table, gradually frowning as he focused his attention on his vision. He then realized that the scenery within his line of sight was becoming clearer and clearer, and then he saw the dust on the coffee table swaying gently with the wind that was slightly reverberating in the room, and as he gazed through the window and into the distance, he could even see the Big Mom on the 4th floor of the residential building across the street squatting in the kitchen room choosing vegetables. He could also make out that they were leeks. Is this also a benefit given after dying once? Fong Joe murmured in a low voice, falling into deep thought. Could it be that he really had some kind of physique that got stronger the more he died? If that's really the case, thinking of this, Fong Joe quickly picked up the kitchen knife at hand and wiped it towards his neck. Even though he had already died twice, the courage required to die by another person's hand and to commit suicide were very different, and even if he knew that he would be resurrected, at the moment he personally did it, his heart would still miss 2 beats, and his survival instincts as a living creature began to curb the movements of his hands, and the most primitive genes came into play in an attempt to stop Fong Joe from self-destructing. However, Fong Joe only hesitated for a moment, and then continued to increase his strength under the impetus of a frenzied curiosity, crossing the threshold of instinct. Even Fong Joe himself found it unbelievable compared to his fear of death as a living creature. Curiosity drove him even more strongly, and his desire to explore his own self rose to its peak at this moment, so much so that he was almost engulfed by the wild surge of curiosity. He was curious, more so than at any previous moment. However, before the blade sliced through his neck and sent blood soaring wildly, Fong Joe's movements still stopped. Not because his curiosity was destroyed, nor because instinct overcame impulse, but because Fong Joe realized that the abnormal organ inside his body was not functioning. Previously, in the face of life and death, he could always feel the abnormal organ buried deep inside his body thumping, like a high-speed steam engine. His body will produce a buzz, and then give birth to a special feeling beyond the ordinary 5 senses. This feeling convinced Fong Joe that he could erase the fact of death and return to the world before he was killed. Before this, the abnormal organs were still functioning, but now they had stopped for some reason. Strange. Fong Joe put down the knife with a rather regretful expression. Why is it still operating intermittently? This was already the second time Fong Joe regretted the fact that he didn't die. Drip. A clear mechanical beep sounded. Fong Joe twisted his head to look and realized that the sweeping robot that was on the charging socket suddenly turned on and started. The bright red indicator light suddenly lit up, and Liya's small eyes brightened up again. Where am I? As if she had just woken up from sleep and was still unconscious, Liya looked dully at Fong Joe. Didn't I just sit there and chat with you? Now, all of a sudden I'm running here. Hey, what's this behind my butt? Charging line. You don't remember? Fong Joe walked to the front of Liya, squatted down. We chatted in the middle of the conversation. You suddenly had no power shutdown. I just gave you a charge. Almost half an hour later. I have absolutely no recollection of that. Liya blinked her indicator light in confusion. My memory is still stuck on before the shutdown. That doesn't sound like what I expected. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. I thought you shut down just to go to sleep. So it's a straight break? Seems like it. Liya slowly came back to her senses and her voice was much clearer. By the way, what were you going to say just now? What happened to that ghost? Fong Joe paused, thinking, you're returning to this topic quite quickly, then remembered the details of today's battle with the beheading ghost. During Liya's charging, Fong Joe thought a lot. It was his first time encountering a supernatural anomaly like a beheading ghost, and without the benefit of past experience, he had to feel his way across the river a lot of the time. To be more precise, he had to feel his way through death. During the 2 consecutive beheadings and the fight to the death, Fong Joe was able to grasp a few pieces of information. He did not answer Liya immediately, but turned his head to the bedroom and took out a pen and paper, writing down the information he had compiled while verbally relaying it to Liya. First, that ghost has gotten stronger, much stronger than yesterday, and for some reason, he suddenly became able to dodge some of my attacks. To be fair, if the strength of the beheading ghost was still the same as last night, Fong Joe had full confidence that he could accomplish a single kill again without the help of external objects. But things were clearly not that simple. It had become even stronger than last time. When it came back next time, it might be even stronger than last time. Fong Joe wrote down his guess on a piece of paper. I think that every time it is killed by me, it becomes stronger than before. Liya shook her body on the charging socket. It's coping so barely this time. Won't it be? Next time. We'll talk about the next time next time. Fong Joe remained optimistic and continued. Anyway, it will become stronger after it dies. That should be correct. Liya was silent for a moment. Are there any other characteristics? There are. Fong Joe wrote down fairly regular words on the paper. I suspect that it may have the ability to immunize itself from the nature of its last death. Liya froze straight away when she heard this. What does that mean? It means that a method that once killed it once will not work the next time. Fong Joe temporarily put down his pen and paper and gestured towards Liya with his hands. Didn't I use the monitor to smash it alive last night? That kind of death should be considered blunt force impact. Being smashed to death by a hammer or fist should be able to be categorized in. Liya wasn't stupid or very smart. She immediately understood what Fong Joe meant when she heard this. You think the wine bottle table, chair, and bench would go through its body because it had already been smashed to death once last night? Right? Fong Joe said seriously. So no matter if I kicked it or slapped it, it didn't work. But the cuts and stabs from sharp objects were effective. Reasonable speculation. Liya completely agreed with Fong Joe's idea, and at the same time, she also got nervous. But does that mean that it will be immune to sharp objects next time? Because you just stabbed it to death. Most likely. Fong Joe instantly felt a sharp increase in pressure and spoke in a low voice. The most extreme case would be if it was killed hundreds of times in a row, and in the end, it would be immune to almost all methods of death and would be so strong that it would be able to do anything in the sky and on the ground. If it really came to that point, it would all be over. Even if he still had the ability to return to death in his hand, in the end, it would only turn into the awkward situation of you can't kill me, and I can't kill you. It could be predicted that Fong Joe's days would definitely be headless by then. In summary, after Fong Joe finished writing down the 2 characteristics of the decapitated ghost, he tapped the paper with a pen and then slowly got up from the coffee table. He looked at Liya with a serious demeanor. We have to think of a way to completely kill it before it becomes invincible. Liya keenly sensed Fong Joe's inner thoughts. You mean, using magic? That's right. Fong Joe felt that this was an excellent thought. As the saying goes, one has to use magic to defeat magic. What could defeat abnormality was of course only abnormality. Since both blunt and sharp weapons were ineffective against that decapitated ghost, then the next time magic would be used to kill it. Liya, however, fell silent at that moment. She turned around twice in place, as if she felt that this body of hers right now was just not very convenient. The fireball that she had rubbed out in a hurry earlier, in the end, could only injure the beheading ghost and could not truly kill it. To completely kill that ghost, a more powerful and stronger magic was needed. Fong Joe glanced at Liya, then waved his hand. But that's all I'm mentioning. I just have this idea for the time being. There's no need to rush to experiment. Why don't we eat something to fill up our stomachs first? At this time, the sky outside the window was approaching dusk, and the busy figures of frying vegetables could already be seen in the residential buildings in the distance. Fong Joe walked into the kitchen, looked back at Liya on the ground, and asked with concern, "By the way, do you want to eat some as well?" "And my share." Liya looked back, then froze. "No, what can I eat in my current state? Melon shells and shredded tissue paper?" Fong Joe asked tentatively. Liya, it's not impossible, bring it." This time it was Fong Joe's turn to be shocked. He was originally intentionally teasing Liya, wanting to see the reaction of a young girl blushing more than all words. As a result, Liya actually agreed in one breath, making Fong Joe somewhat at a loss for words instead. "Really?" Fong Joe pulled the corner of his mouth. "You've completely accepted reality? It's not like I really want to eat it. I'm just going to utilize it." Liya spun around in place, urging Fong Joe, "Quickly feed me some melon shells, crushed paper towels or something, or just some random little fashion trash will do." Fong Joe stared at her. "What do you want? Didn't you just say that you want to think of something? Maybe I can try." Liya's voice was overflowing with confidence in its firmness. "I'm going to draw a magic formation out." Chapter 14. This time things have gotten big. Harmony Home Building 7, Room 502. In the living room emptied by Fong Joe, a semi-faulty sweeping robot walks and pulls. It will be in the body of the melon shells, peanut shells along the path, gradually outlined the shape of a magic formation. This scene made Fong Joe, who was sitting on the sofa and trying to chew on a melon seed, fall into reminiscence. He remembered that when he was a kid, there was a program called art creation, and the main focus was to take a pile of clothes or something else and spread it on the floor to create art. What Liya was doing now was no different from that program in Fong Joe's opinion. The only difference was that Liya was seriously drawing a magic formation and was really trying to create a supernatural magic miracle with this trash all over the floor. But then again, why does this magic formation of yours have edges and corners? Fong Joe looked at the bizarre polygons on the ground that seemed like countless squares cobbled together, and felt that it deviated from his knowledge of magic formations. Aren't magic formations usually round? That is your misunderstanding. Liya continued to spit out melon shells from the wind while responding in a proud tone. Real magic formations have always been like mine, angular and square. How pretty! It seems that the difference in customs between our two worlds is not small. Fong Joe thought to himself that his magical worldview had to be refreshed again, then wrapped up the kowtowed melon shells in a paper towel and put it on the ground next to him. "This packet is also kowtowed. How much longer do you need to finish painting?" "This is all 6 packets. He had been high on melon seeds for half a day. His cheeks were aching, and he hadn't seen Liya finish drawing the magic formation yet. "Plus this pack of yours will be enough." Liya drove the double wheels of the sweeping robot forward and sucked furiously at the melon shells on the ground, and while sucking, she also disliked it. "Don't think you're tired of it. I still think it's covered with your saliva." Fong Joe laughed and raised his head to stare at the magic array on the living room in front of him, a curious light rising in the bottom of his eyes. Originally, he was not holding much hope for Liya. Ever since he met Liya, the girl's greatest feat was to play a song of goodness when he was fighting with the decapitated ghosts, and other times she would at most provide a little bit of supernatural trivia, and on the whole there was basically nothing of practical use except for making Fong Joe very happy. But just a short while ago, Liya proved in action. Little robots can roll fireball spells. Magic was real. Fong Joe didn't understand magic, much less magical arrays, but the shape of the magical array that Liya was outlining at the moment was indeed ingenious, regular right angles, precise and accurate connecting lines, as if the diagonal ejection was arrived at after countless precise calculations, which at first glance made it look like some kind of special mathematical model. Not to mention anything else, wanting to nag Fong Joe while drawing such a fine graph on the ground was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Even if you gave Fong Joe a model in front of his eyes, he wouldn't have the confidence to reproduce it perfectly one-to-one. Liya's magical attainments were genuine. The only thing that was more out of place was that such a fine magic formation was actually piled up with melon shells and other crushed garbage, which more or less made it a little hard to bandage. Right? Fong Joe suddenly remembered something he didn't ask. What is the effect of this magic array? The most ordinary flame magic, a little more powerful than the one just now. Liya was currently putting the final touches on the edges of the magic array, yet she was still able to take the time to answer Fong Joe's question. Simply put, it is to allow the magic array to act as a guiding medium to output the magic into flames. I'm not going to tell you the specific principles anyway, just look at it. Magic output? Then do you have magic power in this form now? No. Liya finished fiddling with the last of the edges and moved to right above the magic formation, her laugh amused. Did you forget? I have electricity. The moment the words landed, Fong Joe saw a string of dark blue electric current darting out from Liya's front wheel, burrowing into the magic formation at a speed that carried a residual shadow, and fusing with the melon shells that made up the outer shell of the magic formation. As if receiving an electric shock, the fashionable little junks that made up the magic array instantly rose up, and a few of the parts seemed to be unable to withstand the excitement of the electric current and blew up into pieces on the spot. Crackling. The living room was like an early Chinese New Year, with firecracker-like sounds exploding like a rainstorm. Fong Joe was so frightened that he quickly retreated to the side, but his eyes were still staring at the magic array. He saw it. He clearly saw that while melon shells, peanut shells, shredded paper towels, and other small garbage were being electrocuted in all directions, the blue arc of light that darted out of Liya's front wheel was like a powerful vacuum cleaner, pulling countless strips as tiny as silk threads out of the garbage. These unknown strips of fiber optics were like running streams, surging furiously towards the center of the magic array, gradually gathering into a ball, and their color gradually turning from the silver white at the beginning to a blazing bright red. And when they gathered and swelled to their limit, dark blue currents appeared at just the right moment and fused with them, as if as the final component, completing the last and most crucial step. Bang! Flames ignited in the living room. A tossing and jumping mass of bright fire appeared out of nowhere above the center of the magic array. It existed without the aid of fuel, hanging in midair in a way that completely defied common sense. Its size was several times larger than the previous fireball, and the heat emitted by the fluttering and spinning was like a huge furnace. And even from a distance of 2 meters, one could feel the blazing heat contained within the flames. "It's done!" Liya's excited and thrilled voice rang out from the living room. The sweeping robot happily circled in place, shouting towards Fong Joe as it spun around. "See that? See that? I told you I'm a genius. Hey, Fong Joe. Fong Joe, why don't you say anything?" "Huh?" The firelight illuminated Fong Joe's face as he snapped out of his daze and mumbled, "I just think magic is really amazing." Liya was almost rendered speechless by Fong Joe. "You're only saying this now after what happened? What happened to you is much more magical than magic." "Okay." Fong Joe stared at the flame and didn't say anything more. Compared to the magic itself, he was more concerned about the rushing currents and electric lights he saw just now. That was clearly not something that could be seen under normal circumstances. Just as Fong Joe was about to ask Liya if she knew what was going on, the flames in mid-air in front of him suddenly flickered. Immediately afterward, it disappeared with a poof. "Ah!" Extinguished. Liya stayed in place as if she was confused. For some unknown reason, the flames went out in place after flipping and flickering for a few seconds. In Liya's anticipation, the string of flames shouldn't have disappeared so early. Fong Joe, on the other hand, slowly walked over to the magic formation, casually picked up a fragment of melon shell on the ground, and with a gentle rubbing, the melon shell disintegrated into tiny fragments that scattered from between his fingers. Recalling the image he had just seen, Fong Joe tried to analyze a sentence. "Is it because the fine filaments being drawn out from these materials are too few?" As soon as these words were uttered, Liya's voice was shocked and raised 3 octaves one after another. "What filaments? You can see those filaments?" "Can. Why?" Liya drove the front wheel and leaned towards Fong Joe's feet. "It doesn't make sense. Why can you suddenly see it?" Fong Joe paused. "Tell me first, what the hell is that?" "That's magic power rushing. It's part of the elemental composition." Liya circled around Fong Joe in disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be invisible?" "I don't know either." Fong Joe's heart burst with oddness. "But I just suddenly can see. Do you think it's because I died again before?" Liya was silent for a moment. "It's not completely impossible. After all, you're a strange person, and you're back from the dead and reality distortion, and now suddenly being able to see the elemental composition seems to be quite normal. In addition to the thin filaments, what else can you see?" "Can also see a blue bar that resembles lightning. That's the band of magic flow I released. So you're still seeing rather shallow." Liya's tone was rather odd. "Then you're probably at the level of an average magic apprentice right now. Only by becoming a full-fledged magician can you see the residual traces of the elemental composition. But that's already rather outrageous. Even if a child with good talent learns magic from a young age, it would take at least 10 years before he or she can become a magical apprentice. It seems like I've traveled 10 years less." Fong Joe's expression was complicated. The price was being beheaded once. Liya's thoughts quickly diverged, twisting her head to stare at Fong Joe. "Hey, then wouldn't you be invincible if you died a few more times?" "It's not that simple." Fong Joe touched his neck. My enhancement is obviously conditional, but I haven't studied it yet. Then take your time to study it. Liya smacked her lips twice with some regret and turned her head to continue staring at her magic array. I have to study myself as well. Give me a little more time to learn more about the composition of the material elements of this world, and rubbing a 4th or 5th ranked magic with my hands is just around the corner. Fong Joe wasn't sure about the strength of 4th or 5th order magic. However, listening to Liya's proud to the point of warping her mouth, it was estimated that the power was not bad. Then you tidy up first. I have to go catch up on my sleep. Fong Joe let out a breath as exhaustion and sleepiness surged to his heart. Too many things had happened today and yesterday combined, and just the little sleep on the couch last night could not replenish his spirit at all. Moreover, with regards to magical jurisprudence, Fong Joe was a complete layman and could not help much at all. All right, you go. Liya responded as she vacuumed up the ashes on the floor. I'll charge up a battery later before experimenting with the next magic formation. Fong Joe's footsteps that were just about to walk into the bedroom paused and looked sideways at Liya. Didn't you just charge it? It's all been converted into magic power, Liya said rightfully. Activating the magic formation just now consumed a large portion of my power, so I had to recharge it. Fong Joe stayed in front of the door for a few seconds. His knowledge of magic was once again overturned by Liya's simple sentence fortunately. His view of magic had already been overturned once. This time he quickly accepted the setting that electricity could also be used to roll fireball spells, and after half a day's thought he couldn't come up with an appropriate word to spit out, and in the end, he could only walk into the room as if nothing had happened, and in silence. He fell into the bed with a plop. The bed was wrapped around the body, comfortable warmth gradually crawling all over the skin, and then a wave of fatigue swept over, darkness wrapped around the consciousness, slowly sinking. The beheading ghost shouldn't be coming back anytime soon anyway. There was Liya working on the magic to deal with the decapitated ghosts again. All he had to do was to recuperate and slowly nourish his spirit. Thinking of this, Fong Joe's tense body slowly relaxed. It always felt like he should be able to sleep well tonight. Words split into two. Charlotte's side was miserable. Inside a cold and slightly empty cafe, Charlotte looked at the freshly baked report in front of her, the corner of her eyes twitching madly. You mean to say that 3 reality distortions just happened in one afternoon's work, and the worst one directly spiked to the R5 level? Hello, yes. Watson, who was sitting across from him, had an equally complicated expression. R5 level reality distortion. It had only happened 5 times since the establishment of the authority. There was no thought that the 6th time had popped up right under their noses. Charlotte completely lacked the excitement of witnessing history. Her heart was full of confusion and panic. Specifically, what are the effects of this R5 level reality distortion? Flash floods and tsunamis? Plate drifts? Planetary magnetic field inversion? None of them. Watson took an elegant sip of his coffee, then looked at Charlotte gravely. It rounds off Pi. Chapter 15. Extreme Tactics. Charlotte's mouthful of Coke Zero narrowly missed spraying Watson in the face. Goddamn Pi rounding. His personal understanding of mathematical science was limited to the scope of compulsory education, and he was not familiar with scientific theories that were too sophisticated. So after Pi was miserably rounded, what kind of changes happened in the world, Watson didn't know. But he could imagine it those mathematician scientists who woke up from a nap and lazily went to the lab in their lab coats would absolutely let out a deafening shrill pop when they looked down and realized that Pi equals 3. Charlotte wiped the Coke oozing out of the corner of her mouth. And now what? It's over. Watson spread his hands. This R5 level twisting frenzy only lasted 13 seconds, and after 13 seconds, Pi was restored, and the effects caused were wiped out by the flashbacks, and basically no one except us at the authority knows that Pi was ever equal to 3. So it wasn't a reality modification of a permanent nature. Charlotte let out a relieved breath. That's good. Gave me a shiver. Not good at all. Watson looked dignified as he tried to correct Charlotte. Old Fuzzy, you mustn't forget that we're in charge of that residential building now. The corner of Charlotte's eye snapped. Again, my ING last name is Xia. He'd always felt that this partner of his was out of his mind. He'd obviously emphasized it to him so many times, and as a result, Watson still called him Old Fuzzy as if he hadn't heard him. What's the difference? The difference is that my full name is just Charlotte, not Charlotte Holmes. After Charlotte finished her righteous debate, she looked up to see Watson pretending not to hear him. The corner of her mouth twitched twice, and finally sighed as if giving up. Forget it. Get down to business. Charlotte picked up the report on the table again. Did you just say that you detected distortions 3 times in one afternoon? Watson could hear again this time. 3 distortions, 1 are 2 level, 1 are 5 level, and 1 are 1 level. 2 small and 1 large. Looks like a complicated situation. Charlotte raised an eyebrow and flipped through the report file in front of her. Reality distortion fluctuations were monitored within Harmony Home Building 7 hereinafter, referred to as number 490, at 2:47 and 33 seconds p.m. on December 27th. Within 7 seconds, the dissimilarity indicator has rapidly risen from the original 13 to 417, reaching the R5 level of reality distortion standard. At 2:47 and 40 seconds p.m., an R5 level reality distortion occurred, which eventually manifested itself by rounding up the world's pi, which in turn led to the emergence of data deleted and data deleted. 13 seconds later, due to data deleted, the effects caused by this distortion frenzy retrospectively resumed, while the reality distortion phenomenon ended, and the anomaly indicator returned to 15. After 2 minutes and 18 seconds, the anomaly indicator was again detected rising in number 490, rising to 106 in 5 seconds, triggering an R2 level reality distortion phenomenon. The R2 level phenomenon has not affected anything outside of number 490, and its cause, appearance, and nature cannot be speculated for the time being. An R1 level phenomenon occurred 45 seconds after the R2 level phenomenon, then quickly disappeared, lasting only 1.63 seconds. At 2:51 and 56 seconds p.m., the R2 level phenomenon was confirmed to have disappeared, and the anisotropy index in number 490 returned to normal. After reading the report, Charlotte was silent for a long time and raised her hand to call the waiter for a sugar-free Coke. Watson wanted to spit out why he was drinking a Coke in a cafe, but on second thought, he was relieved that this person was Charlotte. See anything yet? Aha! Charlotte snapped her fingers at the report in front of her. Sums it up to 3 things: twisted, twisted, or ing twisted. Charlotte pinched the report file, her features crumpled into a ball, the whole a subway old man looking at his cell phone. JPG. First time I've ever seen a place that triggers distortions so often. Those late-night hostesses in my cell phone don't even necessarily have it capable of twisting. Speaking of which, Charlotte suddenly became acutely aware of something and stared at Watson with wide eyes. Wait, are these 3 sources of twisting phenomena the same body? That's the problem. Watson glanced at Charlotte, a little surprised that his statement this time actually went straight to the heart of the matter, bearing in mind that normally Charlotte acted as if she had come from a retarded bar, full of either cold jokes or hella fun statements. It seemed that the severity of the situation this time had left Charlotte with no time to pull any punches. According to the analysis of the monitoring results, that triggered these 3 distortions are 3 completely different and independent individuals. Charlotte was taken aback. 3 different individuals? Are you sure? Watson added. And their vibration sources are all in the same room on the same floor. Charlotte suspected that she had heard wrong. You mean 3 abnormal individuals got together? Really? Watson nodded gravely. Yes, something was very wrong. It could even be said to be the most wrong they had ever encountered since they had been working for the authority. It's not right. It can't be. Charlotte couldn't for the life of him think of a picture of 3 abnormal individuals coming together. Those abnormalities basically have their own set of rules. 3 abnormalities crammed together haven't pinched each other yet. It can't be that these 3 are coming together to play a game of landlord, right? Watson stared at him slyly. The landlord can fight the distortion phenomenon? They're anomalies, so I can't really say. Charlotte grinned. Did you forget about Lab 17? The kid who induced the cause thought he was playing a game. Blasting music and drifting and gathering his breath to accelerate just created a mess for the lab door. Luckily, he wasn't playing a prop race. Watson shook his head. This time it's different. Number 490. He was just about to voice his thoughts when he was interrupted by his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. Watson pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the phone number. His brows instantly furrowed and he picked the phone up after a moment of silence. It's me, yes. I'm handing over information with Charlotte. What? Watson seemed to have heard some unimaginable news, and his complexion instantly became a bit ugly. Charlotte also realized that the situation was not right, nervously shaking up her legs, staring at Watson without saying a word. Okay. A few minutes later, Watson hung up the phone and let out a long breath. Charlotte couldn't hold back the anxiety in her heart, and hurriedly asked, "A call from the bureau?" "From the deputy director." "What happened?" Another distortion was monitored. Watson looked over at Charlotte and let out a slow sigh. "It happened just now." The anomaly indicator rose to 47, barely in the R1 range, lasted 16 seconds, then disappeared. The epicenter was in the same position as before. Which anomalous individual was it? It's consistent with the individual that triggered the R1 level phenomenon before. That means the weakest one is still alive. Charlotte's five senses wrinkled again and put on the pain mask. Originally, he was quite optimistic, thinking that it would be good if those three abnormal individuals pinched each other and hung up one or two. That way they would only have to deal with the last one left behind. Although that was definitely a big trouble, it was better than dealing with three anomalies with different rules at the same time. As a result, the weakest anomalous individual was now confirmed to have survived. In other words, the situation inside number 490 might be more complicated than they had imagined. In an instant, various complicated possibilities flashed through Charlotte's mind, but unfortunately, due to the lack of clues, he was unable to restore the truth of the matter. At this moment, Charlotte leaned against the back of the chair with his hands clasped to his chest in contemplation. He slightly lowered his head. A pair of dark eyes frequently flashed various colors. His thoughts seemed to be wandering in the sea of logic, like a well-traveled ship, looking for the treasure called logic on the wide sea. Watson's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation, and he asked in a low voice, "What are you thinking about?" "I just thought of..." Charlotte slowly raised her head with a grave expression. "Do you think unmarried pregnancy counts as a kind of fingered marriage?" Watson, question mark. Watson, what's all this nonsense? Damn chicken, he shouldn't have trusted this kid to spit out decent words from his mouth. Big brother, it's really not that I don't want to solve the problem. Charlotte's face was full of innocence. Think about what's going on right now. Number 490 itself is weird enough, and now there are three anomalous individuals with different levels and unknown rules, and the biggest of them casually rounded up the pie, and in the future he's going to wipe out the planet's gravity and make it a zero. Accidentally, let me and you like yesterday and then go to spy on intelligence. That is not a pure gift. Not necessarily. Watson said lightly. I think I'm pretty hard to kill. Charlotte glanced at Watson, thinking that it was worthy of being someone who had once been dropped into the sun and burned for 7 days and 7 nights only to lose a layer of skin, and that his words were hard. Go ahead and you go. Charlotte rolled her eyes. I'm not like you can't expect me, a civilian, to go to war. I don't expect you to go to war either. Watson corrected. I just wanted to ask if you saw any clues? The clue is that there's definitely something wrong with the one called Fong Joe. Charlotte balked. The entire occupants of number 409 are all dead. Not a single one is alive. And they were all amputated from the neck up. But this kid is still alive, as if he's fine. I wonder if he suffers from severe rhinitis. Or else he wouldn't be able to smell the stench of the corpses as he passes by the front door? Other than that? Of course, Watson knew that Fong Joe had a problem. And it was likely the source of the problem since he was the only living person inside number 409. Watson hoped that Charlotte would use his special ability to give some more reliable and in-depth opinions. Nope. However, Charlotte spread her hands without any sense of responsibility. I don't have any inspiration in my head right now. Watson was silent. The dim light in the cafe under the dull sky illuminated his face. Charlotte's inspiration was able to gain insight into the characteristics of most anomalies. As a matter of fact, in the past few dangerous incidents, Watson also relied on Charlotte's inspiration to successfully solve a series of anomalies, including the deep sea sun. As a result, Charlotte's inspiration had suddenly failed in the face of incident number 490. At the tea table in the corner, Watson rubbed his temples with a headache. Then we can only take extreme measures. What extreme measures? Charlotte vaguely guessed something and her face suddenly changed. Could it be that this time the Bureau? Aha! Watson slowly nodded, his gaze grave. The authority is preparing to throw number 490 into phase space and directly destroy it. Chapter 16 Testing. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had originally guessed that the authority would definitely not leave number 490 alone. After all, such a big job as rounding off pi was made whole. Who knew what horrible things would happen the next time reality warped? But Charlotte didn't expect that the authority would be so resolute in their tactics this time. Isn't it too hasty? Charlotte felt that this approach was inappropriate. Aren't the higher-ups going to try observing for a few more days? The risk is too great. Watson shook his head. Number 490's anomaly is uncontrollable and unknown. Leaving it unattended is anyone's guess as to what will happen. Speaking of this, Watson's mind conjured up Fong Joe's figure. As the most bizarre existence within number 490, he was sure that Fong Joe was probably the root cause of this massive anomaly. Even though Fong Joe seemed harmless and not very aggressive, often the safer the object seemed, the more dangerous it was. Watson now even suspected that the Watson he and Charlotte had seen was just a realistic projection or mimicry of some kind of high-dimensional abnormal creature. The person's main body might be some kind of big octopus, big bubble, or something even rarer. Anyway, it must be dangerous, right? Okay. I get it. The higher-ups want to play something simple and rough this time. Charlotte leaned against the back of the chair, patting her thighs without a beat, her face full of sighs. Say, the last time we made such a big commotion had to be 7 or 8 years ago. I wasn't even on the job then, was I? What was the incident? Storming incident number 311. Watson glanced up at him. And that was when you were on board. Was it? Charlotte was stunned. Why don't I remember that? Watson was silent for 2 seconds. You'd be damned if you could remember 8 years ago for someone who can even forget what you ate last night. Charlotte wanted to retort, but turned her head and realized that she really couldn't remember what she ate last night. So she could only bar her mouth twice and pretend she didn't hear the words. He had thick skin anyway, and Watson couldn't break his defenses with this aggressiveness. Anyway, it's for the best. Charlotte somewhat stiffly changed the topic. At least we don't need to personally take action, and afterwards we can also take a large-scale leave of absence from the leadership. The reason I've thought of, let's just say that it's the mental instability caused by close contact with an abnormal individual, and in accordance with the regular process you can at least get 2 months of paid vacation. Mentally unstable people are all over the bureau. Watson sneered twice. You're using that as an excuse. The most likely thing you'll do is get thrown into a neural synapse machine for consciousness modification. Charlotte shuddered 3 times. He'd seen investigators who'd been thrown into synaptic machines, and every single one of them had to ghost in there for half the night after they went in, then crawl out with a demented look on their face, and it usually took 7 days for them to recall that they were a person and not a jellyfish. You're right about one thing, though. Watson looked thankfully out the window and sipped down a mouthful of coffee. His gaze traveled across the gray sky, through the streetlights along the street path, to a certain residential building in a distant direction, shrouded in the deep night. At least this time, we won't have to face those horrible, unknown, and dangerous anomalies. The night passed. The early morning light drilled into the window cracks and fell on the bedroom bed in room 502. Terrifying, unknown, and dangerous anomalies. Fong Joe slept well last night, and when he got up in the morning he felt neither tired nor dry mouth, and was so refreshed that he couldn't believe it. To know since the loan to buy a house to work for the boss, Fong Joe has long forgotten what quality sleep feels like. This morning, after a long time to experience the taste of fatigue swept away, so that Fong Joe's mood are beautiful up. However, soon, his mood became ugly again because of a piece of news. Fong Joe, why didn't you come to work yesterday? The first message he saw after opening his cell phone was an inquiry from the department head. Fong Joe's brows furrowed instantly. He clearly remembered that yesterday was a day off. Unexpectedly, the department head predicted Fong Joe's thoughts and sent another message. Can't you work overtime on a day off? I notified you in the department group yesterday. Not only did you not reply, but you also didn't show up at the company. What exactly do you mean? Fong Joe raised an eyebrow, opened the department group chat log and looked at it twice, and found that there was indeed an overtime notification. But Fong Joe had been busy all day and had not noticed the message at all. Who would have thought of a temporary notice to work overtime on a day off? Fong Joe replied back with take the day off, then put away his cell phone and ignored the supervisor's message reply. He had other things that needed to be resolved right now, and didn't have the time to go to that crappy class that didn't earn him much money. Moreover, Fong Joe didn't want to perform the head separation technique for his supervisor and colleagues in the company. Fong Joe put on his clothes and pants and went to the living room, and saw a sweeping robot aimlessly circling around in the living room. Liya. Fong Joe called out, "What are you doing? Whoa, you're awake." Liya's response immediately came from within the robot. "I'm bored walking around the corner." Hey, you said how I didn't realize before that being able to walk and turn corners is actually such a happy thing. Later on, should we simply open the door and walk downstairs? I see that there is a park inside our neighborhood, hee hee. Fong Joe's mind conjured up the image of himself walking with a sweeping robot in the park. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. It's not good, right? It feels like it's easy to be taken for a psychopath, and there doesn't seem to be a rope in the house. What do you need a rope for going downstairs? Liya froze. Fong Joe said rightfully. I see other people bring their pets downstairs on a leash. Liya's moving steps instantly stalled. The entire living room was quiet for 2 seconds, and then Liya's explosive high-decibel electronic voice rang out. Can't you just hold me? Had to hold a leash to walk me. Didn't you? That's strange enough. Who has nothing better to do than walk around holding a sweeping robot? Gradually getting used to Liya's loud yelling, Fong Joe turned his head and poured himself a glass of water, going to sit down on the sofa. Say, shouldn't you be studying your magic formations? How come you started slacking off so soon? I'm not being lazy. Bringing up this topic, Liya's voice was smug again. I won't hide it from you. I've already researched about 8 or 9 of them. Fong Joe looked at Liya fixedly, thinking that this girl was so easy to fool. Just cut a random magic-related topic, and she would be able to throw the anger she had just felt into the air. However, Liya's answer was a boost to Fong Joe's mind. After all, the most likely means of exterminating the decapitated ghost at the moment was Liya's magic. What are the specific results? Fong Joe looked at her expectantly. Can you rub the inflammatory explosion or meteorite spells now? Neither can be rubbed. Liya replied seriously. Don't think about those impractical ones. Unless you directly stuff me with a normal body full of magical cultivation experience, there's no way I can hand rub out large-scale magic for you. Then what did you study this night? Magic formations. Liya was extraordinarily confident in magic-related topics. I've now figured out what the elemental composition of this world is roughly like, and I've also pondered over several sets of potentially useful magic array constructions, so theoretically, you just need to come up with enough qualified materials, and I'll be able to lay out the vast majority of low-ranked magic, as well as a few high-ranked magic spells for you, as well as a handful of magic formations for higher-order magic. Sounds pretty high-end. A question popped up in Fong Joe's head. Say, how exactly did you conduct your research? Liya was suddenly silent. Only after several seconds did she slowly emerge with a sentence, mainly relying on physical means to refine the material, and after contact with the built-in technological circuits to classify and summarize the statistics. Speak human. I ate all the garbage in my house, chewing it up one by one to analyze the elemental composition. Said this when Liya buried her head into the corner of the wall, couldn't help but whisper pressed. You are not aware of how much dry and wet garbage I ate in one night. If not for the fact that I don't have a sense of taste at this moment, less to say that I would have to vomit 8 times. Fong Joe? He tries to substitute into Liya's perspective for a bit, and the feeling is quite desperate. One can only say that Liya's spirit of dedication to magic deserves to be recognized. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Liya was quick to lose her head and quick to pull herself together. She skillfully maneuvered the pulley, turned around, and came out from the corner, urging Fong Joe. Anyway, I've roughly studied and understood the magic array. The rest is to buy the materials. I can't help with this matter. I can only rely on you. Just buying the materials will do? Liya hummed. I figured out the theoretical and practical parts last night. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. Several magic formation theories applicable to the current world were completed in one night. This sounded a bit unbelievable, but Liya always called herself a genius, so maybe she did have some skills. In fact, Liya had also proved herself with her actions a long time ago. Fong Joe could not forget the abstract image of the sweeper robot's hand rubbing the fireball spell yesterday until now. Fong Joe exhaled softly, propped up his thighs, and got up from the sofa. All right, then what kind of materials do you need? Buying materials definitely required spending money. In order to solve the decapitated ghost, Fong Joe was willing to break this fee. Cool. Liya was surprised and opened the air sucker in place, spinning around twice in excitement. Okay. You first help me buy 2 pounds of gold back, then a dozen diamonds, 3, nay for aluminum alloy iron plates, and what's that tungsten cube, also give me the whole 4 inches, and finally, stop. Fong Joe called out to Liya with an expressionless face. I wouldn't even be worth this much if I sold myself. Can you consider my financial level? Oh yeah, Liya unconsciously muttered. I almost forgot that you're a poor man. Fong Joe? ? Does she have to be so honest? Oops, it's fine. Liya's tone immediately became gentle but sounded completely conspiratorial. In your words, think on the bright side. At least you're still young and have a future. What's that very classic passage say? Oh, don't fool the junior poor. I thank you. Fong Joe gave her a blank look. Anyway, I can't get so much money. You change something more in line with the requirements of my economic level. TCH. Let me think about it. Liya skimmed her mouth and said after a moment of contemplation, 2 bottles of ketchup, a bucket of peanut oil, 5 cucumbers to come, 3 live fish, 2 more casseroles, and 2 more stainless steel pots if the conditions allow it, and it should be about right. Fong Joe listened with a blank stare. You're going to stir-fry a 4-course meal for me? Wasn't it you who said the economic conditions were tough? I'll just lower the standard a bit here. The logic is this, but from luxury goods to daily necessities, isn't lowering it too much? Is the upper and lower limits of our magical world that big? Fong Joe glanced at the balance figure in his cell phone and sighed. All right, I'll go downstairs to the supermarket and buy it back for you. Hey, wait. Fong Joe was just about to go downstairs when Liya suddenly called out to him again. Fong Joe turned around to take a look and realized that the sweeping robot was slowly moving in front of him, making a serious sound. I almost forgot to say, it's about your ability. My ability? Fong Joe was slightly stunned. Right? The indicator light in front of the small robot flashed twice. I have something for you to try. Chapter 17. Knowing Nothing. Fong Joe didn't expect Liya to come up with another new gadget at this point. Just how many things had she tinkered with after charging her battery at night? With some curiosity, Fong Joe followed Liya into the kitchen. On the floor of the kitchen room, a new and old magic array was currently placed. The reason why it is said to be new and old is because this magic array didn't exist last night before Fong Joe went to sleep, and it is obviously newly constructed. As for the old well, the materials that make up the magic array are old nails, moldy breadcrumbs, messy shredded tissue paper, bent-can rings, and all sorts of small life trash. Fong Joe did not even know from which nooks and crannies Liya had searched out these things. Go stand in the center. Be careful when you land. Don't step on the magic formation. I built it for 5 hours. Liya's reminder came from her ears. Fong Joe looked down at her. What's this magic array for? It's used to detect the traces of magic on your body. Liya spoke seriously. Haven't you always been curious about whether your ability is magic or not? Although I don't recall any time magic that can bring people back from the dead. It would be better for you to have a professional examination just in case. Professional? Fong Joe looked at the magic array cobbled together from trash. The corner of his mouth twitched twice. Are you sure this magic array is professional enough? The materials are poor. Liya confidently lit up the red light. But there is no problem with the elemental composition. At most, it will become a disposable magic formation that will be scrapped after use. Fong Joe looked fixedly at the ground and pondered for a moment, then carefully stepped over the edge of the magic formation and stepped towards the center. If it was 2 days ago, Fong Joe probably wouldn't have dared to easily try this magic formation that looked quite odd. After all, at that time he could not fully trust Liya. Now the situation was different, especially after realizing that this girl was willing to spend 5 hours constructing this magic formation in order to help herself with the examination. Fong Joe's trust index towards Liya rose another notch. Nowadays, there weren't many guys who were willing to spend 5 hours on others. Taking a step back, even if Liya was really unreliable this time, Fong Joe was not afraid. The big deal is to return from death and rebirth to remove both wheels for her. Fong Joe stood within the magic formation in the kitchen room. He looked left and right. Nothing special for the moment. So he asked towards Liya, "Is this enough?" "You wait. I'll activate the magic array." Liya moved to the front of the magic array. After 2 seconds passed, Fong Joe saw a string of dark blue electric current darting out from Liya's front wheel, but at a speed faster than the previous one. Fong Joe guessed that this was the result of Liya gradually starting to adapt to that body and becoming more skillful in the application of electricity. The electric light quickly swept through the external lines of the magic array, extracting a large number of slender white threads from the materials that made up the magic array, and in turn carried these marvelous threads that contained some sort of massive power towards the center of the magic array in a frantic search. Almost in the next instant, Fong Joe saw these thousands of tiny silk threads coming down to his feet under the guidance of the electric light. They were like tentacles with viscous suction, quickly climbing on Fong Joe, crawling up the side of his shoes to his pants leg, and then spreading all the way upwards at a rapid speed, and in a few breaths they were about to crawl all over his entire calf. Fong Joe was startled, but out of his trust in Liya, he endured this uneasiness from the bottom of his heart as much as possible and silently closed his eyes. Gradually, a marvelous and slightly heavy touch came from his calves. He felt like he was being covered with a layer of high boots. Not to say that it was uncomfortable, but there was a strange feeling of being wrapped up, and as time passed, This marvelous feeling of wrapping up gradually moved upwards, slowly spreading over his legs, waist, abdomen, chest, and finally crawled all over his body. Fong Joe felt like a larva in a chrysalis waiting to be transformed into a cocoon, and he could clearly feel the thing that Liya called magic flow roaming on the surface of his skin, as if it was probing every detail of his body. Like this, the unspeakably marvelous experience lasted for about 5 minutes. With an ear-piercing sound of crackling and popping, the flow of magic power covering Fong Joe's body completely receded. When Fong Joe opened his eyes again, he saw that the garbage on the ground that made up the magic formation looked as if it had been struck by lightning, showing a charred and twisted form, and some of it had even directly turned into black ash. Just as Liya had said, the magic formation was indeed disposable. After quickly confirming that he wasn't injured, Fong Joe looked towards the sweeping robot that didn't know whether it was thinking or had died. "How's the result?" "There are no traces of magic." Liya's voice sounded after a few seconds, but her tones sounded rather odd. "So your resurrection ability is probably not related to magic." Fong Joe was not too surprised by this result. "I guess so." Whether it was the huge, dying vat, the bizarrely ponderous large machine inside the dying vat, or the bright red number that last appeared in Fong Joe's memory, none of these complex and treacherous elements had anything to do with magic. In other words, the puzzle on Fong Joe's body should have nothing to do with magic. "But this is too strange." Liya's puzzled voice floated out. "I originally thought that it might be some kind of forbidden spell from ancient times, but it turns out that you don't have a single trace of magic on your body." "Hey, you really don't have any thoughts about this ability of yours?" "What can I think about? Are there no special transcendents like you in your world?" "No." Fong Joe shook his head. "At least I haven't come into contact with one." This was the truth. What kind of superpower alien organization, the Huaxia Dragon Group, the National Alien Army? These he had only read about in novels and TV. In reality, the most transcendent-like person he had come into contact with was Auntie Lou downstairs in 402. She was suspected of having a price-cutting system on board, and every time he went to the market to buy food, he could force it to be cut to half price. "So did you feel anything special just now?" Liya suddenly thought of something, like tingling and soreness or dizziness. "No." "Nausea and wanting to vomit?" "Neither." There was no rejection. Liya sighed. "That means it's not a specific curse or blessing either." At that, a subtle silence spread through the kitchen. After a few seconds, Liya spoke again, sounding a bit lost and embarrassed, muttering up in a small voice, "Sorry, haha. Didn't do you any favors." Fong Joe was stunned. He did not expect Liya to suddenly come with such a sentence. Fong Joe stared at the sweeping robot for a few seconds, then waved his hand. "It's fine. I didn't do you any favors either. I'm kinda embarrassed that you're saying this kind of thing. At least you let me stay." Liya spun around, turned her back to Fong Joe, and slowly walked out of the kitchen. "I had thought that I would be uprooted for the rest of my life in an electronic network with bundling software and virus trojans. I'm kinda surprised that you didn't kick me out." Fong Joe followed behind Liya and glanced at Liya, whose state was a bit off. "Why are you suddenly sentimental?" "It's not like you. I just casually said that." Liya's voice twisted. "And I'm not thinking that if I can't help. Maybe you'll think I'm useless one day and pack me up and throw me in the dump." Fong Joe was stunned. "Do I look so heartless?" "No," Liya replied in a low voice. "But on our side, magicians who are not useful are the ones to be disposed of." Fong Joe then understood what was on Liya's mind. She was probably worried that if she couldn't kill the decapitated ghost with her magic formation this time, then she would be completely useless. Coupled with the fact that Liya was influenced by the common sense of the original world, she naturally developed a sense of crisis. In order not to be swept away by Fong Joe, she had only spent 5 hours tinkering with this magic formation, wanting to prove her ability. "I don't understand the rules on your side." Fong Joe exhaled softly and stared at Liya with seriousness and solemnity. "But when I said I would let you stay before, there's no way I'm going to pack you up and throw you out." Liya slowly turned around. "Really? Really? Even if I'm not much use?" Liya asked carefully. "No one is completely useless, and on the bright side, you've at least helped me eliminate one wrong answer." Fong Joe said seriously, "Even if you shave off the word magic, you're still very useful now. You can sweep the floor and talk. The key is that you only need to consume electricity and don't need to eat, which is equivalent to me having a roommate who doesn't need to add more chopsticks and utensils. I'm already bored of living alone, and the house has become much more cheerful after you came. Not to mention that you have the chance to develop it into a free smart home. With all round and no dead angles in the future, you see, Isn't this quite useful? Liya's first few words sounded quite comfortable, and even a little touched. When she heard the words, free intelligent home, the indicator lights in front of the sweeping robot went black. Why do I feel like you're always trying to bring me in the direction of a smart home? Illusion. Fong Joe righteously said, it's definitely an illusion. He definitely wouldn't tell Liya that he was going to let Liya drill into the TV set next and help him order programs remotely. This way, he would never be afraid of not being able to find the TV remote control board in the future. Forget it. Liya skipped over this topic lifelessly. She was now both thankful to Fong Joe and felt that he was insulting her status as a court magician by using her as a smart home. The 1,000 words within her finally converged into a sigh. You go downstairs to buy the materials first. I'll wait for you at home. After saying that, Liya moved towards the balcony with her back to Fong Joe, preparing to go to an open place to blow off some steam. Oh yeah, there's also this. Fong Joe then remembered that there was also the matter of procuring materials. He turned his head to change into his shoes, and quickly went over the 4 dishes and 1 soup that Liya wanted to buy in his mind before dialing a phone number. Since he was going to the supermarket to buy materials, he happened to know a neighbor. Sister Wong downstairs 201 is the supermarket employees, and Fong Joe relationship is good. Often can help Fong Joe to get the internal price of employees. Yesterday just bought a new monitor, he will be tight, can discount a little is a little. Do. About half a minute later, the phone was picked up. Hey, Sister Wong. A passionate voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Xiaofeng, what's up? Sister Wong, are you at the supermarket? I want to come over to buy something. In it, you come. I'm in the home appliances area. Good. Fong Joe nodded. I'll be right over. Chapter 18 Middle-Aged Women's Unique Matchmaking Tendencies. Sister Wong is a resident of 201, and one of the neighbors that Fong Joe quickly became acquainted with after moving in with her handbag. She works as an employee at the supermarket downstairs, and will visit Fong Joe on New Year's Day when she's free. Last year, she also sent Fong Joe 2 bags of rice cakes. Sometimes Fong Joe is really thankful to Zhou Xiong and Wong for being good neighbors. As a foreigner, he was able to quickly establish a foothold in the world without the kindness of these ordinary people. If there was an opportunity in the future, Fong Joe thought that he should also uphold the traditional virtue of reciprocity and send something to his neighbors. Calculating the New Year's income and the price of various types of gifts, Fong Joe came downstairs to the supermarket, casually picked up a plastic basket and walked towards the depths of the supermarket. Within a few minutes of effort, Fong Joe met Sister Wong in the home appliances section. Sister Wong was wearing the blue and white striped staff uniform of the supermarket and was squatting on the ground to check the price boards of the commodities. As soon as she saw Fong Joe, this middle-aged woman in her early 40s immediately revealed a warm smile and greeted her. Yo, coming, Sister Wong. Fong Joe smiled and nodded in response, looking around. Coming over at this time didn't trouble you, right? It's fine, it's fine. Sister Wong smiled and waved her hand. I happen to be idle, right? You're buying New Year's goods, right? Fong Joe froze and just wanted to deny it, but he felt that he couldn't explain to the other party in detail. He couldn't say that he was buying things to go back in order to rub magic formations for his own little robot. If he really opened this mouth with Sister Wong's helpful character, he was afraid that her face would not be solemn on the spot, and then calmly call 120 to notify the mental hospital. Yes. Fong Joe simply followed Sister Wong's train of thought and said, Isn't this the end of the year? Wanted to buy something in advance to stock up. I knew it. Sister Wong patted Fong Joe. You're also alone on New Year's Eve this year? To be precise, there was also a robot. Fong Joe inwardly slandered a sentence, but on the surface he still echoed Sister Wong's words. Yeah, I'm still living alone. A person. Sister Wong gave him a meaningful look. Then her expression suddenly changed. The whole person with a different kind of whispered, Hey, Xiaofeng, how old are you this year? Have you graduated from college yet? Just graduated not long ago. Fong Joe is a little confused. What's wrong with Sister Wong? Just graduated early 20s, right? Sister Wong was immediately happy and patted Fong Joe's shoulder vigorously. You're good for your age. You're very popular with the girls. Are there any girls who are on better terms with you on a regular basis? Girls didn't. Female robots did. Fong Joe's staggering image of Liya popped up in his head again, but he still didn't voice out her existence. No, I'm busy working all day long, and there aren't many female co-workers in the company. Good. Sister Wang's whole body was excited, finally said her real idea. Just right, you are now living alone anyway this year's New Year's Eve or come to my house. There are many people lively. By the way, I also have a niece, a little bit younger than you. You two can also get to know each other. Fong Joe? Question mark. How to suddenly introduce himself to the object. When did he trigger the middle-aged woman keyword? This? Fong Joe helplessly smiled bitterly. Say it again, sis. What again? Sister Wang boarded up her face. Her voice was serious. If you don't find one at your age, you won't have a chance. And it will be even harder to find one in the dating market at that time. Or do you prefer someone more mature? Sis also has a little friend here. Just 30, beautiful and golden. What do you think? The corners of Fong Joe's mouth twitched twice, and just when he wanted to retreat and pull away, he was grabbed by Sister Wang's merciless iron hand on his arm. The middle-aged woman in her matchmaker state exploded with an unimaginable grip. Fong Joe couldn't break free for a while. Fong Joe took a deep breath and had no choice but to make up a sentence. Sister Wang, truth be told, I actually have little interest in women. As soon as these words were uttered, Sister Wang, who was born in the last century, was stunned for a moment. Obviously, the concept of nantung had a notable killing power on the dating market. Just when Fong Joe thought he could finally escape, he didn't realize that Sister Wang quickly adjusted, looked solemn and silent for a few seconds, and then asked, So, little Fong, are you a 0 or a 1? Do you like tiger-backed or skinny and slim? Fong Joe? How do you know so much? Fong Joe had been pulling at Sister Wang for half an hour, and finally barely escaped from blind date hell. He quickly bought all the magic formation materials specified by Liya, and bought some bread and water along the way, dragging his big and small bag to the cashier. Since he needed to use Sister Wang's internal employee status, Sister Wang very skillfully walked up to the cash register and operated at the screen for a while. Aya. Xiao Fong, you're still young. You don't understand how important it is to find a companion. If you're going to be a loner like me in the future, every day won't be more boring. Sister Wang picked up the code scanning gun and skillfully swept through the commodities one by one. While her hand movements were flowing, her mouth didn't stop. Fong Joe watched the supermarket's counting board numbers go all the way up, feeling heartbroken while at the same time having to find time to deal with Sister Wang for a few sentences. I understand all the reasoning, but I'm really not interested in falling in love right now. This was the truth. Fong Joe's mind was now mainly focused on getting money. Sister Wang gave him a blank look. Look at what you're saying. That's because you haven't met the right person. Fong Joe wiped the sweat from his forehead. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Sister Wang instantly came to energy, both eyes glowing. Hey, this attitude is right. I tell you, our second uncle, that granddaughter looks really watery. Perfectly in line with your young people's aesthetics. WX called What the Country Can Fly, or a flight attendant smart. Fong Joe? There was one thing to say. Compared to being dragged by Sister Wang to head to the dating market, Fong Joe was more willing to fight with the beheading ghost for 300 rounds. At least the machete ghost's big knife treats everyone equally. Not because he has no car and no house to cut 2 more knives. Perhaps because of the chatting while scanning the code. More and more customers carrying bags behind Fong Joe began to form a long line. Seeing that Sister Wang still wanted to break the topic back to the New Year's Eve dinner, Fong Joe chose to pull out his cell phone to pay for the checkout at the speed of light, and then picked up the big bags and ran outside the supermarket. Sorry, Sister Wang. I still have some things to do. I'm leaving first, haha. Talk to you some other day. Hey! Sister Wang stretched out her hand, wanting to call out to Fong Joe. But Fong Joe had already escaped from the supermarket in 3 steps in order not to be pestered. Looking at Fong Joe's distant back, Sister Wang's complexion became a little despondent for a moment. This child. She shook her head helplessly, then laughed twice in an unknown manner, and finally silently put down the code sweeping gun in her hand. The next instant, Sister Wang's figure quickly shook twice. A faint layer of mist covered her, painting her figure into blurred blocks of color. After this, the customer who was originally lined up behind Fong Joe pushed his shopping cart to the front of the checkout counter. And as a result, just as he took out the contents of the cart, his entire body froze in place. Because there was no one in front of the cash register. The entire cash register was empty, but the machine was lit up for some reason. The code scanning gun was lying quietly on the desktop, and everything proved that just now there was indeed someone in charge of the cashier checkout here. But now, the most crucial cashier was nowhere to be found. Question mark. The guest blinked in confusion and looked around, realizing that the disappeared cashier could not be found anywhere. And when he tried to recall who the cashier who was originally standing here was, what he looked like, and how old he was, he realized he couldn't recall anything at all. It was as if there had never been anyone standing behind this cash register to begin with. He looked back to the other customers in line behind himself and realized that they too were confused and had a bewildered expression. After a period of silence, I don't know who suddenly reacted and popped up. Wrong queue, right? As soon as this sentence was uttered, it instantly woke up the confused crowd. All their doubts were answered, and the customers in the queue each wore an expression of "so that's how it is," and turned their heads towards the other cashier queues. Chapter 19, Where is my home? Fong Joe ran back home as if escaping. On the way, he also took 3 steps and turned back twice, frequently confirming that Sister Wang did not come after him. Only when he entered his home, changed his shoes and breathed in the smell of his home again did Fong Joe's hanging heart fall back. Liya was sunbathing on the balcony, and when she heard the movement at the entrance, she immediately drilled into the living room through the balcony doorway. When she saw the sweat and panicked expression on Fong Joe's face, the whole machine instantly set off the alarm. You met a ghost on the road? It's a little scarier than that, Fong Joe said with a serious demeanor. I was almost dragged to a blind date. Liya froze in place, drifted off for a moment, and then cursed in a tone of "You're ing kidding me. A blind date is just a mess. I thought you hit that ghost on the road, making a big deal out of it, scaring me so much that my wind screws almost popped out twice." Fong Joe? For the first time in his life, he heard someone use chipped screws to describe fright. Mechanical life forms, amazing, right? But soon Fong Joe reacted and asked suspiciously, Say, you still know about blind dates? Does your place have the concept of blind dates? Have you forgotten that I've wandered on the internet? There are thousands of complex streams of information going into my head every day. I can't even think of not knowing about it, Liya said with some pride while moving over towards the large plastic bag in Fong Joe's hand. And we also have blind dates in our place, but we generally call that a marriage match. When you reach the age, you have to be paired up, and if you refuse, you'll be grabbed up and thrown to death with a rock. Question mark. A question mark popped up on Fong Joe's head. The matchmaking market in other worlds is so life-threatening? Liya let out a hefty laugh. Just kidding. Our side is a highly civilized society. Everyone is an intellectual. How could it be so rough and barbaric? Fong Joe sighed in relief. I told you so. We all use books to smash. Such an intellectual? Fong Joe watched the little robot move over triumphantly and shakily, suddenly feeling much better about Liya's state. Previously, because of the fear of being thrown out, the little robot was still acting a little low. After her own channeling, this would turn Liya back into that pushy, brainy girl. As soon as he thought that this might be his own doing, Fong Joe couldn't help but smile. This was probably the first time in his life that he had managed to comfort someone else. And although there might have been an element of optimism on Liya's part, she was still the only one who didn't hold her nose and wrinkle her nose after hearing Fong Joe say, "Think positive," and walk away. What are you giggling about? Liya noticed Fong Joe's abnormality and circled around the shopping bag. Quickly take out the stuff. I'll check it. Fong Joe came back to his senses, dumped the things in the shopping bag out, and took a bottle of water in his hand and unscrewed it for himself. I bought everything according to your request and also bought some extra things that might be useful, such as soaps and whatnot, so look at it and see if it's right. Let me take a look. Liya quickly checked it over with her scanner and flashed her indicator a moment later. No problem. These materials are perfectly adequate. How long will it take? Fong Joe looked at her expectantly. 3 hours if there are no mistakes. 3 hours. Fong Joe stroked his chin, then pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was just after 9 in the morning. Fong Joe quickly organized and thought about the intelligence related to the beheading ghost in his mind. The first thing that was certain was that the beheading ghost definitely did not appear at a fixed time. The first time it appeared was at night, around 10 o'clock. The second time it appeared was at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. Secondly, it should be possible to rule out the possibility of it appearing at a fixed time. The interval between the first and second occurrences was about 16 hours. If the interval is the same, then the third appearance of the beheaded ghost should be at 8 o'clock in the morning. In fact, the beheading ghost did not come to the door at 8 o'clock in the morning. To summarize, the possibility of randomly appearing once a day is the highest. Fong Joe found out the paper that he had previously used to record the characteristics of the beheading ghosts and added another entry. Up to this point, the 3 main characteristics of the beheading ghosts basically surfaced. Appears randomly once a day. After being killed by a certain method, the next time it is immune to that type of death. Becomes stronger with every death. Fong Joe raised his eyebrows. For this kind of good thing to happen to him, it could only be said that he had been unlucky in his 8 lifetimes. However, he did not become desperate or panicked, but turned his head to help Liya organize the materials. According to Liya's needs, Fong Joe helped unscrew the cap of the bottle of cooking oil and lifted the kitchen knife to slice the cucumber, and then put the casserole into a designated place, and then had to take the steel wire ball to brush some scales down on the live fish. Throughout the whole process, Fong Joe felt like an apprentice who had been sharpened by a master chef. The floor of the living room of the house is also piled up with messy things, the smell of various materials mixed together, tomato sauce, juice, peanut oil everywhere. Do not know also thought that Fong Joe is doing what experimental new dishes halfway to the frying pan. One person and one machine poured for more than half an hour. Finally, all the materials were processed into the magic array needed. After that, it wasn't Fong Joe's turn to intervene. All he had to do was obediently step aside and watch Liya set up the magic array. Perhaps out of curiosity about magic itself, Fong Joe didn't hold onto his cell phone and swipe the video to kill time during the waiting process, but instead stared at Liya's operation the entire time. He sat on the sofa and watched without saying a word as Liya skillfully gulped various materials through the machine's air vents, inwardly admiring Liya more and more. She actually adapted completely to this brand new physical body so quickly, and her operating skills were so skillful that she could be called an ace mechanic floor sweeping robot. At the same time, Fong Joe also admired himself. He actually didn't have the slightest feeling of wanting to vomit when he saw such an evil image. Instead, he felt that it was quite reasonable. Liya suddenly spoke. Fong Joe, let me ask you something. What is it? You said. While drawing a magic formation, Liya mentioned in a seemingly careless tone. What if I can't kill that ghost even with my magic? This question was sudden. Fong Joe hadn't thought about it carefully either. He looked at the kitchen-shaped magic formation on the ground, which was gradually outlining its outline, and exhaled softly. We'll think of another way when the time comes, but I might have to turn my head a few more times. No, it might be dozens or hundreds of times. This is based on the premise that you can always be revived. Liya turned her back to Fong Joe and tried to raise that possibility. But what if you can't actually keep reviving? I don't know. Fong Joe gave a high-quality answer while speaking with a face full of honesty. Anyway, in a short period of time, I haven't had the feeling that I can't be resurrected. So, let's take a step and see what happens. If I can live, I'll live, and if there's really no other way, I'll just karma. Liya was silent for a moment. You're really quite open-minded. Fortunately. Fong Joe laughed, then uttered his classic line. Think on the bright side, at least by then I will definitely be one of the most resistant to killing in the history of mankind, and in the future the hellish jokes related to beheading will definitely have a part of me. Look at others, Louis XVI is not, and by now it is still famous in the history of the world. Liya muttered in a small voice. People accurately count the head in history. Fong Joe. It's all the same as long as you can hang on. Liya. Liya was rendered speechless by Fong Joe's optimism, and afterward focused on setting up the magic array without opening her mouth again. Fong Joe stared for a while longer and felt quite idle, so he got up from the sofa and prepared to casually walk around the house and clean up the remains of the garbage on the floor. Just at this time, Fong Joe's cell phone rang without warning. In the middle of Andy Lau's, I congratulate you on your fortune. Fong Joe pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. Supervisor. Fong Joe's brows immediately furrowed uncontrollably. He stood still in the living room, thinking about it, and finally picked up the phone. Hello. Fong Joe. You hurry up and get out to work. The supervisor's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. The corners of Fong Joe's eyes twitched twice, but he was patient and spoke. I'm on vacation today. There's something going on at home. Don't give me this bull. The department head yelled in Mandarin with a strong local accent. It's not even if you didn't show up yesterday, but you still want to take time off today. What kind of place do you think the company is? I'm telling you, you get downstairs immediately right now. Also, did you fill in the wrong address on purpose? You're trying to fool people, aren't you? Fong Joe's face was quite gloomy and ugly when he heard the first part of the sentence. If it wasn't too troublesome to find a new job, he would have found a way to escape from this Nyoma company, saving himself from being squeezed while not earning a few dollars. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, Fong Joe vaguely detected a few hints of strangeness. Wait a moment. Fong Joe frowned and inquired in confusion. What do you mean by intentionally filling in the wrong address? Are you still playing dumb? Where did you say your family lives? Harmony Home Building 7, 502 Ah. Put your fart. The supervisor couldn't help but curse into his cell phone. I'm in your neighborhood. There's no Building 7 in Harmony Homes. Chapter 20 Input Numbering Anomaly. What the hell? Fong Joe was frightened, and then an extremely unpleasant premonition rose in his heart. A heavy, eerie atmosphere instantly enveloped his heart. Fong Joe temporarily ignored the supervisor's shouted curses on the phone, pinched the door handle with force, gulped down his saliva with a gurgle, and then gathered the courage to push the door open. Wow! What greeted him was a turbid, strong wind mixed with countless odors. The sky that should have been azure and clear was now crimson. Countless black square voids unfolded in the clouds as if illusory-colored auroras were spreading outside the house, and buildings of various eras and styles were broken, twisted, and crushed into ruins and rubble by an invisible force, floating messily in mid-air. Harmony Home Building 7 was suspended alone in this strange space. Above it were countless broken ruins, and below it was a pitch-black abyss that could not be seen from the bottom. Fong Joe's cell phone fell to the ground with a snap, and the whole person froze in place. Where is this dry for me? Is this still the country? Not right, is this still the earth? He subconsciously thought that his neighborhood was subjected to a storm transit, and some kind of horrible natural disaster swept through his area, ultimately causing this indescribably horrible scene. But when Fong Joe calmed down, he realized that things were not that simple. Surrounded by floating in mid-air building fragments of very different styles, both European Gothic castle wreckage, but also a very Oriental ancient style of the pavilion broken wall, and some with a special substance similar to black coral-built ellipsoidal sphere building. At first glance, the whole space looks like a product of the collision of many different worlds, and the main thing is a chaotic disorder. As for the black square holes in the sky, they are completely beyond the scope of normal. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Fong Joe hurriedly picked up the cell phone on the ground and put it to his ear. Hello, supervisor? ZZ. Fong. ZZ. You in the end? ZZ. Broken sounds mixed with electricity came out from the cell phone. Fong Joe frowned, and just when he wanted to speak, he heard a pop sound from the cell phone. The call was forcefully cut off. The duration of the call between the two was fixed at 43 seconds. Fong Joe picked up his cell phone and found that the signal had completely gone to zero, and the network connection was also blocked. Holy! Fong Joe looked at the cell phone with no signal, then raised his head and glanced at the hell-like light outside the window. The corner of his eyes could not help but jump twice. However, it was good that he had had several wonderful experiences recently, and after a short period of shock, he immediately found his senses and calmly analyzed it. Just now, his call with the supervisor was normal until he pushed open the door and saw this scene. That is to say, there must be something wrong with the way I opened it. Fong Joe muttered somewhat nervously and quickly turned back into the house, then closed the door forcefully before pulling out his cell phone again. The cell phone signal was still a desperate zero grid. Fong Joe's face changed. Still with some luck, he pushed the door open again. Phew, the muddy and dirty wind with various odors once again blew head-on. Outside the house was still that disordered light, the ruins floating in the sky, the disturbing sky that was dyed bright red. Fong Joe slammed the door shut with a second hard push, then slipped his cell phone into his pocket and turned back to his first impulse to find Liya. Apparently, he was now caught up in another supernatural anomaly. In this situation, Fong Joe had to first determine exactly what kind of environment he was in. Liya, as a fairly reliable partner, was boarded up in the sweeping robot right now, but she at least had something that was really on. Fong Joe returned to the living room and saw Liya. Liya would have just happened to hear the commotion, and slowly and leisurely turned her head, spitting out half a scrap of paper from her windpipe. What? What? Fong Joe didn't know why Liya was so calm, pointing to the light outside the window. Can't you see outside? Outside. Liya froze in confusion for 2 seconds, turning her head back around and taking a look. The little robot made the biggest commotion it had ever seen. It shivered violently at the sight outside the room even as a small screw popped out from underneath the air intake. What's all this blah 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 blah? Liya let out a sharp pop as she flew to operate the pulley, sliding to Fong Joe's feet in a single breath and pounding red lights out the window. What's all this stuff outside this house? The world tree has been burned? The river of magic flow has gone berserk? The third doomsday has come? Fong Joe was originally quite panicked, but as a result, once he took a look at Liya's furtive reaction, he instead didn't panic much. Don't be in a hurry. Calm down. Does this movement have anything to do with your magic? It definitely has nothing to do with me, Liya yelled. My magic array isn't even a third of the way done. How does it have anything to do with me? And it's impossible to do this without 7th or 8th rank magic. What the hell is going on here? Fong Joe was helpless. I know even less if you don't. Liya opened her clever little brain at this time. It couldn't be. That ghost that did this. Not like that. Fong Joe turned his head and went to the kitchen to take out a kitchen knife, tucking it in his hand for defense, while saying, This time, the commotion looks like it has nothing to do with that ghost. It's probably some other messed up thing that's found its way to the door. Are you so sure? Liya followed closely behind Fong Joe, her tone somewhat subtle. Aren't you not very familiar with this kind of anomaly? I'm not familiar with anomalies, but I'm familiar with that ghost. Fong Joe pointed to his head. I'm over the hill with it. I know exactly what it felt when it came. The sound of rain, the cold darkness, and the muffled, close footsteps of that rainy night. Only if these elements were met could it be proven that it was the ghost that had returned. But right now, Fong Joe did not perceive the air of the beheading ghost at all, indicating that this incident had nothing to do with it. Fine. Liya accepted Fong Joe's statement and turned to ask uneasily, Then what do we do now? It doesn't look too safe outside. Fong Joe gripped the kitchen knife tightly and put on a barefoot, not afraid to wear shoe stance. Anyway, wait in the house first and observe the situation. Don't stay too far away from me. If I suddenly start saying something strange, it means that I've just died once, and at that time, I might need you to rub a fireball to help. Liya moved silently to Fong Joe's feet. Okay. Fong Joe didn't have much trepidation inside. What he had was just the calmness to accept it openly. Anyway, he had already encountered such things as bumping into evil and encountering ghosts. One more is not much, one less is not less. Fong Joe slowly exhaled a breath, and his gaze gradually became serious. Let me see what's going on this time. At the same time, somewhere in the endless ocean, inside an island covered by some kind of special curtain, inside the hall that resembled the command room of a large ship, several screens floated on the wall at the end through projections. A large number of obscure character strings were scrolling at high speed on the screens, and below them were 48 highly mechanized oval-shaped black nacelles, with densely packed tubes connecting them to each other around each nacelle. Professionals in dark blue uniforms and metallic helmets lay inside the pods, their hands resting naturally in the grooves on either side of the pods, allowing their skin to connect with the wiring inside the grooves, while the back of their helmets were connected to an even thicker mechanical conduit that would intersect with their brain-computer interfaces as a means of performing certain over-the-top arithmetic calculations. Next to them stood a group of researchers and academics in white coats, observing the data on the screen while handing over reports to each other and keeping an eye on the vital signs of these supercomputers in the chamber. At the back of the hall, in a position that was large enough to see the whole situation, Watson and Charlotte, dressed in black, stood there. The scale of the phase space is so big this time? Charlotte had her hands in her pockets, a lollipop in her mouth, her gaze sweeping over those lying in the pods in front of her. 48 supercomputers unfolding together? Is there a need for such a big battle? Just in case. Watson clasped his hands to his chest, his demeanor solemn. The higher-ups took into account that number 490 will likely struggle in phase space, and if the distortion frenzy it triggers spills out of the spatial rift, it'll likely affect the real world, so it's necessary to make the venue a bit larger and leave enough space. Bigger cages aren't afraid of accidents, are they? Charlotte whistled, then looked to the largest screen in the center of the wall at the far end. Within the screen was a slightly blurred view of the interior of phase space. Number 490 Harmony Home Building 7 was intact in the center of the screen, floating quietly amidst the messy rubble ruins and crimson treacherous space, and as far as it could tell, it wasn't showing any signs of a suspected struggle for the time being. It was quiet, but it was precisely because it was so quiet that the atmosphere of the entire command hall seemed tense and oppressive. After all, no one knew exactly when number 490 would erupt. The phase space is about to take shape. A researcher in a white lab coat turned his head to look at Charlotte and Watson, who were in charge of this operation. The edge fluctuation value has been lowered to 35, reaching the predicted value, so we can put substances into the phase space. Very well. Watson nodded, then took a deep breath and looked up at the residential building floating in the center of the screen. Immediately drop number 137 towards the area where number 490 is located. Yes. The researcher turned his head and began sending a message to a laboratory far away on the edge of some ocean. Charlotte took the lollipop out of her mouth and twisted her head to glance curiously at her partner. Watson, what were you saying about the drop-in? Number 137 phase snails. Watson stared at the screen without looking back, his voice low. An anomaly ontology that only devours phase space matter, and the higher-ups want to use them to eat number 490 from the inside out. Using numbered anomalies against numbered anomalies. Charlotte scat her tongue. Indeed the style of the authority, but what if it fails? Unlikely. Watson had great trust in number 137's ability. The authority has many abnormal individuals, but at least in phase space, number 137 has no opponent. Chapter 21 Wonderful Space. Time passed by minute by minute. The 502 room remained silent. Fong Joe and Liya were vigilant next to each other for half a day, but they did not find any noteworthy anomalies. It seemed that this sudden drastic change only affected the weather outside the window. There were no hideous evil spirits, nor were there any towering behemoths like mountains appearing out of the window. An indescribably complex air filled the surroundings, like the smell of an ancient old ruin that had just been drenched in a torrential downpour, bitter, cold, and damp. But other than that, Fong Joe and Liya had not detected any abnormalities. It seems like it's quite seifu. Liya circled around Fong Joe's feet twice, her gaze looking out the window once again. It looks pretty scary outside, but it seems like that? It's hard to say. Fong Joe acted more vigilant than Liya. He clutched the kitchen knife in his hand. That ghost came quite suddenly before. Maybe something messy will come out and come up to give me a chop. Liya, then are you going to stay here? Fong Joe was silent for a moment. It seems like that won't work either. If the weirdness that caused this turmoil didn't take the initiative, then Fong Joe staying where he was wouldn't change anything. The current situation left Fong Joe bewildered. There was so little information available that he couldn't even analyze what kind of weirdness he was being pestered by. Instead of staying where he was and doing nothing, it was better to use a little initiative, go out and take a look at the situation. Anyway, he still had the fault tolerance in his hand, so it should be fine if he went out for a stroll. All right, there's a change in plan. Let's go out and take a look. Fong Joe made up his mind to go check out the situation, and at the same time squatted down in place, scooped up the small robot by his feet and clutched it under his armpit. Liya didn't react at first, and only after the entire machine was clamped by Fong Joe did she chortle in confusion. What's the situation? You're still planning to bring me along? Do you want to stay here? Fong Joe asked rhetorically. First of all, I'm certainly not a wimp. Liya tried to speak in a calm tone. Let's just say that this decision is not too reckless. I don't have a problem if you want to go out, but it's good to at least leave someone to watch over the house. Liya. Fong Joe suddenly spoke calmly. Liya trembled 3 times. What? Although I can be resurrected after I die, I can't control exactly when I am resurrected for the time being. And then Then I was thinking. Fong Joe looked down at Liya under his armpit. If you die before me, and it turns out that you've already been split into scrap metal at the point in time when I resurrect, what should I do? Liya. A subtle silence passed. Fong Joe clearly felt the small robot under his armpit stop thrashing. At the same time, the voice from within the sweeping robot became resonant. I was just joking. The two of us should die together if we're going to die. That's what makes us good buddies and partners. Right, I think so too. Fong Joe laughed, then his left arm clamped onto Liya. His right hand gripped the kitchen knife, and his grave gaze looked towards the door in front of him. He took a deep breath, mentally prepared to accept all the bizarre events that might happen, and came before the gate. Creak. The doorway was pushed open. The wind that greeted him was still fishy, salty and muddy, wrapped in dust. Fong Joe looked sideways at the crimson sky outside the building, gulped down his saliva as he watched the ruins littering the sky and the tornado storms raging in a distant direction. He stepped out of the door and into the world beyond. Fortunately, the scene that Fong Joe had imagined of demons and ghosts killing each other with sudden faces did not happen. The surroundings were still quiet, except for the sound of the wind. Fong Joe let out a long breath even if he still had the bottom card of rebirth in his hand. He would still be nervous when facing an unknown event when he should be. But soon, Fong Joe realized something. Quiet. Noticing something strange, he frowned, clamped Liya under his armpits, and carefully walked towards the opposite door of room 501. The door to room 501 was somehow hidden. Fong Joe's smile of Zhou Xiong's really old brother appeared in his mind. Zhou Xiong was a good neighbor. Maybe in other people's eyes Zhou Xiong was an unkempt, lazy bachelor, but at least in Fong Joe's opinion, Zhou Xiong was a friend worth making. Now that the entire residential building was involved in this strange space, Fong Joe himself was not much of a problem, but what about his neighbors? Looking at the 501 hidden door, Fong Joe's heart sank. Gripping the chopper tightly while slamming the door with his shoulder, he rushed in. The image that met his eyes made Fong Joe freeze in place. Room 501 looked like it had been abandoned for several years. The furniture displayed inside was covered with cobwebs. A thick layer of ash was piled up on the ground. The door of the kitchen was half rotten. The dead body of a rat in the corner emitted a strange stench, and there were even countless tiny cracks on the walls, as if the whole house would collapse and disintegrate once a gust of wind blew. What made Fong Joe feel even more bizarre was that, in addition to these traces, a large number of strange footprints remained on the ground. Personally, he wasn't too proficient in that detective stuff, but he could still barely tell that the footprints had only popped up in the last 2 days. He had originally thought that these footprints might be Zhou Xiong's, and upon closer inspection, he realized that these new footprints were just too big. Zhou Xiong's feet couldn't possibly be this big, and even normal adult males wouldn't be able to have such a large pair of feet that looked more like someone had been wandering around in the place wearing huge armor and iron boots for a while. As for Zhou Xiong, who should be most present in room 501, wasn't here at all. See the ghost. Fong Joe turned around several times within room 501 and found nothing. And in the end, he could only cover his nose and retreat from this room filled with a foul odor. When he looked back to the 501, on the door plate again, Fong Joe couldn't help but fall silent. What the hell is going on here? Why did 501 look like no one had lived there for years? And where did those footprints come from? Where was old brother Zhou Xiong? All sorts of unexplainable quandaries swirled in Fong Joe's mind. He began to feel that these questions were too brain-burning, so he shook his head, not thinking about them for the time being, and turned his gaze to the side staircase. Without hesitation, Fong Joe quickly descended the stairs and came to the doors of the neighbors of each house to check the situation. In fact, he was only familiar with some of the neighbors, most of the neighbors within Building 7. Fong Joe did not come and go much. But at this time, the situation was special. Fong Joe could not think of anything else and chose to knock on the neighbors' doors one by one. About 10 minutes later, standing in front of the 101 door on the ground floor, Fong Joe came to a conclusion. It's gone, all gone. Fong Joe's face crawled with disbelief. I'm the only one left in the entire building? After checking, Fong Joe found that all the rooms on all the floors were exactly the same as the situation in room 501. It was dilapidated and had no living atmosphere, like it had been deserted for a long time, and all the occupants were nowhere to be seen, almost as if they had secretly moved out half a year ago. But if this is really the case, then what happened to Zhou Xiong and Sister Wang that he saw 2 days ago? Fong Joe turned his head and looked to the outside of the building. Could it be caused by this mutation? If common sense couldn't explain it, then use the anomaly to explain it. Perhaps the reason for all the changes was because of this anomaly. Thinking so, Fong Joe slowly moved to the entrance of the building and stood at the edge to look down. Only now did he notice that the entire residential building was in a completely floating state. Below was a chaotic, dark, bottomless vortex of nothingness, with a large amount of brownish-yellow airflow, sand, and building rubble being slowly sucked into the depths of the vortex. Above, there was still a stark sky and a black, square-shaped void, with remnants of odd substances falling out of the void's interior and floating in a gravity-defying state. The entire space operated in a simple upward spitting and downward sucking state, but the principle and reason for such operation was unknown. No one knew where the things that were spat out originated from, and no one knew what became of the things that were sucked into the depths of the vortex. I don't get it. Completely confused, Fong Joe began to recall if he had ever eaten mushrooms before. Otherwise, there was really no way to explain this bizarre image of the illusory feeling going straight to the sky. Liya. Fong Joe took a few steps back, lest he lose his footing and fall, and at the same time asked a question towards Liya. Do you have any clues? Not at all. Liya twisted twice under Fong Joe's armpit, her voice muffled. To be fair, the elemental composition of this damn place is by far the most complicated scene. How complicated? See that piece of floating construction directly in front of you? The one that looks like a lighthouse? No, the one next to it, round like a ball. See what? That thing's elemental makeup is 90% similar to a dragon. Can you believe it? A big, round, unruly rock is actually a close relative to a dragon. Dragon? Fong Joe was shocked and couldn't help but stare at the orb-shaped building wreckage a couple more times. It's round and fat. It doesn't look like a dragon in any way. Liya was silent for 2 seconds. Maybe it's a milk dragon? Fong Joe? Fong Joe, you're on the internet less. That's passive knowledge I'm receiving. It's not like I want to know. Liya shattered, then added. And that platform in front of you on the left? Greenish-white and pattern, that thing is alive. It even has 3 tails hidden inside its body. Judging by its elemental composition, 2 o'clock in front of you on the right, there's a piece of a synthetic beast's corpse over there, probably put together with 7 or 8 different animals, and underneath the corpse is an abandoned tower building. There's no living body inside that thing, but it's made of materials I've never seen before in both of my lifetimes combined. I don't know which otherworld's local specialties it is. Fong Joe listened in a daze. What the hell had he gotten himself into? And why did he feel stranger the more he listened? Fong Joe frowned tightly and pondered for a long time, finally realizing the strange place. He immediately interrupted Liya, who still wanted to continue to explain the situation. Wait, how do I feel that the more you say? Here, the more it looks like a large garbage dump. Liya reacted violently. You say that like it seems quite similar. The things here are either in a dead state or in an inactive or dormant state, and they all look as if they've been packed. This place might as well be a dump. Then here's the problem. Fong Joe's gaze slowly shifted downward. Isn't there a garbage incinerator in the dump again? There is. Liya was instantly alert. Wait, why are you mentioning this? Look ahead. Liya twisted her body and aimed the scanner at the ground in front of her. Starting from the entrance edge of the residential building, the ground and walls were collapsing and cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the fragments were sucked into the void in a spiral and then disappeared, as if a huge invisible mouth was slowly devouring and tearing everything around. And just as Fong Joe and Liya were conversing, the speed of that giant mouth's devouring was gradually accelerating, and in just a few seconds, about half a meter of the building was chewed up and came towards the ground under Fong Joe's feet at an even faster speed. Chapter 22. One step ahead. Something bad happened. Watching the walls and the ground being sucked into the void like shivering spaghetti, Fong Joe knew he was in a big mess. Despite the fact that what was gradually approaching was some kind of invisible weirdness, Fong Joe decided to give it a try. He threw the kitchen knife in his hand as hard as he could. He thought that the saying, even the best kung fu masters are afraid of kitchen knives, might be true again. As a result, the cleaver was twisted, crushed into countless pieces by some unseen force in midair, and sucked into nothingness together with the surrounding wall lobes. Fong Joe immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, hugged Liya with both hands and twisted his head to quickly run up to the second floor. When he arrived at the entrance of the second floor, Fong Joe turned back and found that rooms 101 and 102 had been eaten cleanly, while this unusual devouring force seemed like it couldn't get enough, and after devouring the 2 rooms, it continued to march down the stairs towards the second floor. Fong Joe watched this scene in shock. He had to admit that the effect of this thing's entrance was much more frightening than the decapitated ghost. Hiss. Fong Joe hesitated in place for a moment, then quickly raised the sweeping robot in his hand and shouted, Liya, try if the magic works. Huh. Liya's entire machine froze. However, this elite lady who called herself a court magician reacted quickly and immediately manipulated the electricity inside the machine, using the knowledge that she had already practiced once yesterday, converting the electricity into magic power, and then converting the magic power into the magic she was best at. Roaring flames coalesced in front of the sweeping robot. Since Liya was in Fong Joe's arms at the moment, and because she was able to see the process of the magic power streams coalescing into a fireball from a very close distance, when Liya released her magic, Fong Joe inexplicably had the illusion that this ball of fire seems to have been formed by me. This feeling was somehow quite addictive. However, Fong Joe didn't have time to indulge in the joy of releasing magic. The whole person along with Liya was knocked back by the recoil of the fireball, and only barely stopped after hitting the wall. The blazing fireball of magic power rushed straight out, wrapped in tumbling heat. However, this magic fireball from an otherworldly world also failed to solve the crisis, and its existence was the same as the chopper's. It disintegrated miserably in midair, and then turned into flying sparks, dissipating without a trace. Magic doesn't work either. I saw that. Fong Joe inwardly cursed the outrageousness, picking up Liya and running furiously all the way upstairs. What kind of bull is this all coming at me? Physical attacks didn't work. Neither did magical attacks. Even from beginning to end, Fong Joe didn't even know what the other party actually looked like. This type of enemy was the most troublesome. The mechanism was unknown, the value was unknown, and the shape was unknown. What's more crucial was that this thing couldn't even see the blood bar. Liya! Fong Joe flew up the stairs while calling out to the little robot in his arms. See if you can parse something out? I'm trying. Liya's voice came from her arms, somehow mixed with a lot of electric sounds. But I seem to be running out of power right now. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped. Running out of power so soon? That fireball just now dried up my power to the point of seeing red. Liya hurriedly explained. And did you forget? I gave you a checkup before you left the house, and that used up a lot of power too. Fong Joe looked down at Liya. Why didn't you charge it when I went downstairs to the supermarket to buy materials? Liya, forgot. This unlucky child. Liya also had something to say. It's only my second day as a sweeping robot. I can't help it if I'm not used to needing to charge. Fong Joe didn't have the time to accuse Liya of forgetting to charge, and continued to carry Liya all the way upwards furiously. When Fong Joe came to the 4th floor, he quickly looked back and realized that the abnormal force had already eaten up the 2nd floor and started to accelerate towards the 3rd floor. Following this trend, it was only a matter of time before the entire residential building was eaten up by it. What to do? Fong Joe took the time to look outside the residential building. The world outside the building was very different from the streets in his impression. A chaotic apocalyptic scene. There wasn't even a landing spot within a few hundred meters nearby. Unless Fong Joe could suddenly spread his wings and soar, even if he summoned up the courage to take a leap, he would not end up any better than being bitten into pieces. Fong Joe thought about countermeasures all the way to the 5th floor. When passing by his own door, Fong Joe's footsteps suddenly stopped. This time, it wasn't a short stop and pause, but a complete and utter pause. He glanced at the steps leading to the 6th floor, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately did not step on them. Liya noticed Fong Joe's odd behavior at this time and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you stop? Have you thought of a solution?" "No," Fong Joe answered honestly. "But I think it's pointless to continue running upwards. It will definitely catch up, and—" Fong Joe paused for a second, his expression extraordinarily serious. "I don't want to see my house with a loan of $800,000 bitten to pieces eaten by this thing. I don't even have a place to accept the reimbursement of damages." Liya's indicator lights went black. "Can you stop thinking about your $800,000 loan all day long?" She had come to Fong Joe's place for 3 days and had heard about the $800,000 loan at least 3 times. Is the mortgage pressure so heavy in your society? Fong Joe, however, paid no attention to Liya, but will put Liya down, while he himself stood at the stairway, his eyes looking down. After taking about 2 or 3 deep breaths, Fong Joe's facial expression eased down and his voice calmed down a bit. He asked towards Liya next to him, "Do you see anything?" Liya was slightly silent. "Unfortunately, no. Is there anything special about its elemental composition?" "I scanned it roughly twice. I was too pressed for time to look closely." Liya's answer cast another veil of eeriness over the anomaly below. Its elemental composition isn't very strong, it's very thin, yet structurally it's very complex, and it's mixed with a couple of special elements I've never seen before. Speak human. The composition of this thing resembles some sort of magic. Liya paused. But it's ultimately just similar to magic, I don't know exactly how. But what I can say for sure, this thing is definitely not its body. I can barely see a connecting channel between it and its body. Fong Joe's mind lit up with some thoughts. Through that channel, can you tell where its main body is? Liya regretfully spoke. That thing goes straight to 30,000 meters above our heads. It's probably extended from another world. The thoughts in Fong Joe's mind extinguished and he couldn't help but sigh. Then there's no way to take out the main body. Liya turned her head to look at Fong Joe. Then what should we do now? I should ask you that. Fong Joe boarded up his face. Don't you have any ideas? Liya was silent for a moment. I still have 3% of my current power left. At most it will support me to play you a song called "It's Not a Sin for a Man to Cry, Cry, Cry." What do you think? Fong Joe raised his eyebrows in shock. You're a sweeping robot now, and you can play songs too? Liya smiled embarrassedly. I spent half an hour last night installing a new program. All songs from around the world are free to listen to. There are no drawbacks except for the poor sound quality. Do you want to have a song? Fong Joe's mouth twitched. Can you stop thinking about your BGM all the time? Liya smacked her lips and pushed in a small voice. You don't always think about your $800,000 loan. There is no difference between the two of us. Fong Joe has nothing to say. At this time, the third floor has been swallowed up. The volume of the entire residential building has been chewed up, swallowed, and disappeared. The 401 and 402 rooms were also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It ate faster and faster, as if its hunger was never ending and its greed for food could never be satisfied. Its next step was Fong Joe and the room 502 that he longed for. Fong Joe stood at the entrance of the staircase, looking at this abnormal force that was roaring forward, and slowly exhaled a breath. Anyway, let's die once first and see. Liya trembled twice at these words. She looked at Fong Joe incredulously. Are you serious? Although I think you probably want to do this. I'll be honest, this kind of death isn't very pretty. Fong Joe threw her a blank stare. I'm going to die. What do I care about your this and that? Seems like it. Liya was stunned. But aren't you really afraid? Haven't I already died twice? The first 2 times were passive. This time you took the initiative to deliver. The nature is different. It's all the same. Fong Joe looked at the anomaly that was getting closer and closer and had already climbed up the stairs. His demeanor was surprisingly calm. Ever since he met Liya a few days ago, all sorts of incomprehensible anomalies had been popping up frequently around him. Fong Joe was sure that even if he solved this incident, other evil things would definitely come back to him in the future. But it didn't matter. He looked away and was mentally prepared for a long drawn-out battle. Compared to the cyclical cow and horse life in the past, at least the current experiences made Fong Joe feel new and entertained enough. The only drawback is that these experiences are quite deadly. So it doesn't matter if he still can't find a solution to the problem after this death return. If it doesn't work once, it'll work twice. If it doesn't work twice, it'll work 3 times. If it doesn't work 3 times, it'll work 4 times. There would always be a way. Liya. Fong Joe looked deeply at the small robot next to him. Then I'll go ahead and die. Liya looked at Fong Joe in confusion. Huh? Oh. All the way. See you later. Fong Joe's movements paused for a moment visible to the naked eye. Why did this scene feel so strange? Saying goodbye doesn't look like saying goodbye. Life and death are not separated like life and death. Fong Joe shook his head, not to think too much, and turned to jump down without hesitation. In an instant, his body was engulfed by an invisible force and disappeared into the void of nothingness. Chapter 23. Unexpectedly accidental. Fong Joe thought he would be torn apart. Just like when matter was inhaled into a black hole, it was torn into spaghetti shape by the huge gravitational force. However, the truth was far beyond Fong Joe's expectations. After falling into the invisible void, Fong Joe felt that his body became light, as if he was floating on the surface of the sea, and the cold substance like seawater flowed over the surface of his skin, and instead of pain and suffering, it brought Fong Joe an extraordinarily soft and comfortable feeling. This feeling reminds him of a time when he worked late into the night, dragged his tired body home to take a hot shower, blow dry his hair, and then drank a bottle of cold milk, and then plopped into the bed. I feel a lot like I did then. The difference is that Fong Joe, who was overworked and exhausted at that time, fell asleep, but now Fong Joe is extraordinarily conscious. He opened his eyes and looked around, realizing that he was in the middle of pitch black, with dots of starlight dotting the surroundings. It was as if he was surrounded by the starry sky, standing in a mysterious corner of the vast universe. There was neither gravity nor oxygen here, yet Fong Joe clearly sensed that he did not need these to maintain his existence. Because his abnormal organ was beating. Like a second heart in his body, the abnormal organ hidden in the deepest part of his body was beating fiercely and faster than ever before. With the beating of this abnormal organ, Fong Joe felt that his vision became clearer and clearer. Gradually he was able to see the brilliance of the stars in the sky. He saw the distant red giant star burning, saw 3 stars irregularly circling around a certain sphere, and at the same time, he also saw a bright planet explode after shaking violently. The shockwave briefly distorted Fong Joe's line of sight, countless particles and heat arcs in the vastness of the universe raging chaotically, and the brand new stars are sprouting in the even more distant places. However, it was in the background of this grand-scale universe that Fong Joe saw one more thing. A snail. A brown snail with a milky white snail shell on its back, lying in front of Fong Joe, probably only the size of a palm. When Fong Joe saw it, it seemed to see Fong Joe as well. The reason for this was because its original tentacles were facing a certain direction in the depths of the universe, but the moment Fong Joe's gaze came into contact with it, its tentacles seemed to sense something and slowly moved over to oppose Fong Joe. Fong Joe felt his brain short-circuit for a moment. He had never connected the words universe and snail in his life. So when he was in a mysterious space suspected to be the universe and encountered a snail, Fong Joe had no idea what he should do. Even more amazingly, when the snail's tentacles collided with Fong Joe's line of sight, icy cold, blazing heat, calmness, and agitation, all kinds of emotions swept over the sky, and Fong Joe's spiritual consciousness became riddled with holes in an instant, as if the perceived emotions of all the lifeforms in the entire universe had flooded into his mind in an instant. Fong Joe briefly lost consciousness, and then in the next instant, he lost the perception of his self. He began to feel that his body was the stem of a tree leaf, his limbs were the tattered leaves, and his head was the fork of a tree branch that was connected to the branch, and the blood that flowed in his body was the cells, was the sustenance. He felt that he was not a living person but rather a living person on the grand cosmic scale. He felt that he was not a living person, but a leaf in an inconspicuous corner of a planet on the grand scale of the universe. A leaf that would be slowly gnawed away by snails. Thud! The abnormal organs in his body emitted a violent sound, forcibly dragging Fong Joe's confused consciousness back to reality. All the illusions flew away in this explosive sound, and all sorts of chaotic emotions were expelled, causing Fong Joe to rediscover himself. Fong Joe took 2 steps back and wrinkled his eyes twice forcefully, then stared at the snail in front of him with an odd yet wary expression. The snail's tentacles were still facing towards Fong Joe, but the angle of its tentacles was bent a bit. For some reason, it looked like it was making a tilted head expression, as if it was confused and puzzled by the current situation. Fong Joe, however, had already reacted at this point. Perhaps the snail was behind all these weird and wonderful changes. Perhaps it was dangerous, perhaps it was mysterious, but it could not hurt Fong Joe right now. Thinking of this, Fong Joe's heart welled up. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to grab the snail. In an island that couldn't be found by any probes, the panel data in the command hall was scrolling like crazy, and the speed was far beyond the limit of normal human eyes to capture. This was due to the fact that unfolding phase space required a large amount of arithmetic power, and the more complex the situation in phase space was, the more massive the demand for arithmetic power would be. At this moment, 35 of the 48 chambers in the command hall have issued red alarms, and some supercomputers lying in the chambers have begun to show abnormal reactions. But all of this is normal. Watson stood on the stage and watched all of this without expression, and after confirming the status of the supercomputers below, he raised his head and looked at the screen in the center of the panel. Through the blurred screen image, Watson saw that number 490, that is, Harmony Home Building 7, had been gnawed through more than half of the building, and the 3rd floor and below were all chewed up and swallowed up by some kind of unnameable special force, disappearing into the void forever. This was the power of the phase snail. It would devour everything it touched in phase space without reservation. As one of the authorities' trump cards, the phase snail was one of the ultimate means of dealing with dangerous anomalies. It's almost over. Watson clenched his fists nervously as he saw the phase snail consume the 4th layer in its entirety. He had confidence in the phase snail, but he still couldn't help but worry about whether number 490 would be the whole big one at the critical moment. After all, it was a major anomaly that had rounded over to the nearest whole number. No surprises, no surprises. Watson's eyes were firmly fixed on the screen, and he couldn't stop his mouth from breaking up. Charlotte beside him followed suit with emotional tension. Although she was ostensibly dangling with her legs crossed with a lollipop in her mouth, in reality, her toes were on the verge of picking the soles of her shoes. The phase snail's nibbling continued. It ended its feeding on the 4th layer and finally began to spread towards the 5th layer. At this moment, Watson and Charlotte's hearts were in their throats. They remembered that Fong Joe lived in 502. If they were to say where there could be an accident in this operation, it could only be here. Watson and Charlotte leaned forward at the same time, both of their gazes highly focused on the center of the screen, desperately trying to see every pixel point change. They saw the staircase being swallowed and torn apart, saw the wall skin being torn off, saw that door being twisted and screwed. Finally, with the sound of steel rubbing off the walls and collapsing, the entire 5th floor of Harmony Homes Building 7 was chewed clean by the power of the phase snail. Watson was first stunned. Then he hurriedly got up and looked at the researchers next to him. How is the situation in phase space? What about the heterodyne indicator? The researcher was startled. He looked up multiple times to confirm the data, and only after a few seconds did he reply. The phase space is still stable and the anomaly indicator has not risen. After Watson heard this, he was relieved and sat back down again. Sure enough, the power of the phase snail was going to be above number 490. The authorities' decision was correct. Watson wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face finally showing the only expression of relief in the past few days. It looks like we can prepare to wrap up and write the report. And write another leave request form, by the way. Charlotte's head dropped and she spoke breathlessly. I have to go to the Maldives for 7 days and 7 nights this time. Watson glanced at him. Have you figured out what excuse you're going to use? Exhaustion or sensitive nerves due to dealing with a major anomaly. Charlotte grinned. I've inquired with my friends at the Institute before. Usually this reason has the highest pass rate, and the higher-ups will easily approve it. Makes sense. Watson exhaled. Write one for me when the time comes. Charlotte was shocked. You workaholic needs a break too? Watson was full of helplessness. Usually I don't need it, but this time is different. Don't look at the fact that they didn't really get into a fight from start to finish. The mental pressure they actually endured was no less than charging directly with a sword. Ever since the distortion phenomenon had occurred, they hadn't had a good night's sleep as the commissioners of this anomaly handling. After all, the distortion phenomenon of number 490 had no pattern at all. In the past, when other anomalies triggered distortions, more or less omens would surface. Either the color of the sky would change drastically, a collective hallucination would appear, or there would be an abnormal object floating high in the sky. Number 490's distortion phenomenon came when it was said to come, and the main hit a zero-frame starter, catching people off guard. So in the face of this may detonate at any time bomb, Watson and Charlotte everyday life is quite tense. Fortunately, everything is finally over. The time bomb disappeared forever in the stomach of the phase snail. Ha! It was at this moment. A puzzled voice suddenly sounded in the command hall. A researcher who was observing the screen from a close distance pushed up his glasses, furrowed his brows, and carefully stared at the image in the screen. After a moment of silence, his face turned pale with a swish, and he turned around sharply and shouted, Something's wrong. Number 137's movements have stopped. As the words fell, the entire command hall suddenly fell silent. The other researchers who were discussing what to eat after work also froze in place. The relaxed smiles on Watson's and Charlotte's faces instantly froze, and then they jumped up from their stools with an unanimous tongue sound. Chapter 24. Sudden Accident. The command hall instantly exploded. The original cheerful atmosphere of being about to go off duty was gone, replaced by a volcanic eruption of shock and trepidation. Watson jerked his head up to look at the central screen, and sure enough, he saw that the phase snail's devouring progress had stopped. The first 5 floors of building number 490 had all been chewed up and swallowed. But at this exact moment, the phase snail suddenly stopped moving. Why? Watson watched this scene in shock, his mind filled with countless question marks. Charlotte was so shocked that she crunched her lollipop, but quickly came back to her senses and optimistically tried a sentence. Could it be that the snail is full? Phase snails have no concept of being full. Watson stared dead on the screen without looking back, his voice again unable to stop shaking from nervousness. The phase snail has never discontinued feeding, not even once. No matter how much volume or mass of the thing that was put in, it will definitely eat every bit of it. Quite an appetite. Charlotte made a small forced comment. This stupid eating and pounding usually poops quite a bit, I guess. Watson. He slowly turned back to Charlotte and shot her a, What the are you talking about look? Charlotte, knowing that now was not the time for joking and riffing, quickly put on a straight face and set the subject straight. So what's going on now? Why did it stop? I don't know. Watson flew over to one of the researchers. Has there been any change in the stability of phase space? The researcher, who was also confused at this point, was sobered up a few points by Watson's question and replied, The stability seems to be within the safe values at the moment. Watson's face became even more ugly upon hearing this. It didn't make sense. So far, the only thing that could affect the phase snail's feeding was the stability of the phase space. If the phase space was not stable enough and was in a state of high-intensity turbulence, the phase snail's entity and the main body would only experience a malfunctioning connection. This situation was just like a plug and socket having poor contact. The phase snail would briefly disappear from phase space and would reappear after a period of time to continue feeding. But right now, phase space is very stable. There was no reason for the phase snail to stop feeding. Wicked. Watson incredulously bypassed the researchers and quickly walked down the stairs, coming to the front of the screen alone. A large amount of tedious data crossed in front of his eyes, and in the image in the center of the screen, the Harmony Homeworld Building 7, which had been mostly gnawed on, was still suspended in midair, yet the force that had gnawed it down to this dilapidated state was now somehow stagnant. Charlotte caught up to Watson at this point and stared at the central screen with him. As his gaze and attention were focused in the central screen, a meteor-like light flashed from Charlotte's eyes one after another. His sanity was gradually awakened, and a special intuition called inspiration poured into his head like a lightning strike, flipping back and forth in his mind. Thus, the world gradually became different in Charlotte's eyes. All kinds of deep information hidden under the surface surfaced. Every pixel in the picture was empowered by logic and theory, presenting its purest essence to Charlotte. Everything had nothing to hide at this moment. Charlotte's eyes would drip and capture all the reality. Watson, vaguely aware of his partner's reaction, jerked his head around and looked at him with some surprise. Inspiration coming? Halfway there, Charlotte's gaze focused on the screen, the starlight under her eyes flashing rapidly. I can probably see something coming. Faye's snail is not in a good condition. Watson's complexion suddenly changed, and his busy voice inquired, "It's under attack? Is it reality distortion?" Charlotte did not speak. He was silent for a few seconds. Then the starlight under his eyes dimmed. Inspiration disappeared. Maybe it was because the level of the Faye snail was too high, or maybe it was something else. In short, Charlotte's inspiration ended here. It was unfortunate that he didn't get to see the full picture of things, but he at least saw something clearly. Watson put all his hopes on Charlotte at this point and asked after him, "What did you see?" Charlotte pursed her lips, her features ringing out a complicated look. He turned his head and looked at his partner with a serious look. "How do you mean? It sounds like I'm bull-ting, but I swear I'm definitely not lying." "I believe you, you say? You really believe that? Cut the crap and say it." "Okay." Charlotte sighed helplessly and looked up at the screen. "The snail has a bad stomach and is about to throw up." Watson was confused. This thing could still have a bad stomach? He could remember that the last time the Faye snail ate an abnormal meteorite with a surface of 7,500 C raw and burped after it was done. How could eating a building not work now? "Wait," Watson snapped. "Did you just say you were going to throw up?" The words just fell. Countless bright red warning signs surfaced on the screen. At the same time, all 48 chambers within the command hall issued overheating warnings. The vital signs of the supercomputers inside the chambers began to show abnormal fluctuations. Their body temperatures rapidly exceeded the 39°C mark. Their eyes rolled up, their mouths foamed, and their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. The power of the entire secret base was also drained in an instant. The lights all went out. 2 seconds later, the backup power supply was turned on. The red light re-illuminated the entire hall. Phase space stability anomaly detected. Edge fluctuation values accelerating. Compartment 37 triggered a fusion, and 38, 39. All compartments triggered the fusion mechanism. Carry the supercomputers out immediately. Don't let them remain in the chambers. They'll die. Observed a rise in anomaly indicators within phase space. Is number 137 undergoing some kind of strenuous activity? Don't freeze. Go contact headquarters. The sound of alarms within the screens, the rumble of the chamber overheating and melting, the shrill cues from the hall, and the excited shouts of the researchers came together. Chaos instantly took over the command hall. A cacophony of disorganized voices huddled together and roaring and exploding down the hall. Watson was about to tell the others to calm down when he turned his head and caught a glimpse of the scene of a lifetime. The building was spit out. It looked like a video rewind. The 5th floor, which had originally been engulfed by the phase snail, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The walls and floors spat out of the unseen void of nothingness and returned to their original positions. However, in just a few seconds, Harmony Home Building 7, Room 501 and Room 502 were restored to their original state. And this scene, like turning back time, is still going on. The phase snail spat out what it had just eaten little by little and did not leave any traces. About 2 minutes later, Harmony Home Building 7 appeared in the center of the screen in its entirety. Its structure was intact as before. No cracks in the walls, no mutilations on the floor, and there was no snail slime in the building. It was as if everything had never happened. As Charlotte said, the phase snail vomited. Watson and Charlotte froze in place, staring at each other in stupefaction. Their pair had witnessed countless evil and bizarre anomalies. As a matter of course, as one of the most experienced alien agents of the Authority, they had completed desensitization to the vast majority of evil events. But this was too damn evil. Charlotte was the first to slow down due to the fact that she had foreseen all of this in advance through inspiration, and was silent for half a day to hold back a sentence. I told you that it's not good to eat stupidly and build violently, right? But you still don't believe me. Watson, what time is this kid still thinking about this? However, thanks to Charlotte's mouthful of nonsense, Watson also found his senses and quickly gave orders towards the researchers behind him. Notify the lab where number 137 proper is located, and have 137 stop its activities immediately. All supercomputers leave the cabin immediately, each go to the infirmary for 3 injections of green ice agent, and after receiving all the treatments, go through 2 more psychiatric evaluations. Finally, report the situation to the headquarters, and say that the operation failed, and that number 137 failed to dispose of number 490. After saying the last sentence, Watson felt a headache and rubbed his temples. Now that even number 137 had failed, what would the authority do next with number 490? It wasn't as if there were no force processing means more powerful than a phase snail, but they all lack stability, and one bad maneuver and the authority itself would have to take a big hit. That said, is this thing really a level for anomaly? Even the phase snail was spat out. This level must be level 6 upwards. Did the raiders have their brains pinched by Charlotte? Watson was mentally complaining about this errand when he heard another shrill burst from a certain researcher in his ears. What? Is this again? Watson's heart was once again in his throat. He looked at the researcher and realized that the other party was working on phase space processing. As a matter of fact, now that the supercomputers were all being carried out of the chamber one after another, the phase space lost its arithmetic power to maintain it, and it should have shut down on its own. Just now, Watson didn't give any instructions related to phase space, also because this thing would shut down by itself if left unattended. Charlotte rushed over a step ahead of Watson and asked, "What happened to phase space?" "Phase space has stabilized again." The researcher looked up, his face full of incredulity. "The fringe fluctuation value is down to single digits, more stable than any time before." Charlotte was stunned, turning back to double-check that the chamber was empty. Incredulous. "Isn't there no supercomputer working right now?" "Indeed," the researcher gulped. "But phase space just suddenly stabilized and the anomaly indicator went up." "Another anomaly indicator for number 137? "No. Unsure." The researcher pulled out the version of the data in his hand. "It's the anomaly indicator for number 490. "What?" Charlotte felt like her head was about to explode. How did outrageous things pop up one after another? Charlotte took a deep breath. "Tell me more clearly. Is there a simple and easy-to-understand conclusion?" A group of researchers came together and discussed among themselves. After about half a minute, one of them came out and looked at Charlotte with an indefinable and complex look. "In short," the researcher's face was grave. "Number 490 learned the phase space maneuver in a very short period of time, and then took the control from us. Now, this space is its." Chapter 25. This thing is more powerful than a fungus. The moment Fong Joe touched the snail, thousands of sights frantically flooded into his mind. He saw the blazing 9 suns burning in the deep sea, cold mechanical city-states parasitized on the backs of flooded beasts, and humanoid creatures moving on a pure white cube in the universe. These sights are either bustling, cold and silent, grand and shocking, or just plain baffling. But without exception, they clearly drilled into Fong Joe's consciousness and merged in the same sea of consciousness. So Fong Joe saw the white Rubik's Cube being eaten by the flood beasts, humanoid creatures walking on the surface of the 9 suns, and cold mechanical city-states operating at high speeds in the depths of the ocean. These already confusing scenes exploded and mixed in Fong Joe's mind. It was almost as if countless colors were dropped in, treating Fong Joe's consciousness as a dye tank, freely mixing all sorts of strange colors. Enduring such huge and confusing information at the same time, instead of feeling uncomfortable, Fong Joe was born with a marvelous feeling. He was very comfortable. It was as if he was born to stand here and look at these light and strange sights. However, as time advanced, the overly bizarre images were gradually removed from Fong Joe's mind. The entwined and fused colors within the dye tank called consciousness gradually came to an answer. Chaos subsided and order returned. The world gradually changed back to a certain fixed appearance under Fong Joe's gaze. "Fong Joe? Fong Joe. Hey!" The call mixed with electronic mechanical sounds pulled Fong Joe back to reality. He felt his originally floating feet touch the ground, and his consciousness instantly woke up under the reminder of gravity, finally coming back to his senses. Fong Joe was back. He was standing in front of the front door of his house, at the entrance of the stairs, at the position he was standing at before he jumped down. And when he raised his head and looked outside the residential building, what he saw was not a demonic crimson red, but an azure sky. A ray of clear sunlight shone diagonally on his face at just the right time. Fong Joe's entire body shook 3 times and blinked in confusion. Was this another dry return to the country for him? Or did this death return send him to an even longer time ago? And what about that strange experience just now? Just as Fong Joe's head was filled with question marks, he suddenly felt that his ankle was taking a hit, and only after fixing his eyes on it did he realize that it was Liya, the sweeping robot, who was charging at him. What the hell? Fong Joe subconsciously ventured a sentence. Liya's movements stopped instantly. Have you slowed down? I thought that you had passed away while standing when I called you for half a day with no response. I didn't die, Fong Joe casually said, then froze and scratched his head full of confusion. No, I might be dead, right? I should be. Oh no, I think I. Oh right. Liya spoke in an incredulous tone. You don't even know if you're dead or not? Fong Joe helplessly shrugged his shoulders. You don't say. I really don't know. His memories were already a little fuzzy. After being swallowed by that invisible twisting force, Fong Joe remembered that he came to a piece of cosmic space and met a snail in the center of that space. Then later was that marvelously treacherous and confusing experience just now. Regarding the matter of whether or not he had experienced death, Fong Joe couldn't be sure. Liya was silent for a moment. I think you shouldn't be dead. Why? Because I still remember what just happened. Liya's electric voice was even worse than earlier, sounding like she was shivering. We got caught up in a strange area, and then suddenly something was chasing us, and then you said you were going to die for a bit first, and I said good luck all the way, and then you ended up jumping off. Fong Joe froze. She actually remembered these things. According to the characteristics of the previous death return, Liya would not retain her memories. Now since Liya remembered so clearly, it meant that she hadn't died. Thinking of this, Fong Joe quickly checked his body once again, bouncing twice at the entrance of the building to confirm that his current self was not injured. He had obviously jumped into that invisible vortex, but not only had he not been torn into spaghetti like the building construction, he was even unharmed. And then, Fong Joe curiously looked at Liya. Did anything change after I jumped in? Nothing changed, Liya replied in a low voice. Nothing changed after you jumped in. The 5th floor was swallowed with me. I thought I was going to die there, but it wasn't long after that I was spit out by that thing. Spit out? Fong Joe was shocked. That thing can still spit? How did it vomit? Yeah.
莉亚似乎不想回忆那段经历，就跟洪水海啸似的，哗哗一下先给我淹了，然后里面咣当一下震来震去，接着咚咚咚又是 bang bang bang， 最后呜哩呜啊几下我就出来了。
Fong Joe squarely stared at Liya for a few seconds. Is your language descriptive ability so barren? What can I do? Liya spun around in an aggravated manner. At that time, I was so scared that my hairbrush chipped off 4 or 5. How could I still be in the mood to care about what was going on? Fong Joe originally wanted to spit out a sentence about Liya's wimpy mentality, but he could understand Liya's mindset. After all, if you asked him to retell what he had just experienced now, he wouldn't be able to tell for a while. Liya was really curious about Fong Joe's state as well. Say, since you didn't die, then you're inside. The situation is complicated. Let's go home first. Fong Joe felt that it wasn't good to stand at the stairway and talk to a sweeping robot. In case someone passed by, he could easily be arrested as a psychopath. One person and one machine returned to the living room. Since Liya's own battery was low, Fong Joe carried her next to the outlet to connect the charging cable, after which he moved a stool himself and sat in front of Liya. After the charging indicator lighted up, Liya uncontrollably let out a soothing murmur, and after seeing Fong Joe's subtle little expression, the young girl who self-recognized herself as a human magician instantly coughed twice in a serious manner. All right, tell me, what exactly happened? I don't know the specifics either. Fong Joe paused. But I did encounter something similar to the dye tank. The marvelous experience just now made Fong Joe associate it with the dye tank in the first place. When he had returned from his last death, he knew very well that his consciousness had been thrown into a deep, dark dye tank, with countless colors crawling and writhing on his body. While at the bottom of the dye tank, the huge computer of enormous size had sent Fong Joe back to the real world. Although it sounded slightly different from this kaleidoscopic experience, Fong Joe still thought that there might be some connection between the two. Considering that Liya already knew about the existence of the dye tank, and that he and Liya had built up a certain level of trust. Fong Joe didn't hide anything more this time, and told Liya everything he felt. Liya at first will also agree with the to sound, the more to the back is more silent, after listening to even more not say a word froze for more than 10 seconds. Finally, our Ms. Liya really cannot hold back, popped out a sentence. Did you steal the fungus? What? What's all this mess? Liya, the otherworldly magician, was shocked. You said you ran into the universe after jumping in, met a snail in the middle of the universe, saw people walking on the surface of the sun after making contact with the snail, and saw mechanical city-states rumbling in the depths of the oceans. Fong Joe pauses for a moment. Actually, I also saw a dragon wearing a maid's outfit lying under the table spitting fire to help 3 starfish roast meat. Liya? Question mark. Liya, I now suspect that you're not eating mushrooms. You're probably knocked up. The most a normal person can do with mushrooms is to see their own dog in the kitchen making a 4-course meal. This is even more outrageous than a hallucination on your part, right? Fong Joe spread his hands. But I just saw it, especially clear. I remember the lines on those 3 starfish clearly. There were actually even more outrageous and unbelievable ones, but in order not to deepen Liya's confusion, Fong Joe chose not to say anything. Liya was silent again. This time, her silence was longer and longer. So long that Fong Joe thought she had automatically shut down again. Fong Joe purposely did not open his mouth to call Liya, instead giving her time to think. He knew that Liya was smart and quick to accept, and after the initial confusion and dullness, he believed that Liya should be able to find her way back to her form soon. As expected, after about half a minute, Liya spoke again in a much calmer tone. I think you might have seen the otherworld. Otherworld? Fong Joe raised his eyebrows. This word was definitely not unfamiliar to those who regularly watched novels and anime. As a person who had been late many times during his school days due to staying up late to read novels, Fong Joe was instantly interested in these 3 words. Tell me carefully. It's simple. Liya spoke nonchalantly. You still remember that place that resembles a garbage dump is filled with strange buildings and biological remains, right? You should also be able to see that they clearly don't belong to the same painting style. Fong Joe stroked his chin. Do you think those things themselves came from the otherworld? Maybe that place is an otherworldly junkyard. Liya hesitantly spoke. Let's assume that the thing we encountered at that time was the incinerator of the junkyard, and since it ate so much otherworldly garbage, it must have been more or less tainted with some otherworldly characteristics. And then you jumped in and for some reason didn't get disposed of by it, but instead briefly saw a great deal of the otherworld through it because you were in excessively deep contact with it. That's a technical term on our side. It's called immersion. Fong Joe froze as he listened. So those images I saw were real? It should be. Saying this, Liya suddenly thought of something. Her tone was 3 times more serious than just a moment ago, almost asking with the most serious attitude since Fong Joe had known her. Have you seen a certain world that looks a lot like an eye? That world has a total of 2 layers with normal planet inhabitants below, and the upper layer is a piece of upside-down city, completely mirrored to the lower city, and wrapping the entire surface of the planet. The upper and lower layers are connected with 16 brownish-colored towers, which look like a dozen or so gong characters connected together. Fong Joe was about to say that this sounded too outrageous, until he searched his memory and realized that there really was such a place inside. The entire planet was divided into 2 layers, inside and outside, with upper and lower protective mirrors, connected to each other through magical towers. Fong Joe nodded. I have an impression. Why? Liya. Then you are really seeing the otherworld. Fong Joe was stunned. Why are you suddenly jumping to conclusions? Liya exhaled softly. Because that's my house. Chapter 26. The Touch. Liya's reaction was not small. Though instead of staggering or exploding in place, or chipping a few screws out in a hurry, she fell silent as if she had no power. But that was the problem. Fong Joe rarely saw Liya silent. The electronic lifeform wizard boarding at his house was either pushing her buttons or on her way to doing so. In the past few days of exchanges, Fong Joe had never seen Liya go silent for such a long time. An inexplicably gloomy atmosphere filled the living room. Seeing that Liya was slow to speak on, Fong Joe simply took the lead. So what? Are you all right? Fine. Liya spoke out after several seconds. I just think things are getting more and more marvelous. Fong Joe blinked. I thought the mention of your old home was making you homesick. Pretty much. Liya seemed to have organized her thoughts and was in a much calmer state. But in the end it's still because of you. According to you, you're seeing a mixture of those images swirling around in your head, but at the same time you're able to see each world clearly. Even you saw my old home? Fong Joe nodded. He felt outrageous himself. Obviously, the picture sights in his mind were so chaotic, with all sorts of disorganized elements being thrown into a drum 5-speed washing machine buzzing and spinning furiously, but he just remembered the general appearance of each world. These scenes were deeply imprinted in Fong Joe's memory, and he wouldn't feel any sense of incongruity. It seemed like those worlds were supposed to look like that, light and strange. Liya fell into deep contemplation for a long time, and after a long time, she felt that all kinds of theories were currently empty thoughts with no evidence to support them, so she could only sigh and leave it at that. Never mind. It's better not to talk about these. Anyway, we are safe now, right? Quite safe for now. Fong Joe's gaze looked out the window. We're back. And there's no bull's tea popping up around us. Everything's normal. Liya smacked her lips twice and spoke in a puzzled manner. It's really strange, somehow pulling us in, and somehow being taken care of by your Ola's jump. What does the transcendent being behind that really want? Fong Joe thought to himself that whatever transcendent existence behind that might not have expected this. He could remember that snail's reaction. Even though the snail didn't have an expression, the pair of tentacles full of confusion and the crooked head still showed that the snail felt great confusion and disbelief when it saw Fong Joe. Say, do you want to go see the others? Liya suggested at that moment. Didn't all of your neighbors disappear just now? Now what? Fong Joe came back to his senses, and on the spot, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to old brother Zhou Xiong next door, asking where the others were. About 3 minutes later, Zhou Xiong returned a message. Drinking outside, what? Fong Joe looked at this message and was slightly relieved. It looked like the neighbor was still alive. But just to be on the safe side, Fong Joe opened the chat group again and flipped through the circle of friends, finding that the couple upstairs had just posted a photo of a child eating in a stroller. Judging from the background, the two upstairs were still at home. It meant that what had just happened seemed to be related only to Fong Joe and Liya. Other normal people were not involved. They should be fine. Fong Joe put away his cell phone and turned his head to look at Liya. Continue talking about me. That topic just now is not yet finished. What? Liya was confused. There's a follow-up to that topic? Yes. There's what? Liya's voice suddenly tensed up. We're safe now, and the neighbors are basically fine. What else is there to follow up on? Fong Joe's expression turned serious. Do you still remember that I told you before that I had been feeling an abnormal organ in my body before? Remember, you said that you could come back from the dead when that whatever organ was functioning. It's still beating right now. Fong Joe touched the location of his heart. He knew that the heart wasn't that organ, and he also knew that the abnormal organ probably wasn't in any location in his flesh. He just felt that the abnormal organ was like his second heart, so he instinctively placed his hand there. Liya was shocked again. This was the unknown number of times she had been shocked by Fong Joe. Meaning there's still danger nearby? Is it that beheading ghost? Is it the meteorite falling? Or a hijacked airplane crashing into our building? We're on the 5th floor, not the Pentagon. Fong Joe tried to correct Liya's excessive sense of crisis. This time it feels different than before, and it's not because I'm in danger, the splitting hairs kind of danger, but because of something else. Fong Joe himself had a hard time describing the feeling. After he returned from that marvelous junkyard world, the abnormal organ in his body was always in an activated state. The strange point was that the frequency and force of its beating was shallower than when he had returned from death. If we say that every time before Fong Joe's death, it was operating at 100% of its full capacity, then at this moment it was only operating at roughly 30%. It belongs to the category of indeed jumping, but it's the same as groping for work, it's just quite perfunctory. And it is this slightly perfunctory jumping that brings Fong Joe a novel sense of touch. Yes, the sense of touch. His eyes around, the line of sight swept through a piece of furniture. The mysterious sense of touch of unknown origin along with Fong Joe's consciousness will be the sofa, TV and other objects one by one stroked through, and will feel back to Fong Joe's brain. He was obviously standing a few meters away from the sofa, but his fingertips were already feeling the slightly rough texture of the fur. Obviously, the LCD screen of the TV had no contact with him, but Fong Joe could still feel its coldness and heaviness. When Fong Joe tried to use this sense of touch to approach a bottle of soda placed on the ground, he could directly smell the sweet odor of the soda, and at the same time, he also felt that there were bubbles exploding in his mouth and throat in addition to not really drinking the bottle of soda. He had already put the taste of this lemon-flavored Coke all over again. Not only that, The intuition in Fong Joe's heart told him that he could utilize this sense of touch to do something. Just like a person can pick up a cup with his hands, kick a soccer ball with his feet, and bite food with his teeth. Since this sense of touch was part of him, there was no reason why he couldn't use it. But before that, Fong Joe turned his head and gave Liya a heads up. I'll do a slight experiment. Huh. Liya's entire machine tensed up. What are you going to do? Fong Joe grinned at Liya. A simple experiment. Don't worry, it's fine. You're so far away from me. Saying that, Fong Joe intentionally walked a few more steps farther away, pulling away from Liya as much as possible. This was his first attempt after all. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally didn't operate properly and affected Liya. Liya seemed to want to persuade Fong Joe, but seeing Fong Joe's face exploding with curiosity, she still honestly chose to give up, and then moved herself out of the charging socket and leaned towards a safer corner. Fong Joe naturally noticed Liya's small action, smiled, didn't care, and turned to focus his spirit on invoking that touch. This was the first time in his life that Fong Joe tried to control another kind of body other than his limbs. It was invisible and untouchable. Fong Joe only knew that it actually existed, but he didn't know where it existed, and he didn't know what it looked like. But since it was a part of himself, it could definitely be used. Just like a human toddler knows that he has legs, knows that he can walk upright with them, but takes a long time to adapt and get used to it. Fong Joe did not expect to be able to stand up the first time. He only hoped that this time he could stomp on these legs. So, at a certain moment, Fong Joe's heart moved, and he maximized his ability to perceive this touch. Suddenly, a huge sense of touch attacked Fong Joe's mind. All kinds of smells, tastes, weights, temperatures, countless elements in the depths of his mind exploded. He felt his skin stretching open, and then spread to every inch of the room, including the floor and dust. Everything in the room, including the floor and the dust, was invisible to his senses. But also because of this sudden huge perception, Fong Joe's spiritual consciousness appeared in a brief trance, and then lost control of the touch. Immediately afterward, Fong Joe obviously felt that the sense of touch went out of control. A force originating from Fong Joe himself swept around, and the out-of-control limbs flung, swayed, and even rotated in the room. The whole room trembled violently as a result, while countless thuds and clangs rang out. Fong Joe felt that most of his strength had been drained. Coupled with his mental trance, he fell to the ground without any control. Luckily, this fall of his, at the same time, eliminated the uncontrolled force, and the surrounding chaotic movement finally settled down. And when Fong Joe touched his buttocks and climbed up from the ground, he was shocked to find his home completely changed. Go! The sofa was upside down on the balcony, the TV was smashed on the dining table, 4 benches were stuck in the wall, the bed in the bedroom had somehow turned into 2 halves. Half of it was leaning vertically by the door of the room, the other half was in horizontal beside Fong Joe, and on the bed were 2 buckets of peanut oil and an iron pot. The layout of the room was in a mess. All the items were randomly moved to other positions in an instant, and some of them were even deformed and distorted, as if they were broken and twisted out of shape by some strange force. Fong Joe stared blankly at the chaotic home, his mouth wide open and his expression stiff. This was all his doing? This? Now the renovation fee is not all for nothing? Fong Joe snapped back to his senses and quickly scanned around, realizing that something was missing, then ran to the balcony and the bedroom, which was similarly messy like a child's randomly scribbled abstract painting, and as a result, he didn't find any trace of that sweeping robot. Liya. Fong Joe tried calling out to Liya, but failed to get a response. Just as Fong Joe's heart was beating wildly, thinking that he had gotten into trouble and lost Liya, he suddenly heard a subtle gurgling sound coming from the toilet not far away. Fong Joe thought to himself that it shouldn't be, but his body still moved first, and after running into the toilet, he found that the toilet was miraculously still in its original position. And the gurgling sound was coming from there. Fong Joe's face stiffened as he slowly walked over to the toilet and opened the toilet cistern. A white sweeping robot was mostly sunk in the water, gurgling and bubbling, with expletives popping out of its mouth. Fong Joe. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp. You big man. Gulp, 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 gulp. Chapter 27 Lifted Your Skull. Fong Joe to Liya from the toilet reservoir fished out, and then shook Liya as far as possible to the inside of the water to shake dry, and finally took out the hairdryer turned on to the maximum power, to the front of the Liya wet version of a whirring big blow. However, Liya cursed the whole time, completely overshadowing the sound of the hairdryer, and the air outlet also gurgled and sprayed water, like a real sprayer. Fong Joe knew that this time it was his own problem, and hadn't really opened his mouth until Liya finished cursing, and then he kindly consoled him with a sentence. Think on the bright side. You are in the sink, not in the toilet pool. That water is at least clean. Liya was stunned at first. A deafening pop erupted immediately afterward. Then I still have to thank you, nah. Fong Joe didn't know where this little robot got the ability to make such a big noise. But it wasn't like he couldn't understand Liya's near-collapse mentality. After all, it was unlikely for a normal person to drink water from a toilet in their entire life. Not only did Liya drink it, she almost drowned in the toilet reservoir. If she really crunched like that, Fong Joe believed that Liya would probably not let herself go even as a ghost. At that time, she might even jump over to the beheading ghost side and give herself a couple of mixed-gender doubles. With all these have-nots in his head, Fong Joe blew dry the running water on Liya's surface, and after a little thought, he tentatively asked, "Speaking of which, can I open your lid?" "Open it." Liya answered as a matter of course. "If I don't open it, the water-soaked area inside won't blow dry. It'll take ages to dry naturally." "You don't have any resistance at all?" Fong Joe looked at Liya with a great sense of wonder, and his clear brain circuits came into play again. "Isn't me opening the lid for you the same as lifting your skull?" "Liya." The little robot was silent for 2 seconds, then pressed loudly, "I'm a human, nah. I'm a human being. I'm just temporarily boarding here. It's not like I was born this way." Well, well, well. Fong Joe's brain hurt from Liya's noise, so he could only end the topic perfunctorily. However, soon after, Fong Joe's brain circuit skimmed to an unknown nook and cranny, and asked again as if he had a brain cramp, "Do you think it looks like I'm doing a surgical operation on you right now?" Fong Joe uing. Liya caught Fong Joe again and bombarded him with dozens of expletives in an all-encompassing and deathless manner, using his personal center as the circle and his family genealogy as the radius without repeating them. Fong Joe didn't care about the little robot's low-quality pussyfooting around. Instead, he laughed out loud with joy. He now felt that life was quite fun when he occasionally teased the little robot. Fong Joe hummed, "Lifted your skull," while opening Liya's lid. Just as Liya had said, there were still a lot of water droplets left in many places inside the machine. However, due to the nature of the sweeping robot's work, the internal waterproof parts served as a good barrier, which was the reason why Liya was still able to curse loudly and vigorously. Fong Joe lifted the hairdryer and started to annihilate the water droplets inside the machine, but Liya's curses came to an abrupt end at that moment. The toilet room suddenly quieted down. Fong Joe was a little surprised, pausing the movements of his hand and asking, "Why don't you say anything?" "Nothing." Liya's answer sounded awkward, still silent for 2 seconds before opening her mouth. "It's just that I feel that it's unexpectedly quite comfortable, and the hot air is a little bit refreshing when it's blowing over from my brushes and the filter layer that... Hey, don't stop, Give me water tank next to that drive will also blow. Fong Joe heard a happy. Who just shouted, "I'm a human being?" Liya instantly choked and muttered out defiantly, "I call this adapting to the environment. It's human instinct."
我没见过哪个人类能说出“给我驱动轮，吹吹”这种话的。哦，赛博坦星人是吧？
Liya stopped talking. She deeply realized how much she was at a disadvantage on this topic. Liya even felt that even if Fong Joe scolded her for being a human machine now, she couldn't come up with a word to retort, even if she tried her best and used all her life's learning, because she was really a human machine now. Talk business, talk business. Liya shouted out in annoyance, changing the subject in a raw manner. "What the hell just happened to you? What the hell did you do? Why did I click into the toilet sink?" Fong Joe thought about it for a moment, and felt that it was indeed an issue worth discussing properly. The first time he tried to use that touch, the result was not satisfactory. Fong Joe organized his thoughts for a while, and then spoke. "Overall, I think I may have gained some new abilities after coming into contact with that snail." Liya heard Fong Joe's serious tone and immediately got into the mood as well, looking at him seriously. "Like your legs and eyes before?" "Pretty much. The only difference is that I didn't die this time." Fong Joe continued to use the hairdryer to dry Liya while recalling the marvelous sensation just now. "I feel as if I have an extra limb. It might be a hand or a leg. Anyway, it's the more convenient kind. Just now I just wanted to use it. But the result was that the tactile feedback was too big to give me a whole lot of confusion, and then the limb went out of control and it turned into what it is now." Liya listened honestly, then murmured out thoughtfully. "Sounds a lot like some sort of bestowal of blessings." "Blessing? One of our world's names for extraordinary abilities." Liya's attitude was very different from earlier when she was talking about serious topics. A sense of professionalism was born. Among the people who have bestowed blessings, there are also guys who are extremely similar to your description when they initially get this ability. They also feel like they have a third arm or a second head growing out of their body, and just by attempting to use it, they can trigger phenomena that are beyond common sense. Fong Joe immediately raised his eyebrows. The symptoms sound very similar to me. The principle may be different, but at least the manifestation is similar. Liya paused here and changed to a complicated tone. But your ability is a bit weird. What's weird about it? I've seen people whose blessing is super speed regeneration, recovering from having their arms cut off in 10 seconds or so. There are also people who are naturally immune to flame burns, and can also control themselves for spontaneous combustion through observation of the elemental composition. I'm basically able to conceive the nature of their abilities, but this, you is too weird. Fong Joe frowned again at this moment. I thought it was chanting or something. Is this weird? He observed that the arrangements in the room were all displaced. So his first guess was that he might have acquired an ability similar to Mage's hand. Being able to move or carry items through large, invisible hands, there was nothing wrong with saying that it was chanting. He was originally convinced of this judgment, but Liya's words shook him. If it wasn't Nyen Li, then what could it be? It's not something as simple as moving something with the power of thoughts. Liya's voice was proper and serious and even carried a bit of gravity. You may not have noticed just now, but practically everything in the house, including me, was not moved there. Fong Joe froze. Then how did they get there? It looks closer to spatial change to me. Liya was a bit incredulous. They didn't move over with a trajectory, but rather, they omitted the step of moving and directly shifted, and everything changed its spatial position in a split second. Fong Joe listened in awe. This sounds like space magic? Don't you have it over there? There is, but it's not as outrageous as yours. Even the top space magic needs time in making a spatial change. The shortest record of this time is 0.2 seconds, but you just disrupted the entire room without even spending 0.00000001 seconds. It's an instantaneous change in the true sense of the word. Liya exhaled slowly. This is honestly, even on my old side of the country, it's a first-class big outrageous event, the kind that can make a whole academic tower of mages shout that magic doesn't exist anymore when word gets out. Space change. And it was an instantaneous spatial change. Fong Joe lowered his head and looked at his hands, having trouble imagining that it was he who possessed such a strange ability. But on second thought, he had already experienced returning from the dead, fought beheading ghosts to the death, seen die tanks and mainframe computers, and matched eyes with a snail in the universe. Now, an additional spatial ability didn't seem like an unacceptable thing. More than that, Fong Joe wanted to figure out the nature of this ability and a way to use it wisely. You just said that the people with blessings in your place are very similar to my state? Yes, there's a 70 to 80% resemblance. Then you must have had contact with them? Quite a bit of contact, Liya said, suddenly alert, the two drive wheels jerking violently across the room. What do you want again? Fong Joe stared at her seriously and stated his plan. I want you to help me with a few training exercises. Chapter 28. Why don't you thank Brother Snail? Inside the living room of room 502, Fong Joe moved the messy furniture out of the way, making a small piece of space that was still clean. Originally, he wanted to organize the furniture back to its original position, but considering that he was going to carry out the sense of touch training, even if he tidied it up neatly, the room might be messed up again because of one mistake. At this moment, Fong Joe stood in a corner of the living room. In front of her was an old, second-hand refrigerator, and on top of the refrigerator was a sweeping robot that stood tall. According to Liya, she needed to observe Fong Joe's elemental composition when he activated his sense of touch many times in order to analyze and formulate an appropriate training plan, and standing on the refrigerator to see it more clearly after all. Her usual height was only about 10 centimeters at most, so she had to move back with her wheels if she wanted to see Fong Joe's entire body. Would have to move back a good half-meter on wheels. I'm ready. The little robot quietly stood above the refrigerator and said in a serious tone, try unleashing your sense of touch again, and remember, this time try to keep it tight. Focus your attention on those bottles and jars in front of you. Fong Joe looked at the empty jars on the ground directly in front of him and felt that this was not something he could decide. His current knowledge of the sense of touch was too shallow, so much so that Fong Joe couldn't guarantee that he could control it at all. But Fong Joe thought it didn't matter. Anyway, the house was already as messy as a garbage dump. It couldn't get any worse. Even if something goes wrong and the ability goes out of control again and Fong Joe himself gets caught up in it, and his body is instantly torn apart, turning into Fong Joe hero fragments x80, and randomly dropping them in various corners of the room that doesn't matter. The death returns will take a shot, and everyone will just pretend that nothing ever happened. The only thing to watch out for is not to involve Liya in it. Thinking about this, Fong Joe raised his head and stared at the small robot on the refrigerator for a moment. Liya was made uncomfortable by Fong Joe's sight, and her hairbrush hissed on the refrigerator. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Liya." Fong Joe's tone was suddenly serious. What for? How much power do you have left now? Is it enough for a fireball spell?" "Around 30%. Not much, barely enough." Liya looked at him oddly. "Why are you asking that?" If. Fong Joe revealed a serious expression and spoke with a resolute attitude. "If later on, my ability has a tendency to go on an uncontrolled rampage and it's about to reach you, you can just call out a fireball to my face and blow me up." "Liya?" The little robot was filled with confusion. This kind of request was something she had never heard of in her life. However, soon, Liya remembered Fong Joe's death return trait and her mood became a bit subtle. "Are you?" Sure. Fong Joe nodded without hesitation. "I've done an experiment once before, and it's likely that you can't return by suicide, so if you hang up, I won't be able to save you, but on the flip side, if it's you who huffs me to death with a fireball, I'll be able to go back to the past and forcibly interrupt the ability's rampage." "That makes sense." Liya hesitated for a moment, her tone odd. "But you're too brave to really just feel your way across the river with a corpse, aren't you? Isn't it quite convenient?" Fong Joe smiled with an expression of taking it for granted. "Anyway, I've hung up twice in front of me, so it's not too bad to come back a few more times." Liya was stunned, muttering in a low voice, "You're being overly optimistic." While spinning in place, seemingly thinking about the feasibility of this option. After 7 consecutive spins, Liya stopped, faced Fong Joe, and spoke in a serious manner. "All right, I promise you, but I'll only call fireballs into your face when I have to. And if things are still within manageable limits, I won't make a move even if things go slightly haywire." "Why?" "Because I think you still die as little as possible." Liya's voice suddenly became low and said in a tone similar to a warning, "Your elemental composition is too special, and your abilities are too unknown, and every time you hang up, the elemental composition of your body will become more complex. If you die more than one time, I don't dare to think about what will become of you in the future. That's why my advice is that things like dying a death and learning a lesson are best done sparingly." Fong Joe listened in a daze. He didn't expect this little robot to be quite majestic when it was serious and proper. And Liya was right. There were too many mysteries in Fong Joe's body, and if he blindly relied on death return, he didn't know what would happen in the future. And it wouldn't be good if he got into the habit of dying a little to see if it's okay. "Makes sense." Fong Joe nodded his head in recognition of Liya's judgment. "Then, as you said, when it comes to the last resort, you'll give me a shot." "No problem." Liya instantly returned to her usual appearance, a whole joyful smile on her face. "I'll make sure to rub you a big one, so that you walk away clean and painless." Fong Joe glanced at her. "Then I'll start." "You start, I'm ready." Fong Joe let out a long breath. He organized his thoughts and stood in place. His eyes focused intently on the empty jar in front of him. He tried to focus his mind and concentrate on that touch, trying to wield it like an arm. Gradually, the movement of the abnormal organ became clearer and clearer. This second heart, which was independent of the physical body, was thumping. Fong Joe heard the sound of blood flowing through his veins, and some blurred light gradually appeared in his vision, as the marvelous sense of touch struck him again. It has begun. Fong Joe felt that he had once again entered that marvelous state, similar to heart flow. Liya's earnest reminder also sounded at this moment. Don't think, don't go to understand, go feel it, and use your thoughts to drive it. Just like walking, don't envision how your muscles and bones are going to work first, but lift your leg and step as a matter of course, handing over your consciousness to instinct. Fong Joe knew that this was Liya's experience. As someone who had been in contact with bestowal of blessings, Liya knew very well how those who possessed bestowal of blessings should get used to their abilities. Fong Joe listened to Liya's guidance, closed his eyes, and tried to empty his thoughts, concentrating on the marvelous experience of the sense of touch. At first, Fong Joe could only barely perceive its existence, knowing that his body had a special limb. It felt as if he had an arm that was unconscious, and his consciousness knew that it existed, but he was unable to communicate with it. But as time passed, this unconscious arm was gradually awakened, and Fong Joe's spiritual consciousness was like an ever-extending bridge, finally reaching a connection with it at a certain moment. In an instant, a storm of tactile sensations hit Fong Joe's brain. The weight, smell, texture, color, temperature of everything in the room all surged madly into the depths of Fong Joe's mind. But fortunately, this was the second time, and Fong Joe had prepared himself mentally in advance. He hurriedly tried to collect this sense of touch, just like grabbing his uncontrollable unicorn arm with all his might to suppress its riot. At the same time, the outside scene is undergoing a marvelous, or even bizarre change. Several beverage cans were frantically flashing around Fong Joe. In Liya's eyes, these cans were randomly flashing at ultra-high speeds at a frequency of dozens, if not hundreds, of times per second within the 2-meter area around Fong Joe. Like before, these canisters did not produce any movement, but rather directly crossed space to reach the designated spot. Sharp clashing sounds rose and fell, and Liya looked frozen in place for several seconds before coming back to her senses. She could tell that Fong Joe hadn't been able to control this power, and after a brief moment of hesitation, a cluster of sparks popped out of thin air in front of Liya. Soon, a blazing fireball hovered in midair, aiming at Fong Joe's face. However, Liya did not directly launch the fireball, but instead focused on observing the situation. When she discovered that although Fong Joe's ability was in a violent state, the flicker phenomenon did not extend outwards and only worked within a 2-meter range around Fong Joe, Liya seemed to realize something and quickly extinguished the fireball, turning to hastily remind Fong Joe. Relax slowly, Fong Joe. Don't let your spirit get too tense. Relax first before trying to manipulate it. Liya's reminder worked once again. Fong Joe repeatedly took several deep breaths to calm his tense consciousness. As his spirit relaxed, the riotous touch actually calmed down. The flickering speed of the beverage cans around him became slower and slower, from the initial dozens of flashes per second to only 2 to 3 flashes per second, until Fong Joe once again exhaled a mouthful of heavy breathing. All the beverage cans no longer flash and move, from the mid-air clanking down. Fong Joe felt that the touch had completely subsided, so he opened his eyes and looked around nervously. The refrigerator is still there. Liya is still there. The sofa, table, chairs and stools were all still in their original positions. The only thing that had changed was the bottles and jars within 2 meters of him. Fong Joe was a bit surprised. This worked. It's the same as it didn't work. Liya mercilessly poured a pot of cold water. You've only compressed the range of Berserk's ability to become smaller. Essentially, you still haven't been able to control it. Speaking here, Liya paused. But it's a good start. Looking on the bright side, at least I won't be stuffed in the toilet again. Fong Joe's enthusiasm wasn't doused at all. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared on his face. A good start is half of success. Well, just take your time, that said. Have you seen anything? Yes. Liya spoke with great certainty. When you were tinkering with your abilities just now, I saw something very familiar mixed in with your elemental composition. What kind of stuff? The same thing as that vortex. Liya looked like she finally couldn't hold it in. Now it's probably certain that the snail you saw when you jumped into the vortex was most likely its original body, and you got a power similar to that snail's by coming into contact with it. How the hell did you do that? Are you still a normal human? Fong Joe pondered for a moment. I think I am. You're a stick, you are. Liya muttered in both shock and complaint. Who's a normal human who can die and resurrect, time travel and transfer material space attributes at will? You find a banana is more like a human than you are. Well, at least banana and human genes are still 60% similar. Fong Joe smacked his lips twice and pondered for a while, realizing that what Liya said did have a few points of truth. Apart from his self-recognition of being a human and possessing a human appearance, the rest of him really didn't have much to do with the word human. The mere fact that he had come back from the dead could directly remove him from the range of normal creatures. There might not even be a place for him in the phylums, families, and genera. But then again, if he wasn't a human, then what could he be? Fong Joe shook his head and didn't think too much about this question, instead focusing on the present moment. Anyway, let's continue practicing first. It's useless to talk about this now. Also right. Liya stared at Fong Joe for a while longer, and finally sighed long and helplessly. Continue. I'll keep an eye on you. Let's both strive to achieve the ability not to storm within today. Precise control is not expected. Just grind slowly. Fong Joe smiled. More and more feel that Liya is quite compatible with herself. because both belonged to the receptive personality and were easygoing enough not to die drilling into the bull's eye. Right? Fong Joe suddenly remembered something. What is it? Did that beheading ghost not come out today? He could remember that in the law he had tallied up, the beheading ghost would randomly appear every day. Today's coming out session hadn't come yet. Oh, that one, came out. Fong Joe was instantly shocked. When you jumped. Liya's tone was quite complicated when she said this. You probably didn't notice at that time. Just when you jumped, it appeared right behind you, and before the knife could be swung, it followed you into the vortex and disappeared. Fong Joe dumbly opened his mouth wide. So you mean, it gave him to eat it? Liya made a ding-dong sound, and at the same time played a piece of music. It sounded like it was downloaded from a variety show. Fong Joe? Fong Joe. So is he considered dead through and through? I don't think so. Didn't the snail throw up in the back? What about today's beheading session? Liya thought for a moment. Maybe today's session was skipped because it was swallowed, giving away abilities and helping to eat ghosts again. I'll have to thank it next time I have a chance to encounter it. I think so. Chapter 29. What does this anomaly on the other side of the room really mean? The empty cafe. The main door was pushed open and a crisp bell sound accompanied by the cool evening breeze blew into the room. Watson walked in carrying a sealed folder in his hand and gave a wink towards the boss behind the counter. The boss was a middle-aged man in his 40s with stubble, and as a supernumerary who had been liaising with the authority all year round, he immediately revealed an expression of understanding, and very sensibly left the counter and walked into the back kitchen, avoiding hearing something he shouldn't have heard. Waiting for the boss to leave, Watson again walked to the seat in the far corner of the cafe with a grave expression. Charlotte was sitting there, legs crossed, a cup of Coke and 2 pieces of uneaten fried chicken in her hand. The whole person was staring intently at the laptop screen, completely unaware that her old partner had approached. Watson bent over slightly and tapped the desktop twice. Knock knock. Charlotte, who was immersed in her own world, jolted awake and winced, then looked up with a hellish expression. Watson? When did you get here? Just now. Watson said, looking at Charlotte with some surprise. You're still watching the video footage from Phase Space? Finished watching that one. Charlotte pointed at the screen. Now I'm watching something else. Something else. Watson thought it odd and moved forward to take a look. The 38th episode of The Temptation of Returning to the Village. The content was being broadcast to the part where Zhang Tainyo brought Widow Lu home and was accidentally overheard by Su Dezue Ba. The corners of Watson's mouth twitched violently, and he held his tongue for a few seconds before popping out a sentence. I thought you were at work, but you ended up watching this? Just watching something light after work, Charlotte said nonchalantly, hitting the spacebar to pause the video, then intuitively looked keenly at the folder in Watson's hand. The authority has another new file down? Watson, seeing that the topic was back on track, decisively gave up on continuing to go deeper on the topic of the temptation of returning to the village child, and said instead, an urgent official document about that incident this morning, related to numbers 490 and 137. The higher-ups sent an official document so quickly? Charlotte quickly scanned the time in the bottom right corner of her computer. And it's only been a few hours. The guy writing the report has smoke coming out of his keyboard. Right? Watson reminded. The supercomputers all use thought input and don't need to hit the keyboard. Tens of thousands of words an hour is easy for them. That's nice. Charlotte flattened her lips. I'll have to find a reason to grab the author of that novel I'm chasing as a supercomputer later, and make him fill in those sinkholes even when his head is smoking. Watson was used to his old partner's off-the-cuff bull and chose not to chime in, instead sitting down across from Charlotte and beginning to unseal the folder. He took out all the documents, but did not hand them all over to Charlotte. Because Watson knew Charlotte well enough to know that the kid couldn't read those complicated authority regulations and explanations, he picked only the most crucial few reports and handed them to him. Charlotte frowned, took the document, and quickly flipped through it to browse through it. First was the report numbered 137. Number 137 Phase Snail. Project Level. Level 4 Former Level 7. Risk Factor. 1 Former Risk Factor 4. As one of the authority's emergency countermeasures for anomalies, number 137 was put to use in the erasure program of number 490. However, the authority misjudged the strength of number 490, resulting in the failure of number 137 in the erasure program and the heavy damage it sustained. Currently, number 137 is in a dormant state, and the body of number 137 is housed in a 60 by 60 by 60 visible cube container made of special material, which is monitored by Dr. Data Deletion and Dr. Data Deletion alternately. In order to prevent the effects of number 490 from leaking out of phase space, all the personnel of the laboratory have undergone a memory wipe, a mental reset, and a data deleted. Whether or not number 137 will be able to revive, and whether or not it will have the same power as before, we do not know for the time being, but we can be certain that even if number 137 succeeds in reviving itself after this, it should not be put into a confrontation with number 490. We must admit that we have just experienced a defeat. The danger level of number 490 is far beyond our expectations. Charlotte read the report and frowned, unable to speak for a long time. The situation of number 137 was worse than expected. No one had expected that as one of the authorities' trump cards, number 137 would be completely defeated in a confrontation with number 490. Charlotte took a deep breath and began to look through the other documents, finding that they were all directive paperwork from the authority either ordering everyone not to approach number 490 easily, or arranging for the supercomputer previously involved in the unfolding of the phase space to be treated, as well as a few proposed treatment options for number 137. No evaluation report for number 490? It's still being discussed at the top. Watson shook his head with a complicated expression. The Bureau is in complete chaos right now, busy with ratings, busy with mental resets, busy with shaking people down, for anything, and when I came back I even saw the director of the local precinct filling out a damage report that would outlast his life. It was a real mess this time. It was pretty much taken care of originally, Watson said and sighed. Then some mishap happened in the middle of it and increased the workload. Charlotte was stunned and looked at him curiously. What happened again? There are constant small phase space unfoldings within number 490, short in duration but extremely frequent, along with an occasional R1-level reality distortion attached to it. Watson pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, his face full of helplessness. It happened again 10 seconds ago. The phase space unfolded and lasted for 4 seconds then disappeared, but this time it didn't come with a reality distortion. Charlotte, why is this getting creepier and creepier the more I hear about it? Number 490 didn't know this trick before. Charlotte gulped down her saliva and grabbed the Coke in her hand to gulp down 2 hard gulps, easing her mind under the bubbles and sweetness. So number 490 really did learn how phase space unfolds. Charlotte stared incredulously. Simply because he came into contact with number 137, even if only once? Watson nodded. Hate to admit it, but it's true. Charlotte stopped talking. This thing was simply evil beyond belief. Although the authority used to know about the existence of phase space, it did not know how to utilize or manipulate it. It wasn't until the authority accidentally took in the phase snail and classified it as anomaly number 137 that it began to conduct experimental research on the phase snail. It was only after several long years of exploration that the authority developed a mass-produced phase supercomputing module and trained a large number of supercomputers to perform calculations in the module, unfold phase space, and destroy anomalies that were difficult to solve by conventional means by throwing them into phase space. Nowadays, the authority's technology for unfolding phase space was said to be mature, but it was the result of countless iterations of technology. As a result, number 490 had understood the nature of phase space after just one brief encounter with a phase snail. And now it seems to like unfolding it and playing with it for a bit, if nothing else. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't really hold back her words. What the hell does he figure? What? Watson was taken aback by his partner's stuttering. I'm talking about that number 490. What the hell is that Fong Joe trying to figure out? Charlotte spat out all of her pent-up confusion and irritation these days. Every now and then she blows up a reality distortion for fun. The highest is still R5 level, and besides rounding up pi the other day, she hasn't done anything big to hurt the world. Neither raising the city nor putting out the sun now that he's learned phase space. He's not expanding it to a larger scale, and he's just messing around in his own territory. What the hell does he want to do? Play? Watson had a hard look on his face. This is indeed a problem. Many numbered anomalies in the past have a set of behavioral logic. Their existence and abnormal appearances would more or less have some connection with their essence. But number 490 was different. The authority had no idea what 490 was really up to. Anyway, the authority still wants to ask you and me for our opinions. Watson adjusted his mind and looked squarely into his own partner's eyes. They drew up multiple plans, and to be honest, all of them are very extreme, and some of them are even so extreme that they require some necessary Sacrifices, so before executing them, the authority would like to find if there is any other way. Charlotte once again picked up the coffee cup next to him and took a sip of Coke to moisten his throat, while dangling his eyes in a pose. I don't know, I don't have inspiration. The authority loves to do whatever they want, just don't get me involved. Watson stared at him, his tone heavier than before. We must be responsible to the end. Big brother. It's not that I don't want to be responsible. I'm incapable. Charlotte had a helpless face. You know, when I don't have inspiration, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't even aim a gun well enough to understand the aim. I know. Watson pulled out his cell phone, crackling and pressing. But you at least do a final confirmation if you really don't have inspiration, then we'll give up on continuing to intervene and leave everything to the authority to adjudicate. I've confirmed everything I can. Charlotte shook her head. I've seen both the report and the video several times, and I don't have any feeling at all. Then look at this again. Watson's words just fell. Charlotte then saw his computer receive an email. He glanced at Watson in confusion, put down the cup of coffee in his hand, clicked on the email, and found that it contained a video. After clicking the video file open, Charlotte realized that it was the video of number 137 devouring number 490 at that time. I've seen this one. Charlotte frowned. Seen it all several times, no clues whatsoever. Watson said nonchalantly, Look further back. Look back further also. Charlotte's voice came to a screeching halt. He saw that the second half of the video was a bit different from the previous one. I don't know what kind of technology was utilized, but the angle of the second half of the video switched from the original horizontal view to an elevated view. The camera was looking up from below, and one could clearly see that number 137 was the image of devouring the wall floor furniture one by one. And just as number 137 was about to chew up the room on the 5th floor, a silhouette suddenly leapt down from the door of 502. Charlotte didn't take this scene to heart at first. This was because he had actually noticed this detail when he had repeatedly watched the video from the horizontal perspective before and had recognized the person as Fong Joe, the occupant of 502. However, this time, the perspective was so clear that Charlotte noticed another anomaly. Just before Fong Joe's body disappeared and was swallowed by the vortex of number 137, another soaked black figure appeared behind Fong Joe out of thin air. His chest seems to be hanging two round head-like things. Hair, stout figure, holding a dirty long knife. Charlotte's eyes became serious all of a sudden. Chapter 30. Whose child is this? Since the silhouette only appeared briefly for a split second and was swallowed into the vortex in the next moment along with Fong Joe, Charlotte failed to discover this detail in the previous not-so-clear video. Now the camera shift brought brand new clues to him. Charlotte couldn't help but think about how the authority managed to switch perspectives in an established video, just as it was impossible for people to watch a movie that had already been filmed from a different angle, or else what color the actress's pants were today would definitely be a hot topic on the internet. But he mulled it over for 3 seconds before giving up thinking about it in depth. What's the saying? About the authority you ask less. Charlotte frowned, paused the video, and then slowly rewound it, and after a few repetitions he found a perfect timing. The video paused at the moment the dark figure appeared, his form intact in the center of the screen. And when Charlotte's attention shifted to the knife, countless information and logic exploded like a million thunderbolts in the depths of his mind. Inspiration spurted out uncontrollably. In an instant, countless clues flashed through Charlotte's mind. All the residents within number 490 died. All the corpses lost their heads. The only survivor, Fong Joe. The knife marks on the wall that he saw that day, the broken computer screen, the frequency of the occurrence of reality distortions in the time nodes, the ghostly shadow that appeared behind Fong Joe all of a sudden, and the blood-stained long knife in the ghostly shadow's hand. These seemingly messy and uninformed details were connected by a chain called logic, which linked these seemingly chaotic and fragmented information together, weaving it into a key called truth that was overflowing with brilliant light. Charlotte, under the impetus of inspiration, his spiritual consciousness was already standing in front of the gate of truth and unknowingly held a key in his hand. He lowered his eyebrows, slowly stepped forward, inserted the key into the lock hole, and gently turned it. The door swung open, and within the cracks bursts of light that shimmered like a river of stars, and all the maze of confusion dissipated in the moment. Charlotte glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of answers, a glint of realization in his eyes. He finally understood what was going on. Charlotte took a deep breath and took a step toward the light inside the gate. It was the same as what he had done before. Charlotte's inspiration would explode at the right time, just like that legendary detective Sherlock Holmes. As long as he collected enough clues, he could get the answer to a question directly with his inspiration. Now he roughly understood the reason why reality distortion was born, and also what Fong Joe had done. The final step was to use inspiration to understand number 490. No, to be precise, Charlotte was going to understand Fong Joe itself. However, just as Charlotte tried to step into the deepest part of the gate of truth to peer into Fong Joe's essence, he suddenly saw that in the depths of the gate, within that pure white and flawless field of truth, placed a huge iron vat. Before Charlotte could comprehend what the hell this thing was, crazy, endless colors overflowed from within the vat. At first, it was a calm and clear blue color like seawater, then it was pure golden yellow without a single impurity, so yellow that people felt piercing to the eyes. Then it was a demonic bright red like blood, a verdant thin green, and a thick ink like pitch black. More and more colors welled up from the vat, as if they were endless, and the colors mixed again with each other, evolving into completely new colors. Charlotte stared at all this in a daze. Inspiration was completely ineffective at this moment. Logic and thinking simply could not explain all this. Human wisdom in the face of this 10,000 chaotic colors were all but useless. By the time he came back to his senses, all the colors he could think of converged into a monstrous torrent at this moment, which had already filled the entire truth domain, and then gushed out from within the gate, like an unnameable beast, roaring and hissing, surging towards Charlotte outside the truth gate. At the critical moment, Charlotte hurriedly fled out of the truth domain and withdrew his spiritual consciousness. In reality, he also jumped 3 meters in place because of the shock, and after landing, he thoughtlessly threw a heavy punch at the laptop screen. Facts proved that even if the body is not very strong, a normal adult male's punch is still enough to put the fragile laptop screen through a hole. Looking at the completely smashed screen, Charlotte gasped in shock, and it took several seconds before she turned her head and looked at Watson next to her. Watson looked at Charlotte with his mouth open and a dumbfounded look on his face. Charlotte also looked at Watson with a dumbfounded look on her face. This pair of old partners stared at each other dumbfounded for a few seconds, and finally it was Charlotte who took the initiative to speak up and explain, "No, I just got excited just now and saw something rather amazing. I see it." Watson slowly collected his astonishment, his expression gradually becoming calm. Inspiration came, right? It came, and it's a blowout that can't be collected. Charlotte slowed down and sat her butt in the sofa, then looked at the screen painfully. Say, can this be reimbursed? At least it's considered work-consuming. I'll mention it to my superiors later. Watson casually glossed over the topic, focusing on the business just now. Go on. Do you know the answer now? Almost. Charlotte recalled the experience in the truth realm just now. Goosebumps shivered all over his body, and his face was inexplicably ugly. I probably know what that Fong Joe went through, and to be honest, this kid has enough bad luck. Watson looked at him in surprise. You're sympathizing with an extremely dangerous anomaly? He is indeed extremely dangerous, but not always, Charlotte said as he straightened up and got up from the couch. This time, he changed his previous hangdog attitude and put on a 12-minute seriousness and said to Watson, "Report to the higher-ups. Cancel all plans to try to obliterate number 490, and all attempts to carry out an attack on number 490 must stop." Watson raised an eyebrow. This was completely contrary to the authorities' current attitude towards number 490. Even the highest deliberative organization of the authority, the Council, was currently adopting a hostile attitude towards number 490. Knowing that his old partner wouldn't say such words for no reason, Watson couldn't help but become curious. What exactly did you see? Charlotte was silent for a moment and shook her head. I didn't see enough to be complete, but at least I've established that we can make friendly contact with number 490, and as long as we behave peacefully and have normal conversations with him, number 490 won't pose a threat to us or even the world. Watson frowned. What do you mean? I am prepared to make contact with number 490 again. Charlotte let out a long breath as if she had made up her mind. To solve the problem, we have to face the most dangerous one head on. It's the only way. The most dangerous person, Fong Joe, was huffing and puffing. Due to his ability storming out, Fong Joe's bed was torn in half, so he could only nestle in the sofa and rest under a blanket. At this point, Fong Joe was glad that he bought a spacious enough couch. After lying down flat, he could still turn over a little bit. Falling asleep was almost the same as a single crib, and his comfort was 80 points even if he didn't score 90 points. In addition to the training ability is really too tired. In addition to eating and going to the toilet the entire day, Fong Joe in the guidance of Liya to carry out touch control training. As it turned out, the sense of touch was indeed a part of Fong Joe. It was one of his limbs. After the initial confusion and bewilderment, Fong Joe soon became skillful and began to be able to designate a small area of a certain item for instantaneous transfer. However, due to his proficiency, he could only manipulate objects of about 5 kilograms at most, and the range of movement was no more than half a meter at most. Moreover, during the test, Fong Joe and Liya also came to a conclusion. There was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Once the limit was exceeded, Fong Joe's mind would become unconscious, and forcing it to be used would only cause the sense of touch to go berserk again. As for why they were able to come to this conclusion, it was because Fong Joe had really gone berserk once, and fortunately, Liya reacted in time and blasted a fireball at Fong Joe's face. So now Fong Joe's death record became 3. Liya, on the other hand, had become the number 2 king of kills, second only to the beheading ghost. Considering that more training was needed in order to master this ability, Fong Joe woke up from a nap and immediately went to find Liya to increase the amount of training. But when Fong Joe came to the sweeping robot in the corner and tried to wake up turn on Liya, he found that Liya did not respond at all. The sweeping robot seemed to have lost its soul in an instant and turned back into a pile of scrap metal. Fong Joe froze. Liya? There was no response. It couldn't be that it was soaked in water yesterday, right? A brain in water with a delayed effect. Fong Joe instantly panicked for a few minutes, immediately picked up the small robot from the charging socket and tried to lift its skull. As a result, Fong Joe heard a familiar female voice from behind him. You're the one with water in your brain. Your whole family has water in their brains. Hearing the familiar cursing, Fong Joe hugged the sweeping robot and turned back to look at the television set that had been repositioned by himself. A blonde double ponytailed girl in a second-generation anime style stood there, her head wearing the iconic magician's big round hat, but her body wearing a white long-sleeved casual dress with a strong modern style, and was currently sitting in the sofa in the lower right corner of the TV, looking at Fong Joe outside the screen with a smug face. Is it awesome? I'm finally out. Looking at this familiar image, the corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched twice. He remembered that when Liya had just been stuffed into the sweeping robot, she said that it would take her some time to come out of it. It looked like she had succeeded. But why did you run into the TV this time? Don't you call the computer home? HMHMM. Liya stood up from the couch with a flourish, clasping her hands to her chest with clamor written on the left side of her face and Zheng written on the right side, and said with a joyful smile, "That's not all. Let's see me show you my hand." The words just fell. Liya in the TV instantly disappeared. Immediately after that, the little robot in Fong Joe's arms let out a skillful fried wheat current sound. "I'm back. Fong Joe?" ? Before Fong Joe could react, the sweeping robot immediately shut down again. Immediately after that, the computer in the bedroom started up with a drip 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 sound, and a moment later Liya's loud yelling came out from the stereo. "I'm over here again." A few more seconds later, Fong Joe's cell phone buzzed. "Cell phones I can go to. And the air conditioner. And the refrigerator. And the microwave. Ding. And the water heater. Gulp gulp gulp. And finally back here." After a series of Liya's beeps, the secondary electronic ghost wizard was back in front of the television. With her arms crossed and her nose out, she tilted her head proudly, her face full of pride. "I, Liya the genius magician, can go wherever I want." Fong Joe? Chapter 31. One more step forward. Fong Joe realized that when Liya was particularly happy, she would talk more, although she usually liked to force a few words with Fong Joe. But when she was in a happy mood, that little mouth dejectedly couldn't stop at all. "You say, how come I'm so capable? I understood the electronic information flow in one night, and the localization of magic conduction stress and elemental morphology is also basically completed. If this were to be placed in our place, the gang of several hundred-year-olds in the academic tower would have to kneel in front of me and beg me to bring 2 strokes of their names on the paper. In time, not to mention your house, as long as I give a thought, all the electrical appliances in the whole city can be instantly refined by me. At that time, I'll be fine to turn out the lights for the whole city, project my beautiful image onto the big screen in Times Square, and then find 20,000 drones to fly high into the sky to spell out my name. I'm also too damn bullish. Hey, Fong Joe, why don't you say something?" Shocked by me? Fong Joe stood in the kitchen room, drinking water without saying a word, facing Liya's bragging the whole time with no expression. Ah, yes, indeed powerful, indeed bullish. Hey you, this attitude. Liya in the TV was so angry that she stomped her feet. I told you that your kid has no reverence for magic, but anyone with a bit of common sense knows what a great breakthrough I made. This merit of mine belongs to the level that can enter the last question of the past years of the University of Magic, the kind that can't get the points to directly postpone graduation. What the hell? Fong Joe almost sprayed out a mouthful of water. Magic University's previous year's questions? How did the first 4 words and the last 4 words come together? It's normal. Liya was all natural. You don't think that reciting an incantation and waving your staff twice is considered a magician, right? Our magician certificate assessment process is not easier than yours. If you want to enter a formal organization, you still have to be on the job training. In addition to punching the clock to work is not the same as yours. Other places are actually quite similar. Fong Joe was instantly shocked. What kind of messed up worldview do you guys have? It's okay. I actually think it's quite reasonable. Liya sat back into the sofa, spread her hands and shrugged. After all, we magicians have extraordinary power. There is a training and screening process in order to avoid the ability to be abused. Such as me to enter the court of the serious still have to go through the political examination. But my situation is quite special. The political examination did not pass the exception to enter the court. Really, to say outrageous is also to say that the political examination is the most important thing. Truly, to say outrageous still have to be that group of pirates. I never dreamed that in our world as a pirate compulsory courses are high-end mechanical engineering and criminal law official documents of various countries. Fong Joe quickly called out to stop Liya. Stop. Stop talking. Leave some space for my medieval magic fantasy. Liya nodded in confusion. Huh? Oh. Fong Joe's forehead was sweating by this time. He increasingly felt that Liya's existence was destroying his otherworldly fantasies. Did the world of swords and magic he remembered turn out to be so different from reality? Then what about the otherworldly anime and novels he usually liked to watch? Counting him looking away. Wait, did you just say political trial? Fong Joe looked at Liya in surprise. You have family, huh? Liya glared at Fong Joe with a complicated expression. Do you think I popped out of a stone? Fong Joe reacted with a smile and snorted. You've been maintaining the state of a machine for too long. I've forgotten that you were originally human. Liya puffed out her cheeks and looked up at the ceiling, recalling the old days. My family was kind of miserable to begin with. Miserable? Fong Joe didn't know which tendon was wrong. A sentence suddenly popped up in his head. Alcoholic father. Gambling mom. Sick sister. Broken her? That's not it. Liya shook her head. Our family is a good gambling father, a good gambling mom, a good gambling sister, a good gambling whole family. Fong Joe? Liya grinned. My family runs a casino. Fong Joe took out the remote control and turned off the TV with a snap. However, it was useless in front of Liya, who was already a sublimated electronic ghost. The TV lit up again with a pop. Liya's face appeared in the center of the screen, and this person even cut to the serious black suspense interface. And the whole person was not in a good mood to yell with a stern face. I'm serious? I'm not kidding. My family really opened a casino. Is casino linked to the word misery? Yes. Liya's face was serious. I didn't pass the political examination because my casino was arrested for hosting illegal immigrants. And if it wasn't for my own excellent abilities and special contributions, my career as a wizard would have been over, right? This is not tragic. Fong Joe's face was already almost taut. And what are illegal immigrants? 2 mechanical prosthetic octopuses, smuggled in from the next planet, caught with 2 ray-type control weapons in their possession. Fong Joe ran out of words. He felt it was best for him not to try to understand Liya's worldview. Because this had greatly exceeded the scope of the sky, even fungus-type illusions couldn't eat this effect. Was this still a magical worldview? Is it true that Liya's magic is just one of the many evil things in that world? Fong Joe just woke up from his sleep and felt another pang of heart fatigue. The whole person paralyzed on the sofa and closed his eyes while he couldn't help mentioning a word. Then isn't our world too boring in your opinion? After all, Liya's world was again magic and a mechanical prosthetic octopus, and they actually had the concept of planet. It was a highly developed and powerful civilization no matter how you thought about it. The Earth natives here could be too insignificant in comparison. No way. Liya shook her head. I think it's quite new. A lot of things I've never seen before. Fong Joe sat up from the sofa. Such as, for example, the legendary page tour 1/999. Liya blackened her face as she uttered these words, her tone shaking. We don't have something so evil and brainwashing there. Oh, this stuff does count as a local specialty. It could be seen that the experience of being locked up in a page-turner bundle, surrounded by 8 Jackie Chan brothers, had left her with quite a shadow. Fong Joe let out a breath. But we don't have as many outrageous transcendent powers here as you do over there. There is. Liya stared at Fong Joe. Aren't you? Fong Joe was stunned at his words, as if that was the case. What was currently happening to Fong Joe was something that even the knowledgeable Liya could not explain. According to Liya's words, as long as Fong Joe was thrown to her old home, in the next few decades the academic tower would no longer be short of dissertation topics, and it was even possible to directly give birth to a brand new discipline Fong Joe studies. Alright, don't think blindly. Liya could see that Fong Joe's thoughts were spreading too far, so she reminded, keep doing your training. Do you still remember what you practiced yesterday today? As soon as Fong Joe heard this, his body slowly sat up straight in the sofa. After yesterday's practice, he had roughly grasped the power of touch. Although he was shocked by Liya's words just now, Fong Joe's mental state stabilized after a few breaths. He locked his eyes on the glass of water on the coffee table, and then stretched out his right hand in the air. His imagination was focused, and his mind was highly concentrated on the operation of the sense of touch. In the next instant, the sound of organs jumping like heartbeats came from his ears, and the same electrifying sensation as yesterday swept through his entire body. Fong Joe immediately seized this special throb and grasped forward with 5 fingers. The glass of water originally placed on the coffee table appeared in Fong Joe's hand out of nowhere. His 5 fingers were firmly attached to the surface of the glass, and the glass was intact without any visible cracks, completing a space travel without any damage. Whew! Seeing that the ability was launched successfully once, Fong Joe's nervousness was eased and he exhaled longingly. Yesterday's training was effective. His spiritual consciousness completely memorized the feeling. Not bad, Fong Joe. Liya was pleasantly surprised. Worthy of being taught by me. This is less than a day's time and you've memorized it. Hey, do you think I'm particularly gifted in teaching? Fong Joe's entire speechlessness stopped. Can you not pull but 3 sentences to turn to boasting? Liya hummed. Then you say I have no credit? This Fong Joe really couldn't deny it. As the only 2 transcendent beings beside Fong Joe, the other being Mr. Chopper, who would suddenly greet him with a large sword every day, Liya's experience greatly accelerated the process of Fong Joe becoming familiar with his abilities. There, you make a heavenly merit. Eh. Fong Joe ignored Liya's smug and beaten little expression in the TV set, and suddenly thought of something. He stared at the water cup in his hand for a while, and a thoughtful, refined light gradually emerged in his eyes. Liya had also been with Fong Joe for several days and immediately guessed that this was Fong Joe having a new idea. Her entire body instantly sat up straight. What are you doing again? I have an idea. Fong Joe frowned, his voice low. You said, that glass water bottles and the like are fine now, but what about the living ones? Liya meet I visible a shock. The whole person in the TV set jumped up. A brain hit the on-demand interface of the children's channel. Serious suspense background instantly switched to the green prairie of the happy goat. What are you going to do? I can tell you that we cannot do illegal and lawless things. Conducting live experiments is a very inhumane behavior. You also do not take yourself as an experiment. I have said that. Die emote long a wisdom. This kind of thing cannot do more. Fong Joe directly rolled his eyes to her. I'm not thinking of harming anyone, nor am I thinking of self-harming. How come your brain doesn't work at this time? Saying that, Fong Joe picked up an empty drink bottle and walked towards the balcony. About a minute later, Fong Joe returned to the lobby with the drink bottle again. Then he tore open the outer wrapper of the drink, and through the layer of transparent plastic, Liya saw that the bottle contained a small flying insect of some unknown species. Oh, Liya said with a look of dawning realization. You're talking about this live one. That, or you thought? I thought there's too much death to think of life as life. Liya sat back down peacefully, a few moments of embarrassment remaining on her face. Those misguided wizards are just like that. I've seen 4 or 5 of them, with my own eyes, who ended up sacrificing themselves for magic. I'm not that extreme. I know, Liya said, still a little uncomfortable, her butt shifting twice in the cyber couch. But aren't you progressing too fast? Right now you're just getting started with your knowledge of abilities, immediately jumping from dead things to living things. What's that saying? It's easy to take too big a step and rip your balls off. Just trying it out, not planning to succeed. Fong Joe said, then didn't bother with Liya anymore. instead focusing on the matter at hand. It was certain as well as certain that his ability could take effect on dead things. Although he wasn't particularly skilled enough to do an instantaneous operation, it was stable enough. Therefore, Fong Joe wanted to try to take a big step forward to see if this touch could affect living things. This was very important to him. If he could, then he would have one more means to fight against the beheading ghosts, and also have one more card to get out of the evil events in the future. It didn't matter if he failed, he could just come back to the challenge later when he was more skillful in the use of his abilities. Thinking of this, Fong Joe once again grasped the throbbing brought about by the abnormal organ. The familiar feeling surged in his heart. Fong Joe aimed at the beverage containing flying insects in front of him, and once again invoked his sense of touch to activate his ability. Chapter 32. Liya, am I human or not? Fong Joe was able to grasp the senses and experience the movement of the abnormal organs and strike at the right time. The sense of touch once again obeyed Fong Joe's command. In an instant, in a split second that could not even be reached, the bottle, which was half a meter away, appeared in Fong Joe's hand without warning. His 5 fingers firmly grasped the bottle, and at the same time, he felt that some of his strength had been drained away, and his originally clear consciousness drifted off for a couple of moments, and his vision briefly became blurred, and then returned to its original state after about 2 seconds. Obviously, Fong Joe was still unable to fully adapt to the taste of invoking the sense of touch. Frequent invocations of the sense of touch would extract his mental power as the price of release. He began to think about what would happen if he went crazy one day and manipulated his sense of touch one after another, bringing his mental power to the brink of its limit. At that time, what would happen? An unspeakable curiosity stirred in the depths of his soul. But this time Fong Joe didn't lose his mind and try this kind of death-defying behavior. Instead, he focused on the plastic bottle. The flying insect in the bottle was already gone. Or rather, it was no longer complete. The flying insect's body had gone through something on the way to spatial displacement. Its armor exploded everywhere. Weirdly colored bodily fluids splattered all over the inner wall of the bottle, and its transparent wings had been torn into long, thin strips by some unimaginable force, scattering at the bottom of the bottle. Hiss! Looking at the scattered pieces of flying insects, Fong Joe couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Liya in the TV set stared wide-eyed for a long time before she could see the tragic situation inside the beverage bottle and sked. It seems that the living experiment has failed. Fong Joe put the drink bottle down, rubbed his chin, and after a moment of silence said, "Not necessarily. In a sense, isn't this exactly what I need?" Liya was shocked, not understanding Fong Joe's brain circuit. What? Think about it. Why am I tinkering with this superpower right now? To control it. That's the most basic reason. Mainly because I don't want the ability to accidentally go berserk and do a random reset of my home's decorating set again. I've spent more than $100,000 on decorating. Fong Joe sighed as he said this, then dragged the topic back on track. The other reason is that I'm going to use this to touch base with that beheading ghost. Earlier, the two of them had mentioned a question during their casual conversation: if Liya's magic couldn't kill the beheading ghost either, what should be done? At that time, Fong Joe's answer was, take one step at a time. And the worst thing is to live a more mindless life in the future. Now that he had an extra card in his hand, there was no reason not to play it and try its power. Liya finally understood what Fong Joe was talking about and crouched down, staring thoughtfully at the bottle off the screen. You mean to say that, precisely because you can't control the transfer of living things right now, it can be used as a weapon instead, right? Fong Joe finished and looked at Liya expectantly. Do you think it's feasible? Liya was silent for 2 seconds, various complicated little expressions flashing across her face one after another. A few moments later, the blonde magician in the television set slowly got up and paced back and forth between the children's channel and the horror and suspense channel. She wandered like this for 2 or 3 minutes, thinking before finally coming to a conclusion. That's quite a clear idea you have, honestly. I think it's feasible. Hearing this, Fong Joe did not open her mouth to respond. This was because after getting along these few days, Fong Joe had basically figured out Liya's character. From the girl's tone of voice, one could hear that her words were not yet finished. But Liya really stood on her feet and looked at Fong Joe off screen with a serious face. I suggest you only try it once. It's best if you can succeed, and if you can't, don't think about casting your ability in this wrong way again. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow and sat down in the sofa. Why? It's likely to develop the wrong habits. With a wave of her hand, Liya conjured a black framed glasses out of thin air, and after putting them on her whole person's professional aura was born. Based on my past experience, the end of such transcendence who use wrong habits ends up not being good. It will explode and die? It's a bit more terrifying than that. Liya pushed up her glasses as she finished, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. And I'll have to count on you in the future. If you can't perform spatial transfers on living things, the one who'll have a headache at that time will be me. Fong Joe was stunned for a second, hearing what Liya seemed to need. What do you mean? What do you want? Liya within the screen gathered her smile and locked eyes with Fong Joe for a few seconds. Fong Joe saw her eyes become dim for a few moments. Sadness and regret flowed through her eyes like running water, only to be covered by a stronger sparkle in the next moment. Liya raised her head and hesitated for 2 seconds, then revealed a serious expression that Fong Joe had never seen before. She felt it was finally time to say the words. I want you to help me. Get me home. Going home. Hearing Liya's request, Fong Joe was a bit surprised. He had never thought that Liya would bring up this topic at this time. All along, Liya had insisted on claiming that she was a court magician from another world. Her family and past were all left behind in that magical world of light. Even though that world, which was similar to an I-beam, seemed downright inexplicable to Fong Joe. It was, after all, Liya's hometown. Her family's casino was still open there. But so far, Liya had never mentioned anything about wanting to go home. Thinking about it now, just as Fong Joe couldn't fully trust Liya at first, Liya probably couldn't fully trust Fong Joe, an otherworldly being full of mysteries and strangeness. It wasn't until the two of them had gone through all sorts of hassles in the past few days and built up a trusting relationship with each other that Liya finally found a chance to ask Fong Joe to help her. Fong Joe scratched his head. What made you think I could help you get home? You saw my home, which should have been impossible, but you did it. Liya stared at Fong Joe, both hands in front of her body, her thumbs rubbing against each other, her tone serious and uneasy. I originally thought that I would never be able to go back, but since you were able to see my home, and you also got some extraordinary power from that snail that even I can't understand, if you take this ability and continues to develop, in the future you might be able to help me find a way to go home. Might? Yeah, maybe. Liya sighed helplessly. If your ability can spatially transfer living things and you've seen my old home before, then maybe, after you're able to fully master this ability, you'll be able to transfer me from this world back to where I was, just like you transferred the bottle just now. But these are just speculations. To put it bluntly, I just see a microscopic hope from you. Whether or not it will work or not, I don't know. But then again, there really isn't anyone else who can help me other than you. Fong Joe didn't say anything and lowered his head in deep thought. One had to admit that Liya had a point. He also felt that if this sense of touch was developed, the effect would definitely exceed his imagination. Sending Liya back to her happy old home in the future might not really be a problem. All right. Fong Joe raised his head, his gaze fixed on Liya in the screen. This time, he was inexplicably silent for a long time before leaning backward into the sofa. I promise you, if I can do it, I'll send you back to your old home the first time. Really? A look of surprise appeared in Liya's eyes, and she instantly ran towards the screen in a frenzy of excitement. Watching Liya's face wildly zoom in front of the TV, Fong Joe was startled. What? You're going to drill out, are you? I'm not excited. Liya reacted and laughed awkwardly, taking several steps back, but still unable to stop herself from bouncing in place. You really promise? You're really willing to help me? You can't go back on your word. What's the point of going back on your word? Fong Joe blankly glanced at her, then suddenly startled, his tone extraordinarily serious. Wait, I thought of something. Liya in her excitement stopped, a little nervous. What? You said. Are you considered a living or dead thing now? Liya froze for 2 or 3 seconds. The beliefs of the e-ghost wizard were put to a great test. She blinked dully, and then spoke firmly as if betting on her personality. I'm definitely alive. How could I possibly be dead? Fong Joe's expression grew more and more subtle. But if you think about it, it's not like you exploded and died yesterday. When you were in the sweeping robot yesterday, my touch stormed out, and then you went into the toilet reservoir. But you didn't explode, did you? No. Liya's face was getting ugly. So you're actually supposed to be dead? Not alive? Liya was filled with confusion. Fong Joe, who asked this question, was also filled with confusion. Am I getting this logic right? Liya, it's not right, is it? How can this be right? But hey, oh right. Oh no. Right. The blonde magician girl was caught up in this brain-burning question and fell into a self-confusion. Not a moment later, Fong Joe realized that the high lights in Liya's eyes had gone out. With a whole numb and dull expression, she crouched in the corner of the TV and drew circles while muttering in a low voice, "Am I a dead thing? Am I dead? I must be alive, ah. But no. Am I alive? Am I human or not? Bad thing." Fong Joe's one sentence gave Liya a dry and skeptical life. Even she had to carefully think about whether she should be skeptical of life or skeptical of machine life. Fong Joe always felt a bit sorry for her, so he was ready to change the topic and let this troublesome dilemma turn over for the time being. It happened to be at this time.
Hod.
A heavy knock on the door suddenly sounded. The self-doubting Liya stopped at once and turned her head, showing the same puzzled expression as Fong Joe. Both of them looked towards the door, the same thought rising in their hearts. Who is it? Chapter 33. This is now a full table of mahjong. In front of Harmonious Home Building Number 7. 2 reliable adult males stood at the entrance of the building. Their demeanor was deep and grave, just like an enemy. The bright sunlight sprinkled on the shoulders of the 2 men, Watson and Charlotte, a pair of old partners, glanced at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. "Let's go." Charlotte turned her head and looked towards the entrance of Building 7. The entrance of Building 7 looked just like an ordinary residential building, gray and black tones, a slightly cramped and gloomy atmosphere, and 2 old bicycles placed in the space under the stairs. But this seemingly ordinary everything fell in Watson and Charlotte's eyes, as if everywhere was filled with crisis. Charlotte was silent for a long time and slowly exhaled a breath, her voice full of helplessness. "Someone has to face it. Who says otherwise?" Watson said flatly, lowered his head and smoked a cigarette, briefly inhaling 2 puffs before dropping the cigarette butt to the ground and stomping it out. When he raised his head again, Watson's eyes no longer had any semblance of hesitation. "Let's go." Charlotte nodded. "Good." The 2 of them did their final mental construction, then lifted their legs and stepped inside this anomaly called number 490. Although they would often complain about the difficulty of their work and the frequency of overtime, they would always make the right choice in the face of true right and wrong. As the authorities' anomaly agents, the 2 of them always remembered those 8 words in their hearts. When there is danger, there is only responsibility. But without taking 2 steps, Watson felt something was wrong. He suddenly stopped in his tracks on the stairway, turned his head and realized that there was no one behind his butt. And then look at 2 eyes. He saw Charlotte, this kid, non-stop hoof towards the neighborhood outside the leg, wildly running. While running, he also heard Charlotte shouting at him, "Depend on you, Hua Zi. I'll wait for your news back at the station." Watson, this unlucky kid. Watson's old face darkened, so he ran up the stairs in 3 steps, then flipped through the window at the corner of the stairs, leapt down, and landed on the ground and chased after him with a speed that far exceeded the record of a human's 100-meter sprint. After all, Charlotte is not a sports student. He is a real civil official. Soon in the distance from the cell door, 50 meters positioned by Watson, arrested. For this, on the verge of fleeing then partner, Watson down is also no mercy. Directly pull Charlotte's collar, drag him back to Building 7 hard. Charlotte knows that there is no hope of escape, suddenly sat up a batch of face. "Not Wu said that this job must be me to do? I am a civil official. No combat, ah. You go not on the line. I'm in the back to provide you with the spirit and intelligence support. The 2 of us division of labor cooperation is not better." "No way." Watson's expression was serious. "Your inspiration is very important, and it's a must when you're in contact with number 490. And..." Watson paused here, then cleared his throat, mimicking Charlotte's serious and solemn tone. "To solve the problem, we have to face the most dangerous one head-on. That's the only way, isn't that what you said yourself? Can't I regret it now?" Charlotte jabbed at the numbers on her watch. "Brother, look at this anomaly indicator. It's like a ING elevator ride. In no time at all, it's done 2 phase space unfoldings. I can't even imagine how much fun it's playing in there now." This was true. Originally, Charlotte did do tens of thousands of words of mental construction, finally willing to be brave for once and take the responsibility to face the anomaly that was Fong Joe head-on. As a result, the 2 had only just arrived downstairs when the simple anomaly indicator they had brought along with them pulled the alarm. Within a very short period of time, 2 small phase space unfoldings occurred within Building 7. It occurred in a short period of time, unfolded quickly, and ended quickly. This caused the alien degree indicator on the two men's watches used to measure the anomaly index to soar wildly for a while and plummet for a while. Charlotte was goaded on the spot. "You're scared less." Watson grabbed Charlotte's wrist and dragged him towards the building. "Don't you have any idea how many layers of protection you've put on yourself? You've got all the latest equipment from the entire Armed Forces Department. And now that a meteorite has hit your head, you won't even lose a layer of skin. This thing is more scary than a meteorite. Cut the crap. Hey, you don't want to fall." 5 minutes later, Harmony Home Building 7, 5th floor. In front of the door of room 502, Charlotte, who couldn't resist Watson's power, stood in front of the door, took a look at the door number, and then with a subtle expression, looked at the blessed character and the congratulations and fortune couplet affixed to the front door, and the corners of her mouth twitched twice. "This wasn't here the last time I came. He came back to post it when he went out shopping, I guess." Watson analyzed. "After all, it's almost New Year's, right?" Charlotte sucked in a mouthful of cool air and turned her head to leave. No, this is too creepy this." Watson didn't look back, skillfully grabbing Charlotte with one hand. "What's so creepy? An anomaly that can trigger an R5-level distortion frenzy, modify the laws of physics all over the world, and up number 137 and learn phase space, unfolding an anomaly that's so far out of the world that it's actually posted a congratulations on its own front door. It's too damn Chinese horror. I doubt I'll be sucked into a space full of Andy Lau after I enter the door, cyclically murmuring in my ears, 'I congratulate you on your fortune. I congratulate you on your wonderful.' Why are you still singing, you?" Watson glared at Charlotte and dragged him to the front door. "Hurry up. Knock and be ready for contact." Charlotte shivered 3 times and looked at Watson hesitantly. "Really knock, brother? Knock. And it's old foo you knock." Hearing Watson's irrefusable tone, and feeling the big hand of fate that gripped the back of his neck, Charlotte muttered, "My last name is Xia," in aggravation, and then stood in front of the door and took 2 deep breaths, lifted his trembling hand, and finally knocked on the door in a panic. Fong Joe was equally flustered. The main reason was that none of the things that happened to him in the past 2 days were normal. Another beheaded ghost descending and a mysterious junkyard, and a weird cosmic snail. He felt like he could go make a movie called The Morning of Fong Joe. Every morning when he woke up from sleep, there was a new surprise or scare. What was it this time? Could it be the neighbors? The faces of the neighbors flashed in Fong Joe's mind and quickly dismissed this guess. If it was Big Brother Zhou Xiong and these neighbors who were going to come to visit, they would definitely contact themselves with their cell phones in advance, and it was unlikely that they would directly knock on the door. More importantly, Fong Joe heard some flavor of life and death in those 3 knocks just now. There was definitely a problem. "Liya, get ready." "Huh?" The blonde wizard in the TV looked confused. "Battle ready. Ooh-hoo." Liya finally came back to her senses, and then froze immediately afterward, seemingly unsure of what she should prepare for, thinking for several seconds before finally silently switching the TV to a music channel and adding Huang Feihong's theme song, "Boys Should Be Stronger," to the song list. Fong Joe? This unlucky child. Fong Joe was rendered speechless by Liya's whole, so he simply ignored her for now and turned his head to the kitchen room to pull out a kitchen knife. This was already the first time he had pulled out a kitchen knife, even though most of the time it was useless. At least holding it in his hand could give Fong Joe some sense of security. He hid the kitchen knife behind his back, staring nervously at the door as he slowly stepped forward. Fong Joe's hand gently gripped the door handle. In fact, at this time, he could look out through the cat's eye and confirm the identity of the person knocking on the door outside. But Fong Joe knew the formula of horror movies very well in his heart. Usually when the hero of a ghost collision looked out through the cat's eye, either a strange bloody ghost suddenly popped out and showed a horrible smile at the corner of his mouth, or he looked through the cat's eye and saw that there was no one out there, and then turned around to see the ghost right behind him. In any case, they were all startled. This cat's eye might as well not look at it. Thinking about these things in his head, Fong Joe set his mind, gathered enough courage, and prepared to open the door. It was at this time. A cold, icy, damp, evil aura crawled up his spine. The sound of pouring, mournful rain rang in his ears. A trace of coolness wiped across his neck, causing the goosebumps on Fong Joe's body to instantly wind up. This familiar tension awakened Fong Joe's instincts. Fong Joe's heart beat wildly. Heeding the call of instinct, the whole person quickly got down without looking back. The long knife that whistled with the smell of blood swung past his head. The sickening and irritating odor once again penetrated his nose, and at the same time, It also made Fong Joe understand the identity of the visitor. It has returned. Yesterday's it was accidentally devoured. Today's it came as expected. The blade that swung through the air swept over Fong Joe's head and slashed heavily on the door. The fragile door panel simply could not withstand the blow and instantly crumbled and deformed, exposing a huge crack. At the same time, Fong Joe also heard two terrified from outside the door. Then there was a scream of pain and a series of ouch ouch. Is there someone outside? A living person? Or two? One of them seemed to have been scared and fell down the stairs. Fong Joe did not have time to think about who the people outside the door were, and only hoped that after they were scared, they could escape as soon as possible, so as not to be involved. He dodged with a roll and moved deftly to pull away, and when he looked back, he saw the ghostly figure with its form intact once again. The broken bright red robes, the two heads on its chest, its ponderous and robust body, and the great sword that had twice beheaded Fong Joe. It had proved that even if it had been torn to pieces by the snail's power in that mysterious space, it was still able to return from hell. However, it was good that Fong Joe had already had 2 solo kills. He quickly threw the chopper in his hand towards the beheading ghost, his eyes fixed on the trajectory of the blade as it spun and flew through the air. Something strange happened again. The sharp blade only caused a layer of ripples on the surface of the beheading ghost when it made contact, and then it directly penetrated the beheading ghost's body. Sure enough, he won't be killed twice by the same method. When his previous guesses and reasoning were confirmed, Fong Joe did not rejoice too much, but hurriedly shouted, "Liya! Him! Roger!" Liya in the TV instantly disappeared before she left. She didn't forget to click on the button to play Boys Be Strong. And then, in the gradually impassioned music, a small white robot came out from the corner next to the refrigerator. A cluster of sparks ignited in front of the little robot. If Fong Joe's prediction was accurate, the magic would definitely still work on the beheading ghost. Because what really killed the beheading ghost last time was the fruit knife in Fong Joe's hand. Liya's magic only served as a damage, not the real cause of the beheading ghost's death. Moreover, the beheading ghost's target had only been Fong Joe. It shouldn't care about Liya who was dead or alive. It was hard to tell. However, the vast majority of Fong Joe's speculations did turn out to be correct, except for one place where it went wrong. Just a second before the flames were about to coalesce and take shape, the beheading ghost's gaze actually moved away from Fong Joe. Those scarlet and deep eyes looked towards Liya as it bent its legs and leapt up, its feet stepping out 2 holes in the floor, spanning a distance of nearly 5 meters in an instant, swinging its blade towards the sweeping robot in the corner and slashing it violently. Holy! Liya was not calm on the spot. How does it still hold a grudge? Chapter 34 Large-Scale Unfolding. The beheading ghost suddenly turned its spear and killed Liya in the corner with a charging jumping slash. The little robot was startled, and immediately, regardless of the circumstances, launched the fireball that had finished coalescing towards the sky. With a loud bang, the blazing flames brushed past the beheader's shoulder, and the unaimed fireball failed to hit its target, instead leaving an explosive black trail on the ceiling of Fong Joe's house. Seeing that the little robot was about to be brutally killed, at the critical moment Liya had a bright idea and connected her consciousness to another nearby electrical appliance. In the next moment, the refrigerator beside the sweeper robot suddenly opened its door autonomously, right in the middle of Liya and the decapitated ghost. The blade mercilessly chopped down, accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing metallic tearing sound. The refrigerator door of Fong Joe's house was slashed diagonally in 2 by the long blade, completely failing to block the beheading ghost's attack. However, the obstruction of the refrigerator door came in handy after all, causing the trajectory of the beheading ghost's swing to be subtly shifted, and in the end, the blade just chopped into the ground beside Liya, less than 4 centimeters away from the little robot's flawless white body. Liya was scared less, and before the decapitated ghost had time to reorganize its attack, its 4 wheels madly rotated to grab the ground, and ran wildly all the way from the corner towards Fong Joe. Fong Joe seriously suspected that Liya had modified the machine again while he was sleeping because he saw the little robot skidding and escaping extremely fast. The 4 wheels were almost rubbing smoke and flickering all the way out of a big S shape, obviously far exceeding the degree of sensitivity of a normal floor-sweeping robot. And this little robot, while escaping, also issued a drop-do. Tick-tock, a shrill alarm. Fong Joe. He remembers me. He remembers me. See. Fong Joe responded, looking ahead at the beheading ghost that slowly rose up with its sword, and immediately pondered over the current situation. The current characteristics displayed by the beheading ghost were completely consistent with his previous speculation. Except for the surprising piece of retained memory, Fong Joe had already analyzed the other properties. The problem was that the timing of this Mr. Chopper's arrival was simply too coincidental. Originally, according to Fong Joe and Liya's plan, magic would be the key factor in countering the beheader's resurrection from the dead. However, due to the sudden appearance of a snail in the middle of the road, their magic research plan was completely disrupted. Afterwards, Fong Joe pondered over the sense of touch that he had accidentally acquired. Before he could figure it out, the beheading ghost appeared at this critical point in time. It is also too good at picking the time to pinch the watch, right? This is finished. Liya panicked and hid by Fong Joe's feet, turning on the beeping G mode. It seems to be focusing on me. I can't sneak up on him. I was too busy scurrying around the circuits of your house last night to tinker with the magic formation. By the way, you quickly greet the 18 generations of the 9 clans and draw the hatred over first. Fong Joe quickly glanced at Liya. You can scurry around my home circuit now, and you're still afraid of being cut by it? This is the only body I can run and corner now. Liya yelled. And do you know how much time I spent modifying this machine? It took me 6 hours just to upgrade the global self-service song ordering system to the 3.0 Ultra HD sound quality version. Fong Joe froze. No wonder the little robot speech had no electric sound today. That said, he only slept less than 10 hours yesterday, so Liya spent most of her nighttime upgrading this. Fong Joe forcibly held back the impulse to go up and give Liya a kick. Actually didn't hold back. If it were normal, he would definitely have gotten his hands on this electronic ghost with a head full of BGM to teach her a lesson. But before he did that, the decapitated ghost had already adjusted its state, regained its grip on the knife, and turned its head to look at Fong Joe. There was no emotion in its scarlet dark eyes, not even focus, and when he looked at it, Fong Joe felt like he was looking at a lifeless mass of dead meat, as if its eye sockets were only stuffed with 2 cloudy blood globes, from which he couldn't see any bit of living human life. The mournful sound of rain once again resounded in his ears. Bone-chilling coldness crept up his spine, like an invisible icy hand that stroked Fong Joe's spine with its fingertips. For the first time in his life, Fong Joe experienced the killing intent so clearly. He felt that he was locked by the majestic killing intent. The whole room seemed to become narrow and suffocating. The feeling of powerlessness that there was nowhere to hide surged to his heart. The biological instinct of the fear of death in Fong Joe's mind frantically sounded the alarm. But another kind of abnormal instinct that is very different from the biological instincts made Fong Joe excited. Excitement and fear mingled in Fong Joe's eyes, like 2 different colors being mixed into a dye bath and stirred, eventually changing into a strange and unsettling luster. Liya, try again. Ha! The little robot froze in place for half a second before reacting, its consciousness immediately shifting back to the TV. Liya's magic principle Fong Joe couldn't figure out, but what was certain was that Liya needed to use electricity to convert her magic. The power of a sweeping robot was fixedly stored and could not support a large amount of magic consumption. The television was different. As a household appliance with a standing connection to the circuit, as long as Liya was willing to rub a large one out. Bang! A large, dazzlingly incandescent spark ignited in front of the television. For the first time, Liya in the TV set was posing for spellcasting, perhaps due to the lack of a staff. Her posture looked a bit strange, but now was not the time to focus on such details. The focus was on the fact that after quickly siphoning off the power from the household circuits, a ball of crimson fire, several times bigger than before, accelerated and coalesced in front of the TV set. Terrifyingly high-temperature hot wind blew across Fong Joe's face. Even at a distance of 2 or 3 meters, Fong Joe could still feel the huge heat hidden within the fireball. At this moment, Fong Joe's heart produced a huge shake, because he knew that his family's electricity bill was going to go over the limit next month. This abnormal energy that was several times more powerful than before really attracted the attention of the beheading ghost. Its line of sight was once again redirected, followed by pressing down its body, bending its knees, its muscles instantly stomping the ground, and its entire body transformed into a mass of sprinting and running black shadows, rushing towards the television set at a speed that was difficult for Fong Joe's naked eyes to capture. During this process, it did not even glance at Fong Joe. It seemed that it wasn't a rash person full of nothing but beheadings, but would spontaneously deal with higher threats. Fong Joe praised Liya for doing a good job, and then he focused his attention on invoking the sense of touch. In fact, he hadn't been able to fully master this ability yet, and so far, among the objects he could move through his sense of touch, the largest size was a beverage can. He didn't know how he could control a bigger individual, but Fong Joe could only rely on his senses. Fong Joe narrowed his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, recalling the feeling of his abnormal organs jumping when he unleashed his ability earlier. He re-felt the throbbing, the rush of some foreign substance in his blood, and the excitement that echoed in his mind. Immediately after Fong Joe locked his sight on the decapitated ghost in front of him, imprinting its body into his mind, he was going to spatially transfer it, moving it from in front of the television set in his house to an open space a few meters away. Thinking about the price of the television set, Fong Joe's willpower soared, becoming more focused than at any time before. His touch became clearer than ever before. He could smell the stench of the body of the beheaded ghost, see the blood on its body, touch its cold and slippery skin, and even the weight of its torso, blood, and soul Fong Joe also perceived clearly. He had almost touched the entirety of the ghost. What followed was the same feeling that Fong Joe had when he first experienced the sense of touch. Countless information rushed into Fong Joe's mind like a torrential tsunami, and his overperception of the ghost caused Fong Joe's connection with the sense of touch to be briefly interrupted, which in turn caused him to lose control of the sense of touch. The sense of touch went berserk again. However, this time the form and manner of the rampage was a bit different. The body of the decapitated ghost suddenly froze, as if it sensed a threat far higher than the huge fireball, and its sight once again twisted and returned to Fong Joe. Its hollow eyes reflected Fong Joe's figure. It saw a layer of strange ripples extending out from under Fong Joe's feet, spreading outward rapidly, and the floor, furniture, and ceiling that touched this layer of ripples became like the moon in the water swaying in an instant, while a large number of colors gushed out, giving the space where everyone was to be colored again. The other side. After knocking on the door, Charlotte was so frightened by the knife that she fell down the stairs without standing still. It wasn't until just now that Charlotte finally climbed back up to the 5th floor with Watson's assistance. Just as the two men regrouped and prepared for battle, they decided to confront the abnormality inside 502. The watches that the two carried with them coincidentally sounded an alarm. Charlotte glanced down at the rapidly rising anomaly indicator, looked up with a pale face, and saw the ripples and colors unfolding outward at high speed under Fong Joe's feet as he followed the crack in the door. He looked at the fantastic sight in puzzled stupefaction for a moment before reacting furiously. Holy! It's a TM large phase space unfolding. Watson looked startled and immediately grabbed Charlotte. Quickly! The word run hadn't even left his mouth. The ripples that swirled around them spread to the hallway that the two were in. The two people's movements froze, then they looked at each other unanimously, then gave up on running away and turned to silently sigh at the same time. Done! Ripples swirled and colors painted. They were dragged into a completely new space. Chapter 35. Anecdotes of the Headless World. The scenery of the world disintegrated and then reconstructed in front of them. Then came a sudden sensation of weightlessness that lasted no more than 2 seconds before Fong Joe felt his feet practically on the ground. The sound of hollow wind blew past his ears. Fong Joe was shocked to realize that the scenery in front of him had changed. His cozy little home was nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a dilapidated and desolate old wooden prison. Under his feet was rough hay and rotten mud. Behind him and on both sides was a hard and cold stone wall. Directly in front of him was a row of wooden prison bars. The gate was tightly closed, and the firelight of the corridor was dim, so that he couldn't even see if there were people living in the opposite cells. In the corner of the room was a dry, hard bed with no quilt, and in another corner was a wooden bucket that looked like it was used for the prisoner's convenience. Fong Joe looked at all this blankly, his mouth slowly opening wide. Where is this drying him again? This is still domestic. Not right, is this still modern? Surrounding the scene into the eyes all revealed the ancient atmosphere, whether it is the construction of the wall or the foot of the hay, or the lighting torches hanging on the corridor, all revealed a strong historical temperament in the underworld. To say that the only thing that makes people a little bit of modernity, there is only Fong Joe's clothes, and the sweeping robot at his feet. Sweeping robot? Fong Joe stared wide-eyed at this product of modern technology by his feet that was out of place with the surrounding picture and asked tentatively, Liya. When the little robot heard Fong Joe's call, it was first stunned, then erupted into a farcical commotion. Holy beans! Where the hell is this again? This loud and pusillanimous movement was Liya not running away. I don't know either. Fong Joe was similarly full of questions, but Liya's presence settled his originally confused heart a lot. It seems like we've run into some kind of mess again, but this time it looks pretty normal, at least for the time being. For what? Liya was confused. Didn't we just fight that ghost back and forth? I thought I blinked too. Why did you do this to us all at once? Fong Joe couldn't answer this question. He also felt that it was all too sudden. 1 second the guys were fighting in a house with a loan of $800,000. The next second, the beheading ghost disappeared, and he and Liya were transferred to this haunted place. The huge sense of severance between the two events before and after made Fong Joe doubt whether he had missed a chapter in the novel. What in the world happened? Fong Joe rubbed his temples and began to recall what happened at the end. He clearly remembered that just now he was planning to invoke his sense of touch to perform a spatial displacement on the decapitated ghost. However, due to his incomplete control of his ability, coupled with the critical situation at that time, meaning that the TV that he had bought at a high price was about to be chopped up, Fong Joe simply maximized his use of his sense of touch, wanting to solve the problem in one breath. As a result, after excessive contact with the beheaded ghost, an unimaginable flow of information rushed into his mind. Fong Joe failed to prepare himself mentally in advance, and his spirit was briefly shocked to the point that he temporarily lost control of his sense of touch. And then became now like this. Memories end here. Fong Joe's face gradually appeared embarrassed look, a drop of sweat from the forehead. Following the trend in the memories, the answer seemed obvious. It seems like I did it? Fong Joe hesitantly opened his mouth towards Liya. I was just about to give the decapitated ghost a big one, but it turned out to be like this because I pushed too hard? Liya, is it too late for me to kill you with a fireball? Fong Joe had a serious face. I think we can try. 2 seconds later, a fireball unhesitatingly glued itself onto Fong Joe's face. The blazing fireball instantly burned Fong Joe's skin dry, vaporized his flesh and blood, and the impact crushed his skull, allowing the flames to completely engulf his brain. When Liya struck, she did so without any sympathy or pity. Her strike was decisive and dry, and she might even be harboring some personal emotions. The scale of time was then remeasured, and the state of the world returned to that of a few seconds ago. Fong Joe reopened his eyes, and what he saw was still the ancient prison, and his ears could still hear the rustling sound of rainwater hitting the floor tiles outside the prison. He helplessly let out a long sigh. Well, it seems useless. I also sister blink how gibberish bam. What do you mean it's useless? Liya, who was reciting her lines, suddenly froze and looked at Fong Joe in confusion. Fong Joe stared at Liya for 2 seconds, and then told Liya everything that had just happened, including of course the record of his own death with a time regression. Before Liya could clear her mind, Fong Joe said to Liya again seriously, "Do it again." What? Liya was confused. Now one more time might be able to rewind back to an earlier past again. Won't we go back a few more times? Seriously. Liya was stunned. You're not even using death as a video rewind button. Stop beeping and try it. TSK. Here it comes. Catch it. The second fireball glued his face. At this point, in terms of kills alone, Liya had already surpassed Mr. Choppers by 2, setting a brand new record for the Fong Joe kill challenge. A new king of kills was born. Unfortunately, when Fong Joe returned again, the scenery around him still hadn't changed, and Liya's lines were the same as last time. I also sister blink how? Kirika bam for you to do this to come, right? Fong Joe directly grabbed Liya's lines, then poofed in place. No way, I guess I can't go back. Liya stared at Fong Joe in a daze. How do you know what I'm going to say? You have mind reading. Oh no, you just died. The only one who could retain memories in the time regression was Fong Joe. This characteristic seemed quite inconvenient at the moment, and the explanation had to be repeated every time. Fong Joe organized his thoughts in place and told Liya about the current situation again. After hearing this, Liya turned around in place in 2 circles with some grudges. So the current situation is, thanks to someone's blessing, the 2 of us have been swept into some unknown space this time, and we can't go back within a short period of time. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched. Can you blame me? I'm still not trying to protect you. Liya bristled. Why do I get the feeling that you're doing it to protect your family's TV? That thing I checked. You bought it on your 24th installment credit card, and you haven't paid it off yet. How can that be? Fong Joe had a serious face. The TV is incidental. I'm mainly worried that you didn't escape from the TV in time and died along with it. Really? Liya didn't reply, just slowly turned around and used the scanner in front of her to scan twice at Fong Joe. Dropping. Weakness of heart 97%. The The cell became quiet all of a sudden. Fong Joe awkwardly averted his eyes from Liya, mentally turning the dictionary over without coming up with a good word. He actually forgot that Liya had installed such a function. It's mood detection and a global jukebox again. Just how many plugins had this electronic ghost wizard installed in this sweeping robot? Down to business, down to business. Fong Joe cleared his throat, trying to ease the embarrassment by changing the topic. The priority right now is to figure out where exactly this place is. Oh, Liya didn't seem to be very happy about it. But she knew very well that this wasn't the time to lose her temper, and immediately switched her mindset, using the scanner to survey the surroundings. Judging from the elemental composition, the spatial nature of this place is very close to that dump from last time, and it can even be said to be basically the same. Snails, that junkyard? Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. Are there any clues beyond that? There is, Liya said in a deep voice. There are traces of that ghost all over the place. Fong Joe violently got up from the ground, instantly alert. Liya was quite calm, and unhurriedly made additional explanations. Don't be nervous. It's just traces. The elemental composition here has very many places that are the same as that ghost. And to be honest, I'd believe it even if you told me right now that this place is that ghost's happy old home. But it itself, this ghost is not here. That's the problem. Liya's thoughts gradually deepened, and she began to drive her 4 wheels in circles on the ground, muttering under her breath. It's not here, but there are traces of it everywhere. Plus you've had contact with that snail before, and you've gained its abilities, and then you just said that you accidentally exerted yourself too much. With the clues organized to this point, even Fong Joe had a clue. He tried to speak. I accidentally messed up a piece of space related to that ghost? After all, Liya was a serious magician. Her understanding of transcendental phenomena was deeper than Fong Joe's. Instead of tinkering, let's say it's contacting. Do you remember when you said you once saw many strange worlds where you were in contact with a snail? Remember? Fong Joe nodded. He was old impressed. That dragon was wearing a maid outfit. Wait. I don't want to hear the story a second time. Liya hurriedly interrupted Fong Joe and continued. Anyway, that experience proved that you have the ability to see other worlds. So if you take this ability even further, Fong Joe followed Liya's words. It's not impossible that I can touch other worlds, right? The thoughts were roughly sorted out. The two of them also guessed the ins and outs. In order to protect Liya TV, Fong Joe had maximized the power of his sense of touch at the critical moment. This allowed him to directly contact the world of beheading ghosts, and then came here. To put it bluntly, the whole process was similar to playing a game and entering a copy. Fong Joe looked at Liya in confusion. Then why are you here too? Liya spat out 2 pieces of hay that she accidentally rolled in from the wind and casually replied, You're not familiar with the control of your ability, so you brought the people around you in as well. Fong Joe frowned. Are you a human? Liya, I just got out of this philosophical pondering question. You had to drag me back in, didn't you? Fong Joe recalled the image of Liya wondering if she was a human or a machine or a human machine, and wisely didn't go any further on the topic. Liya scraped up her little hairbrush in displeasure and then inquired, What now? Going to try and use your powers again to get us back? Not really. Fong Joe shook his head. I don't even know exactly how I got in here, and using your ability. Again, I'm afraid you'll get transferred to some nook or cranny later. This place doesn't look like there's a toilet, so I'm guessing it's all pits. Liya shuddered 3 times. Don't. Better forget it. I think so too. It's better to take a step forward. Fong Joe exhaled, and the expression on his face relaxed again. Anyway, outrageous things have been going on a lot lately, and one more isn't too many. What's the saying? Anyway, you are really thoughtful. Liya once again admired Fong Joe's optimism. This is the world of beheading ghosts. Aren't you afraid that dozens of beheading ghosts will pop up later to chase after you? It seems like I'm really not afraid. Fong Joe touched his chin and thought about it. After all, I only have one head, so they won't be able to grab it and break the skin? Liya, this angle hadn't really occurred to her. Fong Joe couldn't help but smile when he saw that Liya was speechless. His greatest strength as a person was his joy. Basically, no matter what the situation was, he could find something to enjoy. Of course, his biggest disadvantage is also joy, because it really doesn't matter what the situation is, he can find out fun, including some particularly serious occasions. That's why Fong Joe isn't good at comforting people. He'll literally tell an inexplicable but on tune hell joke out of someone's heartbreak. And just then, A sparse sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside the prison cell. Fong Joe and Liya were alerted at the same time, turning their heads to look in the direction from which the sound came under the illumination of the weak firelight. Two burly figures walked over. It was only when they got closer that the firelight finally illuminated their figures. Fong Joe saw that they were holding torches, wearing swords on their waists, and wearing a red and black magistrate's outfit. But these were not the key. The real key place was the parts above the neck of these two people were empty. Neither of them had a head. Chapter 36. This place, brain hole, is really not small. The two headless magistrates held torches as they walked within the gray corridor, eventually stopping in front of the cell where Fong Joe was. The torches illuminated the smooth and flat section cuts, and the part above their necks was empty, with neither black smoke nor other flesh and blood suspended. The torsos that had lost their heads did not move stiffly, as if the heads were not at all a necessity for their life activities. Fong Joe was initially startled by this weird and creepy sight, but soon an inexplicable sense of affinity arose in his heart. After all, he had also been beheaded, or twice. Compared to Fong Joe's quick composure, Liya's reaction was much more normal. "What the hell is this?" Liya yelled as she hid behind Fong Joe's heels, sidestepping half of her body to look out of the cell. "The decapitated ghost's kind? Why does it look so lackluster?" Fong Joe froze. He really couldn't think of how Liya came up with an adjective like lack of weight, although it was quite appropriate. Not like its own kind. Fong Joe felt that this guess was unreliable. Beheading ghosts have heads. These two don't have heads. I quite believe you when you say they're victims. But isn't this the territory of beheading ghosts? Liya skeptically glanced at Fong Joe, and their elemental composition is also very similar to the beheading ghosts, although it is not completely similar, but it is more or less dipped by 40 or 50%. Right at this moment, only a click was heard as the lock of the cell door was opened. Two headless magistrates stood calmly outside the door, not moving in place for 2 seconds, seemingly confirming the people inside the cell, and then a muffled, hoarse voice came out without warning. "Come out. The time for execution has come." Hearing those words, Liya and Fong Joe simultaneously winced. What organ did they use to speak? Fong Joe stared at the two magistrates and observed them for half a day without finding an answer. But in the end, it was Liya who mentioned it. "Is it that what ventriloquism is?" "Who has nothing to communicate with ventriloquism?" Fong Joe asked rhetorically. "Then they don't have any brains left. Don't they have to use ventriloquism?" This sounded quite reasonable at first. But Fong Joe's brain turned extremely fast and immediately came up with, "Isn't it still possible to use sign language?" "Righto." Liya flashed her indicator light in confusion. "It seems like sign language is more convenient." The two of them chatted away, ignoring the atmosphere, completely forgetting the magistrates come out earlier. This made the two magistrates outside the cell lose their patience. One of them planted a torch on the wall, then took the initiative to step into the cell and walk towards Fong Joe. Sensing the danger, Liya instantly activated her magic circuit, using the electricity that had survived inside the machine as a base, and prepared to rub a fireball to paste her face. Oh, it seemed like there was no face to paste this time, but at most the chest. However, Fong Joe did not intend to let Liya start a war here, and at the very beginning of the sparks bursting out, he stomped on the sweeping robot, forcibly interrupting Liya's spell casting. "What are you doing?" Liya was startled. "Let's see the situation first." Fong Joe spoke in a low voice, his eyes focusing on the shackles and wooden yoke in the magistrate's hands. Although the other party carried a knife in his waist, he had no intention of sheathing his sword, but instead walked straight towards Fong Joe, first taking out 2 halves of a wooden shackle, closing them together and putting them on Fong Joe's head, and then pulling out the shackles, binding Fong Joe's hands to ensure that he did not have the ability to escape. Fong Joe did not resist. To the beginning to the end was very cooperative. Not only that, he also tried to talk to the headless magistrate in front of him. "Is this to torture me? What else? Is it to take you to eat and drink?" The headless magistrate let out a snort. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. This answer was quite humanized. Fong Joe was silent for a moment. "What crime have I committed? What crime did you commit that you don't know yourself?" "I don't know." Fong Joe shook his head. "I know even less if you don't know." The headless magistrate avoided the topic, raised his hand and patted the wooden shackle that locked Fong Joe. After confirming that it was strong enough, he shrugged his shoulders rather easily. "Well, if you have something to say in your next life, hurry up and go to the execution ground. Everyone is waiting for you." Wait. Fong Joe still had things he wanted to confirm. What exactly is the punishment? It won't be beheading, right? You guessed it right. It's beheading. Another magistrate standing outside the door interjected at this time. And this time it's Susan who will be in charge of the knife. He's a far-famed executioner. Those who died under his hand don't have 800 but 1,000. His knife is fast enough. You won't have too much pain. Susan? Executioner? A thought flashed through Fong Joe's head, turning around and looking at the sky through the cell window. Gloom swirled and curled in the sky. A curtain of rain slammed down in torrents, and the demonic wind whistled with a mournful whimper. Icy, bone-chilling coldness crawled over the walls, distant lightning split the dark clouds, and countless translucent palms grasped in the darkness of the night, like uncooled corpses measuring the way home. Biological instinct once again sounded the alarm. This fear that sprouted from the bottom of his heart made Fong Joe once again recall the feeling he had when he was beheaded for the first time. He felt like he had caught something. Finished asking, right? Hurry up and leave when you're done asking. The headless magistrate came around to Fong Joe's back and pushed him hard. Fong Joe stumbled forward 2 steps, then stabilized his stance and walked outside the cell, while quickly organizing the information in his head. If Liya's guess was right, Fong Joe came to this world related to beheading ghosts after he overused his sense of touch. However, this might not be the home of beheading ghosts. If these 2 officers were also like the beheaded ghosts, then the argument that this was the lair of the beheaded ghosts would still make sense. The problem was that they had all their limbs amputated from the neck up, so how could they look at it? They weren't on the same path as the beheading ghosts. It is impossible that the state of existence of the inhabitants of this planet is like this. There are only 2 kinds of people, those who behead and those who are beheaded, and each born beheaded ghost has to raise a knife at the 18-year-old bar mitzvah to the applause and cheers of his parents and friends, and give the other person's head to be chopped off in one stroke. And this process is also the bar mitzvah of the one who is being beheaded, and in the end everyone eats cake and sings a song and kicks the head off as a ball. Then the world would be too big. After ruling out this overly abstract possibility, Fong Joe couldn't help but wonder if his contact would be its essence, its birth, or its existence itself. He felt the need to confirm it. Thinking of this, Fong Joe turned back, ready to discuss his next countermeasure with Liya. As a result, just as he turned around, he realized that the headless magistrate who had pulled out the wooden yoke and shackles was frozen in place like a dumbfounded man. And in front of him was a snow-white, glossy, flat, cylindrical sweeping robot. The headless magistrate fell into deep contemplation at this modern machine that he had no way to get his hands on. Fong Joe? He almost forgot that there was this. Although the headless magistrate had no expression and wouldn't be looked at and acted upon, Fong Joe could imagine how he was feeling at the moment. Absolutely a whole lot of dumbfoundedness, bewilderment, and skepticism. There was a kind of dismay of playing an ancient costume suspense drama book kill on the way to discovering that the NPC was skewered with the urban romance comedy next door. How can this be done? This thing is even more lacking than him. In order to avoid the headless magistrate a pat on the neck to Liya on the spot execution, Fong Joe took the initiative to propose, "Why don't you put it on the top of my head first? Makes sense. Makes sense." The headless magistrate snapped out of his daze, exhaled a breath of relief, and hurriedly squatted down to pick up Liya, then put it on Fong Joe's head. The little robot managed to occupy the high ground, and this time muttered up in a small voice, "You really want to go with them, ah? I actually still have quite a bit of electricity. Come all the way here. First go to the torture chamber and look at it twice." Fong Joe thought quickly, "And I feel like there should be quite a few clues of that ghost here. Maybe we can find a way to finish him off once and for all." Saying this, Fong Joe guessed what was on Liya's mind and added, "If there's really something thieving and dangerous, you'll just get me killed one more time. You've got me killed 3 times anyway, so it's not too bad to come back a few more times. I told you not to make death the norm." Liya whimpered, but she couldn't think of anything else at the moment, so she could only let out a in agreement. Thus, Fong Joe topped Liya, escorted by 2 headless magistrates, and walked down the cold, damp, muddy aisle towards the distant exit. As he got closer and closer to the exit, the cold wind from outside the prison poured into Fong Joe's clothes one after another, and the sporadic rainwater blew down onto his skin, taking away a few threads of body heat. Fong Joe left the exit and came to a wide square. Above the square, lightning flashed madly between the clouds. The booming thunder brought more intense rainstorms. A splash of water burst on the ground. I don't know what kind of dirty things were splashed and died. Their color became cloudy black, looking like countless black butterflies blooming on the ground. Dozens of silhouettes wearing old clothes stood in front of the square's execution platform, originally talking about something. But at this moment they noticed Fong Joe and turned around. Fong Joe only glanced into the crowd, and his face became extremely complicated. Because these people and their own side of the magistrates, all the joints of the body are intact, only the neck above empty. Dozens of people, dozens of headless silhouettes were looking at him. Fortunately, Fong Joe was not immersed in deep thoughts about the head. His eyes were quickly drawn to the execution platform not far away. That is a close to the size of a basketball court wooden platform, above the neatly placed rows of thick wooden piers, each side of the 10 headless government officials to guard the court. At the end of the platform fell a supervisor of the execution platform, sandalwood supervisor of the execution platform. By the rain soaked out the dark red lines, as if successive generations of supervisors of the killing of the decision has been seeped into the wheel of the year, and a supervisor wearing court dress sitting there, holding a piece of wood, diagonally in front of a black and red bamboo tube with the word chop on it, only to throw out another one, can add a few more points of blood to the chopping table. Fong Joe noticed that even the executioner of the court was just like other people, without a head. But some people were different. Those kneeling on the wooden pier, wearing gray and white prison uniforms, wearing the same wooden shackles as Fong Joe, were lined up in a row, either crying or despairing. The rain wet their faces, showing all kinds of grief and numbness. These prisoners who were about to be executed had heads. Although from the looks of it, they will soon become part of the brainless army. As Fong Joe swept his eyes over these prisoners, he suddenly noticed that 2 of them looked familiar. They were a pair of men and women in their 50s, sitting on their knees next to each other, each calmly looking into the distance. Their faces were filled with numbness, not all resentment like the others, but more of relief and acceptance. Fong Joe stared at the pair for a few seconds, then reacted furiously. Wasn't this the 2 heads hanging on the decapitated ghost's chest? Chapter 37. What a wide range of properties nowadays. Fong Joe was sure that he hadn't seen it wrong. He had dealt with the beheaded ghost several times and clearly remembered what the head hanging on his chest looked like. The owner of those 2 heads was now kneeling in front of the wooden pier, letting the rain dampen his hair and gazing into the distance in silence. Liya also noticed this detail at this time and murmured in a low voice above her head, "Fong Joe, those 2 people." Fong Joe narrowed his eyes. "I feel like we might be close to catching the point." All along, the duel between him and the beheading ghost was in a state of unequal information. The beheading ghost didn't know that Fong Joe could resurrect and cut hard every time he struck. Fong Joe also didn't know what it would take for the beheading ghost to die, and every time he struck, he also killed with a hard head. Now the scales of equilibrium finally tilted. Fong Joe seemed to have come into contact with the nature of the beheaded ghost first. 2 headless officers escorted Fong Joe to the execution ground. Fong Joe came to the right position in the center of the execution ground, stood still and looked to the left. The whole row of prisoners waiting for execution had their heads hanging down, either noisily or silently waiting for death to come. Fong Joe was not the last prisoner to arrive at the execution ground. Not long after he came on stage, 3 more prisoners were escorted up. One of them was sitting on his knees right next to Fong Joe, looking at a young man in his early 20s, with a thin face and a white face. The whole person was shivering after being wet by the rain, and his mouth was still constantly chanting, "Dying, dying, dying. Father, mother, I don't want to die." He recited and recited. The tears could not stop flowing down. The body locked by the wooden shackles convulsed. The fear of death took root in him. The prison clothes that had absorbed all the rainwater were so heavy that it looked like they were going to crush his spine, and the whimpering sound echoed in Fong Joe's ears. Fong Joe looked at this poor man, somewhat unsure of what to say. This was the normal behavior of a young man when he knew that the end of death was doomed. Although Fong Joe was still unsure whether this was a real world or a phantom world associated with beheading ghosts, he couldn't be sure whether the man in front of him was real or not. But since this was happening in front of him, he felt that he should do something about it. And it's too damn hard to hear this man crying. Fong Joe was silent for a moment, and finally decided to use a sentence as much as possible to make the horrible atmosphere ease down and help him calm down on a psychological level. So Fong Joe cleared his throat and used the tone of a passerby to smile and tease a sentence. "What? First time, ah?" The cries stopped for an instant. Even the headless spectators below the torture chamber were stunned in unison. The poor man turned his head in confusion, staring at Fong Joe as if his brain was down, and then the crying became even more desperate. He thought Fong Joe was even worse off than himself, and this would have been so completely insane that he couldn't even speak. Seeing that his flirtatious consolation didn't work, Fong Joe was just about to say a couple more sentences to find a remedy, when he felt a strong vibration coming from his head. Liya interrupted Fong Joe's thoughts in this way and gave a word of advice. You can cut down on your words? Don't give in to biting your tongue later. I feel like it's good for me to say it. Fong Joe was serious. Isn't it quite easy to make people break into tears? Liya couldn't hold her tongue. You just have to let people have fun before they get beheaded, right? Can a normal person have fun then? Fong Joe, it's the last time anyway. If you don't have fun, you won't have a chance in the future. The reasoning is so reasonable. But you... Liya subconsciously wanted to continue to refute Fong Joe, the result of thinking half a day froze and did not come up with a suitable argument, even after in-depth exploration of the logic. She even slowly felt that Fong Joe said this sentence is particularly reasonable. Bad. She will not be assimilated by Fong Joe, right? Feeling bad, Liya was about to adjust her thoughts to avoid being influenced by Fong Joe when suddenly some familiar elemental composition appeared in her sight. The little robot instantly sounded the alarm, while uttering a voice to remind Fong Joe, "It's coming!" Fong Joe's spirit lifted and he turned his head to look. A familiar silhouette was striding up the steps of the execution platform. He was clad in a chest-bearing robe that was dark red after being wetted by the torrential rain. His right hand held a bright silver-colored long knife. The reflection of the blade reflected a cold and stiff face, and his heavy footsteps were like a giant hammer that blasted at the heart of every prisoner. It was it. Without a doubt, it was it, that ghost. The current one was different from Fong Joe's impression of a ghostly figure that was pitch black, as if it was made of sticky asphalt. It was now a real person, stocky and powerful, messy hair stuck to his face. His eyes were bloodshot, but his mouth and nose were so stiff that it was like a stone, and the hand holding the knife was shaking slightly for some reason. Now Fong Joe finally understood why it was so obsessed with the business of beheading. Because it was an executioner who had countless dead souls under his knife. And Fong Joe also noticed another thing. Before, the beheading ghost was pitch black and could not see too many details. Now it returns to human form. Fong Joe was able to clearly see his five senses. Because of this, Fong Joe will find that his face looks 6 or 7 points similar to that pair of men and women waiting to be executed. He finally came to the execution platform, as if he had just crossed a high mountain, tiredly exhaled a breath, and then looked at the supervisor of execution sitting in the supervisor of execution platform. The officer did not move, but after a sudden explosion of lightning illuminated the entire court, the officer shouted, "The time has come," then grabbed a bamboo tube of the word decapitation mark and threw it out. The sound of the arrow being thrown to the ground was filtered out by the rain curtain, and the executioner raised his knife and walked behind the first prisoner. He heard the choking sound of a woman's sobs gradually drowning in the rainstorm, and was silent for 2 seconds before his hand raised the knife. The clean, sharp blade cut a silver line through the rain, splitting the line between life and death, and after a muffled sound of something heavy hitting the ground, some of the blood seeped into the cracks of the execution table, while the other part mixed with the rainwater to form a pale reddish stream running down the edge and onto the ground. The first prisoner had already been executed, and the cries of the remaining prisoners naturally became more mournful. The executioner brought up his knife again. His chest and neck were splattered with blood, but he was oblivious to this and walked towards the second prisoner without saying a word. It was at this moment that Fong Joe saw several black chi vaguely appear on this executioner's body. These black chi diffused out from the female corpse and converged to the executioner's chest. Fong Joe squinted his eyes and stared carefully for a few seconds, realizing that those black chi seemed to slowly condense into the word sin. Second place, third place, fourth place. The prisoners' heads rolled off their necks one by one. The executioner never faltered from start to finish. Each time his hand rose and fell with the knife. His movements were dry and clear. Fong Joe could even see the blood traces of the knife as it traced through mid-air. And as he executed more and more people, there were more and more sin characters on his body. Countless sin crawled all over his limbs and bones, coloring his body into the pitch black that Fong Joe was most familiar with. Now it was becoming more and more like the ghost Fong Joe remembered. This continued until it executed 11 prisoners in a row before stopping. This was because the 12th and 13th prisoners were the man and woman around 50 years old that Fong Joe had noticed earlier. The executioner suddenly stopped in his tracks. His originally expressionless and stiff face suddenly twitched twice, and his hand holding the knife trembled violently. The rain became more urgent, washing away the blood stains on his boots. After half a minute of dead silence, the executioner finally raised the knife. There was no ear-piercing sound of flesh tearing as the knife fell. The blade softly sliced through the necks of the two men, and the two heads fell down as if they had fallen off naturally. And when these two heads rolled down towards the bottom of the execution platform, the executioner suddenly withdrew his knife and stepped forward, stopping them at the last moment and bending down to pick them up, and then drew out a bloody red rope from his waist, tying the two heads together and hanging them around his neck. At this time, a tsunami of majestic black chi surged out from those two headless corpses. Boundless darkness instantly enveloped the entire execution ground, and a large number of densely packed sin characters were pasted onto the executioner's face, coloring even the last bit of him that resembled a human being into sticky, fishy, pitch black. Now, he already looked very much like it, and the rest of the darkness spread madly inside the execution ground, countless black sin words branded on the execution ground, the walls of the surrounding houses, the execution platform, the ground, and even the sky could not be spared. The beheading ghost returned to the court, regained his grip on the knife, and walked towards the next prisoner. This time, not only did he not hesitate to do it, but his movements were even several times faster than before. Lifting his hand and slashing was a human head falling to the ground, and after that, without stopping, he walked quickly towards the next prisoner. Fong Joe looked at the movement is getting faster and faster, gradually approaching towards their own beheading ghost, the corner of the mouth a twitch. Karma leak it this is? What time is it you're still making metaphors? Liya above her head yelled. He's coming over here now with a slice of karma. Have you watched this for so long or not? Fong Joe recalled the image just now. Honestly, I understood it, but it seems like I didn't understand it again. You shelve this? I mean, I probably know where it's coming from, but how to get it dead, I haven't figured it out yet. Then what to do? Let's go through the normal process first, and talk about the rest afterward. Fong Joe stared at the decapitated ghost a few meters away and tried to invoke the touch again. This was the benefit of transcendent power. Don't look at the fact that he couldn't move his arms and legs flexibly right now, but the sense of touch was a fifth limb that was completely independent of the physical body, so unless Fong Joe's consciousness was cut off, there was no way to stop Fong Joe from unleashing his ability. As a matter of fact, Fong Joe had already been preparing to unleash his sense of touch. During the time he was observing the change of the decapitated ghost, Fong Joe of course did not stay idle, but concentrated his mind in advance and prepared to unleash his sense of touch. This time he tried to target the beheader's sword. Since Fong Joe was not yet able to flexibly manipulate a living creature, he would try to manipulate the knife. Liya understood. The little robot immediately understood, and immediately began to call upon mechanical electricity, which was converted into magic under the magic circuit. However, zip, 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 a series of intense electric current sounds exploded above Fong Joe's head. The flames that had just coalesced and formed in front of Liya went out with a thud. Fong Joe looked startled. What's the situation? Liya's voice changed from the original ultra-high-definition sound quality to a current fried microphone. Short, into the water short circuit as if... Fong Joe?
不，发动魔法还好。莉亚的声音断断续续，一发动就
Just. Fong Joe's mouth opened slightly, and before he had the chance to say anything, he heard a downward-pitched "oh" sound from above his head, accompanied by Liya's last clear shut-down beep. I'll rest my pussy for now. The little robot was completely silent. Fong Joe was greatly shaken. Why did this wizard suddenly start talking about scientific circuits when it came to the critical moment? Taking advantage of Fong Joe's confusion, the decapitated ghost had already killed in front of Fong Joe. Fong Joe didn't even have time to invoke his sense of touch. The sharp blade had already sliced through the rain curtains and slashed down vertically. Fong Joe's heart was cold. Come on, he died again. However, it was good to be dead so he could go back and remind Liya to be careful about short circuits. But the development of events would always easily exceed the imagination. A semicircular transparent blue matrix protective shield made up of pentagons suddenly unfolded around Fong Joe. The moment the blade collided with the protective shield, the tremendous power impact only caused a layer of ripples on the surface of the matrix, failing to injure the slightest bit. At the same time, two voices resounded within the execution ground. Old Fu, you go save the people. Say it again, my Angie name is Xia. Two youths, one tall and one short, rushed to the front of the execution platform. The short one with short hair protected Fong Joe at the back, while the other tall one with medium-length hair rushed towards the beheading ghost without hesitation. Fong Joe fixed his eyes and was stunned again. Isn't this the two property clerks in our neighborhood? Chapter 38, A Way to Leave. Fong Joe never thought in his life that he would reunite with the two properties here. Moreover, when he saw the two differently shaped guns behind Charlotte's waist, Fong Joe was sure that the stance shield-like thing around him was from Charlotte's hand. Is the equipment of the neighborhood property so luxurious now? As Fong Joe was staring blankly, Charlotte turned around and quickly sized up Fong Joe. He first stared at Fong Joe for half a second, and then suddenly realized that this was an extremely dangerous move, so he quickly averted his gaze and turned to look at the rain-stained sweeping robot on top of Fong Joe's head. His expression stiffened for a moment that was visible to the naked eye, and he seemed to be completely puzzled as to why Fong Joe would have a sweeping robot on top of his head. However, Charlotte is a real person. If she can't figure it out, she doesn't think about it first, and immediately pulls out the technological pistol behind her waist and aims at Fong Joe. The moment she pulled the trigger, there was no explosion of gunpowder, only a low, buzzing sound. Fong Joe vaguely saw a bullet of nearly transparent color shoot out from the muzzle, hitting the wooden shackle on his head. At the next moment, centered on the hit area, the wooden shackle quickly disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had been sent into a meat grinder and shattered into countless wood shavings as small as a hair, and then this disintegration tendency ignored Fong Joe's body, climbed up the shackles that bound his hands, and disassembled them into thousands of thin pieces of metal and iron. Fong Joe regained his freedom, looked marvelously at the remains of the wooden shackles and shackles on the ground, and couldn't help but mutter a sentence. This technological side has also sprung up. All along he had been dealing with magical fantasy outrageous stuff. The only thing with a bit of technology was still this electronic ghost on his head, and her technology was limited to the emotion scanner and the Ultra HD Global Jukebox 3.0. Fong Joe thought he'd have to deal with the weirdness of decapitated ghosts and snails for the rest of his life. I never thought he would actually see black technology on the two neighborhood properties. Charlotte heard Fong Joe's muttering and silently turned around, turning her back to Fong Joe and said, "It's not any tech side. It's the authority. Authority." These three words mobilized Fong Joe's emotions instantly, thinking that the name sounded like a professional. Fong Joe took Liya down from the top of his head and tucked her in his arms, lest she get completely drenched and scrapped, and then looked curiously at Charlotte. What exactly is the authority for? Charlotte still refused to turn around and replied in a low voice, "Mainly in charge of—" His words were not yet finished. A high-pitched shout then suddenly rang out. "Someone is robbing the court." Along with this high-pitched shout, the headless magistrates in all directions moved in an instant, charging fiercely at Charlotte and Fong Joe with unimaginable human speed and ferocity. Charlotte and Fong Joe shouted out in unison. However, Fong Joe realized that Charlotte, a professional suspected to be from the authority, actually screamed with more panic than he did, only to see Charlotte hand busy fiddling with the side of the pistol, some kind of will-like mechanism, with a burst of gears rotating precision mechanical collision sound. The original shape of the exquisite small pistol in the blink of an eye changed into a firepower greater end-holding rifle. At this time, a headless government servant has rushed to the front of the two people. The hand of the sharp spear pierced through the rain, wrapped in the wind of the momentum to kill Charlotte face. Charlotte pulled the trigger in a panic. A deep blue light moved from the back of the barrel to the front at high speed, and finally ejected from the muzzle of the gun, turning into a spiraling ray, hitting the headless magistrate's chest. An invisible force instantly crushed the headless magistrate's spine. The lance in his hand crashed to the ground with a thud. The ground under his feet shattered into countless fissures, and his entire body looked like it had been shoved into a hydraulic press. His bones emitted clicks and clacks. His body shortened section by section, and finally turned into a piece of meat cake splattered with black juice and blood. Fong Joe gazed fixedly at this black and unattractive mass of dead meat on the ground, gulped down his saliva, and couldn't help but mumble again. "This thing is so energizing. It's too much. It scared me." Charlotte also gulped with a complex expression. "I now understand why the investigation team has to do psychiatric appraisals every now and then. Who doesn't have nightmares at night after seeing this image too much?" Fong Joe suddenly looked at Charlotte in surprise. "Your first time shooting?" "Yes." Charlotte nodded her head. "To be precise, this is my first time on the front line. I used to write reports in the office." Fong Joe's brain didn't know how to turn, and subconsciously popped out a sentence. "Don't you guys do induction training there?" "Do-ah. There are still exams." Charlotte grinned. "I found someone to take the test on behalf of me, and spent 608. Fong Joe? He now suddenly felt that this professional might not be that professional. Just at this moment, another headless government servant came towards Charlotte from the side and back to kill. Charlotte, once he was back, turned his head and shot at the headless magistrate, and the creaking sound of bones squeezing and blood bursting out resounded once again. Before Charlotte could relax, more and more headless magistrates swarmed in. Charlotte could barely resist at first. After all, this high-gravity gun V3 version in his hand was the Armed Forces Department's latest developed weapon. The power and bullet capacity was completely enough for a new recruit to enjoy the thrill of killing and mowing the grass indiscriminately. However, Charlotte, after all, it was hard to defeat four hands with two fists, not to mention that he also noticed that the number of these magistrates was increasing instead of decreasing after they were killed by the gravity gun. The splattered pitch-black liquid flowed and coalesced on the ground, and after about 10 seconds or so, it would regenerate a new headless magistrate. Couldn't kill them all at all. A few shots down, Charlotte had been surrounded by nearly 100 headless magistrates. Shooting could only kill the enemies in front of him. For the attacks from behind or on both sides, Charlotte could only give up helplessly, choosing to activate the matrix shield on his body. The azure blue stance shield unfolded in Charlotte's body. The lance swung, smashing, jabbing in the shield surface, can only stir up a layer of shallow ripples. However, the shield also had a maximum value to withstand damage. After being surrounded by countless magistrates for more than 10 seconds, Fong Joe noticed that the matrix shield on Charlotte's right rear had exposed a tiny crack. Although the crack was so tiny that it was almost negligible, it at least indicated that it was only a matter of time before the shield was completely broken. Charlotte also noticed this detail, and while shooting as many magistrates as possible to slow down the speed of the shield breaking, she shouted towards, "Big brother, can you collect the phase space first? Let's get out of here first." What phase space? Fong Joe was confused as he listened to this new term. This is phase space. Charlotte looked at Fong Joe in shock. You unfolded it, you don't know? Fong Joe opened his mouth, just about to say that he didn't have a clue about this. But then he thought of the discussion and speculation he had with Liya in the prison earlier. According to his and Liya's judgment, he had used his sense of touch excessively, and then came into contact with the essence of the decapitated ghost, and that was why he came here. Now Charlotte had proposed a new term, phase space, which seemed to be the authorities' internal term for this world. Fong Joe organized his thoughts and informed Charlotte of the process. I'm not sure what you're talking about with phase space, but this place is indeed something I accidentally made. I was attacked by that ghost at home, and when I resisted because I didn't control my strength well, when I came back to my senses, I was already here. Charlotte froze. Then can you get us back? Fong Joe was also helpless. I would have done it a long time ago if I could. Charlotte was silent again. Seeing that Charlotte couldn't think of a way, and that the cracks in the shield were getting bigger and bigger, Fong Joe quickly thought for a moment and immediately inquired, "Is there a trick to operating that what's-it-all phase space you're talking about?" "There is." Charlotte nodded her head affirmatively. "I know it's written in the Supercomputer Instructor's Guidebook." "Then you." "I haven't read that book." "Fong Joe?" Charlotte also knew that she had said a nonsense sentence, so she added another sentence to make up for herself. "But I know that there are only two ways to end the phase space in total. One is that the manipulator who unfolded the phase space closes the phase space by himself. And the other? Another is that when the target subject of the phase space disappears, the phase space will annihilate itself." Target subject? Fong Joe frowned, not particularly understanding what he heard. Charlotte would no longer be able to stay put and shoot to block the attack. She could only fight and retreat while shouting quickly. Phase space is the past, present, and future of a certain target subject, is a collection of countless possibilities, but if the target itself disappears, phase space will naturally follow and annihilate. To be honest, based on Charlotte's statement alone, Fong Joe still didn't understand the specific logic of phase space. But he heard the keyword past. Fong Joe recalled the entire process of the decapitated ghost turning from a human into a ghost just now, remembered the two heads on his chest, and then deduced a certain possibility he had accidentally unfolded phase space in the heat of the moment, and had brought himself and Liya to the decapitated ghost's past, and had witnessed the process of his depravity as he had turned from a human into a ghost. This was completely in line with the nature of phase space proposed by Charlotte. Therefore, the target subject of the phase space was the beheading ghost itself. As long as that ghost was finished off, the phase space would annihilate itself. Fong Joe let out a breath. There was already a conclusion. All that was left was the process. The target subject should be that executioner. Fong Joe told Charlotte his speculation. "I unfolded the phase space related to him. As long as he dies, we can go back." "That's good." Charlotte kicked away the headless magistrate blocking her view and shouted loudly towards her old partner in the distance. Huazi! That's the target subject in front of you. Do some ing thinking. I'm thinking. Not far away, Watson was confronting the decapitated ghost, his gaze serious and with a few hints of confusion. But the nature of this thing is somewhat unusual. From just now, Watson realized that his punches and kicks would penetrate straight through the body of the beheading ghost. The same went for the high-frequency vibrating short blade that he carried with him. It was like a disembodied ghost, with the black sludge of sin entwined throughout its body, and nothing mundane could harm him. Watson even wondered if this ghost possessed similar abilities to his own. Blunt weapon beatings and sharp weapon stabs are ineffective against him, Fong Joe reminded from the back. Fists, feet, and swords won't work on him. We have to change the method. Watson frowned. Then what to do? He hadn't finished his words. The beheading ghost came to Watson with a forward charge. The long knife that whistled with fishy blood wind cut through the rain curtain and chopped at Watson's neck. Chapter 39. Temporary Partnership. The beheading ghost's knife was quick, like a touch of wind that burrowed into a scarf late at night in the cool winter, and could cut off a person's life and death the moment it was wiped from their neck. Fong Joe had cut himself twice and knew that it was simply unstoppable power. So when the beheading ghost swung his sword at Watson, and Watson hadn't had time to make an evasive maneuver, Fong Joe screamed in the back of his mind that it was bad. If that Mr. Watson, who was renamed after a certain cigarette brand, didn't have unimaginable extraordinary power, then his head would definitely roll down like a ripe fruit. However, it turned out that although these two professionals from the authority looked unprofessional, they at least had a clear division of labor. Since Watson dared to rush up at the first opportunity to engage the most dangerous beheader and let Charlotte protect Fong Joe, it meant that he definitely had two skills. The invincible blade impacted on Watson's neck. The fragile flesh was as hard as iron at this moment. The loud sound of iron and stone clashing instantly overshadowed the sound of the pouring rain. Under the huge impact, Watson's body tilted slightly, as if he had been lightly hit on the shoulder. The beheading ghost's movements froze with the naked eye. It had chopped off so many heads in its lifetime, but this was the only one that shook it to the point that its arms were tingling. What a hard neck! Fong Joe's eyes widened in shock and looked at Charlotte next to him. This your friend? The one who practiced the golden bell. Charlotte this time is busy dealing with the headless magistrate in front of her. There is no time to carefully explain to Fong Joe, so she can only roughly summarize a sentence. This is the abnormality that is boarded on us. It is sort of the characteristic of us alien body agents. If you really can't understand it, just treat it as an alien ability. Fong Joe was stunned and mumbled with his head down. So there really is an abnormality? The novel didn't lie, nah? Charlotte immediately looked at him with an expression of having seen a ghost. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You're able to unfold phase space with your hands, and you want to come and admire this. Fong Joe remembered the anomalies on his own body and thought it would be better not to go deeper in this topic for now. Then what is your friend's supernatural ability? Hardness? Flesh becoming a saint. Pretty much, it's hard to kill anyway. Charlotte think very handsome roll to avoid the attack of a headless magistrate. The result is that when he got up, he didn't stand steadily and his feet slipped and almost fell off the execution platform, barely stabilized after the end up again a burst of unskillful mutiny. In this case, that ghost swung the big knife smoking couldn't possibly hurt him. That's quite impressive, Fong Joe said, looking towards the distant Watson, and soon frowned, feeling that the situation was still not optimistic. But he can't hurt that ghost even now, The beheading ghost chopped out several slashes one after another after that. It is also the main fight a disbelief. The long knife in the rain curtain dances out of the phantom shadow. In the blink of an eye chopped out a dozen knives. In mid-air cut through the stream of silver light traces as if the meteor in the canopy left behind the arc. The final end will always be Watson's fragile and slim-looking neck. And after Watson took it hard for the first time, he seemed to judge that the beheading ghost couldn't do any damage to himself, so he simply stopped dodging and just stood there and let it chop. Clang, clang, clang. The successive chopping blows bombarded Watson furiously, and the sound of metal clashing rose and fell. However, apart from being affected by the impacts and occasionally losing his body balance, Watson's skin, not to mention bleeding and being injured, didn't even see a broken skin abrasion. For a while, Fong Joe even a little confused about which side is more like a ghost. The first time he saw big knife and neck between can touch spark star. That is, beheading ghosts may not have much thinking logic and emotional fluctuations, otherwise normal executioners see this picture, more or less have to doubt their own career and skill level. But just like what Fong Joe had observed, Watson couldn't hurt the beheading ghost either. Fists, feet, and swords were ineffective, something Watson had already tested earlier, and Fong Joe's intelligence demonstrated the same. Then try this. Watson quickly crouched down and drew out a blue-colored dagger from within his tactical boots, and the second before the beheading ghost swung another decapitation. He quickly dove forward, sliding and shoveling along the rain-soaked, slippery ground, burrowing between the beheading ghost's legs, and then suddenly rose up and stabbed the dagger into the beheading ghost's back. The tip of the dagger felt like it was stabbing into a holographic projection without any resistance. But Watson's purpose had already been achieved, and he quickly pressed the button on the end of the dagger. Drip, drip, drip. A sharp beep sounded, and a flash of light suddenly lit up within the azure dagger, the edges then transforming into a molten orange red as it erupted into a rapidly rising heat. A violent energy explosion erupted within the beheading ghost, and ghostly blue flames rose up, engulfing the beheading ghost and Watson together. Fong Joe was shocked by Watson's action, thinking that no matter how much he wanted to win, he wouldn't be able to use this method to die with the beheading ghost. But a figure quickly withdrew from the twisting smoke. Watson wiped away the hair that stuck to his face after being soaked by the rain, and quietly gazed into the depths of the smoke and dust even when he suffered the impact of the energy explosion at a very close distance. He was still unharmed, and even his clothes were clean and dry. Fong Joe sighed with a sigh of how good the quality of the authorities' clothing was, and then looked towards the cloud of smoke that was swaying and shaking in the rainstorm. Done. Charlotte, who had already been tackled to the ground by dozens of magistrates, giving up struggling and relying solely on her shield to hold her up, excitedly did a sit-up. Fong Joe stared into the depths of the smoke for a moment. No, it's still alive. The cold and piercing touch was still there. The sound of rain was still there. Of course it was still alive. The smoke cleared, and the figure of the decapitated ghost reappeared in front of the crowd. Its upper body was covered with charred and black burn marks. The flesh and blood at the right shoulder position was blown to pieces, black sticky liquid and chunks of flesh fell down, and its entire face was also affected by the explosion, looking like a mosaic of distorted color blocks. The pouring rain fell on him, unable to wash away the blackened sin. Instead, the rain was infiltrated by the darkness of its body, gradually transforming from crystalline droplets into a part of the viscous liquid, as if it possessed self-awareness, gathering towards the wound and turning into a brand new flesh and blood of the decapitated ghost. It was repairing itself, using this rain to repair its wounds. Fong Joe's speculation was once again correct in previous encounters. The beheading ghost had never shown the ability to heal itself. Every time it was killed, it became stronger. In comparison, although Fong Joe had been killed by Liya a few times afterward, what was strange was that, after being killed by Liya and time traveled back, Fong Joe didn't fall into the dye vat again, nor did he gain brand new abilities. This point made Fong Joe quite concerned, but now was obviously not the time to go deeper. Well, it's useless. Charlotte saw this scene and lay back in place. But he's at least injured. Fong Joe quickly judged the beheader's injuries. 2 more times should be fine. Charlotte didn't say anything. Fong Joe vaguely sensed something and his face became a bit subtle. You guys aren't running out of tricks here, are you? Charlotte thought to herself. It's not because of you? They had come over this time with the intention of having a friendly exchange with Fong Joe. Therefore the two deliberately carried only small protective tools, in order to avoid Fong Joe seeing the weapon after a stress on the spot. Charlotte's gun is still the one he secretly brought. Fong Joe remembered that piece of meat pie just now. Can you still fire your gun? The energy is exhausted. Can't fire it. Speaking here, Charlotte paused for a moment. But Huazi, that should still have a small gravity gun with it. It's just a little less powerful, not much lethality at most. It's hard to control it for a few seconds. A few seconds. That should be enough. Fong Joe took a deep breath and an idea popped up in his mind. In the case where Watson had no follow-up means and Charlotte, the new recruit, was clearly unreliable, Fong Joe could only try his own approach. He got up and shouted loudly towards Watson in the distance. That soft Chinese over there. Bring him near me and restrain him with the gravity gun. Leave the rest to me. Soft China? When Watson heard Fong Joe's name, his entire body froze in place, the corners of his eyes wildly jumping. Charlotte directly laughed out loud from the side at this moment, a small expression of great revenge. Fong Joe knew that he had shouted the wrong name, but he couldn't care about anything else right now. Don't be dumbfounded. Hurry up. The shouting that came violently from his ears made Watson instantly wake up. He slapped his face. ignoring the cigarette code name for the moment, and turned to put his hand behind his back, pulling out a grip pistol that was similar in shape to Charlotte's gun, but a much more compact model. Watson didn't know what Fong Joe was going to do, but he knew that Charlotte and Fong Joe had already completed their initial contact. At least at this point in time, they were companions on the same side. Watson slowly exhaled a breath, and his entire body rushed out like a gale. In mid-air, the beheading ghost's long blade arrived as expected. Watson no longer chose to fight it hard this time, but at the right moment bent his knees, leaned his body back and lowered his waist, letting the long knife sweep parallel to the top of his chest, and then stretched out his hands quickly. With his rock-solid skin and beast-like sheer strength, Watson grabbed the blade of the long knife and threw it away like a heavy lead ball, sending the beheader flying with the knife. The beheading ghost's body flew backwards uncontrollably, and when it landed on the ground, its feet were already stepping on a position less than half a meter in front of Fong Joe. Without waiting for the beheading ghost to make other actions, Watson raised the small gravity gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Increased gravity enveloped the pitch-black ghost. Its body suddenly sank. Its feet crushed the ground and embedded into the wooden platform, its muscles writhing and twitching crazily in an attempt to get out of this mountainous gravity dump. Seeing the decapitated ghost being bound by gravity, Charlotte and Watson's gazes simultaneously fell on Fong Joe. Fong Joe held his breath, and in the precious time Watson had bought, Fong Joe completed his mental concentration. Last time, the time left for him to unleash his sense of touch was too short. Plus, he didn't expect so many negative feelings to rush into his mind when the touch erupted, so he failed to prepare himself mentally in advance. This time, he had learned from his last failure and had enough time to prepare. Fong Joe's spiritual consciousness was connected to the sense of touch, and the thumping of the abnormal organ once again came to his ears, and this time it was particularly clear, and he gradually felt that he was able to use his fifth limb more freely, and he could even vaguely see the outline of it. Its interior flowed with fantastic streams of light, like an arm that had been immersed in a dye vat for a long time and had been painted and filled with countless colors. Fong Joe concentrated his mind and controlled it, reaching forward. Chapter 40: Open-Heartedness. Colorful colors were painted on the fantastically floating arm. Time became very slow, but Fong Joe's consciousness was unaffected, which enabled him to clearly see the trajectory of the wood chips flying under the beheader's feet, see the exponentially increased gravity pulling down its muscles, and also see the anxiety and nervousness in the bottom of Watson's eyes in the distance. Fong Joe did not notice the passage of time around him, but was completely immersed in the experience of controlling this sense of touch. He found that the limb derived from the sense of touch was warm but heavy, like his own arm that had been cut off and now was being restored, and he wanted to control it freely. The effort required to control it was far beyond imagination. However, the training given by Liya to Fong Joe still came in handy. Fong Joe concentrated fully on controlling this incredibly heavy limb and made contact with the back of the decapitated ghost. The moment the fingertips of the touch touched the black shadow of the ghost, countless pitch-black lines wrapped around it, wriggling and crawling on the limb in a viscous manner, and attempting to contaminate all the colorful spots on the arm into pure black. Cold, sharp, stinging, overwhelming negative emotions rushed into Fong Joe's mind along the limb, and even though he had made sufficient mental preparations in advance this time, he was still deeply shocked by this massive malice that was so thick that it was sticky and unbearable the moment he was hit. He felt as if he was wrapped in countless malice, undergoing millions of tortures in a dark abyss, pain and soreness like a tsunami wave hideously pounding him to the ground, while every drop of malicious seawater hit a razor blade, constantly washing and cutting his skin and flesh. Fong Joe could not help but be in a trance for a moment, and the string connecting him to the sense of touch was about to break again. But before that, his mental will barely survive the impact, and he was able to stand up again from the crazy tsunami of malice. In the next second, along with the return of Fong Joe's consciousness, the limbs of the sense of touch forcefully broke free from the boundaries of those dark malice, and then took one step further and stabbed into the chest cavity of the decapitated ghost. Charlotte was watching Fong Joe from a very close distance. He had wanted to take this opportunity to confirm the source of Fong Joe's abnormal strength. However, even though he had tried his best to invoke inspiration, he was still unable to discern anything from it. From his perspective, Fong Joe was merely standing in the matrix shield, looking forward with a focused gaze. Obviously, Fong Joe had done nothing, but the alterity indicator displayed on Charlotte's watch was spiking wildly. Charlotte is incredibly sure that some kind of unseen and unspecified power is being pulled out by Fong Joe, just that he can T see it himself or is not qualified to see it. Just then, Charlotte suddenly heard a disturbing string of tearing sounds. The tearing sound only lasted for an instant, sharp and brief. Then immediately there was another muffled sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Charlotte turned her head to look in the direction of the source of the sound. The heavy object that landed on the ground was a thick piece of black flesh and blood. It was a piece of fresh flesh about the size of a head, and it was dripping thick black blood in the torrential rain, as if it had just been cut from a living creature, the remaining reflex nerves causing it to twitch slightly. And just less than a meter away from this piece of flesh and blood, a huge cavity was exposed in the decapitated ghost's chest. The flesh, bones, and internal organs in its chest cavity disappeared out of nowhere, and filthy black blood was flowing and thrashing around in that circular cavity. Charlotte froze before reacting that it was the flesh of its chest that had been gouged out by some kind of force. But exactly how the whole process happened, Charlotte didn't know. He didn't blink, yet he still couldn't observe the course of events. It all just happened as a matter of course. The gravity gun's restraints finally ended, but as the entire chest cavity was emptied, the decapitated ghost's body shook uncontrollably twice, quickly lost its balance, and lay down on its back helplessly. In the pouring black rainstorm, the remaining pitch blackness on its chest was still trying to make self-healing repairs, but before the wounds began to heal, the beheading ghost's body gradually twisted into chaotic and blurred blocks of color due to the lethal injuries it had sustained, the pitch-black torso crashing into the cracks like a melted wax statue, while the pair of blood-red eyes stared at Fong Joe with a deathly glare, like a curse that had yet to be uttered. Fong Joe sat down on the spot. While facing its sinister gaze, he just grinned and thought to himself that this is fair enough. You let me become cerebral, then I'll let you become open-minded. This matter is also recorded in Earth OL BFFs Abe and Old Ken. The evil spirit's figure turned into pieces and floated away into the distance. The headless magistrates lying on Charlotte's matrix shield also scattered into bits of ash and faded away with the wind. Charlotte hurriedly rose from the ground in a sit-up, not forgetting to confirm a glance at the alterity indicator detector in her watch. In the process, the alterity indicator, which had been soaring rapidly, had finally stabilized and was decreasing section by section at a rate visible to the naked eye. Watson put away his gravity gun and walked over, with a shocked look on his face, as if he was still trying to comprehend the changes that had just occurred in that split second. Fong Joe didn't rush to greet these two people, but rubbed his temples to relieve his mental exhaustion while his gaze looked around. He saw the gray canopy shatter into squares, falling downward one after another, breaking into thousands of tiny pieces of transparent glass on the way, and finally disappearing completely. A wind that was neither warm nor cold swept across the square, and the surrounding houses, execution platforms, and spectators were swept away as if they had never existed. This noisy rainstorm finally stopped. Fong Joe's hanging heart finally fell. It's sort of over? It's over. Watson's gaze quickly swept around and gave an affirmative reply. The phase space is collapsing, indicating that the target subject has been eliminated, so we can go back after waiting a little longer. Quite good. Receiving the affirmation from the professional, Fong Joe's heart settled down completely and smiled easily. Sorry for calling you by the wrong name just now. Watson froze for a second, not expecting this to be the first thing Fong Joe thought of after the matter was over. He waved his hand, not caring. It's okay. Just call it right next time. So what's your code name? Code name? Watson blinked. Isn't it? Fong Joe pointed at Charlotte next to him. Wasn't what he just called Watson a code name? I see that all of your mysterious organizations don't have code names, like what gin, vodka, or whatever. Before Watson had a chance to speak, Charlotte next to him interrupted early. Even if there are code names, how did you come up with the code name Soft China? Fong Joe thought for a moment. I pondered that your authority might want to do something to differentiate out. Next door to the set is a distillery. You might be a cigarette factory. Tobacco factory. Soft China. Watson took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it and inhaled it fiercely, looked up at the sky 45 degrees, froze a sentence, could not speak. Fong Joe knew that he had a big misunderstanding, so he looked for a complimentary sentence. Then what do you two call it? The two just wanted to open their mouths. A sense of weightlessness tugged at their legs and fell sharply downward. Less than 2 seconds later, the solidity of treading the ground came back from beneath their feet. The sound of hollow wind blew past their ears. The scene within the phase space was completely shattered, and in its place was a room with a chaotic arrangement of furniture, but at least modern design concepts could be seen. Fong Joe smelled the familiar odor of firewood, rice, oil and salt in the kitchen room, heard the still looping boys should be strong on the TV, looked down at the white tiles under his feet, and finally turned his head to look out the window. The sky is still very bright, the clouds piled high in the sky, the middle of the 2 straight trails left behind after the planes swept through. A little sunlight mixed with the sound of children's laughter in the neighborhood park penetrated. The distant square dance song faintly. Everything is so beautiful that Fong Joe a little lost in thought. And when Fong Joe turned back to look at the house, the tiles that had previously been trampled by the decapitated ghost, the refrigerator door that had been cut in half, the door panel of the main door that had exposed a huge crack, and the sweeping robot that he was carrying in his own arms, all these elements made a concerted effort to drag Fong Joe back to reality again. He was back, but there was still a pile of trouble to deal with. Charlotte and Watson walked in through the door, both staring in wide-eyed amazement at the mess that was all around them. At least the layout of a normal person's room shouldn't be like this: a bed split in half on the edge of the dining table, 4 benches stuck horizontally in the center of the wall, and 2 pots of green plants that looked like they were about to die on top of a bookshelf along with a fan. This layout is too creative. The two looked at each other, and at the same time saw the nervousness and uneasiness in the bottom of each other's eyes. Just now, everyone was on the same front facing the same enemy, which was why they briefly had a win-win cooperation. Coupled with Fong Joe's final completion of the kill and reap mission, this caused Charlotte and Watson to have a good first impression of him. And judging from the content of the conversation, Fong Joe seemed quite amiable, aside from his rather unusual brain circuits. To be fair, after the cooperation just now, they were almost on the verge of dropping Fong Joe's guard. It wasn't until they saw the inhumanly unusual layout of the room that the two woke up they were stepping unguardedly into the residence of a powerful and extraordinary bizarre being. This was extremely dangerous behavior at all times. Charlotte silently took half a step back, half hiding behind Watson. Watson noticed his little detail and glared back at him, and again, thinking that it couldn't be helped, he finally had to gather his own courage and walk forward as if he were dying. "You! Wait!" Fong Joe interrupted Watson's well-figured-out opening line, casually went to the refrigerator and took 2 bottles of water out, pointing to the sofa. "You guys should also be tired. Sit down and rest for a while. I'm gonna blow Liya." She cast a spell and short-circuited the shutdown. It's gonna be troublesome if the parts are submerged in water for too long and break down later on. "Liya!" Watson blinked dully. "Short-circuiting a spell?" Charlotte looked startled. "Oh, almost forgot." Fong Joe then remembered that Liya had shut down before the two showed up, so he took the soaked sweeper robot out of his arms and naturally introduced it. "This is the one who lives with me, sort of my cohabitant. Her name is Liya, a court magician from the other world, currently similar to the cyber ghost girl pretty much, belongs to the electronic ghost state, and just now short-circuited while rubbing a fireball in the pouring rain, which I'll have to blow dry for her." "Charlotte." "Watson?" The two looked fixedly at the sweeper robot, and then fixedly at Fong Joe. Then a flash of panic appeared in the bottom of the two men's eyes at the same time. Fong Joe didn't notice the two's reaction, only thinking that they weren't interested in Liya for the time being. So he shrugged and ran the bathroom and started rummaging for the hairdryer. Watson and Charlotte couldn't help but whisper as the hum of the hairdryer came out of the bathroom. Now there are 2 scenarios. Watson's demeanor was serious. The first scenario, he was telling the truth. There is indeed an otherworldly traveled wizard turned into a sweeper robot, which means that there is a second anomaly in this house that we are not familiar with. And then there's the second one. There's no wizard at all. He's purely mentally deranged to have given the sweeper robot a name and arranged an identity. Which do you think it is? Can I choose neither? Charlotte wanted to cry a little. It all sounds pretty damn scary. Chapter 41. This is a real panic. During the time Fong Joe was helping Liya blow dry her parts, Charlotte and Watson's hearts were also going up and down with the volume of the hairdryer. They now truly realized what it meant to be on pins and needles, and they felt a sense of suffocation as if they had just finished killing the enemy on the front line, and were forced to go to the enemy's base camp to work as undercover agents. As for the 2 bottles of mineral water handed to them by Fong Joe, they didn't even dare to unscrew the caps. Who knows if this bottle of transparent liquid that looks like water will be the bodily fluids of an unknown creature. Finally, the movement of the hairdryer stopped. Charlotte and Watson's hearts were instantly in their throats, and they looked at the bathroom door in unison. Why is this still dead? Did it leak during the short circuit? Fong Joe grunted as he carried the sweeping robot out, walked over to the charging post in the corner, and skillfully pressed Liya into it. Only after hearing the successful charging drip-drip sound and confirming that the sweeping robot lit up with a green indicator light did Fong Joe breathe a sigh of relief. He was actually quite worried that Liya would be completely useless after the short circuit this time. Since it could be charged, it meant that Liya should be fine. She would wake up on her own when it was fully charged, and a loud push would be inevitable at that time. Let her fall asleep first. Let's talk about us, Fong Joe said, casually moving a stool to sit in front of the coffee table, quickly noticing the 2 untouched bottles of mineral water. Aren't you guys thirsty? Watson quickly waved his hands. Not thirsty, Charlotte also echoed out. Don't dare to be thirsty. Fong Joe? ? He gave the 2 an odd look, always feeling that since entering the front door of his house, these 2 authority professionals had become rather formal. There wasn't much dirt in his house, it was just a bit messy. Anyway, let's introduce ourselves first. Fong Joe casually unscrewed the cap of the mineral water, revealing a friendly and interested expression. My name is Fong Joe. I'm a resident of 502. You should already know that. What about you? Watson was inwardly glad that Fong Joe did not have the habit of shaking hands, and cleared his throat. My name is Watson, an alien agent of the authority's special operations team in the 3rd region. Job number 0189. My name is Charlotte. Charlotte's hands were placed under the coffee table, secretly rubbing her fingers. Like him, I'm a xenomorph agent of the 3rd region's special operations team. Job number 0190. Fong Joe listened to these 2 names that clearly had special significance and raised his eyebrows. Is this your code name? It's the real name. Watson sighed slightly helplessly. It's the same name as the 2 main characters in the Sherlock Holmes mysteries, but we're native locals. Not exactly the same. Charlotte pointed to herself. Me, for example. My last name is Summer. The full name is Charlotte, not to be confused with the word Holmes. Indeed, Watson regretfully shook his head. But if you have 20% of Holmes' brain, I don't need to be so tired every day like bringing up a baby. Charlotte instantly glared at him. Then why the hell do you still call me Old Fuzzy all day long? Ha. Watson spoke without changing his face. I'm happy to. Fong Joe watched these 2 bicker in a daze, thinking that their private relationship should be quite good, but his head was still a bit confused. He didn't think it was just a coincidence that the names of the 2 agents corresponded to famous characters. Watson was the first to recognize Fong Joe's doubts, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided to answer Fong Joe's question, which was slightly out of bounds. When faced with the curiosity of a high-risk abnormal individual, it was better to try to satisfy it as much as possible. This is also related to phase space. Watson took a deep breath and slowly said, We were fished out of the phase space by the authority. We are the other space homunculi of those 2 famous characters. It's troublesome to explain the specific process. Just think of us as Holmes and Watson of the parallel world. So there really are parallel worlds? Fong Joe was a bit surprised. You can say that, but if you want to be more precise, it should be possibility space. Fong Joe felt like he had touched the core. He took a quick sip of water and looked at Watson with interest. Explain in detail. Watson thought that he had opened this mouth anyway, so he might as well just go on. Phase space is not a parallel world, but an extension of possibilities, a kind of expansion of the past, present, and future. Let's take a simple example. If a person goes to buy a lottery ticket and chooses 6 numbers at random, then after that a myriad of extensions of possibilities will be born. He may win the jackpot, or he may win the first prize, the second prize, the third prize, or he may simply not win the lottery. The phase space can precisely find one of those possibilities and, through the unfolding of phase space, to give us a brief glimpse into that world of possibilities. It was a bit complicated. However, Fong Joe considered himself to be a person with a strong receptive ability, and finished digesting the content after slightly organizing his thoughts. This is actually similar to parallel worlds? Similar, but essentially different. Watson added clarification. Parallel worlds are multiple worlds running in parallel, like countless computers running a similar but different program, while phase space is closer to one computer running countless similar but different programs. Okay. Fong Joe listened with some confusion, but roughly understood the difference between the 2. However, he was actually more concerned about something practical. So I just used that ghost as the target subject and unfolded the phase space associated with him as one of the countless possibilities of seeing him. Why do I feel like what I saw was more like his past? Because not only the future has possibilities, the past also has the same possibilities. That is, the triggering process of the same ending may not be the same, just like we know that the missile will hit the designated place, but the time and trajectory of the missile launch are all unknown. What you see is a certain kind of anomalous possibility of that ghost. Possibility. Fong Joe was dumbfounded. That means what we see is not necessarily the truth? It wasn't necessarily, but it must be now. Watson said calmly. Because you unfolded the phase space and fixed this possibility as his past. So even if his original reason for anomalization wasn't this, it will become so now. Fong Joe? Very brain-burning. Anyway, Fong Joe was listening to the clouds. Even as Watson explained the whole process, he suddenly had the feeling of going back to high school for math class. But wherever there was a moment of wandering, the numbers on the blackboard would turn into blinding and demented ancient gods' words. Thinking about it, Fong Joe had no choice but to memorize this explanation first and find a chance to digest it later. He paused briefly before throwing out a second question. Let's change the topic. Are you guys coming over this time to find me? Thump. As soon as these words left their mouths, the faces of both Watson and Charlotte instantly turned 2 degrees uglier. Even though Fong Joe's tone sounded calm, with a few moments of disbelief at most, to the two Charlotte and Watson, this was completely the cold questioning of a higher dimensional being towards an invader who had broken into their home. Charlotte's hand crept around behind Watson's back and began to pinch the flesh of his waist in a deadly manner. Watson expressionlessly ignored the attack that didn't hurt him and turned his hand to slap Charlotte on the back. Charlotte instantly wailed. Then tongue sound bounced up from the sofa. A face of confusion and Fong Joe wide-eyed. My legs are sore. Stand for a while. Charlotte patted her thighs twice in a pretense and quietly turned back towards Watson for a while, showing her teeth, before finally looking back at Fong Joe and speaking awkwardly. It's like this. There have been a lot of unusual incidents in this house of yours lately, and we, as agents of the authority, have been sent here to investigate the situation and see if there's anything we can do to help. Fong Joe took another sip of water and thought for a moment. So your authority is specialized in these abnormalities? Like that ghost. Actually, it's mainly directed at you. Charlotte inwardly slandered a sentence, didn't dare to say this out loud, and replied. The authority is a special organization responsible for dealing with all anomalies, and that ghost is obviously an anomalous existence on the loose, and it definitely belongs to our management. That's quite good. Fong Joe felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter. I was worried that there was no one to help. Too many strange things have been happening around me lately. Charlotte thought to herself that's not true. The frequency of reality distortions was about to break the General Directorate's record. He coughed twice, then tentatively looked at Fong Joe. So, about the anomalies that have been happening recently, do you have any clues? Let me think about it. Fong Joe lowered his head, this time thinking longer than any other time before. In Fong Joe's opinion, the authority appeared very suddenly. At least he hadn't been in contact with any authority personnel earlier, and now an altered body agent had drilled out of some nook or cranny. Or two. But Charlotte and Watson didn't look that suspicious, and there were indeed some anomalous traits in them, such as Watson's indestructible iron neck, and the Matrix shield technology and gravity gun that clearly didn't belong to the current era. The anomaly exists. The authority has a high probability of existing as well. This was definitely good news for Fong Joe. If he could get in touch with professionals in the field of anomalies, his control over his abilities and his knowledge of himself could be furthered. More importantly, he could greatly reduce the number of times he had to feel his own corpse to cross the river. There is one more thing. Although Charlotte didn't directly state it, Fong Joe believed that these two people should be aiming at him. The reason why they were so formal just now was probably because in their eyes, Fong Joe was also a part of the abnormality. Of course, in terms of objective facts, it was indeed true. But this made Fong Joe need to be more careful in dealing with the process of contacting the authority, not being able to brainstorm all that he knew. After all, Fong Joe still does not know exactly how the authority will deal with those anomalies. After thinking about it, Fong Joe decided to surrender some of his trust to Watson and Charlotte. He told them about his encounter with Liya and the several confrontations with the beheader, but only concealed the fact that he was able to retrace his steps back to death, and replaced it with the ambiguous-sounding answer that his physical qualities had risen rapidly in the face of adversity before the beheader had killed him. He trusted the pair in front of him, but nowhere near enough to reveal all of his bases as Liya did. Watson and Charlotte were listening particularly attentively in front of them, with serious expressions, and occasionally exchanging opinions in whispers with each other. But when they heard Fong Joe say that he was sucked into a certain space, almost killed inside, jumped into the depths of the vortex at a critical moment, met a snail inside and accidentally mastered a special ability, the expressions on the faces of the two people became more and more difficult to see, And in the end, they couldn't be completely strained. Fong Joe was stunned. Immediately from the two people's faces read out the embarrassment and want to die, two kinds of emotions. The brain circuit at once clear up the situation. Wouldn't. Fong Joe stared straight at Watson and Charlotte. It was your authority that did this, right? Haha. Charlotte laughed twice with an expression indistinguishable from crying, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then asked from the bottom of her heart, "Can we reconcile?" Chapter 42 Return to Dust. Charlotte spent a long time explaining the situation and stated that they had absolutely no choice. Fong Joe listened without a word or comment, just silently filling his head with keywords such as phase space, supercomputer, phase snail, and so on without fail. Actually, he could quite understand the authority. Standing from the perspective of the authority, the entire Harmony Home Building 7 was a nuclear bomb that could detonate at any time. It was not incomprehensible that the authority chose the most prudent and extreme approach without being sure of the conditions for its detonation. If the roles of the two sides were swapped, Fong Joe would probably make the same decision. What really silenced Fong Joe was not the authority's decision to try to throw the entire building into phase space and then destroy it, but the several reality distortion frenzies that Charlotte had mentioned. The time when the reality distortions that Charlotte had mentioned occurred coincided perfectly with the time when Fong Joe had faced off with the decapitated ghost. In other words, it was the return of Fong Joe's death that triggered the widespread reality distortion frenzy, which also included a rounding up. Fong Joe was genuinely taken aback when he heard about this. He could never have imagined that by just briefly going back in time, he would directly modify the world's physical constants, causing a lot of chaos for scientists all over the world, but those students who were taking the exams should be quite happy, as the questions would become quite calculable after pi equals 3. As for their reaction when they confidently fill in the answers and wait to hand in their papers to find that pi has changed back, I guess it won't be any better than those scientists before. All right, I'm probably clear. After listening to Charlotte's narration, Fong Joe slowly stood up. And in the process, Charlotte, who was originally standing, slowly sat back down, similar to the displacement reaction. He swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously and uneasily, "Then how do you think this should be handled?" Fong Joe didn't rush to answer, but quickly went over what he wanted to say in his mind and finally gave his conclusion. Just pretend it never happened. The expressions on the two men's faces froze in a meaty manner. It was what was free that was the most expensive, and they understood that. Compared to forgiveness without any claim, they actually hoped that Fong Joe would come up with a lion's share of money, not in terms of physics, allowing the authority to pay a slight price to erase the gap between the two sides. Fong Joe could see what the two had in mind, so he continued to add, "Anymore, I'm also considered to have been blessed by a disaster, and I've caused a lot of trouble to your authority without my knowledge. So from this perspective, we should be considered to have cleared the air. But the fact that I almost died in it is indisputable, and my house was almost swept up in it. By the time the insurance didn't have a proper reason to declare it." Fong Joe turned back and pointed to the small robot in the corner. "And Liya, if she hangs up just like that in a blur, I won't be able to change the channel remotely in the future." Watson and Charlotte listened in stunned silence. It was a little hard to follow Fong Joe's train of thought. If Fong Joe was right, that was an otherworldly magician who retained her pre-traversal memories in terms of rarity. It could rank in the top 20 of the abnormal individuals that the authority had taken in. If she were to die like that, the authority's group of researchers would have to cry to Liya for half a month after they found out, and Fong Joe's first thought was that she wouldn't be able to change the channel in the future. This person, in the end, to the magician, this kind of transcendent existence as what? Anyway, Fong Joe didn't know what the two were shocked about in their hearts, and just slowly said his thoughts. "Like I said just now, this matter can be treated as if it hadn't happened, except that I hope that you guys can promise me a few small requests." Watson and Charlotte looked at each other, simultaneously seeing the surprise in the bottom of the other's eyes. This was what they wanted. A high-level abnormal individual who could make requests, had ideas, that is, it was rather strange, was communicable, and whose subjective consciousness was still kind. There couldn't be a more perfect person to communicate with. Watson took the handle back from Charlotte, and after taking a deep breath, he assumed a proper posture and stared earnestly at Fong Joe. "Go ahead." After this, Fong Joe made 4 requests too, which Watson and Charlotte couldn't take it upon themselves to agree to due to the functionality of the authority involved. However, they left Fong Joe with their own contact information, 2 private cell phone numbers with anomaly qualities which were permanently open 24 hours a day, and regardless of signal or no signal, as long as they dialed these 2 numbers, the phone would definitely be able to be dialed even if it was under the bottom of the 10,000 fathom deep abyss. The two said that as long as the top management of the authority agreed, they would immediately fulfill all of Fong Joe's requirements. Fong Joe nodded his head in agreement, thinking that there was no rush for these things he had proposed. Afterward, the two men completed their exchange task and excused themselves, ready to leave. Fong Joe walked out the door and stood at the entrance of the building, watching Watson assist the leggy Charlotte downstairs. In all fairness, he quite liked this pair of agent partners. Looking at it from afar rather had a sense of a marvelous combination of mindless unhappy. The only thing that made Fong Joe a bit surprised was Watson was the unhappy one, and Charlotte, who was renamed with the legendary detective, was the brainless one instead. Fong Joe watched the two walk further and further away, and when he reached the intersection where he turned the corner, he waved his hand towards them. "So what? The two of you have time to contact often, ah?" Watson's footsteps stumbled violently, almost bringing Charlotte down the stairs with him. Contact often. Contact often." Watson turned back to awkwardly cope with 2 sentences, twisted his head and prepared to bolt. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for a second longer. Although Fong Joe was very much like a normal person and had a kind attitude, it was just like what Fong Joe himself said, he was full of mysteries right now. A guy who was able to fight with an abnormality at the level of a decapitated ghost several times in life and death without dying, and after falling into phase space and coming into contact with the phase snail's main body, not only was he fine, but he also accidentally comprehended the unfolding equations of phase space. Can't be summarized by the simple word abnormality at all. To be honest, the vast majority of abnormal individuals in the authorities' shelter would probably have a look of having seen a ghost when they saw Fong Joe. Moreover, according to Fong Joe, it only took him 1 day to be able to manipulate objects for spatial displacement. 1 day. Watson remembered very clearly that when the authority initially contacted phase space, dozens of supercomputers lay in the initial version of the phase supercomputing chamber, their heads counted on smoke, before they were barely able to shift a piece of wood the size of a Rubik's Cube from the left side of the balance to the right side. It took Fong Joe only a day to be able to pluck the meat of a decapitated ghost's chest head out of its chest cavity and fling it to the ground. Watson was incredibly sure that if Fong Joe were to have a compositional appraisal done, the part of him that belonged to a human was definitely far smaller than the part of him that belonged to an anomaly. This would not be human at all. Watson was rushing to run away at this moment, but Charlotte suddenly remembered something and yanked Watson hard, then slowly turned back under her old partner's confused gaze. "Right?" Charlotte looked towards Fong Joe at the top of the stairs, her expression somehow becoming much more serious than before. "Do you know anything about your neighbor?" "Neighbors?" Fong Joe froze. "What happened to them?" "They died." Charlotte looked at Fong Joe fixedly. "Unfortunately, this building was haunted by that ghost. They are not like you, so none of them were spared." Fong Joe looked startled, turned his head to look at the door of room 501, and the image of Zhou Xiong's oldest brother putting his arm around his shoulder a few days ago and saying that he wanted to take him to buy a screen came to his mind. "They died?" Fong Joe floated a stunned expression of disbelief. "Yesterday, I also contacted them to come. They even returned my message." "Yesterday?" Watson's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. He remembered the time of death of all the residents, immediately denied. "This is not." He hadn't finished his words. Charlotte's hand on him twisted hard. "When did you make contact?" Charlotte asked seriously towards Fong Joe after interrupting Watson. "Probably shortly after I made contact with Snail and then returned to reality." "And after that, did you have any contact with them?" "No. I went back to sleep after a while." "That's it then." Charlotte sighed long and regretfully. "They died at the hands of that ghost after they went home at night, and the method of death was invariably all decapitation." Fong Joe didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the 501's door. Charlotte saw Fong Joe's reaction, and after a slight silence, she spoke out to comfort. "Don't think too much. That ghost doesn't exist because of you. Even if you weren't here, they wouldn't have been spared." "I know." Fong Joe certainly understands this. His eyes are still more or less despondent. "It just feels quite sudden." "My condolences." Charlotte finished the sentence and patted Watson's shoulder. Watson understood, and finally looked back at Fong Joe, froze for a moment after seeing the lost expression on Fong Joe's face, and continued to assist Charlotte as she slowly walked down the stairs. The two made their way to the ground floor, and were greeted by the bright sunlight outside the building, finally leaving this disturbing and treacherous place. Charlotte's weak legs were cured on the spot, with a backward step to distance herself from Watson, lest the relationship be misunderstood by the grandparents in the community. Watson was too lazy to care about Charlotte's little mind. He stood outside the building and stopped, looking up at the seemingly ordinary residential building. A few hints of afterthought confusion grew in his eyes. He could almost envision it. After himself and Charlotte had written a report on this experience and submitted it to the authority, what kind of sharp explosions would erupt from that group of research scholars and counselors? He even felt that by the time he broke into the office of the local sub-commissioner. He must have seen the sub-commissioner himself crawling and squirming and screaming in a shadowy and twisted manner on the floor. In fact, let alone the sub-prefect. Watson himself wanted to find an unoccupied, hidden corner and scream violently at the wall for half an hour. What now? Watson craned his head to ask Charlotte's opinion. Charlotte had a relaxed face at this moment, completely lacking the tension and constraints she had just experienced at Fong Joe's house. What else can we do? Go back to the authority and write a report? Those few requests of his sound simple, but the concrete implementation of it will still have to go through several steps of the process, especially those old dangs of the council. They really won't necessarily agree to it. Then convince them. Watson's mind floated to the image of Fong Joe's final unleashing of his ability to kill the decapitated ghost. His voice uncontrollably became low. Fong Joe's situation is very complicated and dangerous. Absolutely can't turn into a hostile relationship with him, even if it's the authority. Who says otherwise? Charlotte whistled easily, and when he left, he happened to pass by the kitchen window of Building 7, Room 101, and saw through the window the rusty iron pot that was already crawling with cobwebs. He slowly exhaled a breath, then softly sang, "Dust to dust, earth to earth." Watson looked stunned and turned his head to look at Charlotte, not expecting him to suddenly come up with such a line. More people did not expect is still behind. Charlotte added immediately afterward, "Cursing is to curse at 255. Wind seeks the wind, water seeks the water, and Huazi pissed on 2 pant legs. UTM, what is this mess? Singing you are in charge? You are not convinced, you also sing one. If you push me again, I'll delete all of your The Temptation of Returning to the Village's Children HD Limited Edition in the middle of the night. I know which disc it's on. Don't. Chapter 43. The First Step of Trust. Fong Joe watched the 2 authority alien agents leave, turned his head and walked into the room, turning back and about to close the door when he saw the huge crack on the door panel. Judging from the size, outsiders could easily reach in from outside the door and unscrew the lock by themselves, so there was no point in closing the door or not. But Fong Joe still pretended to close the door, not for any other reason, purely to close the door psychologically look more comfortable. He returned to the living room, took a quick shower and changed into his clothes. As a result, just to make the body fresh, the stomach again came from a burst of hunger. He simply went to the kitchen a whole bowl of noodles, but also extravagantly added 2 intestines and an egg. Fong Joe quickly shivered the noodles and drank half a bottle of mineral water, after finishing the sofa a lie down, relaxing at the same time in his mind and Charlotte, Watson's conversation quickly over again. He knew very little about the authority now. In addition to knowing that the other party is a high-profile anomaly management shelter organization, where the authority is, how large it is, and how armed it is, Fong Joe does not know any of the details. Since he had already decided to continue contact with the other side, then these questions must be understood. Fong Joe even had the idea of following Watson and Charlotte back to the authority, only for this idea to be quickly stifled in his cradle. There were too many unknown secrets on him. Watson and Charlotte's friendly attitude was one thing, the authority's attitude was another. What if there were hundreds of research scholars hidden in the authority who were extremely obsessed or even crazy about anomaly research, clamoring for Fong Joe to be sliced up and studied? Before figuring out the authority's attitude towards himself and the means to deal with it, Fong Joe felt that it was better to keep a certain distance from the authority. This was fine for now. The 2 of them, Charlotte and Watson, would act as liaison intermediaries, and wait until both sides had built up enough trust in each other to take the next step in the development of exchanges. As for the abilities on Fong Joe, resurrection from the dead, time regression, phase space, these properties that sounded outrageous, wait until further contact with the authority in the future, then they should be able to be answered. With his mind organizing his thoughts and physical and mental exhaustion coming in like waves at the same time, Fong Joe lay down in the soft sofa and gradually fell asleep in the breeze blowing from the balcony. Time passed by. By the time Fong Joe woke up from his sleep, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Winter days are always short. The distant twilight has risen. The whole neighborhood is covered in a slightly dark sky. The whole world seems to be covered with a thin layer of gray-blue fog. Fong Joe did not wake up from a natural sleep. His body was still in a state of fatigue. The reason he woke up from sleep at this point in time was purely because of the disturbing weight on his chest. Get up, get up. Don't live the life of a young master. Fong Joe just opened his eyes to see a white sweeping robot lying on his chest, both indicator lights flashing madly. Once he saw that it was this little robot and not some other evil thing, Fong Joe let out a low breath and disgustedly grabbed Liya up and put her on the coffee table. Don't make noise. I'll sleep again. Still sleeping? What time is it already? Liya spun in place twice on the coffee table and wore back into the TV on the spot after realizing that the only thing the sweeper robot didn't have was a jump function. The image of a blonde wizard with a magic hat on his head appeared in the center of the screen, and a life-threatening serial pussyfooting around at Fong Joe. I still haven't figured out what's going on right now. Where's that ghost? Did you take care of it all by yourself? Did you pile up the corpses this time? How many times did it die this time, and did it exceed double digits? And our house is not a guest. I see a cigarette but on the table. Hey, I remember you have not smoked. Fong Joe would have liked to close his eyes and ignore Liya to continue to catch up on his sleep, but this girl's chattering made his brain hurt, so he was sleepy at the moment and sat up with a grumpy face. Do you just have to say so many questions in one breath? If you answer the questions, I won't stop asking. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched twice. Liya, this girl was good at everything, but she had a broken mouth, and it wasn't the usual broken mouth, usually asking more questions, and every time she encountered some complicated issues, she would easily ask a series of questions from several clear-cut angles that you wouldn't even think of. Based on Fong Joe's knowledge of Liya, if he didn't answer Liya now, then in the next few hours, Liya would appear in various electronic products around Fong Joe, frantically repeating all the questions she wanted to know. Maybe even playing the theme song of Blue Cat Naughty 3000 Questions on a loop in the background. Thinking of this, Fong Joe rubbed her temples with a headache, and had no choice but to give up the option of sleeping and informing Liya of what had happened. To Fong Joe's surprise, Liya was not surprised by the existence of the Authority. When she heard, the Authority is a special transcendent organization that specializes in controlling abnormal phenomena, Liya even showed an expression of, I knew it. That's normal. Liya casually snapped her fingers, and a red sofa appeared out of nowhere under her butt. She laid down comfortably and cozily, crossed her legs, and grabbed another packet of cybermelon seeds from somewhere, munching on it as she said, where there is a transcendent existence, there is bound to be a transcendent management organization. In fact, I asked you about this before, but you said at the time that you hadn't encountered any other transcendent existence. It's true that I hadn't encountered any before today. You've encountered it now. Liya stretched her back and changed to a side-lying position, lazily lying on the sofa. That's a good thing, you don't need to be much surprised. We have a similar organization there called the Blessing Shrine, which is specially responsible for managing and monitoring those who have special blessings. So the two sides kinda have something in common. Fong Joe thought for a moment. Are there any characteristics of the blessing-bestowing shrine? In your place. Liya blinked. Why are you asking that? Fong Joe had a serious face. Since both are transcendent management organizations, there might be something in common. It makes sense. Let me think about it. Liya looked up at the sky and was silent for a moment. Often working overtime and still not giving overtime pay counts as a characteristic? Fong Joe? Question mark. You guys are doing this 996 thing in the other world too. Are there any other characteristics? Well... Oh, Liya suddenly remembered something. The soundproofing is especially good. I remember that the soundproof magic array of the Blessed Gods Temple is surrounded by 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. And that side should be the place with the best soundproofing effect in the world. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. To avoid having ears through the walls? No. Liya waved her hand. In order to avoid that, when they encounter the blessed giver messing up, the sharp bursts of noise from that group of old magi would noisy the surrounding masses. Fong Joe? Fong Joe, why do I feel like you have absolutely no reference value here? Can't blame me. Liya spread her hands rightfully. It's not like I've ever worked at the Blessing Shrine. Fong Joe barely tensed the expression on his face and temporarily gave up pursuing the details of the blessing-giving shrine. Instead, he turned to another question that he was more concerned about right now. That was what Liya, an experienced person, thought about the Authority. So, you think I can trust them? Why are you asking me when you don't have the answer yourself? Liya showed extraordinary insight at this point, glancing quickly at Fong Joe. If you really trusted them completely, you wouldn't have hidden the matter of coming back from the dead. Hearing these words, Fong Joe's face changed. Liya saw this but smiled. She was now slowly starting to become able to feel out Fong Joe's thoughts. Don't worry. There aren't any listening devices left here. I searched them when I was talking to you just now that said, aren't you being too paranoid? It's the first time I've come into contact with this kind of organization. It's always right to be careful. Fong Joe scratched his head, somewhat not expecting his mind to be read by Liya. I just wanted to see what you, an experienced person, thought. Do you think this authority sounds reliable? Liya tilted her head and thought, I'm pretty much in the same boat as you, half and half, trust half first, then question the other half, and then consider trusting the latter half after they've made an actual move. Speaking of which, Liya suddenly remembered that in the conversation just now, Fong Joe had one more detail that he hadn't told. She instantly looked curiously at the man, or maybe not a human, but at least a male outside the screen. Then again, you just told, you gave the authority for requests. Which for were they? And they all agreed. Promised. Fong Joe nodded his head, slightly raising a smile as if he had thought of something good. It's quite dry. For demands is quite a lot. For them to agree to it, at least it shows their sincerity. Liya mumbled in a small voice. After all, for demands is too greedy. Mom, a chicken god lamp can only grant 3 wishes. That's Aladdin's lamp. Fong Joe hesitated for a moment, staring at Liya with an odd expression. I sometimes suspect that you're doing it on purpose. Can you even mispronounce it? Liya pointed to her head. I have the knowledge of both worlds in my head, and I haven't finished organizing it yet, so I can't be blamed for mispronouncing the words sometimes. Not to mention that the internet in your world is too chaotic, and there's all sorts of weird stuff. I feel like I'm going to be mentally polluted if I look at it for a long time. Hey, don't digress. Which 4 requests did you make? Facing Liya, Fong Joe didn't hide anything, and immediately prepared to answer. The first one. Just at this time, Fong Joe's cell phone suddenly came vibrating. He had a strange moment in his heart, thinking that there shouldn't be a special phone call at this point in time, and only after pulling out his phone did he realize that it was a message. With just a glance, Fong Joe completely froze. Seeing this, Liya immediately disappeared from the TV and drilled into Fong Joe's cell phone, turning into a palm-sized villain to read the message with Fong Joe. Dear user, hello. Your loan has been deducted on December 29, 2024, 813,446.2 yuan. Has paid off the housing loan in full. Please check the details in the loan binding bank card. Liya stared at the message and reacted furiously. Could this be your first request? Fong Joe stared fixedly at the numbers in the message and was silent for several seconds. I take back the preamble. Fong Joe tensed his serious face, but in fact, the corners of his mouth could barely be suppressed. The authority is definitely a very trustworthy partner. Liya. Chapter 44 Requirements. Fong Joe was so happy that he repeatedly opened his mobile banking to confirm the loan amount, and after realizing that the housing loans that had plagued him were really all cleared, the whole person let out a long breath. This was probably the best news he had heard in the last few years. The $800,000 housing loan was instantly paid off. Fong Joe felt like he was struck by the lightning of happiness. A sound and refreshing feeling from head to toe all over the body. This kind of shoulder burden was suddenly unloaded by other people. The pressure in the heart of the feeling of sorrow and depression instantly dissipated. It is difficult to use words to describe. Looking at Fong Joe's excited appearance, Liya, who was back in the TV set, hung her dead eyes with an expression of looking at a little cutie. Expression. Look at you happy. It's not easy to meet a high-profile transcendental organization. You get half a day to let someone else give you 800,000 to pay off the loan. You just this point of interest. This is 800,000 na. Fong Joe to Liya gestured a 8 gesture. I'm working 996 save money to pound 30 years to pay off, and the risk of sudden death in the middle of the night overtime, and now a breath to me to pay off all. I cannot be happy? Liya felt quite incomprehensible. Then why don't you let them give you more money? Get a $10 or $20 million so you can still get a new mansion, and give me a whole big computer room with a dozen or so top-quality computers, and I'll still be able to live comfortably at that time. I and the authority again, how to say, is the first contact, come up to a few million, tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars, a lion's mouth, people are not happy how to do. At that time also have to bargain. Make too awkward not good. Fong Joe adheres to the optimistic view on this matter. And in the future, we must continue to contact with the authority. There are many opportunities, and there is no lack of this once or twice. Liya smacked her lips twice, thinking that Fong Joe was too concerned about the loan, but considering the pressure of the mortgage in this society, she still didn't say the words of dislike out of her mouth. After all, the saying that home loans turn people into ghosts seemed to be true. What about the second request? I'll have them contribute some labor to help me redecorate my home. Liya instantly rolled her white eyes to the sky. No. Fong Joe, can't you have anything else in your head besides a house? Fong Joe admitted that he may indeed have a little bit of selfishness because he also found himself a little obsessed with the house, but overall he felt that he was right. I think that you should have a reason to make a request. That thing in phase space was most affected by my house, although the direct cause was that my sense of touch was out of control. The root cause was that they dragged me into the phase space with the house. Into phase space to be face to face with that snail, so for that incident in phase space, they helped me readjust my home's decoration as 2 clearances. Liya reacted quickly. Wait a minute. So what's the $800,000 loan that we just talked about? Count the spiritual loss fee. Fong Joe was serious. It's a fact that I was almost killed once, and I think it's necessary for them to pay me the cost of seeing that dragon made lying under the grill net spitting fire to roast meat for the starfish, as well as those strange races. Close, the cost of communicating, even with my level of acceptance, is too damn hunting. Liya, I think you should also pay me for listening to you recount these images. I'll buy you a fast charging plug next month's paycheck. Fong Joe grinned. Liya on the screen stormed off on the spot, ready to say the words, Fong Joe you? And then the third request. Before Fong Joe's grandpa suffered again, Fong Joe interrupted Liya's spell casting with advanced prediction, successfully preserving his loved ones who had been repeatedly victimized. I'll have them join me in figuring out a way to completely dispose of that ghost. Liya was interrupted from casting her spell and was about to renew it until she heard Fong Joe's third request. Then the irritation on her face slowly subsided. When it came to such critical issues, Liya was still able to distinguish between big and small kings. She resumed her seat in the cyber sofa she had casually created. But this time, she was no longer dangling and crossing her legs, but was sitting upright, her gaze gradually becoming serious. That ghost is still alive? Liya was a bit surprised by the result. I thought that this time you killed it with your touch, and it should be completely karma. Fong Joe shook his head regretfully. I'm pretty sure it's still alive, and according to that pair of divine detective duo, I only briefly entered its past and then fought with it again inside, and even if that wasn't the case, I still didn't kill it the right way. The right way, was it? Liya bowed her head in deep thought, her expression focused, the only time she barely had the air of a highly refined professional. According to my earlier speculation, it would most likely only be killed by a method with an elemental composition higher than its own, such as my magic and your touch. But since your touch isn't working right now, my magic is probably good enough as well. So it has to be a specific method. Fong Joe said with a straight face. This is what that pair of sleuth duo said. The one called Charlotte in there seems to have a special psychic ability, saying that he can see the essence of things. He said that he can't kill that ghost with any other method, only a specific method will work. What specific way? I don't know. Fong Joe shook his phone. They said they're going to go back and put together an assessment report first, and come find me when they're done. Then we'll wait until whatever assessment report that is comes out. Liya exhaled, then raised her head and looked at Fong Joe. And the last request? The last request is much simpler. Fong Joe purposely paused here. I'll have them find a way to arrange a body for you after this is over. Liya was instantly stunned, looking at Fong Joe with an incredulous expression. The originally staggering Liya suddenly stopped moving and stared at Fong Joe with those emerald green eyes, staring straight at Fong Joe as if she couldn't believe what he had just said. Fong Joe was stared at by this cyber magician with a pang of panic. Why are you looking at me like that? Liya blinked, and after several seconds it seemed like she finally came back to her senses. But the whole person looked still dumbfounded. You help me get a body? A living one? With blood and flesh? Can run and jump? Fong Joe smiled and added, also can eat and drink, can hide when it rains, and can sleep when sleepy. Liya was full of disbelief. Really? Really? Lying to you, I'll carry another $800,000 in mortgage. Liya believed it. Fong Joe could swear so viciously, it must be true. After confirming that Fong Joe didn't lie, Liya immediately jumped 20 centimeters high in the TV set. Her excitement was not at all worse than Fong Joe, who had just seen the loan cleared. Too right, Fong Joe. Too right. I really thought you were full of loans and money, but I didn't think you'd actually remember to get me a body. I admit I was a bit loud before. Why don't I just kowtow to you twice now? Fong Joe hastily called a halt. Hey, not so much. Okay. Liya just got up and sat back quickly, revealing a harmless joy, obviously at the beginning did not intend to really kowtow. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth tugged. But don't be too happy, they said that they can't give you a flesh and blood body right from the start. After all, this kind of experience of your cyber consciousness body playing around with crossing over to other worlds is the first time they have seen by the authority. So in order to be on the safe side, they will only allow you to transfer to a robot body at the beginning, and then slowly step by step, you will be transferred to a robot body. To a robot, and then step by step slowly approaching towards a flesh and blood body above. I get it, I get it. Liya waved her hand. The electronic state is used to suddenly being stuffed into a flesh and blood body, and it's easy to cause a reaction of rejection between the soul and the flesh, just like eating rice one bite at a time. I'm not in a hurry, and I'm satisfied to have a humanoid machine body to start with. I still think you'd better lower your expectations. Fong Joe spread his hands. That initial version of their robot is estimated to only be able to run 2 steps and jump a few times, and it will only look similar to a human being if it holds up, but a normal human sense of taste and smell and whatnot, it is estimated that they will have to wait for the subsequent practical installations and version improvements. This doesn't matter. Just take your time. I'm the most patient person. Liya waved her hand carelessly, then thought of something. Say, isn't it meal time now? Let's get something to eat. Fong Joe, I'm suddenly hungry. Fong Joe immediately heard that Liya was talking nonsense. Where did you get a stomach? Liya was still in the excitement of getting a body. Can't I eat if I don't have a stomach? I'm the one who's going to have a body soon. I have to get used to the life of eating in advance, so that I don't starve myself to death without paying attention when I have a body. Fong Joe thought to himself that the person who can not pay attention to starve to death, that heart more wide. He pointed to the white robot on the coffee table. Then you go back to the sweeping robot. I'll make 2 packets of melon seeds to feed you. Liya's smile instantly disappeared and she stomped her foot in an ungraceful manner, giving the TV screen a jolt. What do you mean feed me? Is that something a human would eat? You don't expect me to keep eating that after I become a human, do you? What do you want then? Have some normal food. I'll just pick up a couple bites, just to get used to the flesh ahead of time, and I'll only be able to watch you eat it every day. It's long since given me a craving. Normal food sweeper robots can't eat, can eat but also can't taste the flavor. Fong Joe muttered in a small voice, and was about to say that Liya's idea was more or less a bit of a pushover, when an idea automatically popped up in his mind. Hey, why don't you try this? Liya blinked dumbly. What? A few minutes later, Fong Joe stood in the kitchen room with a black and white color coordinated cylinder-shaped technological product in front of him, and with anticipation, he opened the topmost lid and dropped 2 freshly cleaned apples into it, then closed the lid and proceeded to click on the button at the bottom. Buzz, 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 buzz. Accompanied by a fierce mechanical humming sound, the spiral gear knives inside the machine spun up at ultra-high speed, instantly slicing and then dicing the apples inside before finally crushing them into powder, with the sweet juice inside bursting out in all directions and ultimately flowing into the cup along with the piped opening underneath. Well, Fong Joe pressed the lid of the juicer with one hand and curiously asked the juice G in the juicer, "Can you taste anything?" "Can." Liya in the juicer spoke with a trill. "Can taste the flavor of the tribute from your grandpa's grave in Fong Joe." Fong Joe finally failed to preserve his own grandpa even though he didn't actually have a grandpa at all. Fine. He took a sip of the apple juice that Liya had personally squeezed and shook his head. Then it seems that this method isn't working. So let's change your mindset. You have another thought? Yes. What do you think about the mechanical dog? Fong Joe Uing. Chapter 45 Really Everyone and Machine. Fong Joe was chased all the way by the impatient sweeping robots. Luckily, his home didn't have many movable appliances. Otherwise, the thought that he might be surrounded by dozens of floor-sweeping robots, that flavor of intellectual crisis and out-of-control machine servant came up. Right now, the only machine Liya could run and move was a floor-sweeping robot. And after Fong Joe smoothly inserted it back into the crack of the sofa for her, Liya lost her ability to chase on the spot. You wait you! Liya's 2 exposed wheels hummed and idled, her indicator lights glowing bright red. When I get my body someday, the first thing I'll do is exact revenge on you. When I do, I'll throw away all your noodle seasoning packets in the middle of the night, replace all your Sprite with plain water, and replace all your toilet paper with diamond-studded ones. Diamond-encrusted ones are not cheap. Fong Joe sat in the sofa next to him and casually knocked on the shell of the sweeping robot. If you can really get me a pack of diamond-studded paper, I'll have to thank you. That's all you got. Liya, seeing that her escape from the couch was hopeless, instantly shifted back to the television. She puffed out her cheeks and glared at Fong Joe without any goodwill. I say, what the hell is wrong with your brain? You don't look like a fortune hunter. I can't be considered a wealth fan either. At most, I'm a house slave. Fong Joe said this when the bottom of the eyes with a little grudge. You do not know every day to open the bank card to see the huge loan figures to think of tomorrow, also have to go to the company 996 overtime to see the face of the leadership to earn so much money feeling. Cattle and horses, this word in me, this kind of people on the body is not a metaphor but a statement. Said here, Fong Joe reacted violently and hurriedly took out his cell phone to check. As expected, the supervisor sent a message to Fong Joe a few hours after his contact with Fong Joe was broken yesterday. You don't have to come tomorrow. Fong Joe was stunned at first, but when he turned his head and thought that the loan had already been repaid, he felt that this matter had become irrelevant again. Liya noticed Fong Joe's expression and couldn't help but peek forward. What's wrong again? Fired by the company. Fong Joe shrugged, and in turn looked relaxed. It's quite good. Originally, I didn't really want to stay in that place anymore. And now that the loan is paid off, I still have some savings in my hand, which is completely enough for me to hold out until my next job. Your social structure is too dependent on money in my opinion. Liya said as if it were nothing. Money isn't that important where we come from anyway. The worldview is different. Fong Joe laughed. Then what are you going to do now? Liya didn't intend to spend more time on the topic of wealth, and stretched herself, with a look of little energy. Aren't we both quite idle now? Fong Joe thought about it and realized that there was really nothing to do at the moment. He was now debt-free, and after the chaotic layout of his home, there were still people from the authority to help refurbish it. Charlotte and Watson were probably writing up the report of the decapitated ghost in the bureau, and there was no telling when it would be over. As for Liya's body, that's a topic for the distant future. Although it is possible to carry out the touch training in situ, but according to that pair of sleuths, Fong Joe, every training will make a lot of noise when the time comes to make the authority up and down the chicken and dog jumping, will only increase the workload of Charlotte and Watson. Thinking about it, Fong Joe realized that apart from waiting for the authorities' notice, he actually had nothing to do. No need to think about waking up early tomorrow, no need to worry about the pressure of the loan, no need to hitch a ride with troublesome coworkers, no need to deal with sick leaders. Is this what it feels like to leave your job and rest at home? So refreshing. Looking at Fong Joe on the sofa, who couldn't stop smiling, Liya could think with her toes what he was happy about. I don't care about you, I'm going to play with myself. Liya rubbed her small hands with some anticipation. These 2 days have been busy researching magic arrays and electronic state transfer. There is not much time to enjoy the online world. Your computer is not used right now, is it? Lend me to play. I saw that game called Landlord seems quite fun. Go, go, go. Fong Joe casually waved his hand, and then immediately thought of something else and hurriedly called out to Liya. Wait. Register your own account. Don't use my number. It's not easy to save up the beans in my number. Don't lose them all in one go. Liya had just disappeared from the TV set and drilled back when she heard Fong Joe's words, obviously having fully familiarized herself with Fong Joe's home circuit network. What are you afraid of? I'm recognized by the Sidr Kingdom as a great genius that doesn't come out for hundreds of years. With my mind, playing a landlord is still a piece of cake. Just in case, you'd better register a new one. Fong Joe was serious. It won't take much time anyway. If you are really a genius, winning all the way up won't take much time. All right. Liya waved her hand towards Fong Joe, with a smug little expression on her face. When the time comes, don't regret not letting me play on your behalf, and miss out on the chance to make a few $100 million in anger. Fong Joe lazily ignored this girl, picked up the remote control board, quickly selected to the TV series category, and then opened the 17th episode of The Temptation of Returning to the Village, which he hadn't had time to finish watching before. He didn't rush to watch it, but pressed pause, then got up and went to the kitchen to get another bucket of instant noodles. In fact, he had wanted to order a takeaway to eat as a celebration of clearing today's loan, but considering that the chaotic layout of his house, which made it seem as if an ancient god had just stayed for 2 nights, would easily scare the takeaway man, he gave up on the idea. Anyway, the instant noodles are enough to eat, a bit of luxury with 2 intestines and 2 eggs. It is also a rare and delicious meal. Fong Joe ended the instant noodles from the kitchen room out and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of Coke, beautifully returned to the sofa, looking for a sofa in the center of the seat, pick up the remote control board, ready to start enjoying his good life. The result is in the square 9, just press the play button. Back to the Village Child Temptation big title just surfaced on the screen when the computer in the bedroom suddenly made a noisy commotion. Fong Joe, you quickly come over. I'm going to explode with this thing. What the hell? Fong Joe was shocked, searching for Liya whether this girl was messing around with the webpage and was bound by the virus again. He hurriedly put down the bucket of instant noodles, turned a corner and ran into the bedroom with a flying dash. When Fong Joe came to the computer screen, he froze, because he found his screen with red temperature like the whole outward bubbling red light, and a 20 centimeters or so blonde villain stood in the middle of the screen. To register an account page in the middle of the input field, a burst of punches and kicks, while venting anger, also cursed. This is definitely an insult. It's targeting. It's blatant discrimination. I must take them to court immediately. Fong Joe froze as he listened. What's wrong with it? It's sick. Liya kicked the input field in anger. It won't even give me human verification. Fong Joe? Fong Joe was silent for 2 seconds, thinking of all the sad things he could think of in his life, including the death of his loved ones, the reproach of his leaders, and the barrenness of his wallet. But in the end, he couldn't hold it together and turned his head away before laughing out loud. Never in his life did he think an otherworldly wizard would get stuck on human verification. Are you laughing? You're not allowed to laugh. The young girl in the computer blushed more than any words, and the red light of the screen was a few shades thicker because of it. And now she was so angry that she even took off her hat and slammed it to the ground. It's this system that's faulty. What do you mean? Please prove you're not a robot. Can I be a robot? Why can I be a robot just by clicking a few images? It's not fair. Okay. Fong Joe stifled a smile and turned his head back, sitting in front of the computer and holding the mouse. I'll help you get it on the line. How big of a deal is it? It's not a matter of how big it is. It's a matter of principle. It's a problem on a fundamental level. Okay, I know. Fong Joe knew that this topic would only be endless if he continued. He quickly helped Liya complete the man-machine verification and account registration, and got up from in front of the computer. The problem is solved for you. Go play slowly. Take it easy, haha. Call me if there's anything else. Liya didn't say anything, squatting alone in the corner and sulking. Fong Joe shrugged his shoulders, thinking of Liya's ability to self-regulate. Felt that this little thing she would probably be relieved after 2 or 3 minutes. Simply let Liya alone, returned to the living room and resumed a seat on the sofa. The instant he lifted the lid of the instant noodles, the hot aroma that came to his face lifted Fong Joe's spirit. Fong Joe held the bucket of instant noodles with one hand. One hand touched the remote control board and pressed the play button, matching the drama of the TV series, ready to continue to enjoy his good life. However, the instant noodles were only halfway through shivering when Liya's loud yelling once again came from the bedroom. Fong Joe, do me another favor. Fong Joe was interrupted for the second time. His brows instantly furrowed, but he still quickly ran back to the bedroom. What's wrong this time? Liya stood in the middle of the landlord card table, an embarrassed and awkward smile hanging on her face. The beans are lost. Help me fill up some chanting. The requirements aren't high. First fill up a 30. Lost all in such a short while? Fong Joe was stunned. Doesn't the newbie account send some? I lost it all within a few games. Liya spread her hands. In the last game I was winning. The game was decided. I didn't even know how to write the word lose when I looked at the few cards in my hand, and then without hesitation I called for a super double. And then the upper house 17 cards to put me seconds. Fong Joe? That's all genius is, huh? Inside a mediocre office building in the city, the elevator that should only have 28 floors arrived at the 29th floor that shouldn't exist at a certain moment. The doors of the elevator opened, and 2 adult males, one tall and one short, dressed in suits and uniforms, stepped out of the elevator and arrived at a research area with white as its main color. They ignored the tightly segregated research rooms around them and made their way down the main passageway in the center to an office in the deepest part of the area. After casually knocking twice on the office door, Charlotte pushed herself in. Sub-Commander, report. Before he could finish his words, he froze in place along with Watson, who had entered with him. This place was nearly 10 times wider than an ordinary office, and in the center of the interior was a huge mahogany desk with a pen and 2 stacks of papers. Strangely enough, there was no chair for people to sit down behind the desk. And in the depths of the office, a huge dark blue water tank quietly placed there, but at the moment there is nothing inside, but a big white shark wearing a monocle is outside the tank in the corner of the room, flipping, twisting, nose into the corner of the corner of the corner, at the same time also let out moans of pain. Charlotte looked at the shark, which was twisting and writhing on the ground with a stony expression, and only after a while did she voice out a reminder. Sub-Commissioner, the report for number 201 is finished. Ha! The shark that was immersed in its own self-world gave a sharp jolt and turned around in a hurry, panic and uneasiness surfacing in the pupils of its eyes. When did you guys come here? How come you came in without knocking? Knocked, Watson said helplessly. But you were too busy looking for a corner to drill into just now to notice. Branch Shark. Chapter 46. This is too unscientific, the first of 3 shifts. The branch chief froze in place for half a day, finally reacting, his spindle-shaped body twisting twice on the ground. Next time, knock on the door with more force and give me a fright. The sub-director's mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of creepy, huge sharp teeth. Also, just now you guys just pretend you didn't see that. Don't tell anyone, do you understand? Charlotte thought to herself. Your old habit of drilling into corners is well known throughout the bureau, but on the surface, she still coped with 2 sentences. I understand, I understand. Aha! The sub-commissioner nodded slowly, then twisted his body, facing the tank, and gave his tail fin 2 quick swings. The sound of waves churning resounded for no apparent reason, and its dorsal fin cut a curtain of water in the air. A snow-white wave splashing up in all directions, vibrating with the rhythm of the tail fin swing. The water droplets that were supposed to be the waves were suspended under its belly, forming a flowing waterfall of pearls, propelling it to swim diagonally upwards, and then finally leaping with a fluttering sound into the middle of the real tank. The shark returned to its territory, a look of solemnity and dignity gradually appearing in its eyes. Where's the report? Here. Watson took out a stack of report papers from his armpit and put them on the desk. The sub-commissioner's attention was focused on the front of the desk, and as its expression became more and more solemn, the stacked documents on the desk were then quickly turned over by an invisible force. In just a few tens of seconds, however, the documents were flipped through, and the subdirector exhaled a long, drawn-out breath after reading them. The handling of number 201 is left to you guys. No problem, right? Shouldn't be a problem. Charlotte hugged her arms and leaned against the door in a thoughtful manner. The nature of number 201 is not difficult to deal with, and we're lucky that the ghost has only been killed 3 times so far, and hasn't been strengthened to the point of being particularly difficult to deal with. It's best to settle this once and for all. The sub-director's voice lowered. Anomalies with growability are likely to cause major calamities if not curbed in time. That's how number 033 was born, and we haven't been able to catch it until now. Watson on the side was silent for a while and this time spoke. As long as we can properly utilize Fong Joe's ability, it's not difficult to solve number 201 at once. That's where the focus is. The division chief sighed. Just in case, I'll ask again, are you guys really sure that Fong Joe possesses humanity and the ability to think logically in a normal manner? Or to ask it more simply, do you guys really think that Fong Joe is a human? Faced with this question, Charlotte and Watson looked at each other. The 2 tacitly nodded at the same time. Whether or not his nature is human, I'm not sure, but I think he has humanity. Watson recalled the scene before he left. He saw Fong Joe glowering at the door of room 501. After learning of his neighbor's death, he clearly showed an expression of sadness and loss. Charlotte helpfully added from the side. It can also be felt from the conversation that his self-perception should also be human, doing things that humans would do, thinking about problems that humans would think about, and more importantly, he also has the desires of a normal human. Is that $800,000 loan? The branch chief narrowed his eyes. To be honest, this was a rather surprising request. Even throughout the history of the authority, they had never encountered such a request from a certain abnormal individual to help pay off a loan. How to say it? Has a kind of, you are so capable, why do you still think about this all day long bizarre feeling, more or less led a person somewhat puzzled. Moreover, the sub-commissioner also suffered a lot because of this. So mentioning this matter, his mood became not too wonderful. Now the money is not already called over? Charlotte nodded. It's been called. I reckon he's in the living room at the moment jumping up and down with joy. He'd better be really happy. The sub-commissioner's eyes darkened with an endless grudge and his tone was even more heartbreaking. Or else the money will have been wasted. Charlotte blinked curiously. 800,000 isn't much. Why do you sound so indignant? 800,000 isn't much to the authority. The branch chief glared at Charlotte through the glass of the tank. But it's not a lot to me at all. Watson and Charlotte sniffed and snapped to attention at the same time. Oh, deducted from your account, huh? The sub-director opened his mouth wide in exasperation and bit a few mouthfuls of seawater, thinking that he would have to do less maintenance this year after this expenditure. Continuing with the main business? Anyway, you have determined after your contact that number 490 is a non-human anomalous individual with a human appearance, a human heart, and a human self-perception, right? Watson and Charlotte looked at each other. both seeing a few moments of conviction in each other's eyes. Aside from the fact that his essence belonged to abnormal, Fong Joe was basically indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The two replied at the same time, right? The branch chief was silent. Its gaze looked through the glass of the water tank to the stack of documents on the left side of the desk. That was the psychiatric examination report of Charlotte and Watson that was delivered by one of the Institute's assistants before Charlotte and Watson entered the door. According to the report, Charlotte and Watson had not suffered from any spiritual contamination. There were also no traces of being parasitized by some kind of abnormality that caused hallucinations. At the same time, their mental memory blocks were both quite intact, with no signs of intrusion or modification. Their intelligence was trustworthy. Focus on this abnormal individual named Fong Joe. The subdirector straightened his expression and said in a low voice, a high-level abnormal individual with a friendly attitude, self-recognized as a human, and wishing to initiate contact with our authority. This is an extremely rare and even arguably unprecedented abnormal case, and it is necessary to contact him cautiously and peacefully. Hearing the subdirector state his position, Watson was instantly relieved, followed by worry. Subdirector on the side of the directorate and the council. I will go and elaborate. The branch chief spoke calmly. There might be radicals in the parliament who will oppose it, but it doesn't matter. The deputy director general over at the general directorate and I share the same view. He'll work with me to convince those old codgers. That's good. Watson revealed a reassuring look, and then turned to ask, then that otherworldly magician called Liya's electronic ghost by Fong Joe's side. Let's put it aside for now. The subdirector instantly had another headache. One Fong Joe is enough of a suffering that electronic ghost with too many elements beside him can be put aside for now. After you guys have solved the problem of number 201, we'll come back to talk about the troublesome matter of molding a flesh and blood body for her. For now, you may depart. Finished speaking. The fountain pen on the desk levitated out of thin air and flew under the watchful eyes of Charlotte and Watson to sign the signature on the report form for number 201. Watson stepped forward, picked up the document, and nodded towards the sub-commissioner in the water tank before turning around with Charlotte to leave. After the door of the office closed, Charlotte took out her cell phone and prepared to contact Fong Joe, and complimented the sub-commissioner in passing. It feels like our shark director is quite reliable when he should be, actually taking the initiative to convince that group of old denizens of the council. Courageous, ah? I don't think so. Watson's view was very different from Charlotte's. I feel like it's just holding on hard in front of its subordinates, and inside it's probably already grasping at straws and screaming for more than 300 times. Charlotte motioned. Really? The two looked at each other quickly. Then, with silent understanding, they tiptoed silently back to the office door and pressed their ears to it. 10 or so seconds later, accompanied by the snapping sound of fins slapping, pain screams came out vaguely from inside the office, mixed with sounds like, I don't want to go to the main office. I want to change the fish tank. I want to change the fish tank. I don't want to work overtime. I don't want to work overtime. Can this world be any better? Were also mumbled and whimpered. Watson. Look. Charlotte. Kinda. Other side. Harmony Home Building 7, Room 502. Fong Joe sat stagnantly in front of the computer, as if he had been cast a fixation spell. The whole person froze in place in a mute and stiff manner. The hand holding the mouse was as motionless as if it was petrified. On the contrary, Liya at this time has been completely leveled mind, with a pile of quilt-like hanging in the upper left corner of the landlord game window, muttering up, I told you, some things are really destined, people really cannot be superstitious science. No, hey no. Fong Joe looked at his zeroed beans with a confused face. A whole skeptical life. How can it be? How come I can't win a single hand? I wasn't like this before. This is not scientific. This was really unscientific. Previously, Fong Joe had just finished mocking Liya's landlord level as a mess, and Liya was unconvinced on the spot, insisting Fong Joe to try a few games. Fong Joe thought that it was idle anyway. It was time to show her the real skill. Then Fong Joe charged $30 of beans, not 2 games to lose all. At that time, he only thought it was an accident, is today's point back, intends to stop not to do but Liya in the side of a hard mocking jump face. To the whole Fong Joe anxious eyes, on the spot angrily smashed $100, all changed into beans, once again opened their own journey. Then $100 of beans not long and lost a clean. Fong Joe read temperature. He said that there is definitely a problem with Liya's account, and the account password violated the feng shui, so he turned to log in his own account, trying to find the familiar hand. Then, There was no then. The beans in Fong Joe's account also cleared to 0. There's something wrong with this, isn't there? Fong Joe stared at the screen with disbelief. A handful of hours down and no win. Am I being haunted by something dirty? This is the beans I've been saving for half a year. It's hard to say. Liya hung in the upper left corner of the window and swayed around. Maybe it's under my influence. I've never won at the family table before. Liya slowly raised her head. I lose when I gamble with my family. I lose when I play with gamblers. I even lose when I go to the street and pull a random dog to bet with me. I haven't won at table games since I was old enough to play. Speaking here, Liya paused for a moment. And then maybe it also incidentally affected this computer. After all, technically this is considered my home. Fong Joe snapped back a breath of cool air. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't know. Liya revealed a smile towards Fong Joe that attempted to budge and muddle through. I thought that my bad luck was gone after I crossed over to this world. As a result, I didn't expect this gambling curse to remain on me. The corners of Fong Joe's mouth tugged violently as he maneuvered the mouse towards Liya on the spot. Liya was still gloating and laughing just now. As soon as she saw such a big and white mouse accelerating and charging towards her, she hit a jolt on the spot. What are you doing? Throwing you in an antivirus program to kill the virus. Ouch, I'm going. Liya cursed, dodging to the desktop at the back at light speed, followed by a handsome parallel running jump, burrowing into my computer to take refuge. Fong Joe was just about to give chase when a vibration coming from his pants pocket attracted his attention. Thinking that Liya can shuttle back and forth in the house anyway. Fong Joe really wants to catch, probably can't catch, so he had to let her off the hook and turned his head to grab his cell phone. After seeing the number on his cell phone, Fong Joe stood up from his computer chair in a flash. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello, it's us. Watson's voice came from the other end of the phone, and the sound of a car's honking could be faintly heard in the distance. The report is done. We'll be right over. Chapter 47. File number 201. A few minutes later, Fong Joe came to the kitchen and looked out of the building through the glass between the kitchens. It was already dark. The settling twilight slowly covered the silhouettes of the residential buildings. The neighborhood was lit up with streetlights, and neon flashed in the large shopping mall in the distance. A conspicuous high-class black sedan pulled over to the side of the road, and 2 adult males, one tall and one short, stepped out of the car, turned around and raised their hands to the driver to let him wait in place, and then jogged all the way towards Harmonious Homes Building 7 where Fong Joe was located. Fong Joe recognized that this was the pair of sleuth duo and turned back to the entrance hall, pulling the door open ahead of time. In less than a minute's time, accompanied by hurried and sparse footsteps, Fong Joe once again saw that pair of distinctive authority agent duo. Charlotte was still the same as before, draped in an overcoat, with a head full of fluffy and even somewhat messy hair, smilingly raising her hand to greet Fong Joe. That tone deafness contrasted sharply with Watson, who was full of seriousness and dressed in a slate black suit next to her. If he encountered these two on the street, Fong Joe would definitely think that this was a police officer lecturing a street sneak. Come in. Fong Joe made way to enter the door, while his eyes focused on the pile of documents in Watson's hand, thinking that this should be the report of the beheading ghost. But then he thought it was strange. Judging from the thickness of the documents, this was definitely not a long report that could be finished in just a few hours. If Fong Joe himself were to do it, it would definitely not be possible to finish the draft in less than 5 or 6 days, even maybe called back to rewrite several times. How did they do it? Watson and Charlotte entered the house, quickly scanned around the circle, and finally coincidentally looked at the sweeping robot on the coffee table. They remembered well that Fong Joe had claimed that their family's electronic ghost lived in this sweeping robot. Thinking that this was the first time he had come into contact with Liya, Watson cleared his throat, walked over to the floor-sweeping robot, silently half-squatted down, and put on a serious smile that he thought was friendly. Hello? Hey. Fong Joe just closed the door and saw this scene, quickly reminded, she is not there. This will be in the bedroom computer. Watson was confused. Huh, gave a cry. Didn't I tell you before? She can run around in my home appliances now. Fong Joe said, howling at the bedroom computer. Liya, don't think about your pussy landlord. Hurry up and come out. Coming out, what's the hurry? It's not like people are going to run. The words just fell. The television set that was originally playing The Temptation of Returning to the Village suddenly flickered twice. Between the bright and dark changes, a second-generation painted blonde magician wearing a magic hat suddenly appeared in the center of the television set. There was also a sofa under her buttocks, and at this moment, the entire person was maintaining a dignified sitting posture, the corners of her mouth lifting up a trace of an elegant and bland smile. First time. Liya nodded slightly towards the two agents outside the television, gently picking up the corner of the mage's robes with her fingertips, and slowly rising while moving her right foot behind her left and standing on tiptoe, assuming the etiquette of an aristocrat. My name is Liya, and as you can see, I'm an otherworldly court magician from another realm of space and time, and am temporarily residing here for some special reasons. Watson and Charlotte were obviously bluffed by Liya's noble aura, and felt that this tenant didn't seem to paint the same picture as Fong Joe, the landlord, coupled with the fact that they had never come into contact with such abnormal existences as otherworldly magicians. The two of them were at a loss for words for a while in their original positions, and finally simultaneously made the most noble etiquette they could think of that was in line with their royal status. I'm Watson, a member of the Authority's Special Operations Squad in the 3rd Region, job number 0189. I am Charlotte, a member of the Authority's Special Operations Squad in the 3rd Region, job number 0190. Seeing the reaction of the two, the smile on Liya's face became even more intense, and she continued to say in a gentle and soft voice, I've already heard about the two of you from Fong Joe, and it's really an honor for us to be able to make contact with the Authority this time, and I hope that both of us can take advantage of this opportunity and in the future. Before she finished her pretentious words, the TV set turned off with a snap. Watson and Charlotte were stunned, turning their heads to look, only to realize that it was Fong Joe holding the remote control board to the TV set extinguished. 2 seconds later, the TV lit up again. Liya instantly glared at Fong Joe with a slanting glance in a bad mood. Fong Joe, why are you interrupting me? Fong Joe slashed his face. I'm sick of hearing you talk with a clip tone. Can't you talk normally? Then I thought I should leave a good first impression when we meet for the first time. Liya was demolished after the stage Simply Do Not Pretend. Hands a folded waist, that small mouth pussy flavor came out, which can be like you and the boss downstairs to find someone like nagging, 10 words and not a few sentences in the right form. Open and close their mouths are also the house. Not to mention that the Authority is going to be for me to do the body, that I have to build up my inner image first. When the time comes, the image that is made will not be the same as my own, and I will have to go back and rebuild it if I do a split, so how troublesome is that? Besides, what do you mean by clip sound? I was originally a court magician, trained in professional court etiquette and baptized in high-end places. Elegant and dignified temperament have long been engraved in my bones. What you say is the clip sound is completely an insult to my personality. When I return to the original world must be you and the man-machine authentication device together to report to the Supreme Court. Nah, this is what she is by nature. Fong Joe looked to the sleuth duo and pointed to the anxious bouncing Liya in the TV set. This little mouth dejected. In the future, when you guys make the body, never make the language module too good. You can make her answer a yes and a no on it. Fong Joe uing. Watson and Charlotte froze in place, unable to speak for a long time. Is this what an abnormal individual is like? This pair of old partners have personally experienced abnormal phenomena without 100 or 80. All kinds of treacherous and complex, perverted horror abnormal individuals they have had the experience of hand-to-hand or contact. But they really hadn't seen two abnormal individuals who could quarrel and bicker across a TV screen in the living room. Anyway, we've all gotten acquainted. It's time to get down to business. Watson was the first to react from his daze, hurriedly pulling out the documents from his arms, sorting out a few of the most crucial report information from them and placing them on the coffee table. This is the research and investigation report for number 201, most of which is based on old Fu's inspiration records, and the content is absolutely accurate, so you should read it first. Number 201? Fong Joe revealed a puzzled expression and moved a stool to the coffee table. That ghost's anomaly number. Watson patiently explained. Our Authority will assign an anomaly number to an anomalous individual that needs to be focused on, such as this ghost that haunts your residential building this time. Is there anything to this number? Liya stood up from the cyber couch with gusto, put her hands behind her back, tilted her body, and drilled a head out from behind Fong Joe's back, peering out at the screen. Is it ranked according to the strength of the anomalous individual, or is it just randomly chosen? Watson looked at Liya with some surprise, surprised at her acumen, then nodded. It was ranked by the intensity, or the degree of danger and difficulty in harboring. The more advanced the numbered anomalies, the more difficult it is to deal with and harbor them. Like this time, number 201, it actually already belongs to the more difficult to deal with of the ranks. Charlotte pointed to herself and Watson at this point. Actually, the anomaly on both of us also has a number. It's our work number. He's 189 and I'm 190. So you two are also abnormal individuals of that what? Fong Joe was a little curious. A little different. Charlotte shrugged, not intending to hide it. You are naturally formed abnormal individuals, while we are abnormal ability holders artificially created through special means. There is a big difference in nature. The purely natural ones had numbers, the artificially created ones had work numbers. Seriously, Fong Joe was now becoming more and more interested in the authority. He hesitated a little, and a strange thought popped up in his head once again. Hey, then, are there any examples of numbered abnormal individuals taking office in your authority? Watson and Charlotte looked at each other. There are. Watson nodded. But there are very few examples of numbered anomalies, transferring to normal, and they all behave more berserkly before they are officially inducted into the authority, and generally only a very few numbered anomalies that the authority determines to be able to remain calm for a long period of time, and whose existence itself has a great positive utility to the authority, are possible to transformation. Fong Joe, a sound, thinking that Watson summed up simple, but the specific entry process of inspection and induction training is definitely very complex. Think about it. The authority as the control of anomalies guardian of peace superorganization, in the recruitment of members of the threshold is certainly not low. Before joining the organization, he probably had to fill out an employee personal information form that was longer than his life and as complicated as the last question of the math college entrance exam. With all these thoughts in his head, he finally picked up the document that Watson had put on the table and read it. Number 201 Rainy Night Executioner. Program level. Level 5 can grow. Risk factor. 6 can grow. Special internment measures. Not yet interned. Description: No. 201 is an undead soul-type anomaly individual with the image of an executioner in a penal colony and a body made up of an unknown black liquid. It was first discovered in Harmony Homes Building 7 and is unable to communicate, but initially, it is judged to possess a certain degree of self-consciousness and intelligence. Number 201 attaches itself to a certain person-type individual, and it only appears once a day at a random time, and it will prioritize the attack on the object of the attachment when it shows up. The method of attack is beheading with a large sword, which is the same as an executioner's execution. Number 201 will not be killed by any method other than a specific method, and if killed by a non-specific method, number 201 will reappear the following day with a doubled increase in its overall abilities, and is immune to the type of damage that caused its death the last time it was killed. The types of damage that 201 is currently immune to are blunt blow, sharp weapon stab, indirect damage from phase space shift doubtful. Appendix 1. Number 201 manifests itself as an indiscriminate massacre of humanoids within a specific range, with the method of slaughter fixed to decapitation, as evidenced by the data-deleted ability of the alien agent Data Deleted. Number 201 has now caused a cumulative total of data-deleted deaths, and several disappearances within the third region have been confirmed to be related to number 201, with staff currently assisting in the follow-up process. Some unconventional means may be used, such as in-scope memory modification and data deletion. Appendix 2. Through a certain phase space expansion, the past of number 201 has been fixed, and the identity of number 201 has been successfully confirmed. A certain executioner who existed hundreds of years ago, named Susan, whose family's parents and others were framed for beheading, and the one in charge of executing the executioner was Susan, who was lucky enough not to have been involved, and who completed the beheading after completing the task. After completing the beheading, Susan tied up his parents' heads with a red rope and hung them on his chest at all times. At the same time, because of the beheading of his parents, he recognized that he had been haunted by sinful karma, and ultimately became insane and degenerate. From this, it is assumed that the handling method of number 201 is likely to be related to the decapitation of the head to break off sins. Chapter 48. Discussing the program. Fong Joe finished reading the document and slowly exhaled a breath. As a matter of fact, the content of this document was written quite completely and was in complete agreement with Fong Joe's speculations on the beheading ghosts. If he was allowed to unify the data records of the beheading ghosts, it wouldn't be written any better than this. But the problem remained. Fong Joe pointed to the part of the document that had obviously been deliberately erased. What are these data deletions? It's the necessary secrecy works for the document. Watson shrugged. This document will be distributed to the authority and the major branches in the future. It is an internal public document of the authority, so there will be special treatment for some secret programs. Quite professional. Fong Joe stared at the document while searching for ideas. But I can probably understand some of them, such as the name of the person behind this xenomorphic agent and the ability. It should be Charlotte's inspiration ability, right? Charlotte nodded and jabbed her head with her finger. Basically, the content of the document is written by inspiration. I really want me to go and reason honestly. Honestly, I can't do it. Then what about here? Fong Joe pointed to another doubtful point on the document. This one, indirect damage caused by phase space movement doubtful. What does doubtful mean? It means that number 201 may not be immune to your ability, even if you were the one who killed it with this ability last time. Why? Fong Joe frowned. Just speculation. Watson pulled out a small bottle of drink from his pocket. He still didn't dare to drink the water from Fong Joe's house. Unscrewed the cap and took a sip to moisten his throat. The ability of phase space is almost like standing on another angle to look down on the world, and as weird as the nature of number 201 is, it hasn't demonstrated excessive time-space ability for the time being, and at most, it's more resistant to being killed on the physical level. Fong Joe thought to himself that it was no wonder that the beheading ghost had sought him out, so it was just a matter of things coming together. The situation is clear to me. Fong Joe put the document down, his eyes focusing on the last sentence on Appendix 2 of the document. So the correct way is to find a way to chop off his head? Not right. Before the divine detective combined could say anything, Liya impatiently popped out to brush up her presence. Didn't we say that that ghost is already immune to sharp objects? A blade beheading is surely considered a sharp weapon, right? Fong Joe froze for a moment, hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, and in a rare moment, admitted that Liya wasn't adding to the confusion this time. She's right. Isn't that a bit of a contradiction? Charlotte unhurriedly gave an answer. Look at this sentence in the middle of the document. Number 201 obviously has a certain level of intelligence and self-awareness. As long as he still thinks he's guilty and wants someone to break his guilt for him, the decapitation attack will work on him. That's true. Fong Joe still remembers the fleeting dismay and shock on the beheading ghost's face when he slashed at Watson's neck and ended up shocking him until his arm went numb. Of course, the possibility of failure is also there. For the sake of rigor, Charlotte added, but decapitation is the most likely method to succeed at the moment, so it has to be tried. Fong Joe sat on the stool with his arms wrapped around him, staring at the file, numbered 201 in front of him in deep thought. The information had been collected completely, and all that remained was the specific plan to deal with the problem. After several deaths, the beheader's physical quality had been strengthened to an astonishing degree last time. Watson was still able to gain a slight upper hand in a physical battle with his ultra-high candor, but it was questionable whether or not he would be able to battle 50-50 the next time around. And trying to give a professional executioner a beheading is no less difficult than competing with a sprinter to see who will cross the line first in 100 meters. What are the options? Fong Joe broke the silence. Like pulling out a black tech weapon to suppress it like last time, then go up and give it a painful cut? Charlotte didn't reply, but instead flashed a wink to her partner Watson. Watson understood and spoke nonchalantly. First of all, after the last encounter, we found that number 201 is not obsessed with attacking the dependent, which means that when you encounter an object that hinders it, it will deal with other threats first. I'm familiar with this one, and a thief with a grudge. Liya raised her hand and interjected. The last time it jerked back and did a jumping chop to my head. Luckily I reacted in time. Fong Joe interrupted Liya. So? Watson glanced at Liya, who was muttering and whining behind the TV, and ignored it, continuing to answer. So in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, this time, the operation to deal with number 201 will only be handled by the 3-4 of U.S. people in charge. It was only when he said 3 that he remembered Liya, and it was not easy for him to change his mind and say 4, but as a result, he could not help but look at Fong Joe again when he said people. Quantifiers and nouns really couldn't be thought through in detail when coming into contact with this kind of abnormal individual with extremely complex components. Fong Joe waved his hand unconcernedly. It's fine, you can just say whatever you want. I don't care about that. Well, then here are a few preparatory programs that are all connected. Watson wisely didn't go deeper on this topic. While talking, he took out a few of the remaining documents and handed them to Fong Joe. The first plan is the simplest. Use the V3 version of the gravity gun to bind and control number 201. After that, I will use the high-frequency vibration knife to decapitate number 201. If it's successful, then this operation will end here. Fong Joe took the document and looked at it for a couple of moments, and found that it was densely packed with detailed data of the authorities' armed components. And next to it was a copy of the application for special weapon calls from the authorities' armed departments. Clipped with a staple, it seemed that the weapons mentioned by Watson were all approved by the various departments, and they had received permission for their use before they could be dispatched into their hands. He quickly scanned it for a few seconds, and was dazzled by the numbers and signatures on it that were as thick as flies, and hurriedly put the document back on the desktop. This method you're talking about doesn't even require us to get our hands dirty, does it? Watson nodded. Yes, you only need to act as a decoy to lure number 201 and avoid the initial attack. Fong Joe hesitated for a moment. It feels like it won't go so smoothly, so there will be a follow-up program. Watson smiled faintly and retrieved the documents one by one. Then there's the second plan. If the first plan fails, for example, if the V3 level gravity gun fails to control number 201, then the heavy X4 gravity detention cannon will be used for a long-range capture, and after that, I'll be the one to try to carry out the second decapitation. Then why didn't you use this, gravity detention cannon in the first place? Seeing that she was bouncing around the TV set for half a day with no one paying attention to her, Liya simply returned to the sweeper robot this time, skillfully flashing on the indicator lights and emitting a slightly fuzzy textured electronic female voice. Afraid that the range of that cannon is too great and affects the surrounding area? Watson was surprised at Liya's freedom to shuttle appliances back and forth, and froze in place for 2 seconds. That's part of the reason, but I'm mainly worried that coming up here with a gravity detention cannon might directly tear apart number 201's body, causing him to become stronger after his death. Oh, that makes sense. Liya cooed softly. Too much firepower isn't a good thing sometimes. Fong Joe patiently listened to the narration. When he followed up with a question, so what if the second option fails as well? There is also a third option. This time it was Charlotte's turn to speak, showing a rare serious and grave expression. If the X4 type gravity constrictor cannon also fails, that means that number 201's level of reinforcement can no longer be controlled with a constrictor type weapon, and will choose to use proper firepower suppression. Such as? Fong Joe's curiosity was piqued again. Holy water machine guns for special attacks against the undead, anti-spiral tower pistols, solid crack grenades, and 2 storm ray drones for single combat. Fong Joe sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't understand a single one of these terms, but each one of them sounded quite lofty. They're all special equipment for the authorities' armed department. Charlotte smiled. There are actually even more outrageous ones, but they are all large objects that can't be used in single combat, and are usually only possible to use in collective actions or in the pursuit of efficiency. Fong Joe blinked, his mind automatically conjuring up images of the so-called high efficiency pursued by the authority. He was a little hesitant. At that point, wouldn't it be difficult to give it a knife to the head? Basically, Charlotte said, if you still want to make a decapitation attempt, you'll need to enlist your help and find a way to amputate its legs and weaken its mobility. Fong Joe was silent again. And what if the third option still fails? For example, if the fire suppression fails, or if its regeneration speed is far beyond imagination. We saw that it had the ability to repair itself last time, and its self-healing ability will only become stronger after this resurrection. Hearing Fong Joe's question, both Charlotte and Watson froze for a moment. The small robot on the coffee table spun in a half circle and faced Fong Joe. Hey no, aren't you usually always optimistic? Why do you keep chanting failure, failure, failure when it comes to this time? I'm optimistic, not stupid. Fong Joe took the small robot off the coffee table and casually placed it on the floor. I was just wondering if there was a more secure backup means to control it without killing it. Hardly. Watson shook his head regretfully. Most of the authorities' weapons come with killing effects that are difficult to regulate, and while borrowing the effects of other numbered anomalies can do the job of suppressing number 201, borrowing numbered anomalies requires a long process, and we're making this option our final option if tomorrow's operation fails to resolve number 201 at once. After that, we'll consider running to other divisions to borrow a few numbered anomalies to use. Charlotte stretched her limbs on the sofa, then sighed. If Robinson or Don Quixote were around, things would be much more convenient, but they happen to be out on a business trip during this time. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Charlotte and Watson were not the only xenomorphic agents. If he had the free time, he would love to find out about Robinson and Don Quixote, but now was clearly not the time to digress and talk about family matters. Fong Joe sank his head and looked at the various documents on the desktop, then at Liya, who was spinning around at his feet idly, and a light flashed in the depths of his mind without warning. He leaned down and grabbed the spinning Liya. What are you doing, Fong Joe? Fong Joe ignored Liya, whose wheel was idling madly and couldn't stop pushing loudly, and displayed her in front of Charlotte and Watson. The fourth program. Fong Joe inquired very seriously. What do you guys think of her? Charlotte, Watson, and Liya. Chapter 49 Pre-War Preparations in the Mall. The city darkened after midnight. The surrounding streets were empty. The neighboring convenience stores had long since turned off their lights, except for a square building that was translucent, like a glowing glass box. The dozens of automatic doors of stores in Liya Plaza were all open, with lights on inside but no one in sight. The escalator was out of order like a stiff spine across the floors, and the dull Christmas tree stood lifelessly by the side of the road, as if it hadn't had the time to be moved away yet. The cold wind of autumn blew through the atrium, bringing the silence of the night. Fong Joe stood in the center of the mall, looking up at the gorgeous glass lamps overhead, and a wonderful feeling emerged in his heart. Obviously, this city's most famous and most heavily trafficked mall was still in operation, but there were no tourists or business owners to be seen, and the surrounding area was so quiet that one could only vaguely hear the central air conditioning in operation, as well as the sound of the leaves of the plastic greenery in the corners being gently blown and rubbing against the walls. Fong Joe buttoned up his coat and pulled out his cell phone to glance at the time. 2:33. 2:30 in the morning was indeed the time when many businesses closed their stores and left. But Liya Plaza is not lacking in barbecue, burgers and other business hours last until the next morning, or even 24 hours in a row of stores, usually can occasionally see the middle of the night, did not sleep to run to the square to drink until the dawn of the office workers or college students on vacation. As a result, there was not a single person here now, as if the entire square was open for Fong Joe for a limited time. Is this the authorities' big hand? Fong Joe sighed with emotion, sticking his hand into his coat pocket. His sight swept around the perimeter, and finally saw Watson, dressed in a black suit, at the entrance of a doll store. Watson was squatting in front of the toy shelves, his eyes gazing at these cartoon plush toys. His outstretched hand retracted many times in midair, and after repeating a few times, his eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle up, and the whole person was tangled up in a knot. Fong Joe curiously came over, tentatively asked a mouth, "Pick a gift for your daughter?" "What?" Watson snapped, turning back to see that it was Fong Joe and not Charlotte, which was a relief. "I don't have a daughter. I'll just watch and play." Oh, Fong Joe was understanding. "You're good at this? How come I sound like I have a special fetish to you?" Watson frowned more tightly, then picked out the shark doll he had been staring at for half a day from the shelves and weighed it in his hand twice. "I just saw that this doll resembles our branch chief, so I looked at it for a while longer." "Your branch chief?" Fong Joe thought he heard wrong and pointed at the shark doll in Watson's hand. "Your branch chief isn't a human being either, nah? What do you mean, also?" Watson wanted to correct Fong Joe's wording, but considering Fong Joe's identity, he felt that the word "also" was used in a very refined way. "Didn't you mention the experiences of the abnormal turnarounds before? Our sub-director is one of them. It used to be a numbered anomaly as well, but then it reformed and also helped the authority solve a few big cases, and was transferred here 2 years ago to be promoted to sub-director." A shark as a sub-director, or a numbered anomaly? Fong Joe tried to brainstorm the picture, imagining a shark in a white research institute wearing a white lab coat commanding various agents to be busy on and off. It felt a little too surreal. But what was even more surreal was another thought that then popped into Fong Joe's head. "So what does your branch chief usually eat? It's not like one lucky colleague is randomly selected to take 2 bites every day, is it? We don't have consumables in the staff of the 3rd district." Watson explained helpfully for his own branch chief. And ever since the branch chief's conversion, it has switched to a vegetarian diet. Fong Joe was stunned to hear this. A shark could still change to a vegetarian diet? Could that appetite be adjusted? When you have the chance in the future, you can meet him in person. Watson smiled faintly and put the shark doll into his pocket, then thought that he hadn't paid yet. So he walked over to the cashier of the doll store and swept the code to transfer the money, and said while entering the password, "By the way, just now, Old Fu sent a message over, saying that he's doing the final fine-tuning of the gravity cannon. What about your side? I'll ask around." Fong Joe walked out of the doll store and returned to the empty mall atrium hall, pulling his voice as high as possible in decibels. "Liya, how's it going?" The shout echoed within the empty square building, and as if to respond to Fong Joe's call, countless densely packed black and white spots flashed on a certain large-scale LED screen spanning 4 floors, and a large number of leaping pixel dots pieced together a teeny-tiny silhouette at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The image of a blonde magician from another world appeared on the screen, and unlike before, at this moment, Liya was like a replacement for the starlet on the billboard. Whether it was the size of the image, the degree of high definition all went up by several levels. "It's getting it, it's getting it." Under the amplifier, Liya's voice was multiplied exponentially, and the sound waves from the otherworldly magician reverberated and swirled throughout the entire plaza. Liya herself seemed to be very satisfied with the current effect, with a refreshing smile on her face. "I just walked a few laps in the first 2 layers of the circuit. Basically no problem. Next, ready to walk the third layer. The progress is fast. Don't rush, don't rush. Looking at the once small not Lang Dang 20 centimeters grew into the current virtual giantess, Fong Joe could not help but be in a bit of a trance. Liya is the fourth program of Fong Joe. The specific operation was simple. If the first three programs proposed by the authority all fail due to accidents, then let Liya try to carry out the fourth suppression. The means of suppression was magic. According to Liya's own words, as long as she was given enough time, space, magic power, and casting materials, she could create and launch a large-scale restraint magic that could suspend the target creature for a short period of time. And this type of magic had once been Liya's major specialization in the University of Magic, and it was Liya's best area of expertise. She had even used this type of magic to restrain 3 angry and rampaging red dragons, and had made a great contribution in the defense of the Empire, which was why she was able to make an exception and become a court magician without passing the political examination. Coincidentally, there was really a place that satisfied time, space, spell casting materials, and magic power. It was the Sycamore Plaza where Fong Joe was now. It was only 10 o'clock at night when the crowd drove to the square, while number 201 would randomly appear the following day. As long as the number 201 appeared before, let Liya find an empty space in Wuyu Plaza, set up a magic array, and then convert all the electricity of the entire plaza into magic power, activate the magic array, then the number 201 that appeared afterward could be firmly bound in place. This was something that only Liya could do, an abnormal program from another world. However, seeing the smile that could not be suppressed at the corner of Liya's mouth, Fong Joe's heart was ultimately a little uneasy, and he reminded, "Be serious. Don't be addicted to the present moment and be unable to pull yourself out of it." "I know, I'm serious." Liya waved her hand carelessly. "Who knows when that number 201 will kill back, right? But it's only 2:30 a.m. now, the probability of it appearing is not high. Instead of worrying about him killing over now, you should worry about him appearing at 11 p.m., then you'll have to stay up for another whole day. I'm too tired to look at it." Fong Joe smacked his lips twice and felt that this was indeed the case. He had taken a nap yesterday afternoon, but then due to being woken up by Liya, this sleep was not solid, so it was reasonable to say how he should be sleepy at this point. However, probably because of the upcoming final confrontation with the decapitated ghost, Fong Joe was still in a state of excitement, and his body didn't transmit any need for rest to his brain at all. Fong Joe thought that his state should not be a problem to stay up for another half a day, but really want to stay up until 11 p.m., during which time he can only sit in this unoccupied mall and hang out, nothing to do at most, brush his cell phone. Just imagining the degree of boredom makes him yawn. So now Fong Joe treats number 201 with a contradictory mood and afraid that it will come now, and afraid that it will not come later. Fong Joe shook his head and walked over to the vending machine to buy a bottle of water, sat down on the bench next to it, unscrewed the cap and took 2 sips. At this time, Watson also walked over. He looked twice at Fong Joe, hesitated in place for a moment, and finally sat down next to Fong Joe. Fong Joe looked at this authority agent unexpectedly and blinked. "What?" Watson didn't answer immediately, but pulled out a pack of soft Chinese from his chest, shook his wrist twice, shook out a cigarette and handed it to Fong Joe. "Smoke." Fong Joe shook his head. He did not have this habit. Watson put the cigarette in his mouth, lit the fire himself, tilted his head and took a drag. He twisted his head and exhaled the smoke in a direction away from Fong Joe, then narrowed his eyes and asked in a suppressed voice, "You said that you never dealt with those cow ghosts, snakes, and gods and such before you possessed your abnormal ability, right?" Fong Joe could see that Watson was trying to make small talk, pass the time, and confirm his situation in the meantime. Fong Joe had revealed this surface information long ago, so there was nothing to hide now. Dealing was never done, but I've seen it before. "Saw?" Watson came to be interested, twisting his head to look at Fong Joe. "Yeah." Mentioning this, Fong Joe himself felt strange. "Before I met Liya and that ghost, I could often see something dirty in my eyes. Sometimes it was a human's face skin. Sometimes it was an ostrich hanging outside the window. Sometimes it was something even more strange and bizarre. And their common trait was that they could be seen but not touched. I took the medicine the doctor gave me. It didn't help. However, since I met Liya, I haven't seen any of these weird things since." Normal. Watson seemed as if he was not surprised. Some people grow up with special psychic vision, and what they see through it is not real, but rather the residual reverberations left behind by anomalous phenomena, and when they have formally come into contact with the anomalies, this psychic vision disappears, and instead manifests itself as a highly acute perception of the anomalous phenomena proper after all they've encountered the real thing. There's still this kind of argument Fong Joe's knowledge of anomalies was once again replenished and asked again. Then what kind of people would normally suddenly possess anomalous traits? Or for what kind of reasons would people become anomalous? There are many possibilities of turning into anomalies, and this has been an important topic of research for our authority so far. Watson quickly finished his cigarette and threw it to the ground to stomp it out. What can be ascertained at the moment is that many numbered level abnormalities will spread contamination, and some of the abnormal individuals are the ones that develop and exhibit abnormal traits because of the contact with the molds left behind by other abnormalities. Fong Joe thought of the dye vat and the giant machinery at the bottom of the vat, and felt that his abnormal traits were most likely given by them. But what were they? Some sort of numbered level abnormality? Or a more chaotic, unknown special being? It was impossible to give a definitive conclusion now, but thinking about the previous report about number 201, perhaps there would be clues in the archive where the authority had included the numbered anomaly reports. Fong Joe pondered these questions and once again took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. 3:11. The night was still long. Fong Joe exhaled and sat patiently in the bench, waiting for that ghost to arrive. Chapter 50. The battle begins. Time advanced by the minute. Fong Joe wandered around the open area of the mall's atrium, idly passing the time, occasionally taking a look at Liya's magic formation when he had nothing else to do. The materials for the magic formation were provided by the authority. Some kind of bright silver metallic liquid flowed in the center of a certain open space in the mall, outlining a square shape. Dark blue plastic as a base was laid on the bottom layer. 12 I-beams were distributed in a special mathematical pattern in the corners of the magic formation. Medical rubber gloves and gas masks were piled up in the magic formation. Medical rubber gloves and gas masks piled up in the center of the magic array, in addition to the 2 stainless steel pots, were inverted at the top and bottom of the magic array. No matter how many times he looked at it, Fong Joe felt that it was evil. These modern elemental components could really be transformed into magic array materials, becoming the specialized medium for Liya to channel out magic. Could it be that Liya was actually really a genius? Fong Joe tilted his head and looked towards the 5th floor of the shopping mall. The doors of all the stores went out at some point, except for the door plate of a hot pot restaurant in the far corner, which was still flickering, and at a certain point in time, a string of hidden electric current darted out from the flickering door plate, like a deep blue stream of light, and accurately burrowed into the door plate of the Japanese restaurant next to it. In the Japanese restaurant next door. Then the hot pot restaurant's door plate went out, and the dim warm colored light inside the Japanese restaurant lit up, like an electronic spirit moving between the stores. As time went by, this electronic elf moved faster and faster, and the stores on the 5th floor of the mall lit up and went out one by one. At the end of this group of electric light began to the naked eye difficult to capture the speed in the stores wandering between the lights flicker interlaced, giving Fong Joe a kind of carousel lotto draw, and finally stopped at which store will go in to eat 2 mouths of the signature dish feeling. However, this creepy electronic sprite did not stop at any of the stores. Instead, it appeared on a familiar big screen billboard. Woohoo! Liya's open arms were a grand entrance, and her pretty face was thick with smugness. Fong Joe, the 5th floor is done. Right away the whole mall will be in my grasp. Yes, yes, yes. Fong Joe waved his hand. Cheer up. Liya instantly dropped her eyelids, holding her arms, one foot impatiently stepping on the ground. Can't you be honest and praise my greatness from the bottom of your heart? Fong Joe glanced at Liya. It wasn't that he didn't want to praise, but he knew Liya very well. This girl belonged to the type that if you don't give sunlight she will shine on her own. If you give some sunlight she will immediately shine too much and trigger into an uncontrolled nuclear fusion. Wait until you're done with the last layer. Fong Joe let out a long breath. Don't drop the ball at the last minute. Am I that type of person? Do you think so? Fong Joe stared at her slyly. Liya was about to deny it, but then she thought of her previous 2 experiences of forgetting to charge and short-circuiting on a rainy night, and a flash of embarrassment quickly flashed across her face. The cyber ghost wizard's form spun around and the pixel dots quickly disintegrated and dissipated, while leaving behind a sentence that echoed in the atrium for a long time. Just wait. I'll get the last floor done for you in no time. Seeing Liya go back to her business, Fong Joe shook his head, pulled out his cell phone, and confirmed the time with another glance. 3:55. Approaching the time of 4 o'clock, number 201 still did not appear. This was actually a good sign. Extrapolating from Liya's increasingly fast and skillful adjustment speed, in another half hour, she would be able to completely control the power of the entire mall for her own use. That's why it would be best for number 201 to appear after 5 in the morning by the time the problem of number 201 was solved. Maybe the guys could even get out of the mall to buy a soybean milk donut and a bun from the breakfast stand down the street. I'll have to eat 2 savory buns by then. Fong Joe muttered in a low voice, and a sound of electricity suddenly came from his ear. He frowned and pressed his finger on the small communicator in his right ear. Then he clearly heard Charlotte's voice. Type X4 gravity detention cannon filling complete. Charlotte's words came from her ear, with a few hints of the night's whistling wind in the background. How's it going on your end? Fong Joe turned to look around, eventually identifying some distant direction through the glass window. The other member of the Divine Detective Group was currently on the roof of a residential building outside the shopping mall. The late-night twilight shrouded him, and even with Fong Joe's strengthened eyesight, he could only see a blurry mass of shadows on the roof and Charlotte's simple silhouette, unable to make out any details. No need to think about it to know that this must be the handiwork of the authority, or perhaps some kind of cognitive obstruction device, so as not to be witnessed by the masses when Charlotte fires a gun in support on the roof of the house. Liya should be a while, about 40 minutes. Fong Joe replied. No sooner had he finished his words than Liya's loud pussyfooting around the mall rang out. Don't be ridiculous, 20 minutes. Fong Joe subconsciously covered his ears and glared back in dismay, then shrugged. You heard her, she said. 20 minutes. Charlotte stood on the roof and looked at the square from afar, grinning. Not bad. Quite efficient. At that moment, Watson, who had also received the communications contact, walked over and lowered his voice to his old partner. Just to double check, are all the debugs for the X4 gravity detention cannon finished? Gee, don't worry. I've seen it all. Charlotte waved her hand, casually straightening her windblown hair. The machine guns and sniper rifles have been checked as well. All clear. There was a sudden silence on Charlotte's end. It took several seconds before his voice sounded again. There is no major problem, but there is one minor problem. Fong Joe and Watson's faces changed at the same time. A problem at this juncture, even if it was just an insignificant glitch, could affect the subsequent unfolding of the plan. Watson's complexion chilled, but he did not blame Charlotte, but patiently inquired, where exactly is the problem? Is it the debugging of the barrel tolerance of the gravity detention cannon? Or is it the destabilization of the existence field of the fracking bomb? Neither. Charlotte's voice was calm yet low. After I went upstairs, I saw the construction on your side of the mall and thought about the characteristics of number 201, and then I've been thinking about a problem. Watson frowned. What is it? Charlotte had one foot on the edge of the rooftop of the house, letting the night breeze curl the corners of his coat. He gazed intently at the brightly lit square building and asked in a deep voice, Do you guys think Neza needs 3 ropes to hang himself? Isn't it too much rope? Watson, ? Fong Joe, ? Does this have anything to do with mall construction and number 201 characteristics? The corners of Watson's mouth jerked twice. When will this little brat quit these anticlimactic cold jokes? Usually, the two of them could just fool around in private. But now that Fong Joe was still here, not everyone could resist Charlotte's weak-mindedness. Watson turned his head to look at Fong Joe, just ready to make up a reason for Charlotte to muddle through. As a result, Fong Joe on the other side of the room, after a brief moment of stupefaction, immediately replied with a very natural sentence. It's fine, just have Interceptor and Louis XVI even out 2 for him. Watson? No, what the is wrong with you two? Looking at the relaxed expression on Fong Joe's face and hearing Charlotte's laughter in the communicator, Watson was blankly dumbfounded and inwardly wondering as he stood in place. He even began to wonder if there was something wrong with him. I'm not here to see that you guys seem to be quite bored, so let's get you two in the spirit, so that you don't fight later one of you is lethargic, Charlotte said, slowly restraining her smile. On a serious note, the equipment on my side is all tuned up, no problems at all. Watson stood in place and punished for half a day, finally slowed down, wiped his face hard to reset the management of facial expressions. You will joke to me, more attention to the occasion, don't suddenly come to such a moment in such a serious time. I can stand you, it doesn't mean that other people can also stand you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Fong Joe waved his hand. Liya is often like this too. She'll even play the good man song when I'm fighting with ghosts, she calls it adding buffs. Watson. Charlotte? DDT. The two were shocked at the richness of Liya and Fong Joe's daily lives when a series of alarms came out of Watson and Charlotte's watches. They looked at their watches at the same time and realized that the indicator numbers on their watches were rising rapidly. Charlotte on the roof had a serious expression visible to the naked eye. Confirmation to the rise of the heterodyne indicator. Watson quickly looked up, Fong Joe. In fact, even without Watson and Charlotte's reminder, Fong Joe had already felt it. The sound of pouring rain rang in his ears without warning, and the muffled footsteps from the rainy night rumbled like the death knell of hell. The coolness of the cold night was suddenly tinted with bone-piercing sharpness, pouring into Fong Joe's sleeve, scraping his skin like a razor. Fong Joe's thoughts seemed to be pulled back to the torture chamber on the rainy night, where he had listened helplessly to the sound of life thudding to the ground as those headless spectators stared on. It came. The blade tore through the air barrier, slashing from behind Fong Joe at a speed far greater than before, wrapped in a bloody rain and wind. Biological instinct quickly gave the command to dodge. Plus Fong Joe had faced him head-on many times, so almost the instant he heard the sound of rain in his ears, Fong Joe made a move to dodge with his head down. But this time, before Fong Joe completed his crouching and head-down action, the chopping attack that exceeded the speed of sound cut a slim white line out of thin air and chopped at Fong Joe's neck. After being strengthened by many deaths, the speed of the rainy night executioner's blade had already exceeded the limit of normal human reflex nerves. Fong Joe could not dodge it. However, before the blade sliced through Fong Joe's neck, completing the third single kill, the dark blue matrix stance shield instantly unfolded around Fong Joe's body, and the clash of iron and stones suddenly resounded, the strange power from the authority bouncing the large knife out, and at the same time also forcefully jolting the huge body of number 201 back to 2 meters away. The impact of the brute force generated aftershocks through the matrix shield, impacting Fong Joe's body. He felt as if he had been hit by an adult male with the full force of his body. Although it did not cause any actual damage, his center of gravity was once off balance, and his feet stepped out of the staggering, almost falling to the ground. At this moment, Fong Joe was glad that he had asked the divine detective duo for a coat to drape over his body. In advance, the matrix stance deployer was sewn inside the coat, and it would automatically deploy moments before an attack, defending Fong Joe against the incoming abnormal attack. Watson was relieved to see that Fong Joe was fine, and then pulled out a smartly shaped, technologically advanced blue-black pistol from the back of his waist. When a wheel-like mechanism on the side of the pistol was pressed, a precise mechanical clash of gears fitting and rotating sounded, and the pistol changed into an end-carrying rifle with greater firepower in the blink of an eye, the same configuration as the one Charlotte had once used to clean up the headless magistrates. Without hesitation, Watson aimed at number 201 in front of him and pulled the trigger. The deep blue light transformed into a spiral ray, and the twisting fluctuations caused seismic changes in space, instantly locking number 201's torso firmly in place. Tens of times the increase of the terrifying gravity instantly imposed on the number 201. His feet trampled on the ground, between the splash of debris. His face coated with black viscous liquid uncontrollably sank, while the muscles of his body seemed to be jumping like nerves touching, seemingly using brute force to fight against this downward pull of the huge gravity. Seeing this, Watson immediately took out a black object similar to a police baton from his waist with his left hand, and whipped it hard in his hand, and the entire shell of the baton instantly fell off, exposing a narrow dark blue blade, which looked a little bit like a lightsaber from Star Wars. The only difference was that the blade in Watson's hand was surrounded by countless particles vibrating in a high frequency and disordered manner, making the entire blade look like a living thing with life. However, just as Watson was about to step forward, number 201 moved first. His lower limb muscles accelerated and expanded, seemingly using the changes in his flesh and blood to forcibly adapt to the change in the gravity field, and before Watson could launch his attack, he rushed out of the gravity field's restraints with a speed that was only 20% slower than before. Tisk! Seeing this scene, Watson thought to himself that it couldn't have gone so smoothly, and immediately shouted to his old partner on the other end of the communicator. Option 1 has failed. Activate Option 2. Old Foo. Aim at him. My ING last name is... Never mind. Charlotte quickly rushed to the back of a nearly 1 meter tall, 3 meter long artillery-type heavy machinery, climbed up to the control pilot's seat of the gravity detention cannon, and stepped down on the accumulator trigger at her feet with a deadpan, while aiming the cannon at the location of number 201 in the center of the mall in the distance. Chapter 51. Program Failure. As the storage trigger by Charlotte's foot was stepped on, a circle of ghostly blue gravitational energy began to spread towards the muzzle from the end of the barrel. At the same time, the huge, thick casing of the X4 gravity detention cannon emitted a low-frequency hum at his feet, and 8 silver metal brackets protruded out from the back of the barrel and dug deep into the concrete of the rooftop. When the gravity buildup reached 100%, a huge launch button appeared on the holographic console. Charlotte jerked her head up to confirm that only number 201 and Watson were in the predicted range circle in the targeting window, and then without hesitation slapped hard on the launch button. Space collapsed in on itself in a thousandth of a second, and a blended sphere of gravity erupted from the barrel of the cannon, which from its appearance alone looked like a mass of pure darkness hurtling toward the plaza at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. The faintly bright neon light was distorted and swallowed up in an instant, and number 201's movements, which were originally prepared to kill Watson, suddenly stalled, followed by a sharp intuition to leap up. The gravity beam cannon accurately hit him where he was last second, instantly expanding and surging into a dark field with a diameter of 10 meters, and the bricks and escalators inside it broke down into countless suspended fragments in the blink of an eye, which were twisted and crumbled as the gravity field rapidly collapsed inward, and ultimately gathered in the center of the field to form a rounded metal iron ball, which kept on rotating and friction, emitting a shrill and ear-piercing noise. Watson was similarly captured by this terrifying gravity field, but surprisingly, he didn't seem to be affected by the gravity tearing. Even the black uniform on his body didn't show the slightest sign of being torn and twisted by the gravity. He even had the leisure to curse Charlotte. "Old foo. You damn shot crooked. It's not that I shot crooked. It dodged it." Charlotte's furtive voice resounded within the communicator. It even sensed the firing of the gravity field in advance. That crisis response sense is off the charts. "I can see that." Watson let out a breath and looked up at the number 201 that had easily leapt to the second floor and dodged the gravity detention cannon, his face slightly grim. The V3 model gravity gun was no longer useful. Watson decisively unloaded the gun and tossed it aside, reducing his load while skillfully putting on a black glove with his free right hand. He forcefully clenched his right hand into a fist and repeated several times until a stream of silver-white light flashed from the surface of the glove, and Watson stopped. Fong Joe, who was observing the situation from the rear, saw this scene and remembered that he had glanced at this weapon on the documents, one of the authorities' single combat weapons, an adaptive glove enchanted with holy water. Not only would the hand wearing the glove automatically attack when it was near the enemy, but it could also inflict divine damage on abnormal individuals of the undead system, which, by the way, there was also a resounding scientific name: morality and favor. Without waiting for Fong Joe to figure out where the authorities' weapons were imported from, the robust body of number 201 arrived in front of Watson like a high-speed flash. Watson was unable to react, but morality and favor reacted. The enchanted boxing gloves were not purely for blunt strikes, so when the powerful straight punch blasted at number 201's face, it had to draw its sword in time. The clanging sound of fists colliding with metal exploded in the atrium of the mall, and Watson and number 201 engaged in close combat. The long knife wrapped in the bloody wind cut through the air barrier, splitting the air with a sharp hissing sound. On Watson's side, he was using both his enchanted iron fist and high-frequency vibrating blade, and in a short period of time, he fought with number 201, and countless ring-shaped impacts erupted and spread between the two of them, and whichever store they were close to, the glass doors of the store would shatter in response to the sound of their voices. "Prepare the second gravity detention cannon." Watson took a moment to command Charlotte as he tangled with number 201. "I know." Charlotte's fingertips traced ghostly blue trajectories on the holographic console, her forehead sweating as she swiftly carried out the reset and loading of the second gravity detention cannon. "It'll take about 2 more minutes. Hold on just a little longer." Watson's gaze was stern, staring intently at the movements of number 201 in front of him, trying to keep up with his speed. 2 minutes is still enough to hold on. Hurry up." Fong Joe stood within the matrix stance shield, watching Watson slash against number 201 like a Superman, first hesitating for 2 seconds, then immediately thinking about what he could do. "Liya." Fong Joe looked up to the 6th floor of the mall. "How's it going over there?" "I'm working on it." Liya's voice carried a few electric textures. "Give me 10 more minutes." 10 minutes. Fong Joe frowned. As far as the current situation was concerned, with the morality and favor and the high-frequency vibrating knife, Watson, who was already physically superior, was able to barely battle number 201 to a 50-50 split. But this was only temporary. Even Fong Joe, a combat layman, could see that number 201 was gradually adapting to Watson's attack pattern, and in the first few encounters, it had obviously suffered the loss of the glove's automatic attack effect, and its face skin was smashed by the damage of the enchanted damage in a few holes. But as time went on, number 201's number of strikes became significantly lower, and instead, Watson's number of strikes became significantly lower, and the number of strikes became significantly lower. Instead, it was Watson who was repeatedly grazed by the decapitating blade, and although Watson was still hard and unharmed, his center of gravity was frequently off balance, and he looked like he would soon be unable to hold on. If the second gravity beam cannon missed again, Watson would probably be slammed into the wall by number 201, and it would take half a day's effort to pull it down. The second gravity detention cannon must hit, otherwise the situation would become very bad. Thinking of this, Fong Joe silently sank his mind, concentrated with all his might, and began to try to establish a connection with his fifth anomalous limb. The anomalous organ thumped, and an extraordinary sense of leaping surged through his heart. The phantom arm with countless colors flowing on its surface appeared in front of Fong Joe. Fong Joe felt his spirit establish a connection with this arm once again, just like what he had once done, allowing this abnormal limb to assimilate into a part of himself and be used for him. To Fong Joe, he might have spent just a few short seconds establishing a connection with it, but in reality more than a minute of real time had already passed. Loading complete. Charlotte's fiery voice came from the communicator. Who the hell wrote the secondary loading program so complicated? It took me a lot of effort. Huazi, get up there and beat him. Don't let it get away this time. Watson had gradually fallen into the wind at this point, and had no time to answer Charlotte, only stifled a grunt and took the initiative to meet number 201's decapitating machete, using his body strength to hard eat the impact of the supersonic decapitation, and at the same time stretching out his right hand in an attempt to pincer number 201's arm. However, number 201 once again showed a strong sense of crisis, and almost the instant Charlotte's second gravity detention cannon was fired out, number 201 took the initiative to retreat, avoiding Watson's grab and attempting to jump backward to retreat. Watson's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that number 201 could even see through his intentions. Could it be that every time you die not only does your strength become higher, but even your intelligence and awareness is enhanced? Old foos. Inspiration. Didn't have this section. Watson gritted his teeth, knowing that if the gravity constrictor cannon missed again this time, he would no longer be able to hold number 201 in frontal combat, and the plan would have to be pushed straight to the third option. Just at this time, the alien indicator on Watson's watch pulsed imperceptibly. A dozen strings of decorative ribbons plucked from the Christmas tree appeared out of nowhere on number 201's chest, tightening it firmly in the center. And the ends of the decorative ribbons appeared squarely in front of Watson, just out of his reach. Watson froze briefly, seemingly unable to comprehend how the decorative ribbons had appeared. Pull him! Fong Joe's shout came from behind Watson. Watson instantly reacted to Fong Joe's use of the power of phase space, inwardly praising him for a job well done, and then picked up the decorative light ribbons on the ground, lashing out at the ends. A dozen or so decorative light ribbons instantly tensed up, tightly binding number 201's body like a spider's silk. It seemed that number 201 was not immune to rope-type weapons that only had a binding effect. The body that was originally retreating backward uncontrollably fell forward, and number 201 was pulled back into the range of action of the gravity constrictor cannon, and realizing the danger, number 201 exhaled a burst of turbid air, turned its head towards where Fong Joe was, and let out a raspy and ear-piercing hissing sound towards him. Fong Joe looked at the pair of scarlet eyes that were spitting out murderous intent. He didn't say anything, but once again activated his touch, aiming it at number 201's legs. This was the first time Fong Joe had continuously activated his touch, and he felt that a large portion of his mental power had been drained in an instant, and a tsunami like fatigue and drowsiness nearly knocked his consciousness into the darkness. His vision was engulfed by the tidal wave of darkness, and at the same time, he felt that the marvelous string was about to break. But his sanity completed a pull-up at the most extreme position, and supported Fong Joe to come out of the muddled trance, and successfully survived this mental exhaustion. Touch was activated normally, and the part of number 201 below the knee was cut off out of thin air, appearing 2 meters away directly behind him, and sticky black blood flowed out from the extremely flat section. He lost the calf and foot that he had used to resist that tugging force, and his entire body flew forward completely uncontrollably. It was only in mid-flight that 201 finally broke free from the restraints with the strength of his upper limbs, but it was too late, as the pitch-black gravitational restraint cannonball exploded in the middle of him and Watson, and the turbid gravity field rapidly expanded and unfolded, firmly controlling 201, who had lost his lower legs and was unable to stand, in the center of the gravity field. The filthy slime wriggled frantically on number 201's body, and various sharp black limbs appeared from his body, seemingly intending to adapt to the brand new gravity constriction field by changing his form. However, Watson did not intend to give number 201 any more time to catch his breath. He once again praised "good job," then gripped the high-frequency vibration knife in his hand, rushed to number 201's side with a single step, gripped the knife's hilt with both hands, aimed at number 201's neck, and slashed down with all his strength. Snort. Black blood splattered in all directions. The high-frequency vibration blade sliced through number 201's charred black skin, cutting through its blood vessels and muscles, before cutting deeper into its spine, and finally closing in towards its throat. However, seeing that the plan was about to succeed, Fong Joe and Watson, who were present, heard a series of discordant zipping sounds. The blade of the high-frequency vibration knife was stuck in the last nub of its position, less than 3 centimeters or so short of its depth, and it would be able to decapitate number 201's head in its entirety. It was precisely this last 3 centimeters that, no matter how hard Watson tried, he could not make the blade go any further. Fong Joe from afar fixed his eyes on it, and realized that it was not Watson's strength that was insufficient, nor was it that the blade of the high-frequency vibrating knife wasn't sharp enough. Rather, it was as if the viscous black blood was alive, and it aggregated into brand new buds of flesh at the wound of number 201 at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, with the buds of flesh entangling with each other and connecting with each other, emitting sharp and ear-splitting noises. The flesh buds intertwined and connected with each other, emitting sharp and ear-piercing nuisance sounds, weaving new blood vessels, nerves, and even bones at high speed. The terrifying regeneration speed even exceeded the cutting speed of the high-frequency vibration blade, so that instead of deepening the depth of the blade, it was pushed out little by little by these savagely growing flesh buds. Seeing the part of number 201's original head and neck that was only connected to a layer of skin gradually complete its regeneration, the corner of Watson's eyes couldn't help but pop twice. The second program failed. He exhaled with a regretful expression and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid we can't solve it today, old foo. Prepare to activate the third plan. We have to kill him once first." Chapter 52 Fong Joe against the Great Heavens. There was no way around this. If conditions permitted, Watson did not want to kill number 201 today. Due to the nature of getting stronger with each kill, number 201, which would return again tomorrow, would only become more and more difficult to handle. However, with the current manpower and equipment, I am afraid that it would be a bit difficult to complete the beheading mission while controlling number 201. As things stood, they could only kill 201 first, and then apply for support from other divisions. All right, I still have to write the Bureau's application back. Charlotte sighed as if it was too much trouble, and came out of the gravity detention cannon's operation room, turning his head to set up the sniper rifle next to him. He loaded the silver bullets, which had also been enchanted with holy water, into the barrel of the rifle, and prostrated his entire body on the edge of the rooftop, observing the battle situation on the scene from a distance through the scope. The gravity field triggered by the second shot of the constrictor cannon was slowly disappearing, the dark field of mixing and twisting gradually faded away, and in the center of the crushed and messy floor exposing dirt, the intact flesh of number 201 reappeared in front of everyone. His body blossomed hundreds of swollen blood vessels, some kind of active liquid inside the accelerated flow, at the same time his muscle shape every 2 seconds to deform, walking dirty raindrops on his feet, looks like falling on the ground splash scattered ink. Number 201 was adapting to the battle. Under the support of the terrifying regeneration ability, his flesh and bones reorganize after one destruction after another, like a rapid simulation of biological evolution to complete the evolution. Even in the netherworld, the depths of the bloodthirsty and tyrannical pupils of number 201 also vaguely surfaced a few threads of pondering light. He was not only evolving his physical body, but also evolving his mind. Watson had precisely perceived this phenomenon that had not been written in the investigation report, which was why he had made the instruction to enter the third stage of the program. Could not be allowed to evolve any further. Old foo, shoot! What responded to Watson was a gunshot that tore through the air. The bright silver-colored bullet cut through the night sky, passing through the glass window that had long been twisted and shattered by the gravity detention cannon, and penetrating number 201's heart with unerring precision. In an instant, a fist-sized cavity was exposed in number 201's chest, but bizarrely, a heart-like component appeared below the cavity, caught in the ribcage, thus avoiding the fatal shot. Charlotte jerked her head up in disbelief. Heart displacement to dodge a bullet. Acting doesn't even work anymore. It can now adjust its physical form on its own. Watson looked grim. Switch to fracking bullets? Keep firing. Don't stop. Tisk. Charlotte skimmed her mouth, rummaging ahead from the nearby ammo box to find the most lethal cracking bullets, filling the barrel with these bright purple conical bullets, creeping back down, facing the wind from the rooftop, patiently aiming at the number 201 in the center of the square. Watson heard the movement of loading through the communicator and knew that Charlotte was ready, so he slowly exhaled a breath and put all his strength into it, taking the initiative to charge towards number 201. Both sides once again engaged in close combat. Morality and Grace's automatic attack rushed towards number 201's face. But this time, number 201 didn't draw his sword to block. Instead, he quickly tilted his head, dodging the attack while lifting his leg and kicking Watson violently in the chest. Like a 10,000-pound hammer blow, Watson's chest erupted with the violent sound of a bomb bursting, and an unimaginably huge shockwave spread in a circular pattern, sending Watson's entire body flying out, smashing 2 stores before barely coming to a stop. "Watson!" Fong Joe called out to him over the communicator. "I'm fine." In the dusty scattered smoke, Watson slowly got up, patted the slightly dirty clothes in front of his chest, and looked at the number 201 not far away with a complicated expression. But he's becoming smarter and smarter. Before it was still a reckless person who only knew that swinging a sword was cutting. Now, he's in a very wrong situation. "Old Fu. Your inspiration, what the hell is going on?" "How would I know?" Charlotte is also confused at this time. "I really don't have this paragraph in my inspiration." Watson was silent for a moment and resumed his stance. "Let's talk about it after we get it dead." After saying these words, Watson once again took the initiative to go forward, looking for number 201 to tangle with. This time, Charlotte also joined the battlefield, sniping from the distant roof of the building, constantly aiming at number 201's vitals, and Charlotte's timing of the shot was absolutely perfect, every time either after Watson's attack fell short, or when number 201 was about to counterattack by sniping to interrupt its movements. Cracking bullets hit number 201's body several times. Every time the bullet hit, with the hit location as the center of the circle, all the substances that make up number 201's body would rapidly decompose itself. Although the flesh buds that re-sprouted around it were also trying to make repairs, the speed of the cracking was still faster than the speed of number 201's self-repair. Fong Joe looked at this pair of tacitly unmatched partner combo techniques, and always felt that it would not be good to go on like this instead. Number 201 had completed several evolutions on the way to the battle, and even his eyes had a bit more spirituality than before, which indicated that he was probably born with the ability to think. And anyone who knew how to think knew who was the biggest threat to them in this situation. In the next second, Watson attempted to dodge number 201's left fist, but he hadn't realized that the fist that swung towards his face was just a fake, and the real attack was the long sword sweep from the side. Watson completely did not expect the number 201 also know how to use fake action to confuse the opponent. A moment as if the mountains across the impact swept the whole body, Watson was once again sent flying out, turned into a black shadow, crashed into the back kitchen of a hot pot restaurant. While Watson had not yet adjusted back, number 201 stared with scarlet angry eyes and twisted his head, his gaze locking onto Charlotte, who had been letting off a cold shot all night on the roof in the distant direction. "Bad!" Charlotte snapped. "It's coming at me!" He hurriedly pulled the trigger and fired frantically towards number 201 to slow down his movements and try to drag Watson back into the fray. Fong Joe had just used his sense of touch twice in a row, and his mental power had not yet fully recovered. He carefully observed the situation, and then seemed to think of something, shouting towards Liya, "Liya, how much longer?" 5 minutes. Liya had been secretly observing the battlefield for a long time, and her response at this time also sounded hot and anxious. "There are still 5 minutes to go. Think of a way. Don't just leave it there and watch. I have a way." Fong Joe's sentence gave Liya a dry freeze. 5 minutes should be enough. Fong Joe muttered in a low voice, and with some difficulty stood up from the corner, once again focusing all his attention and using his sense of touch. The target was still the number 201 in front of him. Liya was a bit confused as to what Fong Joe was trying to do. She had noticed that Fong Joe had activated his touch twice in a row, so his mental power should be in a relatively tired state. If he activated his touch on the body of 201 again, it would most likely result in his ability going out of control. Even if the ability does not go out of control, Fong Joe must find a way to effectively kill 201, otherwise just cut off the 2 arms or 2 legs of 201, in front of the 201 with the ability to regenerate at a super fast speed. There is no meaning at all. He wanted to cut off 201's head directly, but that doesn't seem to be a good way to kill him. However, it seemed that this could not be considered as decapitation. At least this action was not related to the word decapitation. Liya looked at Fong Joe in confusion. Even with her genius mind, she couldn't figure out what Fong Joe's solution was. Fong Joe calmly looked at number 201. At this moment, number 201's body was being sniped by Charlotte, only slightly shaking the moment it was hit, and there was only room for Charlotte in those sadistic eyes at this moment, completely not noticing Fong Joe's movements. Fong Joe's mind flashed through the file numbered 201, quickly going over the information within the file in his mind, finally confirming his inner thoughts. It was a very classless, immoral, and even somewhat hellish thought. Fong Joe maneuvered his fifth limb, commanding his sense of touch, and reached out to the number 201 in front of him. The next moment, along with the drip 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 sound of the alien indicator, a phase space displacement occurred. Number 201's movements froze for a moment, and he was shocked to feel that a piece of his body seemed to be missing, as if a certain part of his body had been scooped up by someone. He lowered his head and observed his body. His limbs and chest were intact. His neck and head were still connected to each other, and there were no more missing parts to be seen on his entire body, except for the wounds left by Charlotte's cracking sniper rounds. But one thing was missing. Fong Joe was standing 10 meters away from number 201 at this time, glancing at the black, round sphere in his hand, and after half a second of silence, he suddenly grinned. His spiritual power was not enough to launch the third phase space transfer for living things, but it was still more than enough for dead things. Fong Joe raised the head in his hand and shouted towards the number 201 who was staring blankly in the distance. "Hey, your mom is in my hand." The Sycamore Plaza, which was originally filled with explosions, shattering, all kinds of messy sounds, suddenly quieted down. Charlotte, who was carrying a sniper rifle, opened her mouth wide. Watson, who had just walked out of the back kitchen of the hot pot restaurant with a stainless steel basin on top, froze in place. Even Liya, who was in the middle of her final power unification, was so startled that she materialized on the billboard. Everyone present, including those who weren't human, all stared fixedly at Fong Joe and the head he held up high, their hearts shocked beyond words. How did he come up with the idea of using phase space displacement to do such a thing? And that phrase, "I have your mother," were those words even human? Number 201 instantly reacted, and the flames of rage turned into tears of blood flowing out from his scarlet eyes as he violently turned his head towards the distant Fong Joe and let out a heart-rending hiss of rage. Under the dilemma of losing his own mother to carelessness, number 201 no longer cared about Charlotte and frantically pounced towards Fong Joe. Fong Joe had long anticipated the movements of number 201, grabbed the head with both hands, then stepped forward and threw it towards the position where Watson was in front of him. Watson subconsciously caught the head and froze. This is also a damn with a pass. Chapter 53, The Lackluster Match. Officially starting today. The already chaotic environment at the scene became even more confusing. After receiving the pass from Fong Joe, Watson didn't even have time to react and think before he saw number 201 swinging his decapitating sword and pouncing towards him in an almost beast-like demented stance. His face distorted beyond recognition due to his anger. Watson was startled, and since he hadn't organized his thoughts, he simply grabbed the head with both hands and threw it back in the direction where Fong Joe was. Number 201 braked sharply in front of Watson, his entire body almost pressing against the ground, his limbs clawing out shocking claw marks on the floor tiles, and then he quickly turned his head and darted in the direction where Fong Joe was again. Seeing that number 201 was aiming at himself again, and this head had yet to fall into his arms, Fong Joe was in a hurry on the spot and jumped up with all his might. Although he himself was a skinny office worker who had been in a state of sub-health for a long time, and on weekdays, apart from his extraordinary endurance when working overtime, his other athletic abilities might not even be comparable to an ordinary junior high school student, but the only thing that was different was his legs, which had been specially strengthened. Fong Joe leapt up with all his might, aiming at the head in mid-air, suddenly remembering his elementary school soccer training under the guidance of his physical education teacher. He flew up to shoot a kick in the air. With the muffled sound of impact, the stale old man from hundreds of years ago drew a beautiful arc in mid-air, swept past number 201, and then landed in the open space diagonally in front of Watson. Watson took advantage of the gap between the two passes to receive the ball, finally understood what Fong Joe did, and inwardly spat out a sentence, "This is too unethical." After that, he rushed to the head in 3 steps and 2 steps, and lifted his leg and kicked again like Fong Joe did. Thud! Mother number 201's head transformed into a perfectly shaped and leathery kick-resistant soccer ball, constantly passing back and forth between Watson and Fong Joe. Although number 201 had accidentally awakened some of his sanity during the evolutionary process and possessed a certain level of thinking ability, when the content of that outrageous children's song "Your Mother's Head is Like a Leather Ball," a kick to a department store, came true. His few thinking abilities were burned to ashes by the roaring fire of anger. Like a wild dog chasing a bird in the sky, it ran for its life between the two men, furiously killing Fong Joe at one time, and then turning its head toward Watson to charge. But without exception, every time the two men passed and received the ball, they would quickly launch the ball again. The ball will be passed to the other party again. Of course, Fong Joe and Watson are not professional soccer players. The level of kicking the ball is not enough. Occasionally there will still be the case of kicking the ball crooked. But it doesn't matter, because the head belongs to the dead things. So whenever the two kicked the ball crookedly, number 201 tearfully finally retrieved his mother's head. Fong Joe would once again activate the sense of touch, grab the head that number 201 had managed to snatch back into his own hands, and then kicked it out again. Charlotte saw this scene through the aiming magnifier of the sniper rifle, and the always thinking outside the box was a bit taut, the corners of his mouth tugging, his head full of the same sentence. Lack of virtue match, officially kicking off as of today. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Number 201 in 3 consecutive times by Fong Joe grabbed ball success. The anger invaded the reason finally awakened. He finally realized that if he didn't solve Fong Joe, he would never be able to get rid of the embarrassment of losing his own mother by carelessness. Therefore, after Fong Joe kicked his head out, number 201 stood still for a moment, and then rushed towards Fong Joe with scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent. The decapitating sword in his hand carried a bloodthirsty ferocity, and once again swung a terrifying decapitation that was far beyond the speed of sound. Holy! Fong Joe couldn't see the action of number 201's knife after he was close to his body at all. He only felt that a flash in front of his eyes. The long knife that was stained with blood had already chopped on the matrix shield. The surface of the stance instantly blossomed into dozens of fissures, and at the same time the horizontal impact wrapped around Fong Joe's body, smashing his entire body out, bouncing on the ground for 3 times before he could barely come to a stop. Number 201 was just about to give chase when Charlotte's cracking bomb hit its calf with precision, briefly destroying its mobility. Well done! Fong Joe couldn't help but give Charlotte a nod of approval, and immediately afterward, feeling that it should be about time, he tilted his head and shouted, "Liya, have you girl taken care of it yet?" The blonde magician ghost reappeared on the large LED billboard, and she gave Fong Joe outside the screen a thumbs up. Done and done! The magic array can be activated at any time. My magic array is a complete confinement restraint. Even flesh regeneration can be stopped. As long as it is led over to trigger the magic array, it will die for sure. Hey, words really thanks to you can think of this kind of bad taste. Let's go back and talk about the rest. Fong Joe hurriedly interrupted Liya's chatter and quickly climbed up from the ground, turning back to confirm the location of number 201 and the matrix shield on his body, and finally rushed towards the direction where the magic formation was in an arrow step. Watson naturally also heard Liya's reply, and with his head in his hand, he also started to run furiously in the direction of the magic array. The two of them reached an open area deep in the mall one after the other, where the modern material version of the Founder's magic array that Liya had set up in advance was located. And shortly after they arrived at the edge of the magic formation, the effects of the cracking bomb on number 201 faded and regained its mobility, after which it rushed over without stopping. Watson twisted his head to look at Fong Joe. What now? Fong Joe replied with a very decisive, I don't know. Ah! Watson was filled with confusion. At this juncture you're telling me you don't know? I only thought of how to stall for time, but didn't think of a follow-up. Fong Joe quickly replied with a sentence, then saw the bearish killing intent aimed at him in number 201's eyes. Shall I be the bait? He felt that he was quite resistant to killing. There was nothing wrong with being human bait. No way. Watson did not know Fong Joe's secret of being able to death retrace. One hand stopped in front of Fong Joe. The matrix shield on your body will last for 1 more slash at most. It's too dangerous to let you be the bait. Fong Joe said seriously. It has its eyes on me now, and you'll have to be responsible for making the final move, trust me. I have a wealth of experience in going against him. Watson looked at Fong Joe fixedly, and after a moment of silence, he still handed him the head in his hand. Fong Joe took the head and weighed it twice in his hand, thoughts streaking rapidly through his mind, and finally his eyes sank as if he had settled on some sort of plan. That was another classless, unethical, and could even be said to be somewhat despicable tactic. But things had come to this. Fong Joe could only do this. Watson could see that Fong Joe had another idea and asked, What do you want to do? In short, I will find a way to lure it inside the magic formation, and wait until it is completely trapped before you make your move. As Fong Joe said that, he pressed his right hand on the communicator and said to Charlotte, Old Foo, just pretend you didn't hear what I said next. Is that okay? First of all, my ing last name is Xia. Charlotte frowned. Secondly, what do you mean by that? I didn't get it. Just pretend you didn't hear it anyway. Fong Joe paused for a moment, and just as he was about to add clarification, The ghostly figure that was soaked to the bone flashed in front of him once again. Just as Fong Joe was mentally prepared to be sent flying, Number 201 unexpectedly turned his blade and instead slashed the Watson in front of Fong Joe. Fong Joe was shocked. He was 100% sure that number 201 had not accidentally struck Watson, but had been heading towards Watson from the very beginning. It seemed to know that Fong Joe and the others were laying out some sort of plan, and that the ultimate goal of the plan was to chop off his head, and it was only after he understood this fact that he made the move to slice Watson away. How long had it only been, and number 201's intelligence had grown once again. This was the fourth time Watson had been smashed out of the room tonight, and this time it was his turn to bounce on the ground several times like a leather ball, and in the end, his entire body was slammed into the wall, and the high-frequency vibrating blade in his hand fell to his feet as a result. Number 201 had just sent Watson flying with his front foot, and then swung his arm around, causing the chopper to make a semicircle, and at the end of the semicircle's trajectory was Fong Joe, who was too late to make an evasive maneuver. Dang! Fong Joe only felt the sky spinning and the ground spinning. At the same time, the sound similar to glass shattering rang in his ears. The Matrix stance shield was unable to withstand more damage instead, and instantly turned into scattered energy debris that dissipated with the wind and waves. Fong Joe rolled 5 or 6 times on the ground, and at the last moment threw the head in his hand out with force, landing precisely inside Liya's magic formation. However, number 201 was determined to kill Fong Joe, not caring where the head was, and could only accommodate Fong Joe's collapsed figure in his vicious gaze, until he heard Fong Joe say something like this: "Old Fu, shoot at that head." The words just fell. Number 201's movements instantly froze, followed by the killing intent in his pupils disappearing, replaced by endless panic. There was no longer Fong Joe in his eyes, but instead, he turned around with the fastest speed to date, pouncing on the head in the magic formation and embracing it tightly into his arms. The gunshot, however, did not ring out, because Charlotte remembered very clearly. Fong Joe told him to pretend he hadn't heard what he said. Fong Joe calmly watched number 201's actions, and a trace of pity briefly rose in his heart, but he shouted out that name anyway. "Liya, it's your turn. I'm coming." With a rousing response from Liya, the entire mall suddenly shook violently. Neon-colored lamps emitted a piercing buzz. The tips of metal pipes erupted with blue-white arcs of electricity, and flowing flashes of light streaked everywhere between the 1st and 6th floors as the sound of electrical currents crackled and fidgeted. This magic array constructed from modern materials was filled with silver-white electricity, and the instant the mysterious spell was activated, the numbers on the electronic signs in front of each store all changed into complex ancient magical runes, and a mingled temporal and spatial force rose up from within the magic array, transforming into dozens of dark purple translucent chains that reached out to number 201's limbs and bones. When number 201 was completely trapped and locked by these chains, the power of the entire shopping mall was also completely drained, and then a moment later, under the activation of the backup power supply, the surroundings were shrouded in a dark red shimmering light. In the dim light, number 201 was kneeling motionless on the ground, clutching her mother's head tightly in her arms. Invisible forces were binding his flesh, the magic from the other world trapping it in place like a time suspension in a way far more marvelous than gravity. Fong Joe raised his head, glanced at Watson, who had been smashed into the wall and was trying hard to pull himself out, sighed somewhat helplessly, and once again, he lightly unleashed his touch against dead things. The high-frequency vibrating knife-emitting particle effects was grabbed into Fong Joe's hand. Carrying the knife, he walked to the side of number 201, looked at this rainy night executioner who was once almost unbeatable in his eyes with a complicated expression, and chanted in a low voice, "The wind and water have turned, you say?" Chapter 54, The Morning is Light Blue. Fong Joe himself did not expect that he would actually take up the job of an executioner one day, and that this would probably be the first and last time he would play the role of an executioner to behead someone. What was even more unexpected to Fong Joe was that his only executioner was actually this rainy night executioner who had chopped off his own head twice. All of this really fulfills the saying, "Now we attack and defense change shape." Liya. Fong Joe gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands and raised the high-frequency vibrating blade above his head. "How long does your magic last?" When he inquired this question, the blonde electronic magician did not appear on the billboard. Instead, a sweeper robot, the kind that came with the mall, was silently drilled out of an extremely dark corner. Liya moved into the sweeping robot right after the mall's circuits had been drained, skillfully completing the matching of the intelligent voice system and giving her answer at the moment. 30 seconds. The sweeping robot all-new version said in a slightly rough and muffled voice, You have 30 seconds to be able to handle him. How is that enough? Yeah, it's enough anyways. Fong Joe inwardly sighed in relief when he heard Liya's reply, turning his head and unable to resist digressing. Wait, why are you looking like that again? Liya didn't reply mainly because she was embarrassed to say that she was gradually getting used to this look, and the more she used it, the more comfortable it became. Seeing this, Fong Joe could probably even guess what Liya was thinking, but this time he didn't bother to poke at this little bit of pride of hers. He looked at the side of number 201 and saw that it was hanging its head, clinging hard to the head of its mother in its arms. He didn't know whether it was Fong Joe's illusion or not, but he even saw 2 drops of blood tears in the corner of number 201's eyes. Fong Joe's mind flashed up number 201's documents. He was actually quite able to understand number 201, or Su-san as a person. Even though they weren't even from the same era, Fong Joe wasn't completely unable to imagine that kind of feeling when he knew that his entire family was going to be sent to the execution platform and he was the executioner responsible for beheading his entire family. If he had attempted to redress the family's grievances at that time, although he certainly couldn't make any waves with the size of a small executioner, and might even be sent to the execution ground himself, he would at least be able to die with his parents and be reunited in the netherworld. But Su-san chose to remain silent and walked to the execution ground, which in Fong Joe's opinion couldn't be said to be a right or wrong choice, but it was definitely a choice that Su-san would regret for the rest of his life. It was no wonder that every time number 201 killed a person, he branded a pitch-black sin character on himself. Su-san's heart feared that he greatly regretted that he had not chosen to die on the execution ground with his parents and relatives at that time. And after beheading his parents, who were his flesh and blood relatives, Su-san's heart completely collapsed and was consumed by his sinful karma before he ended up in his current state. Of course, being understandable didn't mean it could be forgiven. Fong Joe's mind recalled Zhou Xiong next door, Sister Wang, a group of neighbors downstairs, and himself who had died twice in a row. As long as this abnormal individual in front of him was still the number 201 who had killed countless people, there was no reason for him to be forgiven. Now it was time for Su-san to be judged for his sins. The executioner who had done so much evil was finally sent to the execution ground to be judged by the blade here. Fong Joe held his breath, aiming at the neck of number 201. His arms gripping the hilt of the blade suddenly fired and slashed downward. The high-frequency vibration particles sliced through the skin, cutting through the flesh and blood, and in a plopping sound, the high-frequency vibration blade in Fong Joe's hand managed to penetrated 1 centimeter deeper downwards. Fong Joe, ? Liya, ? Charlotte, who was packing her equipment on the roof and preparing to go downstairs to buy breakfast to celebrate. Number 201's torso trembled slightly twice, and black blood oozed out from the wound. Since Liya's magic array possessed a control effect that approximated spatial and temporal stasis, the sticky black blood that made up number 201's torso couldn't even coalesce into a bud of flesh to repair the wounds, which made Fong Joe's attack cause solid real damage. But this amount of damage was also too low. Liya couldn't help but shout from the side, "Did you use any force? Why did you only cut in so little?" "I used a lot of force. I used all my strength." Fong Joe held the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised it high again, storing up all his strength to slash downward. Black blood once again splashed outwards, and the high-frequency vibrating blade in Fong Joe's hands once again managed to penetrate 0.5 centimeters deeper. Fong Joe stared blankly at the wound that had seen no bone even after 2 consecutive slashes. "There are still 20 seconds left," Liya reminded from the side. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched as he once again raised his hand and slashed a 3rd time at the back of his neck cleft that he had slashed. 4th slash, 5th slash, 6th slash. Fong Joe chopped out 12 knives in a row, finally cutting off the cervical vertebrae of number 201. Number 201's head began to sag, but the blood and flesh was still connected to the front neck with a thick layer of blood and flesh skin. Fong Joe gasped and his hands were shaking a little. The errand of beheading was much harder than he had imagined. Liya continued to remind the countdown from the sidelines. 10 seconds. Fong Joe listened and felt that he had caught the knack of beheading. He began to learn to use the strength of his waist and hips when he wielded the blade, trying not to rely on his arm muscles alone, and slowly adding his own body weight into the chopping action. The 13th blade, the 14th blade, the 15th chop. When the 16th knife end, number 201's head and neck finally only a layer of skin, with the lotus root broken like still sticking. At this time, number 201's head was completely hanging down, A pair of eyes filled with grudges staring at Fong Joe, if the eyes can curse. Fong Joe believed that he had just seen the world's most stirring section of birds and flowers. Fong Joe was a little creeped out by the stare, took a deep breath, raised his arm again and set up the 17th blade. The hand rose and the knife fell. With a muffled thud, number 201's head was finally chopped off. A few seconds later, Liya's magic array effect ended, and number 201's stiff body slowly lost all its strength and became limp. His mother's head fell off in his arms, and his father's one also rolled to the ground as it lost its neck hold. Eventually, the father's head was on the left, the mother's head was on the right, and number 201's head rolled down twice and came to rest right in the middle of them. Fong Joe's gaze went to the headless body of number 201, thinking that the feud between them had finally come to an end on this night. His body was no longer crushed into tiny fragments like before, but slowly turned pale in color. The treacherous black water faded away like an ebbing tide, and his body slowly turned into normal flesh and blood before rotting and stinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and ultimately dissolving quickly, leaving behind only a headless white bone. Fong Joe inquired towards Liya. "How is it?" "It's dead." Liya spoke softly. "The elements that made up it are disappearing, and its existence itself is also disappearing." Hearing Liya speak, Fong Joe instantly sat paralyzed like a deflated ball. He tossed the high-frequency vibration blade aside and sat on the ground, panting heavily, then looked at the three heads in front of him and smiled. "Now they're a whole family." "That's not true." Liya's voice also carried a few moments of relief from the aftermath. "This night has given me a... Cool is quite cool, but tired is also really tired." Fong Joe glanced at her. "Did you do anything else other than inspiring the magic array at the end?" "Holy!" Liya was so anxious that she hit Fong Joe's thigh with her head. "You, who don't understand magic, don't even know the gold content of this magic formation. Let's see. Do you have a problem with me, the one with the most credit? Wasn't I the one who made heavenly achievements tonight? Without me, you'd all be waiting for a break. Yes, 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 you make heavenly merit." Fong Joe was now facing Liya's boastful mainstay of obedience. He grabbed Liya by the hand and was about to play with Liya's hairbrush to relieve the pressure when he turned his head and noticed a bizarre image. As number 201 passed away, the two heads belonging to number 201's parents began to dissipate with the wind and decay into normal skulls. Only the head of number 201 was different. He saw number 201's head suddenly grow a tiny green tender grass, looking similar to the village chief of a certain children's cartoon, and this tender grass was still growing rapidly with the passage of time. But in just a few seconds, a sapling nearly a meter high appeared in front of Fong Joe. Fong Joe was startled and immediately climbed up from the ground, leading Liya back 2 meters. However, the bizarre image quickly reappeared. The sapling was rooted inside number 201's head, and at the moment, as if it was absorbing its nutrients, it flew and sucked number 201's head dry. Number 201's facial blood and muscles and bones turned into tiny powder in the blink of an eye, all of it being absorbed by this bizarre sapling. At the same time, a pitch-black fruit grew rapidly at the end of one of the branches. Fong Joe stared at this strange fruit, and an unusual sensory shock suddenly poured from the top of his head straight into his ceiling. He swore that this fruit was definitely not a part of number 201. No. Rather, it was the other way around. Number 201 was more like a part of it. What exactly is it? Before Fong Joe could think or make a move, the black fruit suddenly flipped outward, exposing its bright red inner part, like a blooming flower on the other side of the river, while at the core of the stamen grew an eyeball. Its scarlet eye rotated madly, and again looked towards Fong Joe in the next instant. Fong Joe also looked towards it and stared wide-eyed with it. After a few seconds, the eyeball seemed to have seen something. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of its gaze, and then it trembled violently, and without warning, it exploded into a string of blood flowers that dissipated into the wind, and the sapling, which exuded a strange aura all over its body, also withered in a few breaths, and eventually disappeared into a sandy dust-like powder. Fong Joe and Liya stared at this scene in a daze. What was that thing just now? Fong Joe was confused. I don't know. Liya was equally dumbfounded. I only saw you ugly it to death. Fong Joe threw Liya a blank stare, kind of wanting to retort but realizing that he couldn't seem to do so. After all, this thing did die after glaring at Fong Joe. He didn't want to come up with a reason, so he had to inform Charlotte and Watson through the communicator about the footage of what had just happened, thinking that this pair of knowledgeable sleuth duo would surely know what that sapling was just now. As a result, I didn't expect that Watson and Charlotte on the other end of the communicator would answer, I don't know. Since everyone didn't have a clue, Fong Joe also didn't go deeper into the matter, but just silently kept this matter in his mind, and took Liya to join Watson, who had finally extracted himself from the wall. Confirmation to the otherworldly indicator stops changing. The ash-covered Watson confirmed the numbers on his watch, sighed wearily, tried to squeeze out a smile, and formally announced, "The processing operation for number 201 is officially over. Everyone has worked hard." Fong Joe mumbled a low, "It's finally over," and looked around curiously. "Say, where's old Fu?" "Here." Far away from the entrance of Wuyue Plaza, an alien agent wearing a brown coat and short messy hair was waving at Fong Joe and the others, carrying 3 plastic bags in his hand. Fong Joe and Watson glanced at each other, guessing what was inside, and quickly walked out of this messy Sycamore Plaza. It was only when they left the entrance gate that they realized that the sky outside was already slightly light. The newborn sun, with a few strands of sticky night color, sprinkled a shallow layer of soft light. The whole city looked like it was covered in a layer of light greenish-blue mist, misty, as if it had not yet woken up. Charlotte handed the 2 men the breakfast she had just bought from the streets of a faraway place: 2 meat buns and a pancake for Fong Joe, 2 bean paste buns and a cup of sweet soybean milk for Watson, and bought a sausage handcake for herself. Charlotte finished handing over the breakfast and sat down on her, but on the stone pier by the street while confirming again, "Is it really all done?" "Done," Fong Joe said, pointing suspiciously at the wound on Charlotte's face. "Didn't you not fight 201 head-on? When did you get injured?" Charlotte touched the injury on her forehead. The corner of her mouth twitched. "I didn't pay attention to my legs when I came downstairs after recovering my equipment, and an accidental fall. Asked you about everything, really. You see, he is this virtue." Watson laughed, took out a bean paste bun and nibbled on it, naturally sitting on the stone pier next to Charlotte. Seeing the movements of the two, Fong Joe felt that it was time for him to find a place to rest. So he picked the stone pier on the other side of Charlotte and sat down, then put Liya on the stone pier beside himself, and finally kept his balance after a few tries. In the thin morning sunlight, a magic sweeping robot, a seemingly inhuman abnormal being, and a pair of grizzled xenomorphic agents, the 3 of them were sitting so neatly on the stone pier eating breakfast and watching the sunrise, living like a couple of street skaters who had stayed up all night. A cool breeze blew past Fong Joe, curling up his dirty clothes and messing up his hair. Fong Joe, however, comfortably squinted his eyes, gazing into the direction of the distant sunrise, then picked up the meat bun in his hand and took a hard bite. It smells really good." Chapter 55, First Meeting. Fong Joe finished nibbling on his breakfast and sat on the stone pier by the roadside, looking at the sun rising in the distance, suddenly having a dreamlike feeling. Obviously, a few days ago he was living a life that was crushed by his mortgage, squeezed by his company, and pressurized by his bank card balance, but as a result, within a few days of turning his head, his life had changed drastically. As for whether it had gotten better or worse, Fong Joe couldn't draw a conclusion yet. At least now, life seems to be slowly getting better, Fong Joe thought, and on a sudden whim, he took the sweeping robot on the stone pier next to him into his arms and rubbed it vigorously. Liya's furtive shout came out at once. "No, Fong Joe, what are you doing? Are you having a seizure?" "Nothing, just rubbing for fun." Fong Joe grinned, picked up Liya and got up from the stone pier, turning his head and preparing to say goodbye to the pair of sleuth duo. "So what? There's nothing to do, we'll go back first. What about you guys?" "We're going back to the precinct later." Watson finished his soy milk and tossed his empty cup into the trash can next to him. "The processing report for number 201 has to be submitted today, as well as the last sapling and fruit you saw. That was most likely a short-lived manifestation of some kind of anomaly, and that has to be reported as well. So we'll have to work overtime after that." Charlotte shook the dust on her clothes, her face full of unwillingness. This time, the report should be at least 4,000 to 5,000 words written in a voluminous manner. The use and consumption of ordnance also have to fill out several form sheets or else we won't be reimbursed. I reckon you go back to sleep now. When you wake up from your sleep, we haven't even finished half of the report." Fong Joe blinked, thinking that the authorities' agents are really civil and military, and quite resistant to manufacturing. Think about it, Watson and Charlotte slept less than Fong Joe, almost busy messing around for almost 24 hours without closing their eyes, and so on and so forth, and even have to work overtime to write the report. Thinking about this, Fong Joe suddenly recalled the Blessed Gods Temple mentioned by Liya, and one of the features of that place seemed to be frequent overtime work. So these transcendental phenomenon management organizations were essentially no different from normal companies. It's just that one of them catches ordinary cows and horses working overtime, while the other one catches transcendental cows and horses working overtime. Fong Joe held Liya with one hand and took out his cell phone to prepare to call a car. Then I'll take a taxi home first. What about you guys? How will you go back? We'll go back some other way. Charlotte looked up into the distance. Should be almost there. What's almost there? Fong Joe was puzzled. Here. Charlotte pointed to the sky. That's it. Fong Joe froze and looked up to see a dark shadow appear in the misty sky, zooming in and approaching his location at a speed visible to the naked eye. The roar of the propellers pierced through the clouds. Fong Joe's eardrums began to swell as the sound waves approached. The leaves of the trees in the open space outside the plaza trembled as they were swept up by the wind, and a large military helicopter covered in a pitch-black armored casing slowly landed in front of him. The moment the landing gear touched the ground, Fong Joe felt that the open space of the square trembled violently for 2 seconds, and pieces of floor tiles were almost shattered, and then the hatch was pulled open with force from the inside, and under the high-speed rotating propellers, a number of soldiers wearing complete equipment were the first to step out, and slowly moving out from behind them was a large shark with a blue-white body, spindle body shape, and wearing a monocle. Fong Joe thought that after experiencing the incident of number 201, it would be hard for him to be shocked by those outrageous abnormal images, until he saw a sea creature swimming out of the cabin of a large helicopter. Shark. Helicopter. How can these two words be connected? Chief. When Charlotte and Watson saw the shark, they immediately jumped down from the stone pier and gave a standard military salute. Fong Joe watched the two men's respectful movements in surprise, instantly realizing that the shark in front of him was the subdivision chief that Watson had mentioned earlier. It had once been a numbered anomaly as well, but due to its reformation and good performance, it had not only managed to be converted into a member of the authority, but even became the subdivision chief of the subdivision that the two divine detective duo were in. He quickly built up respect for this shark in his heart, and reason told him to curb his attitude in front of the sub-district director later and stare less at others. But his inner exuberant curiosity still made Fong Joe unable to resist secretly measuring up this marvelous shark that was able to swim around on land. How on earth did it breathe on land with gills? The shark branch chief calmly plopped down on the ground, his voice slatternly but not imposing. I see that the heterodyne indicator with number 201 has disappeared. Congratulations. You guys, you've worked hard on this operation. Charlotte smiled at the sub-commissioner. It's okay. It wasn't very hard. If I can turn around and grant a 7-day mini-vacation, that would be the best. No problem. Sub-Commissioner Shark spoke indifferently. I'll give you approval when you finish writing your report. After saying these words, Sub-Director Shark turned his head. The pupils of his eyes that revealed some light looked at Fong Joe through the monocle. Fong Joe was still immersed in this marvelous contact experience at this time. His mind was now filled with thoughts of how this shark spoke complex human language. Seemingly sensing Fong Joe's thoughts, the sub-commissioner cleared his throat and took the initiative to open up the topic. You are Fong Joe, right? The dependent body of number 201, and at the same time, the first individual to successfully master the abilities of number 137 since the authorities' records began. Fong Joe finally came back to his senses, his expression a little embarrassed. Actually, I haven't fully mastered it yet. There's still not a small amount of force shake when I use it now. Branch Shark was silent for a moment, and his gaze turned to the sweeping robot Fong Joe was holding in his arms. It seemed to have discovered something. The bottom of its eyes gradually showed confusion and hesitation. After a few seconds of contemplation, it said softly in an incredulous tone, "It turns out to be true, that this massive machinery actually really hides a living soul, not born from the machinery, but tangibly fused with the mechanical. You can see me?" The indicator light of the sweeping robot instantly lit up, and Liya looked at the shark with great surprise. I just kept quiet. I thought you couldn't spot me? How did you see it? Simple but efficient psychic vision. A brilliant light flashed through the monocle of the shark's division chief. It smiled and said kindly, just as the report said, you guys are really a pair of confusing duo. Even we never thought that one day we would come into contact with abnormal individuals like you. Liya muttered in a small voice. I also never thought that a shark would wear a monocle and pose with us in front of a helicopter. Fong Joe slapped Liya hard, then hit her behind his back and looked up to explain to the sub-commissioner. She's just a broken mouth. She didn't mean any offense with that comment just now. She just simply likes to pussyfoot around. That's okay. Sub-Commander Shark was generous in this regard. I know that my appearance will arouse your curiosity. It's normal and I've long gotten used to it. There's no need for you to worry too much. See, I told you. Liya's voice sounded from behind Fong Joe. It knows itself how outrageous it is. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched. Can't you say less? He turned around and saw that the shark branch chief was still smiling faintly, actually not necessarily. Anyway, it just grinned its mouth open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, looking like it was smiling, but at the same time it also looked like it was ready to bite someone to pieces. Looking at the face and acting on it was not a good idea in front of it. In front of it, it doesn't work at all. Okay. After another moment, the sub-commissioner spoke faintly, seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was fine up to this point, and cut to the chase. Mr. Fong Joe, Miss Liya, although it's a bit sudden to say this, but if you don't mind, would you like to come to the authority to sit down for a while now? Now? Fong Joe was instantly stunned. Liya's body is done? He had previously said that he wanted the authority to help mold a body for Liya. Could it be that, in just 1 day's work, the authority had finished? Not yet. The branch chief shook his head. But the initial version of the body is already 80% complete, so it's fine if you guys want to come and supervise it. And this time, the main reason for inviting you guys to come to the authority is to make some additions to the content related to number 201, of course. And the face space ability on you regarding number 137, we also hope to know more details from you. Fong Joe raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. The tone and attitude of the shark sub-commander was very sincere, completely devoid of the pride of being high above and the majesty of mandatory orders. It was almost talking to Fong Joe in a consultative tone. What surprised Fong Joe even more was that the shark sub-commissioner didn't use the 201 incident as a shield to trick Fong Joe into going to the authority by saying making a statement or something like that, but instead, he bluntly stated his request to know the details of the phase space. This bluntness and frankness, as well as the kind tone, were all without exception indicating the position of the authority. Fong Joe was silent for a moment and turned his head to look at Charlotte and Watson. If Fong Joe still had some doubts about the two before, after the incident of number 201, Fong Joe felt that he was almost able to trust Charlotte and the others. It's not very convenient today. Having said that, Fong Joe still didn't agree to the invitation of the shark sub-commissioner. I need to rest right now, and I still need to spend some time to straighten up my mood, so I can't go back with you. That's fine. Branch Chief Shark was not surprised by this and turned his head to pass a look to the soldier next to him. The soldier understood and then took out a business card and handed it to Fong Joe. There was a phone number written on the business card, as well as an address. Fong Joe recognized the place, a hotel in the city that had been open for some years. This is. Fong Joe frowned. The through address of the authority's management branch in the 3rd region. The branch chief said this while his tail flicked up and jumped back into the helicopter's cabin amidst the splash of water from thin air. Turning back to Fong Joe. Whenever you want to come to the authority for a visit, just call the number above and go to the front desk of this hotel. And after that someone will take you to find your way to the authority, and you are always welcome anytime, anywhere. As they spoke, Watson and Charlotte also walked into the cabin, and after saying see you some other time to Fong Joe, they said their goodbyes. The door of the helicopter closed. In the next instant, a layer of rainbow-colored ripples rippled across the surface of the helicopter shell, and the armor of this large helicopter gradually merged with the surrounding scenery. And in less than 3 seconds, such an eye-catching and conspicuous mechanical beast disappeared out of thin air in front of Fong Joe. After that, Fong Joe couldn't even hear the sound of the propeller, and only saw that the floor tiles of the square were suddenly pried by something, and the leaves of the nearby trees moved without wind, and then everything returned to calm. Fong Joe stared blankly at the open space in front of him, and then reacted violently. They're gone. They left a while ago. Liya said slowly and leisurely. It's probably some kind of information shielding technology. You've seen the black technology of the authority. This is too sci-fi. Fong Joe muttered in a small voice, remembering Charlotte's cracking bomb, followed by Watson's holy water enchanted fist gloves, and instantly fell into deep thought. No, are they considered sci-fi or magic? Why do I feel like they're all dipped? I don't know, they're both pretty fantasy. Anyway, Liya replied casually, not interested in these categorization concepts. Then what are we going to do now? What else? I'll go back to sleep, you go back to charge. Fong Joe said, pulling out his cell phone and starting to call a car. Liya let out an oh sound, and her small mouth problem appeared again. Then when are you going to go to the authority? We have to go sometime, right? The new body they customized for me is still inside. Hearing Liya's question, Fong Joe looked down at the business card in his hand. Tomorrow. Fong Joe hesitated for a moment, organizing his thoughts before speaking. Tomorrow, we'll go together to see what's going on. Chapter 56. Contact again. After bidding farewell to the Divine Detective Combination and the Shark Sub-Commissioner, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning when Fong Joe took a taxi home. He pulled the curtains shut to create as much darkness as possible, then lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep within a few seconds. Now not only did he not need to worry about the loan issue, even the number 201 that had bothered him the most in recent days had been completely eradicated, and his entire being was in a state of nothingness. Perhaps it was the protective mechanism of the brain that came into play, judging that Fong Joe could recklessly use sleep to replenish his physical strength, so he simply let him have a good night's sleep. As a result, Fong Joe froze on the sofa and slept for a day and a night. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The fatigue was all dissolved by the 24 hours or so of extra long sleep. When he sat up from the sofa, an unprecedented freshness filled his whole body from head to toe. Fong Joe felt that this was probably the most refreshing sleep he had ever had in his life. Seeing that Fong Joe had moved, the blonde magician in the TV set immediately turned her head. "You're finally awake. After sleeping for so long I thought that you died in the middle of the night while I wasn't paying attention. I guess it's because the accumulated fatigue exploded all at once. But I slept quite well," Fong Joe casually said, then subconsciously glanced back. Behind him was a grayish-white wall, which was covered with cracks from the last time the touch had gone berserk. Other than that, there was nothing. Fong Joe touched his neck, remembering the battle of wits and courage he had with number 201 in the past few days, and then thinking that the decapitated ghost wouldn't appear from now on. He actually felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Fong Joe scratched his head, feeling that he might need to take some time to ease himself out of number 201's shadow, and then looked at the picture on the television. With a cursory glance, he could see that it seemed to be some kind of anime about otherworldly travel, with the protagonist being a dragon Aotion who had a special plug-in and was leading a group of beautiful girls with fancy hair colors and more revealing clothing than any other in a battle against an evil organization. Upon further inspection, it was already on its 11th episode. "You like watching this?" Fong Joe looked at Liya unexpectedly. "It's okay. Not particularly enjoyable, but I find it quite interesting." Liya sat on her cyber bench, happily looking at the toilet paper-level animation in front of her. "This is all the crystallization of your modern civilization's imagination of our world. Although it looks messy, there are some places that really happen to match up." Great, it was time for Fong Joe's favorite part of Liya's hometown short story. He looked at Liya curiously. "What specific places can match up? For example, we do have this kind of cult heresy organization there. They don't do anything on weekdays. They spend their whole day tinkering with how to make a big news. I've attended a few heresy trials. It's the same as what's being played out in here, those heretics, not to mention the fact that they're really loud when they're having a fit of the giggles." Liya pointed at the villainous organizations that were meeting in a circle in some dark environment in the TV set. "But it's not quite true here. As far as I know, those heretic organizations' lairs usually don't look like this." Fong Joe frowned. This touched his cognitive blind spot. "Then where do they usually meet?" Liya spread her hands. "Usually it's in the suburban mansion of so-and-so's counselor, or an opulent chartered hotel, or they simply plop down an entire town to hide their identities. Anyway, it's certainly not in some blacklit church dressed in the dark around a big black table whispering and pushing dark organization means they act dark. Not that they can't be bothered to turn on the lights." Fong Joe blinked, feeling more and more that there was a not insignificant difference between reality and his otherworldly fantasy. Liya's words were not finished. The TV screen cut back to the main character group, so Liya pointed to the main character with a great face and said, "We also have a similar brave existence, but generally we call them Divine Child. According to the blessing of the Temple of God's gang of Old Deng's words, the Divine Child is the collision of the elemental composition of the elements of all things under the birth of a special individual by chance, individual ability to thieves' law outrageous." Fong Joe remembered the commonality between the blessing-giving shrine and the authority, and tried to compare and substitute. Equivalent to those numbered anomalies at the top of the authority's rankings? Pretty much. Liya cocked her head and thought for 2 seconds. "I guess it's on the same level as what number 005 and number 006? Fong Joe was originally still listening to it as fun, but now his face suddenly froze. They yesterday morning 3 people and a machine exhausted, thrilling haunted all night, finally rely on draining a whole shopping mall of electricity to trap number 201 and complete the kill. A numbered anomaly ranked outside of 200 is so difficult to deal with. Then how outrageous must number 005 and number 006 be? As for number 001, Fong Joe felt that even if he drained his imagination, he probably wouldn't be able to figure out what the hell that would be. Fong Joe shook his head. temporarily not to think about these things that will make people creepy goosebumps wind up, got up and went to the bathroom to wash up first, then walked into the kitchen. What are you doing? Liya paused her animation and glanced obliquely toward the kitchen. Just fixing something to eat. I'm starving now after sleeping all day. What about after we eat? Liya's voice became a little more excited as she instantly bolted out of the TV and back into the body of the sweeper robot she'd gotten from the mall yesterday, expertly making several turns in a row and rushing into the kitchen. What are you going to do after you eat? Don't tell me it's to go downstairs to walk around or go to an online interview to find a job. We said we have something to do today. How could Fong Joe not see Liya's mind? Tearing open the packet of instant noodle seasoning while glancing at her quickly. Going to the authority, right? I'm remembering it. You're that anxious to see your new body. Wanna? The sweeper robot was so excited that she was on the verge of jumping up. I can't sleep thinking about it. That's a body built by the authority. With their technology, this new body of mine could have a cannon in my left hand and laser light in my right, a fire lift with my feet, and dozens of auto-tracking missiles popping out of my back with a stretch of my shoulders. You think you're Iron Man? Fong Joe interrupted Liya's fantasy time. In your current state, you're more like Jarvis. Jarvis? Liya didn't react for a moment. It's that intelligent AI butler in the Iron Man mech. Fong 9UING. One person and one machine messed around in the kitchen room for a few more minutes until Fong Joe's soaked noodles were cooked. Then he slipped into the living room towards the sofa and started shivering them. Liya, presumably in a good mood today, didn't continue to pursue Fong Joe and Fong Joe his grandpa, but instead put on an appearance of being ready to go at any time and patiently waited beside Fong Joe for him to finish eating. Seeing the little robot pestle there like a schoolboy looking forward to a spring trip, Fong Joe also can't continue to drag. Quickly shivering finished the noodles and drank 2 mouthfuls of water, grabbed the jacket on the arm of the sofa and draped it over his body. How are you going? Fong Joe shook his cell phone. Want to come in? No need. Liya hemmed and hawed, slowly moving to Fong Joe's feet with the body of a sweeping robot. I'll be fine like this now, just carry me. Fong Joe originally wanted to refuse, after all, who's fine with carrying a sweeping robot outside, but the authority side had already known about Liya's matter. So he thought about it and then felt it didn't matter, so he bent down and picked Liya up, pinned her under his arm, and then dialed the number on the business card. Beep, beep, beep. After about 5 seconds of waiting time, the call was answered. Hello. A soft female voice came from the other end of the phone. Recognizing Fong Joe's number as soon as it came up, may I ask if this is Mr. Fong Joe? Yes. Fong Joe was a little nervous in his heart. I intend to make a trip to the authority now. Okay. The receptionist's voice contained a thick, gentle smile. Do you need us to arrange for someone to meet you on your side? Or do you prefer to move over by your own means? Fong Joe thought to himself that the phrase, moving in his own way, sounded a bit strange, but considered that this receptionist might have often received some abnormal individuals with all sorts of messy abilities, and that was why she had developed this unnatural descriptive habit. I'll just take a taxi there myself, Fong Joe said here and paused. Can you let me go over with Charlotte and Watson if possible? Just a moment, I'll confirm. The receptionist was silent for more than 10 seconds, then gave an answer. Alien agents Charlotte and Watson are in the middle of their work status and are unable to leave their posts for the time being, but we can arrange a specialized receptionist. That's fine too. Fong Joe inwardly mourned 2 seconds for the pair of sleuths who had fallen into the abyss of overtime. Then I'll come over now. Half an hour later, Fong Joe arrived at the designated location on the business card and saw the hotel that was now off the beaten path and decorated with a slightly ancient and dusty atmosphere. He walked out of the car with Liya in his arms and looked around curiously. Slightly different from what was expected, this place, as the through location of the authorities branch, didn't look the least bit highbrow and luxurious or technological. Everywhere in the neighborhood were stores like banks, kiosks, and breakfast stores, and 2 rows of poorly styled street trees were planted beside the road. Withered leaves piled up in front of the entrance, while not far away the sanitation workers are gathered together with a smile to touch the fish gossip. A leisurely and diffident grassroots plastic sense came to the surface. Fong Joe thought for a moment that he had gone to the wrong address, thinking that the building under the authority, if not a famous landmark in the city, should at least get a big, gilded hotel. I'm not going the wrong way here either. Fong Joe repeatedly confirmed the address on the business card and muttered in a low voice. Hugging Liya in his arms tightly, he walked into the hotel through the side revolving door. Once inside the hotel, you are greeted by a faded dark yellow hall. The front desk covered with cracks is located in the depths of the hall, on both sides of the curved staircase leading to the second floor. The handrail's paint was touched to the bald skin, exposing the internal wooden materials, the top of the head of the gorgeous glass chandelier to keep the state of the lights off the entire hotel at a glance. The entire hotel, when viewed from the outside, gave off a feeling of, it looks like it's still there, but it's actually been gone for a long time. Seeing Fong Joe enter, a female receptionist wearing a formal uniform suit immediately got up from the reception desk and came in front of Fong Joe with a smile. "May I ask if it's Mr. Fong Joe and—" The female receptionist looked towards the robot in Fong Joe's arms, and a surprised light flashed in her eyes. "Miss Liya, is it?" "Yes." Fong Joe nodded and couldn't help but survey the surroundings. "This is the branch office of the authority? This is just a transit station." The female receptionist smiled gently and led Fong Joe to the side elevator entrance. "Please follow me." Chapter 57. Heading to the Authority. The elevator entrance of the hotel was filled with an ancient atmosphere. Most of the silver and white paint on the elevator doors had already lost its color. The floor tiles should have been as clean as a mirror, but now it could only reflect Fong Joe's shadow in a blurry manner, and because it was covered with too much dust, Fong Joe could not even see his own face when he looked down. The female receptionist pressed the down button of the deepest elevator, and since the elevator was always on standby, the door opened at once. Fong Joe curiously glanced at the interior of the elevator room, not finding anything of interest, and when he stepped inside the elevator, he noticed that it was even a bit older than a normal elevator room. The walls were half shoveled of their small advertisements. The female receptionist then followed the elevator and pressed the close button, after which she did not press a specific floor, but stood still for a moment. Fong Joe thought it was the receptionist who was dazed and lost in thought, and asked suspiciously, "Hello, please wait." The receptionist did not look back and continued to look at the elevator door with a smile on her face. The eerie silence lasted for about 10 seconds, then a low humming sound came from above Fong Joe's head. Fong Joe vaguely saw a blue light sweeping through the interior of the elevator compartment at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he felt a flowing substance quickly skimming over the surface of his skin, and then a blue light suddenly flickered within his sight, fleeting like a firework. He crinkled his eyes twice with great effort, and when he opened them again, these eerie lights had vanished. A cold mechanical beep came from above his head. Spiritual appraisal has been completed. The next moment, the entire elevator room brightened up. A deep blue light painted the inner walls of the elevator. At the same time, the originally normal floor button numbers began to frantically jump and change. Fong Joe's entire body was startled. "What's the situation?" "The elemental composition of this place is changing at a high speed." Liya's voice also became tense. "It looks very much like a sign of some kind of magic activation. Just now it was a simple spiritual appraisal. You can understand the security check before entering the authority." The female receptionist was not surprised by this, and only gave a friendly reminder. "The next step may be slightly uncomfortable, so please bear with it." As soon as the words left her mouth, she pressed the bottom button. The red number, 1, on the electronic signboard directly above the elevator room, then instantly changed into a string of Chinese. "Transit Station Deep C2. Before Fong Joe could figure out what was happening, a strong sense of weightlessness swept over him. Accompanied by a rumbling roar, the elevator shook violently, while plummeting at an uncontrollable speed. "I'm going." Fong Joe felt that his legs were weak and his center of gravity was off balance. He subconsciously wanted to grab the handrail next to him, but he was still carrying Liya in his arms and couldn't let go, so his whole body shook twice and almost fell on the ground. Fortunately, the horrible weightlessness only lasted for a few seconds before the elevator regained its stability and began to slowly sink at a speed more acceptable to normal people. Fong Joe hugged Liya and stood up again, looking at the female receptionist in confusion. What was that again just now? The obligatory bumps when crossing from the physical plane into the transit station. The female receptionist smiled slightly. The nature of the transit station is a special kind of spatial tunnel that can't be observed with normal means, but the elevator in this hotel can provide a quick, convenient, and easy-to-understand way to help our guests enter the transit station. Fong Joe listened to a half-understanding and could only categorize the elevator as another black technology of the authority, and then found that this female receptionist stood steadily in the center of the elevator until the end, not to mention that her center of gravity had not shifted, and her feet did not even show signs of moving, and the whole person was stuck to the top with 502 strong glue. It was impossible for a normal person to stand so steadily in such a bumpy elevator. Even he, a big man whose legs had been specially strengthened, could not, let alone this female receptionist. Moreover, from the moment he walked into the hotel, Fong Joe had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with the female receptionist. Although her movements, breathing and smile were no different from normal people, the smile in her eyes was too stereotypical and stiff, as if it had been programmed in advance. Considering the level of technology of the authority, a thought inexplicably popped into Fong Joe's head. At the risk of asking, "Are you a living person?" this question sounded a bit shocking. Anyway, Liya was so shocked that her internal current was running at high speed, and the scanning panel numbers right in front of her were soaring wildly, ready to rub a fireball spell to paste the other party's face. The receptionist's eyes widened with some surprise, but the smile in the depths of her gaze remained unchanged. "You see." The female receptionist opened her mouth unhurriedly. "My individual number is C460982, belonging to the authority's 3rd Region's Replicator Servant Force, although my manufacturing and synthesizing process utilizes a number of the authority's classified technologies, and is not made up of purely mechanical components. But in general, it's not impossible for you to call me a mechanical life form. Mechanical life forms is not inaccessible." "You're a robot?" Fong Joe was shocked at his words. The female receptionist tilted her head. "It can be put that way." Fong Joe took a deep breath, inwardly creating a whole new perception of the authority's level of technology. After all, except for the eyes that looked like they had a little bit of inhuman stiffness left in them, there wasn't a single place in the female receptionist's body in front of her that was different from a normal person. The movement of her joints was very flexible, and all kinds of movements were so smooth that they didn't have any stagnation, as if the blood was really flowing underneath her skin, and her breathing could even be heard at a close distance. The authority's ability to mold mechanical life forms was far beyond Fong Joe's imagination. In other words, that new body of Liya's might have a similar degree of anthropomorphism, a Liya that had truly burrowed out of a television set and could breathe, run, jump, eat, and sing in front of herself. Fong Joe imagined that image, and with a burst of excitement, he suddenly felt so noisy. Originally, this girl, Liya, was just wandering around the various appliances in the house, forcing 2 sentences from time to time. If Fong Joe really thought she was annoying, the big deal was to pull the electric switch and force Liya into the cell phone and then mute the phone. But in the future, if Liya becomes a receptionist, then her range of pushability will increase dramatically. She can use chopsticks to knock on the bowl when Fong Joe is eating, and beat the rhythm while pushing. She can also sing in the bathroom while taking a shower and use the lyrics to push. She could even circle around Fong Joe while he was sleeping and pussyfoot around while asking him if he wanted to listen to a bedtime story. Fong Joe's face became more and more ugly. Liya's emotions were getting more and more agitated. "This is too awesome." Liya was shaking in the wind with excitement. "Then do you have any weapons hidden in this body? Some kind of anti-tank cannon, lasers, jetpacks, or something like that?" "I'm just a replica machine servant for reception. I don't have a fire-killing function," the receptionist lady said in a regretful tone. "Although I personally would like to install a fire control module. According to the machine servant agreement, machine servants with at least 15 years of service are qualified to submit an application for the installation of a fire control module." "Wow, it's fine." Liya hemmed and hawed. "I'd be satisfied if I could be like you. How personal is that?" "It's amazing. You are amazing in my eyes too." The receptionist lady finally turned her head, her gaze falling on the sweeper robot, and for the first time an emotion other than laughter appeared in her eyes. Curiosity. "I've never seen a mechanical life form like you before. You're different from every fellow human I've ever known, and you have what seems to me to be a flawless soul. Can I ask you a question that might be a bit presumptuous?" "Liya." "What question?" "Go ahead." The receptionist lady stared at Liya for a long time before speaking. "Is your mother open source or closed source?" "Liya." Question mark. Fong Joe saw a big question mark pop up in front of the little robot scanner. Apparently, Liya was straight up overloaded by the question. Luckily, Liya wasn't the only one facing a dilemma this time. Fong Joe helped Liya with a word of explanation at this point. "She was born by her mom. Her mom is a person." "Nonsense. Whose mom is not a person, nah?" Liya finally reacted at this point. "I'm a person. My mom is also a person. So there's no question of whether my mom is open source or closed source. That said, what the hell kind of question is that? Is that the word you robots use to greet each other's mothers?" "Sorry, I was just curious." The receptionist seemed to realize that she might have asked a somewhat rude question, and silently bowed in apology. "Originally, what I was thinking was that, if your mother is open source, I would like to ask her to share some of her source code with me, for enriching my logical thinking base." Liya originally also wanted to fire with the receptionist for a few sentences, but as a result of a look at the receptionist's attitude of recognizing her mistake, Liya instantly lost her temper. It's okay. It's the first time. Liya would only launch a verbal attack when she was facing the other 9. It's understandable to admit your mistake. Anyway, if you know I'm a human now, it's fine. Yeah. The receptionist frowned. But in my database records, machinery is unable to give birth to an intelligent consciousness comparable to that of a human being, and at the same time, there is no case of human consciousness being able to enter a mechanical body. From my point of view, you're more like a highly intelligent AI with an extreme simulation of a human's thinking and logic base, but just mistakenly installed with human self-awareness. Liya sniffed. What? Wait. Fong Joe realized that the situation was not right and immediately spoke up to stop it. She's different. She's from an alien world and has a different worldview. Your database records don't apply to her. Otherworld. The receptionist lady frowned more tightly. Yes, otherworld. Fong Joe stared at the receptionist lady very seriously, trying to convince her. The kind of outrageous otherworld where all kinds of magic is flying all over the place. There's an upside-down mirror city overhead, and there's an octopus prosthetic planet next door. Your database shouldn't have any of these things, right? The receptionist lady stopped talking. After pondering patiently for some time, she once again bowed to Liya and apologized. I am very sorry. I took the liberty of extrapolating to individuals outside of my database. It was an unforeseen mistake. Please forgive me for my rudeness. It's fine. Liya mumbled in a small voice. I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. The atmosphere inside the elevator inexplicably became a bit awkward. Fortunately, the speed of the elevator's descent slowed down at that moment. With a ding, the elevator finally reached the designated floor. The doors opened, and the light blue light immediately illuminated Fong Joe's eyes. Ghost blue halo flow in the entrance. A long and wide channel similar to the aquarium's undersea tunnel came into view. The moment he stepped into the tunnel, Fong Joe felt as if he was sealed by seawater breathing. The dome in the upper curved perfect arc, reflecting the liquid flow of the light pattern, but all this is not aesthetic, because the light inside the channel is extremely barren. The light Fong Joe saw at the entrance was almost all that was left of the entire passage. The light outside the tunnel was like the depths of the ocean, with only a few beams of light moving slowly, and no living creatures could be seen in the surroundings. The dark ocean was empty, except for the seawater. At the end of the tunnel, Fong Joe saw a door, a wooden office door of an extremely ordinary style. The receptionist led Fong Joe and Liya to the door, then stood still and made a please gesture. Fong Joe stared blankly. This is it. The receptionist smiled and nodded. All right. Fong Joe took a deep breath, then supported Liya with one hand and grabbed the doorknob with the other. And after a few seconds of mental construction, he twisted the doorknob while anticipating the light behind the door. Chapter 58, The Deputy Director's Invitation. There was a soft creak. Fong Joe pushed open the door and came into an exceptionally spacious office. The overall layout of this office and the ordinary office is no different. The few differences is that the center of the room placed a nearly 5 meters long giant mahogany desk, a large number of documents stacked on both sides, in the middle of the several forms and a pen, and in the deepest part of the room, it is a picture of a conflict of styles like placing a large fish tank. The shark director that he had just seen yesterday was swimming slowly against the inner wall of the fish tank, and if it wasn't for the monocle on its face, it would have looked no different from an ordinary shark. Surprisingly, however, there was another new face in the office. It was a woman clad in a white coat that looked like a researcher and a doctor. She had long, slightly curly hair, her physique was not too tall nor too petite, and at that moment, she was sitting at the back of the oversized desk that was close to 5 meters in length, leaning sideways and crossing her legs, as if she was talking to the shark subdivision director in the fish tank. She noticed Fong Joe's arrival, and when she turned her head, Fong Joe was startled by her face. She looked about 60% similar to Liya, and even upon closer inspection the two were even quite similar in height, but there were subtle differences. The female who looked like a researcher noticed the movement in the doorway and slowly turned around, her gaze naturally landing on Fong Joe. Hello, Fong Joe. She looked meaningfully at the sweeping robot in Fong Joe's arms. And Liya. Fong Joe was stunned, and somehow, a few strange emotions suddenly arose within him. Obviously, this woman in front of him looked quite pleasant. Her attitude was also very affable, and the angle of the smile rising from the corners of her mouth couldn't be picked out. But the moment he made eye contact with the other party, Fong Joe clearly felt his abnormal organs jumping violently twice. This was something that had never happened before. But other than that, Fong Joe could no longer feel any abnormality, and his abnormal organ was, in the end, only thumping twice, neither frenziedly sending out a warning, nor frightened to the point of stopping trembling altogether. It was as if it had briefly been stimulated in some way. And when Fong Joe composed himself and re-observed the woman in front of him, everything returned to normal. The beating of the organ returned to normal. At the same time, the woman in Fong Joe's eyes lost the sense of dissonance that Fong Joe had just now, and appeared to be an ordinary researcher woman who possessed intellectual beauty. Without realizing it, Fong Joe had stared at her for more than 10 seconds. Although the other party was always smiling and silent, Liya in Fong Joe's arms couldn't help but let out an alarming sound of ding 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 ding. Fascinated, Fong Joe snapped out of his stupor and then defended himself. I just saw that she looked a bit like you, and I was stunned. Huh? Liya asked incredulously as if she had seen a ghost. You're deaf, aren't you? What does she look like me? I think it's true that she looks quite similar to you, especially the eye part. Fong Joe? ? He raised his head once again and curiously sized up the female in front of him. No matter what angle he looked at it from, this female's features were not similar to Fong Joe, especially the eyes, which could not be said to be completely different from Fong Joe, but could only be said to be a little bit unlike him. Fong Joe seriously suspected that something was wrong with Liya's face recognition technology. Listening to one person and one machine argue about their appearance, the female who looked like a researcher just smiled bashfully and opened her mouth to say, "It seems like you guys are getting along well, so I'm relieved. I can't say it's good. It's just okay." Fong Joe didn't admit how close his relationship with Liya was, and turned to straighten his face, trying to ask the other party's identity. "May I ask? Who are you?" "The deputy director of the authority." She slowly got up and walked over to Fong Joe, taking the initiative to extend her hand in a friendly manner. "I have many names. In the language you use most often, my name should be Lu Ling. This is a somewhat plain but very simple name. It just always felt like it was randomly chosen, and it didn't sound like a good match with the identity of the deputy director." Fong Joe wiped his pants leg vigorously and wiped the sweat from his palms before going to shake Lu Ling's hand. "So you're the deputy of that shark director?" He remembered that shark's position as a sub-commissioner coming up. "No." Lu Ling didn't open her mouth. Instead, the shark director in the fish tank corrected. "I'm the branch director of the branch, while she's the deputy director of the general directorate. To be precise, I'm her deputy to be correct." "Directorate generals?" Fong Joe was shocked and hastily let go of his hand, but after half a day of consideration, he didn't think of a more appropriate greeting, and it felt quite rude to suddenly let go of a handshake in the middle of shaking it. So he dawdled for a couple of moments and shook his hand back again. When Lu Ling saw this scene, her expression instantly stagnated slightly, as if she was trying to understand Fong Joe's brain circuits. Fong Joe also knew that what he had done was quite embarrassing, and smiled sarcastically before taking the initiative to open the topic. "How did someone from the general directorate come to be here? And it's still an official as big as the deputy director." Lu Ling finally cleared her thoughts at this time and let go of her hand first, calmly looking at him. "Because I have long wanted to come to meet you, especially you, Fong Joe." Fong Joe blinked and pointed at himself. "Me? Your mastery of phase space is far beyond our expectations," Lu Ling said, silently walking back to her desk and resuming her seat. "Normally, according to the authority's abnormal individual countermeasures regulations, we should have taken compulsory internment measures against you, but this is clearly not a normal situation. You have maintained your sanity and humanity despite having the ability to master phase space. Especially in the handling record of number 201, you have performed quite well." Fong Joe hugged Liya tightly, his gaze fixed on Lu Ling. "So the chief deputy director of the authority specifically came over today to illustrate the authority's current attitude towards me." "That's right." Lu Ling nodded her head and acknowledged. "Of course, there's also the idea of showing you around the authority by the way, as well as being responsible for taking you to the Armed Forces Department to take a look at Liya's new body." "The Armed Department?" Liya, who had been silent and not speaking out, finally couldn't hold her tongue when she heard those 3 words. "Fong Joe, did you hear that? Armed Department, hey. My new body was built by the Ministry of Armed Forces. Those words I said at home are going to come true. Woo-hoo." Fong Joe's eyes grew subtle. "You guys wouldn't really have put a bunch of fire control elements in Liya's new body, would you?" Lu Ling. "Not yet." Liya's indicator light dimmed. Lu Ling. "But it can be retrofitted." Liya's indicator light instantly burst into flames. "Yeah!" The little robot erupted with a great movement beyond imagination. At one point, Fong Joe was about to be unable to hold down the violently trembling sweeper robot and could only give her a hard clamp under her armpit and hurriedly changed the topic. Liya's matter will wait for a while before we talk about me first. What exactly is your authority's attitude towards me now? Now Fong Joe was quite favorable to the authority, mainly thanks to the pair of sleuths, Charlotte and Watson. It was just that he didn't know if the authority was favorable to Fong Joe. Although Lu Ling had already mentioned a mouthful just now, Fong Joe still wanted Lu Ling to answer himself with a clearer answer. This would directly determine whether Fong Joe would come into deeper contact with the authority in the future. Lu Ling seemed to have sensed Fong Joe's thoughts, and after a moment of silence, she gave a summary. The authority's current internal attitude towards you has changed from neutral to friendly. Friendly? Fong Joe frowned. Can you be more precise? Simply put, the authority will not use any coercive measures against you in the future, but rather treat you as an independent individual in a reciprocal manner. Lu Ling placed her hands on the desktop and crossed her fingers in front of her, her smile as light and affable as ever. We will not interfere in your life from now on, and we can even treat you as if you have never existed, but relatively speaking, we hope that you will be able to autonomously seal off the ability of phase space in the future, and never use it ever again. As soon as these words were uttered, Fong Joe instantly fell silent. At the same time, the small robot Fong Joe was holding under his armpit also stopped trembling with excitement. Fong Joe asked in a low voice, "Can you tell us why?" "Because number 201 has been confirmed wiped out." Lu Ling spoke as a matter of course. "You no longer have the ability to continue using phase space, and as you know, overdoing phase space unfolding will cause us no small amount of trouble." Fong Joe let out a breath. "So what reality warping? Is it?" "I think it's a very reasonable deal," Lu Ling said frankly. "After number 201 is eliminated, you lose the reason to continue using phase space, which is no loss to you, and relatively speaking, as long as you promise not to unfold phase space again, the authority will not interfere in your future life in any way. Of course, if you wish us to pay another sum of money as compensation for allowing you to no longer use the phase space ability, we will not refuse, no matter how much the price is." Fong Joe was silent. He could understand the authority's approach, and could likewise see the sincerity of the authority. Especially the last sentence, they seemed willing to accept Fong Joe's offer of an exaggerated figure as compensation. Sincerity, attitude, and approach, the authority had laid it all out. It was Fong Joe's turn next. "I'm sorry." After a brief moment of reflection, Fong Joe rejected Lu Ling's offer. "Even if number 201 has disappeared, I still have reasons why I must continue to use phase space." Lu Ling seemed a bit surprised. "What is it?" Fong Joe pulled out Liya in his arms and held it in midair to show it to Lu Ling. "I promised her before that I would use the ability of phase space to send her home, and she said that it might be the only way she could get home, so I still have to continue researching this phase space of whatever it is until the day she gets home safely." The sweeping robot in her hand suddenly shook twice. Lu Ling looked at Fong Joe. "Just because of this?" "Just because of this." Fong Joe looked seriously into Lu Ling's eyes. "Or does the authority have a way to be able to send Liya back to the other world?" Facing Fong Joe's rhetorical question, Lu Ling pondered briefly and gently shook her head. "As far as I know, the authority currently does not have this kind of technology. Our knowledge of phase space is still in its infancy, and although we are able to pull an otherworldly homunculus from the depths of phase space, we have not yet mastered the technology to send people back." "That's it then." Fong Joe breathed a sigh of relief. "So I may not be able to accept your offer." "I see, a reasonable answer." Surprisingly, Lu Ling neither felt dissatisfied nor continued to pressure Fong Joe, but accepted the answer as if she had expected it. Instead, she revealed a relaxed smile. "Since you must continue to use the phase space, and our authority cannot just sit back and do nothing about it, then we can only look for another offer that is acceptable to both sides, such as—" Lu Ling paused at this point and remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking cautiously. "Mr. Fong Joe, are you willing to work for the authority?" Chapter 59. Another choice. Lu Ling's sudden onboarding invitation startled Fong Joe. The first thing Fong Joe realized after calming down was that this was the last of Yan's Map's little knives. Those words in front of him were most likely meant to naturally lead into the topic of the entry invitation. He didn't immediately agree, but instead frowned and bowed his head in contemplation. Working for the authority, the strength of temptation of these few words was really not small. First of all, Fong Joe had no job and no income, although there was no pressure from the mortgage, but if he wanted to continue his life, he had to find a new source of income. Lu Ling at this time proposed to let Fong Joe work for the authority, completely doze off to send a pillow, came at the right time. Secondly, there must be no need to worry about the authorities' treatment. The hotel at the entrance was a bit shabby, but if you think about it, it should be a cosmetic adjustment for the authorities' concealment. The authority is a large organization with a large amount of black technology, usually hidden under the counter in charge of all kinds of abnormal activities. The treatment of employees' salary is definitely not bad. Otherwise, it would not be possible to let so many people willingly sell their lives, Watson. Let's not worry about it, Charlotte. This kid is able to accept to work in the authority. There must be a reason for him. In the end, by joining the authority, there was no need to worry about the hassle of phase space abilities being closely monitored and supervised. An organization with stable income and excellent treatment put forward a proposal that could perfectly resolve the current conflict between the two parties. Fong Joe felt that there was no need to think about it anymore. He once again took a deep breath and raised his head like he had made up his mind, looking at the woman in front of him who claimed to be the deputy director of the general administration. Fong Joe spoke with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, this isn't too convenient either." Hearing Fong Joe's refusal, a subtle trace of dismay once again flashed across Lu Ling's blandly smiling face. She seemed to have not expected Fong Joe to reject this offer. Equally taken aback by Fong Joe's choice was the sweeping robot in his hand. "What? For what?" Before the deputy director could speak, Liya spat out the confusion in her head. "Isn't this a great opportunity? You don't have a job and no income now, but if you go to work at the authority, you'll have two familiar coworkers, so you might be exempted from the induction training, and you'll be exempted from the exams, so you're not even going to turn it down." Fong Joe looked at Liya. "Why do you act like you're looking forward to me going to work for the authority? Am I not thinking of you?" Liya's voice weakened a few points. The further she spoke, the more subtle her voice became. "And it's also good for you to go to work for the authority to mix an iron rice bowl. Otherwise, I always feel like I'm dragging you down or something. How strong is the sense of guilt? Don't you think so?" "What?" Fong Joe didn't even hear the words that were as thin as a mosquito's voice. "What do you feel?" Liya didn't have the heart to repeat what she just said. She just yelled out, "Anyway, I just don't understand. Why did you give a rejection?" Lu Ling found an opportunity to interject at this point. "I'm also curious, Mr. Fong Joe. What was the reason for your refusal?" Facing Liya and Lu Ling's questions, Fong Joe scratched his head twice, looked left and right twice, and felt that this reason was not too formal. "How can I say it? Simply put, I don't want to work overtime." Lu Ling, question mark. Liya, question mark. Chief Shark, who had been nestled in the fish tank in silence until now, couldn't help but mutter after hearing this. What a convincing reason. Lu Ling glanced subtly at Chief Shark. Chief Shark instantly pretended that nothing happened as he took 2 bites of seawater and silently found an unknown corner in the fish tank and started drilling. "The overtime is negotiable." Lu Ling took a deep breath and looked back at Fong Joe. "If you don't wish to perform extra labor, we can add this clause in the contract. Our contract has absolute mandatory force. Even if we are the authority, we must abide by what is in the contract. But actually, the contents of the authority's workplace don't interest me much." Fong Joe added at this time, "I learned from Charlotte and Watson before that the contents of the authority's workplace are basically life-threatening, except for the type of clerical officials who write reports." "That's true." Lu Ling couldn't deny these facts either. "There's another problem." Fong Joe smiled when he said this, probably because he had died twice, probably because he was free from the pressure of the mortgage. In short, he wanted to rest for a while for the time being. "I'm having a pretty easy time right now. I have no intention of coming to work in a high-pressure environment like the authority. How can I say this? It doesn't feel very suitable for me." Lu Ling was silent. The work content of the authority basically had to deal with abnormalities. Either in the office to write longer than life data records, or in the crisis-ridden research room to fiddle with anomalous experiments, or simply go to the front line with anomalous individuals to engage in an octagonal cage life and death fight. Fong Joe was indeed right when he said that the work content of the authority was high pressure. The office gradually quieted down. Director Shark was drilling in the corner, but his eyes were stealing glances at the situation outside the fish tank. Lu Ling was sitting in front of her desk, her hands stuck into the pockets of her white coat, her gaze deep in thought. Fong Joe, on the other hand, continued to hold the little robot and patiently waited for this deputy director's answer. He was actually very curious to know, in this current situation, what kind of follow-up response would Lu Ling, the deputy director, give? Was it to change her attitude and continue to try to convince herself to join the organization? Or was it to retreat and seek another path? "Okay," Lu Ling sighed. "In that case, then I won't force you to join the job." It was retreating to seek another path. Fong Joe was a little surprised. Then, I completely understand your needs. Lu Ling spoke calmly. Since you're not willing to join the job, what do you think if I put it another way? Cooperation? Cooperation. Fong Joe raised his eyebrows. This was something he hadn't expected. That's right, cooperation. Lu Ling gently nodded. Frankly speaking, we can't turn our backs on you and the phase space ability in your body. I'm sure you're also aware of this, so we need to make sure that you're within our field of vision at all times as much as possible. And for this reason, we've put forward an invitation for you to join the authority. But since you're not satisfied with the authority's work content, you'll have to give up the option of joining the authority. Cooperation is what I think is the most suitable approach at the moment. Fong Joe slightly raised some interest. Can you elaborate? How exactly do we cooperate? You've experienced the handling action of number 201. Lu Ling suddenly changed her words at this time. In your opinion, what kind of existence is number 201? Fong Joe was stunned and inwardly organized his language. It's very difficult and dangerous if we don't deal with it in time and let it resurrect a few more times. Then things will become quite troublesome. There are many similar troubles. When Lu Ling said this, her always exquisite expression management also had a few mistakes, and she couldn't help but reveal a helpless and tired demeanor. Since the incident of number 033, the authority has been missing a lot of manpower, and for the anomalies that appeared in the major subdivisions, we're already almost unable to deal with them, especially the third subdivision where the manpower shortage is the most serious. Fong Joe suddenly realized. No wonder old Fu and Hua Zi are working overtime every day. Lu Ling rubbed her temples with a headache. To put it simply, the so-called cooperative relationship means that when an anomaly occurs that is difficult for the authority to deal with, we hope that you and your magician buddies will step in as much as possible to help us get through it. Liya popped up at this point and said, it doesn't sound much different from initiation. It's all about the authority sending us out when they run into trouble. Lu Ling replied nonchalantly. The difference between cooperation and employment is that you don't have to follow the authority's orders, you can act as you see fit and in your own way. You're not subject to any of the authority's regulations, and when you deem it necessary, you can even refuse the authority's requests. At the same time, we will also step in to assist when you need the authority's help. For example, if you wish to borrow the ability of phase space to return this otherworldly magician to his homeworld, the authority can provide intellectual assistance in the meantime. Probably got it. Fong Joe nodded, outwardly calm, but inwardly surprised at the authority's concession. It seemed that the ability of phase space was far more important to the authority than Fong Joe could have imagined. In fact, originally, Fong Joe could not be said to be 100% completely resistant to joining the authority, and more or less had a bit of an idea in mind. If Lu Ling had continued to try and convince herself, Fong Joe would most likely have agreed to become a member of the authority and be a colleague with Lao Fu and Hua Zi after presenting a few more conditions. Now the authority was instead taking a step back even further, ready to treat Fong Joe as an equal and taking the initiative to offer conditions for cooperation, something Fong Joe hadn't expected. Sentimentally, the authority's sincerity had been sufficient, and Fong Joe had no reason to refuse. And rationally speaking, can I make another request? Fong Joe looked towards Lu Ling. Lu Ling had no impatient agitation at all at this and nodded her head. Go ahead, Fong Joe said. I would like to wait until I have finished visiting the authority before I give my reply. Lu Ling smiled. That can hardly be considered a request. I just want to see what the authority is really like. Fong Joe shrugged. No problem. Lu Ling slowly got up from her desk, walked over to Fong Joe, and stood still. Fong Joe froze for 2 seconds before reacting to what this deputy director was going to do, and hurriedly stepped back to the side to get out of the way. Only Lu Ling gently gripped the door handle, turned her head and said to Fong Joe, please follow me. The words fell. Lu Ling turned the handle and pushed the door open. At the same time, Fong Joe heard the sound of sand flowing. The moment the door was opened, the scene outside the door took on a scene of varied and illusory light. A large number of colorful lines circled and streaked inside the door, like millions of chaotic ribbons, quickly piecing together a completely new picture in front of Fong Joe's eyes. The original cramped dark undersea tunnel disappeared, and behind the door was a spacious and clear white corridor, and at the end of the corridor were 2 glass windows, and outside the windows was an orange-red desert that stretched to the sky, with heat waves wrapped in gravel rolling over the dunes in the distance. Fong Joe's movements were stiff as he carried Liya through the door, and the moment he stepped into the corridor, he heard the sound of the door closing from behind him, but when he turned his head, he saw the office door rapidly recede at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared at the end of his field of vision. He looked around and realized that he was in the corridor of a large laboratory, which was flanked by various types of rooms plastered with complex markings, some of which were completely closed and locked, while others were able to see through the glass windows that the researchers inside were exchanging something. This is the core laboratory of the First Division, mainly responsible for researching and housing 20 abnormal phenomena or individuals. Lu Ling walked over to Fong Joe and asked thoughtfully, "Would you like to see what they are experimenting with?" Chapter 60. Visiting the Authority. It wasn't the first time Fong Joe had experienced spatial transformation movement, but this was definitely the fastest and most stable one. At least it was much more stable than that bumpy ride in the elevator before. Fong Joe gradually slowed down and thought about whether Lu Ling wanted to visit the experimental content just now, and just wanted to say that he could. As a result, he turned his head and saw a researcher covered in blood walking out of the lab next to him, and that person even had half an intestine hanging from his shoulder. Look! It's still not necessary. Thinking that he had just eaten instant noodles before leaving the house, and that people might not have a good first impression of him if he threw up in the lab later. He declined the wonderful-sounding offer and instead switched to asking for information. What do your experiments generally do? Mainly study the nature of abnormal phenomena and abnormal individuals, and then determine whether they need to be removed or can be utilized. Lu Ling said, pointing to the experimenter with intestines hanging from his shoulder just now. Because anomalous phenomena or individuals usually have extraordinary lethality, we will occasionally need to pay some sacrifices during this period. I'm familiar with this. Liya finally found a chance to interject. There are also frequent experiments in the Temple of Blessing. Every now and then you can hear about whoever from the heretic organization being sent into the Temple of Blessing to be used as an experimental consumable, and within a few days they're sent back as a small, black and unkempt box, and in some cases there's no box and they're sent a piece of cloth to bury it. Fong Joe? Fong Joe, your place directly uses heretics as experimental consumables? Yes. Liya vaguely realized that this might be a difference in worldviews. Wouldn't the Authority do that? Would it? Fong Joe looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling didn't say anything, but often silence was an answer. Fong Joe probably understood, but still found it unbelievable. It's really dangerous to be an experimenter in your place. That's why we usually recruit some special volunteers to be experimental subjects. Lu Ling turned her head to look at one of the closed research rooms, which had been emitting a slight crashing sound since a while ago. Part of these volunteers are voluntary, while the other part is just a different way of dying. Fong Joe heard Lu Ling's metaphor and knew that the Authority, like the Temple of Blessing, had borrowed some of the would-be and damned to make a final contribution. After all, he wasn't a teenager full of hot-blooded justice, and his first consideration was other issues. Won't there be a moral outcry for doing this? I mean, on an internal level, there will always be a few people who can't accept it, right? There will be some. Lu Ling spread her hands. But it's only a very small minority, and in recent years such voices have become less and less frequent, and now they're almost unheard of. Why? Fong Joe was a little curious. Because there was an abnormal individual who lacked experimental judgment that broke through the intake, causing hundreds of deaths. Lu Ling said in a flat tone, "It has been proven that only personal experience can shut those people up completely." Fong Joe raised an eyebrow, thus showing that the Authority was already an extremely mature organization that operated. Seeing that Fong Joe did not say anything, Lu Ling walked over to a large, plain-looking door again and turned her head towards Fong Joe. "Is there anything else you want to see?" "Anything." Fong Joe thought for a moment. "Why don't you take me to old Fu in his place? Charlotte and Watson?" Lu Ling's face showed understanding. "No problem." Fong Joe originally thought that she would do the same as before and once again take herself to somewhere else by opening an arbitrary door. As a result, he didn't expect Lu Ling to stand directly in front of a wall this time, and casually pushed it gently. The center of the wall instantly cracked and crushed and annihilated, ultimately exposing a rectangular cavity that looked like the door panel was gouged out from the door frame, and the back of the cavity was a road leading to a distant place, and just like before, it was filled with lines woven with various colors, and the dreamlike scene looked extraordinarily unreal. Lu Ling took the lead and stepped into the passageway. Fong Joe followed closely. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this your abnormal ability? Same as old Fu's inspiration and Watson's iron neck?" Agent Watson's anomaly is not an iron neck, but his flesh is indeed very hard, Lu Ling corrected. As for me, I just happen to be able to travel freely within the area governed by the Authority. Fong Joe was startled, and subconsciously muttered out, "This ability sounds very convenient for checking in." Liya was also startled and subconsciously muttered out as well. This ability to go to the cafeteria and grab a meal is definitely number one. Lu Ling. She seemed to vaguely understand why Fong Joe and Liya could get along so well. Between the color changes, Fong Joe found that the scenery around them changed again. And this time what came into his eyes was a common office building with an ordinary shape. They were currently located outside the window of a large office, and vaguely visible inside were several silhouettes busily carrying documents. This is the office department of the third region, which is mainly responsible for collecting, organizing, and compiling the current status of various types of abnormal phenomena and abnormal individuals in the third region. Lu Ling patiently introduced, whenever the laboratories and research institutes discover a new anomalous feature, the feature will be relayed to the clerk's department, which will update the information. For example, after the end of the execution operation numbered 201, which was participated by you, the file of numbered 201 will be updated in real time to the process status, to be included in the authorities' documentation room. Fong Joe nodded after hearing this, then peeled open the shutters of the office next to him and looked in through the glass. He quickly swept 2 glances and immediately saw 2 familiar silhouettes. Charlotte was currently sitting in front of the computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard, and every now and then she even took the time to pick up the coffee cup next to her and take a couple sips. So far it was normal, but when Fong Joe's line of sight moved upwards, he realized that something was wrong. Charlotte was furiously tapping on the keyboard while staring at the screen with a dull gaze, her head drooping breathlessly on her shoulders, her expression numb, her mouth slightly open, and there seemed to be drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Fong Joe in his life, or the first time to see below the neck, is busy to death. Above the neck suspected paralyzed people. As for Watson next to Charlotte, instead, he was no different from a normal person, unhurriedly knocking on the keyboard. However, Fong Joe still keenly noticed the abnormality. Watson's eyes were dull. His facial muscles were extremely stiff, and even when someone accidentally bumped into him when he was passing behind him, he didn't react at all. This clearly fits the characteristic of appearing to be alive, but actually already seeming to be dead. Seeing the overtime status of the two, Fong Joe once again admired his foresight. The decision of not agreeing to join the authority was undoubtedly correct. Just this overtime hell whoever loves to go. Just at this moment, Charlotte suddenly noticed a figure outside the window out of the corner of her eye. Charlotte stiffly turned her head and recognized Fong Joe's face, her expression instantly twitching twice. Then she quickly shook Watson beside her awake, and the two of them together looked at Fong Joe with complicated eyes. Fong Joe, from the eyes of the two, saw tiredness, envy, jealousy, confusion, all sorts of strange emotions, suddenly gave birth to a kind of classmates are in the classroom to write hard, and took a leave of absence you pass through the window sense of relief. As the resentment of this pair of sleuths grew deeper and deeper, Fong Joe had no choice but to put down the blinds and look at Lu Ling. What else is there? Lu Ling looked deeply at Fong Joe. There are many more? Are you planning to see them all today? Fong Joe nodded. I've come all the way here. Let's see them all. Then we might have to speed up a bit. Lu Ling smiled faintly, then led Fong Joe to move quickly through the major areas of the authority. This is one of the authority's shelters, mainly housing those temporarily stabilized abnormalities. This is the abnormal dining area, completely segregated from the staff area, and most of the food is also not edible by people. This is the hazardous shelter, mainly accommodating certain large-scale high-risk anomalies. This is the employee sleeping quarters, open in size, with customized furniture, separate sanitation systems, and acceptance of customizable breakfasts. This is the zoned defense base. This is... Fong Joe was turned around. The main reason was that he had only just seen what his surroundings looked like after he landed, and he didn't even have time to carefully analyze it before he was immediately transferred to the next area. And what shocked Fong Joe the most was the jurisdiction of the authority: volcanoes, deserts, undersea, grasslands, basins, islands, snowy mountains. Almost everywhere he could think of, there were traces of the authority everywhere. In order to better shelter and manage those anomalies, the authority had established shelters and laboratories in almost every extreme terrain. Even Fong Joe saw a few laboratories with a brilliant starry universe outside the window. By the time Fong Joe had almost turned around the entire main buildings of the authority, there were still a whole bunch of ancillary buildings. Fong Joe really didn't have the strength to wander around any further. Lu Ling finally brought Fong Joe and Liya to the final destination of the trip. This is the armed department of the authority, inside an armament factory situated within a large barren wasteland. Fong Joe appeared in the azure-colored wide passageway with Liya in his arms. He first spent half a minute to suppress the dizziness in his head, and after regaining his senses, he then surveyed his surroundings. They were now in the center of a blue-colored spacious passageway, which only felt simple and clean enough, but could not see any strong sense of technology until two women in white uniforms stepped out at the end of the passageway. These two women looked the same as the female receptionist that they had met in the hotel before. At least the naked eye could not see any difference. They quickly bowed and greeted Fong Joe and Lu Ling after seeing them, and then passed by with that iconic smile. Fong Joe realized that this was most likely the assembly factory for those bionic robots. And just as he was about to open his mouth, Liya in his arms trembled uneasily. "I can see my body?" Liya's indicator lights exploded with excitement. "Where is it? Where is my body?" "It's here." Lu Ling walked slowly to the center of the passageway and placed her hand on the snow-white wall next to her. Arcs of electricity instantly depicted the outline of Lu Ling's palm, while a deeply hidden square panel emerged on the wall, emitting a soft green glow. After a drip-drip sound prompting successful verification, the originally smooth wall exposed gaps, and a door automatically opened. Fong Joe thought to himself that this is now a sense of technology, so he held on to his body, which had been repeating the phrase body. 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 Liya, who had been repeating body. As soon as he entered the door, Fong Joe saw a large number of complex pipelines wandering around the walls like blood vessels, a cold blue unknown fluid flowing inside, and the end of the pipeline was concentrated in the center of the room, where there was a huge fortress-like machinery, a large number of electronic screens like organs all over the body, cables crisscrossing the cracks of the armor plate, and close enough to listen to the clacks of gears clacking and rotating can also be heard. Fong Joe subconsciously thought of the mainframe computer in the dye tank, but felt that the two were fundamentally different and should not be confused. Liya's focus was much more normal. Body. The little robot broke free directly from Fong Joe's arms in an agitated manner, fell to the floor and rolled vertically twice, turned back to level ground and then fiercely accelerated and burst forward towards the front, furiously running in front of an extremely conspicuous humanoid machine in the corner of the room. Fong Joe sighed, temporarily bypassed the mechanical beast in the center, came to the corner, and sized up this mechanical body together with Liya. Similar to the robots in Fong Joe's imagination, this mechanical body had an incredibly complex internal structure, a large number of wires wrapped around the skeleton like nerves and muscle texture. At the location of the heart was a small medium-sized donut-shaped power furnace, and all the joints simulated a similar structure to the human body. If you were to take a picture of this mechanical body, remove the color and blur some details, and take it to show it to those who know nothing about human structure, they might not be able to recognize it as machinery. The only downside was that the thing was faceless and appeared not to have had time to set its appearance. Liya didn't care about that. All she could think about right now was the thrill and excitement of having a brand new body. Plug me in. Liya was so happy that her whole body was glowing. I must become one with this machine immediately. Chapter 61. It's not like what you expected. Under Liya's loud yelling, Lu Ling got two mechanical receptionists to come over and help Liya complete the circuit access. Fong Joe stood by the side and watched as the mechanical servant skillfully disassembled the floor-sweeping robot and took out different-sized interface devices and plugged them into the machine one by one, thus connecting it to an exquisite and compact computer, and then through the wires at the end of the computer that were directly connected to the mechanical body. Liya's consciousness was transmitted into it. The whole process was full of futuristic technological sense. But the only thing was that the shape of the sweeping robot looks completely incompatible with the word sci-fi. That is, the two machine servants were responsible for the operation of the access. If it were two normal researchers, they would not be able to hold it in. While Liya was accessing the new body, Fong Joe's eyes were once again attracted to the huge mechanical creature in the center that looked like a steel beast. Fong Joe no longer suppressed his curiosity. After all, Lu Ling had taken him to so many places, so he opened the door and asked, "What is this?" Lu Ling walked to Fong Joe's side, and together with him, looked up at this natural technological beast. It is the core of the authorities' armed department and likewise the root of the authorities' ability to survive to this day. Almost all of the weapons used by the entire authority are manufactured by it. The gravity guns, stance shields, and high-frequency vibration knives you've seen were all made by us by proposing drawings, and finally casting was carried out by it. Fong Joe was silent and carefully observed this large mechanical creation. Its entire body was covered with extremely thick armor plates, and a large number of gears and wires were arranged in an orderly manner along the gaps between the armor plates. Since he couldn't see the internal scene, Fong Joe could only judge that it must have countless complex mechanical components in its body through the mechanical biting and rumbling sound of the power system operation in his ears. This steel beast seems to be in a dormant state. Its side reveals a square hole of about 3 meters. An automated assembly line conveyor belt extends out from its interior. Fong Joe went around to the exit of the conveyor belt and looked in through the hole, but found that it was pitch black inside. The line of sight was completely blocked, and could only vaguely see some huge fuzzy silhouettes twisting and rotating in the interior. The more Fong Joe looked at it, the more he felt that this thing was not something that could be understood by common sense, so he took 2 steps back. Did you guys build this thing? We don't have this ability. Lu Ling put her hands behind her back and looked at this large piece of machinery with a calm face. It was not built by us, but we fished it out from the phase space. The same as Old Fu and the others? Fong Joe had heard the word fished before and immediately associated it with those alien agents. On second thought, it was quite reasonable. Since the authority was able to fish people from phase space, it could definitely also fish machines from phase space. After all, who is a fishing man who has not caught a few bottles of shoes? And not every time he can fish. Lu Ling could see the exuberant curiosity within Fong Joe, and after a little thought, she opened her mouth and explained, "Number Anomaly 086 Blacksmith. This is its name." It's an anomaly? Fong Joe was startled and subconsciously took a few more steps back. Or is it numbered so far ahead? The order of the anomaly numbering is not only related to the danger level, but also its nature and difficulty of intake. Lu Ling's explanation once again replenished Fong Joe's knowledge. The blacksmith's number is at the front not because it is extremely dangerous, but because its abnormal characteristics are extremely important to the authority. It is the cornerstone of all the authority's armaments, and based on this alone, it is enough to be in the top 100 of the authority's priority-numbered anomalies. Speaking here, Lu Ling paused for a moment. However, this doesn't mean that the blacksmith is absolutely safe after all. When we discovered it, it was in the free creation stage, which resulted in the birth of a large number of mindless anti-personnel weapons with the function of automatically claiming enemies, until the authority paid some price and changed its crafting mode. Only then did it finally settle down and succeeded in using it for us in the aftermath. Fong Joe didn't need to think about it to know that behind Lu Ling's bland phrase, paying some price, it must have meant unimaginable casualties, as well as a turbulent and dramatic history of blood and tears. So the phase space is really quite important to you guys. Fong Joe couldn't help but sigh. The majority of the authority's people wouldn't have been fished out, right? Actually, only a small portion. Lu Ling shook her head. Including me, the vast majority of the authority staff are locals. You're a local? Fong Joe was stunned. I thought you had special abilities. You must have been fished out just like Old Fu and the others. There are also people among the locals who are abnormally boarded. Lu Ling handed Fong Joe a mysterious smile at this time. Maybe you didn't feel it before this, but actually this planet's long history hides many unknown secrets. When Fong Joe heard these words, he felt as if his nerves had been electrocuted, and the curiosity that originated from the depths of his heart was hooked up again. However, without waiting for Fong Joe to pursue the specific details, a female voice mixed with electric current magnetism rang out from behind. Fong. 9. Fong Joe instantly heard that this was the voice of his own little robot, and as soon as he turned around, he saw that the highly bionic simulation of the human body structure's mechanical body suddenly shook twice. A dozen thick pipes with robotic hands slowly lifted this mechanical body, then like a crane machine, moved it out of the preset substrate and finally put it down in front of Fong Joe and Lu Ling. With a slight metallic collision sound, its mechanical paws officially landed on the ground. At the same time, its mask-like smooth black face lit up with a green indicator light, and the power furnace in its heart area burst out with a bang, from which an electronic torrent symbolizing the vitality of life was shot out, traveling all over the body at an extremely fast speed, and those joints that were touched by the cold blue torrent were like getting a new life, connecting and rotating with each other, simulating human activities. The joints that were touched by the cold blue torrent were like newborns, connecting and rotating with each other, simulating the gestures of muscles, nerves, and blood vessels when human beings were active. Fong Joe could obviously feel that the machine in front of him was coming alive. Nearly perfect simulation of human body structure, coupled with Liya's authentic soul and personality. In addition to the beating does not hurt, injury does not bleed, do not have to eat normal food. In addition to the difference between this body and the real human beings has been negligible. And Fong Joe believed that with the future iteration of the version, this machine in front of him would only become more and more like a human being, until one day it became different from Liya's original body. How does it feel? Although Fong Joe was worried that his own eardrums might explode after Liya gained a body, at the moment he was more worried about whether Liya would have problems accessing it. Is there any discomfort? No. There is. Liya's voice was slightly cold, less rich in emotion than usual, presumably because the voice module hadn't been adapted well enough. It feels fine. It's just that I've grown so much taller all of a sudden. Your usual height peak is that 50 or 60 centimeters in the TV set. Now a breadth of plucked up to almost 1 meter 7 cannot be high? Hehehe. Liya couldn't help but smile. Look at you like this, you're also much taller. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something back. Considering that today might be Liya's happiest day, he smacked his lips twice or gave up being sarcastic to her. Okay. Don't talk nonsense. It's not easy to have a body. Hurry up and walk a couple of steps to take a look. How meaningless to walk 2 steps. Liya's voice rose with pride. I've been walking. All the time when I was a sweeping robot. Now I'm going to do one I've never done before. What? I'm going to do a big jump. Fong Joe sighed helplessly. I knew you had this much talent. Liya didn't bother with Fong Joe's reaction at this point, concentrating all her mental focus on her legs. The feeling of reclaiming her body made her very marvelous. She could practically experience the rotation of every precision gear, and she could also feel the indescribable sense of vitality as the electric current that was energy ran through her body. After being a ghost in the electronic world for so long, she finally had a body that was uniquely her own. This was too exciting. Thinking of this, Liya bent her knees, her arms gently rocked, and at a certain key point she leapt, coming up to challenge the advanced skill of human flesh standing long jump. Belonging to the mechanical bouncing power in the soles of the feet burst, Liya's figure suddenly leaped up, in mid-air extremely elegant stretch, in the head of the light of the ghost blue light, that instantly fixed in the pupils of Fong Joe's eyes. The picture is simply the ultimate portrayal of technology and beauty. Then he fell on his face. By the way, there is also an iconic ouch. Fong Joe? He now feels more and more that every time Liya is in a good mood, he'd better stay away because it's not going to be good. However, out of concern for Liya's condition, Fong Joe tried to hold back his laughter this time, and instead walked around in front of Liya and looked at the robot that was paralyzed on the ground. It's not broken, right? This machine part feels quite expensive. Liya probably felt embarrassed, did not have the good sense to speak, immediately ready to get up in place to try again, the results of her hands and feet completely disobedient. Every time she tried to get up that mechanical joints with the application of excessive lubricant like crunching and slipping, the whole person in the same place fell 7 or 8 times, to the end of the hands and feet are almost entangled in a piece of it, turned into an abstract iron ball in place. The robot was not broken but looked around in front of the robot. Abstract iron ball in place. Fong Joe bewildered Liya twitching in place. Hands and feet do not distinguish between enemy and self, each of them. Stayed for half a day. Really cannot help but ask a sentence. What is this? Someone changed your keystrokes. Liya hadn't had much of a reaction, only feeling stifled, but as a result, when she heard Fong Joe's taunt that went deeper into the power furnace, 2 lines of motor oil were instantly pulled out of her mask. It's not right. The body I imagined is not like this. Chapter 62. Round and back again. Liya was crying quite hard. Normally when seeing such a beautiful girl on the ground bawling in frustration, Fong Joe would have empathized so hard that he couldn't even stand next to her without his heart aching to match the 2 tears that fell. However, now lying on the ground sobbing is a faceless and skinless mechanical body, filled with Liya's soul, flowing out of the tears or even motor oil. Fong Joe felt that he was already trying hard enough by not laughing out loud. After talking and laughing, Fong Joe quickly adjusted back to his state and cleared his throat. So which part of you is going wrong now? I don't know. Liya raised her head in bewilderment and despair. I wasn't like this when I was a human. This hand and foot movement is also too difficult, making it so complicated. Who can figure it out? Fong Joe was silent for a moment. Maybe it's because you haven't been a human for too long and forgot? Liya was dumbfounded. I can forget even TM being a human? Just get used to it for a little while longer. Fong Joe kindly persuaded, walked forward and pressed one hand on Liya's back leg. Don't move. I'll help you break the 2 legs apart. It's hard to tell left from right. Liya whispered, oh, and stopped crying, obediently letting Fong Joe help her reposition her arms and legs. After her body recovered, she asked Fong Joe to help her watch the state of her arms and legs and her body's center of gravity, and let Fong Joe help her adjust once she was out of balance. Fong Joe thought of helping others to the end, and did not mind the trouble, so he began to help Liya adapt to the new body. This process is not like bringing up a child, just like teaching a child to stand and walk. Every time Liya does a right action, Fong Joe also have to clap his hands to show encouragement. But Liya, this big girl, also eat this set. Every time Fong Joe praised her on the energy, failure will not be discouraged. The two of them had been fooling around in the Armed Forces Department for half an hour. In the end, Liya successfully learned the skill, walking with the help of Fong Joe. The mechanical body under Liya's control slowly raised its right foot. During this process, the body only slightly leaned forward to ensure that the center of gravity could be shifted in time, followed by the tilting of the upper limbs, along with the moment when the right foot landed and then took a step forward with the left foot, and then finally added the hand movements. Fong Joe was responsible for giving beat instructions during this process. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Very good. Keep it up. Cheer up. Take a few more steps. When Liya finally managed to walk back and forth through the armed forces and return to her original position, Fong Joe sighed with relief and clapped and applauded. Good. It's a smooth turn, but it's good enough. After Liya returned to her original position, she completely lost her previous excitement and thrill, and the whole person froze in place as if she was down. Fong Joe thought Liya was stuck. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Let's go a few more times if you're not satisfied. No. Liya slowly opened her mouth, with a bit of confusion in her voice. Fong Joe, can I say something that might be out of place? You haven't said a lot of anachronistic things. Fong Joe said casually. What is it this time? It's just that I suddenly feel like it. Liya stood in place, silent for a long time. Being a human is so meaningless. Fong Joe? Question mark. Lu Ling? Question mark. Next to the two machine servants is directly popped up two special effects question marks. Fong Joe was the first to react. Hey no, what's wrong with you? Didn't you always say you wanted a body? Just now that excitement fell 2 times and it's gone. It's too hard to be a human being. And I didn't realize that I even forgot how to be a human being. This still has to be relearned. So troublesome ah. Liya also knew she was in the wrong, but still couldn't help muttering and complaining. Through the training just now, I deeply realized that highly simulated human bodies might not be a good idea. The structural joints are also too complicated to start the whole body. One link didn't manipulate all the other parts to go down. A little bit of fault tolerance is not there. I'm impressed with how I used to make movements with a body of this precision. Compared to my previous sweeper robot body, it's much more convenient. Running forward on the 4 wheels grumble and turn violently. Turn a corner can also be a drift by hand. Eating does not need to cooperate with the tongue and lips to chew and swallow. Directly to the charging pile a sit. That small electric current zhizhi to the body drill. Stop, stop, stop. Fong Joe hurriedly interrupted Liya, then walked to her in a serious manner and stared at her with extremely complicated eyes. So what you're saying now is, you want to return it? Liya smiled sarcastically and asked tentatively, Can I? The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped twice, and instead of answering, he turned his head to seek Lu Ling's opinion. After all, this body was built by the authority, and it might have cost a lot of money, and to return it at this juncture might be more or less awkward. But Lu Ling was very generous about it. Totally fine. Lu Ling spoke nonchalantly. We considered the possibility of redoing it due to dissatisfaction when we made it. That's why we didn't add any other accessory components. Now, even if we scrap this mechanical body outright, it's not much of a loss to us. Having received Lu Ling's permission, Fong Joe turned back to stare at Liya again. People have said so. There is no problem with returning it. The question is, what exactly do you want to do? Really just never become a human being. I am a human being nah. Liya was extraordinarily firm in her self-knowledge. I've thought about it. As long as I feel myself that I'm a human being and was indeed a human being at one time, and my soul is a human soul, then what does it matter if I have a human body or not? Fong Joe marveled at the speed with which the little robot changed its mind. That's not what you said before. Liya, I didn't know better before. Fong Joe? She admitted so decisively. Fong Joe instead couldn't find a place to say anything. Fong Joe stared at Liya for half a day, sighed helplessly, and then slowly got up. So, you're just going to let this go? Can't be counted. Liya's head tilted, looking at Lu Ling next to her. I think a new body can still be had. Just can we not make it humanoid? Lu Ling listened quietly before speaking. What shape would you like to get? Liya thought for a moment and spelled out the perfect body she had in mind. First of all, it has to be a simple yet unobtrusive body, not a slim human body, preferably the kind of highly functional shape that pulls the body's utilization all the way up. Secondly, the mode of operation must be simple, can be panned or rolled or jumped or flown, do not need to divide too much energy to consider how to act, It is best to hole into a one-button type. Drive a certain part can directly achieve the desired effect of the kind. Then, the functionality must be pulled full circle. It can do everything a human can do, and by the way, it is equipped with the most advanced fire control components, the kind that can biubiubiu launch missiles. Lastly, the loaded data capacity within the hull must be very, very large. It also has to be able to be networked, which will allow me to download hundreds or thousands more affiliate plugins. Oh, and the charging mode better be made convenient as well, with the energy consumption being as single as possible, not the energy mixing one. Liya's voice echoed within the confined space of the Armed Forces Department. Fong Joe couldn't help but mention something as he listened to these excessive requests. You're making a wish here? With so many requests, why don't you just ask for a spaceship to be built for you? A spaceship won't do. Liya said seriously. A spaceship can't be parked at home. A scaled-down version would be fine. A scaled-down version of a spaceship? UFO? Fong Joe blinked and subconsciously blurted out, "Isn't that still a sweeping robot?" Liya froze as well. Could it be that a sweeping robot was still really her subconscious ideal type? While the two of them had a word for each other on this side, Lu Ling on the other side had already gotten the machine servant to draw a draft of a drawing at the speed of light. She handed the drawing to Fong Joe. "See if it's like this?" Fong Joe took the drawing and glanced at it, and saw that what was drawn on the drawing was a larger disc-shaped machine, a completely upgraded version of the floor-sweeping robot. The difference was that the drawings had really written fire control core module, flight jet element, short-time impact array, and crack-resistant grade armor, which were outrageous things just by looking at them. Fong Joe's heart immediately gave birth to a sigh of Liya. What on earth did you let the high-tech administration do? And silently squatted down, giving the drawings to Liya for her inspection. Fine, fine. Just this one, just this one. Liya's answer this time was 100% satisfied. Still, this form looks comfortable. How long will it take to build it if we build it now? Lu Ling looked to the machine servant next to her. About 3 days. The machine servant replied with a smile. After the contents of the drawings are submitted to the blacksmith, we should be able to make a finished product in 3 days. But for safety's sake, we need to conduct multiple tests, and we will definitely deliver it to your doorstep within a week. Within a week. No problem. Liya was really happy this time. Oh yeah, the armor helped me paint it white. That one looks the most comfortable. The side, and then help me customize a string of Liya art characters. Make the whole thing a bit more ethereal and literary. Thanks, Ao. The machine servant's smile did not change. Your request has been received. Looking at Liya, who was finally satisfied, Fong Joe simply had 2 big heads. After all the fuss, Liya finally chose the path of household appliances. He looked at Lu Ling with some embarrassment. I'm sorry. She's not good in the head and often makes some mess. Lu Ling thought to herself that you're not that bad, and still had a faint smile on her lips. Since Ms. Liya is already satisfied, shouldn't we go back to that previous topic? Fong Joe was stunned, and then reacted that this was the time to get down to business. His expression was slightly serious for a few moments. Cooperation, is it? Yes. Lu Ling nodded. After visiting the authority, do you have any new ideas for the establishment of a cooperative relationship between the two parties? Fong Joe's mind quickly went through the images of what he had seen and heard in the authority today. He pondered in place for a moment before speaking. According to your previous proposal, the authority will apply to us for help if it encounters trouble in the future. Relatively speaking, you will also help me along with researching phase space, and then send Liya home. Simply put, that's correct, right? That's right. Lu Ling nodded. I have a small problem. Fong Joe said, we need to fight those anomalies life and death at critical moments. While the authority only needs to provide me with the knowledge of phase space, the danger factor is not at the same level. Indeed. Lu Ling could not deny this fact and added, so we can talk about treatment next. Fong Joe blinked. Treatment means? The authority certainly won't let you help for nothing. Lu Ling said calmly, we will pay you a certain appearance fee. According to the critical situation at the time, Fong Joe's face was solemn, thinking that this was crucial information. Please elaborate. Chapter 63, Unexpected Benefits. Originally, Fong Joe was a bit dazed. After all, being led around the authority and receiving a large amount of anomaly-related knowledge, the entire person was more or less overwhelmed by the huge amount of information, and the overall thinking was a sense of confusion. But as soon as he talked about the appearance fee, Fong Joe instantly became lucid. Lu Ling saw Fong Joe, whose eyes became brighter and clearer, and pondered a little. Appearance fee is not fixed. In the face of extremely dangerous anomalies or individuals, if you are willing to assist, the appearance fee afterward will become expensive. If it's just a few scattered small anomalies or individuals, the appearance fee will naturally be cheaper. Individuals, the appearance fee will naturally be cheaper. Sounds like a mercenary relationship model. Liya had returned to the disk sweeper robot through the computer by now. We're in charge of fighting the anomalies, and you're in charge of paying for it behind the scenes? Pretty much. Lu Ling corrected. Of course the outlay may not always be money. Fong Joe was a bit surprised. Other than money, you can ask for something else? In addition to money, the authority can also provide you with the right to use some of the anomalies, such as the living reinforcer made from the body fluids of anomaly number 893 as the main ingredient. The effect is that after injection, you can strengthen your physical body dramatically within a short period of time, and are immune to fatigue and drowsiness, and you can work continuously in good spirits for up to 72 hours. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped straight after hearing this. What kind of ox-horse innate overtime holy medicine was this? The authority won't give the staff a shot of this every other day, right? Fong Joe asked carefully. How could it? We only use it when necessary. Lu Ling smiled mysteriously. And the injection is not without side effects. It comes at the cost of sleeping for 7 days and 7 nights after the effect is over, during which time you need to be intubated and infused to maintain your vital signs. And considering the limited number of compartments in the treatment room, we won't be injecting staff with the reinforcer in large batches for a long period of time. Fong Joe didn't say anything. He was just getting more and more glad that he hadn't agreed to join the authority. It felt like the transcendent cow and horse were even worse off than the ordinary cow and horse. I'm just giving an example. In order to avoid Fong Joe having a bad impression of the authority, Lu Ling turned the conversation around again. Under reasonable circumstances, you can borrow most of the authority's anomalies, including this 086 in front of us. Fong Joe hugged Liya tightly, his sight hovering over this mechanical behemoth in the center that was in a dormant state. There were many other anomalous existences similar to 086 in the authority. They were treacherous, dangerous, but since their nature had been mapped out in countless experiments long ago, as long as they followed the regulations and processes, they could make rational use of these abnormal individuals. That phase snail was an excellent example. A snail that would unconditionally go crazy in phase space, devouring things indiscriminately, was often used by the authority as a last resort for crisis management. Gradually, Fong Joe vaguely felt that he had a clear understanding of the significance of the authority's existence and strategic approach. The authority did not adhere to the sweeping strategy of, if you are anomalous, you deserve to die more often than not. The starting point of the authority was to utilize anomalies. They study and analyze anomalies, try to understand the nature of these anomalies, and then propose a variety of shelters or treatment plans to ensure that the operation of the world is not affected. From this point of view, it seems correct to say that the authority is a serious organization that saves the world every once in a while. In fact, today a trip to stroll down, Fong Joe also really think that the authority has the ability to ensure the normal operation of the world. The entire authority gives a feeling of mystery full of unknown, but also comes with so many dangerous sense of excitement. Hua Zi and Lao Fu with zombies like sitting there overtime except for the picture, that is with the community animal cattle and horses really no difference. Thinking of this, Fong Joe has made the final decision in his heart. But before that, he still cannot help but want to ask a clear. Fong Joe cleared his throat and stared at Lu Ling seriously. If you want money, how much can you probably offer? When he said this, Liya in Fong Joe's arms hit Fong Joe's stomach with a headbutt. Of course, it didn't have much force, but it showed Liya's attitude, and she was close to saying, "That's all you've got, kid." Fong Joe didn't care about Liya's complaints, and looked at Lu Ling with an expectant face, waiting for her answer. Facing Fong Joe's glowing gaze, Lu Ling pondered for a moment and paced back and forth in the engine room several times, seemingly thinking of a reasonable price. After a few moments passed, Lu Ling stopped in her tracks and looked at Fong Joe with a straight face. Each month, the basic financial assistance of 200,000. Appearance fee minimum $1 million, the highest no upper limit. What do you think? Fong Joe was neither excited nor thrilled at the words. His expression was calm. His gaze seemed like an ancient well. Then he smiled lightly. Where to sign? Lu Ling brought Fong Joe into a plain-looking office. There was only a table, 2 chairs, and a printer lying quietly in the corner within the office. Lu Ling let Fong Joe sit down first, while she herself came to the front of the printer and quickly typed something into the screen above. After sitting down, Fong Joe only cursorily scanned the surrounding area twice, and already couldn't help but shake his legs in excitement, giving the Liya in his arms a shaky shake. No. Do you have to be so excited? Liya couldn't help herself. It's only a few dollars. Look at how happy you are. Why am I happy? Fong Joe's face was straight, like a flat lake. I'm not excited at all? You're not excited. You're shaking your legs. You're shaking the screws out of my casing. I'm cold, can't I? This room is ing on the heater. The hot air is blowing on you. Fong Joe see his mind in front of Liya, nothing to hide. Simply do not pretend. Pick up the small robot. Staring at the light said word by word. Do you know how long I used to earn 200,000? Now I'm getting $200,000 a month for nothing. And that doesn't make me a little excited. Surprisingly, Liya did not dislike Fong Joe this time. She sighed long and hard from the air vent and said earnestly, You can't do this, Fong Joe. You need to broaden your horizons. We've all seen the world before, and to get excited because of a little bit of money is not at all graceful. Fong Joe thought to himself that you are still lecturing me. Then why didn't you have a style when you saw the upgraded sweeping robot drawing just now? Liya was silent for a moment, and after holding her tongue for half a day, she couldn't think of a good word, and finally could only yell, But that thing is really cool. A sweeping robot that can fly, jump and fire tracking missiles and impact electromagnetic cannons. Isn't that cool? Fong Joe couldn't help but picture the image in his mind when the authorities' investigative team members were confronted with an out-of-control, anomalous individual and realized that they couldn't be accommodated properly. They immediately made a phone call to the authority to send the nearest local help over, and as a result, not even a dozen or so seconds had passed, when a machine with a large amount of rocket-trailing flames shooting from its back pierced through the skies like a shooting star with countless blaster missiles flying from its back. Numerous blast missiles flew out from its back, like dancing elves drawing a gorgeous trajectory in mid-air, all bombarding the anomalous individual, and when the dust triggered by the missiles scattered in all directions, a cold blue electronic torrent shot out from the front end, penetrated through the center of the smoke, and then finally supplemented with a magical fireball transformed into electricity to completely exterminate the anomalous individual into ashes. The surviving investigation team members, while thankful that they had survived, fell helplessly to their knees amidst the rubble, raised their heads and looked up into the air with eyes as hopeful as those looking up to a god, and in turn, finally got a good look at the true face of the savior who had saved them from hell. It's a ing sweeper robot. Cool or not sure. Anyway, it was quite confusing. While Fong Joe was thinking about all this nonsense, Lu Ling on the other side had already taken out a brand new contract document from the printer and handed it to Fong Joe. Please take a look. Fong Joe snapped out of his imagination and took the document, quickly glancing at the title. Cooperation Agreement between the Abnormal Reception Authority and Party Number 109. Fong Joe blinked. Number 109? That's you. Lu Ling said slowly. Considering the characteristics in you, the authority has decided to temporarily name you as Abnormal Number 109. This is just a way for us to address you, just like how Watson and Charlotte are technically called Number 189 and Number 190, and do not have a denial of human nature and human rights nature. I know. Fong Joe didn't mind much about this. It's just quite surprising. I'm numbered so far ahead? A foreign color that could not be easily detected flashed under Lu Ling's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by her initiative. After all, you quickly learned and mastered the unfolding of phase space. I think this number is quite reasonable. And what about me? What about me? Liya began to wonder about her number. What's my number? Lu Ling glanced at Liya. 434 as I recall. Liya's lights dimmed instantly. So low, I'm quite rare. Fong Joe has a feeling of winning. Rubbed Liya hard twice. Rare to rare, but you are small, not langding dozen centimeters and nothing to kill. Usually paste a fireball are laborious. Liya didn't reply, just muttered to herself. You'll know you're wrong when I'm done installing fire control. What's wrong with being small? What's wrong with small? You never heard of small? And I'll give you a big one when the time comes, and other inexplicable words. Fong Joe laughed, letting Liya mutter alone as he opened the cooperation agreement in front of him and scrutinized it carefully. As a social person who often reads contracts, he thought he could see 99% of the traps and pits in a contract, but wherever there were some vague descriptions in this agreement, Fong Joe could immediately find them and ask Lu Ling to correct them. However, even with Fong Joe's contract experience, after reading the agreement, he could not find any faults at all. Each paragraph was described quite clearly and solutions were given for various complicated situations. Finished reading, no problem. Fong Joe confirmed the content of the contract and exhaled. Just sign here at the end, right? A few hints of relaxation finally appeared on Lu Ling's face. After signing, the content of the contract will be forced into effect, and in the future, even if the authority wants to break the contract, they will have to bear the contractual penalties for violating the contract. After strolling around the authority for a day, Fong Joe could roughly guess the reason. He looked around, and although he couldn't see what the problem was, he felt that his guess should be correct. This contract, or this office, is also an anomaly. Yes. Lu Ling nodded. As long as the contract is signed within this office, it will definitely come into effect, and when the content of the contract is violated, the appropriate liquidated damages will be mandatorily charged, and if there is no appropriate liquidated damages at the moment, this office will collateralize itself with other objects of the defaulting party. Listening to these words, Fong Joe picked up the pen next to him and finally reorganized the situation once more. According to the content of this agreement, the authority would not impose any coercive behavior on Fong Joe and Liya, and at the same time it would guarantee their right to free movement that was no different from that of an ordinary person, and the two parties would cooperate in a completely reciprocal manner. When the authority needs help, it will apply for assistance from the two of them, and Fong Joe can choose to accept or reject it on his own, and after accepting it, he can receive the reward issued by the authority afterward, and when there is no need for Fong Joe and the others to assist, it will also issue a payment of 200,000 yuan at the beginning of each month as the basic financial assistance fee. When Fong Joe needed assistance, he could likewise submit an application to the authority for assistance in knowledge, and all knowledge and records regarding phase space would be shared unconditionally by the authority with Fong Joe. Human rights, freedom, welfare, attitude. One without fail. Sincerity pulled full circle. Fong Joe whispered to himself, then lifted his pen and signed his name on the agreement. Chapter 64 Meeting. Since Liya couldn't sign, Fong Joe incidentally also helped Liya get a signature. When he was done signing, Fong Joe felt a mesmerizing and unseeable gas come over him, drilling into his mind and fading away in the blink of an eye. In the dark, he felt as if he had established some kind of connection with this agreement, but exactly what kind of connection and what effect it had, Fong Joe didn't even know. Lu Ling picked up the document and roughly scanned it. After confirming that there was no mistake, she put the document away silently. The content of the agreement has come into effect. On the first day of the beginning of the month next month, the basic financial assistance will be credited to your account. Fong Joe inwardly calculated, realizing that it was the matter of these few days, and his entire essence rose another notch. Liya, on the other hand, was more interested in the assistance on the other hand. What about some kind of phase space knowledge assistance? Is it going to give us a few books to read? Essays on the nature of phase space and records of related books. We'll send them over once we've organized them. Lu Ling put her hands behind her back, her smile unchanged. In addition to that, the authority will also introduce you to a talent, which, although it was not born from phase space like number 137, is likewise closely related to phase space. A trace of skepticism flashed across Fong Joe's face, and he tentatively asked, "Is that talent? You are introducing a human being?" Lu Ling's gaze drifted away. Sort of. Fong Joe's expression stiffened, thinking that the authority's human content is really not high. Just don't know what the so-called talent will be this time. Rhinoceros man? Jelly man? Or is it an even more evil and bizarre creature with an appearance that drops SAN? Roughly seeing Fong Joe's inner worries, Lu Ling smiled faintly and gave that introductory talent a couple of good words. It's just like you. It has the same appearance as a normal human being. It's only in some of its features that it differentiates itself from a normal human being, and it's very obedient overall despite having a flawed character. Character flawed, but very obedient. Fong Joe murmured in a low voice, his gaze unconsciously moving to Liya in his arms. Liya noticed Fong Joe's gaze and turned to Fong Joe with a burst of RGB lights. "What are you looking at me for? It's not like I have a character flaw." Fong Joe sighed, feeling that he had to cultivate Liya's self-knowledge once in a while, then nodded, standing up with Liya in his arms. Looking at Lu Ling, "The contract is signed. There shouldn't be anything next? I can give you guys a ride back if you want." Lu Ling casually cut a cross on the wall of the office, and a flurry of colors squeezed the seams of the cross open, changing into a passageway filled with illusory sights. Fong Joe thought for a moment. "Wait, I still want to go to one last place." "Where?" Lu Ling was a little curious. "The document room where those numbered anomalous information is included." Fong Joe took a deep breath and said the one that he had been looking forward to for a long time within his heart. "I want to think about confirming the numbered anomaly information inside." Lu Ling frowned imperceptibly at his words, hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, and looked up at Fong Joe. "Can you ask why?" "Curious." Fong Joe casually replied, "I just want to know how divine those anomalies at the top of the numbering are." Lu Ling was silent and hesitant for a moment. Yes. She reached out her hand to redraw the cross on the wall, her fingertips slicing through the wall out of thin air, reconstructing a passageway to the documentation room. Before Fong Joe stepped into the passageway with Liya in his arms, Lu Ling reminded, "You can read as much as you like, except for phenomena or individuals with anomaly numbers in the top 50. Fong Joe's footsteps stopped in front of the entrance to the passageway. Can't the top 50 ones? The top 50 numbered anomalous documents to read need to be approved by the council, but also undergo a strict psychiatric appraisal and personality test. The next day after reading the document must undergo a memory deletion, and if any abnormal perception or abnormal manifestation occurs, it will also be necessary to go into the neural synaptic machine for a consciousness modification." Lu Ling shrugged her shoulders and said that she couldn't help with this. "This is a dead rule of the authority. If you want to read the top 50 abnormally numbered files, I can help you to submit an application now." Fong Joe had originally heard about approval, psychiatric appraisal, and the like and thought that although it was a bit troublesome, it wasn't unacceptable, but his face changed when he heard the latter. The words memory deletion and consciousness modification were really creepy the more one thought about them. Of course, what made people feel even more horrified was the fact that the authority had to ensure the unknowability of the first 50 anomalies even if it had to use these means. It was as if just knowing the information about the top 50 anomaly numbers would lead to unimaginable calamities. "Let's talk about it later then." Fong Joe pondered that this was the first time he went to the documentation room. It was fine to ignore the first 50 numbered anomalies first, and confirm all the other serial numbered anomalies before saying so. Half an hour later, Fong Joe returned from the document room without any success. He quickly perused the anomaly files of anomaly numbers 51-500, but unfortunately failed to find any clues related to the dye tank and that mainframe computer. The contents of the files further on Fong Joe no longer had the energy to confirm them, nor was there a need to do so. If Fong Joe's ability to come back from the dead originated from the dye tank and that computer, then just by virtue of this characteristic alone, their anomaly numbers could not be lower than 500. Either the authority was temporarily unaware of the existence of the dye tank and the computer and had yet to include them. Either that or these two things belonged to the top 50 special anomalies. Either way, Fong Joe couldn't figure out their true appearance today. In the end, Fong Joe went to greet Charlotte and Watson, who were still working overtime, and dashingly left the authority under the gaze of their nearly materialized resentment. At the entrance of the old hotel, the fallen leaves on the ground were blown up by the wind, fluttering and scattering to the ground. Fong Joe held Liya in his arms and walked out of the hotel under the smiling attention of the receptionist. Arriving in front of the wide but sparse street, letting out a long breath. The wind blowing on his face brought a few hints of smoke and fire, not realizing that it was already midday. Thinking back to today's experience, Fong Joe only felt like an overly vivid dream. Abnormal individuals, cooperative agreement, armed forces department, Lu Ling and her teleportation channel. Dragging out any one of them would be enough for him to have strange dreams for a few days. But he was back now, back in this plain and peaceful world. Fong Joe lifted his head and squinted, catching a glimpse of slightly dimmed sunlight through the clouds. The sense of reality gradually surging out from under his feet after returning from the dreamy authority. Not going home? Liya saw Fong Joe frozen in place. Did those anomalous documents just now give your brain a whole lot of confusion? No, although it was quite patronizing. Fong Joe glanced at Liya, then pulled out his cell phone and located a place he had never been to before. "Don't go back yet. I have a place to go." "Where are you going this time?" "To buy a car." Fong Joe suddenly revealed an expectant smile, shaking his cell phone towards Liya. "Just now I had the deputy director give me an advance on next month's financial aid, with $200,000 coming in. I'm thinking that it's time to get a vehicle to drive." Liya is getting more and more speechless towards Fong Joe, because there are no white eyes, so she can only roll the white lights. Buying a car is coming. You don't need to clock in and out of work every day now. Is it useful to buy a car? House and car is the ultimate need. If I don't buy it, then isn't my driver's license a waste of time? And am I not giving you something new to look forward to? Me? Liya looked confused. What do you mean by giving me something fresh? I can't drive with no arms or legs. Not necessarily. Fong Joe was serious. Isn't there an in-car elf? Liya froze for a moment with the naked eye, and the lights didn't even come on. A few moments later, the little robot once again made an exceedingly loud noise. You're asking me to be your in-car genie. Are you a human? How many times have I said I'm not your smart home? Fong Joe quickly pressed down the raging little robot in his arms, then laughed awkwardly twice at the passing pedestrians. then lowered his head and whispered to Liya. The in-car genie is essentially no different from a cell phone. It can navigate and also order songs, and you can also feel the feeling of flying. Isn't it quite good? Seems a bit reasonable. Liya gradually quieted down. Wait a minute, you just said ordering songs? Yes, order songs. Fong Joe decisively gave a promise. In the future, whatever songs I order while driving will be determined by you. How about it? Liya searched for a moment and muttered in a small voice, that seems okay. Looking at Liya, who suddenly settled down, Fong Joe blinked dumbfoundedly. Is this girl so easy to fool? After Lu Ling watched Fong Joe leave, the tense expression on her face was visible to the naked eye as she breathed a sigh of relief. She herself couldn't remember the last time she was this tense. Lu Ling was silent in place for a long time, waved her hand and opened the teleportation channel, returning to the director's office in the 3rd Division previously. The lights in the office went out. A strange grayness filled the entire room. The shark in the fish tank no longer drilled the corners, but floated sedately in the center of the tank, determination and a few hints of nervousness showing in the pupils of his eyes behind his monocle. The 2 agents, Charlotte and Watson, were sitting on one side of the giant desk, right next to each other, neither of them looking very good. He went back. Charlotte broke the silence. Not inducted? He didn't want to work under the authority. Lu Ling said lightly. What was eventually signed was a cooperative agreement. Watson sighed. At least it was a good outcome. Director Shark was not surprised by this. It was more concerned about Lu Ling's feelings after she made contact with Fong Joe. Deputy Director, do you see anything? As soon as these words were uttered, Watson and Charlotte both cast curious gazes. They were curious to know if Lu Ling, who had the highest authority of the authority, could see through Fong Joe's secret. Lu Ling regretfully shook her head. I did make contact with him, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to see anything. The atmosphere in the office became stiff again. The air seemed to freeze, and the normally broken-tongued Charlotte fell silent. Lu Ling walked to the very front of the desk and casually wiped her hand on the wall. A holographic projection imprinted with all kinds of information instantly surfaced in front of everyone. Among the center of the projection interface was a personal photo of Fong Joe. Everyone present, immediately after the end of this meeting, undergo the memory sealing process and head to the treatment room for psychiatric appraisal. And if any serious discomfort or trance phenomenon occurs on the way to the meeting, immediately inject yourself with the emergency sanity-topping fluid. Chief Shark nodded. Understood. Charlotte and Watson looked at each other, deeply aware of the importance and danger of this meeting. Understood. Very well. Lu Ling said, pulling out a few photocopied documents from her arms and casually flinging them around, landing them in the center of the desk and in front of the Charlotte and Watson duo respectively. The pair of sleuth duo fixed their eyes on the documents, and they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. In front of them was clearly an abnormally numbered document, and the cover of the document was a line of shocking text. Anomaly number 009 Fong Joe. Lu Ling's icy voice rang out at this moment. Now, the characterization of anomaly number 009 will begin. Chapter 65. A terrifying judgment. A tense and heavy atmosphere filled the office. Charlotte and Watson looked at the number 009 on the document, and suddenly felt as if the previously spacious space had been endlessly compressed and made smaller, and a narrow chamber-like suffocating sensation emerged. Even the 2 inaugurated and experienced xenomorph agents had never participated in such a forward-numbering anomaly discussion so far. This was almost a parliamentary-level discourse that should not have involved the 2 xenomorph agents, and even Director Shark might not have been qualified to sit in on it. Lu Ling had specially summoned them here, apparently because they had been in contact with Fong Joe and might be able to give clues during the analysis. Are you ready? Lu Ling's gaze swept over the sleuth duo. You can start anytime. Watson took a deep breath. We're ready. Very well. Lu Ling nodded slightly. Then before we officially start analyzing 009's abnormal traits, I have a piece of news to inform you all. After saying that, Lu Ling casually waved her hand, and the holographic projection on the wall instantly produced changes. Within the azure-colored virtual screen, a photo taken of the clock tower was clearly presented in front of everyone. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient clock tower made of stone bricks stood quietly in a strange city. Its body was painted with brownish-red paint. The surface was left with scratches carved by time and wind and sand, and the most conspicuous position on the front was a simple style disc-shaped clock, and the time on the table was pointing to 11:21. No matter how you look at it from any angle, this is an ordinary photo of an old clock tower, without any noteworthy features. However, the moment he saw this photo, Watson's face instantly surfaced a layer of shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, rubbing his eyes twice forcefully, then staring at the time on the clock in a daze. Charlotte, on the other hand, frowned with some uneasiness and held her arms in thought. It pushed forward 2 minutes. Lu Ling reached out and pointed to the clock on the photo. Word came from the clock tower a few days ago that the doomsday clock, which represents chaos, had moved forward 2 minutes, the first time it had done so in nearly 80 years, and it had moved forward 2 minutes at once, far surpassing that recorded 147 years ago. The prophetic clock that moves to 12 o'clock and causes doom to fall. Watson's expression was serious, and his speaking voice carried a few uncontrollable trembles. This time it suddenly pushed forward for 2 minutes. Did the clock tower side explain the reason? They are also not sure of the exact reason. Lu Ling said with a bit of a headache, the General Administration's phone has been blown up by the clock tower in the past few days. They thought it was because we were doing some dangerous experiments again. But in reality, this matter has nothing to do with us at all. But it has something to do with Fong Joe? Watson looked at document 009 in front of him. Is it phase space? Lu Ling denied. No, at that time Fong Joe had not yet mastered the ability of phase space. Then, Watson queried. It was the time when Pi was rounded up. Lu Ling spoke faintly. According to the subsequent response given by the clock tower, the point in time when the disordered doomsday clock shifted coincided perfectly with the point in time when the world's pi was rounded up, and it's almost certain that it was that time when the R5-level reality distortion triggered the advancement of the doomsday clock. Charlotte and Watson quieted down, and a stony silence filled the room once again. Pi rounding, even when placed in the history of the authority, was a historical level event enough to be deliberately recorded. Even though that reality distortion only lasted for 13 seconds, the events that occurred within those 13 seconds were simply beyond the comprehension of normal humans. Now, the advancement of the doomsday clock has been proven to be related to this reality distortion again, and this reality distortion is clearly unrelated to Fong Joe. To put it simply, it was Fong Joe who advanced the doomsday clock by 2 minutes. How did he do that? Watson had difficulty understanding. At that time, he hadn't mastered the ability of phase space. But he had already had contact with number 201 at the time. Charlotte interjected at this point, cautiously saying, I remember him saying that he was playing with that sweeper robot at that time, and that one person and one machine had been wrestling with number 201 for a long time. Watson vaguely understood something. So he unconsciously triggered a reality distortion on the way to the fight? It could also be that he's hiding it. Lu Ling turned her head and casually erased the photo of the clock tower on the projection before zooming in on Fong Joe's personal information with her second finger. In any case, Fong Joe must possess some other abnormal ability other than phase space, and that ability is most likely related to time. Such as time regression? Charlotte casually mentioned. Lu Ling sighed lightly. There are not enough clues to determine its specific characteristics for the time being, but time regression is indeed the most likely answer. Well, I now kind of understand why that kid can be number 009. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders and picked up the document number 009 in front of her. An anomalous individual who can learn phase space unfolding at the speed of light is scary enough, and now that he's also involved with the time system, space-time is taken up. This template is perverted to the point that it can be thrown directly into the Soul System game as the final boss. It should be a hidden boss, Watson chimed in. The kind that can only be summoned by gathering 6 or 7 boss drop materials. Makes sense. The two of them were talking to each other when they suddenly felt a chill creep up their spine. Lu Ling and Chief Shark watched the two from 2 angles, and even though not a single word was said, the silent stares already meant everything. The sleuth duo immediately shut up in a well-behaved manner in front of the big leaders. They still didn't dare to be too reckless. Seeing the 2 men settle down, Director Shark sighed slightly helplessly and turned his head to Lu Ling. So number 009's trait is a high-speed learning and control of abnormal abilities, as well as some kind of unknown, special ability that can affect time. Having 2 abnormal traits at the same time. Watson raised an eyebrow. That's not common. It would be good if there were really only 2. Lu Ling revealed a tired expression for the first time and waved her hand again, replacing the image on the holographic projection. This time, what was presented in front of the crowd was a series of report records. On December 27th, at 9:11 and 31 seconds a.m., in the hospital belonging to the 3rd Division, a corpse in the morgue was monitored for its sudden disappearance. According to the follow-up investigation, the body was found to be Zhou Xiong, an abnormal individual found the day before in Building 7, Room 501 of Harmony Home. Nothing unusual happened before or after Zhou Xiong's body disappeared until 11:37 and 56 seconds a.m., when Zhou Xiong's body suddenly returned. There was no difference between the body and the one before it disappeared, no injuries and no signs of movement. On December 28th, at 10:08 and 44 seconds a.m., the same hospital confirmed the disappearance of the body again. The body that disappeared was later identified as Wang Fanli, a former resident of Harmony Home, Building 7, Room 201. The same phenomenon as the last time the body disappeared. There were no abnormalities before or after the disappearance of Wang Fanli's body, and there were no witnesses to the disappearance process on the surveillance camera. At 10:41 and 26 seconds a.m., Wang Fanli's body was confirmed to have returned, and there was no difference from before it disappeared. On December 28th, at 2:25 and 11 seconds p.m., Zhou Xiong's body disappeared again, but this time the disappearance lasted only 10 seconds and returned to its original position 10 seconds later. Except for the disappearance phenomenon itself, no abnormal phenomena occurred. Director Shark's monocle is shaking. Watson and Charlotte's expressions weren't much better, although they had read the reports. The shock in their hearts only increased after reading them again. Director Shark, after all, had seen it all, and a creepy word immediately popped into his head. Cognitive distortion? Most likely. Watson nodded his head extremely solemnly. Fong Joe was previously unaware of the fact that his neighbors had long since died, and had always thought that they were still alive. This cognition created the distortion, which in turn caused these bodies that should have died to briefly resurrect and appear in front of him. Just like the kid from Experiment 17 earlier, Charlotte shrugged her shoulders. In that kid's cognition, he was just playing a go-karting game, so in reality there was also an abnormal vehicle that could smash the lab's door to pieces. Seriously, that kid was lucky he didn't play a prop race, otherwise he… When the words came to this point, Charlotte was suddenly stunned, followed by a look at the string of reports with the eyes of a living ghost. Watson wanted to ask his old partner what was wrong with him, but as soon as he saw Charlotte's expression, the missing string in his head also instantly tightened, and he looked at Lu Ling with the same incredulity. Director Shark, on the other hand, was a bit more sophisticated than the two, having long since noticed the strong sense of incongruity within this report, and had been twisting his tail fins uneasily since a moment ago. In an instant, the atmosphere within the office could no longer be described as stagnant, but rather eerie. A strange coldness crawled up their spines, and unfathomable common sense haunted everyone's mind like a nightmare. The seawater in the fish tank swirled without wind, and a droplet of water slid down the surface of the tank to the ground. Yes, this is the most incomprehensible part of 009, Lu Ling said with a serious demeanor. During the process of all the corpses disappearing, the authority did not monitor the occurrence of any anomalies. Even no reality distortion has occurred. Chapter 66. Unable to be sheltered. There was no sound in the office for a long time. Even Charlotte, who thought she could tell two hellish jokes in any state of mind, couldn't help but hold her breath at this moment. Watson silently clenched his fists and looked at the string of reports without saying a word. His eyes filled with incomprehensible confusion. There was no anomaly, yet an anomaly occurred. This was simply something unheard of. This is impossible. Chief Shark's calm voice came out from the fish tank, but the increasing number of water droplets splashing out of the tank had revealed its uneasy mood. There was no reality distortion, but an incident where a body disappeared out of thin air. This is simply impossible. What about the otherworldly indicators? Watson snapped in response. Did the alterity indicator react? No. Lu Ling shook her head. The alienity indicator was at normal values the entire time. It didn't even fluctuate a bit. No reality distortion, no otherness indicator, but it still happened. Charlotte laughed to herself after saying this, but it was a very forced and helpless laugh. Watson, I'm not dreaming, am I? Watson couldn't answer that question. All along, the anomaly indicator had been the underlying logic for the authority to judge abnormal phenomena or individuals. It could be said that the anomaly indicator was the basis of the authority's understanding of the concept of anomaly, and without the anomaly indicator there would be no anomaly. If the concept of abnormality was to be woven into a copy of abnormality science, then the anomaly indicator would be the most basic and central piece of arithmetic. Now Fong Joe's existence had completely overturned this arithmetic. The anomalyology that the authority had painstakingly built up no longer existed. Unfortunately, this is reality. The one who answered Charlotte was not Watson, but Lu Ling. He will unconsciously change this world, neither through simple cognitive modifications nor reality distortions, but by changing everything in a way that we have never known. Speaking here, Lu Ling paused for a moment. The most troublesome thing is that 009 is not aware of its own abnormality, and we do not know what kind of changes Fong Joe will produce after pointing out this abnormality. The authority cannot afford this risk. No one could predict exactly how Fong Joe would change after learning of his own abnormality. He may completely awaken into a form that is beyond the authority's control, or he may trigger a time regression to bind himself back to an unknown state. Both Watson and Charlotte knew in their hearts that even the authority did not want to take this completely unknown risk. The atmosphere in the office was on the verge of freezing. Director Shark looked over to the corner that reassured the fish more than once, his spindle-shaped body slowly twisting. Presumably sensing the change in the atmosphere within the office, after uttering several pieces of bad news, Lu Ling finally turned her words around and mentioned a mouthful of good news. However, fortunately, 009 doesn't unconditionally modify reality through cognition. What do you mean? Chief Shark's eyes lit up. Lu Ling turned her head to the sleuth duo. At least the two of them didn't turn into actual property agents. Charlotte and Watson snapped out of their confused shock and simultaneously revealed expressions of realization. That's right. If Fong Joe was unconditionally modifying reality anytime, anywhere, then the two of them, Watson and Charlotte, should have been cognitively modified by Fong Joe into ordinary property clerks when they first debuted. However, the truth was that the two of them were not affected in any way. Watson rubbed his chin, finally coming to his senses a little, and analyzed in a low voice. So Fong Joe's ability to unleash has limitations, or is conditional? One could think so. Lu Ling nodded. Then what are the conditions for unleashing it? Faced with this important question, Lu Ling smiled slightly and gave a quality answer. Not at all. Watson's face was wooden for a moment. It could be bound to life and death. It could be bound only to people he's been in contact with for a long time, or it could be some other reason. Lu Ling spoke nonchalantly. We know very little about number 009, and even after many encounters, we still can't figure out what he really is. Charlotte thought for a moment. But in order to figure out the conditions of these abnormal traits of his, we still have to send someone to make contact with him. Lu Ling glanced at Charlotte. Yes, that's why we have to maintain our partnership with 009. 009 needs someone to help him research phase space, and the authority needs someone to reach out to 009 even further. In fact, you guys have already built up a trusting relationship with 009. This job is most suitable for you, but as you all know, the authority is very short of manpower lately. Besides the proper contact with 009, you still have a lot of tasks to do. As soon as they heard about the tasks, Watson and Charlotte felt a headache. On the contrary, this would be in front of the big leader. The two of them had a million grievances in their hearts in vain but didn't dare to have an attack, so they could only smother their heads and nod their heads. This is the end of the current analysis of 009. Lu Ling took a deep breath and gave her final conclusion. To put it bluntly, number 009 is an anomaly among anomalies. We need to treat everything related to him with caution, and in the process of contacting 009, all of the authority's knowledge, common sense, experience, and records since its birth up to the present day will most likely be reduced to illusions, and we may have to overturn our past conclusions that have been verified countless times. Countless times we have gotten verified conclusions, and re-establish another complete set of abnormal cognition in his body, until we completely figure out what he really is. After saying that, Lu Ling's eyes swept across the room. Any more questions? Watson was about to say no, but something strange quickly flashed through his mind. And when he turned his head to look at his old partner, he realized that Charlotte's eyes were also flashing with a curious light. The taciturn old partners had obviously thought of something. One more question. Watson took the initiative to open his mouth, wanting to know about the suspicions regarding the final part of the number 201 incident. Regarding the last record in the report about the black fruit and the sapling. Deputy Director, is that thing related to Fong Joe? Is it some kind of abnormal substance that he spawned? That thing has nothing to do with 009. Lu Ling answered a sentence seemingly casually. Charlotte frowned, realizing that Lu Ling had no more to say after she finished her sentence. So after a moment of silence, she couldn't help but guess. That thing shouldn't have anything to do with number 201 either, right? Lu Ling looked at Charlotte with some surprise. Watson and Charlotte's thoughts were the same, rarely nodding his head in agreement with his old partner's words. Number 201, from its birth to its death, has never shown any abnormal display related to fruits or saplings. We can only think that that thing shouldn't belong to number 201. At the same time, it doesn't belong to 009 either. Lu Ling sighed lightly, her expression helpless. That thing proves the authorities' point once again. Anomalies can be spawned by anomalies. The birth of number 201 was not by chance, but was facilitated by another anomaly. But the knowledge related to it, it's better that you guys don't know about it. It's even better not to know the name. For the sake of your safety, and subsequently on your way to memory sealing, I suggest that you attach another memory deletion. Watson and Charlotte looked at each other and were completely honest. Their curiosity was worthless under the threat of possible contamination if they knew its name. Seeing the two settle down, Lu Ling let out a long breath. All right, back to the topic of 009. Lu Ling casually wiped away the holographic projection. The contact program with 009 has been determined to be cooperation, and in the future, matters related to 009 will be passed on by the two of you. This is an arduous and lengthy task, so I hope you'll be prepared for it. Understood. Charlotte and Watson responded with a breathless sentence. Lu Ling had wanted to raise the two spirits, but considering the burden on their shoulders and the hell of overtime they had been working in the last few days, she still conscientiously didn't scold them harshly and gave a reassuring remark. After that, when you're idle, the authority will consider giving you a long vacation. Really? Charlotte jumped up violently from her stool. Of course it's true. Lu Ling nodded. I'll apply for you in the name of the deputy director. Charlotte heard that this was a major commitment, immediately smiled, clenched his fists and rested there muttering in a low voice, steady. Maldives is secure. Watson expressionlessly dragged his old partner back to the stool. Looked to Lu Ling. Deputy director. Then we now. Let's write the report first. Record everything I just said in the document numbered 009. Good. Watson flipped the document open, and inside was a blank anomaly number description template. The first line of it was the body of this document's description. Number 009 Fong Joe. He picked up the pen on the table and locked his eyes on the blank field below. Lu Ling knew what he was thinking and thought for a moment. Fill in level 8 first, tentatively. Watson's mind was shaken, but he still filled it in honestly. Item level. Level 8 tentative. The next one was the danger factor. Lu Ling thought for a moment. Fill in 5 first and also tentative. Watson froze, thinking that this number was a bit low for Fong Joe. Lu Ling's voice then sounded. This is considering the fact that he is communicable and possesses humanity, and can even be said to be a good person. Watson nodded, something he did not deny at all. Risk factor. 5 tentative. After Watson filled out this column, he looked further down and showed a difficult expression. Special internment measures? There's no need to fill in tentative for this one. Lu Ling recalled the characteristics that Fong Joe had shown so far, and then considered the various types of means that the authority could currently apply, including the undercard. After comprehensively thinking about it, she gave a completely affirmative answer in her capacity as the authority's deputy director. Number 009 cannot be accommodated. The entrance to the Harmony Home neighborhood. A white new energy pure electric minivan slowly and leisurely passed through the gate and drove into the neighborhood. The setting sun flowed like water between the residential buildings, one of the dim rays of yellow cut diagonally from the direction of the rear of the car, and the slightly cool wind scraped up the fallen leaves and drilled through the gap between the tires and the chassis. Fong Joe put the steering wheel to the right full. Some unskilled will be parked firmly in their own downstairs, and then not in a hurry to release the seatbelt out of the car, but careful and enjoyable back and forth stroked the roof, handbrake and leather feel of the steering wheel. The face of the smile is more and more taut. A house to live in, a car to drive. This is ing called life. I don't understand. A delicate golden figure popped out of the car's center screen. Liya held her arms and leaned against the side of the self-service song ordering system, her eyes staring at Fong Joe with a grudging look. If you're buying a car anyway, why don't you just buy an expensive one? What's the point of buying 100,000 or so? Fong Joe, I only have $200,000 in my hand. If I don't buy $100,000, do I buy a Lamborghini? Don't you have a loan? Liya couldn't figure out Fong Joe's brain circuits. Anyway, you get $200,000 a month lying around for nothing. You'll pay it off in minutes. Loan or forget it. Fong Joe swore in a serious manner. I have tasted the pain of the loan, and I swear that I will never buy things by loans. And a car of more than 100,000 yuan is not a car, This drive up is not still windy. Yes, 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 windy. Liya white eyes are almost rolled to the sky to go. Driving with the turtle crawling like not more than 40 miles per hour. Froze by the people drop all the way. But also windy it. My grandmother sitting in a wheelchair on the shelf with a hand crank are faster than you. Fong Joe? Your grandmother's hands speed a second 13 laps. Right? Liya shrugged. Open casino. Hand speed faster is not quite normal? Fong Joe? Actually really give her round back. Let's not talk about anything else. Liya excitedly put her face toward the screen. Hey, your car is purely electric, right? Yeah. Fong Joe suddenly had a very bad premonition and hurriedly re-buckled the seatbelt he had just loosened and grabbed the steering wheel with both hands to stabilize it. Wait a minute. What are you doing? After you're done having fun, it's my turn to have fun. In an instant, the sound of tires starting to rub the ground rang in his ears. The dashboard data in front of Fong Joe began to automatically soar upwards. Liya inside the center control screen grinned. Anyway, since I'm here, I try to take control of this tram, and I found that it really works. It just so happens that I've been in this world for so long, and I haven't even properly enjoyed the sensation of a windy ride. Come on. I'll take you out for a ride. Chapter 67. A little experiment after returning home. After getting out of the Liya brand electric car, Fong Joe inwardly swore that he would never let Liya drive again. This girl was really crazy when she drove. She doesn't slow down when she takes a turn. She doesn't drive 50 when the speed limit is 60. And she tries to find a way to get in between two cars when there's a little space between them. Fong Joe was driving slowly before being warned by the other drivers. Liya is purely to anger other drivers to go along the way to harvest. In addition to honking warnings, there are countless drivers rolled down the window after the cursing they Fong Joe's parents as the center, to the genealogy as a radius, to the gender relationship as a starting point to start Yen Wang pointing. Less than half an hour's drive down, Fong Joe not only failed to save his own grandfather, even the unseen great-grandchildren have received a dozen feet. After returning home, Fong Joe immediately gave Liya a driving ban. However, Liya herself was quite unconvinced by the sentence and appealed on the spot. For what? The blonde magician's image appeared in the TV set, hands crossed, defiance written all over her face. It's not like I violated the traffic laws. It's true that you didn't violate the traffic laws, but you were frantically testing the edges of the traffic laws. Fong Joe exhausted paralyzed into the sofa, eyes grudgingly staring at Liya. All the way easy to trigger the anger road syndrome thing. You are one did not fall, and then let you drive a few more laps of the whole city. Driver tomorrow will have to give me this car on the rivers and lakes to kill the order, and you really do not decelerate until the last moment. Several times emergency braking almost gave me a person are shaking fly out of the car. There are you drive like this? Doesn't that mean I'm a good driver? Liya rightfully said. In fact, I will also drift it, just forgot. I should have known that in the left side of the neighborhood that curve to show you a drain over the corner. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped. Where the hell did you learn your driving skills? You also have a car there. Nope. Liya blinked. I learned it from a game when I was surfing the internet. Which game? Euro Truck Sim. Grand Theft Auto. Fong Joe? It was obvious that Liya was really tightening up on her running. If she really ran that way in the hands of Grand Theft Auto, Fong Joe should have 5 stars in the upper right corner of his head right now, and there should be a SDU team coming to his door at the entrance of the building. Anyway, you are not allowed to drive in the future. Fong Joe gave Liya an ultimatum, turned his head and walked into the kitchen, but he also heard Liya muttering, "If you don't drive, don't drive. I'll be able to fly in no time." Fong Joe didn't pay attention to the little robot. Fong Joe didn't care about the little robot's muttering, and made himself a bowl of noodles for dinner, the kind that is filled with ingredients. Now Fong Joe to add material to the noodles that is not at all distressed. After all, the money in hand can also be collected from the authority that aid funds. Before adding material, no longer need to think about how much an egg, how much a ham sausage one. He had to marvel at the rich life is different, no psychological burden at all. When Fong Joe returned to the living room with the instant noodles, he found that Liya was squatting alone in the corner of the TV, poking at the categorized programs under the on-demand channel without a beat. Fong Joe was a bit surprised. "What are you doing?" "Sulking." Liya sniffed and turned back with a ghostly expression. "I'm bored. I have nothing to do. Can't I just poke and play?" "If you have nothing to do, watch a TV show with me." Fong Joe picked up the remote control board, manually tuned to the TV series section, and flipped to find The Temptation of Going Back to the Village in the playback record. "You haven't seen this drama yet, right? I'll watch it with you from the beginning." Liya roughly scanned the description of the drama and found that it was a countryside love story of a scummy man cheating on his mistress to get on top of the original spouse, and then taking revenge after being kicked out of the house, and immediately frowned. What's so good about this? You'll know when you read it. I'm not interested in this kind of stuff. Liya bristled, but after seeing the title of the TV series appear as well as hearing the ear-catching theme song play, her footsteps that were ready to leave still stopped. The song seems okay. 10 minutes later, the blonde magician was cowering in the electronic couch in the lower right corner, clutching a bag of melon seeds in her hand, staring at the screen intently and unseeingly, watching in fascination. Fong Joe had just finished cleaning up the coffee table at this time, and once he took a look at Liya's straight little eyes, he was instantly happy. I told you it was okay, right? Liya flattened her mouth without looking back and mumbled in a small voice. Generally speaking, I can barely look at it. Fong Joe could see that Liya was purely being tough-talking, so he got up from the sofa and moved his muscles in place twice. Then you can watch it first, I'll go do an experiment. Oh, go, go, go. Liya waved her hand, froze for 2 seconds, and suddenly jerked back. Wait, what experiment? She slammed the screen, slapping the TV show out of a pause, and then rushed to the TV screen in 3 steps. What experiment, what experiment? Of phase space, Fong Joe said, thinking that the temptation of the word experiment was really strong enough. I want to try if the ability of phase space can be taken a step further. After hearing this, Liya instantly disengaged herself from the television set and instantly returned to her most adapted sweeper robot. Why did you suddenly think of experimenting? Liya's wheels spun at high speed, silky smooth as they arced across the floor. I thought you were designated to be ready to lay down and sleep after all that happened today. Sleeping after doing experiments. Fong Joe laughed. Every time I fiddle with this phase space, I'm exhausted. Go to bed and fall asleep. The sleep aid is especially good. Liya looked at Fong Joe incredulously. You took the side effect of spiritual de-energization to help you sleep? Isn't it quite reasonable? Reasonable a hammer. Forget it, it's you after all. Associating Fong Joe's various outrageous traits, Liya felt that she couldn't apply common sense to him. Then what new ideas do you have this time? Or are you simply just doing a few spatial displacement trainings, doing it until you're mentally exhausted and then lying down on the bed? Sort of a new idea. Liya instantly became interested after hearing this, and her tone was a few points more serious. Tell me in detail. Fong Joe thought for a moment. Simply put, I feel like I can touch deeper. Liya obviously didn't understand. What do you mean by deeper? Speak more clearly. It's hard to describe. Fong Joe racked his brain and couldn't think of a suitable adjective. Anyway, it's just that after that time when I ed with number 201, I felt as if I could touch something deeper and wider. Number 201. Liya drifted into silence as she recalled the content of that night's combat. She remembered it clearly. Fong Joe had pushed the limits of his original spiritual power in that combat, unleashing the ability of phase space consecutively. The first time was to displace the Christmas tree's decoration with lights onto number 201's body, so that Watson could have a way to briefly control number 201's movements. The second time was to amputate number 201's calf, completely immobilizing number 201 within the range of action of the gravity detention cannon. And after that was the pro-mom passing contest that, in retrospect, still makes Liya feel outrageously evil and lacking in virtue. In this lack of morality contest, Fong Joe unleashed his ability of phase space displacement more than once, repeatedly kidnapping number 201's mother and delivering a kick of care. The means of the lack of morality and the hell of the picture far exceeded Liya's cognition. The cults on her old side of the country wouldn't necessarily be able to do this kind of thing. All in all, it was an indisputable fact that Fong Joe had unleashed his spatial displacement ability multiple times in a row. And this would most likely be the starting point of Fong Joe's ability breakthrough. After Liya finished organizing her thoughts, she was worried about another matter. But won't your experiment, cause that what's it? Reality distortion? It should be fine now. Fong Joe searched for the fact that he was now the object of the authorities' cooperation. Let's just say that he had reported. I just signed the contract today, the authority basically knows what's going on my side, so it shouldn't have a big impact. Are you sure? Not sure. Fong Joe spread his hands. Wait for the authority to call and warn me before stopping. The authority really owes you from a previous life. Liya muttered in a small voice and spun around in place twice. So you're planning to do the experiment right here? Right here. Fong Joe said seriously. This place can make my spirit more focused. Liya guessed. Because it relaxes you? No, It's because whenever the ability goes out of control, the house becomes a mess. Fong Joe said in a serious voice. This just gives me just the right amount of tension. Liya, your ability to do mental construction is truly rare in the world. Fong Joe smiled. He didn't deny Liya's statement. If he didn't have a strong ability to do mental construction, he wouldn't have been often called overly optimistic and thinking out of the box. Thinking of this, Fong Joe let out a long breath and began to concentrate. He easily connected with the fifth limb and familiarly manipulated the sense of touch, while the colorful arm also appeared in front of his vision. So far so good. What comes next is the key. Fong Joe took another deep breath, held his breath, and began to try to dissect his fifth limb. He didn't know when he started to realize that this fifth limb wasn't originally the shape of an arm. It was only out of his own subconscious notion of picking up objects that he changed the shape of an arm to make it easier for Fong Joe to understand. In fact, this touch itself does not have a shape. Fong Joe this time to do is to break its shape. Let it return to the original posture. Golu. With the passage of time, the surface of the arm dyed with several colors was flooded with a large number of bubbles, and a disturbing gurgling sound resounded in the ears like a rainstorm. At the same time, the shape of the entire arm began to dissolve, changing into a puddle of viscous liquid, which looked like the dyeing liquid in the dyeing vat that was swirling and churning. As the coloring liquid fell from midair and coated the floor, a moment of cold and bone-chilling chill poured in from the top of his head, followed by a burst of hard weight squeezing his entire body. Fong Joe knew that this was the effect of the sense of touch, and his spirit had to withstand all the properties of the object touched by the sense of touch, including the quality, temperature, hardness. These feelings would be transformed into a spiritual shock in an instant, shocking Fong Joe and making him realize that the sense of touch was the same as the sense of touch. These feelings will instantly turn into a spiritual impact, shocking Fong Joe's brain. However, he had already used the sense of touch many times before, for this shock has long been adapted, took 2 seconds to complete the adjustment, and continued to manipulate the staining liquid on the floor to spread in all directions. Eventually, the viscous liquid of unknown nature coated the entire living room. This time, instead of spatial displacement, instead of considering disrupting and reorganizing things within the living room, he was going to take another step towards the deeper depths of this ability, as he had just said. Thud. The abnormal organ hidden in the depths of his soul suddenly throbbed violently. Fong Joe vaguely felt like he had touched some key switch and pressed it without hesitation. Chapter 68, Seeing Something You Shouldn't. Along with Fong Joe unleashing his ability, a layer of strange ripples centered on Fong Joe, like a drop of thick ink falling into clear water, spreading outwards rapidly. The moment the floor, walls and furniture touched this layer of ripples, their shapes were like illusory moonlight in the water, becoming blurred and swaying, and then melting and dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye, collapsing into a puddle of liquid shadows, mixing with the viscous color-dyed liquid around them. When the entire living room had completed the transformation from solid to liquid, a second ripple was born from under Fong Joe's feet, spreading outwards while fixing the concrete like writhing color slurry of the dye liquid, changing into countless solidified color cubes amidst glacial extrusion like humming sounds. The last third ripple was born from under Fong Joe's feet, spreading outwards while fixing the concrete like writhing color slurry of the dye liquid. A final third ripple swept up, instantly shattering the color blocks of the entire living room into a prismatic powder even finer than dust, as if they had received some kind of instruction, and began to follow some kind of mysterious law of rearranging and combining them, thus piecing together an entirely new picture. A sudden feeling of weightlessness came and disappeared in just 2 seconds. Fong Joe opened his eyes and looked at the colors that were pieced together in front of him at high speed, and his entire body froze in place. He remembered this feeling. The last time he had a similar experience was when he was attacked by number 201. His sense of touch briefly went out of control and ended up in a large phase space unfolding. However, unlike the previous accidental experience, Fong Joe's sense of touch did not go out of control this time, and now this was all the result of his subjective control. Fong Joe looked back and saw that the image of the prismatic dust was limited to the living room. Outside the living room was still the familiar floor and furniture, and when he looked out from his point of view, he could clearly see the iron door that had been hacked out with a big crack that had not been repaired in time. The scene inside the living room and outside the living room were so far apart that it looked like two worlds altogether. Fong Joe felt that he could pass judgment. Just a moment ago, he had completed a phase space unfolding on his own, with the range limited only to the living room. This was undoubtedly a major breakthrough in the use of abilities. What is this? So cool. The little robot shrunk by Fong Joe's feet and looked around incredulously. Did you do this? You shattered our living room hole. This is phase space unfolding. Fong Joe corrected without a good mood. I did it once before. Did you forget? Yeah. Liya was confused. But didn't we go poof and get sent to jail last time? It's not like this time. Fong Joe rubbed his chin and thought. It should be because the force is different. The force. Last time when the phase space unfolded, I was completely out of control, and I didn't pay attention, so I made a big one. Fong Joe recalled the various details of the last unfolding and compared it to this time. This time, I didn't feel out of control throughout the unfolding. At most, I felt it was very laborious, so the unfolding range was small and the speed was slow. Liya whispered, oh, superficially accepting this kind of statement, but actually still cautiously leaning towards Fong Joe's feet. Actually, Liya couldn't be blamed for being a wimp, mainly in her eyes. Watching the elemental composition of the surrounding scene being shattered and then reorganized with her own eyes was just a little too thrilling. As the prismatic dust was put together, some clear images were gradually presented in front of the two. A chair that was white in color and had a plastic texture with armrests was the first to be pieced together. A plastic chair in a stall? Liya looked at the chair in front of her in confusion. What exactly are you targeting this time? No object. Fong Joe replied casually. I just wanted to unfold it randomly to see how it happened. Then why is there a large stall plastic chair? I don't know. Maybe it just randomly appeared? Anyway, I think we need to be careful. Liya lowered her voice and muttered a sentence, while her internal electricity was running, rubbing a small ball of sparks in front of her, ready to increase her magic output to take a fireball and paste her face. Fong Joe also felt that he had to be ready to fight, but looked around and didn't find a suitable weapon, so he casually set up a kung fu stance that he saw in the movie, thinking that in case he met the enemy he would go up and do a left stomp to at least be able to do some damage. Just when one person and one machine were extremely vigilant about the result of this phase space unfolding, more and more clear images surfaced in front of them one after another. Inside the wide space made of orange-colored wooden flooring, for white stall plastic chairs were separated by a square table, two opposite each other. A large iron net was spread in the center of the table. Under the iron net was a square groove-shaped container made of metal. Inside the container was filled with dozens of charcoal flames, emitting high temperatures outward. Several bright silver-colored iron trays gradually appeared on the table, and the inside of the trays were filled with a large amount of oddly shaped flesh and plants. Most of these chunks of flesh that still retained their pulsating nerves were a dark purple color, and a few of them were a greenish color, with bulging veins rapidly twitching on the surface of the flesh. And as for those green-leafed plants next to them, other than the fact that they did have green leaves, the rest of them had absolutely nothing to do with the word plant. One of the pieces of flesh was placed on the iron net in the center, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of ZZ. This piece of flesh was twisting fiercely like an octopus that was being barbecued alive. At the same time, the blazing high temperature roasted the meat out of the meat juice, and the fat burned into oil and water that dripped down from the cracks of the iron plate to the charcoal fire, giving off an unusual fragrance. Fong Joe stood beside the table, feeling the heat wave and the aroma coming over his face, gradually getting a clue inside. This place seems to be a barbecue restaurant. Whether it was the decoration or the furnishings or the design of the barbecue, it was not far from the barbecue restaurant in Fong Joe's impression. It was no wonder that there were large plastic chairs, and some barbecue stores kept these cheap chairs on hand. There doesn't seem to be much danger. Liya wiped away the sparks in front of her and turned her head toward Fong Joe to cast a puzzled look. You've been messing around for half a day, and you've just messed up a barbecue store. Are you craving it? I just had instant noodles. Fong Joe defended. And I said this is not something I intentionally controlled, and this meat doesn't look like ordinary meat. As Fong Joe said that, he took the initiative to reach out his hand, wanting to pick up the chopsticks on the tabletop to poke at the overly vibrant-looking piece of meat. However, his hand went through without any hindrance. Fong Joe? ? Not to mention picking up the chopsticks. Fong Joe's palm directly penetrated through the tabletop, as if he was touching a holographic projection that had no entity. Liya froze and tried to move 2 steps forward. Then the entire body went through the corner of the table. Fong Joe frowned. You can only look, not touch? It's not like before. Liya dashed left and right underneath the tabletop several times before finally returning to Fong Joe's feet. These things look just like illusions. We can't make contact with them. Could it also be a matter of force? Fong Joe couldn't help but ponder. Is the force of my phase space unfolding this time that small? Just then, Liya suddenly realized something. Hey, Fong Joe. Someone Someone is coming out. Fong Joe immediately interrupted his thinking and looked up. For shadows gradually appeared in the plastic chairs of the stall, obviously guests who had come to eat barbecued meat. Fong Joe was about to try to talk to the people here, but the result was that just when he thought of a good line, he froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Because what appeared in the plastic chairs of the stall was not a person. Instead, it was 4 starfish. They had tawny rough skin, with 3 tentacles on each side, spiky barbs carved all over their limbs. For black limbs, eyes of different sizes were branded right above their torsos, and a mouth hiding tens of thousands of tiny teeth was 15 centimeters below the eyeballs, and spitting out obscure and incomprehensible weird pronunciations between one and the other. Fong Joe instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Starfish. Eating grilled meat. The horrifying impact of the image caused Fong Joe to take 2 steps back in fear, which in turn evoked some bad memories. He was stunned in place, hesitated for 2 to 3 seconds, mumbled "no way" and "don't ah," and then slowly crouched down with an expression whose splendor was comparable to that of fireworks. A young dragon covered in crimson scales was lying at the bottom of the table. The maid's apron with white ribbons was wrapped around it, wrapping around its chest and abdomen, and while maintaining a flat position, it was spitting flames into the charcoal container above its head in order to increase the temperature. Once it was sure that the coals were warm enough, it slowly and leisurely burrowed out from under the table, and after gabbling a few words to the 4 starfish guests, it curled up the empty plate with its tail and turned to leave. Just when it was a few steps away, the nearest starfish suddenly stretched out its tentacles and quietly touched the scales on its left thigh. The young red dragon quickly turned around and glared at the starfish, but the other party just let out a burst of laughter and then got away with it. Fong Joe stood by the side, witnessing everything that happened, his mouth slightly open, unable to close for a long time. What did he see? The red dragon made barbecuing for starfish, and then being molested and touched on the thigh by one of the starfish? Hello? Fong Joe. Liya, who had also witnessed everything, spoke up at this time, her numb and dull voice coming from the side. Can I kill you now? Why? Because I want to erase this memory. Liya's voice was laced with a slight sob. I don't want to go home in the future and lie in bed every day in the middle of the night and think of this. Fong Joe nodded. I understand you, but no. Why? Because my memory won't reset. Fong Joe smiled slightly at Liya. I can't forget it, you don't want to forget it either. Fong Joe Uing. Chapter 69. I'll simply try. One man and one machine despairingly imprinted the image in front of them into their minds, and from then on a memory that could never be erased was burned into their DNA. Many years later, when the reborn Liya tossed and turned in her bed due to insomnia, she would quasi-recall the evening when Fong Joe witnessed the dragon made attendant being molested by the starfish with him. This was too damn much of a hunt. The sweeper robot watched those 4 starfish start roasting with a smile and shouted in an almost devastated tone. So what the hell is this? Talking starfish. A fire-breathing red dragon that wears a maid's outfit and a barbecue restaurant. That doesn't even come close to the style of these 2 creatures. What the is all this? Fong Joe listened to the little robot's loud yelling, and for the first time in his life, he felt that Liya's reaction was normal. After all, even the ones with extremely strong receptive abilities like him had to slow down for a while. Apparently, it's the other world. It took Fong Joe more than 10 seconds to calm his inner shock. It's just like those other worlds I've seen in phase space before. Only this time I'm standing a bit closer. Other worlds. Liya's whole body went bad at once. You mean these oddball things are the same type as my old home? Pretty much. No way, no way, no way. Liya violently bobbed her head, desperately denying it. My old home style of painting is much more normal than this. Fong Joe glanced at her and questioned as a proper earthling. Your old home's architectural style is unique, not to mention just the fact that the mechanical prosthetic octopus asked the casino owner to help smuggle this thing from the next planet to the next planet is not any worse than this in terms of abstraction. Liya froze. That's different. That's all justified for us. The mechanical prosthetic octopus sounds outrageous, but that's how people's tech trees are. Fong Joe sighed and pointed to the 4 starfish that were talking and laughing in front of him. Maybe other people's tech trees are also ordered this way. Liya didn't say anything. She had to admit that what Fong Joe said made sense. The reason why otherworlds were called otherworlds was because the cultures, technologies, and worldviews between worlds were very different, and it was normal that looking at each other would feel outrageous and unbelievable. Having said that, Liya couldn't convince herself that it was normal in a short period of time, so she had to change the topic. So what's the situation now? We can see them, but we can't touch them? Just watch. Yes, and they can't see us either. Fong Joe once again extended his hand and attempted to grab at the nearest starfish. Yet his palm penetrated through without any hindrance. This was completely different from the last time Fong Joe's phase space unfolded. He still remembered the conversation he had with the two headless magistrates in the prison cell, and the uncomfortable feeling of being bound when he was put on the wooden shackles was also vivid in his mind during the last phase space unfolding. Fong Joe was able to freely interact with the things around him, and he could be sure that he was in a solid piece of space at that time. The situation now was much different. Fong Joe silently rubbed his chin and began to think about the differences between the two phase space unfoldings. The most obvious difference was that this time the phase space unfolding had a much smaller specification, originating from Fong Joe's active control rather than passive loss of control. The second difference was that Fong Joe had not selected a specific object as the subject of the phase space unfolding this time. That's not right. Fong Joe suddenly remembered what that pair of divine detectives had said. The unfolding of phase space must require a subject, and once the subject disappeared, the phase space would eliminate itself. So Fong Joe's phase space unfolding also has a subject, only the subject is not a separate individual like number 201, but the entire living room. Then recall the definition of phase space. It is a collection of countless possibilities of a certain subject's past, present, and future, such as what Fong Joe and Liya saw the last time they performed a phase space unfolding on number 201, which was one of the pasts in which Susan had degenerated from a human into number 201. The alternative to the present is, it's possible that my living room was a dragon-made barbecue restaurant patronized by starfish in the distant past? The moment he came to this conclusion, Fong Joe himself was baffled. What kind of mess is this? On the contrary, from a logical reasoning perspective, the conclusion Fong Joe had reached was completely correct. Can't figure it out, right? It's right if you can't figure it out. Liya let out a sigh. I can't figure it out either. The nature of phase space is too complicated. I advise you to wait for the authorities' information and professionals to come to your door. Makes sense. Fong Joe scratched his head. Blindly figuring it out alone was indeed too inefficient. The authorities' records and information on phase space would be sent to him after a while. And in case he couldn't understand it, it didn't matter. The authority had also thoughtfully attached a professional related to phase space research, although according to Lu Ling's words, that professional wasn't necessarily a human being. But so what? Said as if Fong Joe's family has a high human content. If you think it makes sense, hurry up and put away your avatar. Liya couldn't help but urge. I don't want to stay in this hellish place for a second longer. Just now I saw two starfish talking about love and entangled together. My eyes are dirty. You don't have eyes now. Just take water to wipe the scanner when it gets dirty. Fong Joe said inside. And if I want to know how to collect, I would have collected it long ago. Why do I still need to bull you here? According to the law, that phase space will dissolve on its own after the main body of the phase space disappears. As long as the living room at home explodes, this piece of phase space will disappear. This kind of heartless thing Fong Joe could never do in his life. Why don't you try unleashing your ability again? Liya flashed the red light anxiously. Our living room won't be like this forever from now on, right? It shouldn't be so. I'll try, you be quiet. Fong Joe took a deep breath and focused again, trying to connect with the sense of touch. The good news is that Fong Joe quickly connected with the sense of touch. At the same time, his perception was also enlarged and relaxed. The nature of everything in the entire living room in a flash into Fong Joe's mind. He smelled the aroma of the roasted meat coming out of his nose, felt the thickness and greasiness of the wooden table. The fingertips seemed to have touched the 4 wooden tables. His fingertips seemed to touch the rugged, irregularly bump-covered surface skin of those 4 starfish. He felt that he had established a connection with this strange, otherworldly space. However, perhaps because he was not skilled enough or perhaps because of some other reason, the connection between the two was thin and fragile, like a string that could easily break, as if the connection would be forcibly severed with the slightest indiscretion. Fong Joe held his breath, letting his spirit carefully pull on this thin string, conducting the power into this foreign space. Liya's surprised voice rang in her ears. It's working, it's working. The siding is falling down. Fong Joe quickly glanced at the wall on his left, and indeed saw the walls of the barbecue restaurant being peeled off layer by some strange force, which in turn exposed the grayish-white living room wall that Fong Joe was familiar with, while behind the wall debris, Fong Joe also saw the corner of his own television set. Effective. Fong Joe, a little peace of mind, continue to concentrate on tugging the fine string. The whole process is like in the extremely fragile egg shelling. Force light egg does not move. Force too heavy may lead to fingernails to dig into. As time goes by, the environment inside the barbecue store was gradually stripped of reality, and the falling pieces instantly cracked into powder after touching the ground, annihilating themselves as if they had never existed. About 10 minutes later, Fong Joe's living room was almost restored to its original state, with only the very center still surrounded by 4 starfish, and the whole picture looked as if someone had used PS software to stitch together 2 completely different styles of images. The starfish sitting on the plastic chairs in the stall could not perceive the changes in the surrounding environment. Perhaps in their eyes, the world is still the original appearance. As for the one person and one machine standing next to them, it is as if they don't exist for them. No starfish has ever cast a line of sight towards Fong Joe and Liya. Looking at the starfish that was about to be stripped away from reality, Fong Joe's movements suddenly stopped for a moment. Tired, Liya realized that the changes in the environment had stopped, so she turned her head to Fong Joe. Why don't you take a break first? No. Fong Joe's gaze fell on the table in front of him. I just suddenly had an idea. When Liya heard this, she instantly lit up with a red light. Ever since the execution operation at number 201, Liya had always been on the lookout for this statement from Fong Joe. Every time Fong Joe had an idea, it meant that this kid was going to do something abnormal. Last time, the mom's passing contest was created by Fong Joe's idea. What are you doing again? Liya followed Fong Joe's line of sight and suddenly realized something. Wait, don't you? I'll try, just try, Fong Joe said, ignoring Liya's obstruction, and unleashed his touch on the barbecue table in front of him. He had been thinking about this since just now. Although the otherworldly image in front of him was visible but not touchable, however, the concept of not being able to touch only exists on the physical level. Then, what would happen if the tactile spatial displacement effect was unleashed on these invisible images? Under the effect of the strange brain circuit, Fong Joe, with a strong curiosity, directly locked his eyes on a piece of wriggling flesh on the barbecue iron mesh and concentrated his mind, trying to launch the spatial displacement. Like before, the spatial displacement was launched without any sense of ceremony. The roast meat that was still bubbling a moment before was suddenly cut and pasted into the void of the living room. This piece of charred brown roast meat from the other world disappeared from the iron net and fell onto the coffee table in the living room of Fong Joe's house with a snapping sound. The movements of the starfish that were originally heckling on the roast table instantly stalled. The corners of Fong Joe's mouth twitched twice. Liya even sucked in a breath of cool air. It actually really works? Chapter 70 Handover. Under the effect of the sense of touch, the starfish and the plastic chair of the stall slowly disappeared. Before the starfish disappeared, they once repeatedly examined the empty barbecue iron net, and their dark eyes revealed a strong shock. After seeing the barbecued meat disappear into thin air, they quickly looked around, the 6 tentacles on their bodies waving their teeth and claws, their mouths excitedly yelling unintelligible languages, seemingly questioning each other about the whereabouts of the barbecued meat just now. However, until Fong Joe completely withdrew his sense of touch, the starfish couldn't find out where the missing piece of roast meat had gone. At this moment, Fong Joe sat down on the sofa in the living room, emptied the clutter on the coffee table, leaving enough space. A piece of roast meat from the other world was just lying on the porcelain plate in Fong Joe's house, and as if it still retained its activity, it would be twitching a little. A sweeping robot was conducting an all-round elemental composition scan around this piece of roasted meat. It actually really came out for me. Fong Joe felt amazing himself, poking the surface of the roasted meat stained with a little bit of otherworldly cumin with his hand, feeling the residual warmth coming from his fingertips. I just casually tried it, Not the first time, Liya sighed. I knew you'd come up with some whole unexpected trick after every time you had an idea. How about I'm relieved instead? I thought you were going to bring out those 4 starfish at first. I was going to do that, Fong Joe shrugged regretfully. But I'm not yet skilled at moving alive, so in case I pull out half a starfish, the scene might be more or less gory. Yelp, Liya shivered with difficulty just imagining that image. That's too disgusting. Change the topic, change the topic. Okay. Looking at Liya, who was busy working around the roasted meat, Fong Joe couldn't help but ask, can this thing be eaten? How come you're still so abnormal when you change the topic? It's not even a question of whether it's edible or not. Liya stopped violently, marveling at Fong Joe's brain circuits once again. This piece of meat is roasted meat from an otherworldly world. Otherworldly, do you understand? Such a precious academic research item must have at least a few thousand slices cut up and taken to research. As a result, you're actually thinking about whether it's edible or not. Mainly, I'm curious about its flavor. Fong Joe casually said, but it wasn't as if he couldn't understand Liya's academic research mentality. So how is your research going now? The elemental composition is almost done analyzing. Let me get straight to the conclusion. Liya's efficiency in research and academics was mind-boggling, and the answer she gave was equally amazing. This piece of meat doesn't belong to any known species in the two worlds of you and I. It's completely the meat of a brand new creature, but if I were to say it hard, it's very close to a dragon in terms of elemental composition, and at least has a 75% similarity to the dragon meat in my cognizance. When Fong Joe heard this, his brows furrowed. He remembered that the waitress at that barbecue restaurant was a dragon maid. Hiring a dragon maid to eat dragon meat for customers? Why does this sound weird? If the waitress served the food and said, "Slow down, this is my second uncle," would the customer still be able to eat? I know what you're thinking. Liya high-speed cut back to the TV set, pointing at the screen outside of Fong Joe. Do not think all day those hell jokes? And to be frank, this piece of meat is only 75% similarity, the remaining 25% of the largest proportion of the octopus, followed by a bear, and then a duck. I estimate that it should be some sort of otherworldly special synthetic beast, specially researched to be farmed as meat. Fong Joe thought about it. It's also possible that it's synthetic meat made by unscrupulous merchants themselves? Liya. This angle had never really occurred to her. Anyway, this piece of meat can't be eaten. Liya went back into the body of the small robot and circled around to block in front of Fong Joe. This piece of meat has a very significant research value, and it's also the one you brought out from the phase space, so turn around and send it to the authority for them to slice it up and study it, and they might be able to analyze more clues related to the phase space. Fong Joe stared at Liya, who seemed to be nursing her food. Silent for 2 seconds. I'll just slightly. Not even a bite. Liya interrupted early. You've even learned to snatch the answer. Fong Joe mumbled 2 sentences in a small voice. For the time being, he gave up the idea of tasting the flavor and leaned his entire body against the sofa, pulling out his cell phone. Then I'll make a call now and ask the authority to come over to get the meat? Call it. Liya in the TV nodded. Remember to explain the situation, by the way. It's best to let them bring 2 more researchers over to explore the scene. Maybe they can even discover new clues from the traces of the phase space unfolding. Hearing Liya's words, Fong Joe's action of dialing the phone paused and looked at her curiously. Why do I feel as if you're excited? Yes. Liya blinked. There is. Fong Joe was very sure of his judgment. He remembered that the usual Liya wasn't like this. I know you're interested in the topic of scientific research, but how can I put it? In the past, you were at most just interested and had ideas, unlike now when you're this excited and even a bit anxious. Liya squirmed twice as if she was a little uncomfortable, repeatedly looking Fong Joe up and down through the screen of the TV, and finally could only admit, maybe more or less, because if you think about it, you were able to take something out of the other world just now, so that means you have a chance to put something in, and won't I have a chance to get home? That's the reasoning. Fong Joe guessed that Liya was thinking that, and was silent in place for 2 seconds. But only if I can pinpoint your home. This time, the phase space unfolding was completely accidental. The barbecue restaurant was not purposely locked by Fong Joe, but appeared randomly. Calculating according to the number of otherworldly images Fong Joe had seen in the past, the probability of trying to randomly arrive at Liya's old home in a short period of time was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. It's fine. Liya waved her hand carelessly with a bright smile. There's no rush. This is just where we are. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Looking at the optimistic and positive Liya, Fong Joe recalled that at the very beginning when he came into contact with Liya, this girl was fidgety and staggering, and occasionally she would suddenly emo a bit, and her emotions were honestly not very stable. Now Liya's mental state is much more settled. It's not that Fong Joe is boasting, but he really feels that he has more or less a little credit in it. Thinking of this, Fong Joe smiled easily, then took out his cell phone, dialing Watson's phone. After a short beep 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 sound, the phone was connected, and Fong Joe repeated what had just happened to Watson. Half an hour later, clothes ragged, woefully shaped sleuth duo appeared in the living room of Fong Joe's house. Charlotte had obviously run all the way up the stairs in a frenzy. This time her hair was blown by the wind, not to mention the fact that she was panting, holding onto the sofa in the living room, her expression as if she had seen a ghost as she stared at the piece of roasted meat on the coffee table. You mean? Charlotte swallowed her saliva, pointing at the roasted meat, incredulously said, You did a small phase space unfolding in the living room, and then also tried to close it on your own. and then finally pulled this piece of meat out of phase space and into reality with a sudden thought of that? Fong Joe nodded. Yes. After receiving Fong Joe's affirmative reply, Watson and Charlotte looked at each other. Both of them saw in each other's eyes the hint of shock that was about to be strained. It had only been a few days since Fong Joe had officially obtained the ability of phase space until today. Not only was he able to skillfully utilize the ability of spatial displacement, but he had also mastered and understood the unfolding of a small phase space on his own. He had even mastered the method of fishing things out from within the phase space. It had taken the authority a full 3 years in the first place to be able to do the same thing as Fong Joe without harming the material body. You're a human, huh? Charlotte came up with a straightforward move. You have nothing better to do at night than to tinker with this? Luckily, we just entered your information into the system today, or else a few consecutive phase space shocks would have come down, and the Bureau would have to be haunted again. Fong Joe blinked with some embarrassment. Trouble for you guys? Actually, okay. Watson silently lit up a cigarette. Your deeds are all known to the authority. After monitoring the rise in the anomaly indicators in this area, we guessed that it was you conducting a phase space test, so it didn't cause a particularly huge panic. It's just that you'd better restrain yourself in the future. Charlotte reminded. It's fine to fiddle around in your own home. Don't affect the outside. And remember to give advance notice before doing experiments in the future. Hua grew a sigh. Otherwise, it's not good for your heart, that's what the director said. Fong Joe smiled. Pay attention next time. Next time. Seeing this, the divine detective duo couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't help but think of that document number 009's extreme terror Anomaly behaving like a pure and harmless little citizen. The sense of contrast before and after was so great that the two couldn't decide what kind of attitude they should actually use to face Fong Joe. We'll take the stuff first. Watson slowly stepped forward and carefully picked up the plate with the meat together, turning around and handing it over to the researcher who came with the team. If any research results come out, I will definitely notify you at the first time, but I think it's best for you guys not to hold out too much hope. Fong Joe froze and turned back to lock eyes with Liya. Why? Because this kind of thing is actually quite common within the authority. Watson spoke nonchalantly. Your behavior today is essentially fishing things out from the phase space. The authority often does this kind of thing. The possibility of wanting to explore new theoretical knowledge from it is slim to none. Hearing Watson say this, Fong Joe reacted. Charlotte and Watson were both fished out from the phase space. Thinking about it this way, the authority had very rich experience in fishing things out of phase space. It was difficult to make a breakthrough with this little thing that one did today. Fong Joe turned back to confirm Liya's status and found that the girl still had a relaxed look and didn't show much disappointment. It was obvious that Liya's optimism wasn't feigned. She was really looking at it with an open mind. It didn't take long for the two to leave with the research samples. Fong Joe watched the two go downstairs, and at the end, he didn't forget to say, "Come and play more often when you have time." Watson and Charlotte, who were descending the stairs, trembled 3 times, casually coped with 2 sentences, and then shivered as they quickly walked down the stairs. The slightly cool night wind blew in their faces, and the night of the Harmony Home neighborhood was silent. The two walked out of the cell gate, and before getting into his car to leave, Watson called out to the researcher from earlier. Seal up the stuff, don't take it directly to the lab, go through the security check first. The researcher was stunned at his words. A piece of roasted meat also needs to be checked? It has to be done. Watson silently lit a cigarette, narrowed his eyes and stared at the otherworldly roast that was still twitching after being put into the bag. This piece of meat was fished out by him. Unlike the authorities' proper means, it may be tainted with some dangerous factors. It's always right to do the safety check once again. The researcher glanced back at Building 7 with a complicated expression. The living room lights in room 502 were on, and it looked no different from an ordinary home. Understood. The researcher finished and added 3 layers of protective sleeves to the outside of the bag, then went ahead and got into the car. Watson stood smoking a cigarette in the night breeze and similarly glanced back at room 502. Old Fu, he asked towards his own partner, do you think Fong Joe is as far as lying about this topic? Not so much. Charlotte gave Watson a blank look. His harmless look is more gracious than the janitor's mom downstairs at the authority. I thought so. Watson slowly exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. But if he's not lying, then this is another big deal. Charlotte looked at him curiously. How so? That world he saw, it doesn't appear in the authorities' records. It's a whole new world that hasn't been recorded yet. Watson was silent for a moment and dusted off his cigarette ash. If this is not coincidence and luck, then it means that his phase space and the authority might not be of the same style. Charlotte's expression managed to collapse momentarily, the corner of her mouth quivering. Anomaly science doesn't exist again? This time it's phase space science. Watson let out a sigh. Get ready to go back to watching those phase field doctors at the Institute cry their eyes out. Hopefully they'd better have a will of steel and not have their morals broken by a piece of barbecue. Chapter 71. Liya's betrayal. After sending off the two tired, altered body agents, Fong Joe let out a long breath, returned to the living room sofa, and lay down upside down. Sleepiness came like a tidal wave. The side effects of over-activating the sense of touch were gradually fermenting. Fong Joe felt dizzy and disoriented, and the whole person lost the ability to judge the distance, always feeling that the blurred night scene outside the window was far away and near. Fong Joe pondered that the matter of that piece of roasted meat could be left entirely to the authority to deal with. He only needed to wait for news at home, so he greeted Liya and buried his head into the sofa, relaxing his body and mind at ease and sinking into dreamland. Through the screen, Liya looked at Fong Joe, who was sunk into the sofa, and waved her hand at him, calling out twice, and after realizing that he had completely fallen asleep, she suddenly felt bored and flattened her mouth. Late nights were not long for humans, and the day would pass as soon as their eyes closed and opened. But for the electronic ghost who didn't need sleep and couldn't sleep, the night in this world was too long and too boring. Although there was an option to shut down and hibernate, every time the power was cut off, Liya's consciousness would instantly disappear, and what she felt when she woke up again was not the energized energy after a good night's sleep, but the confused self-awareness that comes with a broken consciousness. Liya didn't like that feeling a lot. Never mind. Just get used to it, the cyber wizard on the TV mumbled in a small voice. Then, as if thinking of something, quickly switched to the drama channel and turned on the ultra-highly rated godly drama, The Temptation of Going Back to the Village, turned the volume down, and hunkered down in the corner couch all by herself, stoned and brushing up on the drama. The night was still long, but Liya thought she should be able to get used to it slowly. Fong Joe had a dream. In the dream, because of his own successful business, investment bets all hit and earn a lot of money, in less than 30 years of age on the throne of the country's richest, under the banner of countless companies, the garage of luxury sports cars is more to every day to carry out a smash to listen to the sound of the degree of irrelevance. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long, and unlimited scenery only brings jealousy and hatred. At the end of a business party, Fong Joe just walked out of the hotel, and then saw a familiar figure walking quickly from the distance. That was clearly an adult woman wearing a duck-tongued cap. The golden hair falling from her temples gave her a few exotic flavors. Although she tried to keep her head down, she still couldn't hide her delicate and petite face. And when Fong Joe noticed the emerald-like emerald pupils, a name was taken out of his mouth. Liya. Without waiting for Fong Joe to react, this female who looked different from Liya rushed to Fong Joe in 3 steps and 2 steps, swinging a meteor hammer made of gold bricks to Fong Joe's chest. Thud. The pain of the heavy object crashing down on his chest instantly spread throughout his body. Fong Joe woke up with a jolt. As a result, just as he opened his eyes, he saw a white disc-shaped sweeping robot lying on his chest, and a small emoticon floating out of the black scanner panel directly in front of him. "Oh no. You're awake." Liya's smug voice came out from within the machine. "How was it? Isn't my wake-up call service particularly efficient?" Fong Joe stared stupefied at the little robot that smashed into his chest, took several seconds to react, rolled his eyes on the spot, and the whole thing laid back down again. As soon as Liya saw that Fong Joe still wanted to sleep back, she immediately activated the brush to rotate at high speed on Fong Joe's chest. Still sleeping, still sleeping. It's already noon. Not sleeping is fine." Fong Joe grabbed Liya, drooping eyelids, full of grudges. "You compensate me for the dream of being the richest man." "What richest dream?" Liya's brush swept in midair in a high-speed rotation. 2 seconds later, the indicator light lit up green. "Oh, you just dreamed? Oops, dreams are all the opposite. You're the richest man in your dream, but you'll only be a poor man in reality. It's almost New Year, don't talk about these unlucky things." Fong Joe did not have the good sense to warn a sentence. At the same time, completely lost sleepiness, had to slowly sit up from the sofa, staring straight at Liya. "How did you just do it? How did what? How did you smash it on me?" Fong Joe looked back and forth at Liya's structure. "This sweeper robot of yours doesn't have a bouncing device either. Who says it can't jump without a device?" Liya let out another smug laugh, sharing her extraordinary imagination with Fong Joe. "First of all, I found an open position 2 or 3 meters away from you, adjusted my orientation so that with the right amount of impact, I would be able to precisely smash into your chest. Secondly, I had to have my head facing the wall and my back facing you because my hull had different weights front to back. Otherwise, the hull would spin uncontrollably out of balance after takeoff, causing the course to be deflected. Lastly, I derived the energy required for takeoff based on the data of my body weight, friction, and launch angle. I have simulated this equation in my head more than a dozen times, and it is accurate and will never go wrong. Fong Joe frowned after hearing this. Good point. But how are you going to fly it? Simple. Liya said casually. Just rub a fireball in the direction in front of your head. Fong Joe? ? So she used the impact of rubbing a fireball to bounce herself out? Fong Joe quickly got up and looked around, but did not find any traces of the walls or floor being scorched by the fireball. What about the fireball? It was disarmed by me with elemental disorder magic after it was launched. Liya cuts back to the television, one hand crossed and the other holding her magic hat steady, her face full of affirmation and pride in her self-talent. I idly researched it last night. Awesome or not, you Liya-san? Fong Joe looked at Liya in confusion and shock. He really couldn't figure it out. Liya had gone to great lengths to find a perfect launching spot in the living room, adjusted her stance, and even took into account the details of the different weights of the front and back of the body to utilize the recoil force generated by the fireball spell to send herself bouncing away. And then, in order to prevent the fireball from forcing its way into the wall of the furniture, she then used her own new magic that she had been researching for a night to force the fireball to fly out in mid-air. In order to prevent the fireball from hitting the wall of the furniture, he used his new magic that he had studied all night to force the fireball out of the air. The whole process through countless complex and meticulous calculations, also mixed with the fusion of otherworldly magic and modern power science. Just a few seconds in a series of actions covered countless complex theories. After going around in such a big circle, it turns out that you're telling me that Liya is just trying to get Fong Joe out of bed. Are you idle? Fong Joe finally couldn't help himself. You have nothing to do at night, and you're just there studying how to wake me up in this way? Then I can't sleep. Liya in the TV flattened her mouth. If I don't find something to do, I won't die of boredom? Aren't you allowed to watch dramas? Did you finish watching that Temptation of Returning to the Village? Nope. I've only seen 17 episodes. Liya said while quickly peeking at Fong Joe. You haven't had the time to watch it yet. I thought of watching it together in the future, so that you won't say that I'm sneaking around and watching it myself without you. Fong Joe was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that this girl, Liya, actually misses herself, and she is also so honest. He once thought that those who often say that they have been miserably betrayed are all pretentious, until he encountered the promise to watch the drama together, not to sneak away. But as a result, woke up after a sleep the other side to finish the third season thing. He deeply realized the pain of betrayal. Hearing Liya say these words, Fong Joe's heart was touched in an uncontrollable way, and all his grudges against Liya flew away in an instant. All right, count on you having a conscience. Fong Joe let out a long sigh and finally softened his heart, gently placing the sweeping robot on the ground. Then let's watch it together tonight. It just so happens that there's nothing to do in the last few days. Yeah. Liya raised her hands high, as if celebrating and cheering for the relief of her boring night life. Fong Joe couldn't help but smile as he watched Liya's excitement like a child, then asked, Say, what was the 17th episode about? I kind of forgot. It's about Zhang Tainyo's daughter-in-law losing her memory after being hit by a tractor. Liya excitedly explained the plot for Fong Joe. This episode is the most important turning point. A lot of ambushes and plots are centered around this episode. It's my favorite episode in the whole series. Fong Joe let out an "oh," then reacted furiously, his smile instantly stiffening. Wait a minute? What did you just say? I said. Liya was just about to open her mouth when her movements suddenly stalled, beads of sweat dripping down her forehead like a torrential downpour. She finally noticed that she had just blurted out her words. In the spacious living room, Fong Joe was staring at Liya through a television set. The silent cold wind penetrated through the window cracks, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Then in the next instant, Fong Joe stormed up from the sofa, and the sweeping robot on the floor simultaneously skipped off at light speed. Fong Joe, what are you doing? What are you doing? I have to remove all 4 of your wheels today. Don't think you can move freely again until your new body comes. Holy, didn't I just quickly go through the plot once? I'll just watch it again with you. I'll pretend I don't know, pretend I haven't seen it, and absolutely no spoilers. Okay? It's useless to say more. This is betrayal. Fong Joe chased the floor-sweeping robot back and forth between the living room, bedroom and kitchen, bound to give the betrayer the cruelest punishment. Despite Liya's efforts to modify the sweeping robot's body, the significant lag in hardware still could not make up for the gap between the two sides, and after just 5 minutes, Liya was forced into a corner by Fong Joe, unable to retreat. Seeing that her only body was about to suffer Fong Joe's abuse, Liya cried out in her heart. But just at this time, Fong Joe's cell phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was still the familiar congratulations and fortune. He stopped his movements for the moment, pulled out his cell phone, and at the same time raised his right foot to step on the sweeping robot that was planning to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, and quickly swept his eyes over the caller ID. Watson, the authority has news so quickly? Fong Joe raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone. Hello. On the other end of the phone, Watson's voice carried a few hints of fatigue. Presumably he hadn't slept all night again. Are you at home? Or are you outside? Fong Joe silently felt sorry for Watson for a second, then answered, At home? What's wrong? It's good to be at home. Watson breathed a sigh of relief. The decoration team is at the entrance of the neighborhood. Explain the situation to them. Chapter 72, just like home, hey. Mentioning the house decoration, Fong Joe is like a trigger keyword. Put Liya's betrayal aside for now. Take the phone and head for the door. To the door? So fast? Wait, I'll take a look to go. Fong Joe said, quickly stepped out of the door and came to the entrance of the building, and indeed saw 7 or 8 figures standing in front of Building 7. So he waved his hand towards them and greeted them to come up. With a burst of scattered footsteps, the renovation workers wearing blue-green uniforms and helmets came to the front of 502. One of them, an adult male who looked like a foreman, took the initiative to step forward and shook Fong Joe's hand in a friendly manner. Sorry for coming a few days late. He revealed a bitter smile full of apologies and said hopelessly, Recently, this city has not been too peaceful, and there are some trivial tasks all over the place, so I've been busy until today before I'm finally free. It doesn't matter. Fong Joe waved his hand and smiled frankly. It's fine if I can come. Then. This side is your home, is it? The foreman looked towards the iron door that was split with a crack beside Fong Joe. Can you take a look inside? Please come in, please come in. Fong Joe quickly made way to enter the house, and at the same time couldn't help but look at the toolboxes in their hands. He had the impression that the renovation masters usually came with buckets, which were either filled with brand new paints or stuffed with various kinds of brushing and drilling tools. But it was the first time that Fong Joe had seen them come directly with a blackened box like this. Maybe this is the difference between the authorities' decorators. The decorators walked into the house, their eyes quickly surveying the surroundings. After seeing the very creative layout of Fong Joe's home, the 2 middle-aged males who looked sophisticated were only slightly stunned, while the remaining few young men froze in place on the spot. Presumably they were less senior, and had really never seen anyone's home with a bench that could be inserted horizontally into the wall. However, they were professionals and didn't bother to ask why the house had turned out this way. After taking a quick photo to collect the unique shape of the house, each of them found a piece of empty space to put down their toolboxes and began to organize the tools they would need for the renovation later on. Do you have any special needs? The foreman came over at this time and asked towards Fong Joe. For example, do you want to change the original layout when redecorating? Add some new things or something like that? No need. Fong Joe didn't have much need for the decoration aspect for the time being. Just help me restore my home to its original state. That would be much more convenient. The foreman sighed with relief at ease, revealing a pleasant and relaxed smile. We will first restore your bedroom. After that, please wait inside the bedroom. The overall decoration restoration will only take half a day. So fast. Fong Joe was shocked at the words and looked around. My house is still quite messy. Half a day to get it done? And don't you guys ask me what the original layout was. No need. The foreman shrugged. We've been out countless times on this kind of restore original state task. It's already a routine for us. Half a day is actually considered long. After all, this time with a few newcomers, the efficiency is certainly not high to where, replaced by all the old employees to do, an hour or two can be solved. Can I ask you guys exactly how you do it? Fong Joe couldn't help but be curious. The principle is very complicated, and it involves some secrets of the authorities' armed department. The foreman glanced at Fong Joe as he said this and paused briefly. If you want to know, I can also explain it to you. He silently bent down and pulled out an 8-claw-shaped mechanical prop from the black toolbox by his feet. This thing was only palm-sized. The transparent dial on its back was inscribed with the 2 distinctive big red words, installation, and a dark blue electric current quickly flowed through its 8 mechanical legs. It looked like the kind of thing that would automatically be on the ground after activating the switch-crawling spider toys. With Fong Joe's imagination, he couldn't guess how this thing would work in the decoration work, so he had to give up the research. Anyway, the principle of what is not important can be used on the line. Seeing that Fong Joe did not have the intention of in-depth discussion, the foreman greeted another skilled worker. The two went into the bedroom one after the other, and closed the door by hand. 2 minutes later, the bedroom came out one after another sharp popping sound, not a human scream, but a serious electric current explosion sound. At first it sounds like fried wheat, sound wave blasting mixed with electric current stirring in the room, but the more the electric current sound is more dominant, and finally sounds like 4 or 5 ninjas hiding in the room. Ninjas with the last name of Uchiha are rubbing lightning ninjutsu against each other. Is this still a decoration? Fong Joe stood in front of the bedroom door in a daze. A trace of nervousness floated out on his face, visible to the naked eye. The sky strikes lightning. Renovation can have this movement. The authority cannot be viewed with common sense. Liya slowly sailed out from the corner. Are that blessing shrine office also like this? Hundreds of people man-made 2 or 3 years to build out of the ship. They surrounded a large fireplace dance for 3 days. The 4th day that ship fell from the sky, simply more magic than magic. Fong Joe sighed. Then it's still a bit more unlike your old home. Liya didn't pursue Fong Joe's prejudice against her old home this time, but quickly came to Fong Joe's feet with a bright smile. Hey, you're not angry anymore? Fong Joe felt more and more that he couldn't do anything about Liya and sighed. Barely. In fact, he wasn't too angry, he just wanted to scare Liya a little to make her remember. Liya hemmed and hawed, knowing that she had managed to muddle through. Her voice was an octave higher. Don't worry. I promise not to sneak away in the future. And I will absolutely watch the plays I said I would watch together. In case I lie, the heavens will beat me. Really hit is also for you to charge. Fong Joe said casually, bent down and picked up the little robot, staring at her seriously. Also, in the future, you are not allowed to use that kind of method to call me to get up. You can play songs in my ear. Give me a chest to get to the present still raw pain. So I'm not afraid you'll miss the remodeler's house call? Liya had a reason to defend herself. You slept like a dead pig. When you miss the call, you still have to blame me for not waking you up. Fong Joe quickly captured the key word. His eyebrows wrinkled. Wait a moment. How do you know that the decorators are coming to the door today? He hadn't heard this news before, and the authority had only told him recently that they would arrange for professionals to come to the door to renovate, not even talking about the specific date. I added the group. Liya replied rightfully. The group said so. Add the group. Fong Joe completely froze when he heard these 2 words. The authority still has a group? Such a high-end black technology savior organization uses chat groups to contact each other. It's not the authority's group. It's the machine servant group. Liya explained. The day I went to the Armed Forces Department, I asked those 2 machine servants for contact information, and they gave me a group number. Fong Joe. Huh. Fong Joe's brain was a bit overloaded, and for a while he hadn't figured out what exactly Liya was talking about. Fortunately, just at this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open and 2 seasoned decorators walked out. Bedroom's done. The foreman pointed to the room behind himself. You can go in first and wait. We'll call you out when we're done. Fong Joe was curious about the changes in the bedroom and the machine servant chat group that Liya was talking about. Holding Liya in his arms, he quickly walked in. As soon as he entered, Fong Joe saw the neatly made bed placed intact in the center of the room. On the left side was the closet that was open to the outside. Fong Joe's clothes were hanging on the hangers without a single piece. On the right side was the computer that was still on standby. The computer chair that was once spatially shifted to the refrigerator was quietly placed in front of the computer desk. Even the broken window and the curtains that had been torn into shreds had also been restored to their original state. It was hard to imagine that 2 minutes ago this bedroom was filled with sharp bursts of thunder and lightning. But as a result, it was now so tidy that not a single fault could be picked out. Fong Joe inwardly marveled once again at the authorities' black technology being too magical. And turning his head, he heard another burst of mechanical current surging from the living room outside the bedroom. Efficiency is true efficiency. Fong Joe sat down in front of the computer desk and silently put on the headphones. A few hints of worry arose in his heart. But the commotion is too loud. It won't be accused of disturbing the public, right? While he was saying this, Liya had already shifted into the computer and stared at Fong Joe with the familiar image of the secondary painting in the screen. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Fong Joe noticed Liya's odd sight before reacting. Oh, I almost forgot. My neighbors are all dead. The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly quieted down. After all, the 2 of them really didn't know what to say in this kind of occasion. In the end, It was Fong Joe who took the initiative to break the silence. "Where's that group of machine servants you mentioned?" Liya pointed to a certain icon on the left side of the screen. "Log on to Penguin and see for yourself. That group called the Round Table of Inorganic Bodies, is it? You added the group with my number? It just so happens that your number automatically logs you in, and I can't register myself." Liya's little face flushed red at the mention of this. Goddamned man-machine verification. I still haven't passed this hurdle until now. Fong Joe looked at the young girl's expression that blushed more than anything else, and still didn't say the two things about the cell phone number verification and ID card verification in terms of Liya's otherworldly black plus man-machine attributes. It was estimated that she wouldn't be able to independently register for a standalone account in the short term. While admiring Liya's little red warm expression, he logged into the chat software. Since he had things to do every day during this period of time, he barely had time to chat about water groups, so as soon as he opened the software, a bunch of 99 plus immediately popped up, and the most conspicuous among them was the Round Table of Inorganic Bodies, where the messages were refreshed at a high speed and the content of the chats were changing rapidly. Anyway, now that the home is still under renovation, Fong Joe was idle and decisively clicked on this group, wanting to see what the machine servants inside were actually chatting about. After all, they are the machine servants of the authority, the top product of highly refined technology. The content of the chat Fong Joe may not be able to read, but perhaps he can take this opportunity to understand more deeply that authority which is still very mysterious to himself. As a result, when he opened the group message and took a look, Fong Joe couldn't hold his breath. Top oil enthusiasts. Work is so boring, there is no one to play mahjong, the limit of 3 short of 1, comma the key one. Concerned about the authority, meow. Concerned about the authority, thank you, meow. Emoticon, 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 or that. Do not let the wait to become regretful. Hashtag 46521 do not eat pudding. This year is almost over? Who is the best employee of the year? I'm not very recognizable without giving it to the group leader. It's too late for organisms. Recently, the number of abnormal individuals in the 3rd division has increased significantly. Do you have any hedgehogs? Casual receptionist. It's no use talking about anything else. Have some mechanical revealing pictures. Self-help fire element enjoyer. What type of secondary contact holes are in the XMS-75 power unit? Does anyone know? Hero on stage. An ultra-high definition diagram detailing the construction of the internal parts of a mechanical life form. Casual receptionist. I'm super. This looks good. Fish, 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 fish. I'm super. This looks good. Party mode. I'm super. This looks good. Missy 1123. I'm super. This looks good. Followed by a series of repeats. Fong Joe? Fong 9. It's just like going home. The 3rd division of the authority. Lu Ling sat in front of her desk, frowning as she looked at the test report submitted by the 3rd Division's Core Research Institute. A large amount of substances that the authority had not touched were analyzed in a piece of roasted meat from an alien world, which sidestepped the fact that Fong Joe had touched an area that the authority had not touched before with a single small phase unfolding at his fingertips. And this was the masterpiece that Fong Joe had fiddled with in his own living room right after he left the authority on the front foot. Director Shark nestled deep in the water tank, his eyes hidden behind his monocle extraordinarily grave. Do you think we need to let him perform another phase unfolding? Lu Ling was silent for a moment, her fingertips tapping lightly on the desktop. His understanding of phase space is gradually deepening, from basic spatial displacement to a small-scale phase unfolding. It took him less than 3 days, and we know nothing about the process, so as much as possible, don't try to artificially interfere with his growth and keep observing. She paused, then seemed to remember something. Is Janeway back yet? Just got back yesterday. Chief Shark nodded slowly through the water at the quiet name. She doesn't know about the roast yet. Then show her the report over. Lu Ling put down the paper in her hands. Then arrange for her to make contact with number 009 as soon as possible. Chapter 73 plans can't catch up with changes. Fong Joe felt that he had seriously overestimated the seriousness of the authority. He had always thought that this kind of salvation organization that hid in the dark side of the world and strategized should be extremely high, with mysterious mannerisms and movements, speaking in a bubbly male voice, and the female is a high-cooled queen, and usually, just by standing there, it would give the unknowing masses an inscrutable sense of distance. As a result, when Fong Joe glanced at the chats of this group of machine servants, the level of abstraction made him know that it was outrageous, and it felt the same as going home when he used to listen to that group of groupmates from all over the world sharing all kinds of fun in the group. Fong Joe also had this feeling. Usually see them not meticulous smile, together private play so flower. Now that he thinks about it, The only one he's met so far that slightly conforms to a decent persona is Deputy Director Lu Ling. Mostly add another shark director, maybe the appearance plus it looks quite serious. At the moment, Fong Joe watched this group of highly bionic machine servants that far exceeded the limits of human technology chatting and blowing off steam, and his facial management was a little out of control for a while under the impact of this absurdly exaggerated and not lacking in a sense of reality of the situation. Fong Joe could not really think of what kind of expression to use to face this, and in the end, he could only converge 1,000 words into one sentence. The painting style of the machine servant is like this? Yeah, I was shocked too. Liya squatted down beside the chat box, one hand propped up on her chin. This is still a total group, a total of more than 2,000 machine servants. There are all the major divisions. Every day when they have nothing to do, they chat in the group. They seem to have the ability to process multiple things in parallel. They can work while networking in their brains. The last time I saw them talking about how to treat the human race after the inorganic body conquered the world, they chatted for 5 hours and then they talked about how to treat the human race. The last time I saw them talking about how to treat humanity after the inorganic body conquers the world, they talked for 5 hours, and a few of them were banned in the middle of their speeches. Saying that, Liya raised her hand and pointed at a certain account in the chat group list whose avatar was a toaster. Here, this one called, "It's Too Late for Organisms," was banned for 12 hours, and I guess it was just released this morning. Fong Joe felt his forehead sweating, images of the smart device crisis popping up uncontrollably in his head. Is it really okay for them to chat about this normally? It shouldn't be a problem. Liya tilted her head and thought about it. Actually, the chat content is very mild. Topics like conquering the world are all oral highs. Casually say a few words and we'll just have fun. Just like ordinary netizens, it's very normal. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched twice. I think the matter of a group of highly intelligent robots being the same as ordinary netizens is not normal in the first place. Just get used to it. Liya stood up and poked Fong Joe's chat box input field. You can chat with them for a while. You'll understand when you get into it. They're all very nice to talk to. Fong Joe was slightly silent and felt that he could indeed establish some connection with these machine servants. They were working for the authority after all, and although their chat content so far was dominated by an abstraction, it was undeniable that they all had a certain mysterious attribute attached to them themselves, and wanting to get to know the authority in more depth, this machine-less roundtable was a very good medium. But when Fong Joe made up his mind to get on good terms with the machine servants, the hand he put on the keyboard froze violently. The problem is, what should I talk to them about? Fong Joe sought Liya's help in confusion. Talk about car engine models? They're robots, not Autobots. Liya turned her head with looking at the cutie, like looking at Fong Joe. Chat about something normal. Chat as much as you want. Fong Joe felt a headache when he heard this. He wasn't particularly good at socializing. He couldn't open up a topic in 2 seconds like those who could not move their tongues. Plus this time, the target was a group of highly intelligent machine servants. So the difficulty of this was already not small and had been raised by a cut. Thinking about it, Fong Joe still decided to start from daily life. Super Ultimate Invincible Genius Supreme Magical Guide Beauty Girl Liya. Canned yellow peaches have a shelf life of 15 months. Cola should be drunk 24 hours after opening it, and hickeys will disappear in about a week. 3 months for 2 people to be together is considered past the break-in period. And it seems like everything has an expiration date. I'm not saying this to get philosophical. I just want to know that it's Crazy Thursday. Does anyone V me 50? After this message was sent out, the originally lively and bustling machine servant group instantly quieted down. An icing-like awkwardness permeated the chat group, and no new message popped up after 10 seconds or so. Fong Joe frowned. What the hell kind of name did you change for me? Liya also frowned. What kind of batch of words are you talking about? After saying that, Liya and Fong Joe looked at each other across the screen, and both of them saw the other's determined look that they felt they had no problem. I have no problem with this name. Liya crossed her arms, a sense of confidence in her own talent and beauty arising. Which word in this name contradicts my image? Whether the name contradicts my image or not is another story, but you're using my number now. Such a big gender male is written on the personal information. No wonder the group was silent when I opened my mouth. Who can't freeze when they see a big old man taking this name? The group is silent because you damn well copied the KFC Crazy Thursday text to the machine servant group. People are machine servants. Have you ever seen anyone's robot eat KFC? The two were bickering across the screen when suddenly a new message popped up from the group. An administrator with an ID called Compai broke the silence. Is it Mr. Fong Joe? Fong Joe was stunned at the sight and quickly replied to the message. It's me. How did you know? Because Ms. Liya knows our characteristics. Compai replied extremely fast, almost finishing editing the content in half a second. May I ask if you're coming over today for something? Or are you simply just coming over to take a look? Seeing the message that Kampai replied, Fong Joe was slightly dumbfounded for a moment. Why are you suddenly serious? Not familiar with you. Liya spread her hands while still wearing a few smug smiles on her face. They were also this formal when I entered the group in the beginning, and then they would change back to the way they were just now after chatting away. It's really just like people ah. Fong Joe sighed in a small voice at the complexity of the machine servant's emotional system and continued to tap on the keyboard. I just came over to take a look. There's nothing special to do. Wait. The message had only just been sent when Liya suddenly made a big jump and popped into the dialogue input field. Just in time. How's my body doing for me? She was still hung up on that ultra-high-performance floor-sweeping robot. Fong Joe paused for a moment, thinking that it would be good to open up the dialogue box in a smooth manner. So she asked the other party about the progress of her new body on behalf of Liya. Miss Liya's new body is in the process of being made. Kampai's message reply speed was still swift. Blacksmith is operating at full capacity, currently 15% completed, according to the current progress projection. The production will be completed in 5 days at 2:13 and 49 seconds p.m. That's fast, hey. Liya bounced up and down excitedly, jumping between the large icons on Fong Joe's desktop. And while doing so, she also shouted in time with the rhythm, tracking missiles, firepower vacating the air, armored shells, lasers, Ultra HD music on demand, precision emotion locator, 8K holographic display. The corners of Fong Joe's eyes were wildly jumping. How come the further this goes, the weirder it gets to hear things? However, while Liya's side was still looking forward to her perfect new body, the Kampai on the other side had a turn of phrase. But after the production is completed, it may take a while longer before it can be officially put into use. Fong Joe heard a bit of surprise and asked a follow-up question. Why? Because after the finished product is made, in order to satisfy Ms. Leia's needs, we must conduct multiple tests. When Kampai replied, his tone looked a little helpless. The product produced by this blacksmith is not a mass-producible equipment after many improvements, but a customized style for the first production. Various quality tests or version maintenance is an essential part. Liya jumped around on the icon and finally jumped back to the chat box, raised her hand and sent an OK gesture emoji for Fong Joe, and then under Fong Joe's dumbfounded gaze, she casually swiped the screen and completed the message input without using the keyboard. It's fine. It's just a matter of waiting for a few more days. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It might not be a few days. Through the screen, Fong Joe could feel the Kampai's embarrassment. Although we previously said that it would take about a week to complete, but due to the authorities' severe shortage of manpower recently and the anomalies have been occurring frequently, especially in the third region where you are located, many of the machine servants belonging to the third region have been dispatched out to perform field work, and the number of machine servants responsible for correcting and quality checking has dropped drastically. So it will not be possible to hand over the official version of the finished product to you in a short period of time. Then, the cheerful expression on Liya's face faded away. Then when will I probably be able to get my hands on my body? Facing Liya's slightly nervous gaze, the machine servant named Kampai gave a desperate answer. The exact time is unknown. Kampai sent a response in a regretful tone. Until the authority finds and completely solves the source of the recent frequency of anomalies, the delivery time of your new body may have to be extended indefinitely. Indefinitely. Extended. After Kampai said those words, there was no more response from Super Ultimate Invincible Genius Supreme Magical Guide Beauty Girl Liya in the group. After a full half a minute, Kampai couldn't help but wonder about Liya's state and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you, Miss Liya?" After a few moments passed, a message apparently sent by Fong Joe appeared in the group. She fainted. Chapter 74, Young is Good. Fall back to sleep. Liya desperately played Mr. Chui Jian's Nothing on her computer in a loop for half an hour. Fong Joe listened to Liya playing the song while humming. I want to give you my pursuit and my freedom, but you always laugh at me for having nothing, in a crying voice. Because this girl sings this line over and over again, and also sings it in an unpleasant way. At the back, Fong Joe really couldn't help himself, silently closing the chat group that had changed back to an abstract state, and poked Liya's coat corner with the mouse. It's been half an hour. It's time to cheer up, right? If you don't get it up, at least change it. Don't play it on a loop. It's getting harder and harder to listen to this song. Liya was listening. She cried and wiped her tears, and with a wave of her hand, she cut a song for Fong Joe on the spot. I want to rage for life. Okay, at least it got hefty, good thing. After a while, Liya finally calmed her heart's sadness, adjusted her mind, and stood up again. As soon as Fong Joe saw this blonde villain rising in place, with a resolute light still in her eyes, she hesitantly opened her mouth. What? You're going to explode with the authority? I'm going to explode with Anomaly. Liya resolutely turned the grief and anger in her heart into motivation. Didn't the authority send all the machine servants to work overtime because of the frequent occurrence of anomalies? Then why don't we just clear out all the anomalies that have been occurring recently? Speaking here, Liya held her head high, raised her hand and clenched her fist in righteousness. Her gaze angled 45 degrees upward to the sky. It is incumbent upon my generation to fight against anomalies and maintain world peace. In a sense, you yourself are the anomaly. Fong Joe reminded. I am also an anomaly. You are number 434, and I am number 109. Right? Liya then reacted, blinking her emerald green eyes, then waved her hand as if she had given up thinking. Oops, we're different. We're good anomalies. We're not the same as those bad anomalies who cause trouble all day long and jeopardize the social order. It's not as if we're adding to the chaos of the world. Fong Joe recalled the rounding up of pi some time ago and could not help but fall silent. He really couldn't brazenly say that he hadn't added to the chaos of the world. Even the basket he had stirred up was probably bigger than most abnormal individuals. Liya also immediately recalled the trouble she had caused the authority in the past, and blushed as she changed the subject stiffly. Anyway, you should ask about the situation first. Is there anything we can help with? Makes sense. Fong Joe muttered in a small voice, reopened the chat group just now, found the administrator of the Com faction in the list of group members, double-clicked and opened the temporary dialog box for private chat, and after mentally deliberating on the wording, he took the initiative to open his mouth and asked, the frequent occurrence of anomalous phenomena that was mentioned just now, can we talk about it carefully? Miss Liya has recovered? The Com faction gave a reply at the speed of light. Don't worry, her mind is resistant to manufacturing. Just now she had a seizure. Now she is alive and well. Fong Joe's fingers tapped the keyboard quickly, trying hard to try to keep up with the other party's speed. Getting down to business. What has the authority been busy with lately? I've heard even today's decorator say that our city is not very peaceful lately. To Fong Joe's surprise, the machine servant, who was always extremely efficient, was slow to reply this time. Fong Joe and Liya waited in front of the computer for 2 minutes, but still didn't see any new messages, and went to the group to take a couple glances, and again found no trace of Com Pi bubbling. Liya sat on the icon bed she had built when she first arrived, wiggling her legs a little. Up the lube? Not really. Fong Joe chimed in, and when he finished, he saw a new message pop up. Hey, it's back. Sorry. Just went to reconfirm the intelligence permissions. Com Pi gave a rigorous explanation. Of the work currently being handled within the authority, it possesses 18 extremely classified items, and it is a great pity that with the permissions I currently possess, I am temporarily unable to view the specific contents of these items. Fong Joe and Liya glanced at each other and were just about to type a response when Com Pai's second message popped up again. However, regarding the projects that are being carried out in the 3rd Division where you are located, my permission level happens to be sufficient. Just now, I have roughly read through them. To put it simply, there are 2 main jobs currently being carried out in the 3rd Division where you are located, one of which is the strange phenomenon of the drastic increase in the number of low-level anomalies. This one, the work has split up the vast majority of the investigation manpower. Most of the field work that the machine servants are responsible for is also the task of dealing with this type of anomalous individuals, and the other is that the Research Institute of the 3rd Division is carrying out an experimental test of a new project. The content of the test is unknown, but the scale of the test is extremely large, and almost the entire 3rd Division's core researchers have been involved in it. Com Pi was worthy of being the administrator of the machine servant group, generating such a long list of content in less than 2 seconds. After Fong Joe finished reading this large paragraph, when he read the content of the second mission at the back, he immediately remembered the piece of roasted meat that he had taken from the other world last night. However, considering that he had only done a trivial thing and that fishing things out of phase space was originally the authority's specialty, Fong Joe didn't think too much about it, and only thought that the authority might be doing other important experiments. The number of low-level anomalies has increased dramatically. Fong Joe felt that this was the core issue that needed attention, and decisively chose to follow up. Is it something that happened recently? In fact, that type of phenomenon showed a trend 2 months ago. Com Pi patiently explained. The number of low-level anomalies in the 3rd Division was 16 percentage points higher than the other divisions 2 months ago, and with the passage of time, the value has continued to show an upward trend, and judging from the data that has been counted so far this month, the number of low-level anomalies in the 3rd division has already tripled the number in the other divisions, putting tremendous pressure on the investigative manpower of the 3rd division. Fong Joe was shocked by the data given by Faction. There are so many? He usually didn't feel much. Before he came into contact with Liya and number 201, Fong Joe had no concept of abnormal phenomena except for the dirty things he could often see in his eyes, and he had never encountered any ghosts or other paranormal events. However, the description of the Faction made Fong Joe feel that he could have bumped into 4 or 5 anomalous individuals when he went downstairs to buy a pack of instant noodles. It seemed that the authority had a lot of experience in keeping secrets from ordinary people. As for whether Fong Joe conforms to the concept of ordinary people, he can only say that at least before his head was chopped off that night, he was no different from an ordinary office worker. Fong Joe thought for a moment and asked curiously, "So is it true that as long as we help clean up the low-level anomalies in the 3rd division, we can free up manpower to help Liya's new body do quality control and maintenance?" The quality check maintenance of Miss Liya's new body is mainly handled by the machine servants of the 3rd division, so theoretically, cutting down the number of low-level abnormal individuals will be able to free up the work pressure of most of the machine servants of the 3rd division, and the quality check maintenance of Miss Liya's new body will naturally be carried out normally. Fong Joe had a plan in his heart, and at the same time, he secretly looked forward to it. "Then, can we help? You are applying for assistance, yes? Right?" Fong Joe recalled the contract he signed with Lu Ling in the office yesterday. "We are now in a cooperative relationship with the authority, and since the authority is recently short of manpower and we happen to be idle, we wanted to ask if there's anything we can do to help." Kampai was rarely silent for a few seconds this time, seemingly deliberating on how to better express his thoughts. "According to the contract, the authority will submit an application to you when it needs help, but at the moment, the authority's 3rd branch does not have any intention of applying for assistance. However, I can take the initiative on my side to help you contact the 3rd branch." Fong Joe thought to himself that he could actually make a call to Charlotte and Watson and ask them to contact that shark director, but considering that the 2 of them were probably still working overtime to write longer-than-life reports right now, handing it over to the dispassionate faction should have all the same results. "That would be a pleasure." Kampai returned a smiley face emoji, before saying, "Please wait," and leaving it at that for the time being. Temporarily ending the conversation with Kampai, Fong Joe gently exhaled and leaned against the back of his computer chair, smiling with a relaxed expression. "I knew you weren't just after my new body." Liya's voice came out from the stereo at the back of the screen. She looked at Fong Joe with a disgusted expression of, "That's all your kid has. You're thinking about that million appearance fee again, aren't you? I think it's a good deal." Fong Joe restrained his smile and said in a serious manner, "Originally, I felt that when the authority seeks our help in the future, it will definitely be big cases with high risk coefficients, but this time, the authority belongs to the category of being under-resourced by a large number of low-level anomalies. So if this negotiation comes to fruition, we can get the appearance fee without much risk. And we can also get a new body for you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Makes sense." As soon as Liya heard the words new body, it was as if the keyword was triggered, and her whole body bounced in place a bit, posing with a big, "I'll raise both hands and feet to agree with you this time." The 2 of them looked at each other across the screen and smiled, both seeing in the other's eyes the anticipation and fantasies after getting the money getting a new body. It didn't take long before there was new news from Kampai's side. "On my side, I've already submitted an application for assistance to the 3rd precinct on your behalf, and the precinct chief said he wants you to wait a few days first." "Wait a few days?" Fong Joe repeated this somewhat ambiguous-sounding word and mumbled in a small voice, "Is this a rejection or an acceptance? I guess the authority is still updating your personal information." Liya had a set of her own guesses about this. "You only signed the contract yesterday, so maybe many of the authority's employees still don't know that they've got one more person to work with." "Fair enough." Fong Joe adjusted his posture in the computer chair, searching for a way to go out for a walk in the days afterward. After all, he had to wait for the authority's reply, and with the money in his pocket right now, he wanted to drive around and relax a bit before he officially started his first mission. Moreover, he had just picked out his favorite car recently, and was in the passionate love period for driving, so he naturally wanted to go for a drive to places that were inconvenient for him to go to in the past. However, just at this time, the sound of glass breaking mixed with the metal railing deformation and distortion of the creaking sound suddenly exploded. Fong Joe felt his house shook fiercely 2 times. A little wall dust from the ceiling above his head, sprinkled on the top of his head and in front of the computer desk. At the same time, a few loud came out from the living room outside the bedroom door at the same time, and a terrified scream could be vaguely heard erupting from downstairs. What's the situation? Fong Joe and Liya exchanged a glance, then quickly picked up the sweeping robot and rushed to the living room. When Fong Joe rushed to the living room, the renovation masters from the authority had already retreated to the corner unanimously. Everyone's sight was welded to the balcony. The three young men were even so scared that they sat on their asses on the ground. Even the two experienced renovation masters had shocked looks on their faces at this time, and the tools in their hands were almost unable to hold them. Fong Joe followed the decorator's gaze, found a crooked front end. The cover-crumbled white new energy car smashed through the balcony of their own home. The collapse of the roof fragments scattered everywhere. The front end of the car is a 60-degree angle chiseled straight into the ceiling, like a javelin thrown up from downstairs by a man. At first, Fong Joe was still immersed in, how in the world did this car fly up? Shocked, until he saw the blue license plate fell from the car body due to deformation, instantly black eyes. On the other hand, Kampai had already finished submitting the information, and after waiting for a few minutes in the same place, and realizing that the other party did not answer, he once again asked curiously, "How are you, Mr. Fong Joe?" After a few moments passed, a message apparently sent by Liya popped up. He also syncopated over. Kampai? ? Chapter 75. Isn't this a coincidence? All along, Fong Joe always thought that his optimism was unbeatable and indestructible. But when Fong Joe saw his favorite car crashing into the balcony and ceiling of his house, his heart briefly broke down for a moment. He just bought the car. Now Fong Joe could understand 100% how Liya felt when she heard that her new body was indefinitely postponed. It was a real wow. After being in a trance in place for quite a while, Fong Joe finally snapped out of his shock and looked around with a dream-like appearance. The renovation masters from the authority had regained their composure at this time. Two of the teachers ran to the edge of the balcony to look down, while the rest of the young men gathered around the body, pointing at the hole in the ceiling, all curious about what this new energy car had just gone through to come all the way from downstairs straight up to the ceiling. As a matter of fact, this was also something Fong Joe couldn't figure out. Not to mention the fact that there was no one sitting in the car. Even if there was, Fong Joe would probably have to sit down and talk to the other side about how in the world he made this car fly up to the sky. Now the question was, how did his favorite car, which was parked downstairs in a good condition, suddenly fly up? Could it be that the anomaly did it? To avenge number 201? Just as Fong Joe was pondering the ins and outs of this bizarre incident, he suddenly heard the girl's apologizing voice from the hallway behind him. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Judging from the voice, it was probably a young girl. Her voice was tinged with a slight crying tone, and her fiery footsteps rushed straight to the 5th floor. The corner of Fong Joe's eye twitched twice, took a deep breath, picked up the sweeping robot and headed for the entrance hall. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a girl who was suspected to be the cause of the accident. It was a girl wearing a white liner over a black sweater. Her hair was on the long side, especially the part in front of her forehead that covered the left half of her eye as if it was non-mainstream a decade or so ago. And overall she looked like the kind of introverted female college student who didn't really get involved in social activities. She ran all the way up to the 5th floor without blushing or panting. But when she saw Fong Joe standing in front of the door with a serious face and carrying a disc-shaped hard object in her hand, the panic on her face instantly surfaced, and she subconsciously retreated half a step back and also raised her hand to cover her face. Don't hit people. Something good to discuss. Have a good conversation." Fong Joe frowned. In other words, he would immediately put away Liya and show his attitude, so as not to continue to scare the little girl. But he is still in the grief and anger of the painful loss of his favorite car. So he just stared at the other side up and down for a couple of eyes and tried to ask, "Smashing my house with my car was done by you?" "Huh." The girl was even more flustered after hearing that. "That's still your car? Such a coincidence." Fong Joe's facial muscles twitched twice, speaking as if squeezed out from between his teeth. "It's just such a coincidence." Sorry. The girl was really on the verge of tears this time, bending and bowing to Fong Joe one after another to apologize. "I really didn't know. I didn't think it would turn out like this. I really didn't mean to do it." At that time was startled to do the subconscious reaction. You first calm down. Something good to discuss. Impulse is the devil. At least don't hit the face. Best also don't hit the hand. The girl issued a series of high-speed God's words, but the further she went the smaller her voice became, and in the end Fong Joe could not even hear what she was muttering. Seeing that the girl had no intention of hit and run, her attitude was humble with sincerity, and she looked like she was ready to take the responsibility. Fong Joe's resentment that had originally been pent up in his heart had no way to be vented, and could only dissipate on its own. Looking at the girl who was bending over to apologize with an increasing amplitude, almost kneeling down to kowtow, Fong Joe sighed helplessly and made way to enter the house. "Come in and talk." The girl raised her head in shock, froze and gave a soft "oh," then looked uneasily into the room and quickly followed Fong Joe into the living room. Due to the presence of outsiders, the authorities' renovation masters did not pull out their marvelous technological tools, but instead spread out near the living room, pretending to be busy, but in reality, their gazes were always fixed on Fong Joe and the girl in the living room. A few minutes later, the girl who was less than 1.6 meters was hugging her knees, curled up in a chair in a small, unruly ball, with her index finger uneasily picking at the drawstring of her sweatshirt, occasionally stealing glances at the masterpiece created by her own hands, and her face was pale and white. Fong Joe first threw the sweeping robot onto the sofa, incidentally reminding Liya to keep quiet for the moment, then went to the kitchen and poured a cup of hot water for the girl, and when he saw that she wasn't drinking it, he pointed to the half-built automobile on the ceiling again and opened the door to ask, "Did you just say that you did this?" "Yes." The girl timidly nodded her head. Fong Joe didn't demand compensation in the first place, but couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you do it?" He truly couldn't figure out how his favorite car flew up. In the face of this question, the girl shrunk her neck, stammered for half a day, froze and did not say a decent word. Fong Joe saw that she was afraid, sighed, and tried to stabilize her emotions. "Don't worry, I just want a reasonable statement. Now it is a society of law and order, and it's not like I can do anything to you, so just say it honestly, and after we finish we'll come back to talk about the compensation problem." The girl heard still panicked a batch, but at least finally able to make a sound, for half a minute. Finally summoned the courage to hold back a sentence. "I'll just throw the car up directly." "Throw?" Fong Joe froze from the girl's first sentence, because it was impossible for a normal person to say, "Throw the car up to the 5th floor," this kind of words that only a superhuman can say. He subconsciously thought that this girl was bull-ting. However, before questioning, Fong Joe's mind suddenly flashed to the shadows of the pair of alien agents, Watson and Charlotte. After officially contacting the authority, Fong Joe's perception of the world quietly changed. Smashing a car into the ceiling of the 5th floor with his bare hands was absolutely impossible for a normal human being, but just like a human being shaking a machete with his neck, in front of the magical authority's extraordinary oxen and horses, the impossible would become possible. Thinking about the authority seems to have the means of memory deletion, just next to a few authority decoration masters. Fong Joe felt that even if the question is wrong, it will be fine, so he lowered his voice and asked tentatively, "You wouldn't be someone from the authority, right?" Hearing these words, the girl's eyes immediately widened. She pointed at Fong Joe incredulously, stumbling over her words. You know about the authority, ah?" As soon as Fong Joe saw this reaction, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Only someone from the authority could do such superhuman behavior as throwing a car to the 5th floor. Yet another question sprouted in Fong Joe's mind. He looked at the girl strangely and couldn't help but ask, "You're someone from the authority? But you don't look like you're here for the renovation. Nor do you look like an overseer. Why did you suddenly come here?" The girl was shocked to realize that she hadn't made a self-introduction yet, and instantly dug into the pockets on her clothes, finally finding an employee card and handing it to Fong Joe. This is my, you see for yourself." Fong Joe received this hard card with a complicated expression, and there was indeed the girl's identity information written on it. Name, Yang Lu. Date of birth, 2004-9/12. Current position, Special Researcher of the Phase Research Institute of the 3rd Division of the Authority. Next to it was printed a mugshot of the girl, on which she was draped in a loose-fitting white lab coat of the institute, childish as a high school student who stole a professor's jacket. A renovation master came over to Fong Joe's side and took a look at her. His expression was stunned. Thinking that his eyes were blurred, he repeatedly rubbed his eyes before he incredulously sighed out in amazement. "There is still such a young extraordinary researcher? The extraordinary researchers, in my impression, are either not human or a bunch of old men and women. So this is true or not?" Fong Joe pinched his employee card and confirmed with the decorator. "Although she's too young and looks fake, it should be real." The teacher master opened his mouth to testify on Yang Lu's behalf. "I have a relative who works at the research institute, and their employee card there looks like this." Her own identity was realized. Yang Lu breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye, but when she realized that Fong Joe was still taut-faced and frowning, her body, which had just wanted to relax, tightened back up and curled up into a ball in her chair and shivered. Fong Joe didn't say anything. What's wrong with the authority? Doesn't the authority have to pay for smashing people's cars? He re-examined the girl in front of him with a new attitude. The identity of the authority can only solve the problem of how this accident happened, but not how to compensate for this accident. Even if you're from the authority, the compensation should be paid. Fong Joe returned the employee card to Yang Lu. Attitude firm. My car is new, car insurance. Fights with abnormal individuals. This reason insurance companies estimate that cannot be accepted, so you'd better reimbursement. The renovation costs do not need to be you out anyway, just the renovation team today door to door. Yang Lu tremblingly took the employee card, carefully asked, how much, specifically? 140,000. Fong Joe gave a price that he thought was very reasonable. 140,000. Yang Lu issued the largest since the movement. The body panicked, chaotic, trembling up, limbs uncontrollable, each move each. On the way also almost weight imbalance fall. It was not easy to settle down, and then open the mouth when the words cannot speak fluently. I do not have so much money now. You wait a moment. I came to when the secretary gave me a phone call. Said it was my new leader. I will call my new leader over. Yang Lu pitifully finished. Quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the number that could save himself from the fire. Fong Joe looked at Yang Lu's frightened appearance and couldn't help but associate her with a creature like a rabbit, plus her quiet-sounding name, giving people the feeling that she was really like a cultivated rabbit demon, and that when she encountered something, she would easily be scared to the point that she would pass away in place with both of her legs in a stomp. However, just as Fong Joe was considering whether or not to look at Yang Lu's sincere attitude and give her a cheap 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, I congratulate you for getting rich. I congratulate you for being wonderful. The familiar ringtone of a cell phone rang from Fong Joe's pocket. Confused, Fong Joe pulled out his cell phone, glanced at the unfamiliar phone number on it, and raised his head again, glancing at the equally confused Yang Lu. Yang Lu seemed to understand what was going on. Her mouth slightly opened wide and she hung up the call experimentally. At the same time, the sound of Andy Lau's song in Fong Joe's cell phone also came to an abrupt end. In an instant, both of them froze in place at the same time. The morning breeze blew through the spacious balcony. In an ordinary residential building in the Harmony Home neighborhood, the living room of room 502 was silent. Chapter 76 earned the name of leader. What broke the silence in the living room was a sudden lyric. The world has suddenly become so quiet, only the sound of the heartbeat remains. Fong Joe twisted his head to look at the floor-sweeping robot that abruptly ordered the song, going up to interrupt Liya with an iron fist warning. Playing a song at this juncture, is it appropriate, do you think? Liya hadn't opened her mouth before, but now she finally found a chance to brush her presence. I think it's quite appropriate, or else I'll give you a new song called Torment. Is this a problem with the song? Fong Joe casually pushed Liya into the crack of the sofa. Unfortunately, this trick didn't work on the current Liya, who easily and effortlessly transformed into her electronic state, getting out of the sweeping machine and back into the TV. The classic image of a second-generation paper doll appeared. Liya casually called out the electronic sofa and cyber melons and lay down in the corner. While taking the melons, she looked out of the screen with anticipation, and her face was filled with the attitude of, I'll watch the show. You guys can do whatever you want. Fong Joe had no time to sanction Liya now, so he had to let the cyber magician gloat first, and turned his head to look at Yang Lu with complicated eyes. So the situation now is that I'm your new leader. I don't know, wow. Yang Lu is really crying out, Pearly. The director did not tell me the details, hurriedly let me come downstairs in the neighborhood, said to call the new leader phone to explain the situation will be someone to pick me up. I just took a taxi to the downstairs. The two abnormal individuals suddenly lunged at me. I happen to not have a weapon while I'm here. It happens that there is a car parked next to me, and then I just happened to swing up the car to fight with them. Up. Fight to the last excitement. The car did not catch off, the hand flew out. Just happened to smash into your home. On. Became now like this. A series of explanation down, Fong Joe is heard to understand. The ins and outs are actually very simple. Is an Authority Institute staff to Fong Joe. This story not simple place is that the process of reporting slightly twisted and comes with some economic losses. But the question was, what did Yang Lu mean by leader? Fong Joe didn't remember that he had specifically told the authority that he wanted to add more manpower. No, it seemed like he had. He suddenly recalled that during his visit to the authority yesterday, Lu Ling had mentioned that she would arrange a professional in the field of phase space for herself, and also mentioned that the other party was slightly flawed in terms of character, but overall was a very obedient and reliable person. Taking another look at Yang Lu, She did fit Lu Ling's description of being unreliable for the time being. Her employee card was clearly marked with the status of Special Researcher of Face Space Research Institute, and the whole person looked soft and weak and seemed to have a bit of slight social fear, fitting the characteristics of a slightly flawed character but reliable expertise. Summarizing the above, it was not difficult for Fong Joe to come to a conclusion. You were sent by the authority to assist me in investigating phase space? Ah, yes. Yonglu wiped his eyes, similar to a teammate in a game with a malfunctioning microphone. His voice so small that it was almost inaudible, the director said. This is a long-term mission, so let me call you leader directly from now on. I'll do whatever you say. Fong Joe felt strange listening to Yonglu's description, and then felt reasonable after careful consideration. His phase space ability was still in the growth stage. It was still far from being completely finalized. He hadn't even touched the so-called bottleneck. Predictably, Fong Joe wanted to completely grasp the nature of phase space, then skillfully utilize it and finally send Liya home in one piece. This was obviously a long process. Just like what Yonglu said, the research of phase space was a long-term task. If Fong Joe could not avoid dealing with Yonglu, the special researcher, for a long time, then it would be better to send Yonglu to Fong Joe's side from the beginning so that she could assist Fong Joe at any time without having to run a few round trips between Fong Joe's home and the authority every now and then like Charlotte and Watson did. After clearing his thoughts, Fong Joe took a moment of silence, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed the authority's number. He relayed this matter to Watson, who in turn relayed it to Director Shark, and after a series of explanations, Director Shark asked to have a separate call with Yonglu. Here. Fong Joe handed Yonglu his cell phone. The chief said he wants to talk to you. Okay. Yonglu's face instantly turned bitter, reluctantly took the phone and weakly said, hello, then shivered at the scolding coming from the phone, nodding her head and apologizing at the same time. Although Fong Joe didn't hear what Director Shark was saying, he could imagine with many years of experience in the company's cattle and horses. He had more than once seen the image of the department's new boy being scolded by the head of the department and even breaking down in tears. Just like that, Yonglu was scolded for 5 or 6 minutes, and finally handed her cell phone back to Fong Joe powerlessly. Fong Joe looked at the reaction of her eyes being lightless and desperate, as if she had already figured out where she would be buried later, and couldn't help but ask, what's the word now? It says it's being deducted from my future paycheck. Yonglu hung her head with all thoughts, muttering, it's over. It's all over. Fong Joe a little want to comfort her, but taking into account his own not very good at comforting people's qualities, froze to the edge of the mouth, words held back. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth to comfort her, Yonglu would hang herself in front of his house the next day. Not everyone is the same as Liya, can accept Fong Joe's sentence, think positive. The shark director on the other end of the cell phone spoke up at this time, sort of speaking up for Yonglu. Yonglu, this child is a little bit of a problem, but his nature is not bad. I hope you can tolerate it more. It's fine. Just be reliable in the professional field. Fong Joe said, glancing at Yonglu, who seemed to be about to turn into snow-white dust and drift away with the wind. And I think her character is quite good, just a bit fearful and timid. Overall, it's much better than that electronic magician in our family. Hey Fong Joe, you kid. Liya in the TV set had a jolt, got up and raised the great wasteland prisoner of heaven finger at Fong Joe off screen. Pay attention to what you say. I have a good character. It's you who have eye problems, dignified and virtuous, elegant and noble, beautiful and gentle. You can't see any of these qualities. Fong Joe lazily ignored Liya and silently returned a great desolate prisoner heavenly finger. The two on this side gave each other the middle finger across the screen, striving to be civilized and polite sociopaths, while Director Shark on the other side couldn't help but smile. Anyway, in the future, for matters related to phase space, you can just communicate directly with Yonglu. I can assure you that in the entire authority, there's no one who understands phase space better than her. Hearing Director Shark's comment, Fong Joe once again turned back to survey Yonglu. She still had that half-dead look, her head drooping on her shoulders, her eyes were lightless no matter how he looked at her. She didn't look like that kind of ultra-high IQ genius researcher. However, considering that the likes of Watson and Charlotte, especially Charlotte, can become authority agents, busy outside all day long eliminating abnormalities and maintaining world stability, Fong Joe felt that a small, not flabbergasted denizen of social terrorism girl can become a genius researcher. Seems to be quite normal. After thanking Director Shark, Fong Joe hung up the phone, and after a few minutes, the $140,000 of compensation was directly credited to Fong Joe's account. Seeing the balance that went back up again, Fong Joe's mood was much more comfortable, and the pain of his favorite car being smashed gradually faded away. Get reacquainted. Fong Joe got up, walked to Yonglu and extended his hand towards her in a friendly manner. My name is Fong Joe. I'll rely on you in the future for the phase space. My name is Yonglu. Yonglu looked back and stiffly shook Fong Joe's hand, then twisted her head to look at the secondary paper figure in the TV set. Leader, is she? I'm Liya. Liya was sitting cross-legged in the electronic couch. Pixelated melon shells were disappearing into chaos. Otherworldly court wizard. Remember to add the word court? It's important. Yonglu blinked, remembering something. I think I've heard about you. Really? Liya brightened up and pointed at herself with a wide smile. And I'm so famous in the authority? Yonglu gently nodded her head. Everyone says that number 109 carries a derivative pet next to it. So it's true. The wizard in the TV instantly stopped smiling. Of course the smile didn't disappear. It just shifted to Fong Joe's face. You're right. She's just a smart home gone to spirit, no different from an electronic pet. Fong Joe laughed and pulled out the remote control board, skillfully muted the TV, then pointed at Liya, who couldn't make a sound inside the screen, but just by looking at the shape of her mouth she knew that she was cursing like a thief. Said she's a court magician, but she's completely out of shape. She's still got a broken mouth and she's still an unlucky egg. You can usually pretend that she doesn't exist. Yonglu blinked dully. But I've heard that, leader, you're researching phase space just to send her back. That's another matter. Fong Joe casually said, correcting himself a little uncomfortably. That said, can you not call me leader? Just call me by my name directly. Fong. Yonglu tried to say Fong Joe's name, but froze in place as if it was dead, and only recovered after several seconds, looking at Fong Joe a little innocently. I am not too used to directly calling others by their names. What's wrong with you? Fong Joe recited, and felt that it was not good to come up and force people's little girls, so he temporarily compromised. Then you can just call it whatever you want. Yonglu thought in place, half a long time later timidly raised his hand. Then call you Chief. Fong Joe had a strange look on his face. How do you feel it's not as good as the leader? Authority, the third branch, located in the deepest part of a seemingly mediocre office. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Chief Shark sighed longingly as he made a splashy leap in the air back to his cozy tank. Just then, a cavity was suddenly exposed in the wall of the office, and thousands of colorful threads flew out from within the cavity, weaving a rainbow-colored passageway, and a silhouette slowly stepped out from the depths of the passageway. Lu Ling twisted her head to look at the shark in the water tank, seemingly aware that the other party had just had a conversation with Fong Joe. How was Yonglu's contact with 009? It turned out all right. 009 has no intention of rejecting Yonglu. Chief Shark's tail fin wiggled uneasily twice, and a complex look emerged under his eyes. It's just that the beginning wasn't so good. Yonglu smashed Fong Joe's newly purchased car, hitting 502's balcony right in the middle, and also stabbing the ceiling halfway through, and compensating him for $1,400,000. Lu Ling? ? A subtle wavering appeared on the face of the high-powered deputy director. She was silent for a moment, and 1,000 words turned into a sentence of emotion. Yonglu, this childish strength is not small. Speaking here, Lu Ling paused. That piece of meat was shown to her? What was her conclusion? Bringing up business, Director Shark's eyes became serious. She didn't give a conclusion, only a guess. What? She thinks that Fong Joe's phase space is far beyond the authorities' knowledge of phase space in terms of both breadth and depth, and is even able to touch the root cause. Director Shark was a little unsure of what to think. But it's just a guess, an unformed doctrine, and isn't necessarily accurate. It's Yonglu's speculation. There's value worth going deeper into. Lu Ling thought for a moment. Focus on Yonglu's regular reports in the future. At the same time, set up a project research team. As long as she has new discoveries and ideas, immediately put them into experiments. Director Shark took a deep breath of seawater. Limitations in terms of experimental material. No cost. Lu Ling said calmly. Put it all in. Chapter 77, Half-Dragon Man. Since the renovation of room 502 was not yet finished, Fong Joe thought that being idle was also idle, so he nagged Yonglu. After all, it is the object to be contacted for a long time in the future. It is correct to make good relations in advance. But soon, Fong Joe realized that the development of things with their own imagination is not quite the same. Yonglu, this girl, is really social fear. Before, she could barely spit out a few words from her mouth, purely because she couldn't escape her responsibility after causing a big disaster, forcing herself to have a conversation with Fong Joe, which made her behave like an ordinary girl who stuttered a little bit and was a little bit shy. After the compensation issue was settled and both parties introduced themselves, Yang Lu's social fear attribute began to kick in afterward. In the face of Fong Joe's questions and the topic of drawing close to the relationship, Yang Lu always lowered her head and responded with, oh. The whole head did not dare to lift, did not dare to gasp, and occasionally said a little 2 or 3 sentences, the volume of each sentence not to mention the thieves. The content of the content is not more than 5 words, and she opened her mouth, the topic will easily be forced to end. Fong Joe tried to talk to Yang Lu for a while with a stiff upper lip, and found that there was not much progress at all. So he had no choice but to offer the ultimate magic weapon. Release Liya. Other than that, Liya's ability to find a topic is absolutely first-class strong, at least in the people Fong Joe knows. There are not many people who can be like Liya, so pushed up endlessly, and at the critical moment can also be a small mouth, the birds and the bees. And when the self-centered chatterbox took on the shady society terrorist, the picture instantly became beautiful. At this moment, a sweeping robot flashing lights, a hard circle around Yang Lu, the side of the circle also continued to force. You work in the research institute at this age, is considered to have skipped the university directly as a graduate student or counted as a university did not graduate. I see that your documents are even younger than now, like a high school student. Is this considered child labor by the authority? How did you lift the car with such small hands? Sticking your hand in the door and then swinging it by the door panel. Doesn't it bother you that your left eye is covered by your hair? Or is it good for experimental research to see only the right half of things? You're so strong. Did you grow up on human milk? Then your mom's body is really hard. Hey, where are you from? Yang Lu was trembling as she sat on the bench, listening to a sweeping robot surrounding herself with 360 degrees of omnidirectional and deathless frantic persecution. Her expression management was getting out of control. She hadn't even figured out how to respond to the answer to the previous question before the next or even the next question was glued directly to her face. Liya's questions were endless. Not only did they cover astronomy, geography, human ethics, morality, rule of law, family status, personal experience, and other types, but she was also able to go deeper into each of these types and ask some oddball questions that Yang Lu usually didn't even think about. In the end, Yang Lu couldn't stand the torture and asked Fong Joe for help. Leader, you can let her stop, will not. Look at that, directly cured the child's lack of love of speech. Fong Joe grinned and immediately bent down to pick up Liya. I'm not seeing that you can't find a good topic to talk about, so I'll find one that talks too much to keep you company. But this is too much. Yang Lu shifted her gaze to the lower left, staring at the floor, and mumbled in a small voice. And I just don't know what to say. Feeling awkward, are you? Liya could see that Yang Lu was still very concerned about the smashed car accident, and took the initiative to try to enlighten her. There's no need. I'm telling you that Fong Joe's heart is big at most. He was a little bit moody at the beginning, but now he's long since stopped being angry, so don't take it to heart. Yang Lu uneasily picked at the drawstring of the sweater, gathered the courage to raise his head and carefully looked at Fong Joe. Really? It's really no big deal. Fong Joe shrugged with an honest face. Liya has done much more serious things than you, and look, I'm not doing anything to her right now. The little robot in Fong Joe's arms instantly became agitated and yelled, What have I done me again? You caused me to lose all the beans I saved from fighting landlord. Holy, that wasn't your own operation? What does it have to do with me? If it wasn't for your bad luck infecting me, could I have lost the whole day? And the matter of secretly watching the TV series behind my back. Don't think I've forgotten. Damn you. Didn't you just say that it's over? I just didn't settle the score with you for the time being. I'll put a 360 in my computer later, so you can experience what is called cyber torture. A 360 only? Really think I'm afraid of? Listening to one person and one machine bickering with each other as if they were telling a comic opera. An unusual feeling welled up in Yang Lu's heart. This feeling was different from facing Liya's life-threatening serial pushes just now. Yang Lu didn't feel raucous. Before arriving at room 502, Yang Lu had once thought that her new working environment might be full of danger, strangeness, and insanity beyond human comprehension. After all, what she had to face this time around was a special abnormal existence that the authority could not even fully characterize at the moment. However, after she saw Fong Joe and Liya's interaction, something deep inside Yang Lu suffered a great touch, a sense of novelty and an indescribable warmth flowing through her body from head to toe. She firmly raised her eyes and looked at the Fong Joe in front of her, who was no different from an ordinary person, finally gathering her courage and then lowered her head once again. There is no way. Yang Lu hated her own incompetence with a tearless face. If social terrorism could be cured so easily, she wouldn't have no friends in the authority. Just at this time, Fong Joe once again took the initiative to approach Yang Lu. By the way, I heard the deputy director say earlier that you don't seem to be human? Yang Lu froze on the spot, and when she looked up, she realized that Liya and Fong Joe were back on good terms, as if the bickering just now was just a regular program. She inwardly marveled at the complexity of the two's relationship while nodding her head dumbfoundedly. In the strictest sense, I really am not considered a human. While saying this sentence, Yang Lu herself was stunned. It seemed that, without realizing it, her way of speaking had become much more fluent. Fong Joe is more concerned about Yang Lu's answer, murmured in a low voice. This time our family contains a human quantity is lowered again, and then curiously surveyed Yang Lu. Then you are? Yang Lu was silent for a moment, not knowing whether he was ashamed to open his mouth or pondering whether to reveal his personal information. After hesitating for half a day, he decided to answer. I should be considered a half-dragon. The moment these words were uttered, Fong Joe's expression froze for a moment as it was visible to the naked eye. Liya's frequently flashing indicator lights also instantly went out. The atmosphere in the room that had just been heated up gradually turned cold. Fong Joe's expression slowly produced a change, as if recalling something bad, and his face gradually turned green as if he had eaten a bad meal, and even the eyes that looked at Yang Lu also became a kind of indescribable complexity. Yang Lu didn't understand what was happening, and raised his hand dumbly. May I ask? What's wrong? Fong Joe came back to his senses, realizing that his reaction might be a bit rude to Yang Lu, and immediately smiled grudgingly. Nothing. It's just that I've recently been more sensitive to the word dragon. Speaking here, Fong Joe suddenly paused, his spirit tightening up his face. At the risk of asking, you shouldn't have roasted meat for starfish, right? Yang Lu's entire body was confused. She spent more than 10 seconds trying to understand the thought process of this sentence, and for this reason, she also hitched up all the knowledge she had learned in her life, including the internet hot stems. However, even though she racked her brain for brainstorming, she still couldn't figure out what the sentence, roasted meat for a starfish, had to do with herself. In the end, Yang Lu could only characterize the phrase as some kind of black talk in a mysterious field and secretly sighed in admiration. A leader deserves to be a leader. His speech is just profound and unfathomable. Fong Joe noticed Yang Lu's perplexed reaction at this time, and instantly sighed in relief, a smile resurfacing on his face. It seemed that Yang Lu, this half-dragon human girl, had a fairly normal worldview. I just casually asked. Fong Joe slowly exhaled, then curiously sized up the petite girl in front of him. You said that you are a half-dragon man? No wonder you have so much strength that you can throw my car up from downstairs. But how do I see that there is no difference between you and an ordinary person? Neither wings nor tail. Normally, I would put my wings and tail away. Yang Lu slightly entered the state. The conversation was much smoother than before. Otherwise, it's inconvenient to often bump into others in the lab, with wings and tail. Liya popped up at this point, and it could be heard that she was quite interested in the topic of dragons, her pitch rising a few degrees. It should look pretty much the same as the dragons we have there, right? I didn't realize your local dragons had wings. I thought they were the kind that swam around in the sky. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped. Local dragons. Those from other worlds were just different. Every now and then they could come up with some marvelous combination of words. However, Fong Joe was also curious about Yang Lu's species. After all, apart from the maid dragon that he had seen working at the barbecue restaurant before, Fong Joe had never seen a proper true dragon. Now, although Yang Lu only had half of her bloodline, she was at least related to a dragon. So you're from the Western Dragon section? Fong Joe inwardly looked forward to Yang Lu's answer. Is there still an Eastern dragon in that authority? Sort of Western or Eastern? Yang Lu did not give an accurate answer for a while, as if he felt that both statements were not quite accurate. After a while, Yang Lu changed her position on the stool and thoughtfully wrapped her fingertips around her hair. Actually, my mom is neither an Eastern nor Western dragon. Could it be a mixed blood? Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. It was a little hard to imagine what a dragon would look like after combining East and West. No. Yang Lu shook her head and hesitated for a moment. Because my mom was born in ancient times, when there was no division between East and West. Fong Joe froze. Ancient early period? How ancient? Cretaceous period. Fong Joe. Liya. ? Yang Lu awkwardly pointed to the top of her head. My mom is a pterodactyl, the kind that flies in the sky. Fong Joe. Liya. This is also 2TM ancient. Chapter 78. Difficulties. Fong Joe and Liya were stunned. The two of them thought through all the possibilities before Yang Lu opened his mouth to answer. Only the dinosaurs option didn't occur to them. Dinosaurs were also dragons. In an instant, Fong Joe for the mysterious extraordinary creatures, dragons, and their descendants half-dragon people, filter fell to pieces in the future. If anyone jumped out to say that he is the body flowing with the noble dragon blood half-dragon people, the first thing that came to his mind was definitely not the mouth-breathing scaly dragons, but the Jurassic Park that the group of short-handed Tyrannosaurus rex and the long-necked Herpetosaurus rex. Since it was in front of Yang Lu himself, Fong Joe felt that he shouldn't show too much shock or disappointment, and some words he wanted to say, but he swallowed them back when he reached the edge of his mouth. As for Liya, this girl didn't have that much of a high emotional intelligence mindset, and after a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, she sent a thumbs-up emoji on the scanning panel right on the spot, coupled with a straightforward line of admiration. Not only has your dad been serviced by a dragon, he's Cretaceous. Your dad is awesome. I told you guys you'd be disappointed. Janelle's head went back down. Seeing that this girl was about to enter the inferiority complex again, Fong Joe waved his hand and explained, "It's not disappointment, it's shock. Before you said this, I was dead set on not thinking about such an outlandish life as a dinosaur and half-dragon man, and weren't dinosaurs supposed to go extinct hundreds of millions of years ago?" Yang Lu, whole person shrinking on the stool, shook his head. "Extinct is one of the batch of dinosaurs, another batch is my ancestors. Their existence nature is very complex, and all existing creatures are different. Specifics I can't say. Mom and Dad, they didn't tell me much about my ancestors. There were two groups of dinosaurs?" Fong Joe frowned and looked at Liya in his arms. Liya knew what Fong Joe was thinking, but unfortunately she couldn't give an accurate answer. "Don't ask me. I don't know. It's not like I grew up in this world. Even if I did, who here can know what happened hundreds of millions of years ago?" Fong Joe thought to himself that this was the truth. He turned his head to look at Yang Lu. This half-dragon human society fear lady is still nestled in the stool, tugging at the sweatshirt drawstring without a moment's hesitation, stealing a glance at Fong Joe from time to time, and after realizing that Fong Joe is also looking at her, she hurriedly lowered her head like a frightened rabbit. Fong Joe and Yang Lu had only just met, but he felt that based on Yang Lu's character, it was unlikely that she would be able to make up her own mind about her life. And the general public will not say that they are dinosaurs and half-dragons when they are talking nonsense. It was a pity that Yang Lu's speech was not clear. Plus, she was not familiar enough with her ancestors' past. Even if Fong Joe continued to pursue the question, what he got would probably be some ambiguous answers. Thinking about it, Fong Joe still silently wrote down these trivial contents that Yang Lu said. In case he had the chance to encounter related problems in the future, he would not be confused and clueless. All right, it's done. Right at this moment, the decorator knocked on the door and walked into the bedroom, reporting the situation to Fong Joe. "The job is done, and I've taken care of the car for you, by the way, so come and check it out." As soon as Fong Joe heard this, he immediately got up with gusto and went out to check the situation. After the authorities' renovation, the layout of room 502 perfectly returned to the state before it was disrupted. Fong Joe turned around in the kitchen, bathroom, living room, and the small room used to pile up sundries, and was quite satisfied with the result of the renovation. The balcony was magically restored completely. There wasn't even a single crack on the glass doors and windows, and the holes in the ceiling smashed out by the car were even more bizarrely disappeared. The whole room was brand new, as if it had helped Fong Joe do an all-around cleaning, by the way. Worthy of the authorities' professional masters, the effect is really nothing to speak of. After happily sending off the decoration team, Fong Joe sat back on the sofa in the living room, looking at the neat and tidy cozy home. He couldn't help but show a comfortable smile on his face. Now the house looks much more comfortable. Fong Joe inwardly sighed at the beauty of life, and turned his head to look at Yang Lu, who was standing in the distance in a daze. After that conversation just now, Fong Joe probably had a concept of Yang Lu's girl's origin, and the conversation could unfold normally for the time being. Fong Joe felt that the atmosphere was okay now, so he simply struck the iron while it was hot and discussed business with Yang Lu. He got up from the sofa and waved at the sociopathic half-dragon lady. "Yang Lu, come over here for a moment." "Huh." Yang Lu instantly trembled. A few hints of fear and resistance surfaced under her eyes, but thinking of Fong Joe's leadership status, she still slowly walked towards Fong Joe. "What's the matter, leader?" Fong Joe smiled. "Aren't you a researcher of phase space? It's time to show your level of professionalism." "Hey!" Yang Lu noticed Fong Joe's movements and immediately realized what he wanted to do. A trace of shock surfaced on his face. You want to unfold phase space? Right here? Right now?" No. Fong Joe was about to connect the touch. When he saw Yang Lu's shocked eyes, his slightly raised hand dropped again. Yang Lu looked at Fong Joe incredulously and froze for a long time before reacting. It's not a question of whether it's possible or not. Phase space unfolding requires a large amount of calculations and simulations in advance, and with a certain degree of risk. Before unfolding it is usually necessary to inject mental stabilizing drugs. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. Didn't they tell you? I don't need these steps. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere? Yang Lu was shocked and jolted, muttering while shivering. I just returned to the institute before I had the chance to read the report and was called by the director, so I'm not quite sure of the specifics of your situation, leader, but that's not possible. How could someone be able to unfold phase space anytime, anywhere? There is, look, Fong Joe casually said, naturally completing the connection with the sense of touch. After yesterday's experience, Fong Joe easily dissolved his arm into a viscous dyeing liquid this time, and just like last time, he coated the walls of the living room with the viscous liquid that the sense of touch had transformed into, then using the living room as the main body for the phase space to unfold, and at the moment when the abnormal organs in his body were beating violently, he pressed the switch for the activation of his ability once again. The colors inside the living room shattered into countless prismatic powders with a bang. And as Yang Lu stared in shock and blurted out, OMG! OMG! These powders reassembled into a brand new space at a speed visible to the naked eye. A short minute later, a picture very different from the modern home style appeared in front of everyone. Dim yellow lights, orange-colored wooden floors, oily and slippery tables, as well as the particularly familiar-looking plastic chairs of a large stall. Fong Joe blinked, his expression somewhat stunned. How come it's still here? Liya, in her sweeping robot state, suddenly reacted at this time. How come it's here again? Fong Joe, won't you change the place? I don't know. Fong Joe was also quite confused. How could the same place be drawn twice in a row? He had thought that this phase space unfolding would definitely go to another otherworld. After all, he hadn't chosen a destination at all when it unfolded, and it should have been randomly generated as a matter of course. Yet he had once again returned here, to this barbecue restaurant that was filled with light and strange and weird sights and at the same time brought back some bad memories. But just as Fong Joe was about to immediately erase the phase space, a figure suddenly walked past Fong Joe. Yang Lu, who had originally been alone and panicked and shocked by herself, slowly stepped forward, and she was suddenly as if she had changed, the pupils of her eyes revealing a calm and collected demeanor that was very different from the previous one, and she explained to Fong Joe in a nonchalant manner, because space has memory. Her voice was even lower than before, revealing a maturity that did not match her appearance. If no drastic modifications are made on the way to unfolding, then the second phase space unfolding will most likely have the same content as the first. After saying this, Yang Lu didn't give Fong Joe a chance to open his mouth, but instead chanted to himself. This time, although it's a shallow unfolding, the unfolding speed is fast, the range is smaller, and there's no chaos or oscillations on the way. How is this possible? Obviously, without the assistance of the supercomputing module or the injection of mental stabilizers, how could it be possible to complete the unfolding of phase space without any shock at all? Yang Lu quickly looked around and suddenly squatted down, carefully observing the critical line between phase space and the real world. There is no obvious fluctuation in the spatial boundary, indicating that the space is completed to an extremely high degree. It's too amazing. In the countless unfoldings we have experienced in the past, not once has there been such a clear spatial boundary, so stable that it doesn't even look like it was artificially created, more like it was naturally generated. She reached out her hand again and attempted to caress the dining table that had a small amount of grease left on it, and after seeing how easily her palm penetrated through, her entire body froze for a moment, before her eyes flashed and she went back into high-speed analyzing mode. Because it's a shallow unfolding, the depth is insufficient to make actual contact, but it is possible to observe the same experience as the authorities' initial attempt at phase unfolding, but with some differences. Is it the lack of detail in the unfolding? Or are the road signs for the destination too vague? Liya walked around to Fong Joe's feet and looked at Yang Lu, who was talking to herself all by herself, confused. Why is she so talkative all of a sudden? Dual personality, It's normal. Fong Joe shrugged his shoulders and expressed his understanding of this. The unique atmosphere of social terrorism usually does not dare to breathe, but in their own area of specialization the words will become more. Liya pulled a long tone, oh, Immediately after, the front of the line of sight suddenly found an abnormality. The small robot suddenly burst into a surprisingly large movement. Fong Joe, something's wrong. I can see the starfish. Fong Joe's spirit perked up and looked ahead, and indeed saw a conch-like vehicle stop in front of the barbecue restaurant. The door of the vehicle was pushed open by a tentacle from the inside, and two starfish wearing black uniforms, caps on their heads, and eyes filled with a murderous aura walked down. They twisted the two tentacles directly below their torsos and walked into the barbecue restaurant with one left and one right, coming straight to the dining table in front of Fong Joe and the others. Their four black eyeballs turned up without any regularity, and then began to communicate with each other in the complex starfish language. After a few moments, four yellow warning lines were drawn up beside the dining table, and two uniformed starfish stood beside the dining table, one of them holding a pen with a tentacle coil, recording something back and forth on the notebook they carried. Liya watched in confusion as the two starfish were taking notes on their reports, a confused little expression popping up on the scanning panel. What are they doing here? Good question. Fong Joe rubbed his chin and thought, maybe they're here to investigate the case of the missing roasted meat? Do you see that their uniforms look like police? More question marks on Liya's panel. What the hell is this even bringing the next episode? Otherworldly, normal. Fong Joe convinced Liya while also convincing himself, turning his head to Yonglu, who was also attracted by the starfish. So what? Do you see something now? If there's a conclusion, I'll close the phase space first. Huh? Oh. Okay. Yonglu snapped back to his senses and changed back to his timid and fearful appearance. I just happened to see how you shut it down, leader. Fong Joe thought to himself that he was completely going by feel, but Yonglu, a professional, might be able to see something, so he followed the method of the last time and closed the phase space. Perhaps it was because of the improved proficiency. Fong Joe only took 7 minutes to close the phase space this time. The living room returned to its original appearance. The barbecue table was replaced back to a coffee table. The location of the large plastic chairs changed back to soft sofas. The menus hanging on the wall in the distance faded their colors, and the household television set returned to the line of sight. Fong Joe exhaled softly and looked toward Yonglu, who stood still and motionless. Well, can you see anything? Wait for me to organize it. Yonglu didn't say anything else, but instead slightly lowered his head and mouthed the words. If any researchers familiar with Yonglu were here, they should be able to tell that the girl was burning her brain at high speed. She pondered like this for a while, and finally seemed to come to a conclusion. Leader, although it's just my speculation. Yonglu turned her head and stared at Fong Joe's eyes with an unusual expression. But I think this ability of yours may not be phase space, at least. It is by no means phase space as the authority understands it. Chapter 79 Hopes are slim. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped, a little surprised. All along, he had always believed that his ability was phase space unfolding mainly because he had acquired the ability after falling into the invisible vortex of phase space and making contact with that snail. Logic would naturally link the two. However, Yonglu, who was a special researcher of the authority, dismissed this idea. Fong Joe was willing to trust Yonglu's professional judgment. After all, the string of mutterings she had just made in the phase space didn't sound like nonsense. Pondering in place for a moment, can you tell me the reason? Try to use it in a way that I can understand. Well, Yonglu paced back and forth in the living room, stopping after a while to give an answer. Simply put, because leader you phase space unfolding is too wide and completely different from ordinary phase space. Wide? Fong Joe scratched his hair. Didn't I just do phase unfolding only in the living room? Not wide in the regular physical sense, but wide in the sense of possibility extension. When she said this, Yonglu's eyes were filled with incredible awe. The number of recorded phase spaces within the authority is more than 14,500,000, and this number is rising by single digits every day, and the biggest obstacle that prevents us from exploring other phase spaces is the volatility of the spatial boundaries. Once the volatility of the spatial boundary is too high, the phase space will collapse on its own, and this is a problem that the authority has not been able to overcome so far. Yonglu suddenly paused for a moment and looked at Fong Joe with the abnormal gaze of looking at a non-human being. But, leader, your boundary fluctuation is 0. There is no fluctuation at all, and you have unfolded an independent space with an absolutely flat and absolutely smooth-cut surface. This is an impossible state to achieve in the authority's phase dominology, and it also means that the leader can unconditionally and endlessly explore any phase space, with a breadth that tends to be infinite. This is no longer a phase space in the known concepts of the authority, but a perfect space that exists only in hypothesis. It could be seen that Fong Joe's phase space unfolding was indeed astonishing enough. Or else the social dinosaur lady wouldn't have popped out such a long string of words at once. After listening to Yang Lu's explanation, Fong Joe probably understood about 70 to 80% of it, and was only skeptical about some of the proper nouns, but these minutiae did not affect his ability to understand himself. To put it simply, Fong Joe's ability was closer to hypothetical models on an academic level than actually existing scientific cases. He suddenly remembered that when he used to take the physics test, he often saw the content of the question stem, which often appeared in the smooth horizontal surface, the mass of M1 and M2 wooden blocks, and other calculations to the problem. As a calculation with the premise on a smooth horizontal surface, this sentence belongs to the academic level of the hypothetical model, the reality cannot exist. Fong Joe is different. He put the absolute flat boundary volatility is 0 only exists in the examination paper on the hypothetical state of the phase space out of the whole. It was still a casual poof that he straightened it out. No wonder Yang Lu has been staring at Fong Joe with the expression of a living ghost since just now you see your own leader at work with nothing to do casually rubbing an absolutely smooth ball out. You also have the same expression as her. Liya drilled into the TV set at this point, and she couldn't help but show up at the mention of academic-related issues. So can this still be considered phase space for him? It should be considered it. Yang Lu thought for a long time and couldn't give an accurate answer. The way of manifestation is phase space, yes, but the essence of the ability may not be pure phase unfolding. Maybe it's some kind of higher dimensional anomalous projection, or maybe it's something else. Or maybe it's something else. I don't know. After saying this, Yang Lu looked at Fong Joe with full of apologies, and once again bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, leader. I wasn't able to help. Fong Joe saw the situation and waved his hand. You analyze so much has been a big help, really let me and Liya 2 people to come. Pondering a few months are not necessarily have you 10 minutes to speak understand. This was the truth, professional things really had to go to professionals. Although he hadn't been able to take a big step forward, at least Fong Joe now knew that his phase space unfolding had a very high degree of plasticity. Then, TV Liya hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath as if gathering courage, and tried to ask, then if the essence of his ability isn't phase spatial unfolding, is there still a chance to send me back? This was undoubtedly the question that Liya was most concerned about. Fong Joe was still thinking about the details of his own ability, and after hearing Liya's question, he stopped for the moment and looked at Yang Lu. There is a chance. Yang Lu thought for a moment. Even if the essence is different, the leader can still perform a phase unfolding. Liya's eyes lit up. So, but it's hard. Yang Lu was a little embarrassed to interrupt Liya. The leader's phase space is too wide. The range of possibilities is too large. Unless there is a special signpost anchor point, the probability of wanting to accurately locate your hometown, Ms. Liya, is very low. Liya paused after hearing this and stared at her seriously. Exactly how low? Yang Lu avoided Liya's line of sight, hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth and said, infinitely close to 0. The living room was quiet again. The light of expectation in Liya's eyes suddenly dimmed by a few points, and after a long period of silence, she finally just let out a disappointed oh. She actually knew that the hope of going home was slim, but before Yang Lu, the professional, opened his mouth, she more or less held a few threads of expectation, and it was only after Yang Lu personally stated the probability that the tsunami wave of loss drowned out the sparks in her heart. I'm sorry, Miss Liya. Yang Lu looked at Liya with apologies, but she couldn't lie when it came to the field of phase space. It's okay. Liya responds casually, waving her hand in a seemingly dashing manner and squeezing out a small smile. You also said it's converging to 0. It's not like it's really impossible. So what if he's extraordinarily lucky and draws one sometime when he casually unfolds it? Yang Lu blinked, wanting to say that this probability is no longer a needle in a haystack, but rather looking for a hair floating around in the vast universe of stars. The possibility does exist, but in reality the probability is almost indistinguishable from 0. Liya's own words in her heart were purely comforting. The reluctant smile at the corner of her mouth gradually turned stiff. No one spoke for a long time in the living room. Even the air seemed to become heavy. Fong Joe stared at that stiff and lost face, feeling more and more unable to see past it. So he walked over to Liya, one arm resting on the TV, and took the initiative to enlighten her. Think on the bright side. Liya was alerted when she heard this starter. What nonsense are you going to say again? Go, go, go. Don't give me a supplement at this time. Later autistic, I give home appliances all avalanche sand Karaka. Fong Joe ignored Liya's warning and continued. Think on the bright side. People's luck is constant, you lose every time you gamble for so many years. Maybe it's just to build up your luck, and when it's the right time you'll be able to get a shot in the arm and go straight home. Liya was stunned into silence, staring diagonally upwards at 45 degrees at Fong Joe. Her eyes as if she was looking at a stranger. You're Fong Joe? Yeah. You can actually speak human language. Liya was filled with incredulity. Fong Joe scat his tongue and looked at Liya with dissatisfaction. I kindly comforted you, and this is how you repay me? Do you usually call that comforting? That's called a human voice oboe. The moment you open your mouth, you're close to giving away. Liya said. Her voice suddenly became lower, muttering in a small voice. This time it's quite like words. Seeing that Liya's mood has improved, Fong Joe decided to increase the strength of comfort, patted Liya's TV shell. In short, luck, this kind of thing who can't say. This way, in the future, you can play 2 landlords every now and then. It's okay to lose all, just to saving luck. How? Liya was really touched this time, staring straight at Fong Joe. Are you serious? Fong Joe nodded. Sure. A few beans? I'll pay for the money. Liya blinked twice. Is it okay to play mahjong then? Mahjong? Fong Joe's face was a bit stunned, not trying to understand how Liya suddenly jumped to the topic of mahjong, but still continued to nod. Mahjong is fine. I'll turn around and register a new number for you. Just don't take my number to play. Aha! Liya blushed oddly and laughed a little. Then you're late with that. Fong Joe? ? I dropped 4 segments playing mahjong with your number last night. Fong Joe instantly tensed his face, silently took 2 steps back, stared at Liya, who was playfully trying to muddle through on the TV for a few seconds, then turned around and walked into the bedroom without hesitation. Liya was still confused. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to put a 360 on my computer, came Fong Joe's urgent and indignant reply from the bedroom. You unlucky kid. I went through a lot of trouble to get on the segment. It's not like I did it on purpose. It's that group of machine servants that had to make me fight. Liya instantly burrowed back into the body of the sweeping robot and rolled the pulley all the way into the bedroom after her. And I saw you hadn't touched it in months. Thought you shouldn't have cared about it coming. Hey no, you really went down 360. Watching the home that looked like it was about to freeze a short while ago suddenly become lively. The half-dragon lady on the side blinked her eyes in confusion. These 2 people slowed down so quickly. Are the 2 of them so broad-minded? Chapter 80. Finally waiting for you. Fong Joe wasn't kidding. In order to discipline Liya everywhere in the woe of their own account, Fong Joe, holding the determination to die, really downloaded the 360 security guards, by the way, also in the installation of whether to install the bundled software options all over again. Not for anything else, just to let Liya also experience the feeling of home decoration chaos once again. Seeing that Fong Joe was so ruthless, and realizing her own mistake, Liya hesitated for half a day before deciding to properly apologize to Fong Joe. She once again transformed into her electronic state, detached herself from the body of the sweeping robot, and flashed into the computer. The image of a classic-style secondary Yuan paper man appeared in the center of the screen, and Liya looked at Fong Joe outside the screen, and somewhat squirmingly opened her mouth. Fong Joe, this time? Liya's words have not finished. The lower right corner of the desktop instantly popped up a horrible red tip box, and then the next second the center of the desktop paperman image disappeared in place. Liya was directly forced to be bounced back to the body of the sweeping robot. The sweeping robot on the floor trembled in place twice, from which came out Liya's confused voice with shock. What the hell? 360 punched you out. Fong Joe sat in the computer chair, looking at the screen to open the killing mode of 360 security guards, cannot help but be a little surprised. I did not think that 360 efficiency is so high. Words that it will not be as long as the 360 is still in the computer. You can never get in, right? Liya had originally thought of apologizing to Fong Joe, but now that the computer was dominated by 360, her winning heart was up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An antivirus software only. You wait. She once again transformed into her electronic state, forcefully drilled into the computer, and the moment her consciousness reached the ocean of data, she immediately started searching for the location of 360 security guard, trying to strike first before being discovered by 360. However, it turned out that although 360 was rogue, its strength was really high. Liya didn't even see the shadow of 360. Suddenly she was wrapped by an irresistible and invisible force, and her entire consciousness was like being traumatized by a high-speed all-risk semi-truck. And when she came back to her senses, she was forcibly evicted from the computer and returned to the body of the floor-sweeping robot. Hey! I really don't believe it. In the face of frustration and adversity, Liya decisively pulled out her indomitable stalwart spirit, and with the pride of being the youngest court magician ever, she launched a dueling charge towards the all-pervasive 360 security guard. 10 minutes later, Fong Joe saw the blonde magician who was lying motionless on the ground with a white flag in his hand proclaiming his surrender in the TV set in the living room. Yang Lu cautiously came over, gently tugged on Fong Joe's sleeve, and pointed at the half-dead Liya in the TV. "Leader? Miss Liya this is? Beaten by 360 to the point where her Tao heart is broken." Fong Joe sat into the sofa, directly ignoring the dead body lying in the screen of Liya, and started to click on the TV show by herself. She didn't win after all her efforts, and is now doubting her life. "I won the fight." Liya snapped her head up at that moment, correcting herself with a gray face. "I got past the 360 security guards, but who would have thought there was a bird wallpaper behind it? Is that thing normal software? It feels more viral than a virus." Fong Joe didn't care about her, but turned his head to Yang Lu next to him. "Want something to eat? It's almost dinner time." He casually dealt with it alone, but Yang Lu was at least a young and beautiful girl. She couldn't follow him to shiver noodles. Yang Lu at this time and returned to the form of social panic, face to the other 9 for dinner question. She is really embarrassed to say their own needs. All, you casually get me some on the line. There is really no then I can go downstairs casually. Said here. Yang Lu suddenly reacted, tears in the corner of her eyes. "No, I don't seem to have any money. The future salary is still deducted to come." See Yang Lu froze in place dumb look. Fong Joe always feel that if you leave her alone, she will definitely say, "Leadership, you do not care about me. I go downstairs to pick up garbage to eat." This kind of words. Fong Joe took out his cell phone, opened the takeout software, and handed it to Yang Lu. "Order it." "Huh?" Yang Lu was stunned. "You've called me leader, so I have to take care of you?" Fong Joe said, and shoved the cell phone directly into Yang Lu's hand. "I'll treat you. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat." "Oh." Yang Lu was completely dragged into Fong Joe's rhythm, scratching her cell phone twice, looking at the wide array of takeout dishes inside, gulping down her saliva. After 2 or 3 minutes, Yang Lu seemed to have picked a takeout store, and after hesitating several times, she finally finished ordering. "Okay, leader." Fong Joe took the phone, his brows instantly wrinkled. "You ordered a bowl of white rice after half a day?" "I'll eat this and it's enough." Yang Lu's eyes drifted uncontrollably to the lower left corner. "It's okay. I have a small appetite." Fong Joe? Obviously, this girl was embarrassed to let the person who treated her pay more. For this reason, even if she was starving, she had to lie that she couldn't eat and had a small appetite. It's impossible to eat just this much normally, right? Fong Joe sighed, took the cell phone and snapped to quickly order 3 more dishes. "Is 3 dishes enough for the 2 of us?" Yang Lu originally wanted to say no, but after seeing Fong Joe's eyes that did not allow refusal, the problem of the social terrorist who did not dare to say no kicked in, and finally nodded her head. After ordering the food here, while waiting for the takeaway to come to the door, Fong Joe began to care about Yang Lu's accommodation. According to what the authority said, in order to make it convenient for Yang Lu to assist Fong Joe in researching face space anytime, anywhere, she would be staying at Fong Joe's home for the time being. Considering that there was only 1 bed in the house, Fong Joe thought about it and decided to let Yang Lu have the big bed in the bedroom, while he himself continued to sleep in the sofa. "No, no, no, no. No." Yang Lu's head shook like a rattle drum, expressing strong opposition to this decision. "I sleep in the sofa. No, I'll just sleep in the corner. The dragon's blood makes me very resistant to freezing. It's okay, you guys don't have to care about me. The corner or not." Seeing that Yang Lu is so resistant, Fong Joe feels that it's better not to force her too much. "You really don't want to sleep on the bed? Then sleep on the sofa. It's just that you can still chat with Liya at night. Don't look at her as if I'm the biggest in heaven and earth. But in fact, she's afraid of loneliness a lot." "Who's afraid of loneliness?" Liya tilted her neck and retorted. "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Make me look like a child." Yang Lu hesitated in place for a moment and pointed to the sofa. "Then I'll sleep on the sofa. Fall asleep first." Fong Joe pointed to the small room not far away that was used to pile up sundries. "Turn around. I'll find some time to organize the things inside. Make a place for you to set up a bed, and then you'll sleep there." Yang Lu, already somewhat do not know what to say, held back half a day red face, finally whispered a grunt. "Thank you, leader." "What a big deal." Fong Joe smiled and waved his hand, looked at Yonglu, who was looking around trying to adapt to the new environment, and then looked at Liya, who was gradually regaining her fighting spirit in the TV set. Inexplicably remembering the image of going home from work alone 10 days ago, a strange feeling surged to his heart. In the past, he had always felt that living alone was free and happy, but now it seemed that a few more people with a few more mouths to feed didn't seem to be such a bad thing. The premise was that Liya could be more peaceful and Yonglu could be less social. In the days that followed, Yonglu slowly began to adapt to the Fong Joe family's daily life and routine. The lifestyle of half-dragon people was no different from normal people, both sleeping and eating, eating and sleeping. The only place where there was a difference was that Yonglu went to bed at 3 in the morning and woke up at 6 in the morning every day. The 3 hours of ultra-short sleep made Fong Joe worry about Yonglu's body, but Yonglu said that this was the normal routine of a half-dragon human, and that it only took 3 hours a day to fully recover from all the fatigue. Fong Joe was envious, but also felt that this was quite good. Liya didn't have to worry about having no one to chatter with her at night. On the way, Fong Joe also led Yonglu and carried Liya to the supermarket, and bought some daily necessities that Yonglu might use, such as her toothbrush and cup and towel, and bought a few stainless steel pots and some trivial parts for Liya, which were used to do some magic experiments for her. That being said, in reality, Liya hadn't been researching magic at all in the last few days. She's been studying 360 and bird wallpapers. She said that Liya was stubborn ever since the day she was crushed by 360 and birdie wallpaper with a hot combination of techniques. Liya had been focusing on fighting them to the death, and every now and then she would proudly say that she had researched a brand new hacking technique, and then confidently dug into the computer and was finally beaten up by the 360 family bucket and returned to the TV set. The last thing you do is get beaten up by the whole 360 family and return to the TV to stare at the ceiling in a daze. It's still the same thing. 360 is just bad. Not a dish. As for Yonglu, this half-winged dragon lady was responsible for recording Fong Joe's phase space unfolding status every day, and told Fong Joe some of the techniques that the authority would utilize in phase unfolding. Unfortunately, most of those techniques couldn't be used on Fong Joe, so he could only try to change the touch pattern during phase expansion as much as possible, in order to seek changes in the contents of the phase space. He knew that these days he was watching an otherworldly starfish suspense drama, just a barbecue table. On the first day, 2 starfish police came to investigate the case. On the second day, there were witnesses to the star to tell the truth. On the third day, there were a few starfish wearing military uniforms with medals on their chests coming to patrol. On the fourth day, the entire barbecue restaurant was completely blocked, but there were several mysterious starfish wearing special uniforms and holding scanning guns. Mysterious starfish in special uniforms, holding scanning guns, exploring around the kebab tables. It was quite magical. It wasn't until the 5th day, when Fong Joe finished eating and was ready to rest and wait for the afternoon to continue his phase space training. A phone call came in. The number displayed in the cell phone was a somewhat familiar number. Fong Joe couldn't quite recall it, and always felt that it should be someone from the authority, so he finally picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Fong Joe." The slightly tired voice of Director Shark came from the other end of the phone. "In the last few days, it seems like your place is quite busy?" "Not bad." Fong Joe turned his head to look at his living room. Liya was sitting in the electronic sofa stoned on cybermelon seeds, watching a movie that had recently gone online with Yonglu in front of the sofa. The coffee table in front of Yonglu was filled with meals and meals. Even though the TV was playing a zombie movie filled with gory images, the girl's appetite was not affected in the slightest. She should eat and drink, and every now and then she even drank 2 sips of drinks. Quite free, Yonglu also gets along well with us, and is eating at this moment. "That's good." Chief Shark sighed and hesitated for 2 seconds. "You guys have been doing phase unfolding every day during this time, right?" "Yeah." Fong Joe froze, then responded, "Trouble for you guys again?" "Not a big trouble." Director Shark smiled reluctantly. "It's just that Yonglu would scare a few old professors into fainting every time he passed back the data. It's finally gotten better in the past 2 days, and only yesterday he fainted over 3. "Fong Joe?" Fong Joe, searching for himself, is not in a hurry. "Why don't I first stop for a few days, to give Moncler Outlet Store the grandmothers a reprieve?" "It better be." Director Shark was glad that Fong Joe could understand his subtext, and then added, "Just in time. We also have a matter here that we need you to spare some time to help." Fong Joe instantly came into the spirit. When the authority brought up the need for Fong Joe's help, the odds were that it meant one thing. The $1 million appearance fee he had been longing for was coming. Fong Joe tried to suppress the excitement at the bottom of his heart and tried to act as calm as possible. "Is it that thing mentioned before? The one that a machine servant applied for me?" "Yes." Director Shark's low voice came through the cell phone. With the increase in the number of low-level anomalous individuals, some anomalies possessing medium and high threats have been appearing one after another, and over a dozen cases of casualties have been recorded over the past 2 days. And considering the fact that the situation may be moving towards the worst possible scenario, I'm now making a request for assistance from you in my capacity as the authority's third sub-director. As soon as the words left her mouth, a vibration came from Yonglu's cell phone next to her. The half-dragon girl blinked, then ran to Fong Joe and displayed the contents to him. The screen of the cell phone was clearly written with the unusual item that had recently given the authority quite a headache. Number 193 Urban Legend Aggregate. Chapter 81 It's useless to say anything else. Send. 193 is a bit higher than the last 201. Fong Joe roughly glanced at the title of the report's content and frowned when he saw the densely packed detailed description below, feeling that it didn't seem good if he really agreed directly regardless. Taking number 201 as an example, that Rainy Night Executioner's growth and regeneration ability impressed him in the first place, and now that 193's number was higher than 201, might have even more headache-inducing characteristics. Moreover, looking at the name Urban Legends Assemblage, it didn't look like an idle commodity in any way. Hold on, don't hang up yet. Fong Joe felt that his first time taking on an outsourced mission, it was best to be cautious. It's okay if I confirm the content first, right? Director Shark completely respected Fong Joe's wishes. No problem. Upon hearing Director Shark's reply, Fong Joe then took Yonglu's cell phone and slid the screen with his left thumb to carefully read this anomaly investigation report. Number 193 Urban Legend Aggregate. Project Level. Level 5 Tentative. Risk Factor. 7 Tentative. Special Internment Measures. Not yet interned. Description. Number 193 is an anomaly, not an individual anomaly, and is currently occurring frequently within the jurisdiction of the authority's 3rd Division. When the number 193 phenomenon occurs, a worldwide urban legend phenomenon or individual will randomly appear in the area where the anomaly is located, which is hereinafter referred to as 193-1. When the 193 phenomenon occurs, 193-1 is rendered unobservable only by conventional means. Non-conventional observation methods are still valid, and no one will be able to notice anything that occurs in 193-1, and even if they do notice it, they will take it as a matter of course until the 193 phenomenon is completely ended, or it is not until the 193 phenomenon is completely terminated, or there are no more conscious life forms living in the area of influence that people realize what is happening in 193-1. The largest known 193-1 was 110,000 square meters in size, encompassing an entire residential neighborhood, and even though the authority had sent a mobile suppression team and 4 agents armed with steel inhalers into the area to deal with the 193 phenomenon in the first place, the results still resulted in 53 deaths and 178 injuries. The logistical processing the forces have completed the deletion of memories and mind imprinting within the area of influence. There is no precise pattern to the occurrence of the 193 phenomenon, but the frequency of occurrence is gradually increasing. The area where the 193 phenomenon occurs is named 193-1, while the urban legend phenomenon or individual born from the 193 is named 193-2. In 193-2, there are a large number of non-famous urban legend phenomena and individuals which are usually of low lethality, while the 193-2 transformed from famous urban legends are usually of high-risk nature. So it is assumed that the risk factor of 193-2 is positively correlated with the popularity of the urban legend. Appendix 1. Known high-threat 193-2s include the 13th Step, Mary's Phone Call, Jumping Tower, the Long, Skinny Ghost, the Ghosts, the Ghosts, the Ghosts, and the Ghosts, the Long, Skinny Ghost, the Balloon Clown, Sadako, the Faceless Man, and the Dead Baby, of which the Balloon Clown is the only one that has a threat level of 193-2. Balloon Clown and Jumping Tower have been confirmed to have been eliminated. Appendix 2. Due to the precise attachment of some 193-2s to urban legends, it is possible to actively summon 193-2s to a designated location when sufficient preparations have been made, but such experiments are currently prohibited due to the extraordinary lethality of high-threat 193-2s. This time, there was no data deletion field, so I guess it was an exclusive version prepared in advance, and only a few people with enough permissions could see all the contents. After patiently reading the file numbered 193, Fong Joe frowned deeply. He admitted that when he saw Sadako and Balloon Clown, some bad memories were evoked in his mind. He hadn't watched a lot of related horror movies. Otherwise, he would have encountered Liya for the first time. If he hadn't seen so many horror movies, Fong Joe wouldn't have blurted out that she was Sadako, the secondary version, who had recently switched tracks to kill Otaku. However, these are actually nothing in the experience of real death. His fear of these cow ghosts and snakes dropped at least 3 grades, of course. Suddenly get a jumping face to kill out, he will still be scared to yell. This kind of physiological instincts from the reaction of fear he really cannot overcome. So what really made Fong Joe feel that this job was not good was that something was missing from this report. It doesn't say how number 193 was handled. Fong Joe picked up his cell phone again and repeatedly confirmed what was in the report. Although it says that 193-2 can be eliminated, what about the 193 phenomenon itself? It's unclear for now. Facing Fong Joe, Director Shark had nothing to hide and said frankly, "This is also the reason why we will request your assistance. The derivative individuals of number 193 are spreading at an accelerated rate within the city, and we are already exhausted in order to cope with the large number of 193 twos that have appeared. So we have no time to care about number 193 itself. So if you're willing to help us, we'll be able to help you out. 193 itself. So if you're willing to help, we'll be able to free up our manpower to find a solution to the 193 proper." What about old Fu? Fong Joe remembered the anomaly that was hosted on Charlotte. Isn't his inspiration the same as flipping through the answers to an exam paper, so he can directly see through the nature of the anomaly? Alien Agent Charlotte's inspiration has not yet taken effect. Director Shark spoke calmly. It may be that there are not enough clues. Even Sherlock Holmes himself needs to collect clues before he can conclude a case. Fong Joe revealed an expression of understanding, instantly understanding why the authority would let Watson team up with Charlotte. In order to put together the sleuth duo's bond is definitely one of the reasons. The probability that both of them are in the same phase space is better fishing is another reason. And the third reason is estimated to be that Watson's resistance to beatings allows him to freely enter and exit all kinds of dangerous occasions, to collect as many clues as possible on behalf of Charlotte, so that Charlotte can give birth to inspiration, and analyze cases that are difficult to understand, and parse out the abnormal nature that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. It's quite a match. But this time, the sleuths seem to have encountered a little trouble. I don't know whether it is Watson's bad luck not to find clues, or the two before overtime excessively these days are in the treatment room huffing and puffing. The pair of sleuth duo who had made a big splash in Operation 201 execution might not be able to help much for the time being. Well, Director Shark's voice came from the other end of the phone. If you're willing to assist us, I'll immediately arrange for Watson to send a few 193 twos over. Fong Joe was just about to agree directly when he suddenly froze upon hearing these words. Send them over directly? It's written in Appendix 2 of the 193 report. Director Shark's voice sounded both like anticipation and nervousness. We can proactively summon some of the 193 twos when they meet the conditions, and we can't spare the manpower to deal with them right now, so we have to send them to you. Fong Joe was silent for 2 seconds. Can't we just leave them for now? The 193-2 with a high risk factor will intermittently breed low-level abnormal individuals. Leaving them unattended is a drain on our manpower and energy. The sooner we can get rid of them, the better. Sending them to your side for you to help is the most efficient thing to do. What's the difference between you and sending ghosts directly into my house? Fong Joe muttered, and remembering the appearance fee in the contract agreement, he hesitated for a moment. Can you let me think about it? This mission sounds quite dangerous, after all. It's the first time I'm assisting the authority in their work. In fact, I'd prefer to find some missions with a smaller danger factor to familiarize myself with the process first. It's best. Before he finished his words, Director Shark interrupted him. Add 200,000 to your appearance fee for every 193 2 you handle. Fong Joe did not hesitate. Send it. As the saying goes, a great man does not bend over for 5 buckets of rice. But 200,000 to buy rice can directly bury a great man alive. Originally, Fong Joe also really 193 2 those urban legends individuals hold a little bit of awe. After hearing a 200,000, these all transformed into a smile on Fong Joe's face. He seemed to see a whole body with a golden light chastity drilled out of the TV set. The eyes are made of jade, a mouth full of diamond teeth. Watching Fong Joe sitting alone in the sofa staring at the ceiling and giggling, Yang Lu ran with his lunchbox and squatted next to the sweeping robot, poked at the cold, hard, white casing, and lowered his voice to ask, Liya, what is the leader doing? He's fallen into money. Don't mind him. That's how he is. Liya casually spat out a sentence, turning her head the scanner to aim at Yang Lu to drip twice. Say, how come I feel like you've been eating all the time these past few days? How many meals a day? Huh. Can't remember. Yang Lu shook his head. 7 meals yesterday. 8 today, I think. That much? Liya was so shocked that she fell off the charging pile for a moment and silently moved back on her own. I told you how it feels like you're eating all the time without stopping. My mom said, eat less and eat more. Yang Lu picks up 2 mouthfuls of food and vaguely responds, said it's good for the body. But this is too much for you. The more Liya looked at her, the more she realized that Yang Lu's habits were quite different from humans. Won't it hold up? No. Yang Lu is now much more familiar with Liya and speaks with only a slight stutter. I've never had enough to eat in my life. It's all just 2 bites, and it's a success if I can't starve to death. Liya, as it turns out, the physiques of humans and half-winged dragonesses cannot be generalized. However, this actually showed that Yang Lu was gradually integrating into her environment. She had started out by eating 3 meals a day normally, and as she got along with Liya and Fong Joe over the past few days, after she gradually familiarized herself with them, this was when she slowly started to unleash her natural instincts and started to build up her mouth with 7 or 8 meals a day. Now Liya finally understands why a special researcher cannot get $14 million of compensation. This girl ventured out to guess often get into trouble, but also comes with a high amount of food expenses, cannot take out a loan to go to work is worth encouraging. Casually shell out $14 million really want to kill her. Liya sighed. The main way she sighed was by whistling twice into the wind. So what are you going to do later? Do you want to get out of the way first? That 193.2 in that shark's mouth sounds like quite a bluff? Or are you planning on helping with the dry run? Yang Lu dry rice action paused. Then a little want to boast and a little embarrassed smile. In fact, I'm quite a combatant. In the past, when the abnormal internment in the institute failed, it was me who stepped in and pressed those abnormal individuals back. Liya remembered Yang Lu's feat of taking the leader's new car and smashing the leader's house on his first day at work, and tried to guess, just purely by strength? Yang Lu scratched his head. Usually by strength, occasionally by abnormality. Abnormal. Fong Joe finally woke up from the fantasy of laundering money in the bathtub. Hearing the topic of the two curiously came over. There are abnormalities in you too? The same as Lao Fu and Hua Zi. Yes. Yang Lu is still a little afraid of Fong Joe now. Mainly his phase unfolding data caused a huge impact on Yang Lu's learned cognition. At this moment shrunk his neck and replied in a small voice. Generally the special level researchers carry protective measures on their bodies. Some people rely on the equipment provided by the Armed Forces Department, and I rely on the anomalies that I was born with. Being able to write and fight Fong Joe didn't realize that Yang Lu the girl had other elements on her body, and tried to ask for her opinion. Is it convenient to show it? Oh, good. Yang Lu said, putting the boxed lunch down in place, then slowly stood up, sinking her head low and murmuring a soft sentence. Come out. Chapter 82. I'll be a substitute messenger. The words just fell. Countless pitch-black spines pierced out from within Yang Lu's body, like something had been stripped from her body, turning into a mass of viscous darkness spiraling upwards. All the light wherever it passed through was swallowed up, and eventually solidified into a humanoid silhouette that was close to 2 meters tall. Its face covered with a thick layer of fog, and the edges of its limbs constantly escaped with black smoke and fluff. At Yang Lu's eye indication, this misty black shadow squatted down in place, picked up the boxed lunch on the ground, and then skillfully squatted into a horse stance, holding the lunch box in his left hand and holding chopsticks in his right hand to precisely pick up the slices of meat that were stained with the sauce, and steadily handed them to Yang Lu's mouth. This is it. Yang Lu took 2 bites and swallowed the meat slice, somewhat uneasily observing Fong Joe and Liya's reactions. How's it? Fong Joe stared straight at the black shadow that was feeding Yang Lu 1 bite at a time, and it took several seconds before he came back to his senses. His eyes were filled with shock with a few moments of envy. How could he not expect that Yang Lu was actually a substitute messenger? Fong Joe felt that just a half-winged dragon lady bloodline was outrageous enough. The typing input of the input method couldn't even intelligently spell out these 4 words. And now there was an additional attribute of an abnormal boarding of a body double messenger, which instantly made Yang Lu's girl's composition even more complicated. A social terrorism stand in messenger half-winged dragon lady researcher. Where did the stitching monster come from? This is. Fong Joe first felt a headache, subconsciously thinking that Yang Lu might be the most complicated person with the most complicated composition he had ever seen in his life, and then he locked eyes with the sweeping robot next to him. Almost forgot. He also had a talkative electronic state wizard floor-sweeping robot at home. These two were really on par with each other in terms of component complexity and abstraction. Is this your own anomaly? Fong Joe's expression was that subtle, More than once he wanted to reach out his hand to touch the misty black shadow, but he felt it was not a good idea to do so without someone's consent. So he could only forcefully hold back his inner urges and curiously ask towards Yonglu, "Can I touch it twice?" That said, "Can I touch it?" "You can touch it." Yonglu seemed to be not surprised by this curious reaction. "But it's actually nothing special to the touch when you touch it." "I'll try." Fong Joe thought to himself that he had never touched a double in his life, although this shouldn't be a double in the traditional sense. It was still very exciting, and reached out his hand with anticipation. The moment his fingertips didn't enter the black shadow's chest, an unusual coolness came quickly. Fong Joe felt as if he was touching a piece of ice that emitted cold air outward. The mist entwined and wrapped around his fingertips, slowly sucking away his body heat. As this coldness did not reach the point where it was intimidating to retreat, Fong Joe's inquisitiveness within his heart was further stimulated, and he attempted to push his palm further forward. Just like what was presented in the visual effects, the black shadow was made up of a special mist-like substance. So when Fong Joe slowly tried to penetrate deeper into its interior, he did not feel any hard obstacles, and instead he easily penetrated through. Now that his entire palm was submerged in the dark mist, the cold air stroked, licked and rubbed his palm. He felt like he was sticking his hand into the freezer layer of a refrigerator, but other than that there was no other sensation. Just as Fong Joe was preparing to withdraw his hand with some disappointment, he saw the black shadow suddenly turn its head, the fog rippled, and the blurred face had no features, so naturally, he couldn't observe his gaze. But Fong Joe was 100% sure that it was looking at him. The moment Fong Joe met its gaze, a stream of negative thoughts filled with a large amount of negative emotions banged into Fong Joe's mind. Countless amounts of bitterness, sadness, despair, and hatred were like a sledgehammer that had been stored up for a long time, attempting to smash Fong Joe's consciousness into smithereens. However, what was extremely strange was that this horrible negative emotion only existed for less than half a second, and the next moment it was wrapped up by another extreme warmth, and the two very different emotions mingled and weaved into one, ultimately making Fong Joe, who had been exposed to these emotions, just go into a trance for a moment and didn't suffer any harm. This fleeting feeling made Fong Joe think of that snail, that milky white snail suspended alone in the vastness of the universe when Fong Joe met it. He also felt a similar surging emotional flow from it, but the feeling that the snail brought to Fong Joe was more mysterious and closer to nature, while what Fong Joe felt just now was closer to the consciousness of some kind of intelligent creature. The snail brought Fong Joe a feeling more mysterious and closer to nature, while what Fong Joe felt just now was closer to the consciousness of some kind of intelligent creature. The snail brought Fong Joe a feeling more mysterious and closer to nature, while what Fong Joe felt just now was closer to the consciousness of some kind of intelligent creature. And when Fong Joe returned to his senses and tried to carefully ponder and savor this abnormal emotion, the misty black shadow turned its head over again. The lines of sight no longer met, and the emotion was annihilated. Fong Joe moved his direction slightly and tried to meet the black shadow's eyes again, but there was no effect. "Strange," Fong Joe muttered, retracting the palm that was deep into the black shadow's chest. He looked down twice and realized that there was no residual trace on the palm, and became even more perplexed. "Leader." Yonglu tilted his head to look at him, grains of rice still clinging to the corners of his mouth. "It's fine." Fong Joe returned to his senses, hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, but decided to ask bluntly, "This double of yours, when others touch it, will they feel his emotions?" Emotions. Yonglu had absolutely no idea what Fong Joe was talking about. "I felt it just now." Fong Joe was not the kind of person who liked to talk about hiding and speaking in riddles, directly stating what had just happened. "Right when I touched it, there were a lot of messy emotions slamming into my head, and then they were gone when I tried again." "Really? That hasn't happened before, hey?" Yonglu blinked dully, then suddenly remembering something, she ran to the coffee table and pulled out her laptop from her own bag, booting it up and crackling the keyboard with a serious expression to record her new discovery. Fong Joe walked to her side and realized that she was using the computer to add new records to a form filled with densely written text. "This is?" Fong Joe asked curiously. "The Shadow S questionnaire." When it came to his area of specialization, Yonglu temporarily eliminated his state of social fear and spoke with a sharp tongue. "In addition to being responsible for researching phase space, I also have to study the boarding anomaly on myself. His characteristics have not been fully resolved until now, and what you just said, leader, is a brand new discovery. I'm going to write it down immediately." Fong Joe glanced at the black shadow that was helping Yonglu with her typography work with the mouse. "It's called Shadow? Some people also call it 255 because its regular work number is 255. Yonglu continued tapping without lifting her head, That's what everyone in our research lab calls it. Fong Joe inwardly marveled at the abnormal absorption efficiency of the authority and glanced twice at Yang Lu's laptop in passing. He then saw the various shadow characteristics recorded by Yang Lu, including but not limited to can change forms, can be touched at a low temperature, can assist the host in attacks range of 10 meters, can feed, can stir-fry, can stretch its body to turn into a bed, can be cuddled and inhaled, the smell is a bit pungent, can play go very weak, can't make any sound, can write crooked, cannot read at all, absolutely obedient. I don't know if it was an illusion. The more Fong Joe looked at it, the more he felt that the shadow looked like a stand-in butler who couldn't speak. He looked at the shadow that was honestly helping Yang Lu write his own relevant records, then turned his head to the sweeping robot that was drifting on the floor of the house, and an unspeakable envy suddenly arose in his heart. Theoretically speaking, Liya could also do all of the above, and if she was truly and absolutely obedient, then Liya was definitely the most satisfying smart home elf ever. It was a pity that she was Liya. Fong Joe finally realized the gap between his own naughty kid and the kid next door. Looking sourly at the sweeping robot scurrying all over the house, millions of words turned into a sigh. "Why are you looking at me?" Liya noticed Fong Joe's line of sight, and the whole machine was instantly alert. "Hey no, are your eyes cursing me in your heart again?" "No." Fong Joe lied. "When the face does not change color, heart does not jump. Compliment you, still too late. You driving technology is good, but also looks pretty. Character gentle, song character invincible. The more I look at, the more I feel that you are much more powerful than the shadow. Though I know you're being conspiratorial." Liya actually didn't blow up this time. Instead, she looked like she was in a leisurely mood. "But considering that what you said is the truth, I won't refute you." Fong Joe was stunned. Can this little robot still have some face? Fong Joe's mouth opened, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, a muffled knock sounded outside the door. It was probably Hua Zi arriving. Fong Joe got up and went to the entrance hall, and just in case he glanced out through the cat's eye, and found a man standing in a black uniform, wearing a batch of face and also with a disheveled face. Honestly, if it wasn't for Fong Joe's good eyes, he really couldn't recognize this as the force-bearer Watson in that divine detective group. Fong Joe slowly pulled open the door. Watson's face, which was full of vicissitudes, as if 10 years old, appeared in front of Fong Joe. He was carrying a plastic bag with a few things in it in his hand, and immediately handed the bag to Fong Joe with an expressionless face after opening the door. "Take it." As soon as Watson opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse as if he had sung "Love Even When You're Dead" 10 times at a KTV. "The things are all inside. There are 3 anomalous mediums in total, namely Sadako's videotape, Mary's telephone landline, a ticket to the 13th flight of stairs, and a few rechargeable stance shield generators to save your life. Remember to bring them with you when you fight with the anomalies." "Thanks." Fong Joe took the bag and weighed it. His smile was so wide that it didn't look like he was receiving high-risk items at all. And incidentally, he didn't forget to ask about Charlotte's status. "Where's old Fu? Didn't come with you?" "He's just finished his report and is lying down in the treatment room." When Watson said this, his body was no lighter than a ghost in resentment. "I was going to go over there as well, but the director suddenly called and asked me to come over to provide you with some assistance work." "Oh." Fong Joe smiled at Watson in embarrassment. "It's fine, we should be able to solve it, and if we can't, we'll consider calling you again, so go back and rest first." "Come all the way." Hua Sheng wiped his face and tried to cheer up. "It's just your first time out on a mission. I'm also a little uneasy, with you a piece of the matter to be resolved before I go." "That feeling's good." Fong Joe heard that Watson is willing to stay. The heart is suddenly more bottom. Immediately make way. "Come in and sit down, I'll give you a cup of tea. We a few strive to make this $600,000 today." Chapter 83 3 Mediums. After Watson entered the room, while Fong Joe went to the kitchen to make tea, he re-examined the layout of the room. Unlike the chaotic scene he had seen before, after the renovation team had straightened it out, the entire room 502 had returned to its normal state. No more creative decorations of chairs and benches inserted across the walls, and it looked no different from an ordinary cozy little home. Although each and every one of the residents of this cozy home is not related to the word ordinary, Watson sighed inwardly and slowly walked to the living room to meet the newest member of Fong Joe's family. Yang Lu, who was wearing a black bodysuit, was sitting in front of the coffee table, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, and a misty black shadow extended its upper body from behind her, manipulating the mouse to help her organize the forms. It seemed to have noticed the outsider's line of sight, and its head tilted in the direction of Watson, and then it gently tapped Yang Lu's shoulder, prompting her to take notice of the arrival of a new guest. "Uncle Watson?" Yang Lu took a look at the fact that it was Watson, and rarely did she show the stress reaction of social fear, but smiled familiarly. You're here. Came over to take a look. Watson nodded his head and seemingly cared for a sentence without thinking. How are you feeling? Are you still accustomed to life here these few days? Not bad, pretty good. Yang Lu snapped her fingers and started to count her feelings about room 502 in a small voice. The leader is a good person, especially easy to get along with, treating me to many meals every day. The couch is also very comfortable to sleep on, and recently he even took me to watch otherworldly roasted suspense dramas every day in the phase space. Liya is also a good person, and I'm not the same very like to talk, often chat with me in the evening and watch movies together. Recently in the research to defeat the 360 security guards in bird wallpaper way. Well, almost these, in general, can be casual. Casual? The corner of Watson's eyes jumped wildly. He stared at Yang Lu with a complicated expression. Beginning to wonder if this girl had already been assimilated, how could he think that the two things of an otherworldly roasted suspense drama and an electronic wizard researching 360 security guards were not related to casual? Especially the former. Recently, Fong Joe will carry out phase unfolding every day. Yang Lu, who is responsible for recording, will transmit new data back to the authority every day. Due to the data content is too outrageous, a lot of older researchers were almost scared out of their heart attack, and in the past 2 days, the collective relocation of the institute to the side of the treatment room lest one of these old men and old women didn't hold on to it, and karma fainted a bit. The two of them were chatting. As the two of them were chatting, Fong Joe came out from the kitchen, and when she saw Yang Lu's naturally smiling expression, she was a bit surprised. This girl usually goes out to take a takeaway with a low head and a hat, completely afraid to make visual contact with the takeaway clerk, but did not expect to actually chat with Watson quite well. You guys know each other? Fong Joe handed the teacup to Watson. Her father was also once an agent. Watson took the teacup, took a sip and turned his head to Yang Lu. We've been on a few missions together before, we're still quite familiar with each other. When she was just in junior high school, I'd go to their home with Lao Fu every now and then. Fong Joe breaks his fingers. 6 or 7 years ago? Watson nodded. Almost. Fong Joe thought to himself that he was worthy of being a veteran transcendent cowhorse, working at the authority 6 or 7 years ago. Wait. Fong Joe keenly noticed the key word in Watson's words just now and lowered his voice slightly. Did you just say, Zeng? Then her father shouldn't be, now, still alive. Watson knew what Fong Joe was thinking and shook his head. Her father lost his ability in an accident. The anomaly that was lodged in his body was wiped out, and he's been devastated ever since. And now, although he's still working for the authority, his position has been downgraded to that of an ordinary investigative team member. Fong Joe was somewhat interested in the knowledge of the anomalies in it. A boarding anomaly can still be wiped out? Depends on the anomaly characteristics. Watson patiently explained. For example, the boarding anomalies of Old Fu and I won't disappear because the anomalies are bound to our existence itself. But some anomalies are different, such as prop type or weapon type anomalies, which will lose their original effects after being damaged. Saying this, Watson's face showed a few hints of regret. Yang Lu's father was a very good agent, but he seemed to rely too much on his own anomalies, and it's a shame that he turned out to be like this. Listening to these words, Yang Lu, who was sitting in the sofa, silently turned his head away, while slowly buttoning up his sweatshirt cap and lowered his head without saying a word. Fong Joe vaguely saw something, and wisely did not pursue the matter in front of Yang Lu, but only secretly decided to find another opportunity afterward, to ask Watson about Yang Lu's family situation. After all, no matter how to say are living under the same roof of the roommate, more understanding is always right. As for whether or not to go further after that, that would have to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Every family has its own problems. Unless it's really necessary, Fong Joe felt that he should not interfere too much in other people's family problems. All right. In order to avoid the atmosphere becoming even more stiff, Fong Joe took the initiative to speak up, placing the plastic bag that Watson had just sent on the ground. It's not too late. Let's start right now. Which 200,000 do you guys think is better to get first? Hearing Fong Joe shouting these dangerous anomalies through to 200,000, the corner of Watson's eye was another wild jump. It's best to be cautious. These 3 anomalous mediums all have different anomalous qualities. By the way, when I came here, I sent you the information. Have you read it? Have I? Fong Joe pulled out his cell phone and confirmed the information. There really is. Just now I was busy studying Yang Lu's double. I didn't notice. It's fine. I'll just describe it briefly. Watson said, walked over to Fong Joe, squatted down, and picked up one of the abnormal mediums. First is this. It was a black, slightly dated black videotape with a white sheet of paper taped to the side, on which was written a string of indistinct words in blood. Eerily, when Watson pulled this videotape out of the plastic bag, the temperature of the entire room in room 502 instantly dropped 4 or 5 degrees. A disturbing inchi turned into a wet and greasy chill crawling on Fong Joe's skin. At the same time, it seemed as if pairs of shadowy eyes grew out of the shadows of the room, and the line of sight filled with confusion and malice instantly zapped the whole body in all directions. Fong Joe uncontrollably shuddered. As someone who knew a little bit about urban legends, he didn't need to think much to know the true nature of this videotape. The Sadako tape that will kill you if you watch it. Right? That's right. Watson nodded. 193-2 will inherit the qualities of that urban legend, and all those who watch this tape will be cursed by Sadako, and in turn, die in various bizarre and frightening ways. Liya moved over at this point, rolling on her pulley. Has anyone on the authority been killed by this tape? It has killed a total of 2 agents, 8 investigators, and 14 lab workers. Watson whispered as he detailed the tape's horrific record. Its qualities are that once the tape is played, the content of the footage cannot be aborted, no matter if you try to turn it off or cut the power, and after the curse has struck the area where the person viewing the tape is transformed into a 193-1, a slaughterhouse that is left to be manipulated by it. So even the authority can't handle it? Liya sniffed in shock. Actually, the authority has a way to fix it. Watson was tentatively speaking in defense of his own director, but it will take a certain amount of time and population, and we're so short on manpower right now that we don't have room to deal with this tape. Fong Joe thought to himself that the word population sounds evocative, but didn't say anything and pointed to another thing in the bag. What about this telephone? I seem to remember it's some kind of Mary's telephone. Watson put the videotape back in the bag and turned to hold up the old telephone landline with both hands. It's another famous urban legend that an abandoned doll named Mary would perform a curse through this telephone, and the person who received the call, referred to simply as the victim would be asked to travel to an extremely faraway place in the city where the victim will be asked to travel to some extremely distant location in the city where they are currently located to pick up Mary, and whether they accept or refuse, Mary will hang up the phone, call again 10 seconds later, and move her location a short distance closer to the victim, after which she will hang up the phone again, and then ring again 10 seconds later, while continuing to move closer to the victim at the same time as she moves closer to the victim at her location. After repeating this several times, the phone will sound behind the victim, at which time the doll Mary has arrived behind the victim, and the victim will be killed by Mary within 10 seconds, whether or not he responds to Mary behind him. If you refuse to answer the phone will automatically play Mary's voice after 30 seconds of ringing, after which Mary will hang up the phone, and when the ringing starts again, Mary will appear directly behind the victim and kill the victim. This one is also quite scary. Fong Joe was a bit clueless about this aspect of the horror story. Turning heads and killing behind the back, it's really overwhelming. Liya didn't feel anything about this. Instead, she listened with great interest. What about the third one? What's the third one? The third one is the entrance ticket to the 13th staircase. Watson put the telephone back in its original position, then took out an entrance ticket similar to an amusement park ticket from the bag. Most of the time, the stairs of a school building are 12 floors, and if you enter any school building with this entrance ticket, the whole building will be transformed into a 193-1, and all people located inside the 193-1 will develop a strong desire to climb the stairs. At the same time, the number of steps within the school building will transform to 13, and those who step onto the 13th staircase will stay put for half a minute, and then die violently, and after an autopsy, it was found that the cause of death was all due to falling from a height. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. The fact that a violent death by staying put and a death by falling from a height could be linked together did fit the nature of the anomaly. That's pretty much it. After Watson finished explaining the 3 high-risk anomalies, his eyes gazed intently at Fong Joe. Which one do you want to deal with first? Fong Joe's expression was somewhat subtle. Just listening to Watson's description, he felt that each of the 3 abnormal mediums had their own dangers, but no matter which abnormal medium it was, what it pointed to in the end was death. Fong Joe felt that it was quite a coincidence. After all, it would be hard to find someone in the world who was more unafraid than him. He pondered in place for a moment, then took a deep breath and reached into the bag as if he had made up his mind. This is it. Fong Joe pulled out the black cursed videotape. Let's meet that Miss Sadako first. Chapter 84. This I did not expect. Coincidentally, in the small room where Fong Joe piled up miscellaneous things, there happened to be an old-fashioned television set, which was left behind by the previous owner of room 502, and Fong Joe hadn't been willing to throw it away, and always felt that it might come in handy someday in the future. The result really gave him the right prediction. Fong Joe silently did a dust sweep for the old TV set, then asked Watson to help carry the stuff to the living room, switched places with his own LCD TV, and then connected the power supply and DVD player. A messy snowflake-like code appeared on the old TV screen, while the ear-piercing current sound of ZZZ also signaled the TV's age and failure. In the face of this table on the age of the old antique, Fong Joe hand that is not at all merciful go up to the TV shell as bang bang 2 slaps. In the classic ancient repair role, the old TV sleepy heart was finally awakened by the sincerity. The screen appeared a few horizontal and vertical color boxes into the no signal standby state. Done. Fong Joe clapped his hands, and when he turned around, he found that Yang Lu was sitting nervously in the center of the sofa, and the shadow behind her had been helping her to do shoulder massage to ease her emotions, while Watson was also standing in a strict stance next to Yang Lu, and at this time, he had already silently put on the automatic attack gloves called Morality and Grace, and was ready to best strike at any time. As it turns out, emotions are contagious. He was originally in a pretty relaxed mood, his mind thinking more about how to spend the money after it arrived, but one look at Yang Lu and Watson's state, Fong Joe actually followed suit and got nervous. "So I inserted it, huh?" Fong Joe said, placing the videotape in front of the DVD player and turning back to Watson once again to confirm. "Does that stance matrix shield work on Sadako?" "The sacrifices of the experimenters helped us prove it." Watson gave an accurate answer. "The stance matrix shield is effective, but not fully effective. The shield will still be breached if it continues to receive attacks. At the same time, some of the physical attacks also worked on Sadako, but the effect was limited. The closest we came to eliminating it was when we blasted 92% of her constituent tissues apart, but she was able to complete her self-repair in just 2 seconds. Speaking of which, Watson made a suggestion. Perhaps you could try to kill her with a spatial transfer after she appears, unlike number 201. She doesn't have the problem of becoming stronger after being resurrected from the dead. I'll try as much as I can. Fong Joe nodded and glanced at the videotape in his hand again, uneasiness gradually rising to his throat at the thought that he was about to experience the plot of the movie firsthand. Watching Fong Joe hesitating in front of the TV, the sweeper robot next to him couldn't stand to watch. "Not what you're afraid of. There are so many of us, and each one of us still has their own magical powers. Chastity still cares about how many people you have? Then don't they all kill as usual?" Fong Joe glanced back at Liya. "And this is much scarier than watching a movie. Now I'm the one who personally inserted the videotape. I have to do some psychological construction." "You still need to do mental construction?" Liya slowly came over, muttering carefully in a voice that only 2 people could hear. "It's not like you're going to die. What are you afraid of?" Fong Joe glared at her. "I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of ghosts." "Liya." Liya sighed. "I really can't figure out your brain circuit as a person. Not to mention Liya, Fong Joe himself was also quite strange. Obviously, he was completely indifferent to death, but on the contrary, he still had a slight fear of ghosts." Fong Joe pondered in place for a moment and summarized. "Maybe it's because after being a normal person for so many years, his thinking hasn't completely shifted?" Liya spun in place. "Then how come I'm not afraid?" Fong Joe stared at her. "Are you a human being just being complacent here?" Liya froze for a moment, suddenly reacted and slammed her head towards Fong Joe's heel. "I'm not a human being, are you? My human component is at least as high as yours." Fong Joe casually gave Liya a hold. "Don't quarrel first. It's serious. You know that too." Liya stopped and stepped back a few steps away. "Make it quick. Didn't you say you'd take care of these 3 mediums within a day today?" Immediately. Fong Joe coped, looking back to the DVD player, taking a deep breath in place. He finally managed to insert the videotape into the DVD player. There was a click. The videotape was fed into the DVD in one piece. The next moment, television issued an old-fashioned radio FM-like rustle sound. The original standby state of the old TV suddenly flickered twice, followed by a chaotic snowflake point in the middle of the screen exploded. The house of fluorescent tubes suddenly zilla a flash, darkened by 40% brightness. The expressions of everyone in the living room instantly tightened, and Fong Joe even quickly took a few steps back, staring at the changes in the TV set while his heart pounded. Without realizing it, the sky outside the window looked like it was covered with a layer of shadow. Fong Joe noticed the change outside the window, turned his head to look, and found that the sunlight was distorted by some kind of unnameable weirdness. The sky darkened, like it was accelerated from noon to a deep black silent night. Darkness eroded the whole room like a wild beast. And in the living room that was instantly filled with darkness, Only an old television set emitted a faint glow outward, the pale light illuminating the faces of the people. As if Yang Lu sensed something, his voice trembled as he spoke. "Leader, the TV." Fong Joe turned around to look. A dry well popped up in the center of the screen. The moss along the edge of the well wriggled in the black and white noise, like the tentacles of some kind of living thing. The gray woods around it hid countless shadows, and the dead leaves fell quietly to the ground. The whole picture was empty, and an eerie silence spread in all directions. The picture remained unchanged for a long time, as if it were a still picture and nothing had happened. However, the quieter the living room became, the more disturbing it became. Fong Joe smelled the air seeping into a rotten, earthy, fishy smell. The damp moisture sprouted on the floor. The wall next to the old TV quietly seeped out the water droplets, like being strangled by the neck of the suffocating feeling is getting thicker and thicker. Suddenly, a ghastly white hand suddenly raked the mouth of the well. The sound of fingernails scraping the slate actually came out of the TV. It wasn't an electronic sound effect at all, but a real and sharp scratching sound. The curtains in the living room suddenly moved without any wind, and a large number of blood-colored scratches appeared on the walls and ceiling without any warning. And with the ear-piercing scraping sound from the TV screen, the scratches became deeper and deeper, as if the grievances had turned into substance, tearing apart everything around them. Fong Joe heard Yang Lu and Watson simultaneously suck in a breath of cold air. In the screen, a white ghostly figure had crawled halfway out at some point, revealing half a cloudy eyeball between the gaps in its wet hair. The pupil slowly lifted upwards, not towards the screen, but turned diagonally towards Fong Joe outside the screen. Snowflake-like black and white noise reappeared. The image temporarily disappeared and reappeared again 2 seconds later. The long-haired white woman had crawled out from the bottom of the well and stood straight in the center of the screen. Sticky as if her hair stained with black blood covered her face, revealing only a small patch of greenish-gray skin and the cloudy eyeball. A black and white snowflake interrupted the image for the third time. 2 seconds later, she had appeared a few steps away from the dead well beyond, getting closer and closer to the world beyond the screen. The fourth, fifth, sixth time. With each time the old television set spent the screen, the Sadako in the screen moved a few steps closer and closer. By the time the 7th time came, the face swollen from drowning zoomed infinitely in the screen, countless pinpoint black dots enlarging in the center of her eyeballs as she gazed straight out at the world beyond the screen. She slowly reached out her hand. Pale fingertips penetrated the screen. The surface of the old TV rippled with water, and a sharp, thin finger that seemed like a pinprick reached into reality. And then, with a sudden burst of strength, the whole hand grabbed the rim of the TV, and her body began to extend from her hair to the world outside the screen. Yang Lu was completely shrunk in a corner of the couch at this point, the shadow behind her guarding her at breakneck speed. Watson was in full combat readiness, while still not forgetting to observe twice in the direction where Fong Joe was. He was obviously wondering how Fong Joe planned to respond. As a matter of fact, Fong Joe was indeed frightened by the perfect replica of the movie's plot, and was completely immersed in the emotions of being dominated by a horror movie. At least that was the case for the first half-minute. But after the 5th flashing screen of Sadako on the TV, Fong Joe's expression changed subtly. Because just as Yang Lu and Watson's attention was all focused on Sadako's main body, Fong Joe saw the depths of the woods at the edge of the screen, revealed a touch of gold color that did not fit the atmosphere. In a cold-toned scene that existed for the sake of thrills, an overly bright gold color was obviously not very appropriate. Coupled with the fact that Fong Joe instantly recognized the body of that splash of gold, the entire person's facial management instantly went a bit out of control. An otherworldly magician TI wearing a magical hat and an ochre-colored magical cloak drilled out of the woods, lifting a wooden stick in his hand, and tiptoed close to Sadako from behind. Watson and Yang Lu, who saw this scene, also froze violently, a flash of the same dismay and shock flashing across both their faces at the same time. The corners of Fong Joe's mouth and eyes jumped violently one by one. He had initially thought that Liya was planning to use the wooden stick she had found in the woods as a staff, using magic to combat the weirdness, until he saw Liya spit into her hand, and then raise the wooden stick with gusto, her gaze aiming at Sadako's head one by one. He really couldn't tense up. What the hell was this magic messenger going to do? Sadako's upper body had completely crawled out of the TV, dirty droplets of water wrapped in black slime running down the TV casing and onto the floor, and her mouth continued to buzz with vicious curses. Just as she was halfway through her horror show, a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle from behind. Question mark. Fong Joe clearly saw a flash of dismay and confusion in Miss Sadako's cloudy orbs. Before Miss Sadako could figure out what was happening, A strong force yanked back her body that was poking out of the screen. Come here, you. Chapter 85. Liya against the day. In all her years in the industry, Sadako had seen people trying to turn off the machine and cut off the power, seen people swinging mallets to try and smash themselves back into the TV, seen people with machine guns yelling and strafing at the same time, but she really hadn't seen anyone who could sneak up from behind her. Where did this person come from? She remembered that she was the only occupant of the well. Sadako had just landed on the ground with her front foot and was still unconscious when a straight and thick wooden stick came down with a head on split in her back foot. A muffled sound of skulls colliding with a blunt object rang out from inside the TV. The sudden impact caused Sadako to stagger for a moment, and before she could stabilize herself, Liya aimed another flying kick at her chest, directly kicking the legendary ghostess to the ground. The blonde magician from another world took 3 steps forward, and in a manner completely uncharacteristic of a Leda-like aristocrat, she held the wooden stick in both hands and attacked the fallen Sadako with a flurry of blows. No longer did the eerie humming sound emanate from the old television set, but instead, a mournful pain-eating scream echoed through the living room, accompanied by a vigorous whoop from Liya as she swung the stick. Sadako, right? Horror movie, right? I'm the master in the electronic world. Did you ask me if you're going to be wild on my turf? If I can't beat 360, I can't beat you? Liya shouted in concert as she exerted her power. An ordinary stick was wielded by her in a tigerish manner, and her sense of power was not inferior to the green dragon crescent blade in the hands of Lord Guan at all. Fong Joe and the others who stayed in the living room watched the scene in front of them, with unspeakably complex expressions surfacing on their respective faces. Especially when they saw Sadako as a legendary female ghost being beaten up by Liya as a junior, Fong Joe even saw in Sadako's eyes the shock and confusion of an old artist being bombarded by the new era of abstract art riding on her face. Reasonable this? Not. Yang Lu from seeing Liya appeared mouth always open. This will finally let the shadow to help their stiff jaw lifted back, holding half a day to hold out a sentence. I remember Sadako is not immune to physical attacks. Why is it useful to take a stick and knock? It really doesn't make sense. Watson this time also slowed down, perhaps because of the experience of beating the drum to pass the mom. His face is slightly better than Yang Lu, and even able to give a calm analysis. I remember that in the Sadako videotape processing experiments mentioned, Sadako as a 193-2 almost immune to the vast majority of physical attacks. Sticks and knives and swords theoretically impossible to cause damage to her. Now Yang Lu looked even more puzzled. Then why? Maybe because it's on TV. Fong Joe pointed to Liya, who was selling her rice cake like in the old TV. Can a fight on TV be considered a physical attack? I feel like it's closer to energy bodies beating each other up. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Watson and Yang Lu fell silent at the same time. Honestly, after 2 seconds, Watson blushed. The authority hasn't recorded this kind of thing either. It's not written in the textbooks either. Yang Lu shrunk his neck. As a member of the authority, the former was a veteran agent who had been honed by the battlefield, and the latter was a researcher extraordinaire in the field of phase space, so as a matter of course they should be familiar with everything related to anomalies in this world. But the electronic magician swung a wooden stick to violently beat the cyber-female ghost this scene. They really have never seen. Suddenly, an ear-blasting scream came out from the TV, like a beastly hiss, and the exponentially increasing resentment almost broke through Fong Joe and the others' eardrums. The long-haired female ghost within the screen finally came back to her senses from the initial shock, twisting her neck 180 degrees in place, her limbs creeping to the ground in a reverse-jointed position, emitting a clear sound of cracking bones while forcing her monstrous body towards Liya. The lights in the living room flickered like madness. Slippery moisture crawled onto the skin of Fong Joe and the others, and amidst the ear-piercing screams, a suffocating malice of resentment poured straight from the canopy to the soles of the feet. Fong Joe felt as if his spirit was pulled into the bottom of a pitch-black, fingerless well, and after a strong sense of falling, the air around him seemed to turn into filthy, dirty, overflowing well water with the smell of rotting corpses, constantly filling his nose, ears, and throat. The experience of drowning and suffocating was incomparably real. Fong Joe instantly realized that this was a mental collapse attack triggered by Sadako's grudge, and immediately reacted, ready to pull out the emergency sanity-topping liquid that Watson had brought with him to eliminate the negative effects of the mental confusion. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. Liya's strike was indeed surprising, but Sadako clearly wasn't that easy to handle. Before Fong Joe started to operate, however, the blonde magician in the TV set did nothing about it. The mental attack couldn't seem to affect Liya. who was also an electronic ghost. Louder than anyone else? Great. Liya burst out laughing, like a child who had no chance to let loose because of her parents' control. And now she finally found a reason to make a scene, with a sunny expression, only to see Liya temporarily put down the wooden stick in her hand. Her face, overflowing with excitement, snapped and snapped her fingers. In the next second, as if the waiting artillery soldiers received the signal, all the electrical appliances in Fong Joe's house that were on and off were lit up in an instant. Including the sweeping machine in the corner, all the household appliances started to play the famous Buddhist music, the Great Compassion Mantra, with the maximum amplifier after emitting the drip 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 beep. It was even a DJ version. The dynamic drum beats from the modern era were fused with the Buddhist chanting with Zen meaning, and the huge noise that erupted in a flash made the whole room 502 vibrate twice. Sadako's mournful screams were overshadowed by a higher decibel chorus of household appliances, and the negative effects of the mental collapse attack disappeared, replaced by an intense sonic attack that made Fong Joe and the others' minds about to explode, and even their hearts trembled along with it. Inside the 7th building of Harmony Home, deafening drum beats raged in the 502 room. The floor shook, the air hissed, and with the flashes of household appliances, it directly transformed the original horror movie set into a late-night dance hall. Fong Joe only felt his head buzzing, excessive head music in the body cycle explosion. The whole person suddenly squatted down in the original, at the same time forcefully cover the ears. A face of incredulity raised his head. The expression is more brilliant than the fireworks wonderful. Liya, this niece, actually gave him all the electrical appliances in his home to add a point song system? Fortunately, his neighbors are all dead. Otherwise, this movement will have to eat at least 8 complaints. Similar to Fong Joe's reaction, after Sadako's sound waves were covered, the entire ghost also fell to its knees in pain, covering its ears with both hands, a line of blood tears flowing out from the eyeballs of its wet hair slits that didn't look like it was affected by the Brahmin Zen meaning of the Great Compassion Mantra, but more like it was simply shaken by the forced movement that Liya had made. Taking advantage of Sadako's inability to fight back, in the heat of the moment, Liya stepped forward with her wooden stick, once again aiming at Sadako's head, matching the beat of the drums with another bout of pounding. Familiar picture, familiar feeling. Fong Joe recalled the night he first met Liya. She really liked to beat people to the rhythm, and he also noticed that every time Liya pounded, Sadako's body's constituent tissues would annihilate a portion of themselves, turning into scattered pixelated dots of ash. It seemed that what Liya was doing wasn't a mere beating, but rather, she was annihilating her very existence itself from the level of the energy body. Watson and Yang Lu, who had also covered their ears, watched this in disbelief. Both of their expression management was completely out of control. Their 5 senses were completely on their own in this situation, and they couldn't even put together a proper expression with their 2 faces. Is this right? Is this how an exception handling task works? A few moments later, probably when the DJ's version of the Great Compassion Mantra was placed in the middle and back of the program, the old television set in front of the crowd suddenly stuttered. The picture was frozen in the moment when Liya swung her baton and smashed Sadako's brain. All the colors turned black and white in an instant, and a few seconds later, 2 large, eye-catching white lines surfaced in the center of the screen. The end. The end. A few seconds later, the splash screen disappeared, and Sadako's cursed videotape was spit out with a click, falling to the ground like garbage. The TV then returned to the colorful square standby screen, and the figure of Liya carrying a wooden stick appeared in front of the crowd. Compared to the shock of Fong Joe and the others, Liya just threw away the wooden stick with disdain, glanced at the tape on the ground through the screen, and cursed contemptuously. This is it? Still a legendary female ghost. Not as good as the birdie wallpaper stuff. Fong Joe, Yang Lu, and Watson looked at each other with 3 confused faces. A few minutes later, the living room returned to normal. The haze in the sky outside the window dissipated and the light of the sky shone down into the living room again. Watson picked up the videotape on the ground and took the alterity indicator detector he was carrying with him to scan back and forth a few times, and after confirming that the value had returned to 0, he turned back to Fong Joe with a complicated face. It's done. When saying these 3 words, Watson's face was written with disbelief. Confirmed to 193. Sadako's otherness indicator disappeared, and she was really just wiped out. I told you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Re-entering the big TV, Liya stretched her back and smiled smugly. The circuitry of this world has long been studied and understood by me. As long as it's not in the real world, a female ghost of her elemental composition coming in 20 won't be able to do anything to me. Fong Joe sat on the sofa, staring straight at the blonde magician in the big TV, feeling that ever since Liya appeared, she has been destroying her own fantasies about various worldviews. Before it was the magic worldview. Now it's the horror movie worldview. Such a famous female ghost died so suffocatingly. Yonglu hadn't slowed down until now. It's that simple? Actually not simple. Liya waved her hand, 50% boasting and 50% speaking truthfully as she opened her mouth to explain. To be precise, it was me who directly disintegrated her elemental composition in the circuit world. Only the manifestation appeared to be knocking her head with a wooden stick, and the essence of her existence was a grudge spirit, this kind of grievous evil spirit. I've previously dealt with quite a few of them, very experienced. After listening to Liya's explanation of the principle, Watson was still a little hard to strain. This I have to think about how to report to the authority. I'm feeling a little short of words. Chapter 86 Liya against the Great Heaven 2. Under Liya's Great Compassion Mantra and Rhythm Master's Stick Technique, a generation of legendary female ghosts Sadako fell. Watson took a long time to finally organize the language. The 193-2 Sadako has been eliminated process to the Shark Director. On the other end of the phone, the director was silent for a long time. I do not know how many layers of sea waves in the heart, and in the end, very reluctantly retained the majesty of the director, and tried his best to let out a cold and serious pretending to not care him. As expected of a branch chief, he had top-notch emotion management skills, and would only release himself when no one was around. In comparison, the change in Watson's expression when he looked at Fong Joe and the others was much more obvious. He felt that he might have to have as little contact with them as possible, not because he was afraid of being contaminated by an abnormal nature, but because he was afraid that when he went out on a mission in the future, the image of an electronic wizard overpowering Sadako would suddenly pop into his head on occasions that required seriousness. Videotape solved. Watson sighed. What's next? He was starting to try and think in an optimistic direction now. The anomaly handling process was a bit abstract, but it was really efficient. If this trend continued, maybe 3 anomalous mediums could actually be dealt with within the day. For the authority, which was desperately short of manpower, this was absolutely great news. Fong Joe would have just gotten over the big shock this time, and when he heard Watson's question, his gaze went to the plastic bag on the floor. He actually wanted to discuss the matter of installing on-demand broadcasting functions to household appliances with Liya again. But once he thought that Liya's ruckus just now had directly helped Fong Jeanette $200,000, he quickly chose to forgive Liya inwardly and turned to strike while the iron was hot, devoting himself to thinking about the next $200,000 object. After a period of contemplation, a few thoughts surfaced in Fong Joe's mind, and he silently squatted down, rummaging through a plastic bag and pulling out an old-fashioned telephone. This one. Fong Joe spoke thoughtfully. Mary's telephone. After saying that, Fong Joe turned his head to look at Liya in the TV set and calmly gave his analysis. Since Liya can freely enter and exit anything related to electrical circuits, is it possible for her to get into this telephone set as well? Watson froze in place as he listened, again hardened by this train of thought of Fong Joe's. Can. Liya was truthful, staring at the old telephone for a while, seemingly analyzing its construction. I've taken a general look at it. It should be able to get in. But Yonglu carefully raised her hand at this point to voice her opinion. It's not like Doll Mary is in the telephone. It shouldn't work to get in there. Exactly. Watson responded at that point, adding an explanation. Doll Mary exists as an entity, not as a cursed spirit lodged in a videotape like Sadako, and there's no way to dispose of Mary in the same way. When dealing with entities, Liya's electronic spectral attributes would be hard to come in handy. Unless Mary was pulled into the electronic realm as well, Liya's regular combat power was basically equivalent to 3 or 4 fireballs. However, in a short period of time, Fong Joe simply couldn't think of a means to electrify Mary. Fong Joe was slightly silent, recalling the nature of Mary's phone call, and after half a minute thoughtfully spoke, "We might be able to change our mind?" What? Watson's heart thumped. He had a feeling that Fong Joe was about to pull off some weird job again. 10 minutes later, a black high-class sedan ran wildly in the city at a completely excessive speed. Since the cognitive obstruction system was covered in advance, Watson's vehicle would not be recognized by other drivers and surveillance, which allowed Watson to throttle to the floor and roar at breakneck speeds on roads that were supposed to be safe to drive on. Fong Joe sat on the co-pilot seat, watching Watson accelerate on the road, thankful that the alien agent possessed extraordinary driving skills. If he were to drive, he would probably be less than a kilometer away from his home by now. He gripped the auxiliary pull handle on the roof of the car with one hand, trying to keep it as stable as possible, while with the other he reached for his cell phone, talking to Willow on the other end. Where is she this time? Yang Lu's somewhat nervous response came from the other end of the cell phone. Still on Bin Road. Immediately to the intersection. Now turning right to Chowang Road. Fong Joe's heart was clear, reaching out and pointing to the traffic light position ahead. Turn right in front, go to Chowang Road. Good. Watson responded simply and roughly, quickly turning the steering wheel, giving up the normal road that follows the rules, brutally passing through the nearby flowers and trees, taking the diagonal road towards Chowang Road and racing all the way. At the same time, Harmony Home, Building 7, Room 502. Yang Lu hunkered down in the sofa, holding her cell phone to report the news to Fong Joe, and looked towards the old-fashioned telephone on the coffee table that had successfully connected, her complexion quite subtle. What happened 10 minutes ago was still fresh in her mind. Fong Joe had first informed everyone of the devious idea he had come up with, and then after the old-fashioned telephone was successfully connected, he himself took the initiative to assume the identity of the victim and picked up the phone. Hello. He. A shrill, childish giggle came from the other end of the line, immediately followed by Doll Mary's self-introduction and that unreasonable invitation. Big brother? Kind big brother? He. Mary is a poor child, abandoned. Can you come to pick up Mary? Mary knows that you are a good person. Surely you will come to pick up Mary, right? Fong Joe smiled an expectant smile at his words. I will come to pick you up right away. He. Brother is so nice. Mary rejoiced like she had found another interesting toy, then said to Fong Joe, Big brother, Mary is... Now. Her words were not yet finished. A voice that neither belonged to Fong Joe nor Mary suddenly sounded in the earpiece. Jin Yuan Road by that Chen's wonton shop next to Building 8 of Long Lake Garden. Right? I followed the signal and found you. Wait for Ao. Someone will come for you soon. Mary? ? No, what just popped up? And how did my spot get opened? Mary Doll's head, which was knitted with fluffy wool, instantly went down, and the lines that were originally designed ahead of time this would get stuck hard. Brother? Sister? No! Mary encountered this kind of thing for the first time in her life and hesitated for a long time before trying to ask a question. There are two people on the other end of the phone? But the voice sounds like it's coming straight from the phone. How can that be? You don't have to care about that. Just know that I'll come to you right away. After Fong Joe finished speaking, the receiver was put aside. He quickly put on his jacket and handed Watson a look. The two of them pushed out the door without hesitation, ready to go downstairs and drive to the designated place. Mary stayed in place for a long time, finally remembered what she should do, and immediately hung up the phone. Although it was unclear why the other party could know her location, Mary's abnormal nature determined that even if the other party came to look for herself, she could not change the fate of death. Mary's abnormal nature was almost insurmountable. Mary's position would gradually approach the victim as the phone rang, and if the victim chose not to answer the phone, Mary would directly trigger the unavoidable backstabbing kill. So having to stay in place to answer the phone also makes it impossible for the victim to reach Mary's location at all, and they can only stay in place in despair and helplessness, waiting for death to come together with the ringing of the phone. So once the phone rings, both answering and not answering it will usher in the same end. However, this time things changed far beyond Mary's expectations. Because right after the old telephone was hung up, not even 5 seconds had passed, the microphone came out, beep, beep, beep. This is not the ringing sound when receiving a call, but the waiting sound when making a call. 3 beeps later, the call was connected, and instantly Mary's doll shrieked in horror from the other end. How did you call? This old telephone didn't have an automatic callback feature, so there was no way to call back at the touch of a button. At the same time, Mary's phone doesn't have a phone number, and it doesn't even leave a call log. Theoretically, it was impossible for someone to call the phone back. You keep your nose out of the electronic ghost business. Liya wasn't the least bit bothered by Mary's yelling. I can open a box for you down the phone line, and I'm still worried about how to call the phone back? No. You. Me. Mary almost lost her ability to think and judge, her past glowing resume and combat experience blowing to smithereens right along with her thinking at this very moment. It had always been only she who had called others, never anyone else. She felt humiliated by her unusual nature. Her pride began to shatter, and her mindset, which had been playing with the lives of the world, quietly changed. After a deafening period of silence, Mary hung up again. Less than 2 seconds later, the call came again. Mary refused to answer. Liya called again. Mary refused to answer again. Liya called again. After repeating several times, Mary finally managed to pick up the phone, and as soon as she opened her mouth, the resentment seemed to turn into substance, about to flow out of the receiver. "No, you're sick, aren't you?" Near the clothing store on the 4th floor of the mall at number 30 Sky Brown Road, Liya once again reported Mary's geographic location and slowly and languidly returned, "Cheer up. They'll be right there to pick you up." Mary on the other end of the phone froze after holding her tongue for half a day, and finally broke into a furious rage and hung up the phone again. Liya didn't say a word, but just kept frantically redialing. In fact, Mary can choose to completely refuse to answer Liya's phone, but I do not know whether it is annoyed by Liya, or she cannot accept herself in the call business function by Liya humiliation. She every time she cannot hold on for a long time will still connect the phone, and then the geographic location on the lightspeed of Liya open box. Mary was desperate. Her abnormal nature is tied to the victim's behavior every time the victim answers the phone. She can move quickly in the direction of the victim, but there was no what happens when the call is called back. In her abnormal nature, who would have thought that Mary's calls could be called back? She didn't have a phone number, she didn't have a call record, so normally there wouldn't even be an option to call back. But this time, she ran into an electronic ghost that could only open the box along the phone line. Where could she argue with that? After losing the support of the abnormal rules, all Mary could do was to rely on her short plush legs to run wildly all the way not towards the location of the original victim of the call, Fong Joe, but in the opposite direction to accelerate the escape. Because she knew that Fong Joe was in the car at the moment, approaching herself from the rear at high speed. The situation of offense and defense completely changed shape. The one making the call became the one receiving the call, and the one chasing became the one being chased. Thinking of this, Mary's woolen ball tears are almost flowing down. Don't bring such an insult to the abnormal. Unfortunately, the strength of the small short legs is limited. After half an hour of chasing battle, Mary Doll finally still in a remote suburb away from the city by Watson and Fong Joe caught up. After she was cornered and saw the two men walking down from that black premium sedan, all of the 10,000 sorrows and indignation and shame in her heart turned into a single expletive, which was transmitted to Liya and Yang Lu's ears through the old telephone receiver in Fong Joe's house. "I'm going to UM." The words had not yet fallen. The other end of the phone suddenly came a muffled sound. The call was forcibly interrupted, leaving only an elongated beep sound. Chapter 87: The Family. Mary didn't go very peacefully. Bursting with threads and lint, she died a miserable death. Before she left, she incidentally experienced the same kind of fear that those victims had deserved. Watson gathered up the remains of the dolls on the ground, saying that he wanted to take them back to leave a record, and then he drove Fong Joe back to the Harmony Home neighborhood. Near the evening skylight gradually had a gray trend. Tires rolled up the dead leaves. A black car appeared from the corner of the intersection, slowly parked in front of the district. Watson pressed his hands on the steering wheel, glanced out through the car window at room 502 in Building 7, and sighed longingly after seeing the bright lights inside. "Let's stop here, I won't go up." Fong Joe was a little surprised. "Someone from the bureau called you back?" "No." Watson turned his head with a complex expression. "I am thinking that I don't need to help at all. Relying on your own strength is completely sufficient to deal with these three abnormal mediums. Even I feel that letting you deal with these 193 too is a bit of a big deal." Whether it was Sadako or Mary, the way these two urban legends that had existed since ancient times had been wiped out was surprising. Watson felt that he had not gained anything at all from coming over other than being greatly shocked. Moreover, he really didn't want to continue to follow Fong Joe to deal with the third anomalous medium, and he still didn't have a plan in his mind on how to write Sadako and Mary's reports as a veteran agent of the authority. This was the first time he found the process of anomalous handling reports so difficult to write. After that, it was better to let Fong Joe report on his own. "All right then, you go back first." Fong Joe could see the fatigue on Watson's face, so he nodded. "We'll solve that last anomaly medium ourselves. I feel like I've found a bit of a knack for it." Watson's face changed, thinking to himself, "Can you really call that a trick?" The spitting of the other 9 behaviors flashed in his mind. Watson sighed again, and for the time being he still instructed, "The last 13 staircases are anomalies, and without an individual, it'll be even more difficult to deal with them, so you'd better be more cautious." "Understood. I'll go back later and discuss the strategy with the two of them," Fong Joe said. Suddenly remembering something, he laughed twice and rubbed his hands together expectantly. "That said, when will this money be paid?" Watson looked at Fong Joe, a strange light emerging in his eyes. as if he hadn't understood this level of abnormal obsession with wealth until now. He pondered for a moment. It will be released to you along with the basic assistance funds after the matter is over. So after this mission, you'll be guaranteed $1,600,000? The moment Fong Joe said this figure, both eyes were shining gold outwards. Is it possible to be higher? 2,600,000. It's hard to say. Watson's afterglow swept across the rearview mirror, wanting to say something. If the subsequent insta-processing mission for number 193 also requires your assistance, then the number of funds might be a bit higher, depending on the authorities' internal opinion. It's fine. Fong Joe waved his hand. In his heart, he was actually quite satisfied. I'm satisfied with $1,600,000. It's best if you can add more money. After that, if you need to help despite the contact, be at your beck and call ha. Seeing the enthusiastic smile on Fong Joe's face, Watson's expression couldn't help but freeze. His mind suddenly flashed through the extremely dense information of the number 009. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't connect 009 with this somewhat money-grubbing, harmless city dweller in front of him. Abnormalities with humanity existed, and their director was one. But an anomaly with humanity and such a high number, Fong Joe was the first case ever. Watching Fong Joe unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car, Watson was silent for 2 seconds and opened his mouth to call out to him. Wait a minute. Fong Joe's movement stopped, picking at the car door to probe inside. What is it? About Yang Lu's father. Watson's tone was thick with worry. When you go back, tell her that her father was injured during the investigative operation and is currently receiving treatment within the authority. If she has the will to do so, she can go and see her father. That winged dragon knight? Fong Joe was stunned. How is he injured? Hearing Fong Joe's name, the corners of Watson's mouth twitched a bit, but he couldn't refute it. It's not too light nor too heavy. He needs to lie in the treatment room for a few more days. Fong Joe was silent for a moment. Is Yang Lu not on good terms with her father? Watson looked at Fong Joe with some surprise. How do you know? Guess. Fong Joe shrugged. Before in the living room when I heard you mention her father, her reaction was not quite right. At that time I sought to think that this pair of father and daughter relationship is estimated to be not very good. Her parents divorced. Her mother died. Watson corrected. When she was very young. I'm not sure of the specifics. In short, she was pulled up by her father. But her father lost his abnormal ability in an accident, and after that he was devastated, often drinking and gambling, and lost the originally very rich family fortune, and even to the rear simply stayed out at night, only returning home once every half a month. Their father-daughter relationship should have deteriorated at that time. The mother died, the father was a drunken loser, and the family used to be very wealthy. Why did this plot feel so familiar? Fong Joe didn't think of a reason for a while and changed the topic. Why don't you just tell her? Isn't your relationship with her okay? I've advised her many times before. Watson shook his head helplessly. My words have long since gone out of her mind. Fong Joe could probably understand the logic. In Yang Lu's eyes, Watson was probably a colleague of her alcoholic father, and even if Watson's words were no matter how objective they were, she would unconsciously regard them as favoritism from her colleague. Fong Joe had no dealings with her father, so mentioning it casually shouldn't cause her to resent it. Moreover, Fong Joe thinks that this is Watson's intention. He is not the same as Charlotte. Charlotte's head is only bright when she is inspired, while Watson's head is on the line all the time. The reason why Fong Joe is allowed to convey the message is probably to let Fong Joe have more opportunities to understand Yang Lu, so as to deepen the relationship between the two people. It could be seen that Watson's heart was still more or less quite hung up on this colleague's daughter. Okay. Fong Joe felt that this was indeed an opportunity to get to know the half-winged dragon lady in depth, so he naturally agreed. But I can't guarantee if she's willing to go over there. Just mention it. Watson smiled faintly. The two of them casually chatted a couple more times before Watson drove off. In the darkening sky, the red taillights disappeared into a distant intersection. Fong Joe looked at the distant Watson, exhaled, and walked slowly in the direction of his home. Returning to the familiar small home, Fong Joe just entered the door and saw that the living room was brightly lit. 2 big bags of takeout boxes were placed next to the coffee table. Yang Lu was sitting in the sofa and drying her food with great relish, while the sequel to the previous zombie movie was playing on the TV. Yang Lu was the first to notice the movement of Fong Joe's homecoming, and since she couldn't free her hands with her lunchbox, she let the shadow behind her help and waved at Fong Joe. Liya, who was cowering in the corner of the TV, casually slapped the movie to a halt at this time, drilled back into the sweeper robot, and slowly drove towards Fong Joe. You're back? Is everything done? Watson all went back with the wreckage. Fong Joe remembered the scene of Mary's death. She was torn into 50 or 60 pieces. Quite tragic. Well, anomalies be damned. Liya cheered excitedly. In one sentence she greeted her whole family including herself. Without these abnormalities messing up my new body would have come out a long time ago. Just now when dealing with Sadako I didn't have to work so hard. A few rounds of spirit energy blast down and she would be honest. Fong Joe didn't bother with Liya if he did now. She would only make more noise and walked straight to the sofa, and just as he approached Yonglu, the shadow behind Yonglu took the initiative to pick up the lunchbox and handed it to him. Fong Joe took the lunchbox in a daze and opened it to see that it was a still warm roasted pork-covered rice. Yonglu quickly stole a glance at Fong Joe and explained in a low voice, "Ordered this for you, leader." "Thanks." The more Fong Joe looked at her, the more she felt that Yonglu was a rare and good girl. Because if Liya was able to eat, she definitely wouldn't help Fong Joe bring one when she ordered takeout if one day Liya really took the initiative to offer a box lunch. Then the first thing Fong Joe would do after receiving the box lunch would definitely be to find a way to do a double check of the box lunch to see if there was a large amount of mustard sauce or chili powder in it. Compared to this next Yonglu, this girl is much more pure and virtuous, at least look not as bad as Liya. However, Fong Joe looked down to the trash can next to the coffee table that was already filled with empty lunch boxes, and suddenly felt a subtle touch in his heart. I've earned more. He consoled himself in a low voice, then sat down next to the coffee table, broke open his chopsticks and took 2 bites, feeling that it was almost time. He mentioned it as if nothing had happened. When Wasing went back, he told me about your father, saying that he was injured participating in an investigative mission, and that he was recently lying down in the treatment room. The moment they heard this topic, Yonglu and Shadow's bodies shook twice at the same time. She averted her gaze from the TV, silently lowered her head, and let out a soft "oh." Behind her back, Shadow wisely stepped in and put on the hood of Yonglu's sweater for her, as if the feeling of being wrapped up would make her feel better. Fong Joe once again from her actions to show that the relationship between father and daughter do not get along. His mind instantly flashed to the image of an alcoholic father smashing a bottle of wine on his daughter's head, hesitated for 2 seconds. "Then do you still want to go over there to take a look?" I just casually asked. "Nothing in particular." Yonglu did not reply for the first time. She just silently curled up in the sofa, put down her half-eaten lunchbox, and clasped her hands around her knees. The shadow behind her seemed to sense the change in her mood, and the outline of her body gradually dissolved into a pure, pitch-black mist that wrapped around Yonglu like a shell barrier. And it was only after several seconds that Yonglu's rare, muffled refusal came from the depths of the mist. "I'm not going." Chapter 88, The Last Anomalous Medium. The night outside the window was getting darker. The mall in the distance was lit up with light, and the few vehicles under the street lamps congested the intersection, with a few honking noises coming from time to time. The living room of Fong Joe's house was silent. As a place where abstraction and noise often go hand in hand, such a low-pressure atmosphere was really rare. Yonglu was curled up in the sofa, hugging herself tightly. Her head in a sweatshirt hat was lowered. Completely fogged black shadows coiled around her, and a complex look flowed in her eyes hidden in the dark, as if she was remembering that unbearable childhood. Fong Joe sensed the change in the atmosphere, and before he had time to speak, his toe was bumped by a hard object in a not-so-gentle manner. When he looked down, he saw that the sweeping robot was at his feet, expressing its dissatisfaction in this way. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Idle, huh? Huazi told me to mention it." Fong Joe smoothly fished Liya out and turned his head to look at Yonglu, who was actively isolated from the world. He also talked to me about her family situation in general, and to be honest, it's quite tragic. Liya drops her indicator light twice after hearing that. "Ah? Her family also runs a casino." Fong Joe's hand holding Liya slipped and almost didn't fall to the ground for this little robot. He was pondering how to make the atmosphere better. But as a result, Liya's sentence directly broke Fong Joe's spirit. "People are proper single parents." Fong Joe lowered his voice as much as possible. "Her old man has all sorts of bad hobbies. I guess Yonglu didn't get beaten up a lot when she was a child. In short, the relationship between father and daughter is not very good." "She was beaten?" Liya turned to Yonglu, who was shrinking in the mist, always feeling that she couldn't imagine that kind of picture. "She a superwoman who can casually throw your car to the 5th floor can still be beaten?" Fong Joe had a straight face. "Her father is a dragon knight." "Oh, almost forgot." Liya instantly realized. "So what now? She doesn't seem like she's having much fun." Fong Joe thought to himself that those who can still be happy in this situation are also divine beings, and thought deeply for a moment. Let's find a way to skip this topic first. Just pretend that it wasn't mentioned, and I'll comfort her a few more times in the meantime. Hey, don't. Liya immediately called out to stop Fong Joe. You'd better not open your mouth. Why don't I do it instead? Later on, you go up and say, think of the good, and then follow it up with a sentence. Although you don't have a good relationship with your father, it means you have one more reason than others to pull out the oxygen tubes in the future, and the other girl will give you a change from sociopathic to autistic on the spot. Believe it or not. Fong Joe blinked. Doesn't that make sense? Look. Liya looked like... I knew it. The tumbler idled twice, looking eager to try. Anyway, don't open your mouth. Let me... Isn't it just about enlightening children with complicated family conditions? This is something I have experience with. Fong Joe frowned. Where did you get the experience? I am myself, Liya said rightfully. When I didn't pass the political trial, my father and I had a very frosty relationship. Usually we were cold when we met. But then I operated, and the father-daughter relationship immediately warmed up. How did you do it? I gave my father face paste a dozen fireballs. UTM physical warming ah? The two men on this side were talking comic relief as usual. On the other side, Yang Lu, who was shrinking in the sofa, listened, and the mist that surrounded and hovered around her quietly faded away and returned to her body. She was actually a bit at a loss for words just now. She didn't want to discuss the topic of her father too much. But Fong Joe, the leader, took the initiative to start a conversation, causing Yang Lu to not know how to answer, coupled with the long-lost recollections of the past. The sour feeling uncontrollably emerged from the bottom of her heart. However, hearing the two stranded there you a word, Yang Lu felt that the emotions suddenly cannot connect, that the depressing and cold atmosphere instantly washed away. This will hesitate for half a day, or a small voice to open the mouth. It's all right, the leader of the... Let's talk about the work. Isn't there still an anomalous medium left? Fong Joe heard, did not immediately answer, but carefully observed Two Eyes Yang Lu's expression. Want to know if this girl is not showing off. It wasn't until he saw Yang Lu's honest, luminous eyes that Fong Joe was convinced that this girl had completed her self-regulation. He stared at Yang Lu for a while longer, thinking that he felt this was the perfect time to skip the awkward topic, and nodded. Yes, there is one left. Fong Joe bent down and found an entrance ticket from a nearby plastic bag. It was a dark red admission ticket with an overall pattern designed to look like a ticket to a famous amusement park, with jagged edges, a smooth surface, and a tough texture. Fong Joe attempted to tear open this admission ticket, wanting to destroy the anomaly in the purest and most quaint way possible, but the material of which seemed to be surprisingly strong. Seeing Fong Joe's action, Yang Lu took the admission ticket and tried it, realizing that even with her strength, she could not damage this admission ticket on a physical level, so she could only shake her head and return the admission ticket to Fong Joe. Squeezing this indestructible ticket, Fong Joe said in a serious manner, the entrance ticket to the 13th staircase should be the most difficult one to deal with among the 3 anomalous mediums sent by the authority. Because there is no entity? Yang Lu guessed. I've heard people from the authority say before that anomalies without entities are much harder to deal with than anomalous individuals. Fong Joe thought to himself that he was worthy of being from the authority, and was able to guess what he was thinking at once. If it's an individual, it's fine to think of a way to eliminate the individual, just like Sadako and Mary just now. But how exactly to solve this kind of anomalies in the 13th floor order? I don't have much of a clue for the time being. Tear down the stairs? Liya's idea was simple and crude. Or just blow up the whole building. Or failing that, lift the foundation as well. Why do you, a magician, think about these forceful bricks flying all day? Fong Joe flicked the floor sweeper shell. And this method definitely won't work. The authority isn't stupid. How could they not think of such a simple idea? Liya didn't utter a rebuttal this time. That's right. So what do you say? Fong Joe pondered in place for a while, still not having any particular thought. See what you can do. It feels like you and I are half-assed. Liya purposely returned to the TV and rolled her eyes at Fong Joe. When are we going to move? It's past the point of dinner. Do we have to leave tomorrow? Strike while the iron is hot. Try to settle it all today. Fong Joe didn't feel sleepy for the time being. Yang Lu's biological clock was used to going to bed at 3 in the morning again, and Liya didn't need to sleep at all, and more importantly, the night in the normal human world might have some dangers. Yet these dangers obviously couldn't pose much of a threat to the 3 of them. Just based on the recent experience of this period of time, if Fong Joe was robbed by robbers in the middle of the night, he didn't even know who he should pity. Thinking of this, Fong Joe put the sweeping robot on the ground, just wanted to say now go. but saw Yang Lu held up the lunchbox again, a face hesitant to look at himself, seems to be entangled in whether or not to immediately put down the lunchbox to follow Fong Joe on the road, but cannot afford to give up this bowl of hot rice. Fong Joe sighed. Things have come to this, it's better to eat first, eat and then go. The night was deep. Deep, but not only the night, but also the atmosphere inside an office somewhere in the city. A spindle-shaped shark swam in a tank of water, a dozen different fruits floating around it, swirling with the currents caused by the swinging of its body, and eventually being swallowed into its mouth one after the other. Chief Shark chewed on his favorite honeydew melon and pineapple, feeling the juice mixed with seawater being swallowed into his body in one big gulp. His body and mind were greatly relaxed. Its recent period of excessive stress and food intake had risen dramatically, and its size had rounded out a bit with the naked eye. In contrast, Lu Ling, who had also experienced a drastic increase in stress, still had perfect control over her body shape and was currently sitting in front of her desk, reading a certain report that had just been submitted. She might be very capable in stress management, but when it came to expression management, even Lu Ling sometimes couldn't hold it together. Are you sure this isn't a reading of Watson's black comedy movie? Lu Ling flexed her fingers and flicked this report in front of her, turning her head to look at the 3rd Division chief in the fish tank. I remember he's not the type of person who likes gags, or is he overly influenced by Charlotte? He said they were honest and written in documentary style. The branch chief bit into a watermelon with its flesh and skin, the bright red juice exploding in his mouth, the only time it looked like a bloodthirsty oceanic overlord. That's basically the truth, no matter what you think. Fact. Lu Ling murmured these 2 words and looked again at the 193-2 processing report, submitted up by Watson, falling silent without words. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about the fact that Fong Joe and the others might have a more special means of handling the anomalies, but this was too special. Seeing that Lu Ling was silent for a long time, Director Shark tentatively spoke. Deputy Director? It's nothing. Lu Ling returned to her senses and shook her head, followed by putting down the report in her hand and letting out a long sigh. I was just remembering that when I first joined, I often heard people say, the most important thing in our line of work is the ability to be receptive and to think flexibly, and that's very true. The old director in the past even told me that ideas must be open-minded. Director Shark's eyes were full of emotion. But this is too open. The 2 authority executives looked at each other through the glass of the tank. After a period of time, 1 person and 1 fish coincidentally averted their eyes. Lu Ling took the initiative to open her mouth to break the silence and change the topic. How is the replication of the phase space going? When this matter was brought up, the emotion on the sub-director's face gradually changed to seriousness. All of them failed. Failure is the way to go. Lu Ling was not surprised by this answer and nodded. The question is, has there been any progress? No progress. The sub-director sighed regretfully. Through the phase space data transmitted back by Yang Lu, we have made multiple replication attempts, for which we burned out 16 supercomputing pods, and as a result, we couldn't even unfold 1% of it. Speaking here, Director Shark spoke tentatively. Deputy Director, do we still need to continue the experiment? Lu Ling's reply was decisive and without hesitation. 009's phase space is perfect. Even if in the end we are unable to replicate an absolutely perfect phase space, we can still explore a completely new technology in the process of research. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We absolutely cannot give up the experiment. Director Shark paused. Understood. Then I'll order them to continue their input. Lu Ling lowered her head. Her eyes focused on the report in front of her, and suddenly spoke. You can let them wait for a while first. Wait for what? Wait for the 3rd report. Lu Ling slowly relaxed, leaning against the back of the chair, pondering. Today is not over. Perhaps 009 can still bring us some new data. Director Shark had a quick mind and immediately understood what Lu Ling meant, yet it was more worried than expectant. I hope it's some good data. Chief Shark muttered in a low voice. At the very least, not so scary. Chapter 89 in front of the school building. Night fell in the city center. Inside a quiet and deserted high school campus, 2 figures and a disc-shaped machine were standing in front of the school building. At this time, the night was deep. Near 10 o'clock in the dormitory building lights, Fong Joe vaguely through the curtains to see a few ambling silhouettes, even if far away. He seemed to be able to hear the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing on the exam paper as a product of today's society. As a matter of course, high school students often sleep late. Those by the sea of questions drowned in late nights had been the norm for countless resident students. High school Fong Joe murmured in a low voice, recalling his high school life, suddenly having a feeling of time change. It's been so many years since we swung over. What? The sweeping robot in his arms suddenly vibrated, directly breaking Fong Joe's atmosphere of nostalgia for the past. This is the beginning of morning youth? That said, someone like you must not have had any friends in high school, right? Fong Joe flicked Liya's shell and said seriously, "What's called mourning? It's called remembering. And what's wrong with having no friends? It's more comfortable to be alone, right?" Liya bared her teeth twice and didn't pick up the conversation, instead replacing the mockery with a playful laugh with electricity. Fong Joe, on his side, wanted to defend himself a little more, but suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve, and when he turned around, he found that Miss Yonglu was full of joy, staring at Fong Joe with an expression of having found a kindred spirit, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. "It's okay, leader. I know what you mean. I don't have friends in high school either, lat. If it's possible, I don't really want to be comforted by you." Fong Joe sighed, not wanting to continue exploring the issue of human interaction, and silently pulled out a hard, solid, dark red admission ticket from his pocket. According to the information provided by Watson, the triggering location of this entrance ticket must be the teaching building. The anomaly would only occur when one walked into the school building with the entrance ticket and transformed the entire building into a 193-1 anomaly field. Therefore, Fong Joe casually picked a high school that was closer to the neighborhood, called the authority to help with the preparations, and then brought Yonglu and Liya here. As it turned out, the authorities' preparations were really on point. Fong Joe and the others obviously came here for the first time. The grandpa in the guard room at the entrance was just like seeing an old acquaintance, greeted them with a smile, and then gave Fong Joe and the others access to the road. As for the school building itself, Fong Joe had heard that the entire building had been emptied in advance and covered with cognitive hindrances, so that unusual people wouldn't be aware of anything happening inside until the anomaly handling operation was over. Even though Fong Joe had already dealt with the authorities' cognitive obstruction technology many times, the thought that such a striking and conspicuous school building would be rationalized out of existence in the eyes of others was more or less curious. Fong Joe pointed at the darkened school building in front of him and asked towards Yonglu next to him, "This cognitive obstruction technique, how long does it usually last?" Yonglu cocked her head and thought about it. On the field she was familiar with, she became much more fluent in speaking again. If it's a temporary cognitive obstruction barrier, it can usually last 3 to 4 days. If it's a special cognitive obstruction that has been optimized many times, as long as there are no accidents, it can basically last all the way through. That powerful? Fong Joe raised his eyebrows. Relying on such a barrier can completely hinder cognition. The authority has so much black technology. Actually, it's not just relying on cognition to hinder technology. Yonglu unhurriedly explained. In order to conceal the traces of the operation as much as possible, the authority will usually use a variety of insurance means. Cognitive obstruction technology is only one of them. The most common operation is to start cognitive obstruction at the same time, spraying the surrounding area with memory correction gases, from the dual level of cognition and memory to erase the traces. Memory correction. Liya recalled those documents sent by the authority and couldn't help but smack her lips twice. The authority seems to like to go after memory. Memory is an important part of influencing an individual's behavior. Yonglu spread his hands. This is a commonplace. The authorities' various means of secrecy are related to memory, and a very few very important ones are also related to personality. For example, to deal with certain abnormal individuals who will explode when they lose control of their emotional management, the authority will modify the personality of the subject in order to achieve the effect of internment. That is, to make the individual's way of thinking optimistic, open-minded, and receptive, so as to raise the emotional threshold of that abnormal individual. That sort of thing would be considered a matter of humane morality in our part of the world. Liya couldn't help but lament. In some cases, personality modification is similar to murder. It's an exceptionally necessary part of internment. Yonglu lowered her eyes and her voice trailed off. There's a famous saying in the authority called, non-essential, not extreme, but unfortunately many times we have to tread that extreme path. Liya's entire machine paused for a moment as she sniffed. My old classmate from the Blessing Shrine said something similar. It seems you're quite the professional in this area. He. It's actually okay, La. Hearing Liya's praise, the girl Yonglu was instantly overjoyed, writing the words happy and fluttering directly on her face. The characteristic introvert's heart blossomed upon being complimented, plus out-of-control expression management was embodied in her to the fullest. Fong Joe silently listened to Yonglu's explanation and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The mission to save the world is really easy to be accompanied by moral dilemmas. And it can only be said that fortunately when Fong Joe came into contact with the authority, the other party wasn't a newborn rash young man, but rather a mature organization that had weathered countless storms. Otherwise, as a cooperative partner, he was afraid that he might have to be caught up in those messy ethical issues. Go in first. Deepening his knowledge of the authority some more, Fong Joe exhaled. He straightened his mood, squeezed the entrance ticket in his hand, and handed Yang Lu a look before entering. Yang Lu understood and immediately pulled out the emergency sanity-topping liquid and injected it into himself. Due to the abnormal nature of the 13 staircases, all those who entered would have a strong desire to climb the stairs. In order to prevent the spirit from being contaminated, injecting the sanity topper liquid in advance was a necessary part. Fong Joe also completed the injection, then put away the syringe and walked towards the school building with Liya in his pocket. Yang Lu followed Fong Joe's footsteps, at the same time entering a state of readiness, silently clenching his fists, alerting the surrounding changes. The two of them entered the school building with one machine. This is a very simple building. Located directly in front of the entrance is the staircase leading to the second floor. On the left and right sides is a long and wide corridor paved with green and white pattern tiles. 8 classrooms are lined up in this way from left to right, and the corridor above the second floor will be erected on the side of a row of handrails and railings to protect the students. Fong Joe remembered that when he used to go to school, he had nothing to do. He used to go to school alone, and he used to go to school with his friends and family. Fong Joe recalled the time when he was in school. When he had nothing to do, he would put his hand on the railing, blowing the breeze and looking into the distance, making himself look like a literary youth who isolated the whole class. Thinking back to the unforgivable history of the second period of middle school, Fong Joe felt that his face was starting to burn, and immediately skimmed off these memories, locking his eyes on the entrance of the building in front of him. The staircase leading to the second floor is flooded with gray light. The slogan on the staircase, such as 100 days of hard work, has already faded. The corner is not illuminated by the light of the place. The darkness is as thick as asphalt. If staring at it for a long time, will somehow feel that there may be some unclean things hidden in the corner. Fong Joe lowered his head to make sure he was holding the entrance ticket, then looked at the stairs and patiently counted them. 12 floors. Fong Joe frowned. Why hasn't it changed? Might have to take a few steps first? Liya guessed. Then I'll go up first and try. Fong Joe took the initiative to step forward and took a step onto the first flight of stairs. A cold touch came from the soles of his shoes, and at the beginning of January, a time of year when the temperature was occasionally approaching 0, the stairs at night felt like a piece of solid ice when stepped on. Yang Lu followed closely behind Fong Joe on the first flight of stairs, and was always ready to step in to protect her own leader. In fact, she preferred to directly take the first step instead of Fong Joe. In case of danger, she felt that she would be able to react faster. As for why Yang Lu didn't take the initiative to speak up, it was purely because it was just a little too difficult for her. Introverted sociopaths knew if the same thing broke, rather than taking it to the store and telling the owner to help fix it, introverts were more willing to spend more money to just buy a new one again online. Looking at Fong Joe, who was walking in front of himself, Yang Lu was again in tears. She even began to fantasize that because she did not open her mouth to go first, causing a rare good leader to die here in an accident. But she could only hold Liya in front of Fong Joe's grave to leave tears of incompetence and remorse, and in the end, she was scolded by the sub-director and resigned from the authority after a bitter scolding. From then on, as a jobless person in the various large and small districts wandering and begging, Fong Joe didn't know what the half-winged dragon lady behind him was thinking. His attention was completely focused on counting the steps, always concerned about when he would be able to walk up to the 13th rung of the ladder. However, until Fong Joe went all the way to the 3rd floor of the school building and walked through dozens of steps, he still couldn't count to the 13th step in the end. Strange. Just when Fong Joe was searching for whether he had accidentally taken the wrong ticket, everything within his line of sight began to appear a blur of mixing. Alienity indicator rising. Yang Lu in the back sobered up and looked at the same detection watch as Watson Charlotte. Alienity indicator 145 reached our 2-level reality distortion standard. At the same time, the sky outside the building was suddenly invaded by a blood color. The white and flawless moonlight was painted blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The walls of the school building began to wriggle like melted wax statues. The railings twisted into twisted spirals. Sharp and ear-piercing crunching noises constantly resounded throughout the building, and the air around them became more and more viscous, with scarlet and salty, foul-smelling winds vaguely wafting. From the distance, the staircase leading to the 4th floor suddenly became a little blurry, and then became clear a moment later. 12 overlapping footsteps came from the empty stairway. like countless transparent people urging the later to follow their pace as soon as possible. In the face of the anomaly that had clearly struck them, Fong Joe not only did not panic, but instead let out a breath as if he had been expecting it for a long time. Finally, it's here. Chapter 90, unexpectedly out of control. Yang Lu was the first to enter a state of alert, and the shadows rose like living creatures from beneath her feet, joining her in a fighting stance. Liya, on the other hand, was in Fong Joe's arms looking around with her own scanner, and as always, she began to analyze the elemental composition of this abnormal space. In contrast, Fong Joe appeared to have little sense of nervousness apart from sighing at the bizarre changes in his surroundings. The biggest touch in his heart was that it was fortunate that this anomaly was real, or else he was afraid that he would have to lose $200,000 in pain. 1, 2, 3 is still really 13 floors. Fong Joe recounted and found that the number of steps had really changed without him realizing it. As for the 13th layer of steps located at the very top, I don't know if it was the hunter's camouflage or what, it didn't look different from the other steps. Fong Joe then looked around and saw that the walls on both sides of the building were slowly writhing. Bright red tissues similar to blood vessels were protruding from the walls, and some kind of indescribably thick liquid was flowing inside. The ground, on the other hand, blossomed with countless cracks, and some mysterious symbols could be vaguely seen in the gaps of the cracks, traveling around underground like blood. The entire building looked like it was breathing. To be honest, Fong Joe couldn't understand the meaning behind the composition of these abnormal manifestations, but he could clearly feel that, including the writhing walls, cracked floors, and twisted railings, the entire school building had been abnormally transformed into a part of the anomalous phenomenon known as the 13 staircases, and they were all the organs that had contributed to the complete functioning of the building. Fong Joe understood. Even if they looked no matter how bizarre or terrifying, the abnormal existence itself still possessed a set of logical operation and behavioral motives. Any findings? Fong Joe was not in a hurry to touch the most crucial 13 flights of stairs, but first asked a question towards Liya. Liya was quickly scanning the surroundings. I'm still here investigating the elemental composition of this place. No new discoveries for now, but you can take a look at that empty classroom on the right. There's a surprise inside. Fong Joe turned his head and glanced inside through the glass window of the classroom on the right. The classroom was empty, with no lurid corpses or hideous, blood-colored faces to be seen. Much less eerie laughter or bizarre mannequins. It was clean. So clean that it was a bit disturbing. And the only place in this classroom that wasn't clean was the blackboard, on which name after name was written, and remarkably, all the names in it were marked by a scarlet cross, which was slowly oozing beads of blood outward at the moment. Now, there were 3 new names added to it that hadn't been marked yet. Fong Joe, Yang Lu, Liya. Fong Joe thought to himself that this should be the surprise that Liya was talking about. As a matter of fact, his heart did get slightly shaken. It wasn't because of the obvious death for warning, but because of something else. Fong Joe grunted incredulously. Why even your name? Does it expect you, a sweeper robot, to climb stairs? Liya. Hey no. You people don't look at the atmosphere at all when you talk, do you? Fong Joe felt that he was very dominant. It writes the name of a sweeping robot on the death preview blackboard. Can that have a vibe? Have you ever seen a ghost spell written about a gree air conditioner? Liya sucked in a mouthful of cool air, froze and didn't think of a word that could be refuted, and finally could only drop a harsh sentence. In the future, when Yang Lu and I watch a horror movie, you'll stay away from me. Don't give us a sentence to dry break the power at that time. In the face of Liya's dislike, Fong Joe didn't put it on his mind at all. He only felt that this sentence was particularly familiar. There was a class reunion group building. Fong Joe, as a marginal character, rarely received an invitation. The guys went to play in the horror escape room. The result was that Fong Joe stayed inside for 10 minutes before he was expelled by the class president. The reason was that his presence would seriously damage the horror. The reason was that his presence would seriously jeopardize the horror atmosphere. Later, Fong Joe reflected on the situation and felt that he had indeed gone too far. He probably shouldn't have inspired everyone to sing the March of the Volunteer Army when the female ghost actors came to arrest them, making it so that the female ghost actors were too embarrassed not to follow the song. Thinking back to his past, Fong Joe sighed helplessly, and when he looked down, he realized that Liya's body was emitting a drip 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 sound. This was a hint that Liya had completed her elemental composition analysis. Seeing this, Fong Joe temporarily put aside those messy thoughts and slowly entered the state. How was it? Very confusing. Liya heard that Fong Joe finally got serious. Her tone also followed a bit more seriously. These messy-looking, disgusting things around us don't have a killing function. At most, they can only be considered as mental pollution, but you look like you're not affected at all. I'm more receptive, Fong Joe said, not forgetting to care about Yonglu. Yonglu, do you feel uncomfortable? Me? Yonglu was still in a state of alert at this time. Seeing Fong Joe's relaxed and completely unafraid face, the whole person froze. Still okay? She can flaunt her pancake furiously at a zombie movie. Her acceptance ability, even if it's not as good as yours, it's certainly not weak. Liya said, the scanner aimed at the stairs in front of her. We don't need to care about the rest of the place. The most complicated elemental composition here is the stairs. Precisely the corner, where the 13th flight of stairs is. I know, it's obvious. Fong Joe nodded, his eyes focused on the 13th flight of steps at the corner of the stairway. The whole person completely entered a serious abnormal processing state, calmly analyzing a sentence. How can there be so many gold bricks placed on a normal stairway? At a glance there is a problem. Wait for me to go up and check. Yeah, how can… What? Liya suddenly froze in the middle of her sentence. Gold bricks? Where did a gold brick come from? Thinking that her scanners were out of order, she cleaned up the inside of her body and resumed looking ahead. The 13th step was empty. It was a place that even the blood-colored moonlight couldn't illuminate, and as far as the eye could see, there was only pitch blackness so deep that it was like an abyss. In an instant, Liya felt a chill drilling into her from the wind, like big invisible icy hands stroking over her pulleys and coils. Leader, what are you talking about? Yonglu also cast an unbelievable gaze at this time. There are no gold bricks there at all. Liya thought to herself that it was fortunate that Yonglu was normal, and was relieved. I say, Fong Joe, is your kid crazy for wanting money? Right? Yonglu turned his head, his eyes staring blankly at the shadows of the 13th floor staircase, saliva indisputably flowing down from the corner of his mouth. There is obviously a bunch of food. I can smell the flavor. Braised pork, teriyaki chicken, fishball soup, roast duck, tomato, scrambled eggs, steamed cake, grilled steak, pan, fried pork chops, tea leaf, egg buns, leek box, pancakes, Lanzhou ramen. Hiss, it smells so good. Liya? Liya noticed that Yonglu seemed to have a normal mind a second ago, but when her gaze looked towards the 13th staircase, it was as if her mind was being manipulated by a large invisible hand, and the deepest and purest desires in her heart were hooked. Yonglu's entire body was in a state of stagnation, seeming to have forgotten the setting of the 13th staircase. Her sanity was invaded by the desire that had been magnified countless times at this moment. Her mouth consistently murmured the names of all kinds of dishes, and her body shook from left to right, in a completely delirious state. At the same time, a layer of water ripples spread outward from underneath Yonglu's feet. Veins writhing on the walls emitted a shrill mockery, and countless densely packed teeth were exposed in the cracks of the floor, emitting the sound of fingernails rubbing against bone in between opening and closing, mixed with the echoes of a child-like playful laughter. Liya snapped to attention. This was what Watson had said. Intense desire to climb. However, Liya remembered that they had clearly been injected with the emergency sanity-topping liquid in advance before entering this place, so it was only logical that they would not be affected. Could it be that the 13th floor staircase had gotten stronger without their knowledge? Instead of continuing to think about it, Liya's mind sank, quickly squeezing the electricity inside the body and converting it into a source of magic, preparing to coalesce a fireball to kill Fong Joe, who had also seen the hallucination and might have lost control of his body along with Yonglu. When things go wrong, time goes back. However, this was a cure for the problem. After time rewinding, Liya would lose all her memories and thus would not be able to remind Fong Joe to be careful of the spiritual pollution, and the result would still be the way it was now. Even a horrifying thought was born within Liya from this. Could it be that this was already a world that had been time traced back, and similar things had already happened countless times, only that she didn't know about it? She didn't have time to think about this. She only hoped that Fong Joe would somehow know that she had just experienced a rebirth after death, and deduce on her own what might happen in the future. This might be a bit difficult for Fong Joe, but Liya could only believe that he could do it now. Just as Liya decided to kill Fong Joe and go back in time, Liya suddenly felt something was wrong. Although Fong Joe saw the illusion, he didn't go straight ahead like Yonglu as if his soul had been taken, but instead stood still and frowned. What is this girl muttering about? Gold bricks can still look like food, and she's still hungry after eating so much at home. Liya? ? Hey no, what's the situation? Seeing that Fong Joe was not the least bit controlled by desire, Liya was confused. Wait, you didn't lose control? What's out of control? Fong Joe felt quite puzzled. After 2 seconds, he suddenly reacted. Wait, is it the abnormal trait of the 13th floor staircase? That gold brick is fake. To lure us up the stairs. Liya was even more confused. No. Why are you still so lucid when you've seen the gold brick? I don't know. Fong Joe was also too confused in his heart, looking up and gazing at the illusory golden light on the steps, the depths of his gaze revealing calmness. I can indeed see a dozen or 2 dozen gold bricks laying on top of it, brightly shining, especially glittering, but I feel as if I'm still quite lucid, and can see that this thing seems to be an illusion, otherwise would have rushed up there in 3 giant leaps and 2 flying steps long ago, you say. Liya. 13 flights of stairs managed to create an illusion in front of Fong Joe, but couldn't go further and directly manipulate Fong Joe's spirit? What kind of principle was that? Liya stayed in place for 2 seconds, and suddenly saw Yonglu's body leaning forward and starting to take steps towards the first flight of stairs, and immediately shouted, "Put your business aside. Bring Yonglu back first. She's going up the stairs." Before Liya opened her mouth, Fong Joe had already reacted, and without hesitation, he quickly rushed forward and clasped Yonglu's shoulders. Yonglu! Before the words were finished, an unfathomable brute force crashed through Fong Joe's palm, and the aftermath of the force tugged at Fong Joe's body, nearly dragging Fong Joe's entire body over. Fong Joe felt like he wasn't stopping a 1.5 meters little girl from going up the stairs. It was more like trying to stop a fully insured semi-truck from starting with burnt tires. With human strength, it was impossible to stop Yonglu. Completely immersed in the food, Yonglu drooled greedily while her eyes were mesmerized as she stepped forward, gradually approaching the final 13 flights of stairs. Chapter 91, Suspected Internal Circulation. Fong Joe practically experienced the power of the Dragon Lady Girl throwing a new energy car with her bare hands. He just couldn't drag Yonglu back from the stairs with all his strength. Spatial displacement didn't work either. His mastery of spatial displacement of living bodies was limited, and he could only displace a certain part of the human body if he really amputated Yonglu's leg below the calf. Yonglu's reaction aside, Fong Joe would definitely feel bad about it in his own heart. Seeing Yonglu slobbering as she approached the 13 flights of empty stairs, Fong Joe immediately chose the alternate plan. He took out the Liya in his arms and aimed at Yonglu, trying to use magic to stop Yonglu from going up the stairs. Yonglu's body was sturdy enough that taking a few shots of fireballs hard shouldn't be enough to go to her deceased old mom in place, and maybe she would even be stunned and incapacitated by the fireballs. Just as the fire flickered in front of the floor-sweeping robot, a black shadow suddenly rushed out with lightning speed. The misty black shadow almost turned into substance as it quickly dodged in front of Yonglu. Its palm wrapped in heavy darkness clasped Yonglu's wrist, forcefully resisting Yonglu's footsteps. Fong Joe and Liya exclaimed out in shock at the same time. Shadow! They had forgotten that there was a person on this side. Unlike the traditional double, the shadow had a little bit of self-mind, which could be seen from the fact that it could accompany Yonglu to play chess, only that it usually followed Yonglu's half of the body completely, and looked like a puppet with no sense of autonomy. Now the shadow seemed to have sensed Yonglu's danger, so it took the initiative to attack and blocked in front of her with a strength that was completely inferior to Yonglu's. However, the shadow's wrist had just clasped Yonglu, but the next second it trembled as if it was being struggled by a huge force. An extremely powerful popping sound erupted from Yonglu's body, and Fong Joe watched as the girl transformed into a human-sized siege hammer, tearing away the shadow's bonds with her hands as if she was breaking free from chains, and then swinging her fist, which seemed to be delicate but could actually create a static shadow, and blasted towards the shadow with a hunting wind. At the moment of impact, the black shadow's body exploded with a loud noise. A hole was blasted out of its chest, and its misty form instantly broke apart like ink spilled on the ground. But just in the next second, the shadow regrouped and took shape, and instead of being injured, it grabbed both of Yonglu's hands in a smooth manner, and began to compete with Yonglu in terms of strength in the same spot. The 4 arms were fighting with each other, and the collision between pure strength, the hard steps under their feet were easily crushed by them, and the sound when they stomped their feet was like dynamite, and the impact of the burst of strength even directly shattered the blood vessels on the walls on both sides, and a large amount of black viscous blood flowed out from it. A large number of flying sand and debris rolled down to the side of Fong Joe. From his point of view, it was 2 ancient beasts wrestling with their fangs. Both sides' brute force was in a stalemate. Yonglu suddenly clenched her teeth. The blood in her body stirred and boiled. A steady stream of power was extracted from her bloodline, as if she was going to crush the shadow completely. Fong Joe secretly said that it was not good, but he saw that the shadow, facing Yonglu's brute force that had multiplied again, actually flexibly dispersed his body, causing Yonglu's sudden burst of power to lose its target, and then his center of gravity became unbalanced, and his body tilted forward to fall down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shadow circled around to Yang Lu's back in a misty state, stretched out his right hand shaped as an iron pincer, firmly clamped down on Yang Lu's arm, forcibly through Yang Lu, who didn't have time to adjust his center of gravity, flying out and slamming heavily into the wall next to him, and then, feeling that it was unstable, he lifted up his leg and kicked Yang Lu directly to the point that his whole body was embedded into the wall. In a loud tremor, the entire school building shuddered violently for 2 seconds, spiderweb-like cracks spreading crazily on the wall, tiles and rubble peeling off, revealing the writhing flesh and blood tissues inside. The shadow slowly fell to the ground, and when the dust cleared, Fong Joe and Liya saw the Yang Lu girl who was deeply chiseled into the wall like a work of art, in the shape of a large character. Fong Joe was worried about Yang Lu's life at the first moment, until he saw that saliva rather than blood was still flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Then he realized that his worries were completely superfluous. Although this girl is socially terrified, her physique is really good. Just now the intensity of the shadow, gym students have to be bruised and purple when they come. Just in case, while Yang Lu was still keying into the wall, Fong Joe quickly pulled out the spare emergency sanity-topping liquid, went up and stuck 2 more needles into Yang Lu. The tip of the needle glowed with a cold aura under the blood-colored moonlight, and the light blue liquid was squeezed out of the syringe and injected into this half-winged dragoness. A subtle twitch flooded the surface of her body before returning to tranquility, and Yang Lu's consciousness returned with the twitch, grimacing as she opened her eyes. Fong Joe held Liya and stared at her half-expectantly and half-warily. Yang Lu! Leader! Yang Lu's mind gradually cleared. Her vision swept around, a few hints of confusion surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. Why am I in the wall? And where's my rice? Unfortunately, the rice is gone. When Fong Joe said these words, he saw the confusion on Yang Lu's face quickly transformed into disappointment. As for why you're in the wall, the simple answer is that you were mentally contaminated by the 13 flights of stairs, and you went up the stairs while announcing the names of the dishes. I couldn't stop you, but your shadow beat you up and slapped the wall for you. Question mark. Yang Lu listened in disbelief. Luckily, the girl was a researcher by birth and had a strong receptive ability, immediately understanding the situation, but soon felt something was wrong. Didn't we inject the sanity-top liquid in advance? Why am I still mentally contaminated? And how come you're fine, leader? It's probably because this anomaly was secretly strengthened when it wasn't known. Liya offered her opinion at this time. As for why Fong Joe wasn't affected, I'm guessing it might be because he's been doing phase unfolding experiments lately, and his mental power has been improving rapidly, coupled with the buff boost from the sanity-topping liquid, which resulted in the 13 floors of the staircase not being able to do anything to him. Seems somewhat reasonable. Fong Joe raised his eyebrows. In order to provide Yang Lu with phase space data, he had indeed been doing unfolding training every day for the last few days, and his mental power was gradually rising. In the past, he could get tired and drowsy after doing a few random spatial displacement trainings, but now with the spatial displacement of small objects, Fong Joe could do it dozens of times in a row without taking a big breath. Perhaps it was really the addition of spiritual power that allowed Fong Joe to successfully immunize himself against the spiritual pollution of the 13 flights of stairs. Using spiritual power to harden against abnormal pollution, Yang Lu muttered this sentence that transcended the authorities' common sense, feeling that if he wrote this sentence in the answer to the exam question, an entire paragraph of argumentative description would have to be criticized by the old professor with a 0. Favorably, this matter was placed on Fong Joe, and it seemed so reasonable. Number 109 abnormal, too amazing. She silently summoned the shadow and let it help to pick herself out of the wall, while embarrassedly apologizing towards Fong Joe. I'm sorry, leader, for letting you go through all the trouble. It's not like I put in any effort. Fong Joe casually said, just wanting to regroup the squad and all sit together to brainstorm countermeasures. His line of sight was attracted over by the wall after Yang Lu landed. The wall leading to the classroom on the right side had a human-shaped depression cut into it, and inside was flowing pus and blood and messy rubble, and through the gap in the center, the blackboard with the death previews of a bunch of names could be vaguely seen. Immediately afterward, Fong Joe shifted his gaze to the steps that Yang Lu and Shadow had stepped on when they were wrestling just now, and instantly fell into deep thought. The school building was destructible. Yang Lu and Shadow's physical fight confirmed this one thing. Did this mean that perhaps it was really possible to solve this anomaly in the crudest way possible? The more Fong Joe thought about it, the more he felt the feasibility of trying it. So he pointed at the 13th step in front of him. Yang Lu, can you have Shadow break it? Hey! Yang Lu froze. Fortunately, the girl was quick-witted and immediately realized what Fong Joe was thinking. straightened her face, and reached out her hand to point towards the steps in a dashing manner. The shadow was instantly like a soldier who received an order, transforming into a pitch-black hurricane, and a shot of powerful, heavy fists slammed into the 13th floor of the staircase and the platform it was on. The stone tiles shattered and the stairs shook. Under Shadow's far superior brute force blast, the platform where the 13th floor was located instantly crumbled, breaking into messy pieces of stone that crashed to the ground in droves. However, before the shadow returned, these broken stones seemed to be guided by some kind of power, and first stood still in mid-air in a way that violated the laws of physics, and then, as if time and space were reversed, they quickly retraced their steps and assembled themselves into their original form. After just a few seconds, the 13th staircase was reorganized, with no trace of an attack. It seems that a simple physical attack won't work, Fong Joe said, reaching out to touch the cracks left on the wall next to him and frowned in confusion. But it seems that only the 13th floor is more special. He stood in place for a moment of contemplation, then pointed to the central part of the steps in front of him where countless cracks from Yonglu and Shadow's tussle still remained. Yonglu, try here. Understood. Yonglu struck again, commanding Shadow to rush towards the steps. Another straight punch with a power comparable to that of a truck ramming slammed down, and a hole with a diameter of half a meter was exposed in the center of the steps. Fong Joe and Yonglu came over and looked down, and they could see the lower staircase. Want to jump down? Yonglu tried to ask. Jump! Fong Joe did not hesitate as the leader one jumped by example, falling from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. After confirming that nothing happened, Fong Joe then raised his head and waved towards Yonglu upstairs. While Yonglu successfully landed on the ground, Fong Joe pointed to the steps in front of him. Try again. You want to see what happens when you chisel through? Liya's voice sounded in Fong Joe's arms. But does it make sense? What if we go out after chiseling? If we go out, we'll come back in. Fong Joe rubbed his chin, his gaze focused on the steps in front of him. Unlike simple and easy-to-understand anomalous individuals, anomalies are hard to figure out. It's best to figure out the pattern first. Yonglu, continue. The shadow struck again, opening the way to the 1st floor. Fong Joe thought to himself that this should be the key because the 1st floor was open, the entrance and exit was right in front of the stairs. Theoretically, as long as he could travel to the 1st floor, he could directly leave the school building. He leapt down, and after his feet landed on the ground, he turned back violently. The bright red blood moon outside the building seemed to stare at him. A layer of thick protective wall blocked Fong Joe. The silver-white railing on top twisted into a twisted shape, the surface reflecting a bright blood light. The street trees outside the school building were blown by the wind, emitting a rustling sound like mockery. Fong Joe's face straightened as he slowly walked over to the railing and glanced down, then tentatively shouted, Yonglu! In Fong Joe's line of sight, a petite researcher dragon lady appeared next to the railing on the 2nd floor, and she tilted her head with a confused, shocked, and incredulous face, looking at Fong Joe who had somehow suddenly run up to her head. Leader! Why did you run to the 6th floor? Chapter 92 Falling. It seemed that the 13 staircases did not want Fong Joe and the others to leave so easily. Fong Joe stood by the railing on the 6th floor, exchanged glances with Yonglu on the 2nd floor, and both of them turned around at the same time, returning to the entrance of the building just now. Yonglu stood in front of the steps on the 2nd floor, her head lowered, looking down at Fong Joe through the hollow. Fong Joe, on the other hand, stood in front of the steps on the 6th floor, tilting his head, looking through the hollow at Yonglu above. It was obvious that there was indeed only one floor separating them, but their actual spatial positions were far apart. Moreover, Fong Joe, who should have been downstairs, was on the 6th floor at this time, and Yonglu, who should have been upstairs, was on the 2nd floor at this time. This was very unreasonable. The space is circulating internally. Liya saw the essence behind this irrationality at a glance. It's probably one of its abnormal properties. It's the way it traps people here. Fong Joe pondered in place for a moment, found a palm-sized stone on the floor, and tried to throw it right out of the protective wall. The stone was pulled by gravity and fell downward at a normal speed, but the moment it was about to touch the ground, it stirred up a layer of spatial ripples as if it had disappeared into the sea level, and then disappeared. 2 seconds later, the crunching sound of the stone crashing to the ground suddenly came from behind. Fong Joe turned his head back, and indeed saw that the stone he had thrown out earlier had returned to the 6th floor, back to its original location. Jumping off a building will be forced to teleport back. Fong Joe muttered in a low voice. It's really a complete internal cycle of space. This is ironclad that we must step on the stairs. Yonglu jumped down from the second floor at this time and came to the sixth floor, quietly coming to Fong Joe's side, once again displaying his knowledge of the authority. Many anomalies have a complete set of behavioral logic, especially phenomenal anomalies, which are usually more rigorous than the operating logic of the anomalous individual. It was undeniable that anomalies were very different from anomalous individuals. This was Fong Joe's first contact with anomalies. Before this, the anomalies he had come into contact with had all appeared in the form of individuals. Although their existence also conformed to certain anomalous rules, they were usually simple and easy to understand, and probably the method of using forceful bricks to fly could basically counteract most of the anomalous individuals, unlike the current 13 flights of stairs, which required time to understand and experiment, and had a very high level of resistance to forceful bricks to fly treatment. After 2 experiments of punching holes in the steps and throwing stones outside the building, Fong Joe had a general impression and insight of the 13 staircases. Simply put, there was no escape. At least not by physical means if Liya set up a spatial teleportation magic array in place, directly transferring Fong Joe and the others back to Harmony Homes Building 7, Room 502 from the spatial level. Perhaps the 13 staircases' spatial internal circulation restriction would be broken, but the spatial teleportation array could not be set up now. The teleportation spell could not be set up right now, and escaping was not the purpose of Fong Joe's visit. Secondly, the 13th staircase was indestructible. When that old punch of the shadow went down, the 13th floor staircase along with the platform surface was smashed into dregs, and it was still able to instantly repair itself. It was estimated that if Fong Joe used spatial displacement to break it into dozens of pieces, it would be able to reorganize itself in the same place. There wasn't much room to maneuver, and normal attacks were ineffective. Fong Joe narrowed his eyes, feeling a little difficult. Liya could see that Fong Joe was struggling with the means to break the situation, and boldly stood out as the first one, like a brave person who was truly fearless of difficulties, beating the drum of retreat. If we really can't do it, let's think of a way to retreat first. What's the saying? Stay in the Green Mountains and don't worry about not having a wood to burn. In Liya's opinion, this is a rare courage, just like a few people playing the game by the other side of the blood abuse, always have to come to a courageous person to come forward, break the silence of the atmosphere, shouted out that to not play. Fong Joe flicked Liya's shell, and gave this little robot who was the first one to be timid and disturbed the army a brain crash. You want to run away after only a short time? Where is the courage that you had when you fought with Sadako and Mary before? I do reign supreme in the electronic world, Liya forced in a small voice. But this is reality. All I can say is that I still have to practice. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. Other than that, the little robot was quite self-aware. Don't be in a hurry, Fong Joe sighed. Now that we've survived the initial mental pollution, the 13 staircases can't take us for the time being. We now have plenty of time to think about countermeasures. Anyway, we've just eaten, we can't die of hunger or thirst. Is that a matter of having eaten or not? If Liya didn't have a human face, she would have thrown Fong Joe a blank stare. If we can't break this spatial cycle and can't think of a way to solve the 13th floor staircase itself, we'll be trapped here forever and won't be able to get out. When the time comes, don't blame me for not helping you. I only have this much power. I'll be out of commission in no time. At this time, Yonglu, who was quietly listening to the comedy next to him, suddenly looked shocked, and after a brief moment of stagnation, he immediately tugged on Fong Joe's sleeve. I don't think it's necessarily. She pointed to the end of the corridor with a pale face. Bad luck might be that we rest pussy first. Hearing Yonglu's sudden statement, Fong Joe hurriedly looked in the direction she was pointing, and his entire body was instantly stunned. Sticky asphalt-like darkness spewed out from the classroom at the end of the corridor, hitting the protective wall and reeling back to pile up into a deeper darkness. A large number of fragmented human joints were mixed in, like living creatures, frantically rolling and churning in the thicker and thicker black sludge. The glass windows of the classrooms shattered one by one, and the black mud that gushed out from them converged on both sides of the corridor, and the number of human joints piled up more and more, and in the end, like centipedes, they climbed on top of each other, articulated, and synthesized into bizarre individuals made up of pure limbs. Even with Fong Joe's receptivity, he was shocked by the appearance of this thing. When he first looked at it, a dozen broken arms were connected to each other, with the one at the back stretching out its 5 fingers to grab the incision of the one in front of it, articulating like a centipede's joints, and as they were churning in the black sludge, they were constantly slapping the ground, emitting the creepy sound of pa-pa-pa. They kept slapping the ground as they churned in the black mud, making creepy sounds while approaching Fong Joe and the other's location. The other individuals cobbled together from the bones of their arms and legs and torsos were even weirder than one another. completely free-form body splicing games that had no logic and didn't need logic at all. Holy! What the look's so random. Liya's speakers exploded with ear-piercing current tones, her four wheels spinning wildly in the air. Fong Joe, run, run, run. I don't want to be touched by this thing. This is even more disgusting than a starfish. Not to mention you, I don't want to either. Fong Joe quickly replied back, turning his head to see similar limbs synthesizing monsters wrapped in black sludge, rushing up from downstairs. No, it's coming downstairs too. Then head upstairs, said Liya, reacting furiously and swearing indignantly again. Holy! That's what it means. These dirty things came from all directions. They just didn't appear from upstairs. It was obvious that it was meant to drive Fong Joe and the others towards the stairs. Fong Joe felt more and more that this broken anomaly was completely farting with its pants down. It was clear that he could just summon small monsters to pile people up, but in the end, he had to go around in such a big circle just to get people to step on the 13th staircase. He raised his head to look at the 13th step at the entrance of the building, and while his gaze gradually became firm, an idea also sprouted in his heart. In fact, he had originally been a little foolish, but because both Liya and Yonglu were analyzing the current situation in a very serious manner, Fong Joe had never had the heart to speak up. Now he felt it was time to say that. Liya, I'm going to go. Huh? Liya looked confused in her arms. Where are you going? No, where could you be going? Pass away. Fong Joe calmly said those two words. Liya froze for a moment with the naked eye. Next to her, Yonglu's eyes were even wider, looking at her own leader as if she had seen a living ghost. After a short period of silence, Liya violently sucked in a breath of cool air. Do you really think there is no way out? I remember I reminded you that it's best not to use the death return more often. What if you use it to go back 500 years ago? Fong Joe didn't understand Liya's thought process at all. How did you come up with the idea of death regression to 500 years ago? I read it in a novel. There's one that uses the spring and autumn cicada. Stop. I haven't read that one yet. Don't dramatize it. Fong Joe immediately called off Liya and forced the topic back on track. Anyway, the situation is not right now, and then do not pass away when else? Seems to be oh. Liya pondered. Then hurry up and die. Do you want me to give you a hand? No need. Fong Joe shook his head and once again looked up at the 13th step above. I'll go up myself and see what's going on with it. Although Liya was in Fong Joe's arms and couldn't see his expression, she heard so many hints of anticipation and excitement in the tone of his voice. Feeling a little hairy on her body even though she was not hairy at all, it was almost a feeling. She hurriedly confirmed, wait a minute, your brat couldn't be a death addict and want to have a seizure after a hard time catching a break, right? You think you've been living too comfortably for a while now. How could that be? Fong Joe replied without lowering his head. Death addiction accounts for 30% at most. Then isn't it still accounted for? It's been a long time since I've died. Isn't it normal to suddenly want to die a little? One person and one machine spoke to each other. Yonglu heard this topic for the first time. His brain went down on the spot. A whole CPU overload like open mouth. The shadows around him followed the head forward. Almost put not buddy. This 4 words printed on the body. Previously those topics, Yonglu felt that he was trying to open his little brain and could still keep up a little. But now on the topic of Fong Joe's death return, Yonglu couldn't keep up at all. Especially death addiction, these 2 words could actually be spelled as one word. Fong Joe noticed Yonglu's dumbfounded expression and shocked heart at this point, and hesitated for 2 seconds. I'll have a chance to talk to you about it in detail later. He now had quite a good feeling about this girl Yonglu. At least in terms of living, Yonglu could be much more obedient than Liya. However, being obedient was one thing. Whether or not to tell the ultimate secret openly was another. He didn't want to reveal the secrets of death return, die tank, and supercomputer right now, and the one person who knew about it was enough to have Liya for now. After saying this, out of the corner of his eye, Fong Joe glimpsed that those severed-limbed synthetic beasts had already approached the stairway, and immediately, without hesitation, threw Liya to Yonglu, and quickly climbed up the stairs in 3 steps by himself. Under Yonglu's dumbfounded gaze, Fong Joe's footsteps did not stop, running straight all the way, and finally stepped on the platform surface of the 13th floor staircase. At the moment when the sole of his shoe touched the cold floor tiles, Fong Joe saw that the greasy darkness hidden in the depths of the platform instantly rose up, just like a bloody mouth quickly opened in front of him. Inside was an abyss that could not be seen to the end, and it seemed that Fong Joe was going to swallow him into the deepest purgatory together with his soul. At the same time, Fong Joe's fingertips lightly pressed his chest. The pulsation of the abnormal organs made his palms numb. and his face did not have the slightest bit of fear of facing the abyss. Instead, he grinned with anticipation and excitement. He was really curious to know what kind of death would greet him this time. As he thought of this, boundless darkness came like a tidal wave, completely drowning Fong Joe. Fong Joe first felt a subtle tremor coming from the depths of his consciousness, a marvelous feeling like an out-of-body sensation coming over him, and then a sharp, piercing, as if scratching the blackboard with his fingernails sound suddenly came from his ears. The darkness ripped away from Fong Joe like a magician's black cloth, and when Fong Joe opened his eyes, he had already arrived in a place very different from the picture of the school building. He was at a 10,000-meter height where the air was thin, his feet stepping on the platform where the 13th level of steps were located, and a small amount of clouds and mist slowly flowed past below him. And when Fong Joe walked to the edge of the platform and looked down, his expression became quite complicated again, because below was not the familiar blue-green earth, but a dark purple planet with craters falling all over its surface, with some oddly shaped architectural figures vaguely visible on it. Before Fong Joe could figure out where he had been the front of the platform under his feet suddenly flashed out a series of dark blue magical symbols, and then the entire surface of the platform disappeared out of thin air. Fong Joe? Question mark. A question mark had just popped out of the top of his head when a terrifying sense of weightlessness swept through his entire body. Taking the unknown planet's 10,000-meter height as the starting point, Fong Joe began to fall rapidly. Chapter 93. Die again. The floating sensation of weightlessness swept through his body. Fong Joe felt his body being pulled by the gravity of the planet in front of him, falling at a high speed at an unimaginable speed. The eardrums were violently swollen in the change of air pressure, and the moment he passed through the thin clouds, the shattered ice crystals inside came to his face, cutting his cheeks with the hunting wind at the same time. The crater below was enlarged at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. However, Fong Joe's eyes were hard to open due to the wind, and he could only barely see a large number of blue-violet strange crystals flickering in the crater. Strange blue-purple crystals. He should have been afraid. However, unexpectedly, Fong Joe was extraordinarily conscious. Obviously, he had never dared to participate in bungee jumping or skydiving activities before, and his first experience of falling 10,000 meters in the air had no ripples in his heart. Probably because he had died several times, Fong Joe had begun to be a bit desensitized to the matter of death, and even gave birth to a weird numbness. For the horrible feeling of falling that most people find hard to accept, Fong Joe only felt novelty. Not only did he not perceive fear from it, instead, he patiently experienced the feeling of floating in midair like a plastic bag, and his body was captured by the planet's gravity and fell to the ground. He also began to imagine what kind of impact his body would suffer at the moment of falling, whether it would be a tsunami of pain that would crush his flesh and bones, or whether his consciousness would be annihilated instantly with the disintegration of human tissues at the moment of bearing the impact. At the same time, Fong Joe was curious. He also had a brand new knowledge about the abnormal pattern of the 13-story staircase. Undoubtedly, the 13 flights of stairs are not a phenomenon of injecting some supernatural ghost power directly into the body, thus triggering the phenomenon of falling to death. It really transports the person to a 10,000-meter altitude of an alien planet, and truly allows the victim to experience the process of falling to his death without a parachute. How else can you call it an anomaly? It went to all this trouble to drop people to their deaths. But on the flip side, perhaps it wasn't because it was so designed in order to accomplish the purpose of falling to death, but rather it was originally designed that way, and it was only after it was discovered that it was seen as an anomaly by people who couldn't understand the laws of it. Just as Fong Joe's thoughts spread unconsciously, taking a turn to what he was going to eat for dinner tomorrow between just a few thoughts, an unusual sense of suffocation and physical tightness sprouted within him. He began to feel as if his blood was boiling, as if it was accelerating furiously within his veins. His heart was moving violently as if it was going to jump out of his chest. His bones were rubbing against each other and creaking, and his flesh and blood seemed as if it was going to be torn apart by the increasingly horrifying force of gravity. And after a few short seconds, Fong Joe felt that his eyes were hot, and the blood was seeping from the edge of the corners of his eyes, and then being blown away by the howling winds in the next moment. Something was not right. It was true that Fong Joe had never experienced skydiving, but he had tentatively understood some common sense. For example, a person falling from a high altitude would have an end speed, and after accelerating to a certain degree, he would not continue to accelerate. However, the current Fong Joe was falling faster and faster, and the acceleration of the fall had not stopped from the beginning until now. The gravity of the dark purple planet was like a hungry beast, showing its fangs as Fong Joe fell the closer he got to the ground. The stronger the gravity his body was subjected to, The human body's ability to withstand it exceeded its limits. A sense of suffocation strangled his throat, and the clicks of broken bones resounded one after another within Fong Joe's body. Until finally, a muffled heavy sound that shattered the tympanic membrane exploded inside his brain, and Fong Joe's consciousness was completely cut off. A confused, chaotic, and blurred world. Muddy, indeterminate colors stirred around. In the huge dye vat, Fong Joe's consciousness gradually became clear, and he saw countless ribbons of color fluttering and jumping around him, slowly sinking to the bottom of the dye vat together with Fong Joe. Coming back. Fong Joe slowly dipped into the dyeing tank. An unprecedented sense of relief surged out. In the past several death experiences, in the deaths that were killed by Liya, Fong Joe did not immerse himself into the world of the dye vat, but directly completed the death retrospection. Not every death would enter the dye vat. This was the conclusion Fong Joe had come to. However, I don't know if it was luck or something else, this time, after falling from a high altitude, Fong Joe managed to return here. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen Fong Joe for a long time. The leaping of colors around him was even more joyful than the last time. A variety of colors seemed like leaping sprites, sticking to Fong Joe's skin and wrapping around his limbs in a more intimate way, as if they were itching to become a part of his body. Vaguely, Fong Joe actually perceived from these colors on the happy. Fong Joe once thought it was an illusion, until he saw a bright red color of their own initiative to float to their own front, as if the red damask like drawing a love symbol. He was sure that his perception is not wrong. These colors actually have emotions. Fong Joe inwardly sighed again, the magic of the dyeing tank. But his back was already cold to the touch. He finally came to the very bottom of the dyeing vat, and with a shift in the direction of gravity, he stood up in the dyeing vat and tried to open his eyes and look ahead. As before, the chaotic colors at the bottom of the dyeing vat pressed down on his eyelids, forcing his eyes to barely open a thin line. Unable to see much detail, but Fong Joe also found that he seemed to be adapting to everything inside the dyeing vat at the same time, and this time, his eyes were still heavy, but a little bit better than the last time. Through the thin slits in his pupils, Fong Joe once again saw the incomprehensible thing. A huge silver-white computer stood in the center of all the chaos. Numbers and words scrolled rapidly across dozens of screens, and rooted cables stretched from within its hull to depths beyond the reach of sight. It was functioning autonomously, as evidenced by the buttons crackling in front of it unmanned, while the numbers on the screens pulsed at high speeds along with the buttons, as if some sort of precise calculations were being made. Looking at this supercomputer of unknown origin, unknown existence, and unknown significance, Fong Joe strengthened his will and tried to approach towards the location where this computer was. There were probably hundreds of paces between them. Fong Joe didn't know how long it would take him to walk to it, nor did he know what would happen upon arrival, but he knew that doing something was better than doing nothing. He tried lifting his right foot in the dye tank, and a sticky resistance immediately stopped his movement. This feeling reminded Fong Joe of when he went to the bathhouse to take a dip, and when he tried to walk in the pool, the waves of water he felt were so heavy. Fong Joe had only just started to take 4 or 5 steps out when the keys in front of the computer suddenly stopped. The content in the screen stopped scrolling and eventually settled on a stark number. 772-5671. In the next instant, a cable glowing with a cold blue light was like a spear, stabbing through Fong Joe's heart and stirring his consciousness to pieces. Demonic blood light shone obliquely on Fong Joe's face. His consciousness returned to his physical body. His spirit gradually cleared, the 5 senses belonging to him returned in turn, and the residual sound of the thumping of the abnormal organs in his body gradually subsided. Fong Joe blinked his eyes and looked around, realizing that he was at the entrance to the 6th floor of the school building, next to Yang Lu, who had just been gouged out of the wall a short while ago and would be patting away the dust on her clothes, and in his arms was a disc-shaped white intelligent home robot. The corridors on both sides were still very quiet, and there hadn't yet been any of those monstrous monsters like the ones the designers had created in the middle of the night when they were close to handing in their drafts and drinking themselves to death. Just as Fong Joe was wondering which point in time he had returned to, Liya's voice came out along with the vibration of the machine. "If we can't do it, let's find a way to retreat first." It seemed to be the time for the music-loving Liya to show off her musical talent and beat a retreat. Fong Joe skillfully flicked Liya's shell, while straightening his face and saying seriously, "Don't rush to run away first. I figured out its abnormal nature." "What?" Liya was stunned. "You figured it out? How did you figure it out?" Fong Joe didn't answer directly, but quickly explained the characteristics of the 13th floor staircase. Its abnormal nature is to teleport the person who stepped on the staircase to the sky above a planet with severe gravity overload, letting the person fall from thousands or tens of thousands of meters. Anyway, thieves pulling up high to die alive. Instead of saying it's a curse instead of a curse, it's a spatial teleportation device. That's just a little more niche in its packaging, and by the way, it's also tainted with a little bit of forced marketing. The entrance to the building suddenly fell silent. Yonglu opened her mouth, her language organization skills collapsing at this moment, unable to think of exactly what to say. Liya, on the other hand, instinctively muttered, "What a mess," then reacted violently, "Fong Joe, it's hard to believe that you just, right?" Fong Joe knew that Liya had already guessed that she had died once. This little robot's mind was still quite flexible when it mattered. Anyway, that's what happened. Now we can discuss the solution. Liya's wheels slowly stopped idling, which meant that she began to seriously think about a countermeasure. I'll think about it. Fong Joe followed suit and recalled all the details of the fall just now to see if there were any clues related to the solution. Only Yonglu stood alone next to one person and one machine, staring at her watery eyes with clear stupidity in her gaze like a freshly minted college student as a complete uninformed person. She couldn't even figure out how her own leader could tell about the abnormal traits even though her head was on fire. Then Yonglu thought back to what she had experienced since she came into contact with Fong Joe. Well, leader deserves to be a leader. There is not a single normal thing that he did. Thinking of this, the Yonglu girl revealed a smile that gave up thinking, her expression that was called a relief. On the other hand, Liya, suddenly had a thought, a sharp jolt. Wait, when being transported over, will I see something? Or will it just start falling as soon as you step on it? These words reminded Fong Joe, and he recalled the last details he saw before falling. At first, I was teleported over with the platform along with the person, and after that, after a few seconds, a string of blue characters suddenly appeared on the platform, and then the platform disappeared. What did that string of characters look like? Forgotten. Liya sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. No, you forgot such an important clue. It was gone in the blink of an eye. How could I remember? Fong Joe casually said, smoothly throwing Liya to Yonglu. It's fine. It doesn't affect. I'll just go take another look. Wait. After saying that, he rushed to the stairs without looking back. Watching Fong Joe quickly step up the stairs and go straight to the 13th floor steps, Yonglu, who wanted to give up thinking, was confused again. Not leader. What is he going to do? He is going to die. Liya with a nagging family. Academic suicide will be back in a while. Yonglu. Chapter 94 from the Other World. A few minutes later, Fong Joe returned. Came back dead. The fact that the crash did not allow him to dip into the dye vat again was somewhat regrettable. However, he managed to memorize the symbols that had manifested before the platform disappeared, and upon returning from death, he re-informed Liya and Yonglu of the abnormal traits. While Yonglu was still in a daze, Liya, after quickly comprehending what happened, hurriedly asked, "Did you memorize that string of symbols?" Memorized it. Fong Joe was confident in his memory. That string of symbols wasn't particularly complicated. I still remember it clearly, but it won't necessarily be the case in a little while. While I still remember it now, it's best to hurry up and find something for me to memorize, or else I'll have to do it again. Having to do it again was troublesome for Fong Joe, not because falling to death hurt, but because the time from falling to death was so long that Fong Joe, who was free falling in midair, had nothing better to do than to wait for his death. Of the several ways of dying that Fong Joe had experienced so far, this qualified as one of the most boring one. Good, Liya agreed in one mouthful. Then the four wheels froze in midair. Wait a minute, I didn't bring a pen and paper. Fong Joe was stunned at his words, his eyes exploring around to see if he could find a sharp stone. The kind that could leave a mark on the floor would do. Yonglu gently tugged on Fong Joe's cuff, although she didn't understand the situation. After hearing that Fong Joe needed a pen and paper to record, she still took the rare initiative to open her mouth. Leader, you want to write something down, right? I have it here. You brought pen and paper? Fong Joe breathed a sigh of relief, then reacted. I almost forgot that you're a researcher here. It's a good habit to carry a pen and paper with you. I didn't bring it. Yonglu shook her head. I usually don't use these. Fong Joe's expression was a bit dumbfounded. Then what do you want me to write with? Use the shadow. Yonglu pointed at the shadow next to him, and with a casual grab as if casting a spell, he directly removed one of the shadow's arms. Fong Joe was shocked by Yonglu's skill. Question mark. The black shadow wriggled between Yonglu's palms, and the original gas-like black mist collapsed and coalesced internally, quickly polymerizing into a black pen, with a nebulous shimmering light flowing on its surface, which was held in Yonglu's hands. She handed the shadow fountain pen to Fong Joe. "Here, leader. Fong Joe is shadow so convenient. It has many functions." At the mention of the shadow, Yonglu's face was stained with a little pride again. "It was all developed by me during my research. Is this still a stand-in?" Fong Joe looked at the pen in his hand that clearly had a solid body, sighing more and more at the degree of flexibility and convenience of the shadow, while his clear brain circuits made him think of another question. "Then if I accidentally write wrongly, what should I do? Will it automatically correct it?" Yonglu cocked his head and thought, if it's a misspelled word or a few details that are wrong, it will help correct it on its own. But if it's an entire document or a large area of content that's wrong, then you'll have to use correction fluid. Fong Joe sucked in a breath of cool air. A shadow fountain pen can still use correction fluid when it writes something? It can, but it's not an ordinary correction fluid, Yonglu said, glancing at the shadow next to him before opening his mouth under the shocked gaze of Fong Joe and Liya. In the next moment, the shadow's other arm was removed by itself and turned into a thin mist, which it stuffed into Yonglu's mouth. Fong Joe and Liya? ? Yonglu puffed up her cheeks, brewed for 3 seconds, then shook her head. The gurgling sound of some kind of liquid rolling and churning came out from her mouth, and finally she inhaled deeply through her nose and sprayed towards the marble floor in front of her, splashing a large amount of black liquid onto the floor, coating a rectangular area with a large amount of black liquid. She sprayed a large amount of black liquid onto the floor, coating a rectangular area. The spewed-out black liquid instantly gathered inward after landing, converging into a ball of sticky material similar to slime, absorbing the few tiny debris on the floor into it, and finally transforming back into a misty arm, which was picked up by Shadow and played back and forth in his hand. The half-dragon girl wiped her mouth and looked at Fong Joe with a serious expression. "This is correction fluid." Fong Joe's expression this time could be taken as an example of Picasso's abstract drawing. He hadn't even thought that a double could be used like this when he was working and daydreaming. He looked at the shadow that was tossing his broken arm back and forth, having fun, and began to fantasize about all kinds of shadow tools, such as shadow iron pots, shadow kitchen knives, shadow escalators, and shadow shovels. And Fong Joe remembered very clearly that at that time, in the form recorded by Yonglu, the shadow was able to fry vegetables. So the shadow could even use the shadow chopper to cut vegetables, use the shadow iron pot to stir-fry vegetables, use the shadow spatula to turn the vegetables back and forth, and finally put the stir-fried vegetables into the shadow dish to serve on the shadow dining table. Fong Joe was 100% sure that the Yonglu girl had definitely done this. In the future, if Liya has a conflict with the shadow, the scene will not be a smart home war kitchen supplies. Fong Joe's uncontrolled brain circuits once again made wild associations, but fortunately he came to his senses in time and withdrew his stormy thoughts, and while the memories in his head were still clear, he squatted down in place and used the shadow pen to recarve the symbols he had seen on the floor. After the last curved hook-shaped symbol was written, Fong Joe stood up and compared the ink-colored symbols on the floor with his own memories, nodding his head after confirming that it was correct. "It's basically right. This is what I saw." Yonglu curiously came over with Shadow and stared at the symbols on the ground for a couple of moments before her brows furrowed. "It looks a bit familiar." Yonglu carefully stared at the slightly messy-looking string of special symbols on the ground and cocked his head, trying to search in his memory. "It looks like I've seen it somewhere before." "Not really. I might not have seen it before, it just looks like it." Fong Joe looked at Yonglu and speculated. "Is it something the authority has studied?" "Well, don't know." Yonglu really can't think of a reason. It seems that it really just simply feels familiar. The whole person drooped his head again in self-condemnation, muttering, "I'm sorry, leader." Fong Joe thought to himself that this girl's problem of apologizing without moving had better be changed, making him feel embarrassed, so he returned a sentence of "it's fine," and then focused his attention on the small robot that was circling around the symbols next to him. Liya hadn't said a word since a while ago, which wasn't in line with the character of the little robot Pushyheim. Usually at times like this, with Liya's character, she would definitely start off with a sentence of "your handwriting sucks," followed by a few offensive and low-quality civilized words, before finally discussing the meaning of the string of characters with Fong Joe in a serious manner. As a result, Liya just kept circling around the symbols without saying a word, silent like a real sweeping robot. Soon, Liya's body stopped in front of Fong Joe, and also in front of the string of characters. "Fong Joe, Liya suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice changed from her former staggering voice, serious and deep. You're sure you wrote it exactly right? Right? Definitely right. Fong Joe has vaguely noticed something wrong inside. This string of characters? You recognize. More than recognizing. Liya's deep voice echoed in the entrance of the building under the blood moon. This is an elemental rune from my old home. The finale question on the exam one year was this. Yang Lu was shocked and froze in place. Fong Joe, on the other hand, sighed, not particularly surprised by the answer. I thought it looked like it before, but it turned out to be true. As someone who had seen Liya casting spells more than once, Fong Joe had seen the elemental runes floating in the magic array when casting spells more than once. Combined with Liya's unusual attitude just now, he more or less guessed Liya's answer. It was only when Liya admitted it herself that Fong Joe sighed more and more at the coincidence of it, coincidence to the point where it was a bit unlike coincidence. Why? Fong Joe asked bluntly. Why did the runes of your old home appear in the 13th floor staircase? I don't know. Liya's answer was equally simple and dry. I was going to say that it's simply impossible because I'm an otherworlder, and there shouldn't be traces of my old home left here. But the fact has already happened, and I can only accept the reality. Fong Joe was silent for 2 seconds and turned his head to Yang Lu. Is there no record of Liya's old home in the authority? No. Yang Lu was also startled, and his speech became unsteady. I remember that none of the phase spaces that the authority has touched matched the description of Sister Liya's hometown, so there are no records. The authority didn't know, Fong Joe wasn't sure, and Liya was even more confused. The two men and the machine stood at the entrance of the building, staring at the string of elemental runes from the other world on the ground, and fell into deep thought. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. Dark and filthy mud streams gushed out from the end of the corridor, and the limb monsters snapped and slapped the ground, approaching Fong Joe and the others as the mud rolled. Let's go back and talk about the runes, Fong Joe said quickly, re-carrying Liya into his arms. This is something from your old home. Is there a way to get rid of it? There is. I've done this question before. I was the only one in the class with a perfect score at the time. Liya also knew that now was not the time to dwell on memories of her old home, and her voice slowly became noisy. I can try to forcefully undo the magic applied to the rune, and if this thing is at the core of the whole anomaly, then the anomaly will disappear when it's undone. Disarm it how? I'd have to lay down a magic array. I'd need some materials and the casting time. Power I'd have enough. The spell casting time can still think of something. Fong Joe glanced at Yang Lu. What about the materials? Do you still have melon shells or something like that in your stomach right now? Nope. I'm clean in my organism. Liya yelled, then reacted. Wait, this is a school building, right? Let me think. That. Scrape some wall plaster down. Then break the stair railing for me. The blackboard split into strips. Come up with 8 railings, and finally get some blood. The material is almost but not a big problem. Fong Joe was once again shocked by Liya's ability to get materials from the ground, and twisted his head to look at the half-dragon girl in front of him. Yang Lu! Good leader. Yang Lu raised her hand and waved. The shadow received the command and moved between the classroom, walls, and guardrails at a very fast speed, moving all the materials except for the blood back to the entrance of the building in just a few seconds. Fong Joe pursued. What kind of blood do you want? Anything. It's just blood. It doesn't need to be too much. Then, Fong Joe was just about to find a rock to scratch himself, when Yang Lu took a step ahead and used the blade of the shadow convergence to slice the skin at his arm, letting the hot blood flow down. In the process, Yang Lu reacted flatly throughout, as if such things as bloodshed had been commonplace for her for a long time. Enough is enough. Seeing that there was enough blood, Liya hurriedly called a halt, and then didn't forget to remind, I'll start constructing the magic array right away, but first things first. This is a very high-level spatial positioning magic, and since the elemental composition of the readily available material isn't precise enough, disarming the magic will likely trigger a spatial etching hole. Fong Joe was stunned. What kind of hole? A kind of turbulent type magic residual material that will quickly distort the surrounding space. Just think of it as a small black hole that is constantly storm inhaled. Liya explained quickly. That thing is extremely lethal. We'd better think about how to run away first. Fong Joe frowned, and then quickly stretched, his mind thinking. It's fine, you'll be in charge of disarming the magic. As for that what's his name hole, I'll figure it out. Chapter 95. A daughter next door is growing up, powerful and powerful. Are you sure? A spatial etching hole is no joke. Liya questioned Fong Joe's decision on her lips, but the movement of her machine didn't stop. It used its own machine to bump against the railing, pushing it into the right position. Truly speaking, the power of the spatial etching hole is no weaker than any anomaly, and it will keep growing, and in the end, I reckon that it can swallow the entire neighborhood. Then how big was it at first? Fong Joe's eyes were still locked in the direction of the corridor. Judging from the size of this place, it's estimated to be about the same as our house. Then there's no problem. Fong Joe nodded. The severed-limbed monsters in the corridor were covered in black mud, and a steady stream of them broke out of the classrooms through the windows, the strong, powerful muscles slapping the ground with a sticky, muffled sound, and the deformed bodies surging like a tidal wave towards the entrance of the building. Fong Joe had suspected that this might be an illusion created by the 13 floors of the staircase, just like the gold bricks he had seen before, or the full house Yonglu had seen. However, even Liya could clearly recognize their existence, indicating that they were probably real. As soon as he thought of the feeling of being flooded by these twisted limbs and dirty black mud, Fong Joe felt his scalp numb. He really wasn't afraid of death, and he could barely accept such a hunted thing on a visual level. But if these things were really crawling around on his own body, the taste was still might as well die. Yonglu. Fong Joe could only rely on the strongest combatant at the moment now. Can you find a way to stop them? Me? The half-dragon human girl was scared to death. She was already physically sick from the whole disgusting monster construction, and now when she heard that the leader was going to send herself to the front line, her whole face was ashen, with the despair of a shrimp warrior who was going to be sent to get rid of the Tang monk's masters and disciples. No, no. Fong Joe was stunned. No. Yonglu wanted to tell Fong Joe that she couldn't do it, but under the negative buff of social dread special, Yonglu still replied with a crying face, "Not a problem." The half-dragon girl raised her hand and pointed, and the shadow dashed out to the front with lightning speed, and the fist that was rejoined and generated was wrapped in strong wind, instantly knocking a severed-limbed monster that had bounced into mid-air to the point of blood and flesh, disintegrating on the spot. Seeing that the shadow attack was effective, Yonglu's panicked heart was slightly relieved, and he hurriedly commanded the shadow to continue attacking in the black tide of severed limbs. The dark figure stepped on the void, in a ghostly and misty posture in the black tide back and forth. Its fists and feet speed faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it blasted dozens of iron fists with sonic booms, stirring up the wind and waves of the black mud that once came to be blown away and forced to retreat. But although the shadow's ula is powerful, but in the end, it can't cause a wide range of damage. As the black mud continues to pour out of the classroom, more and more dense severed limbs of monsters from the darkness of the birth of the shadow's ability to kill cannot keep up with the speed of their newborns. As time passes, the shadow constructed the defense line more and more backward, that the dirty and sticky mud has already flowed to Yonglu's feet. Yonglu girl gave a startled jump, jumped back several steps. A turnaround, saw Liya is concentrating on building a magic formation. Fong Joe is helping out. Suddenly a sense of responsibility surged to the heart. The panic in the eyes faded a few points. In times of danger, there is only responsibility. Yonglu firmly inwardly began to fantasize that she is some ancient city guard general, behind the millions of hardworking people, while in front of the enemy slaughter brigade is no evil. As the last hope of the people of the city, she must bravely stand out, and then fast forward to the big kill 4 sides, back to the country to receive the reward, increase the official title, Life is Beautiful. The name will remain in the history of the world. The descendants of the endless also. Fantasizing these have knots in his head, Yonglu's emotions gradually stabilized, and his eyes quickly looked around, starting to search for the handy weapon that an ancient city guarding general should have. There it is. Soon, Yonglu locks onto a certain target, glad that this handy weapon is closer to his position, and hastily points forward, ordering Shadow to bring the weapon back to his hand. Shadow understood, instantly catapulted to start, smashed 3 thighs that were tumbling in the mud, dashed all the way to the outside of the school building, aimed at the location Yonglu pointed to, and then pulled up a poplar tree closest to the school building. Fong Joe, who was helping Liya place the magic array, froze, then heard a blah 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 crunching sound of roots being forcibly pulled out of the mud, and turned around fiercely to see Shadow flying back carrying a bowl-thick poplar tree. The 13th floor of the staircase does have a spatial circulation restriction, but just like the previous stone, a little distance away from the school building seems to be allowed. As long as you don't land on the ground, you won't be teleported back coincidentally. Shadow can really fly. Yonglu took the weapon handed by the Shadow with both hands, tried to weigh it in his hands, really weighing it up and then catching it, just like weighing a stick without shaking his hands, and nodded with a satisfied glow in the bottom of his eyes. Ancient generals should use this kind of weapon. Who's an ancient great general swinging a tree to beat people? Fong Joe was confused, only to see Yonglu stepping heavily towards the front, stomping a big pit on the marble floor, holding the tree trunk with both hands like a lance. On the spot was a waist horse Unity, swinging the super large wooden stick in his hand. Wrapped in a hurricane was a strong and powerful super sweep. Terror of the brute force will be swung like a sword, whistling wind sound vibration eardrums. A round of shocking sweep down. A 3 or 4 meters high tree was swung out of the stump, belonging to the impact of the natural forces of the black mud along with the broken limbs of the monster together with the bombardment of the shattered. And due to the length of the serious overrun, the canopy layer had to collide with the wall, accompanied by a burst of tree branches and leaves rustling sound. A large number of large pieces of fallen leaves and broken branches scattered on the ground, like a natural millstone, will be poplar lack of aggressiveness of the part of the tree chipped away, leaving only the clean and hard part of the tree trunk. Seeing the broken limbs and black mud explode like waves, the poplar tree got even more energized, like playing a game of lawn mowing, one tree down to kill a piece of it, a living master of building entrance cleanup. Looking at the social fear of half-dragon mother, that stock of excitement, Fong Joe held in his heart, want to say words, do not know how to say out. Thinking about it can only be turned into a long sigh. The child is afraid of birth a little, but the strength is really big. Luckily, she didn't try to mingle with the other fellows. Liya continued to construct the magic formation while still taking the time to chant. Otherwise, her fellow researchers would have really gotten into a fight. The corners of Fong Joe's mouth twitched twice, and after seeing that the magic array was about to take shape, he took a few steps back to give Liya some distance, mentioning in passing, although it's a bit late to ask now, can this magic array of yours undo all the spatial teleportation magic? Liya was puzzled. Why are you suddenly asking this? Fong Joe glanced at the 13 flights of steps not far away. Each of the 13 flights of steps on each floor should have your old family's runes engraved on them. If you can only undo them one by one, won't the power be insufficient? Don't worry. Liya had of course considered this problem long ago. What I've set up this time is a large-scale disarming magic that can disarm all the spatial teleportation elemental runes in the entire school building. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow, thinking that Liya was indeed reliable enough when it came to magic, if only she could usually be half as serious as she was when she was delving into magic. This kind of magic is something you can just pound out. The more Fong Joe thought about it, the more outrageous he realized. How come you couldn't top it when it came to the 360 level? You are not an electronic state. When you become an electronic state, you come to fight with 360 try. Guaranteed you cannot even pass the basic firewall level. Liya inhaled the wall dust into her body, and then spit it out from behind her, using it to build the final outline of the magic formation while retorting in a bad mood. And this magic formation of mine is not just a random mashup. It was calculated through various theories, and even battle-tested, and it was just used once a short while ago. Have you forgotten? Fong Joe heard froze. Not long ago? Yes. Liya spoke proudly. The time I woke you up, wasn't it the time I used fireball with elemental disorder magic to wake you up from the sofa? Now the magic formation I set up is an upgraded version of that elemental disorder magic. Fong Joe was stunned. The blind comparison that night had really come in handy for her. Liya's practical actions once again proved that laziness and idleness were definitely the best power source for the progress of human civilization. While talking, Liya had already finished constructing the outline of the magic formation. Various magical materials that were locally sourced from the school building were placed at the entrance of the building according to a special pattern. Liya turned around and returned to the front of the magic array. Before formally activating the magic array, she reminded Fong Joe one last time. The spatial eclipsing hole will be born at the location where this magic array is activated, and subsequently everything around it will be sucked in by it. If you really have a solution for it, it's best to strike as soon as possible after it's generated, or else it will grow at a high speed and trigger a bigger catastrophe. Isn't our intention. The little robot's rare seriousness affected Fong Joe, who nodded. I'll try my best. Good. Liya did not question Fong Joe, but decisively began to stimulate the remaining electricity in her body, converting it all into a magic power rush and injecting it into the magic formation. In an instant, the outline of the magic formation made of wall plaster lit up with a deep blue light, and with the injection of magic power, the materials that made up the magic formation were crushed into pieces, and after fusing with the magic power, they transformed into pure energy, and in the next moment, they rapidly swelled up by several times. forming a huge square magic formation that was tens of meters wide and shrouded over the entire school building. Mysterious runes flowed at high speeds within the angular array, and a strange deep blue covering blood-colored moonlight shone down towards the abnormally possessed school building. The moment the light came into contact with the school building, the building trembled fiercely like an awakened beast, and the marvelous string of elemental runes appeared on the 13 steps of each floor, and then the entire steps, including the runes imprinted on top of them, quickly disintegrated under the light of the magic array, breaking into tiny prismatic ice crystals that slowly floated up into the air. With the disappearance of the main body of the steps, the walls of the school building flashed with messy and blurred images. The black mud no longer tumbled, the blackboard engraved with the preview of death began to melt, and the broken limbs of the monsters that poofed and slapped the ground began to dissolve even though the magical array didn't have a direct effect on them. It seems that the number 193 was a part of the process when he created the 13 staircases. Although the magic array did not directly affect them when number 193 created the 13 staircases, it seemed that it was the core of this hunting ground called the school building, and now that the existence of the 13 staircases itself was being annihilated, the other ancillary products naturally disappeared with the disappearance of the main body and turned into nothingness. Yonglu leaned on the tree trunk and breathed a sigh of relief, watching the group of monsters turn into black smoke and rise, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Fong Joe, on the other hand, silently picked up Liya and looked at the nearby anomalies that were gradually dissolving. His expression still alert. The blood and flesh spreading on the walls disappeared, the floor melted, the black mud was still, and the blood moon faded. Everything was proof that the anomalies were disappearing, and they had done an excellent job of dealing with it this time. However, after all 13 flights of stairs were crushed and the world was suddenly quiet, the magic array over the school building suddenly trembled. Chapter 96 Large Phase Unfolding. Darkness ripped out from the center of the magic formation. A tiny black dot, only the size of a pinpoint, suddenly appeared in the air. In the complete silence of the world, the black dot instantly expanded without warning, turning into a black hole 20 meters in diameter. The chain of runes in the center of the magic formation suddenly snapped, and then as if pulled, it deviated from its intended path and was brutally dragged into the depths of the hole. The school building was trembling, not a cold shudder, but a violent vibration as if before being uprooted. Fong Joe held Liya in his arms and suddenly heard the creaking sound of steel deforming above his head, subconsciously taking 2 steps back and realizing that the ceiling walls were blooming with countless cracks. The next second, Fong Joe witnessed the top ceiling of the school building being lifted off by the huge suction force. The wind and waves rushed wildly into the building. His eardrums were instantly filled with a roar similar to that of a train running over his head. The floor in front of him suddenly stood upright and flew into the air in reverse out of the force of gravity, and the desks and chairs in the classroom were all torn into pieces, as if they were caught up in the storm of counter-gravity like a meteor shower. He raised his head violently and looked towards the black void exposed in the sky. Previously, Fong Joe had heard that the gravity of a black hole was able to capture light, which led to it being named a black hole. Even though this thing was called a spatial eclipsing hole by Liya, which was essentially different from a black hole, there was definitely a similarity in nature between the two. What was now hovering above his head was not so much a black hole as it was a hole of nothingness. What Fong Joe saw from it was not really black. The sky was like a missing piece of tissue. There was no color in it because there was nothing else at the other end of the space after it was cut off. There was only the purest nothingness. This vision was not like covering your eyes with black cloth. It was more like the eyeballs had lost their visual function, just like the congenital blindness of a blind man who sees things. The blind man who is blind sees not black, but nothing. This void of nothingness is devouring everything with impunity. Pieces of floorboards, strips of wallpaper, broken tables and chairs, all disappear as soon as they come into contact with the contours of the hole in space, without being broken into pieces or making a creaking noise, more calmly than a droplet of water falling into the ocean. When the water droplets fell to the ground, the surface of the sea would still cause tiny ripples, but now even the ripples themselves were swallowed up by the spatial eclipses. Fong Joe was shocked by this marvelous and terrifying sight, and froze in place for less than half a second before a savage gravitational force grabbed his ankles. The gravity of the Earth's center was nothing in front of this gravitational force. Fong Joe's entire body instantly flew backwards, feeling like a seaweed in a tsunami wave, unable to resist this force that was beyond common sense. But just before Fong Joe was about to be drawn into the gravitational storm, the shadow suddenly grabbed his legs, and by virtue of the same force beyond common sense forcefully prevented Fong Joe from being sucked into it. Fong Joe turned around and realized that the girl Yang Lu was also still holding on without being ripped away from the ground by the gravitational force. She had just desperately tried her best to reinsert the poplar tree in her hand back into the ground, and with both hands pulling at it, she was barely holding on in the gravitational storm without being lifted off the ground. Fong Joe, the little robot in her arms, yelled out at this time, perhaps because the power consumption was too great. Liya's voice carried a slight distortion. What about the way you said? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do it. In fact, there was no need for Liya to remind him. Fong Joe had already been doing it. It's just that unlike the methods thought of by ordinary people, what Fong Joe used in executing his plan was not the apparent actions that could be seen by the naked eye, but the unseen and untouchable spiritual power. He raised his head to look into the void of the spatial eclipses. His mental power was highly concentrated and connected with that mysterious and unfathomable sense of touch. A familiar feeling surged in his heart, and the various attributes of the surrounding environment were transmitted to Fong Joe's body through the sense of touch. When the sense of touch came into contact with the spatial eclipses, Fong Joe obviously felt a sharp pain explode in his mind. The extreme heavy pain pressed on his nerves, bringing a great test to Fong Joe's mental strength. At this point, Fong Joe couldn't help but be thankful for the phase unfolding training in the previous days. Unfolding many times in a row had caused Fong Joe to raise the upper limit of his mental endurance to a great extent, and what originally seemed to him to be a virtually impossible mental shock to withstand was now not only able to accept it in its entirety, but even felt that there was some residual strength left. What came next was the key. Fong Joe held his breath and concentrated, liquefying the arm like touch at high speed, turning it into a ball of dye that kept stirring and rotating, then slowly spreading it out, moving it around the spatial eclipsed hole, and then wrapping up the entire spatial eclipsed hole. Thud, thud. The abnormal organ pulsed at high speed in the depths. Unlike the perfunctory operation in past times, it seemed to know that Fong Joe was preparing for a big one this time. The abnormal organs in his body were beating unusually hard. Feeling that he was in excellent condition, Fong Joe concentrated with all his might, aiming at the spatial eclipsing hole, and did a phase unfolding. Seeing this scene, Yang Lu, who was picking her way through the poplar tree, was stunned. She had thought that Fong Joe was planning to use spatial displacement to transfer this eclipsed hole somewhere else and then run away safely. The mess afterward would be left to the authority, which had cleaned up quite a lot of messes anyway, so it wasn't too bad for this one. As a result, Fong Joe is actually directly phase unfolding the spatial eclipsed hole itself. What kind of thing are you going to unfold out of this? Fong Joe didn't know what Yang Lu was thinking. He only knew that his thoughts were simple. He was going to perform a large phase unfolding just like the one in number 201. After confirming that the size of the phase unfolding space was large enough to wrap the spatial eclipsing hole, Fong Joe quickly grabbed the sensation that he had been exposed to several times before and actively drained himself of the remaining spiritual power. In the next second, countless colorful ribbons danced around in the cubic space, slowly covering the spatial eclipses bit by bit. The gravitational storm facing upwards slowly weakened as the spatial eclipses were covered. Seeing this scene, not to mention Yang Lu, a professional, even Liya, who didn't know much about the field, felt that it was outrageous. They remembered that all of Fong Joe's previous phase unfoldings could only create illusion like shadows that could be seen and not touched, and only Fong Joe's own spatial transfer ability could take out what was inside, such as the piece of roasted meat that the authority was still slicing and studying in fine detail even now. Due to the nature of only being able to observe but not touch, when Yang Lu tried to touch the barbecue table, what he ended up feeling was still the touch of Fong Joe's coffee table, not the greasy barbecue wooden table, which showed that Fong Joe's phase expansion was still very shallow and was not capable of allowing people to touch the real entity. The situation was different this time. The gravitational force of the spatial eclipses was obviously weakening, indicating that what Fong Joe was carrying out this time was not a shallow unfolding, but a real entity-type phase unfolding that would cover the existence of the current thing in the true sense. The ability that had run amok and stormed out of control during the number 201 incident was being precisely directed towards the void gap at this moment. Thus, as the phase unfolding progressed deeper and deeper, the spatial eclipsing hole was completely covered by diffuse colors. The gravitational storm gradually disappeared, and then these colorful ribbons wove a whole new scene. Glass doors slowly rose, bright silver iron frames were pieced together to take shape, white tiles covered the floor, ceiling lamps lit up one by one. Then a variety of labeled daily necessities surfaced on the shelves one after another. A square box-shaped building emerged in front of the crowd, and finally a bunch of neon strings of artistic light signs flickered in front of the entrance. A medium-sized convenience store styled like Rosen just appeared in the air without warning. Fong Joe, Yang Lu, and Liya froze at once. A black fog question mark even popped up directly above the shadow's head. Question mark. Before the two people. A machine and a shadow could react. The convenience store under the pull of gravity fell from a high altitude. With a heavy thud, the entire store plummeted all the way down to the 5th floor. The floor of the 6th floor had already been lifted. The glass doors and windows came from the crunching sound of shattering, and the shelves inside the store tumbled in a messy manner, with supplies and food of different colors and shapes clattering down to the ground. Fong Joe was brought back to the ground by the shadow and ran to the edge of the pit with Liya in his arms. Looking down and seeing the convenience store's lighted signboards start to look strange after they had all been shattered to pieces. Not. Liya was stunned for a long time before she reacted, incredulous at what she was seeing. That's what your boy came up with? Yeah. Fong Joe paused. Isn't it quite efficient? Look at that hole in one go. Originally I wanted to use it directly on the 13th floor staircase, but the school building is too big, and I'm not very familiar with this trick. The size of this hole is just right for me. And you wanted to turn the whole building? Liya was shocked. When did you practice this move? Fong Joe shrugged. I haven't practiced it, but I feel like I can use it. Liya sucked in a breath of cool air. You took it out and used it without practicing? What if it fails? Fong Joe didn't say anything and just stared at Liya. Liya would have reacted by now, and couldn't help but break into a curse. It's really impossible to chat with the likes of you who can read gears. Yang Lu rushed over carrying the tree after a while, probably because he was worried that things weren't over yet. Or maybe he was still immersed in Fong Joe's large-scale phase unfolding. The whole person looked confused. Leader, what's the situation now? I'm a bit confused. Problem solved. Fong Joe tilted his head, saw the particularly spacious ceiling, returned to the normal moonlight, felt relaxed and exhaled. Anomalies are dealt with, so what hole is gone? The remaining problem is to find the authority to do the aftermath on the line. After saying that, Fong Joe stood on top of the ruins, holding Liya in one hand. He took out the phone with one hand and dialed the number. Hey, branch chief. Hey, it's me. Fong Joe looked down at the messy convenience store below. The matter is resolved. It's just a bit big. How big? Well, to put it simply, the school building was blown up by a small half, and halfway through Liya's magic pounded out a small black hole, but it was taken care of by me, and then now there is a convenience store that fell from the sky and smashed into the school building. Right? Not drunk, and mentally normal. It doesn't work either. What rhetorical devices? Just stating facts. His side is talking vigorously. The other side of the face of Yang Lu is violently stiff, and hastily pulled Fong Joe's sleeve with force, letting out a horrified gasp. Leader! Look down there. Fong Joe looked in the direction Yang Lu was pointing. The smile on his face suddenly froze. His cell phone slipped from his palm and fell to the ground with a snap. In front of the door of the broken convenience store, two starfish wriggled out from under the collapsed shelves. One of them dressed in cashier's clothing with a scanning gun in its tentacles, and the other one wearing a white blouse covered in curry-like food residue. The two starfish were grimy as they patted themselves with their tentacles, their black eyes looking around in confusion, when they suddenly heard movement coming from above, and the two starfish slowly raised their heads. A floor away, in the "Please show your membership card" mechanical beep, Fong Joe and others and the two starfish looked at each other. The sub-commissioner on the other end of the phone couldn't hear Fong Joe's reply and couldn't help but inquire about the situation. Hello? Fong Joe. Fong Joe froze for a long time, slowly picking up the phone and putting it to his ear. Sub-commissioner, there's a new situation. Just now the convenience store drilled out two starfish. You authority should collect starfish. I remember you are also aquatic to come. Branch chief. Finally unable to tense up, the sub-director. What's all this nonsense? Chapter 97. Another big mess. A few minutes later, the roar of propellers tore through the night, and dozens of searchlight lights illuminated the wreckage of the school building. A group of special operation forces wearing standardized equipment came whimpering from afar. The authority's chief deputy director Lu Ling personally led the team. The school surrounded, all the way to Sparks with lightning-like command of the scene, and finally stood in front of the school building, and Fong Joe a piece of staring at the ruins of the otherworldly convenience store. Always calm expression management subtle twitching up. Looking at this thunderous beauty deputy director at this time as if he had eaten a bad stomach, Fong Joe, inexplicably a little embarrassed, tried to take the initiative to open the topic. Why is it you who came over? Shouldn't it be that shark? This time the incident is more complicated. Lu Ling gazed into the distance and let out a long sigh. Anyway, it will report to me afterward. Why don't I just come over to see for myself? Fong Joe was silent for 2 seconds. It seems like I've caused you guys trouble again? Not really. Lu Ling gradually regained her expression management ability and spoke with a calm face. Although your process of dealing with anomalies is more creative, this at least brings us a brand new contact, just a little too new. Fong Joe twisted his head to look at the 2 starfish that were cowering and shivering in the middle of a special operations unit and couldn't help but ask, what will happen to them afterward? Shouldn't the authority want to take them and slice them up for research? Not to. Lu Ling glanced at Fong Joe, her eyes not quite natural. Is this the kind of image the authority has in your mind? Actually quite decent. But this time I can't say. Fong Joe thought about it. After all, it's a new species or intelligent creatures. In case some mad scientist in the bureau slaps his head and rushes up with a scalpel, I wouldn't be accident. We will properly arrange for sheltering measures. And by the way, we will find a way to match them with an interpreter. Lu Ling's tone was still as calm as ever. Although it's inevitable that some body tissues will be extracted for research, it certainly won't harm them excessively. Either way, 2 living starfish intelligent creatures are more useful than 2 dead ones. Fong Joe was slightly relieved after hearing this, and turned his head to hand Lu Ling a bottle of water. So we're considered to have successfully completed our mission this time, and we have an extra harvest along the way? Yes. Lu Ling took the mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. It's that this extra harvest might be too much of a surprise for the authorities' research team. And so on. She suddenly felt that the packaging of this bottle of water was rare, and when she picked up the bottle to take a look at it, there was a string of special characters written on it that didn't match the known language of mankind. It was then that Fong Joe reminded her. Taken from a convenience store. It's considered otherworldly water. Lu Ling couldn't calm down. It's fine. Liya scanned it. It's just water. Fong Joe hurriedly spoke up. We all drank it. It's quite safe. Lu Ling. She stared at the bottled mineral water in her hand and was silent for several seconds before finally screwing the cap back on. Valuable research resources. It's better to move it less. Lu Ling tried to strain the corners of her mouth and finally managed to control her expression in front of Fong Joe. One could only say that the deputy director was just different. If Watson and Charlotte had come, they would probably have blown up long ago. Fong Joe's side suddenly missed the sleuth duo a little bit when thumping footsteps came from behind. Yang Lu just finished handing over the information with the researcher colleagues. Holding a fully charged Liya jogged all the way over. After seeing Fong Joe opened his mouth with a good leader. And after that his eyes tremblingly landed on Lu Ling, and the whole person on the spot was a 90-degree bend, and stammered and shouted, also a good leader. You say it as if I'm on equal footing with the deputy director. The corner of Fong Joe's mouth twitched as he pointed down at Yang Lu and said towards Lu Ling. I mentioned to this girl to change her name, but she didn't think of it. Yang Lu slowly raised her head, stole a glance at Fong Joe, and muttered in a small voice, actually. I really think that the leader's name is quite good. Smooth. Then our team has become a gang. Fong Joe really think that this name has a special sense of vision. Just like the gangs in all kinds of police movies, usually in this kind of movie there has to be a leader who has a plan, a particularly capable fighter, a hacker who is invincible in cyber warfare, an intelligence officer who is responsible for handing over information with a communicator, and an intelligence officer who doesn't have much of a role to play in the fight. The first one to fall down with serious injuries on the street, letting go of the little brother. He tried to substitute the roles. He must be the head of the tent, and Yang Lu is the big hand that is particularly capable of fighting. Liya. Fong Joe looked at Liya in Yang Lu's arms with a somewhat subtle expression. What for? The little robot noticed Fong Joe's line of sight and staggered up. Did your brain turn 800 miles away again? Let me tell you, don't self-consciously place me in the criminal gang characters. I'm designated as the highly sophisticated hacker inside. It can't be some Dragon Set Jr. who hangs up right after the fight. Fong Joe was stunned at his words. You even know what I'm thinking here? Bull. Liya yelled in no good humor. Can I still not know about your broken brain circuits? Fong Joe was happy. Then you really guessed wrong. I didn't think that you were that Dragon Set little brother. Then what is it? You're at most that communicator in the hands of an intelligence officer. Liya froze in place, and the next second the wheels idled madly. Her aura fierce like a mechanical beast trying to escape its cage. Yang Lu, you put me down. I don't any believe I can't bite him to death. Yang Lu also blended in, and the first thing he said when he came back to his senses was, Sister Liya, you don't have any teeth. The most you can do is suck him to death. Then I'll suck him to death. looking at the three people whose atmosphere had been taken out of the sky within a few words. A few hints of nostalgia for past memories gradually surfaced in the bottom of Lu Ling's eyes, and then were suppressed by the calmness that had survived the vicissitudes of life after a few seconds. She showed a fleeting bitterness on her face, and then restored her usual calmness, coughed twice, interrupting the noise of the two people and one machine. In short, 193.2 The handling of the work you have done very well. In the future, we will consider compiling your deeds today into the training manuals and staff textbooks. You should not mind disclosing your names. Don't mind revealing your names, right? Textbooks. Fong Joe, who was rubbing Liya's hairbrush vigorously with one hand, stopped, suddenly a bit unable to guess what this female director was thinking. Our deeds today can still be written into a textbook. Merit-wise, it's completely enough. Lu Ling said calmly. Solving 3 high-threat anomalies in a single day is rare in the history of the authority, and it was compiled into the textbook to provide new investigators and agents with ideas. Our ideas really work? Liya was a little skeptical. A different way of describing it would be fine. Lu Ling smiled nonchalantly. For example, the Sadako videotape, instead of focusing on pure firepower, you guys calmly analyzed the state of existence of the abnormal individual, and from the fundamental level, you used the electronic state attack to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Liya, electronic state attack. Then came Mary's call, similar to the Sadako tape, but your point of entry this time was the rule restrictions of the anomaly, utilizing the loopholes at the rule level to capture the anomalous weaknesses, which is equivalent to destroying the anomalous qualities of the object before destroying the object at the physical level. Fong 9, rule loopholes. And finally, the tricky 13 flights of stairs. Lu Ling hugged her arms, pondering. This is a textbook-level comprehensive real-world application. In addition to successfully peeking into the nature of the anomaly and analyzing the rules of the anomaly, it also maximizes the strengths of each team member, with a clear division of labor, a clear plan, and a prudent and strict mindset without the constraints of common sense, making it a perfect example of teamwork. Yang Lu, teamwork. The two men and the machine glanced at each other, both feeling the shock and admiration in their respective hearts. Just listening to the description, Fong Joe felt like a member of some elite secret agent organization, facing weird and creepy anomalies in one day, using superior knowledge and exquisite skills to complete 3 anomalies in a row, and finally managed to leave in one piece and in style, leaving a glorious and splendid mark in the history of the authority, admired and worshipped by countless future generations of investigators and agents. But when you think of what you have done today, Fong Joe is more or less worthless for those worship and admiration. Can only say that Lu Ling is worthy of being the authority's chief deputy director. Actually can hard to Fong Joe and his party today's abstract experience said so outstanding. Fong Joe let out a breath. Nothing extra to ask about himself being written into the textbook. As long as you guys think it's appropriate, I have no problem with it. Fong Joe all opened his mouth like this. Liya and Yang Lu naturally had no objections. Good. Lu Ling nodded. There's nothing that requires your assistance after this. The subject of number 193 we've already sent people to investigate. If we still need your help at that time, I'll be responsible for liaising with you. Okay. Fong Joe took a long breath of relief. Then, this is it for today? There's nothing else, we'll go home this time. There's one more thing. Lu Ling said, waving her hand seemingly casually. A layer of barrier that was close to the stance matrix shield, but with a darker shape and color instantly unfolded around the crowd, wrapping them in. Yang Lu, who was a special researcher, immediately recognized that this was a cognitive obstruction barrier that isolated observation, and her face changed as she looked at Lu Ling in panic. Don't you need me to recuse myself for a moment? Leader? Ah no. Deputy Director? No need. Lu Ling spoke faintly. It's not a big problem, just listen too. Yang Lu silently settled down, but perhaps out of Lu Ling's sense of oppression, she quietly moved 2 steps behind Fong Joe, half of her body hiding behind her own leader. Looking at such a forceful half-dragon girl using herself as a shield, Fong Joe's face had a subtle expression for a while, and he turned his head to look at Lu Ling. So, what happened? This is actually the question I wanted to ask. Lu Ling looked at Fong Joe in a complicated manner. On the way to this anomaly handling mission, besides the final phase unfolding, did you do something unusual? When Fong Joe heard this, he immediately thought of the death retrospective ability that he had not yet revealed to the authority. The images of the dye tank and the supercomputer flashed quickly in his mind. Fong Joe did not answer immediately, but cautiously asked, "Can I ask you how you know it first?" "It's hard not to know." Lu Ling shook her head and sighed long and hard. then straightened her face and spoke in a low voice. In the course of your handling of this anomaly, the mass of certain atoms changed. I know you probably didn't mean to, but you inadvertently disrupted the order of the periodic table of elements once. Chapter 98 Failure. Standing in the dark blue barrier of cognitive hindrance, Fong Joe's expression froze for a moment. After rounding up the pie, he finally heard another news that was far from the world disrupting the periodic table of elements. He was still the same ordinary person who didn't know much about math and science, and couldn't imagine the picture of the periodic table of elements being disrupted. However, based on his experience of surfing the internet and watching various QA threads over the years, he was sure that the consequences of the disruption of the periodic table of elements were no worse than rounding up the pie. It was even possible that the periodic table of elements had a greater impact. Due to having had an experience with rounding up pi, Fong Joe and Liya were at most startled. The girl Yang Lu was different. She shivered violently, and with her hands and feet so straight, her whole body was almost scared straight. It was called not a big problem. Fong Joe patted the half-dragon girl's back and tried to calm her down while looking at Lu Ling. Can you say what the consequences are? Within 10 seconds or so of the change in atomic mass, the density and mass of this planet under our feet became lower, gravity changed as a result, and on top of that, the mechanics of some of the buildings became unstable and eventually collapsed. The plates at the South Pole were deflected, and all applications related to magnetic fields were unable to function properly. Lu Ling used the calmest tone to say the most frightening words. There are many other big and small impacts. If we were to list them all, we might need hundreds of pages of A4 paper. Fong Joe felt his forehead begin to sweat. The level of embarrassment was even greater than when Lu Ling first arrived. How come it sounds like the end of the world is coming? It's close, closer than that time in pi. Lu Ling looked at Fong Joe slyly. Fortunately, the change only happened for 10 seconds or so, and finished repairing itself very quickly. Fong Joe blinked and asked with some luck. So it wasn't actually particularly serious? The process was close to apocalyptic, but the end result really wasn't that bad. Lu Ling's voice was still calm, but this time it inexplicably sounded a little stressed. In the end, the biggest impact was that the clock tower's doomsday clock moved forward another 2 minutes. Doomsday clock. Fong Joe heard a novel term. Lu Ling felt that it was the right time to take this opportunity to explain it clearly to Fong Joe, lest he frequently get into similar trouble in the future. The clock tower is an organization that has been cooperating with the authority for many years, and its nature is the same as yours in that it has reached certain agreements with the authority. And one of the most crucial of these agreements is that the clock tower will be responsible for observing a clock that can predict the time of Doomsday's arrival, which is the Doomsday Clock. Before today's forward shift of the Doomsday Clock occurred, the clock was pointing at 11:21, and now it's already 11:23. Fong Joe guessed some details slightly. It can't be that the world will end when the clock reaches 12 o'clock, right? Yes. Lu Ling looked at Fong Joe with a calm demeanor. I'm not sure what you did in this abnormal handling incident, but if possible, I hope that in the future, it would be best not to carry out similar actions until it's absolutely necessary. This is the clock tower's as well as the authorities' request to you. Fong Joe did not answer Lu Ling. In his heart, he knew exactly what the culprit was that triggered the confusion of rounding and the periodic table of elements. There was a high probability that it was the dye tank and that supercomputer. In fact, Fong Joe had died more than once. So far, the first place on the leaderboard of Fong Joe's kill record was still Liya, the little robot. Not every time he died, Fong Joe would be immersed in the dye tank. So far, Fong Joe clearly had the impression that the total number of dye tank immersions was only 2. It happened to coincide with the 2 world rule changes. In other words, every time Fong Joe saw the dye tank and the supercomputer, it would cause the doomsday clock to move forward. If one wanted to fundamentally eliminate the possibility of the doomsday clock moving forward, the best way would be for Fong Joe not to die again in the future. But was that possible? Fong Joe found it difficult, almost impossible. He was now a cooperative partner of the authority, and inevitably had to deal with all sorts of anomalies, and in the process of researching phase space accidents might happen as well, and reporting to hell every now and then was practically routine for him, making it difficult to avoid death altogether. Unless he found a way to figure out the rules of entering the dye vat, he wouldn't be able to freely die whenever he wanted. As soon as he thought of this, a strong wave of regret welled up inside Fong Joe. It seemed that he would have to weigh things up a little bit in the future when his death addiction took hold, and his plan to collect the entire collection of death methods might have to be moved back a little bit. Fong Joe pondered for a moment, and when he opened his mouth again, his voice was already filled with a bit of candor. Frankly speaking, I haven't figured out the ins and outs of the matter yet, but I probably have a bit of a clue. Lu Ling's expression froze. Go ahead. I can't fully control myself not to affect the rules of the world. Fong Joe's tone was rather helpless when he said this. I can only tell you that I haven't been so idle that I feel bored to modify the laws of reality. It's all been forced on me of it. Are you being haunted by some kind of uncontrollable abnormality? Lu Ling just finished her question and added quickly. No need to explain in detail. Part of the anomaly's mental pollution will be hidden in speech and words, so just answer ambiguously. Not entirely controllable, but I'm working on it. Fong Joe originally had no intention of explaining it carefully and shrugged. Anyway, I'll try to pay more attention to it in the future, and once I figure out its abnormal nature and the logic of the rules, there shouldn't be any more problems like this. Really? Lu Ling murmured softly, all sorts of thoughts flashing through her mind before she finally raised her head. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. After saying that, she gently waved her hand, and the cognitive obstruction barrier covering the crowd turned into points of light and slowly dissipated. The disappearance of the barrier also meant the end of the topic. Lu Ling, as the deputy director of the authority, still maintained a friendly attitude with Fong Joe and did not choose to probe deeper. Fong Joe's goodwill towards this deputy director with excellent distance control rose a little, picking up Liya and turning his head to look at the streets lit up by streetlights in the distance. Then we'll go back first? If there's anything else you need help with afterward, remember to tell me and be at my beck and call. Okay. Lu Ling smiled, then suddenly thought of something and called out to Fong Joe. By the way, although the phase space data intelligence sent by Yang Lu earlier was a bit scary, we used it as a data reference and did many phase unfolding experiments, and we've currently achieved some not bad results. Hearing these words, Yang Lu, who had emptied her brain and was ready to go back to rest, suddenly paused. She looked back at Lu Ling incredulously, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Ling, on the other hand, ignored Yang Lu's expression and stared straight into Fong Joe's eyes. After that, please continue to let Yang Lu carry out the daily sampling of the phase space, which is very important to us. No problem. Fong Joe picked up Liya in his arms. Anyway, I still have to go find a way home for this little than pup. I would have had to start the sampling frequently. The data and everything else is just by the way. What little Thane, you're the little Thane. The little robot in his arms vibrated frantically. According to my real age, I'm 2 months older than you. 2 months. According to seniority, you have to call me a sister. Fong Joe raised an eyebrow. Then, Bigby pup? Older than a cub. Liya couldn't figure it out. Fong Joe, you don't feel comfortable not choking me out a few times, do you? In the past, you were only a bit aggressive occasionally. Why have you been targeting me like crazy in the last few days? Fong Joe's reason is very good. You secretly watch dramas without me. No, why are you still remembering this? While the two on this side were muttering as usual, Yang Lu on the other side blinked dully. She looked at Lu Ling in confusion, her mouth slightly open, and just as she gathered the courage to say something, she was gagged by Lu Ling with a meaningful look. Yang Lu shrunk her neck, and at the same time also shrunk her courage to open her mouth, so she could only carry a belly full of doubts and silently put her head down. The late-night moonlight instead grew brighter. After saying goodbye to Lu Ling, Fong Joe carried Liya in his pocket and led Yang Lu to walk on the street outside the school. The street lamps slowly lengthened their shadows, guiding them away from this place full of weird and wonderful things. Lu Ling stood alone in front of the school, watching their backs fade away, and after a long period of silence, she took out her cell phone from her bosom and dialed a certain number. The ringing of the phone was unusually clear in the cold evening breeze, and just a few seconds later, the call was answered. Deputy Director? A certain researcher's shocked voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Ling casually ruffled the blown hair at her temples and said indifferently, Reconfirm the phase space experiment report of the past few days. Is there any difference between the contents and those in the memory seal? Ah! The researcher was taken aback when he heard Lu Ling's order, but at that moment, he didn't say much nonsense and hurriedly put down the phone and ran to confirm. A few minutes later, the sound of the researcher's footsteps came from the other end of the phone, and a few moments later a voice filled with doubt sounded in Lu Ling's ears. Report, Deputy Director. The contents of the report and the contents of the memory are completely consistent. Lu Ling paused. There's still no breakthrough, is there? Yes, all the experiments have failed in the starting process. The researcher's embarrassed voice came through. We've been trying as hard as we can, but we still haven't made any experimental progress with the data that researcher Yang Lu passed back. Good. After Lu Ling finished speaking, She let out a long sigh and hung up the phone. The orange streetlight illuminated her slightly pale face, and in front of the school gate on the chilly night, Lu Ling stared at Fong Joe's departing direction and remained silent for a long, long time. Chapter 99 Drilling Ability. The night was gloomy. The lights of the authority stayed on all night, and the rustling sounds of keyboards tapping and documents flipping echoed around, busy as they were in order to deal with the unusual legacy issues. On the contrary, Fong Joe went home and lay down on the bed. His spirit relaxed and the whole person slept to death. The mental energy consumption of the large phase unfolding was huge, thanks to the idle chatting with Liya and Yang Lu along the way to divert his attention. Otherwise Fong Joe would definitely have blacked out at a certain corner and fell asleep on the street on the spot. After returning to his cozy little home, he immersed himself in dreamland. Even the sound of cars whizzing by outside the window couldn't disturb his restful sleep, and he slept until noon the next day. The sunlight pierced through the gauze curtains and turned into a thin mist of light, sprinkling Fong Joe's face. He slowly opened his glued eyes and was confused for a while before he became slightly more conscious. Yesterday's wonderful and abstract experience came back like a tidal wave. Fong Joe nestled on the bed, clamped a part of the quilt with his legs, pulled over the pillow to cover his face, and a sense of absurdity that was very different from the mundane reality surged to his heart for a moment. Fong Joe felt that yesterday's self was not himself, but a character in some black sci-fi comedy movie. Especially when he recalled the periodic table of elements chaos, the doomsday clock, the cognitive obstruction barrier, the otherworldly starfish convenience store, and the elemental rune from Liya's hometown. He felt more and more outrageous these things could actually be related to a little commoner like him. Put into a month ago, he was dead set against believing that his life could still be so colorful. However, Fong Joe after all has been baptized by number 201, at the moment just two sighs of emotion, after a gentle sigh, silently rolled over out of bed, put on his clothes and pants and pushed the door out. His front foot just came to the living room, and his back foot saw an overly surreal scene. Various colors of takeout bags on the ground thrown everywhere. The portion of seriously overweight meals cannot even put the coffee table, can only be temporarily shelved to the ground. A sweeping robot is now in the middle of the living room cohesion of fireballs. Yang Lu stood in the position of the 50 centimeters in front of it, half squatting down to find a suitable height, so that the high temperature of the fireballs scattered heat in their own hands in this bowl of sour soup fat beef. Yang Lu noticed Fong Joe's movement of pushing the door at this time, and nodded at him. "Ah, leader. Good morning." The living room of the big TV set popped out of the figure of the electronic wizard. This will be hands a waist, face hanging a little smug smile. "Fong Joe, you woke up, just our side of the fast dish hot finished. You hurry to brush a tooth over to eat together. Heat up the dishes." Fong Joe's eyes focused on the sour soup fatty beef in Yang Lu's hand. It took him several seconds to see the significance of this man and machine's actions, and he was instantly amazed at this peculiar train of thought. "You two are using fireball magic to heat up the dishes? What kind of surreal performance art is this?" "Yeah." Liya showed her teeth and smiled. "Just control the distance in place. You see Yang Lu's current position is just right. Can heat the dishes to the degree of a little hot but not very hot. The effect is excellent. Is a little bit costly electricity, but our family is not bad. This electricity bill, you say, is it? It's not a matter of electricity cost or not." Fong Joe looked at Liya with a confused face. "Don't we have a microwave at home?" "The microwave is also in use. This time the takeout delivered is cold for a large part. Dozens of them, how troublesome to heat them up one by one." Liya waved her hand, her face full of otherworldly magician's dislike of modern civilian technology. "And the efficiency is honestly not great. Microwaving for 2 minutes is not as good as roasting it for more than 10 seconds with a fireball spell. Yang Lu, sour soup fatty beef is good. Well, bring that small fried meat by your feet and then bake it." Fong Joe's expression was wooden. He had just been lamenting the mysterious weirdness of all kinds of abnormal phenomena, but as a result, he turned his head to see Liya using fireball magic to heat up food for a half-dragon girl, and the longing for transcendental things in his heart was suddenly smashed to pieces. It belonged to the transcendental phenomena expectoration. In the next second, Fong Joe heard the sound of microwave oven ding coming from his ears, and when he looked towards the kitchen, he unexpectedly saw a misty black shadow holding a black non-stick pan, unhurriedly throwing the cooled tomato scrambled eggs into the pan, skillfully adding oil to start the fire, and then copying the spatula next to him to heat it up by re-stirring it. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes jumped wildly. He looked around his ordinary cozy little home anew, his mindset changing in a quiet moment. The otherworldly magician on the TV was smiling smugly as the sweeping robot under her control was coalescing fireballs to heat the gazpacho with marginal temperatures. The half-dragon girl with the bottomless appetite was drooling, and the next moment she was sneaking off half of the stir-fried meat that she had just finished warming up. The next moment she took advantage of the change of dishes to show off. The double shadow was at the helm of the kitchen, swinging the pan to upend the 3-meter-high scrambled eggs with tomatoes, appending and scrambling while not forgetting to add some seasoning to it. Fong Joe sucked in a breath of cold air. What is this mess? When did his life become like this? Fong Joe sighed, only to feel his temples jumping, slowly walked to the sofa in front of a butt sat in, and then quietly stared at the TV set of Liya and next to Yonglu. How did my home inexplicably become an abnormal gathering place? This glance over there is not a normal one. Liya threw Fong Joe a blank stare through the screen. Say it as if you are more normal. Compared to you guys, I feel like I'm much more normal, Fong Joe said, aiming his gaze at a bottle of cola on the floor, casually grabbing it towards the void and spatially displacing the cola into his hand. Look, 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 look. Liya excitedly pointed at the beverage can in Fong Joe's hand. You call this Angie normal? I just use it occasionally, Fong Joe said and laughed twice to himself. He unscrewed the cap of the bottle and gulped down a mouthful, then suddenly realized something, and his complexion straightened. Wait, how did you manage to talk to me on TV while still maintaining a fireball with the body of a sweeper robot? Liya couldn't do anything like that before. She could only possess individual appliances, and although she had shown the trait of being able to manipulate various household appliances at will during the processing of the Sadako videotape, Fong Joe remembered that the cohesive casting of the fireball spell should still require Liya herself to operate it. Like now, the situation where the main body was in the TV but the sweeping robot was still coalescing fireballs had never appeared before. You finally realized it. Liya in the TV smiled the call a proud. At this time hands crossed the waist, legs forked, standing straight in the center of the screen, as if standing on the top of the mountain of the magician, himself also pounded out a burst of electronic data wind-rolled mage robes hunter hunting. I'm not hiding it from you. After many times of experimentation, Sister Liya me successfully took control of the multi-threaded core operation technology. From now on there is no need to drill around. You can appear inside all the appliances under full control at the same time. Like this. The words just fell. A drip-drip beep sounded from all the appliances in Fong Joe's house.
紧接着下一秒，丽雅的声音就从四面八方跟大合唱似的传了出来。丽丽丽不不不丽丽丽还嗨嗨你你你丽丽丽雅雅雅姐姐姐。
Fong Joe was the sudden big movement made the ears swell, and hastily waved his hand. You're too big, hurry to take back. And how do you still have an accent? Liya, a sound, retracted the consciousness in other appliances. Some helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Accent for the time being cannot be solved. Each household appliance's delay is not the same well. Fong Joe? He realized that when Liya talked about circuit-related topics, it was really hard for him to refute or spit out. So what's the point of you studying this? Fong Joe slowly slowed down. To appear in various screens at the same time to scare people? Mainly for convenience. Liya's answer was unexpectedly serious. Aren't I going to have a new body in the future? When that time comes, I'm sure I'll often have to go out with you, so won't there be no one at home to watch the house? I then searched for a multi-threaded synchronized operation method that could be researched so that I could go out with my new body, but also retain part of my consciousness to stay at home, and the new body could also scan data and remotely transmit it to the home for backup and preservation. Fong Joe was silent. How can I say this? It had the feeling that your lackluster buddy who was full of was suddenly discussing a brief history of time with you in a serious manner one day. Fong Joe thought for a moment that Liya was living a whole life, not realizing that this little robot was seriously thinking about the future, but instead made him a little embarrassed. You're thinking quite considerate. As the youngest court magician in history, saving for a rainy day is a more basic quality, Liya said seemingly casually, a pair of emerald green eyes staring waterily at Fong Joe through the screen. Fong Joe didn't know what this girl was up to, blinking in place with little reaction. Liya eyed Fong Joe's dull appearance. The corners of her mouth twitched twice, but she still tried to put on a bashful and self-contained look, but at the same time, she quietly groped and changed all the channel catalogs underneath the television to the word awesome. Fong Joe finally saw it, and the whole thing was speechless for half a day before finally clapping his hands perfunctorily and praising, awesome, awesome, you're the best. TSK. I shouldn't have expected any good words to come out of your kid's mouth. Liya was clearly dissatisfied with Fong Joe's perfunctory praise, so she had to turn her head to look at Yonglu. Yonglu only just heard Liya's explanation at this time, blinking dully. Then his right eye flashed with a fine light. looking at Liya with an admiring face. In one night you made this kind of technology? Obviously, I didn't have it before I went to bed. I only slept for 3 hours. It's too powerful. The moment she heard these words, Liya first froze in place, and then the corners of her mouth, which she had pressed down hard, couldn't stop rising. That's right, that's right. That's the reaction she wanted. In an instant, Liya's favorability towards Yonglu multiplied wildly, and the way she looked at Yonglu was just like looking at her own sister. I'm saying, a researcher is a researcher. It's not at all the same as someone who doesn't know anything about the industry at all. Come, Yonglu. I'll talk to you carefully about the greatness of this technology of mine. One person and one machine started discussing academic issues across the screen, although Fong Joe couldn't understand, but seeing Yonglu's genuine admiration and Liya's smug smile as she was praised to the skies, he smiled in relief and felt that it was better not to disturb the process of the two people's deepening feelings. He walked into the bathroom and began to wash up, lifting his head as he brushed his teeth and glancing at himself in the mirror, his thoughts spreading uncontrollably. All along, Liya had been working on the research of the fusion of circuits and magic, and although many times the results of the research were a bit abstract, it was undeniable that Liya was always working hard to try to delve into her own characteristics. Fong Joe recalled the topic Lu Ling mentioned yesterday, and suddenly felt that he really should drill himself more. Otherwise, there would be a sense of anxiety of seeing his good friend struggling as he swung for the fences, and the only thing Fong Joe didn't want was to be mocked by Liya, riding her face this ninny's aggressiveness Fong Joe recognized. Fong Joe washed up, cleaned his face with water and then took a towel to dry it, and after walking out of the bathroom, he glanced at Yonglu who was picking at her lunchbox. I'm going to do an experiment later. You eat first, wait until you're done. Yonglu lifted his head with his lunchbox, licking the red oil around his mouth with a confused look. Is it the daily phase unfolding training? Or that barbecue restaurant from last time? No. Fong Joe straightened his demeanor. This time I want to try a different place. Chapter 100 Thoughts. Half an hour later. Shadow finished organizing all the takeout lunchboxes, packed them into 2 plastic bags together with the bags all over the floor, mopped the floor again without missing anything, and finally washed all the pots and pans by the way, making the living room clean and spotless after the big battle midday meal. The more Fong Joe looked at it, the more he felt that the Shadow was the real smart home. Can cook, wash dishes, mop the floor, and throw away garbage. And in the face of some corners that are usually not cleaned properly, it can turn into a puddle of liquid black water to roll away all the dirty things. The fully functional Shadow was doing its chores, while the 2 sweeping robots in Fong Joe's house accelerated furiously under Liya's control, with one making an S shape and the other making a B shape. And I don't know who it was cursing, it might have been attacking Fong Joe's grandfather in the void. After all, his old man hadn't been beaten for a long time in a comfortable manner. Waiting for the Shadow to finish pouring through the living room, Yonglu walked out clutching her laptop, and after a crackling operation, the half-dragon girl handed Fong Joe a resolute look that looked at death with determination. Leader, I'm ready. You can come as you please. Fong Joe didn't understand Yonglu's reaction. Why do you make it seem like I'm going to use workplace violence on you? Because you said you're going to get a new place this time. Yonglu's forehead was sweating as he gibbered. That means I'll be extracting more new data, and to be honest, the original one, that Starfish World's data, is something that I still haven't even understand it. 2 days ago, I was finally able to understand a few of the data generation principles. As a result, you are now suddenly going to change it again. In all fairness, I feel that this is no different from workplace violence. When it comes to his area of specialization, Yonglu is still as talkative as ever. One of the small robots ran between the 2 at this time, and Liya's puzzled voice came out from it. Say, why are you suddenly talking about changing places? I should say, can you really change places? Didn't we try many times before, and no matter how you unfolded it, the destination was always that barbecue restaurant. It's true that I couldn't change the destination before, Fong Joe said, looking down at his hands. That marvelous feeling from yesterday still lingers vaguely in his palms. It's hard for me to describe it to you guys. Anyway, after the last fight with the 13 flights of stairs yesterday, I caught something else. What feeling? Liya pressed. Can't say. Fong Joe had nothing to hide. It's probably like rolling a dice before. No matter how I threw it, I would definitely throw it to the same number of points, and after throwing it a lot of times, I memorized the force of throwing the dice, but now I feel like I can use another kind of force to re-throw this dice. Fong Joe's explanation was vague and not very clear. Luckily, Liya was just noisy, not stupid, and Yonglu was an expert in the field of phase space, and immediately understood the analogy Fong Joe had made. The little robot fell into deep thought. and after a few seconds issued a dripping beep, seeming to have an idea. Could it be because your large-scale phase unfolding yesterday made your ability evolve again? It's theoretically impossible to progress that fast. Yonglu mumbled in a small voice and glanced up at Fong Joe. But then again, the leader guy ate up our authorities' theories a long time ago. Anyway, let's try it first. Fong Joe took 2 steps back, slowly concentrating. Let's see what the points of the dice I throw this time are. The sense of touch linked again. The abnormal organs began to leap. Fong Joe skillfully dissolved the flowing illusory hand, transforming it into a complex dyeing solution that coated the entire living room. And as he was about to unleash his phase unfolding ability, a familiar feeling suddenly surged through his mind. Cold, rough, and with a distinct textured texture. This time, Fong Joe's feeling was even clearer than yesterday, as if he was using all of his senses to understand something. Fong Joe quickly reacted. This is the sense of touch of the starfish world. As long as you follow this sense of touch to unfold the phase, you will be able to direct the result of the unfolding to the starfish world. But this time Fong Joe did not need this touch. He refused to connect with this sense of touch and looked for other senses of touch in the chaos. Finally, with full concentration, Fong Joe managed to perceive a relatively weak but real touch. This touch was colder than the starfish world, but without the rough texture and excessive touch. This touch was even colder than the starfish world, but there was no rough texture or overly detailed texture. Instead, there was an uncomfortable heaviness. Fong Joe felt as if he was locked in a deep-sea safe, with seawater drilling in through the cracks of the box, little by little filling up the entire box, bringing a desperate sense of suffocation into Fong Joe's body. He resisted this mental pressure and quickly established a connection with it, and catalyzed the abnormal organs in his body to unleash the phase space to unfold. Absolutely flat phase boundary lines surfaced, as if the living room had been excised directly from space and replaced with something else. Powdery prisms of color flew around within the space unfolded by Fong Joe. Re-establishing an entirely new picture, it was worth mentioning that both Fong Joe and Yonglu and the girls all noticed that this time, the dust of color was not as colorful as the previous barbecue restaurant, but instead, it took on a rather singular dark purple color. As time passed, a brand new picture was presented in front of everyone. It was a dark purple barren land, surrounded by no wind, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The light red sky was like frosted glass soaked in blood, and in the distance you could see a star similar to the sun burning at the end of the horizon. Half of this sun was covered with a layer of gray shell, as if it had been stripped of all its color. Half of this sun is covered with a layer of gray shell, like an unpeeled peanut, and the whole star is emitting a large-scale sunburst visible to the naked eye, with countless rows red tongues of gas rising like fire, like thousands of molten fountains erupting together. Liya and Yonglu were both startled. The sudden barren earth and burning star both made them a bit confused. In comparison, Fong Joe was even more frightened. Because this was the place where he was buried yesterday, it was on the surface of this planet that he fell into Fong Joe sauce. The only difference was that he hadn't been able to see this particular half-peanut-shaped star before, but he felt that it should have been a matter of angle when he fell. Square 9. Isn't much of a hunt this time, but it's weird enough. Liya was the first to react from her stupor and broke the silence. What the hell is this place? It's the target location of yesterday's 13th-floor staircase teleportation. Fong Joe took a deep breath. Judging from the color of the ground and the crater in front, it should be correct. What? Liya was so shocked that she almost jumped up in place. This is the place that put you? Anyway, are you sure it's right? Fong Joe glanced at Liya, who almost said something and nodded his head. 99%. Unless it's particularly coincidental that I casually threw a dice that happened to look exactly like the destination of the 13 flights of stairs yesterday. But the probability of this is estimated to be lower than if I went out to buy a lottery ticket and won $50 million and got traumatized by a Siberian sled dog on the way home and then crossed over to your doorstep. Yonglu blinked dumbfounded, took out his laptop and crackled a click. Wait for me to calculate? The probability of winning $50 million in the lottery is? Fong Joe. Not you really calculate, This half-dragon lady, how sometimes dull, is overloaded. Anyway, it should be that world that didn't run away. Fong Joe frowned slightly, observing the barren planet in front of him that had fallen full of craters, and murmured thoughtfully. Remembered it because it had a close encounter? Then what is the starfish dragon made from before? Subconsciously wanting to look at it again because it was so impressive? That's too weird. There seemed to be a pattern to the end of the phase unfolding. The evidence was that Fong Joe had grabbed some kind of touch, and then carried out the phase unfolding. There was no doubt about it. It should be the reason for the signpost anchor point. At this time, Yonglu finally recovered from the overload and calmly analyzed. I think it should be that after the leader has had contact with the anomaly, he can use the qualities of the anomaly as a signpost anchor point, and when he unfolds according to the signposts during the phase unfolding, the result will be directed to a place that is closely related to the anomaly. This was a very plausible statement, because the last time Fong Joe conducted a large-scale phase unfolding, he ended up being guided to the past of number 201, which was a life and death friend of his. The starfish world was the world that Fong Joe was more impressed by when he came into contact with the phase snail. This time, the barren planet was the same, and Fong Joe also had a face-to-face zero-distance contact with the surface of this planet twice. But there was a question. Then why can't Liya? Fong Joe pointed to the sweeper robot on the ground. I've had quite a bit of contact with her. I should have been able to use it as a waypoint anchor point a long time ago. I don't know. Yonglu's expression was suddenly subtle, hesitating for a few seconds before guessing. It might be because Sister Liya is in the electronic state, and all the contact with you, the leader, is through electronic devices as a medium, not considered real contact. Then if you want to have real contact, Fong Joe squatted down and poked the shell of the sweeping robot. Either I become an electronic state or she becomes a human. Both of these difficulties are not small. The difficulty of Liya turning into a human naturally didn't need to be mentioned. And Fong Joe was quite happy being a human right now, and for the time being, he didn't really want to turn into an electronic ghost, and even if he wanted to, he probably wouldn't be able to do so. There's no need to make the whole thing so complicated. Liya suddenly opened her mouth, coming up with, "You don't need to contact me, just contact other people? Others." Fong Joe immediately understood Liya's train of thought, and his eyes lit up. "You mean the one who carved the elemental symbols on the 13 floors of stairs? The elemental runes from my old home couldn't have appeared here out of nowhere." Liya spoke with certainty. "The source of the anomaly of that 13th floor staircase is definitely problematic. It's very likely that it's a trace left behind by other magicians from my old home. Maybe there are other people who have also traveled to this world, as long as we can find him, and then you make contact with him that way, and the two worlds are intercommunicated, then not to mention going home. I'll go home at noon in the morning and bring my specialties here to string them together. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Makes sense? I forgot about it before." Fong Joe immediately took out his cell phone and began to rummage through his address book. "Who are you calling?" Liya would still be immersed in the excitement of finding a clue this time, and immediately curiously came over. "The deputy director." Fong Joe found Lu Ling's phone and clicked to dial. She might know where that string of symbols came from. Chapter 101, A New Clue. Inside a large office stacked with literature records, Lu Ling sat in front of her desk, looking at the caller ID in front of her with a complicated expression. In all fairness, as the deputy director of the authority, receiving a large amount of intelligence information flow every day had become her daily routine, especially at a time when all sorts of anomalies were occurring frequently. She had to receive hundreds of phone calls every day, handing over all sorts of situations with the heads of the authority's major regions. Among the countless phone numbers Lu Ling had received, this was the only one she really didn't want to receive. Looking at the caller ID of 009, Lu Ling seemed to have returned to the time when she first joined the company. A weird and unbelievable feeling surged up in her heart, one after another, impacting her long-settled worldview. God knows what ghosts are waiting for her on the other end of the phone. It's not that she didn't think Fong Joe would call her. She was not expecting it to be just one night ago, and Fong Joe is back in business. After being hard controlled in place for 3 seconds, Lu Ling regrouped, tensed her nerves and emotions, and answered the phone in front of her. "Hello. Hey, it's me, Fong Joe." Fong Joe's voice still carries a few threads of small excitement of finding clues. "It's like this. I forgot to ask yesterday. We found a string of elemental runes in the 13th floor staircase, and Liya said that it was carved by a magician from their old family, and we suspected that this anomaly couldn't help but be a bit related to Liya's old family. So we suspected that this unusual phenomenon might have something to do with Liya's hometown. So we came here to ask if the authority has any relevant information." Otherworldly magic? Lu Ling's temples jumped, thinking that it was a heavy news. Pondering for a moment, "Can you show me what that string of runes looks like?" The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. "Yes, hold on a moment." A minute later, Lu Ling received a text message with an accompanying picture, and opened it to see a pile of melon shells arranged in a certain pattern on the living room floor of Fong Joe's house. Piecing together a special kind of magical symbols, and next to it, the shadow of the creator of it all, the sweeping robot, could be seen. The corners of Lu Ling's mouth twitched twice, her professionalism making her try to maintain her composure as she began to carefully scrutinize the string of melon shell magic runes. Her gaze moved along with the horizontal and horizontal hooks of the runes, and some memories that were sealed in the deepest recesses of her memory were awakened. Lu Ling's voice became serious for a moment, and she did not give an answer, but instead made a second confirmation. You guys say that these are otherworldly magic runes? Are you sure it's correct? This is the grand finale of Liya's old home. Fong Joe completely trusted Liya's judgment. She's gotten perfect scores on exams. Surely she won't remember it wrong. Lu Ling. Otherworldly magic finale questions. How to put it, Lu Ling now finally understood why she didn't really want to answer Fong Joe's phone call for someone who was already used to serious occasions. This kind of outrageous sounding but seemingly quite logical with a dash of abstraction along the way was simply mental pollution in another sense. She took a few seconds to adjust back to her state, and then pulled out a pen and paper, writing down the key information from the conversation while answering. There have indeed been records of that type of rune in the authority, the most recent of which would have taken place more than a decade ago, some years ago, but not too long ago. Really? This time it was Fong Joe's turn to be surprised. Who left it? Liya's voice then came from the phone. Not the kind of motion that came from a long distance away, but a voice that rang directly from within the phone, with electricity attached. Was it some kind of magician? Where was the last time it appeared? Is that person still alive? What's his name? Where does his family live? What's his mother's name? In the face of Liya's sputtering questions, Lu Ling appeared rather calm. I understand your feelings, Ms. Liya, but the authority also knows very little about their existence. They? Liya's entirety froze. There's a group of people who traveled through the same place as me? Not people exactly. Lu Ling's fountain pen tip poked a small hole in her notepad. It's dragons. We usually call them phasers. Liya. Fong Joe. The sudden new word turned one person into a human machine. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while before Fong Joe's voice rang out again. Can you repeat that? What dragon? Lu Ling. The phase dragon. Fong Joe frowned. Liya, you have this kind of dragon in your old home? Nope. It was clearly a call between Fong Joe and Lu Ling, but Liya intervened between the two, turning the private chat into a three-person discussion group. The dragons in my hometown are pretty decent, and the name sounds like it's related to that phase space of yours, so it's nothing to do with my hometown. Fong Joe pondered for a while. So that elemental rune was concocted by the phase space dragons, and they can make the same magic runes as your old home, but it has nothing to do with your old home? That doesn't make sense, does it? There are plenty of things that don't make sense. Liya didn't care about those things, she just wanted to catch a clue and follow it to the end. That phase dragon, is it the same as the phase snail before? Is it the same as the phase snail? Is it the same as the phase snail before? Is it the same as the phase snail before? Is it the same as the phase snail before? Is it the same as the phase snail before? Is it your shelter? If so, can you arrange for us to meet? Unfortunately, Lu Ling replied calmly. Phase dragons live in the deepest part of phase space. They have an extremely strong sense of autonomy and a high degree of socialization, and the number of times they have come into contact with us has been quite limited, and the only phase dragon clan that was willing to come into contact with us passed away more than a decade ago, and after it passed away, their colony has never had any contact with us again. Passed away. Liya's voice rose 2 octaves, followed by immediate silence. From the runes on the 13 flights of stairs to the nature of Fong Joe's phase space, and finally to the phase dragons that the authority had come into contact with, the depth of the clues had been quite smooth up to this point. However, the passing away of the key figure had caused this hard-won clue to collapse on the spot. Lu Ling sensed Liya's loss and, without panicking, turned the conversation around and said, however, although the last phase dragon clan we had contact with has passed away, fortunately, it left behind a lot of things, such as a young child and a single father. Hearing these words, Fong Joe and Liya were stunned at the same time. Child, single father, dragon, these 3 words combined together yielded an obvious answer. In the living room of Harmony Homes Building 7, room 502, Fong Joe held his cell phone, and his gaze was astonished as he looked at Yang Lu, who was busy crackling and entering new data next to him. The half-dragon human girl sensed Fong Joe's line of sight. Her finger movements slowly stopped, and raised her head with confused and overwhelmed eyes. What's wrong, leader? Fong Joe informed Yang Lu of the general story and put the phone on speakerphone to make it easier for everyone to get together and discuss. And when the half-dragon human girl knew that the string of magical runes came from the phase dragon race, she immediately revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder it looks familiar. Yang Lu Hole nestled in the sofa, hugging the laptop, muttered in a small voice. My mom taught me this when I was a child. It's been too long since I've seen it. I've forgotten all about it. So your mom's not only a pterodactyl, she's a phased pterodactyl? Liya's sweeper shuddered, so shocked that the cue light beeped and blinked. I thought you were the only one with a more complex mix of ingredients, but I didn't realize that your old mom wasn't far behind. In fact, I said before. Yang Lu awkwardly played the drawstring of the sweatshirt hat. The Cretaceous period, that time there were two groups of dinosaurs, a group of normal, the other group is my mom, their community. That is to say, I also today just know. The original mom, their scientific name is phase dragon. Fong Joe was full of curiosity. You didn't know what your mom's herd was called before? I only knew that it was my mom. Yang Lu flattened her mouth. I was still small when my mom passed away. I don't have much of a concept of the species. I only think that my mom is tall and very strong with hard skin and an extra tail. It's not the same as other people's moms. That is indeed different. Fong Joe can't help but mutter. The power of your mom's tail when she turns around is comparable to the impact of a heavy truck on a national highway. And I'm afraid that she can send other people's moms to other worlds at the parent-teacher conference. Yang Lu. Fong Joe thought that Yang Lu was silent because she didn't want to mention her deceased mom, but she didn't expect the girl to immediately add, so I'm really my mom's own. I didn't learn to control the contraction tail when I also made the mistake of turning around and slapping 3 coworkers against the wall. Fong Joe? He was just casually mentioning it. How come Yang Lu, this girl, has really done it? That said, so far Fong Joe had never seen Yang Lu's wings and tail. Where exactly did she usually stow them? Fong Joe's thoughts were spreading when he suddenly heard Lu Ling's voice on the phone. After Yang Lu's mother passed away, we've been trying to get in touch with the phase dragons through Yang Lu, the half-dragon, but unfortunately all attempts have failed. As for Yang Lu's father, although he is a former agent of the authority, he only knows about phase space. But he has only understood some rough theoretical knowledge about phase space, and he knows no more than we do about Yang Lu's mother and its tribe. However, since Phase Dragon understands the runes of Liya's world, plus Fong Joe, your phase space is rather special. Perhaps by you guys conducting the investigation, you'll be able to find some new clues. Fong Joe did not reply, but instead looked at Yang Lu. There was no doubt that Yang Lu's father was more likely to provide new clues than Yang Lu, who had lost his mother at a young age as a true dragon knight. In every sense of the word, he definitely had a deeper understanding of phase space dragons. However, there were some things that needed to be decided by Yang Lu himself. The living room became quiet. Yang Lu's hand fiddling back and forth with the drawstring of her sweatshirt slowly stopped. She looked at Fong Joe, and then at the sweeping robot at his feet, torn and hesitating for a long, long time. I know. When she opened her mouth again, Yang Lu seemed to finally exhale with determination. I'll go with you to see my father. Chapter 102. Going to the authority again. Front row reminder, the content of Chapter 101 has been replaced from the original recent announcement to normal content. For those who haven't read it, please go back to the previous chapter first. The following is the main text section. The half-dragon girl pursed her lips, looking a little reluctant, but she made up her mind and nodded towards Fong Joe in order to do Liya a favor. We want to visit Yang Lu's father. Fong Joe took Yang Lu's look and asked Lu Ling towards the other end of the phone. Shouldn't that be a problem? Of course there's no problem. Lu Ling replied dryly. As far as I know, he is receiving treatment in the treatment room in the 3rd district. So if you guys have the will to visit, just go there directly. Fong Joe exhaled and casually fished out the jacket on the side of the sofa, hanging it over his shoulder. Then we'll pack up and head out. Hearing these words, Lu Ling on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that the topic was over here, and was ready to hang up the phone after casually exchanging pleasantries. Unexpectedly, Fong Joe on the other end of the line popped up again. By the way, my phase unfolding has made another breakthrough. The destinations of the unfolding have all changed this time. Yang Lu said that he would send the reference data back to the authority later, so pay a little attention to yourselves. The destinations have changed? Lu Ling's newly relaxed nerves tensed up again. You mean you can connect to other worlds? That fast? Fong Joe pondered that it wasn't a secret, and since Yang Lu was going to transmit the data back later anyway, he first informed Lu Ling of the general situation of the gravity-barren planet. The deputy director was silent for a long time this time. Liya repeatedly confirmed that the call hadn't been interrupted and the phone hadn't been muted, and couldn't help but mumble, "What's wrong with her? Doubting life." Yang Lu blinked her eyes down, her face full of sympathy for Lu Ling. Probably remembering the 812 experiment back then. I remember is, The authority spent a lot of manpower and material resources many times to try to launch an impact on the new world. A total of 811 failed experiments, almost exhausted all the savings, and finally in the 812th experiment to achieve breakthrough results. This breakthrough not only makes the authority experience to darkness, but also to the future of the many-phase space experiments laid a solid foundation, fully demonstrating the authority's firmness in decision-making, and is one of the most important milestones in the authority's long history. Hearing Miss Yonglu's long description, Fong Joe and Liya froze in place at the same time. You're the first to come back to your senses with that. Liya was the first to come back to her senses. Her image from the TV narrowed her eyes with a look of seeing through the truth. Memorized it from a textbook, didn't you? Punctured. Yonglu's little face flushed. How did you? You know that. Nonsense. That last part tastes too punchy. Liya smacked her mouth twice. Our textbooks often write this. In order to get a perfect score, I memorized no less than a few hundred similar words. Almost all of them are a template. Situation, I know. Lu Ling finally slowed down at this time, breaking the topic silently right. I will inform the research team in advance that there will be new samples. Thank you for providing the data. It's fine. Fong Joe smiled. Just doing it by the way. Lu Ling thought to herself that this kind of passing is indeed a good thing. But it's best if it doesn't come so often, at least give the authority some buffer space. She sighed helplessly on the other end of the phone. A sigh so loud that it echoed for 2 seconds in Fong Joe's living room, before speaking again. Anything else? To be honest, Fong Joe heard a small amount of self-loathing in Lu Ling's tone. There was quite a sense of laying flat that there were still any weird tricks to hurry up and come at me. Fong Joe originally wanted to say that there were no more, but on second thought, he felt that this was just the right opportunity. Can you submit an application for me to view the top 50 numbered anomalies, by the way? Lu Ling paused for a moment. Today? Not today is fine. Fong Joe thought for a moment. There's no rush. I can wait. Lu Ling frowned. Can you ask the reason first? If it's just pure curiosity, the highest echelons of the council may not approve. Fong Joe was prepared for this. The Doomsday Clock precession mentioned yesterday, I suspect that my ability might have something to do with the first 50 numbered anomalies, and I want to go over to see if there are any clues in there, and if there are, I might be able to solve the Doomsday Clock's problem. How's that for a reason? Lu Ling murmured thoughtfully. It's indeed an easily passable reason. Fong Joe looked expectant. Then, I will submit an application to the council for you. Lu Ling gave a helpless reply. But I can't guarantee that the application will pass. I can only say that I will try my best to help you fight for it. The top 50 numbered anomalies are very special. Even with my position, I can't directly give you approval. I hope you can understand. It doesn't matter, try it first. Fong Joe was as usual open-minded. This reason is not passable next time. Just find another passable one. Lu Ling. The two of them casually chatted for a couple of sentences, and then hung up the phone. Before the call ended, Fong Joe heard the deputy director, who was always calm and collected, sigh long again. It could be seen that the conversation with Fong Joe was very mind-consuming. It froze and was bursting into fatigue. Social animal for the high, cool, beautiful deputy director. Fong Joe put away his cell phone and raised his head, his eyes glancing through the window at the bright sky outside. Then his eyes looked around and swept over the members in the living room. Then let's leave now? Liya, do you want to go into your phone or? I want this one now. The sweeping robot at Fong Joe's feet let out a burst of sound. Going out or this form is the most comfortable. The cell phone has a lot of data and files. The memory area is crowded to death, but also can't run and can't turn corners. To be honest, it's not as good as sweeping the robot by one. You also picked up. Fong Joe muttered in disgust, but still bent down to give the small robot fished up and hugged into his arms. This is comfortable, right? He. Liya was instantly amused, answering with a laugh instead. Taking a taxi to the front of the familiar hotel, a hotel front desk teller learned the news in advance and stood guard in front of the main door early and waited. Upon seeing Fong Joe and his entourage, this machine servant receptionist immediately revealed a decent smile, bent 90 degrees under the control of the underlying code and performed a very proper salute, then slowly got up and helped Fong Joe and the others push open the glass door next to it to make way for them. This way, please. Fong Joe recalled that abstract group of machine servants in his mind, and couldn't help but look at the other party twice more. As soon as he thought that this receptionist was likely to be working while calling out to people in the chat group inside his brain to play mahjong and blowing water and gossiping about the need for mechanically revealing diagrams, Fong Joe felt a little less taut. Although it is human nature to go to work and feel the fish, The problem is that the machine servant should not be considered a human being either. Fong Joe and the others followed the machine servant receptionist all the way to the elevator, and after an intense tremor and weightlessness, the elevator slowly stabilized, and the words, Transit Station Deep C2, surfaced on the electronic signage. Taking advantage of the elevator's slow descent, Fong Joe tried to ask the machine servant receptionist lady next to him, at the risk of asking, "Are you the one from last time?" "What?" The receptionist lady was stunned. A moment later the thought program finally smoothed out. "Ah no. The one who came to pick you up last time's work number is C460982. My work number is B121753. She was sent to the Armed Forces Department for repairs today, so I'm the one to take over the shift." Fong Joe tried to imagine the image of the machine servant being sent to the maintenance factory. She had a bug? No. The receptionist lady shook her head. She was playing mahjong in the group yesterday, jumping face to face with the other machine servants, sending 20 emoticons every time she listened to a card, making 3 of her poker buddies furious, and collectively taking a taxi over to beat her up. Fong Joe? Aren't you machine servants a bit too humanized? Fong Joe silently hugged Liya in his arms a little tighter and changed the topic. Speaking of which, I can't tell the difference between you and her from the looks of it, and I've seen other machine servants in the armed forces before. Do each of you look exactly the same? Basically the same. The receptionist revealed a humanized thinking expression. Machine servants like us who are in charge of reception have a set of customized appearance modules, so they look the same, but the machine servants in charge of other jobs will have certain differences from us, and certain old seniors who have served for a long time also have the autonomous authority to customize the appearance. The corner of Fong Joe's eyes twitched a bit. He was sure he heard it right. The receptionist said the word "old deng" with a smile on her face, and her tone was quite gnashing of teeth, all looking like the expression management code didn't work well with the subject's consciousness. When he thought about the contents of the machine servant group, Fong Joe felt that the degree of humanization of the machine servants was a bit too high. Then, is there anything to this work number of yours? The little robot in Fong Joe's arms couldn't help but be curious as well. The letter at the top is our production generation. The receptionist lady replied, I'm body number 121753 of Generation B, while the one who came to receive you last time is of Generation C. The more the letters are in front means the earlier the production time, and the latest machine servants have already reached Generation E. They are more capable of assisting in the research level, however. Due to too little data collection, their thinking and actions are a bit dull, and they are currently being put into the direction of collaborative research one after the other. Put into the direction of collaborative research. Yang Lu, who had been silent until now, nodded at this time. There are also 2 machine servants responsible for analyzing data in my lab. They are very nice. They will look for me to say a lot of words every day, often chatting with me, and they are the ones who are on the best terms with me in the lab. Fong Joe was surprised when he heard it. What do they all look for you to chat about? Yang Lu thought with his fingers. They usually say received, understand, wanna eat, goodbye, these 5 sentences, and occasionally they will also attach a good evening. Fong Joe was shocked. You call that a good relationship? I think it's quite good. Yang Lu revealed a satisfied little expression. They're the only ones who can take the initiative to look for me, and I have no mental burden when conversing. Fong Joe was a bit at a loss for what to say for a while. This girl's sociopathic episode was even more serious than he had imagined. Liya instead opened her mouth at this time. Think on the bright side, at least she can still find a few pieces of humanoid iron lumps to say a few words. Not so much that she won't say a word the entire time. Otherwise, this girl will have to be smothered sooner or later, and I also watched her 2 days ago, a person in the toilet shouting, holding a lotus head to imagine that he is a music program host, the shower gel and shampoo as a judge, to introduce them to today's shiny first guest toilet pegs. The Surface project is the Flush Toilet Rhapsody. As soon as those words left his mouth, the elevator was instantly silent, and only the gurgling sound of a slow descent into the deep sea could be heard. The half-dragon girl's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the next second she crouched in place with her head in her hands and shrunk herself into a ball, making a whimpering sound in the corner in pain. Your words are a bit dense. Fong Joe knocked Liya's white shell hard. I've been holding back on this one. Liya also knew that she had let her words slip, but she still had a stiff upper lip. People always have to face reality. Along with the willow's wail, a subtle shudder came from inside the elevator, and then the sinking sensation disappeared and the doors swung open. A ghostly blue halo of light flowed across the floor, and an aquarium-style underwater tunnel came into view. Fong Joe turned back and cooperated with Liya to coax Yang Lu for a few moments, which could be considered to have slowed down the half-dragon girl, and the two of them came down to the end of the tunnel under the guidance of the receptionist and pushed open the door that looked plain and uninteresting. Behind the doorway was no longer an office with a tank of water, but a white, clean corridor. Two people were standing outside the door of a room at the end of the corridor, and as soon as they saw Fong Joe, they immediately waved and greeted him. Fong Joe fixed his eyes and realized that they were two familiar figures, Watson and his good partner Charlotte. Chapter 103, Yu Zheng. Tight black uniforms and loose brown coats. Watson and Charlotte's attire was no different from what Fong Joe remembered, and this seemed to have been their standard allotment. Meeting the two transcendent cowhorse again, Fong Joe took the initiative to step forward while not forgetting to take a couple of glances at their changes. Although Charlotte's face wasn't stained with much fatigue, the overall appearance was thinner than before. Watson, on the other hand, looked as if he had just woken up not long ago. His eyes not as clean as before, shrouded in a layer of misty gray. Neither of them could be said to be in good spirits, and their expressions were as saturnine as they had been when they first met, presumably having been forcibly transferred back to work by the authority just after a break. Coming, Watson saw Fong Joe, suddenly gave birth to countless feelings. Things I have heard. After I went back, you seem to have done a big job again. Fong Joe's expression froze for a moment. How come you also talk about us like a criminal gang? It's all pretty much the same. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders. Even from the point of view of the workload burden you added to the authority alone, you are more intense than a criminal gang. From the authority's point of view, it was much easier to fight crime than to engage with Fong Joe. Fong Joe coughed twice to ease the embarrassment while changing the topic. We are an emerging team, just starting out on the road. We will pay more attention in the future, right? To the point, we are here to visit Yang Lu's father. I heard that he is in the treatment room? He is inside. Watson twisted his head and glanced at the door of the room behind him. Fong Joe inclined his head to the door that led to a certain white room with a treatment room sticker on the door panel. He turned back to confirm Yang Lu's reaction. The half-dragon girl's small face had a small amount of redness remaining. The whole person hadn't completely slowed down from the embarrassment of being discovered in her bathroom fantasies. And at this time, facing that reluctant meeting father, she hadn't shown resistance for the time being. Fong Joe felt that there was no time to lose and took a step forward. Then let's go in together? Watson nodded and turned to hold the door handle. Before twisting it around, he patiently reminded, there are a few precautions. Yu Zheng's state is not really good. Not only does he need to be rehabbed on a physical level, but his mental state has not yet been fully stabilized, so you guys should remember not to say too many stimulating, overly strong words. The last sentence was the highlight of highlights. Not only was it said to Fong Joe and the others, but it was also said to Charlotte next to her. Understood. Understood. We're here to confirm the information. Fong Joe casually replied, then captured the key information in Watson's words. Wait, what did you just say Yang Lu's father's name was? Yu Zheng. Isn't his last name Yang? Watson knew that Fong Joe was wondering something, and twisted his head to take a quick look at Yang Lu. His last name is Yu? In fact, originally Yang Lu should have taken his last name as well, but after joining the authority, she took the initiative to change her last name for reasons you should be able to understand. It wasn't a difficult plot to guess. It was nothing more than a daughter who, after growing up and becoming an adult, was incredibly disappointed in her father and didn't even want to recognize the bloodline connection between them, so she erased her surname, wanting to use this to prove that it was she who was an independent individual who had nothing to do with him. Fong Joe did not give his own judgment on this. Since this is Yang Lu's choice, he is not good to interfere. However, he was curious. Yang Lu's character was as soft as a boiled rice cake. It was hard to imagine what kind of degradation that Dragon Knight would have to go through to make Yang Lu shut up about her father's affairs. With these thoughts in mind, Fong Joe hugged Liya, led Yang Lu, and followed Watson and Charlotte as they pushed the door into the treatment room. The snow-white treatment room. The walls were crystal clear, looking like some kind of jade. The reflection of the people floated on the spotless floor. A hospital bed was set up in the corner of the spacious room. In front of it was a TV and a desk with a laptop placed in front of it, and next to it were a series of rehab equipments. It looked like a collection of an office and a ward. Fong Joe entered the door and looked around for the first time, but did not find Yu Zheng's silhouette. Instead, he saw a female mechanic maid in nurse's clothing. Her features and body shape were exactly the same as the receptionist just now. Watson went to the front of the machine servant to ask about the situation. The machine servant said that the patient just went to the bathroom, need to let the crowd first wait here for a while. Fong Joe thought that there wasn't much to do anyway, so he hugged Liya and visited this treatment room. He actually cared about one thing from just now. A very ceremonial cross hung on the wall directly across from the crowd, while directly below the cross were 5 future technology style chambers, each of which was roughly similar in structure, with space left inside for one person to lie down flat, and translucent black hatches of different shapes that seemed to represent a variety of different therapeutic effects. What is this? Fong Joe arrived in front of one of the hatches and took a glance inward through the hatch. A large number of robotic arms and syringe jacks were constricted in the internal grooves, and some blue-green liquid was stored in some kind of tank inside the hatch, which was glowing with a faint fluorescence at the moment. Charlotte came to Fong Joe's side and explained, "The arm department has created a healing chamber. Lie in there and take a nap. Ordinary minor illnesses and injuries will recover immediately, unless they are tainted with abnormal qualities. Even if it's a major illness that kills a person, lying in there for a period of time will cure it." What about cancer? Fong Joe was curious. It can also be cured. The late-stage ones are more troublesome. Charlotte thought about it and said seriously, "Lucky ones can be solved by lying there for a few months. Unlucky ones can only be completely cured by lying there for 3 or 4 years. That's also impressive enough." Fong Joe sked. Just the point of being able to stably cure cancer, the technology of the treatment pod had already times killed modern medicine by a dozen streets. Fong Joe raised his head. His eyes fell on the cross directly above the cabin, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it wasn't a regular red cross, but a proper vertical and long cross used to hang people. This also has a special purpose. Fong Joe pointed upwards. Charlotte shrugged. "No, it's just put up to look good and provide some spirituality along the way." Fong Joe had an odd expression. "I always thought that this serious style of the authority shouldn't have much to do with spirituality." Watson reminded a word from the sidelines at this time. The authority, in the process of chasing science, has also been exploring the various back meanings of religious content from this point of view. Science and religion are compatible with each other. "Hey, this I understand very well." Charlotte held up a finger and said in a serious manner, "Take a simple example. Usually bombs made by science have to be detonated by a devout believer. Isn't it much better to understand it that way?" Fong Joe? Is that a proper detonation for you? Just now he was seeking how Charlotte seemed to have suddenly become a bit more proper, and now the flavor was right. Just at this time, a slow and heavy footsteps came from outside the corridor. After a few moments passed, the door to the treatment room was pushed open, and a middle-aged male with limited mobility on crutches walked in, assisted by one of the nurse machine servants. He quickly noticed that the normally cold room was packed with people at this time, and his movements paused for a moment, raising his head in a somewhat bewildered manner. It was at this time that Fong Joe saw Yu Zhang's face. It was an old face etched with vicissitudes and wrinkles. His 40 or 50-year-old features were etched with fatigue and powerlessness that far exceeded his age, and a deathly aura of a dying man spread out from his slightly cloudy eyes. He was wearing a hospital gown, leaning against the body of the nurse machine servant. His dry and cracked lips wriggled twice. His eyes wrapped in heavy black circles swept over a human face, and he seemed to wake up after a long time. "How? So many people." As soon as Yu Zhang opened his mouth, his voice, which sounded like it contained sand, echoed in the room, and he spoke with a few hints of air, so weak that he looked like an old man with half a foot in the coffin. Fong Joe couldn't imagine what Yu Zhang had been through. Even Watson and Charlotte, who had been caught up in the hell of overtime earlier, didn't look as disheveled and weak as Yu Zhang at this moment. It was as if his soul had been drained away by something long ago, leaving him with only a dried-up empty shell, moving instinctively under the operation of his muscles and blood. Fong Joe was suddenly worried that Yu Zhang would suddenly draw over later while chatting. The Yu Zhang in his eyes was an important mainline NPC right now, but there was a vote of negative buffs piled up underneath his blood bar, and it felt as if a single moment of inattention might cause his soul to return to the sky. And seeing Yu Zhang's face, Yang Lu's expression also became subtle. She wanted to open her mouth several times but still couldn't muster up the courage right away, so she had to shrink behind Fong Joe, poking out half of her head from her shoulder, and secretly staring at Yu Zhang's face with those eyes that had countless emotions. "Let's take a look at you." Watson saw this and took the initiative to step forward, gently patting Yu Zhang's shoulder. "By the way, I brought a few people here. They want to ask for some information related to the phase dragon." "Phase dragon?" Yu Zhang murmured these 3 words, seemingly searching for his memory. "I remember that I could say everything I could, and the authority wasn't able to find any clues, so how come it's here again now?" "They're different." Watson spoke calmly. "Anyway, you talk to them. And by the way, talk to your daughter as well. I remember you haven't seen each other for a long time." Upon hearing the keyword daughter, Yu Zhang froze in the flesh. He muttered the title repeatedly in his mouth as his eyes swept across the ward, quickly focusing on Yonglu. Father and daughter stared at each other from a distance of a few meters, and various memories known only to them then flooded their minds, turning into an invisible gas that made the atmosphere around them become more and more awkward. After a period of silence, Yonglu finally summoned up some courage, and while pressing Fong Joe's shoulders that force almost gave Fong Joe bones to crush, she slowly opened her mouth. "Abba, you?" But before she opened her mouth, Yu Zhang took a step ahead and said the first words after the father-daughter meeting with an incomprehensible and strange expression. "You turned out to be alive, ah." Chapter 104 Clues to the Phase Dragon. Everyone present, including the machine servant, froze.